Those who have watched Beastmasters know, any beast pet can be upgraded to a divine level stage. For example, the turtle raised at home can evolve into the divine beast Xuanwu. Even a dirt-digging mutt can become the 9 abyss demon hound. Even swamp eels can evolve into black dragons. And I only need 1 second to upgrade my beast pet. Just because I'm bound to the divine level evolution system. All can be upgraded with a single click. Pet eggs can be hatched with 1 click. I transmigrated into a world where everyone tames beasts. Everyone can contract a beast companion upon turning 18. Begin your battle in this vast and boundless world. The ranks of beast companions, from lowest to highest, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, stellar, overlord, monarch, and even divine. At this moment in the square, please line up in an orderly manner, everyone. Come forward one by one to receive your beast companion egg. The entire venue was already packed with thousands of senior high school students from Guangning City. Most people's faces were filled with unease. Some people have even begun to clasp their hands in prayer, whispering a prayer, "May the Beastmaster God protect us." I don't ask for much. Just a bronze-level beast egg would suffice. Please, don't let it be a dark iron beast pet. A Beastmaster's potential is closely tied to the initial grade of their beast companion. A high starting point ensures smooth progress in the future. Otherwise, every step will be fraught with difficulty. For example, a Beastmaster who has contracted a black iron tier beast pet. Even the lowest level wild monsters are tough to deal with. One careless move and you could fall from grace. And the descendants of those powerful Beastmasters, or a member of a beast-taming aristocratic family. The family had meticulously prepared a high-potential beast companion for him. But ordinary people aren't so lucky. Even if it's just a silver tier beast pet egg, the price of a single one can reach several $100,000. Ordinary families simply can't afford it. Fortunately, the government has provided basic safeguards. All senior high school students can receive a beast pet egg for free, although the pet eggs at the breeding center are generally of low grade. But in previous years, there have also been students who contracted golden tier beast companions here, directly receiving an invitation from a major guild, soaring to success in one leap. I'm also feeling a bit excited now. Isn't this purely about looks? In my past life, I was the luckiest of them all. Faced with such a scene, there's absolutely no need to panic. The contract process was quick. Most students have only contracted black iron level beast companions. Bronze level beast companions are rare. When it was my turn, I also felt a bit nervous. There were over 10,000 beast pet eggs laid out before them, piled up into a small mountain. The staff member said, "Feel it with your heart. A beast companion willing to form a pact with you. There are only 5 minutes left. If time runs out without a successful selection, this opportunity will be forfeited." I nodded. The school had taught meditation methods for sensing beast companions. Not just any pet egg will do. If the affinity is insufficient, if the subsequent contract fails, the beast pet egg will be reclaimed. I began to move around the small hill. Under my perception, some beast pet eggs showed faint reactions. Some remained motionless. I remained patient. When there was less than a minute left, at last, one of the eggs showed clear signs of movement. Even the entire egg trembled slightly. I looked at the egg covered in black patterns on its surface. "This is the one." The staff member nodded and placed the egg into the testing device. Bronze tier beast companion, mystic fire snake. Bronze level, not bad. At least it's not the most useless black iron tier. Although it didn't explode with potential, a bronze tier beast pet can still level up in the wild without problems. There's still a chance to upgrade its tier later. Next comes the contract phase. I placed my hands over the surface of the eggshell. Soon a wonderful connection was established. A heartbeat and a sense of closeness emanated from within the egg. This is the mark of a successful contract. Detected host's first contract. Unlock the divine beast system. All of the host's beast companions can be upgraded in tier with a single click. Pet eggs can be hatched with 1 click. Current beast companion, mystic fire snake, bronze. Upgrade quality level? 1-click boost. The host's first 1-click upgrade triggers a billion-fold critical hit. The mystic fire serpent, bronze, has ascended to become the blazing world black dragon, divine tier. What? I almost couldn't hold back a gasp. What is the concept of a divine-level beast companion? The number of divine-level beast companions in the entire Xia kingdom can be counted on one hand. They're beast masters. They are the most powerful beings on Blue Star. Ordinary people only see it in the news. Like the governor of Guangning City. He was also Guangning's top beast master. His strongest beast companion was only at the star level. I once caught a glimpse of it from afar, and its aura was truly terrifying. Now, he casually summons a divine-level beast companion. Isn't that just invincible? Burning World Black Dragon, divine tier, incubation time is 100 years. 1-click incubation? Note, the hatching of divine-level beast companions causes significant disturbances. It is advisable to find a suitable venue. Damn, the incubation time for a divine-level beast pet takes this long. Fortunately, it can be hatched with just 1 click. In that case, let's head straight to the wilderness. I left the breeding center and boarded an intercity train, arriving at the Beastmaster camp outside Guangning City. Beyond that lies the perilous wilderness. The young man is a student who just contracted a beast companion, right? Do you need team training? The price is 10,000 per day, with an accelerated incubation potion included as a gift. Bronze tier and below can be hatched on the same day. You don't have to lift a finger to fight monsters. Guarantee your pet reaches level 10 within 3 days. Level 15 in 1 week. Prepaying for a week gives you a 10% discount. There's a whole bunch of training groups hustling for clients here. I ignored everything. Straight into the wilderness. Damn, this kid hasn't even hatched his beast pet yet. He just went into the wild carrying a beast pet egg. Is he trying to get himself killed? Probably contracted some low-tier bronze beast pet and lost his mind. This situation has occurred quite frequently in the past. I gazed at the wilderness before me, trying to discern the direction. Head northwest. My theoretical course grades are quite good. He had a firm grasp of the surroundings of Guangning City. This place is called the Breeze Plains, where the monsters are not very powerful. The quantity isn't particularly dense either. Just avoid certain specific areas. There's basically no danger. Soon, Zhang Xuan arrived at the entrance of a valley, entered it, and found himself surrounded by complete silence and solitude, a place of great tranquility. This is the spot. System, hatch it with 1 click. Suddenly, the pet beast egg burst into a brilliant light, instantly enveloping the entire valley. An overwhelming sense of pressure radiated outward from the egg, spreading across a 100-mile radius. Numerous monsters cowered on the ground in terror, unable to move as the primal fear buried deep within their bloodlines was unleashed. Many monsters couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded into a cloud of blood. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire earth began to shake. A black figure burst forth from the light, soaring into the sky and circling mid-air. Sharp, domineering scales and majestic, noble golden-hued pupils clearly indicated its extraordinary lineage. The Dragon Clan. The little black dragon circled once before landing in front of Zhang Xuan, affectionately rubbing its head against his thigh. Immediately, its attribute panel appeared in Zhang Xuan's line of sight. Chapter 2, The World-Burning Black Dragon. World-Burning Black Dragon God Tier. Stage, Juvenile Form. Level, 00100. Loyalty, 100 fixed. Fatigue, 110. Attributes, Health 200,000 200,000, Mana 100,000 100,000. Physical Attack, 10,000. Magic Attack, 10,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magic Defense, 100,000 100,000 10. Skills. Passive Skill, Dragon Clan Bloodline Emperor. 1. The world-burning black dragon possesses the most noble royal bloodline among dragons, granting it a powerful intimidating effect, Dragon's Might, against most monsters. The specific effect varies depending on the target's level and rank. 2. Dragon-type creatures possess extreme resistance to magic. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the resistance. Magic defense is permanently increased by tenfold, and control-type skill effects are either immune or significantly reduced. 3. The Imperial bloodline causes other dragons to feel affinity toward it, with a certain probability of causing other dragons to submit. However, this may also attract hostility from other dragon factions. Active Skill 1, Dragon Flame. Breathes out world-devouring dragon flames, dealing massive magical damage over a large area. No cooldown duration depends on magic power. Active Skill 2, Dragon Roar. Channel Dragon Might and release it in a single roar, inflicting stun, confusion, and fear on all enemies within a large area, dealing true damage. Cooldown, 1 day. What an insane ability. Zhang Xuan was completely speechless. During high school, every student had a copy of the Beginner's Pet Beast Guide, which listed numerous pet beasts from Black Iron to Golden tiers. Typically, Black Iron tier pet beasts start with only 100 HP and attack power never exceeds 10. While Golden tier pets typically start with over 500 HP and attack power ranging from 30 to 50. Starting with a Golden grade pet beast, one could safely solo minor enemies in the windy plains with caution, but shouldn't venture too deep. The world-burning Black Dragon, on the other hand, starts with an astonishing 200,000 HP, 10,000 physical and magical attack power, and defense that's off the charts. Who the hell can take that on? It also has 3 skills, each with exaggerated effects. 10 times magic defense and powerful control immunity make it a nightmare for all magical units. Loyalty starts at max? What's going on here? Zhang Xuan was puzzled. Typically, newly contracted pets don't have high loyalty and require resources and time to gradually increase it. The system quickly provided an answer. Any pet beast contracted by the host has its loyalty permanently fixed at maximum. Ah, so that's how it works. That saves a lot of trouble. He had heard of many beast tamers whose pets turned on them due to low loyalty. Oh, right, my panel. After contracting the first pet beast, the host unlocks their own interface. Based on the pet beast's strength, the beast tamer receives a 1% feedback. Beast tamer, Zhang Xuan level 1. HP 2000 2000, magic power 1000 1000. Physical attack 100. Magic attack 100. Physical defense 100. Magic defense 1000. Skills none. Beast summoning space 1-3. This attribute is unbeatable. Zhang Xuan smacked his lips in satisfaction. Beast tamers were extremely weak in the early stages, as a 1% attribute boost was practically useless for most people. However, his pet beast's attributes were so high that even 1% boosted his strength to an incredibly powerful level. Let's go level up. The little black dragon let out an excited cry, jumping onto his shoulder, its little head swaying back and forth, clearly eager to get started. Oh, I haven't named you yet. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment. Dragons are the pinnacle of all beasts, and the fiery world black dragon possesses the most noble bloodline of all dragons. Then I'll name you Black King. Roar. The little black dragon let out a low roar, seeming quite pleased with his new name. Zhang Xuan led Black King out of the valley in search of a place to level up. Starting with a divine tier contracted beast, this area was already too easy for him, and the monster killing efficiency was too low. As they delved deeper into the gentle wind plains, lower level monsters fled at the sight of the dragon's aura. Meanwhile, many high school seniors who had recently contracted pets were already in groups hunting monsters. Seeing the monsters flee, they mistakenly thought they had been scared off and shouted as they chased after them. Finally, before dusk, Zhang Xuan crossed the windy plains and arrived at the outskirts of the dark forest. This was no longer an area accessible to newcomers. Pet beasts typically needed to reach level 30 to challenge the monsters here. Zhang Xuan stopped on a hillside, hesitating. He feared that the dragon's might effect from the Black King might be too powerful, scaring away the monsters in the area. Looking into the depths of the forest, he saw numerous fierce figures, their numbers quite dense. This is it, Black King. Aim at that forest and let me see your dragon roar. Black King spread his wings and soared into the sky, his pale golden dragon eyes fixed on the ground below. Though his body was still small, the majesty of the dragon clan was undeniable. Upon hearing his master's command, the Black King opened his mouth. A heavy pressure built up for several seconds, then a deafening roar erupted, reverberating outward from the hillside. Roar! The air visibly compressed, forming rows of shockwaves that surged outward like tidal waves. The ground trembled, trees cracked, and clouds were torn apart. The overwhelming sonic waves swept through the dark forest like a tidal wave, bearing down on the windy plains and then surging toward Guangning City. Outside the city, the Beastmaster camp was reduced to rubble, with buildings collapsing like paper houses. Everyone scrambled to escape, covering their ears and staring in horror toward the source of the dragon's roar. The towering walls of Guangning City began to shake violently. Several defending beast tamers, who had never witnessed such a scene before, froze in place. Soon, a towering figure appeared, and the others snapped out of their stupor, hurriedly bowing in salute. Governor Xie. This man was none other than Xie Zhengdao, the executive of Guangning City, the city's most powerful figure and a 6th-rank beast tamer. Xie Zhengdao ignored the others. His pupils contracted, and his expression was equally unsettled. This is indeed a dragon's roar. How could a dragon have appeared within the borders of Guangning City? His body trembled slightly. Years ago, during the Abyss battlefield, he had witnessed the terrifying might of the Dragon Clan. Though he had been far from the center of the battle, the residual waves alone had instantly crippled 3 of his pet beasts, leaving him severely injured and with deep psychological scars. The roar of that demon dragon back then was so terrifying that Xie Zhengdao often dreamed about it even while sleeping. The roar that had just come from the direction of the dark forest was less powerful, but the sense of dread and fear that emanated from it were unmistakable. From this moment onward, activate level 1 alert within the city, mobilize all defensive forces, and closely monitor the situation outside the city walls. Xie Zhengdao issued the order swiftly, then took out his communicator and dialed a number. The suspected appearance of a dragon was a major incident anywhere in Xia Kingdom, far beyond his capabilities to handle alone. He must report it to the Beast God Temple immediately. Chapter 3, Dragon Roar clears the map. Meanwhile, the instigator, Zhang Xuan, had no idea that his orders had caused such a commotion. He opened his mouth slightly, staring at the dark, dense forest before him. What had once been a lush, sprawling forest spanning dozens of kilometers now resembled a landscape crushed by a gigantic hand descending from the heavens. Violent shockwaves shattered the outer ring of sturdy trees, and as far as the eye could see, there were only the corpses of monsters, some dismembered, others crushed beyond recognition. The earth had been completely plowed over, with layers of soil churning upward. Facing the scene before him, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but let out a curse. This is insane. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded like a barrage of explosions. Your pet beast, Black King Flaming World Black Dragon, has defeated a level 30 monster, Shadow Wolf, and gained 500 experience points. Your pet beast, Black King Flaming World Black Dragon, has defeated a level 27 monster, Swift Wind Falcon, and gained 410 experience points. Your has defeated a level 32 monster, Shadow Panther, and gained 600 experience points. Your 999. The massive accumulation of notifications was released all at once, nearly stunning Zhang Xuan into a daze. The Black King's dragon roar erupted, instantly killing over 1,000 monsters. Not only did it ravage the dark forest, but Zhang Xuan also heard the broadcast mention a large number of low-level monsters from the windy plains. Even after standing there for 5 minutes, the broadcast continued, so Zhang Xuan had no choice but to turn off the kill notifications for ordinary monsters. There's still experience notifications. Zhang Xuan opened the interface, and the massive amount of experience points caused Black King's level to skyrocket. Your pet beast Black King has reached LV1. Your pet beast Black King has reached LV10. Your pet beast Black King has reached level LV37. Awesome! After the surge, it went straight from level 0 to level 37. Zhang Xuan looked at Black King's attributes again. Each level increase added 1000 HP, bringing the total HP to 237,000. Attack and defense each increased by 100 points per level, totaling 3,700 points. Especially with the Dragon Bloodline's enhancement, magic defense is now nearly 140,000. This leveling speed is so fast that even if you brought in the best training group in Guangning City, their efficiency wouldn't reach a tenth of mine. In this world, everyone can only contract a pet beast at the age of 18. According to previous information, those who can upgrade their main combat pet beast to LV.30 during the period between contracting and the National Beastmaster exam are already eligible for top-tier Beastmaster academies. This standard is based on silver-ranked pets. And yet, he had achieved this with a level 37 divine-grade pet beast, using just one skill. Zhang Xuan suddenly thought of a crucial detail. In the past, he had never heard of any human beastmaster being able to tame a dragon. On the contrary, in the information he had access to, dragons had always been the sworn enemies of beastmasters. Though they appeared rarely in records, each appearance caused massive upheavals. Now, an ordinary beast tamer had directly contracted a divine-tier dragon-type pet beast. The news spreading out would be hard to predict in terms of how it would affect the outside world. Even if others couldn't fathom the existence of a golden finger, they would certainly know that he harbored a great secret. When the time comes, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of many, but at the same time, there will be countless forces seeking to eliminate him. For example, beast tamers from other nations, or those enemies who stand opposed to human beast tamers. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment. Since he had a cheat code, his growth rate would be unmatched. Before he had enough power to protect himself, the existence of the Black King must remain a secret. To achieve this, he needed other pets to serve as cover, and these pets couldn't be too weak either. Fortunately, he had the abilities to instantly upgrade their ranks and instantly hatch new pets. If necessary, he could simply find more pets. At the first tier Beastmaster level, the Beastmaster's space could accommodate 3 pets. Once he completes the rank-up quest at the Beast God's Branch Hall, the maximum number of pets he can summon will increase. Don't think about that now. First, let's collect the loot. A single skill cleared the entire dark forest, dropping countless items. Although the drop rate in wild areas isn't high, the sheer number of monsters ensures there's plenty to loot. Zhang Xuan descended the hillside, stepping over the trees that had been blown down. In the Beastmaster continent, any loot from monsters killed by oneself or one's pet beasts would automatically be picked up upon approaching within a certain range. As Zhang Xuan continued forward, notification sounds rang out one after another. You have picked up 500 wolf pelts materials. You have picked up 270 wolf teeth materials. You have picked up 160 leopard claws materials. You have picked up 700 swift-winged falcon feathers materials. You have picked up. Upon hearing these prompts, Zhang Xuan shrugged. To be honest, these items were of little use to him. He'd rather have the Black King gain more experience. Materials couldn't be directly utilized by ordinary beast tamers, but on the beast-taming continent, besides the human race, there were numerous other races coexisting, some of which had good relations with the human race and maintained close ties. For example, the dwarf and goblin tribes excel in metallurgy and forging. Materials can be handed over to them to be crafted into various items, weapons, and equipment. For example, equipment for beasts, and after reaching the 3rd tier, beast tamers also unlock an equipment system. However, this is currently of little significance to Zhang Xuan, as Black King's attributes are more than sufficient to overwhelm opponents. These materials can be listed on the platform for direct sale, and the proceeds can be used to purchase beast feed for the Black King. Pet beasts' actions increase fatigue levels. Once fatigue exceeds 5, their attributes begin to decrease gradually. If it reaches the maximum value of 10, they will be forcibly returned to the Beastmaster's space for slow recovery. Pet food reduces fatigue and enhances the pet's endurance. Zhang Xuan continued to venture deeper into the dense forest. The dark forest was not like the windy plains, a beginner's area. Logically, he should have found more than just a few items. He slowly made his way deeper into the forest. While the trees here weren't as badly damaged as those on the outskirts, many branches had been shattered, and sunlight now filtered through the once dark, damp areas. Soon, a massive tree caught Zhang Xian's attention. This tree was extremely tall, with densely packed branches and leaves, and its trunk appeared unusually dark. As he approached, the surrounding light seemed to be repelled by it. Could this be the shadowy ancient tree? Zhang Xuan recalled the descriptions of the dark forest in the books. Generally speaking, under the influence of the world's will, many wild areas harbored some form of primordial entity. As long as these entities existed, even if the area was destroyed, it could regenerate within a certain period of time. Moreover, these primal entities might be connected to deeper secrets, beyond the reach even of powerful beast tamers. Chapter 4, Investigation. The primitive entity of the dark forest is said to be an ancient tree. Because of its existence, the forest remains perpetually shrouded in darkness, never seeing sunlight. However, many beast tamers who have attempted to locate this ancient tree have become lost within the dense forest. Now, due to the Black King's dragon roar, it has been exposed directly before Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan approached the giant tree and indeed saw a line of text before him. Dark Ancient Tree Special. Description: the primal entity of the dark forest, tied to the origins of this forest. Ordinary people rarely see it. Now, due to certain beings falling into fear, its guardian may have set its sights on you. Fear? Zhang Xuan reached out and placed his hand on the surface of the ancient tree, and indeed, a slight tremor emanated from the tree's trunk. It must be because the Black King's status is too high. His dragon roar has even frightened the dark ancient tree. This is just the juvenile form of the world-burning black dragon. If it were in its complete form, I dare not imagine. And what does this guardian mean? Could it be? Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. Your presence has disturbed the beings deep within the dark forest. The boss, the Dark Overlord, has grown furious with you. In 1 minute, it will activate the Dark Grey Realm. If you lack sufficient strength, please evacuate immediately. The announcement repeated twice more, warning of the impending danger. Dark Overlord? I've never heard of such a monster in the dark forest. It must be a hidden boss trigger. Zhang Xuan didn't panic. Instead, he grew excited. A hidden boss? The rewards dropped after defeating it must be more than just some insignificant materials. Solid strength? Does a dragon count? Zhang Xuan stood his ground confidently, waiting patiently. Soon, a minute passed, and a dim glow suddenly flickered in the air. A powerful pulling force swept over him, and Zhang Xian's figure vanished. After a few dozen breaths, the forest trembled, and 3 figures appeared in the clearing. One of them was Xie Zhengdao, while the other was Manhwa, the head of the Guangning City Beast God Hall branch. The two were the ruler of Guangning City and the official representative of the Beast Masters, representing the highest authority in Guangning. However, at this moment, they stood on either side, their expressions cautious as they looked at the elderly man in the center. The old man wore a black gold robe, with a pattern of a massive, domineering beast emblazoned on his chest. This man was none other than the Deputy Hallmaster and Chief Elder of the Beast God Hall of Nanjiang Province, a Beast Master of the 8th rank. Even among the Beast Masters of the entire Xia Kingdom, he was a figure of great prominence. Upon sensing the presence of what he believed to be a dragon, Xie Zhengdao immediately contacted the Beast God Hall of Nanjiang. However, he never expected this figure to arrive, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself that the higher-ups were indeed extremely sensitive to any news regarding dragons. Moreover, this elderly did not arrive via beast summoning flight but instead activated an expensive intercity teleportation array to reach Guangning, then consumed a precious teleportation scroll to bring both of them to the dark forest. Elder, what's the situation? Wang Hua asked softly. Elder Li remained silent. Suddenly, a serpentine beast emerged from his sleeve, with a single horn on its head. It raised its head, its purple vertical pupils darting around, then revealed a look of fear before darting back into the old man's sleeve. Elder Li's expression grew solemn as he nodded slowly. There's no doubt about it. The fact that my purple-veined dragon caused my bloodline to fear it means it must be a pure-blooded dragon clan. This. Xie Zhengdao felt a chill run down his spine. The last shred of hope he had clung to vanished instantly. The presence of the dragon clan so close to Guangning City immediately brought countless possibilities to mind. Elder Li then approached the ancient, shadowy tree, gently touched it with his hand, and frowned. But why would the dragon clan appear in such a low-level, dangerous area? The nearest abyss is tens of thousands of miles away, and there are monitoring towers along the way. How could they not have detected anything? It's as if they appeared here out of thin air. His whispered words sent a chill down the spines of Xie Zhengdao and the others. Elder Li turned to ask, you should be familiar with this area. Has anything unusual ever happened here before? Xie Zhengdao tried to recall but eventually shook his head. As far as I know, the dark forest is only slightly more dangerous than the windy plains. There's nothing else particularly notable about it. The annual death rate for beast tamers here doesn't exceed 3%, and those who die are mostly weak but overconfident tamers. However, he looked at the ancient tree. This primal entity is the first I've ever seen. It shouldn't have been discovered before. Elder Li furrowed his brows. Primordial artifacts of this level weren't particularly rare, and logically shouldn't be connected to the dragon clan. Moreover, this dragon clan member had clearly targeted this location for its attack. What could possibly attract it here? Even with his extensive experience and countless trips to the Abyss battlefield, he was utterly baffled by the current situation. At that moment, Manhwa, who had been deep in thought beside him, raised his hand. Elderly, today is the day when new beast tamers in Guangning City collect their pet beast eggs. Could it be? Before he could finish, he realized what he had said and quickly shut his mouth. Elderly glanced at him and said indifferently, "You're also a member of the Beast God Hall. Do you think it's possible for a pure-blooded dragon clan member to hatch from a pet beast egg at the breeding center? Moreover, the rank of a dragon is at least that of a king. Even if we used all kinds of treasures to accelerate the hatching process, it would take at least a year or two to hatch one." Manhwa gave a sheepish smile and silently berated himself for even entertaining such a ridiculous idea. Elderly glanced once more at the ancient, shadowy tree and said, "Judging by the situation here, it seems that one of the dragon clan triggered the Grey Realm. Although the exact location where it manifested is unpredictable, it might reappear here. We should stay here and wait for a while. The two of you should prepare yourselves mentally. If a battle with the dragon clan does break out, I may not survive either." Xia Zhengdao and Manhwa grew solemn. "Protecting Guangning City is our duty." The intense pulling sensation lasted only a few breaths. Zhang Xuan felt his senses grow chaotic, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. "You have arrived at the Grey Realm, Shadows. This place may harbor many unknown entities. Proceed with caution." The surroundings were dim and oppressive, with a sky that seemed much lower than the outside world. Everything was shrouded in a grey haze, making it difficult to see clearly. Zhang Xuan had read about the Grey Realm in some books on beast tamers. It was formed by fragments of shattered worlds lingering on the continent, some possibly originating from the main space, others from the chaos. Some spaces were vast, while others were extremely small. In any case, the Grey Realm is extremely complex, with chaotic spacetime and varying levels of danger. Generally speaking, the more dangerous a Grey Realm is, the greater its influence on the main world, and the regions it forms are equally perilous. Chapter 5: The Dark Grey Realm. The monsters in the Dark Forest are generally around LV.30 in level, so the Grey Realm shouldn't be too dangerous. However, since the Grey Realm is filled with unknowns, caution is still advised. Black King, keep a close eye on the surroundings. The Burning World Black Dragon's vision is undoubtedly clearer than his, allowing it to detect anomalies faster. Roar! The young black dragon let out a soft roar to indicate understanding, then flapped its wings and flew to a position 10 meters above Zhang Xuan, maintaining a distance where it could always keep an eye on its master. Zhang Xuan advanced cautiously, and various objects gradually came into view before him. There were vines from trees, thick skeletal frames, and the bones of beasts, some of which looked quite terrifying. However, all of these were covered in the marks of time, as if they had been abandoned here for thousands of years and had long since rotted away. Zhang Xuan tried kicking the skeleton of an unknown creature, only to find that there was no resistance at all. It simply turned into a pile of powder. Zhang Xuan shook his head and continued deeper, fortunately hearing movement soon after. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of footsteps echoed through the space, and a towering figure gradually came into view. The creature was a humanoid wolf-headed monster, over 2 meters tall, clad in leather armor, with a massive stone axe in its right hand. The blade of the axe was damaged and covered in dried bloodstains. The wolf-headed monster grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed fangs. Drool and blood dripped from its mouth, and a foul stench wafted through the air. Its brutal eyes swept over Zhang Xuan before it let out a loud howl, looking extremely excited, as if it had finally found fresh prey. Is this the boss? Zhang Xuan looked at its information. Dark Lord LV40 boss. Health? Physical attack? Magic attack? Skills, brutal bite, bloody slash, dark form. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. He couldn't see the specific attributes, likely due to the special rules of the Grey Realm. The skill seemed decent enough, but as a level 40 boss template monster, it was an incredibly terrifying existence for any first-tier beast tamer, even those from wealthy families with unlimited resources. But for him. Black King, let me see your dragon flame. Roar! The little black dragon roared in response, opening its mouth to release an astonishing heat that swirled within. Then, crimson flames erupted in a jet-like stream. Although the pet beast's attacks couldn't harm him, the terrifying heat still sent a chill down Zhang Xuan's spine. Thick columns of fire, as viscous as lava, erupted onto the wolf-headed monster's body. Its previously ferocious expression instantly twisted into one of extreme agony. Before it could utter a scream, the flames completely engulfed its body. The Dark Lord's health has dropped to 10%, forcing it into dark form. Be cautious. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Was he about to force this boss into its second form? Before the first prompt could finish, a new one appeared. Your pet has defeated the Dark Lord boss, earning 50,000 experience points. On the pale ground, the wolf-headed monster's flesh and blood were completely gone, leaving only the scent of burning flesh. All that remained was a 2-meter-tall skeleton. Whoosh! The skeleton instantly turned to dust in the intense heat, falling to the ground, leaving nothing behind. This. Zhang Xuan was speechless. It seemed that the Black King's damage was too high, directly forcing the boss's health to zero, leaving it no chance to activate its second form before turning to ash. He gave the Black King a thumbs up. Good job, kid. You're the man. The Black King shook its head, as if to say it was nothing. Your pet beast Black King Flaming World Black Dragon has reached LV42. You have obtained the key to the Grey Realm 1. You have obtained a Dark Treasure Chest 1. You have defeated the current Grey Realm Guardian and activated the Grey Realm coordinates. It's a loot box. Zhang Xuan excitedly looked at the several light orbs appearing before him. Treasure chests are loot that always appear after defeating a boss monster, with no distinction in quality. Each chest has its unique contents. As for the Grey Realm key and Grey Realm coordinates, he had no idea what they were. Zhang Xuan opened the new message that appeared on his interface. Grey Realm coordinates, you have activated a Grey Realm coordinate. You now possess the key to the current Grey Realm and can teleport unidirectionally to any location except certain special areas. Teleportation must not be interrupted. Teleportation? To this Grey Realm? Interesting, Zhang Xuan rubbed his chin. This would give him an extra option. After all, the Beastmaster's true form was relatively weak, so having a safe house would be quite useful. He looked at the Grey Key again. Key of the Grey Realm, shadowy. Description, the key to the 7th Dark Grey Realm. It can illuminate the map of this Grey Realm and allow you to sense other Grey Realms of the same nature within a certain range while holding it. The 7th Dark Grey Realm? Grey Realms of the same nature? Zhang Xuan pondered. This wasn't mentioned in the books. It seemed the Grey Realms might have once been a complete realm that shattered and fragmented into their current state. So the Dark Grey Realm must have at least 6 others. At that moment, a map appeared in Zhang Xuan's vision, indicating his current location and the overall status of the Grey Realm. The area was not large, with empty space all around. To the northeast, there was a building marked at the center. Since the Dark Lord had been defeated, there should be no other dangers here. Let's go check it out. With the Black King in tow, Zhang Xuan headed toward the central location. After about 10 minutes, the ruined building came into view. It was a palace, its age unknown, with weathered marks everywhere. The original colors had been eroded by time, leaving only a dull gray hue. Zhang Xuan stepped inside. Fortunately, the palace's structure was still relatively sturdy and hadn't crumbled into dust like the other structures they had encountered. He approached a bronze door, pushed it open with force, and found the interior sparsely furnished. Directly ahead was a relief carving, heavily worn, with only vague outlines of humanoid creatures performing some sort of ritual. On either side of the relief stood 2 warrior statues, each holding a spear and clad in armor, their design resembling the wolf-headed monsters he had seen earlier. Zhang Xuan approached, about to reach out and touch the spear in the statue's hand. Creak! The statues suddenly came to life, turning their heads toward Zhang Xuan in unison. They uttered several incomprehensible syllables, but the tone suggested hostility. Holy crap, the statues are alive? The 2 warriors raised their spears, ready to strike. Zhang Xuan was very close to them. The Black King roared, but instead of spewing dragon flames, it dived down from mid-air, instantly smashing one of the warriors to pieces. The other warrior froze in place. The Black King was about to do the same, but Zhang Xuan raised his hand to stop it. The warrior immediately dropped to one knee, and a prompt sounded. Shadowguard LV.35 is submitting to you. Accept? Chapter 6, General Absolute Shadow. Surrender? Zhang Xuan looked at the warrior whose body seemed to be trembling slightly, and the small Black King standing beside him, and smiled lightly. He never expected this statue to be so pragmatic. But, does this thing fall under the category of pets? Zhang Xuan was skeptical. The system quickly responded, Divine Beast Control System. It can bind any target into a contract. Oh? It has that function too? Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of various possibilities. Clearing his mind of all thoughts, Zhang Xuan nodded. Accept. As a product of the Grey Realm, he was also curious about what made him unusual. The Shadow Guard placed his right hand over his chest, bowed to him, then stood up. Zhang Xuan opened its interface. Shadow Guard Golden Grade. Level, LV.35. Loyalty, 100 fixed. Fatigue, 110. Attributes, Health 8500 Mana 2750 Physical Attack, 550. Magic Attack, 300. Physical Defense, 300. Magic Defense, 150. Skills, Sweep, Charged Strike, Round Shield Guard. These stats are decent for the gold tier, but against the Black King, they're no better than an ant. If you're planning to use it in battle, it seems a bit underwhelming. Speaking of which, since it can be contracted, it should also be possible to upgrade its grade with a single click. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up, and sure enough, he saw the prompt below. Upgrade it. Ding. 1-click upgrade. Current pet beast Shadow Guard Golden tier upgraded to Shadow General Dominator tier. A grayish glow enveloped the statue of the guard, and after a few seconds, the sound of hooves echoed through the void. Amidst a deafening roar, a warhorse burst forth, carrying a towering warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear. His entire body was covered in armor, and his face was indistinguishable, but he exuded a fierce and ruthless aura. Immediately afterward, General Zhuiying knelt on one knee and spoke in a deep voice, "Greetings, Master. He looks pretty impressive, but why wasn't he promoted to God tier this time?" Zhang Xuan voiced his confusion. One-click grade upgrades are based on the ancestral limit of the contracted unit. The Manhwa snake possesses an extremely dragon bloodline, which can be refined to its peak to become a supreme dragon-class creature. However, the limit for the Yingying guards is insufficient. So that's it. I didn't expect a bronze-tier Manhwa snake to have such a background. However, it was only him who could achieve this. Even if others invested more resources, they couldn't recreate the dragon bloodline of the Manhwa snake. He stopped dwelling on it and looked at the new units panel. Absolute Shadow General Dominator class. Level, LV.35. Attributes, Health 85,000, Magic Power 45,000. Physical Attack 4,500. Magic Attack 3,000. Physical Defense 3,500. Magic Defense 2,500. Skills. Passive Skill, Charge Tough Battle. Description: this unit has a mount named Absolute Shadow and can switch between two states. In Charge A mode, movement speed is tripled, and 50% of damage taken is shared by the mount, which has half the health of the main unit. In Tough Battle mode, the unit dismounts and fights on foot, reducing damage taken by 30%. Active Skill 1, Sweep the Battlefield, swings a long spear in a wide area around the unit, dealing massive physical damage and applying the Armor Break effect to targets, reducing their physical defense by 40%. Active Skill 2, Rage Strike, use the spear to attack the straight area in front of you multiple times, dealing massive physical damage. Targets hit multiple times take an additional 50% damage. This skill can only be used in hard battle mode. Active Skill 3, Shadow Assault, ride the Mount Shadow to repeatedly charge into an area, causing multiple instances of physical plus magical damage. This skill can only be used in the Shadow state. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Not bad. Although the attributes of the Absolute Shadow General can't compare to the Black King, the skills are still quite powerful. All three active skills deal AoE damage, so monster clearing efficiency is definitely not low. He suddenly realized that the system had set his expectations too high. In reality, a Dominator tier pet beast was already at the pinnacle of existence, and there wasn't even one to be found in the entire Guangning city. With a second pet beast, experience would be split among all players who killed monsters, regardless of who dealt the final blow. As the number of pets increases, maintaining their rapid leveling will require a massive amount of experience. The only sources capable of providing this are certain dungeons and secret realms that consistently generate large numbers of monsters. Therefore, the beast-taming clans, major guilds, and powerful factions all control private large-scale dungeons. Since his pet beast is so powerful, he should start considering this as well. Zhang Xuan looked at the general of the Shadow Army and gave him a name, Shadow Slayer. The palace wasn't very large. After exploring the remaining areas, there were no additional gains. Zhang Xuan recalled that he had looted a treasure chest from the Dark Lord earlier, so he decided to open it first. A flash of light erupted, and several items appeared. You obtained 1,000 basic crystals. You obtained 1 dark rune. You obtained the dark set ring. You obtained 10 dark knight stones. 2 announcements followed immediately. You have unlocked the pet rune system. You have unlocked the personal equipment system. This time, runes and equipment were obtained, and the world will granted him 2 new features. Runes are specifically used for pet beasts. After fusing runes, they can grant various effects, similar to skills. There are many types of runes. If their attributes align with those of a pet beast, the effects will be significantly enhanced. However, if there is a conflict, it may actually weaken the pet beast's strength. Equipment can be used for both pet beasts and the beastmaster themselves. Zhang Xuan began to count them one by one. Crystals are a universal currency that beast tamers cannot use directly but can exchange with various races. By now, most trading venues have standardized crystal stones as their currency. 1,000 basic crystals would be enough for him for a while. Dark Knight Stone seemed to be a specialty of the Dark Grey realm. Dark Knight Stone Ore. Description: a stone containing pure dark attribute energy, which can be used as equipment material and may possess certain special properties. Special uses. It seems I'll need to spend some time exploring the properties of this thing on my own. Looking at the equipment again. Shadowy Set Ring. Description: one of the 5 pieces of the dark set. When equipped, increases the maximum size of the beast summoning space by 1 and grants the skill Dark Realm. Dark Realm, an active skill that allows the user to teleport into the Dark Realm, becoming untargetable and able to move freely for up to 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. This is awesome. Zhang Xian's expression brightened. Increasing the maximum capacity of the beast taming space primarily requires advancing the beast tamer's rank, with few other methods available. Others might have to focus on cultivating a single pet beast in the early stages, but for him, each additional pet beast significantly boosts his combat power. Moreover, the skill provided is also very powerful, effectively granting the user 10 seconds of invincibility. Chapter 7, Shadowy Runes. Although the Black King was present, most dangers could be ignored, but there was no guarantee against encountering some bizarre tactics. Having this skill provided an extra layer of protection. Zhang Xuan immediately put it on, and a layer of dim light began to flow across his body, adding a touch of mystery to his already handsome appearance. He then turned his attention to the last item. Shadow Rune. Description: a dark attributed rune. Upon fusion, reduces damage taken from dark attribute units by 20% and damage taken from other attribute units by 5%. Each normal attack applies one layer of the shadow effect, increasing damage dealt to the current target by 10%, up to a maximum of 3 layers. Non-dark attribute units that fuse this rune have all effects reduced by 30%. Zhang Xuan pondered the description. The rune's effects seem decent, primarily providing strong counter effects against dark attribute units. All monsters, including pets, naturally possess attribute keywords. For example, the Black King is of the Flame plus Dragon attributes. Monsters in the Dark Forest mostly have the Dark attribute. However, this basic attack with a damage boosting effect, which can increase damage by up to 30%, is quite powerful. So, which character should this rune be fused with? Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and decided to fuse it with Yingsha. Because each pet beast has a slot limit for runes, Black Iron tier pet beasts can only fuse 1 rune, with higher tier ones increasing accordingly. Dominant tier pets can fuse 7 runes, while divine tier pets can fuse 9 runes. Additionally, if the fused runes need to be dismantled, it requires a significant cost to seek out sorcerers from other races, such as druid sorcerers or elf sorcerers, or pet beasts that possess the special ability to dissolve runes. Once runes are dissolved, they are completely destroyed and cannot be reused on other pets. Therefore, when fusing runes, it is best to assign them to the pet beast most suited for that particular rune. The Black King's attributes are already extremely powerful, so only runes with extremely strong effects that are well suited to it can provide a noticeable boost. Additionally, this rune weakens the effects of non-dark attribute units. Therefore, it is more suitable to fuse it with Shadow Slayer. Zhang Xuan immediately fused the dark rune. Soon, a complex pattern appeared on Yingsha's armor, signifying the fusion's success. The Shadow Slayer's form grew even darker. It knelt on one knee and spoke in a deep voice. "Thank you, Master. I can feel my strength has greatly increased." Zhang Xuan nodded. The exploration of this gray realm was complete, and it was time to depart. With a flick of his thoughts. Attention, the Grey Realm spatial portal is unstable. The landing location may be some distance from the main world region you entered. Do you wish to depart now? Leave. Another intense tearing sensation followed, and when he opened his eyes again, Zhang Xuan found himself standing on a pile of, no longer surrounded by the dark, dense forest. Where the hell am I? Zhang Xuan looked around. The terrain was rugged and uneven, with steep, jagged mountains and twisted, thick trees. He quickly recognized the location. This was the Panlong Mountains to the northeast of the Fengping Plains, at least 100 kilometers away from the Dark Forest. The Panlong Mountains stretched for a vast distance, almost spanning the entire South Jiang province, and were a well-known wilderness region in the Xia Kingdom, with varying levels of danger. The outskirts of the mountain range were roughly on par with the Dark Forest in terms of danger, but as one ventured deeper into the mountains, there were numerous high-level monsters, and even a 6th-tier beast tamer couldn't reach the core area. The name Panlong does not refer to the presence of dragons, but rather to its vast expanse and complex terrain, which, when viewed from above, resembles a coiled dragon. The area he currently occupies should be on the outskirts, not yet deep into the forest. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment. He hadn't brought much food or supplies on this trip, and his family hadn't made any prior arrangements. If he stayed out too long, they would definitely worry. Additionally, the distance to Guangning City was considerable, so it would be best to return first. Let's go home. He currently lacked the ability to fly, and the Black King was still in its juvenile form, unable to carry him. He had no choice but to return on foot. Fortunately, the 1% attribute feedback had significantly enhanced his physical condition, allowing him to move swiftly. After bypassing a wooded area, he arrived at a valley. Soon, the silhouette of a monster appeared before him. A massive tree had grown legs, with a mouth resembling an old man's opening and closing on its trunk, along with 2 eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, it let out a screech and shuffled toward him. Tree Man LV.40. Attributes: Health 8000. Physical Attack 400, Magic Attack 600. Physical Defense 200, Magic Defense 500. Skills: Old Tree Embrace, Root Extraction, Vine Whip. This tree person moves slowly. Zhang Xuan's Black King and Shadow Assassin stand ready in formation. After a few breaths, 5 or 6 more tree persons emerge from the valley. Zhang Xuan raised his eyebrows. No wonder it's the Dragon's Back Mountains. Even the monsters in the outlying areas are this dense. The little black dragon flapped its wings, eager to join the fight. Zhang Xuan said, Black King, stay by my side this time. Let Shadow Kill show off his skills. Roar! The little black dragon growled discontentedly twice but obediently followed orders, landing on his shoulder. Zhang Xuan smiled, your strength is too great. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to show off when we encounter stronger monsters. Ing Sha remained silent, raising his long spear. With a single leap, Zhu Ying let out a piercing whistle and charged forward like a black arrow. How fast? Having a mount made all the difference. In charge mode, his speed was 3 times faster than the wind. Ing Sha held his heavy spear, its tip reflecting a cold gleam, and in an instant, he closed in on the tree man. With a flash, he struck like a silver disc shattering, ruthlessly thrusting toward the tree trunk. Ugh! The tree man's vines whipped around like whips, several of them lashing out from both sides toward Ing Sha. Whoosh! The spear strikes first, piercing the tree man's body with a wet thud, spraying thick, greenish-blue blood. 4,300. This tree-like creature was clearly a magic-based unit with low physical defense, and this single strike had already dealt over half of its health. The withered face on the tree's body contorted in pain, while Ing Sha, after thrusting the spear, twisted his body swiftly on the horse, dodging the incoming vines with incredible speed. Miss! Ing Sha reined in his horse and spun around, charging forward once more. This time, another strike landed with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the tree man again. 4,300. The tree's health was completely depleted. Your pet beast Ing Sha Absolute Shadow General has defeated the tree person LV.40. Your pets have gained 20,000 experience points. You obtain 10 resilient vines. The experience from the kill is shared between Shadow Slash and Black King, but the distribution is based on damage dealt. Since Shadow Slash contributed all the damage, it naturally receives more experience, though it's still not enough for a level up. Tough vine. Description: a highly resilient vine, this versatile material can also be used for binding. Zhang Xuan glanced at it, paused for a second on the last sentence, then tossed it directly into the system backpack. Chapter 8, The Yin Family. Immediately afterward, Shadow Kill charged at the remaining tree people. In charge mode, he moved swiftly and freely, while the slow and clumsy tree people couldn't even launch an attack before being hit by 2 consecutive heavy normal attacks, screaming as they fell to the ground. In less than a minute, he darted back and forth among several tree men, slaying them all. Cool. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Though he didn't kill them instantly like the Black King, Shadow Kill's fighting style was undeniably stylish and effortless. Your pet beast, Shadow Kill Absolute Shadow General, has reached level 37. Not bad. After killing this group of tree men, Shadow Kill has leveled up twice. He collected the few sturdy vines dropped by the tree men, determined his direction, and headed toward Guangning City. Just then, a commotion erupted from the valley. The ground trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening rumble, as if an earthquake were occurring. Zhang Xuan turned to look and saw a group of people rushing out of the narrow path in the valley. They were in a hurry, their expressions disheveled and disheveled. Each of them was accompanied by a pet beast. Zhang Xuan noticed that their levels were all around 50, and in the center of the crowd was a young girl with a delicate and beautiful appearance, seemingly the leader of the group. This is a training group? It didn't seem like it. It looked more like a team from a Beastmaster family out on a training mission. Zhang Xuan took another closer look at the young woman's face. She looked familiar, as if he had seen her before at school, but he couldn't quite place her. Miss, run. The tree spirit is chasing us. Damn it, this thing moves way faster than ordinary tree people. We underestimated them. The girl panted, saying, I'm sorry everyone, I took too many risks for the spirit of the plants and dragged you all into this. The middle-aged man leading the group said, it's our fault for being too weak. Ah Wu, you and I will stay behind to cover the rear. The rest of you escort the young lady to safety. No, that's not possible. The young girl was startled and said, it was my fault in the first place. How can I let you stay behind? We'll leave together. The middle-aged man, Lu Shi, was anxious. He had been tasked with escorting the young lady out to level up. Considering that higher-ranked beast tamers would face system penalties, the young lady's pet beasts would gain too little experience. Therefore, including himself, everyone in this group was only a second-tier beast tamer. They had originally planned to eliminate some tree people in the outskirts of the Panlong Mountains. They were familiar with these monsters, which had thick health but were slow and clumsy. As long as they coordinated their efforts and had pets with ranged attacks to kite them, they should be easy to handle. However, they accidentally crossed the preset safety line and accidentally summoned an elite monster. The tree spirits moved several times faster than the tree people, making kiting impossible. If there had been only one, they could have surrounded and defeated it, but now there were 2 targeting them. The 2 tree spirits also coordinated their attacks, combining area control and AoE damage. To engage them head-on, they would need at least one pet beast of level 55 or higher, and of golden grade. His main combat pet, the silver great wind leopard, was only level 50. Facing a tree spirit of the same level, it was hit by a skill in the first exchange and severely wounded, forcing it to retreat to the beast-taming space to recover. The other players' pets were in no better shape. Yan Jiajiao looked guilty. Her main combat pet beast was a wood-attributed forest butterfly. With the nourishment of the spirit of plants, it could have evolved faster and awakened more powerful skills. However, tree-like monsters like these have a certain chance of dropping grass and wood spirits, and they can also be used for leveling up. Earlier, she had spent a lot of effort killing a group of tree men and obtained a few grass and wood spirits, but Yan Jiajiao wanted more. In her haste, she ended up in a dangerous situation. This time, she had thought there would be no danger and hadn't brought the communication device from her family. Little did she know that such bad luck would strike. The ground began to rumble as the roots of the tree spirits burrowed deeper into the earth, moving at a speed twice that of the tree men. In the blink of an eye, two massive trees with grotesque human faces appeared before them, blocking their path on either side. Seeing no way to escape, several beast tamers from the Yin family halted and prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, the middle-aged man leading the group suddenly noticed an unusual sight. Why are there so many tree men corpses here? Soon, they spotted Zhang Xuan's figure and the shadow assassin riding the absolute shadow, exuding a profound aura of oppression. The middle-aged leader, though only a second-tier beast tamer, had spent many years in the Yin family and possessed some discernment. These tree-like corpses were undoubtedly the work of the young man before him. Could they be the prodigies from the other families in Guangning City? Although dealing with a tree spirit would be difficult, being able to easily kill a group of tree people likely meant their combat strength was slightly superior to his. As the tree spirit closed in, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Young man, please lend a hand and help us fight the tree spirit. We will reward you handsomely afterward." In this situation, regardless of the other party's true strength, they could only grasp at any available help. The others also looked at him with hopeful eyes. However, Zhang Xuan glanced at the two tree spirits, as if he hadn't heard the middle-aged man's cries, and turned to walk away. Wait, what? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Young people of this age aren't supposed to be the ones who rush to help others? And with such a beautiful young lady in his company, doesn't he have any desire to show off? Wait. Please escort my young lady out safely. There will be a generous reward afterward. His tone was desperate, but Zhang Xuan didn't slow down even a bit. Yan Jiajiao saw the tree spirit's minds whipping toward her face pale with fear. She couldn't help but shout, "Classmate, help us. You can choose any 3 items from the Yin family's treasure vault." Zhang Xian's figure came to a halt. Shadow kill, attack. Shilio. Clang. As Zhang Xuan issued the command, the iron hoof stomped the ground, and the shadow assassin charged forward like a black streak of light. Elite Tree Spirit LV.50. Attributes, Health 20,000. Physical attack, 800, Magic attack, 1300. Physical defense, 500, Magic defense, 750. Skills, Vine Net, Root Drain, Frenzy Whip. These stats are on par with diamond tier pets of the same level, no wonder they can't handle it. Their pet beasts are mostly around the silver grade level. As the shadow assassin charged forward, the nearest tree spirit immediately unleashed Frenzy Whip, sending hundreds of thick vines soaring into the air, lashing toward him. Meanwhile, another tree spirit released Vine Net, with vines on the ground forming a large net that closed in on him. These two tree spirits weren't lacking in intelligence, they came in with a combo move right off the bat. However, Ying Sha did not hesitate. Relying on his superior speed, he charged toward one of the tree spirits, swinging his large spear in a semicircle with tremendous force. Sweep the 1,000 armies. 12,500. The armor-piercing effect triggered, reducing defense by 40%. The tree spirit's health plummeted, but at the same time, the net closed in on Shadow Kill. Chapter 9, Shadow Assault. This Vine Net is the tree spirit's crowd control skill. Once activated, all units within the net's area are bound and unable to move, requiring the thick vines to be severed to escape. Unless a unit has high magic defense, the control duration cannot be reduced. The group led by Yan Jia, who had just fallen victim to this move, suffered 3 severely injured pet beasts, rendering them unable to fight. In the Beastmaster world, if a pet's health is depleted to 0, it is forced back into the Beastmaster space. If it is forced to re-enter battle in this state, the second time its health is depleted, it is truly dead. Additionally, if the Beastmaster themselves die, all their pets will also die. Most of the beast pets of the middle-aged leader of the Yin family and his group have already been sent back to the beast-taming space once, so they now have almost no remaining combat strength. At this moment, facing the approaching net, the cold face hidden beneath the face mask of the Shadow Killer remained unflinching. He raised his long spear, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while his warhorse crouched low, ready to charge. Third skill, Shadow Assault. Whoosh! A chaotic whistling sound filled the air as the black light formed by the man and his horse darted back and forth at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, as if unleashing a shadow storm. The storm collided with the 2 tree spirits, freezing them in place, unable to dodge. This was the stun effect from the powerful skill. One after another, terrifying damage numbers erupted. Dust swirled, and the gale force winds nearly knocked Yinjia and the others off their feet. They stumbled backward while staring in awe at the scene. The vine nets were rendered ineffective, and in this state, Shadow Kill could not be targeted, granting immunity to control effects. 15,400. 14,800. 14,806. Under the armor-piercing effect of Sweep the Thousand Armies, the first tree spirit collapsed with a thunderous crash in the first wave of the assault. Within a second, the absolute shadow assault transformed the area into a chaotic wasteland of rampaging hooves and unchecked destruction. By the time the second wave of damage hit, the health of the other tree spirit had already been completely depleted. Your beast pet Shadow Kill Absolute Shadow General has defeated Elite Tree Spirit LV.52. Your beast pets have gained 120,000 experience. Shadow Slayer Absolute Shadow General has leveled up to LV.45. Black King Flaming World Black Dragon has leveled up to LV.43. Obtained Grass and Wood Spirit 15. Obtained 20 Grass and Wood Spirits. Obtained Weeping Tree Pendant. 2 level 50 elite monsters dropped a total of 120,000 experience points. Not bad. Shadow Slayer leveled up by 8 levels, and Black King also gained some experience, leveling up once. Zhang Xuan glanced at the loot that dropped. Spirit of Plants. Description: a spiritual object containing pure wood attribute energy, greatly beneficial to wood attribute beast pets, capable of shortening their growth cycle. It is also highly favored by certain natural races. Zhang Xuan realized that this item should allow wood attribute beast pets to enter their growth phase faster. Beast pets hatched from pet beast eggs are all in their juvenile form, such as the current Black King. By consuming suitable spiritual objects or other treasures, they can transform into the growth stage and eventually reach the fully evolved form. Higher forms unlock more traits, skills, and other abilities, and their forms are also related to their levels. High-grade forms like Diamond and Star have higher level caps, allowing them to reach 200 levels or even 300 levels and beyond. However, the level cap for juvenile forms is only 100. To break through this cap, you must first evolve into the next form. Of course, if you directly capture a mature or fully evolved pet, this issue does not arise. However, capturing such beasts is extremely difficult, and their loyalty is very low. Most beast tamers prefer to hatch beast eggs and nurture them slowly. The drop rate for elite monsters is still decent. The few tree people he had defeated earlier didn't drop a single plant spirit, but this time he got 35 in one go. Looking at the last light orb, it seemed to be a piece of equipment. Crying Tree Pendant. Description: the wailing spirit of a tree spirit has stirred its kind in this land. Wearing this pendant within the Dragon's Back Mountain's Dead Tree Valley, you will attract more tree-like monsters. Not bad. Zhang Xuan ran his fingers over the wooden pendant, which was engraved with the twisted, pain-ridden face of an old tree spirit, emanating waves of hatred. This is a great item for luring monsters. It seems that the valley is a habitat for tree people and tree spirits. We can come here later to grind some monsters. At that moment, the members of the Yin family's training group were still stunned by the scene they had just witnessed. Though their strength was only average within the Yin family, they were still a group of second-tier beast tamers. Yet this young man, who looked no older than the young lady, why was the beast he had contracted so powerful? The monsters that had left them in such a disgraceful state were instantly killed with a single blow? Which prominent family in Guangning City could possibly cultivate such a talented beast tamer? They turned their gaze to the knight standing beside Zhang Xuan, his armor covering his entire body and his expression cold and indifferent. They felt a chill run down their spines. While it was possible that the knight was of a higher rank, the probability was low. Even if a beast pet of a higher rank were to awaken such a powerful skill, it would be extremely rare. Especially a skill that allows it to remain undetected for a certain period while dealing massive damage that's extremely rare. Even in the Yin family, only the clan leader's beast pet might possess such an ability. Mrs. Sindai, though an outstanding member of the Golden Beast Pets, was far from possessing such capabilities. So, was the opponent's a diamond tier or even a star tier beast pet? Zhang Xuan put away the loot, glancing indifferently at the crowd before fixing his gaze on the familiar-looking young girl. Hey, you said I could choose any 3 items from the Yin family's treasure vault. You won't go back on your word, right? From their previous conversation, he had already guessed her identity. The Yin family of the Imperial Beast clan in Guangning City. The young miss had been seen a few times at school before, but she was an outstanding student in the elite class, a prominent figure. He, on the other hand, was in the commoner class and had never had the opportunity to interact with her closely. These elite class students, compared to them who had to go to the breeding center to collect beast pet eggs, had already arranged their first contract beast pets a month or 2 in advance. Yet they couldn't even handle a tree spirit. Now that his standards had been raised to a minimum dominant level beast pet, Zhang Xuan found himself unconsciously looking down on these people. Yan Zhaojiao paused for a moment, then quickly said, "Don't worry, I promise. You saved me and my companions. The Yin family will never be stingy with such a small reward." Her eyes sparkled with a strange light. Though she appeared to be the same age as the others, her strength rivaled that of a third-tier beast tamer in her family. Such a figure was completely unknown to her. The others also came to their senses and nodded, saying, "That's right, classmate. Beast-taming clans value their reputation, and we can all vouch for that." Chapter 10, Yan Nantian. Zhang Xuan shrugged, "Let's go then. I need to head back." As they returned with the Yan family, Yan Zhaojiao approached him and struck up a conversation. Upon learning he was also from Guangning City, she was slightly surprised. When she found out they were both middle school students, she was even more shocked. Earlier, she had speculated that the other person might be a beast tamer from another nearby city, but she never expected Zhang Xuan to be a classmate from the same school. The young members of the beast tamers' families in Guangning City were all well acquainted with one another, and she was certain she had never seen him before. In other words, Zhang Xuan was actually a commoner beast tamer? Yan Zhaojiao had no prejudice against commoner-born beast tamers, but she was well aware of the significant gap in their upbringing and training. Generally speaking, a family could only be considered a beastmaster family if their ancestors had produced a 7th-rank beastmaster, with 6th-rank beastmasters present in every generation, and a significant number of 4th and 5th-rank beastmasters. Once a family reaches a certain scale, it typically establishes a rigorous system of rules, such as a contribution system and guidelines for nurturing younger generations. Similar to a beastmaster guild, but bound by bloodline. Members of the family, once they turn 18, can use family funds to purchase high-grade beast pet eggs. For example, her golden grade forest butterfly egg cost 2 million crystals, and she had to navigate various connections to acquire it. Pet eggs that enter breeding centers rarely exceed bronze grade in quality. This situation is related to the inherent scarcity of high-grade beast pets, as well as the control and monopoly of top-tier beast tamers over beast-taming resources. For beast tamers in Guangning City, a golden grade beast pet egg is already extremely valuable. Yan Zhaojiao was able to obtain one solely due to her status as the daughter of the clan leader of the Yan family. Higher grades are reserved for the highest-ranking members of the family, who must not only be exceptionally powerful but also have made significant contributions to the family. In contrast, the top beast-taming families of Xia Kingdom can have their first beast pet reach diamond grade. As for star-grade beast pet eggs, they cannot even be purchased with crystals. A single rank difference can result in a significant disparity in power between beasts of the same level. Moreover, common beast tamers can only possess black iron grade or bronze grade beast pets, and in direct combat, they would be crushed in an instant. It was clear that Zhang Xian's beast pet was of an extremely high grade. Yan Zhaojiao was filled with curiosity, but she restrained herself from asking, as the specific details of beast pets are a highly sensitive topic for beast tamers. The group slowly exited the Dragon's Coil Mountains, and the serene landscape of the Windy Plains came into view. Yan Zhaojiao stopped, took out a pearl-shaped artifact, and activated it. A few minutes later, a convoy of vehicles approached from the other end of the plain. These were the reinforcements sent by the Yan family to rescue Yan Zhaojiao. During the battle with the tree spirits in the barren tree valley, she had entered combat mode, so the device couldn't be activated. Zhang Xuan glanced over. As expected, those from the Beastmaster clan were different. Ordinary technological communication devices were useless and the wilderness specialized items were required. He had seen them before in the trading market signal beads crafted by dwarf artisans, costing tens of thousands of crystals for a pair, and only capable of transmitting locations within a certain range. For wilderness training groups, unless they were large-scale operations, no one would spare the expense for such gadgets. He boarded the vehicle with the others and returned to Guangning City. Upon arriving at Guangning City, the city gates were crowded, with several figures in guard uniforms among the crowd. Upon seeing the Yin family emblem on the convoy, they quickly waved them through. Yan Zhaojiao curiously asked, "What's happening in the city?" The driver replied, "Miss, there was a huge commotion earlier near the dark forest in the direction of Fengping Plain. It's said that a powerful monster has emerged, and the area has been cordoned off. Beast tamers returning from that area must also cooperate with the investigation." The dark forest? Yan Zhaojiao nodded, looking puzzled. That area is a low-risk zone. How much commotion could it have caused to make the city so tense? Zhang Xuan, standing beside her, raised his eyebrows but remained silent, his mind filled with speculation. The dark forest? A powerful monster? It must be the Black King. Indeed, the appearance of the Dragon Clan would cause quite a stir. Fortunately, we had already sealed the Black King into the beast control space. Otherwise, its distinctive form would have been too obvious, and if Yan Zhaojiao and the others had seen it, it would have caused unnecessary trouble. 15 minutes later, the convoy entered a wide road. There were almost no other vehicles on this road, as it was specially set up by the Yan family for the movement of family members and supplies. A massive mansion came into view, surrounded by an artificial lake and vast lawns that separated it from the outside world. The main road was wide enough for 3 vehicles to pass side by side. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel, is this what life is like for the wealthy? Upon reaching the mansion's gates, the others dispersed, and Yan Zhaojiao led Zhang Xuan inside. Soon, Zhang Xuan met the current head of the Yin family, Yin Nantian. As a native of Guangning City, this name was more familiar to locals than that of the local magistrate. A 6th-rank beast tamer, he had once fought on the Abyss battlefield and participated in the beast tamer national war. It was said that he had once had the potential to become a 7th-rank beast tamer, but during a major battle, he lost his primary battle beast, thus failing to achieve that goal. However, within Guangning City, Yin Nantian was undoubtedly the most prominent figure. He was tall and muscular, with a rugged appearance, and standing beside him was a young man with a soft, delicate demeanor. "Dad!" Yin Zhaojiao hurried over and wrapped her arms around his arm. Yin Nantian spoke solemnly, "I've heard about what happened. You mustn't act so recklessly in the future. I will arrange for a 4th-tier beastmaster to accompany you during your training, just in case." The young man beside him stared at Yin Zhaojiao and suddenly smiled. "Zhaojiao, you're getting more and more beautiful." Yin Zhaojiao glanced at him but ignored him, instead introducing Zhang Xuan to Yin Nantian. Yin Nantian looked at Zhang Xuan and nodded. "Thank you, young man, for coming to our aid. What Zhaojiao said is final. I'll have the steward take you to the storeroom shortly. You may choose any 3 items as a token of our gratitude." The young man beside him opened his mouth but said nothing. However, Zhang Xuan could clearly feel the disdainful glances he was receiving. He didn't care and said to Yin Nantian, "Thank you very much." Zhang Xuan could sense that Yin Nantian wasn't particularly warm, but since he had kept his word, that was enough. He hadn't planned on dealing with these people anyway. Yin Zhaojiao, seeing that he didn't want to stay longer, offered to take him to the Yin family's warehouse herself. After they left, the young man said, "Uncle Yin, this kid looks like a novice. What kind of ability does he have to save Zhaojiao? Don't tell me he's coveting the treasure and has some devious plan to deceive Zhaojiao." Yin Nantian replied indifferently, "My daughter's words are final. If I, as her father, were to go back on my word, wouldn't others say that the Yin family is untrustworthy?" Chapter 11, Beast Pet Net. Though he spoke thus, he did not refute the young man's words, clearly harboring doubts as well. It's fine. This young man is also my junior. He came here with his teacher to recruit students, so let's use this as an opportunity to assess the quality of this year's newcomers in Guangning." The young man followed Zhang Xuan and the others as they left. Yin Nantian shook his head and did not stop them. Yin Family Treasure Vault. As the warehouse doors swung open, a dazzling array of colored lights flickered and shimmered. The space was filled with storage racks divided into several sections, arranged with meticulous precision. The warehouse was inspected twice daily by dedicated staff. The Yin family's collections and various precious items and artifacts accumulated over the years were mostly stored here. Yin Zhaojiao led the way, introducing everything to Zhang Xuan one by one. These are spell scrolls, all purchased from the elf clan or large auction houses. They include offensive, defensive, and utility types, all highly practical. Zhang Xuan looked over curiously, and information about each scroll appeared. Fireball Spell Scroll. Description: launches 3 high-temperature fireballs, each dealing 10,000 magical damage. Spell capacity: 5 uses. Freeze Spell Scroll. Description: applies the freeze effect to a small area, slowing all enemy units' movement speed, casting speed, and more. Spell cost: 5. Levitation Scroll. Description: grants flight ability upon use, lasting up to 10 minutes. Zhang Xuan was quite interested. These items were something he had never seen before in school, making them novel and intriguing. The Beastmaster continent is home to various races. While humans primarily use beast mastering as their main ability, other races each have their own unique characteristics and specialties. Dwarves excel at blacksmithing, goblins at traps and mechanisms, elves at magic, orcs at physical strength and brutality, druids at communing with nature and versatile tactics, and the aquatic race at controlling water and the secrets of the deep sea. There are many other mysterious and powerful races, such as dragons and phoenixes. Some of these races have close ties with the human race, while others harbor deep animosity toward them. In any case, beast taming is not the only means of obtaining power on the continent. Among them, the elves, after years of development and interaction with humans, have established a complete magical industrial system. Nearly 90% of the magical scrolls on the continent originate from the elves. The true strength of elven magic lies in the fact that even an ordinary person can unleash powerful magic using spell scrolls. Take this Fireball Spell Scroll, for example. It has no usage restrictions, and once cast, its damage surpasses even the standard attacks of a Shadow Killer. Shadow Kill is a 45th level dominant tier beast pet. Even if it were a golden tier beast pet, it wouldn't reach this level of damage at 100th level. Of course, this does not take into account any equipment, runes, or other enhancements that the beast pet might have. However, the power of spell scrolls is evident. However, they are extremely expensive, and scrolls like the Fireball Spell Scroll, which provide immediate combat power, are limited in supply by the elf tribe. They are in high demand but scarce in supply, and you have to wait a long time to secure just a few. There are also other scrolls with unique features. In terms of damage, Zhang Xuan doesn't lack it, but if there's a suitable functional scroll, he could pick one. Yan Jiajia then took Zhang Xuan to see many strange and unusual items. Some were crafted by human artisans, while others were products of other races. The continent is home to countless bizarre materials, and if one were to categorize and collect them all, there would likely be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of types. Different materials and special items can be freely combined. Most combinations will fail, but some can still create items recognized by the world's will. Among humans, there are specialized organizations dedicated to developing such items. Description: it has the unique properties of never disappearing and emitting a pleasant fragrance. Although it looks disgusting, it smells like perfume. Even if you flush it down the toilet, it will still reappear before your eyes. What the heck is this? Zhang Xuan was completely baffled. This isn't a joke, is it? He looked at the other items and found many were similar, useless and bizarre. Yan Jiaojiao noticed his gaze and explained sheepishly, although these items are useless, some beast tamers love collecting odd and rare props and are willing to pay high prices for them. That's why we collect some in the warehouse as collectibles. Zhang Xuan nodded. The endless combination possibilities of these props could indeed spark a collecting obsession in many people. He scanned the area a few more times and suddenly noticed an item that looked much more ordinary. Beast Pet Capture Net Item. Description: can be used to capture wild monsters. Capture success rate is random. Capturing the same target multiple times may cause unpredictable changes. This looks interesting. Although he could hatch pet beast eggs with a single click, the channels for obtaining pet beast eggs were limited, but wild monsters were everywhere. He turned to Yan Jiaojiao. Can I choose this? Yan Jiaojiao nodded. Of course you can. You can choose anything here, but are you sure about this one? It has negative effects. I'll take it. Zhang Xuan tossed the pet capture net into his backpack. He had also noticed the last line in the description, uncontrollable changes, but he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, after looking around, there weren't many items that could function normally. Next, Yan Jiaojiao led him to the most valuable section of the warehouse. The pet beast egg section. Although the number of pet beast eggs here was far fewer than at the breeding center, those that the Yan family had stored in the warehouse were clearly of a certain quality. Yan Jiaojiao explained, all the pet beast eggs here are at least bronze grade, with some silver grade ones, and a few golden grade ones. Zhang Xuan had thought she would stop there, but to his surprise, she proceeded to specify the exact grade of each egg. She added, if you want to confirm your selection, we have a pet beast egg grade detector at home. This couldn't help but catch Zhang Xuan's attention. Though the Yin family's most precious pet beast eggs were likely not here, even gold grade eggs were worth hundreds of thousands of crystal stones on the outside. To just casually mention them like this showed a rather grand scale. Zhang Xuan asked again, and after listening to Yan Jiaojiao's introduction, he felt that the pet beast eggs here were all average for him. He didn't care whether they were black iron grade or golden grade, what mattered most was their potential for tracing their origins. Take the Xuanhua snake, for example. Though it was only bronze grade, it possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, making it more valuable to him than any diamond grade or star grade pet beast egg. What is that one? Zhang Xuan suddenly noticed an egg in the wooden box, but its surface was covered in dust, clearly neglected and untouched. Chapter 12: Phoenix Bloodline. Yan Jiaojiao paused for a moment before realizing, that one? That was obtained by an elder of our family in a secret realm long ago. This egg is star grade, the highest grade pet egg our family has ever obtained, and it is said to have some connection to the Phoenix clan. Therefore, the family placed great importance on it. If it could be hatched and developed properly, our Yin family might produce a 7th rank beast tamer. As she said this, Yan Jiaojiao shook her head, her expression tinged with regret. But later, the egg never hatched, no matter what spiritual items or treasures we used. Eventually, we consulted an elder from the Beast God Hall in Nanjiang province, who determined that the egg was a dead egg and couldn't be hatched. A dead egg, unable to hatch? Related to the Phoenix clan? Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. The Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan were renowned as the most elite races among demon beasts, extremely mysterious and rarely seen on the continent. As for it being unhatched, maybe the system could solve this problem? Since the other pet beast eggs weren't worth considering, he might as well take this one back and give it a try. Even if it doesn't hatch, it's not a loss. If I can recreate the Phoenix bloodline, that's a huge gain. Can I take it with me? What? Yan Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise, you want this egg? Zhang Xuan raised his eyebrows and said, what's wrong? Is this one no good? Yan Jiaojiao hurriedly waved her hands and said, no, of course you can. It's just a dead egg. You won't get anything out of it. My family put a lot of effort into it, so we keep it as a keepsake. Otherwise, we would have thrown it away long ago. Zhang Xuan smiled and said, I have a hobby, I like collecting strange and unusual things. None of the other pet beast eggs here have caught my interest. This. All right. Yan Jiaojiao suddenly remembered the tall knight on horseback beside him. His rank was likely diamond level or higher. If that was the case, it made perfect sense that he wouldn't be interested in a golden level pet beast egg. However, when she saw Zhang Xuan excitedly pick up the wooden box, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Finally, Zhang Xuan walked around again and selected a spell scroll. Point teleportation scroll. Description: set a marker at a location. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, you can teleport back to the marked location. Teleportation is not possible while in combat or when located in another dimension. Usable times: 10-10. In Zhang Xuan's opinion, this scroll was more practical than other offensive or defensive spell scrolls. This way, he could save a significant amount of travel time when clearing monsters in the future. He currently lacks flight capabilities, and the Black King, in its juvenile form, cannot carry him while flying. Traveling on foot is too arduous. In the end, Zhang Xuan selected 3 items: a beast pet net, a teleportation scroll, and an unhatched pet beast egg. Yan Zhaojiu personally escorted him to the mansion's gates and called for a driver. "Zhang Xuan, are we friends now?" She blinked her big, sparkling eyes and looked at him seriously. Zhang Xuan looked at the reward he had received and gave a sincere smile. How could it not count? Hee, that's good. The school mock exam is in 2 weeks. Don't forget. I'll have to compete with you then. No problem. Zhang Xuan almost forgot about it. The school was organizing a mock exam for all senior high school students, and according to the notice, it would be held in a dungeon. Following that would be the National Unified Entrance Exam for Beast Masters Academies, commonly known as the Unified Exam, which determined which academy one could attend. Different academies offer unique dungeons, secret realms, and various resources, with significant differences in quality. For example, the Qilin Beastmaster Academy, widely recognized as the top academy in Xia Kingdom, graduates students with an average Beastmaster rank of 5th tier upon completion. At first, his goal might have been to get into an ordinary Beastmaster Academy, but now his goal is the Qilin Academy, and he must strive to secure as many resources as possible. "Jiao, this student wants to compete with you, but he's no match for you." An untimely voice suddenly rang out, followed by a young man with a soft, delicate appearance walking over. He was the same young man who had been standing beside Yan Nantian earlier. Zhang Xuan hadn't reacted yet when Yan Zhaojiu furrowed her delicate brows. "Senior, please mind your manners. Also, just call me by my full name. Calling me like that sounds rather inappropriate." Cough. The young man covered his embarrassment with a dry cough and walked up to Zhang Xuan. He gave him a once-over from head to toe, then extended his hand and said in a casual tone, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Jin, a graduate of Guangning First High School from last year. I'm your senior. Last year, 3 students from Guangning were admitted to the Qilin Beastmaster Academy, and I was one of the lucky ones." Li Jin? Zhang Xian's expression grew peculiar. The name sounded familiar. He had heard it mentioned by classmates last year. They said he was from the Li family of beast tamers, possessed extraordinary talent, and had simultaneously controlled 3 beast pets during the college entrance exams, leaving everyone in awe. Teachers had cited him as a model example on multiple occasions. He had once held this name in high regard, but now that the real person spoke, it felt awkward and pretentious. He didn't reach out, just calmly replied, "So?" Li Jin's hand froze mid-air, his face flushing with anger. He had expected that upon hearing his name, the other party would be filled with awe and, upon seeing him extend his hand, would be even more overwhelmed with gratitude. But this was the attitude he received. Li Jin thought about maintaining the dignity of his beast-taming family and forced a smile. "To be honest, the special recruitment for the Qilin Academy in the South Jiang province was arranged by my teacher. As a beast tamer from Guangning City, I naturally want to support my hometown, so I strongly recommended my teacher to come to Guangning to observe the mock exams afterward. Who knows, we might discover some promising talent." He then looked at Yan Zhaojiu and smiled. "Zhaojiu, with your talent and the Yan family's background, you have a high chance of being noticed by my teacher. If you get the special recruitment spot, we'll be direct seniors and juniors once you enroll." Yan Zhaojiu was taken aback by the news but quickly shook her head, seeming unenthusiastic. "In terms of ability, Zhang Xuan is far stronger than me. If there really is a special admission this year, Guangning City's top choice will definitely be him." "Oh?" Li Jin's face twisted into an exaggerated smile as he looked at Zhang Xuan and said, "Could it be that I misjudged him? I haven't heard of any Zhang family of beast tamers in Guangning City. I wonder what kind of beast pet our junior has contracted. It must be of a high rank, right?" Zhang Xuan felt no anger at all, only amused, and replied casually, "It's decent. A bronze-ranked Xuanhua snake." "What? What did you say? I didn't catch that." Li Jin dug his ears and said with an extremely exaggerated expression, "Xuanhua snake? Chapter 13, Home. Junior, bringing such a trash pet to level up must be tough. What were you thinking, daring to go to the Panlong Mountains? The wilderness isn't a joke. Someone like you, a beast tamer, should just stick to manual labor with your pet." As he spoke, Li Jin cast another glance at Zhang Xuan, noticing his handsome features and towering posture. Suddenly, it seemed as though he had come to understand something, and a pang of envy welled up in his heart. He then turned to Yan Zhaojiu and said meaningfully, "Zhaojiu, you are the daughter of the Yan family. The one who deserves to stand by your side should be a prodigy from the Qilin Beast Academy, not an ordinary person destined for a mediocre life. Yan Zhaojiu was furious upon hearing this and blurted out, "You." Li Jin was a longtime family friend, and their relationship had always been decent. Yan Zhaojiu had always held him in some respect, but she never expected him to act like he had lost his mind, fixating on Zhang Xuan. She feared that Zhang Xuan might develop a negative impression of the Yan family because of him. At that moment, Zhang Xuan finally spoke. He shook his head slowly and smiled faintly. "Mr. Li, right? Although I haven't been there yet, I imagine that among the students of the Qilin Academy, someone of your caliber wouldn't exactly be considered top tier, would you?" Li Jin's aura faltered for a moment, then he raised his head and said, "Within the academy, I'm naturally only average. But anyone from the academy who steps into the outside world is a genius you couldn't begin to comprehend. Junior, the outside world is vast. Once you've seen it, you'll realize how insignificant you truly are." Zhang Xuan exhaled, no longer looking at him, and instead smiled at Yan Zhao. Well, if everyone at Qilin Academy is like this, they might as well change the name to Foolish Bird Academy. Put. Yan Zhaojia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Jin's image in her eyes had plummeted to the lowest possible level, so she no longer bothered to maintain any pretense of politeness, laughing like a silver bell. "You!" Li Jin's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Before he could think of a retort, Zhang Xuan waved his hand, got into the Yan family's car, and drove off. Phew! Li Jin exhaled deeply, comforting himself not to stoop to the level of a mud-legged beast tamer. He then turned to Yan Zhaojiu and said, "Zhaojiu, the teacher will be coming to Guangning to observe the mock exams. You must perform well and secure a special admission spot. Also, when that kid shows his true colors, you'll see that he's not even in the same league as you. Wasting time on him is sheer folly." Yan Zhaojiu rolled her eyes in disgust and shook her head. "You're wrong. He'll definitely make a name for himself in the mock exams. If your teacher really comes, he won't let such a genius slip away." Him? Li Jin couldn't understand. He thought Yan Zhaojiu was just a naive teenager, infatuated with someone, and had been deceived by the other party, so she made up a story about being saved by Zhang Xuan, using their own resources to reward an outsider. In his eyes, Zhang Xuan was just a pretty-faced upstart trying to climb the social ladder. But now Yan Zhaojiu was so decisive, didn't she fear being exposed later? But Yan Zhaojiu didn't want to hear another word from him. She walked away directly, leaving Li Jin's face alternating between red and white. Finally, he clenched his teeth and muttered to himself. "Fine, Zhang Xuan, I'll remember that. We'll see what you're capable of." Back in the old streets of Guangning City, it was already dark. Zhang Xuan pushed open the door to his home. Though cramped and crowded, this was the place where he had spent 18 years of his life, the place that felt warm and dear to him. "Uncle Air, I'm back." "Ah Xian?" A man's voice echoed, followed by a middle-aged man emerging from the kitchen. He looked weathered, leaning on his waist as he walked, and his features bore a faint resemblance to Zhang Xuan. A teenager came out of the room upon hearing the voices. "Brother, why did you come back so late? Did you get any pet eggs at the breeding center today?" The two were Zhang Xian's uncle, Zhang Tai, and his cousin, Zhang Chen. Zhang Xian's parents had once been third-tier beast masters, but they had tragically perished during a secret realm expedition organized by the guild when Zhang Xian was still a child. Such incidents were not uncommon among beast tamers. Newly discovered secret realms often harbored countless unknown dangers, claiming the lives of many beast tamers each time. Afterward, Zhang Xuan received compensation from his parents' guild, but he became an orphan. Fortunately, his uncle adopted him and raised him like his own son over the years, and he also developed a close bond with his cousin. Zhang Tai had no natural talent for beast taming and was only a first-tier beast tamer, with 2 beast pets, both of which were black iron ranked. Going into the wild to fight monsters offered little prospects and high risks, and no one would hire him to train others, so he could only take his beast pets to do menial labor and earn a meager living. In fact, among beast tamers of commoner origin, many survive in this manner. The lack of innate resources has effectively blocked the path for most people. Zhang Tai examined Zhang Xuan carefully, saw that he was unharmed, and relaxed. With a smile on his face, he headed back to the kitchen while saying, "Your teacher mentioned that many students have gone into the wilderness. I was worried you might be too reckless. It's good that you're safe. You truly are your older brother's son. Today is the day you officially become a beast tamer. It's a joyous occasion. Let's prepare a few extra dishes and have some wine." Zhang Xuan hurried into the kitchen. "Uncle, let me help. Your back isn't good." Go on. Your uncle used to be a chef. Cooking is my job. Then I'll chop the vegetables for you." Zhang Chen raised his hand. "I'll wash the dishes and chopsticks." On the small round table, there were 6 dishes and a soup, steamed spare ribs, pickled cabbage with pork intestines, spicy chicken, and braised eggplant, all of which were Zhang Xian's favorites. Uncle Zhang's cooking was truly excellent, and the 2 brothers dug in with gusto. Zhang Chen, halfway through his meal, asked, "Brother, what kind of beast pet did you contract today? I'm dying to know." He was in his second year of high school and was still studying beast-taming theory every day. He had always looked forward to becoming a beast tamer next year, just like the protagonists in the novels, and creating his own legend as a beast tamer. Thud. Ouch, Dad, why did you kick me? Zhang Tai glared at him. The food isn't good? Can't you keep your mouth shut? Zhang Xuan smiled. He knew his uncle was worried he didn't want to answer the question, because ordinary beast tamers always hoped they'd be the lucky ones when they received their pet beast eggs, but reality always poured cold water on their dreams. Every year, the news would report stories like XXX obtained a golden tier beast pet from the breeding center or XXX found a diamond tier demon beast cub in the wild. However, these were nothing but unattainable dreams in reality. He thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, I should be able to get into the Beastmaster Academy this year." Clatter! Zhang Tai's chopsticks fell onto the table. His voice trembled as he asked, "Really, really?" He quickly slapped his own mouth. Chapter 14, Second Tier Quest. If my nephew says so, he must be confident. He knew Zhang Xian's personality mature beyond his years, he wouldn't make empty promises. If he said he could get into the Beastmaster Academy, it must mean he'd been offered an exceptionally good beast pet. For commoners, those who manage to get into the academy and graduate successfully can lead a very decent life. Back then, my older brother couldn't get in, and later he became a third-tier Beastmaster through his own efforts and some luck, but the journey was extremely arduous, and he nearly lost his life to monsters in the wilderness on multiple occasions. I once heard him mention that his greatest wish for Xian was for him to enroll in the Beastmaster Academy for further education, so that he could lead a smoother life in the future. Zhang Tai sighed inwardly. "Big brother, your wish has been fulfilled." He quickly blinked to prevent tears from welling up. "Uncle believes in you. Come on, let us drink to that. Dad, count me in too." The next day, Zhang Xian arrived at the Beast God's branch hall in Guangning City. Since the ancient days when humanity and the Beast God forged a contract granting humans the ability to control beasts, the Beast God Hall had become the most important official organization in every human kingdom. All functions related to beast taming must go through the Beast God Hall. Beast tamers promotions, the opening of public dungeons, and beast tamer transactions all take place here. Each major province of the Xia Kingdom has a Beast God Hall, where different beast gods are worshipped. The main hall of the Beast God Temple in the Nanjiang province worships Ming, said to be a deep-sea beast god. While the first beast god of the Xia Kingdom is Qilin, venerated at the Imperial Beast God Temple in the capital. The Qilin Beast Tamer Academy derives its name from this deity. Qilin commands all beasts in the Xia Kingdom, safeguarding its destiny. With Qilin and its 10 subordinate beast gods stationed there, beast masters of the Xia Kingdom can withstand the abyss and secure their place on the continent. Every city has a beast god subtemple, which borrow the divine aura to protect the city. Otherwise, all areas would be overrun by wilderness. "Hello, may I assist you today?" In the main hall of the branch temple, a graceful attendant dressed in a uniform greeted Zhang Xian with a smile. Zhang Xian replied, "Hello, I'm here to advance to the second-tier Beastmaster." Promotion? The attendant was surprised. She estimated Zhang Xian to be around the same age as her younger brother, likely a high school senior who had just become a beast tamer. How could he already be thinking about advancing so quickly? She kindly reminded him, "Young man, promotion tasks are quite challenging, and you only have 3 attempts. Once you use them all, you will never be able to advance again." Zhang Xian nodded. "I understand. I'm fully prepared." He had already researched the second-tier Beastmaster promotion task in advance. As long as the highest level of his beast pet did not exceed level 45, he could accept the task. If it exceeded that, he would have to choose the third-tier Beastmaster promotion task instead. Ing Sha had just reached level 45, and the promotion task came with rewards. Although the third-tier task should not be too difficult for him, Zhang Xian did not want to skip the second-tier task, so he hurried to the branch hall. For other new beast masters, who had only received their pet eggs yesterday, they could barely reach level 10 in a day. Only those from prominent families who had already been arranged by their clans and successfully contracted their pets early on could reach higher pet levels at this stage. However, they wouldn't choose to advance too early either. They would usually wait until they were fully prepared before doing so. "Alright, then come with your sister." The attendant led Zhang Xian to a secret room on the second floor of the branch hall. As staff of the Beast God Branch Hall, they were required to assist beast tamers with their advancement requests, so she could only inform him of the precautions. Opening the door to the secret room, they saw intricate inscriptions covering the walls. In the center stood a pedestal with a gemstone embedded in it. Place your hand on the advancement gem to verify your identity and receive your advancement task. However, I should remind you that advancement tasks are rated on several levels. Higher ratings grant better rewards, which will be beneficial for your future path. Even if you're confident you can pass now, it's best to level up your main battle pet as much as possible before advancing. Thanks for the reminder. I think I'll give it a try now. Zhang Xian said with a smile. All right. The attendant girl sighed helplessly and closed the door to the secret room for him. She had seen newcomers like him before, who had just become beast tamers and were already trying to advance. They were indeed impossible to persuade. Fortunately, there are 3 chances to advance. This time was wasted, but it serves as a lesson. Later, when this young man comes out, she'll talk to him properly about what preparations to make before the next advancement. Zhang Xuan walked to the pillar platform, placed his hand on the gemstone, and immediately, a series of light screens appeared. Beast Tamer information verifying. Beast Tamer name, Zhang Xuan, rank, 1st, current highest beast pet level, LV.45. Promotion conditions met. Proceed with promotion now? Yes. Ranking task matching, 2nd rank, loading ranking instance. In the sealed room, inscriptions flickered, forming a magical array beneath Zhang Xian's feet. In the next instant, he vanished from his original location. After teleporting, he found himself in a sealed underground space. The area resembled a stage, with him standing at one end and a massive rhino-like monster at the other. Earth-digging rhino LV.40. Attributes, health 30,000 30,000. Physical attack 500, magic attack 300. Physical defense 300, magic defense 200. Skills, earth-splitting charge, barbaric collision, brutal trample. This rhino is significantly larger than a tree spirit, with a sharp, thick horn on its head, giving it a rather intimidating appearance. A level 40 monster with 30,000 HP? Zhang Xian recalled the reminder from the young lady earlier. She was right, the advancement quest wasn't as simple as it seemed. Though this rhinoceros was 10 levels lower than the tree spirit, its HP was a full 10,000 higher than that of an elite tier tree spirit. However, its attack and defense attributes were somewhat lackluster. A first-tier beast tamer, without equipment or item enhancements, could only accommodate 3 beasts in their beast-taming space. If the 3 beasts were all of a higher level, even if their grades weren't great, they could work together to wear down the digging rhino. The digging rhino noticed an outsider on the stage. Its lazy body, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up, panting heavily, as if ready to attack at any moment. However, both it and Zhang Xian were surrounded by a layer of light shields, preventing them from moving. Current preparation time, 15 seconds. Promotion requirements, survive the digging rhinoceros's attacks for 5 minutes to pass, and you will be promoted to a 2nd-tier beast tamer. Defeating the earth-digging rhinoceros is considered excellent. Promotion rating, unqualified, qualified, excellent, outstanding, perfect. Higher ratings mean richer rewards. Keep up the good work, young beast master. So all you have to do is survive for 5 minutes to pass. Zhang Xian thought back to the information he had researched earlier. Chapter 15, 1 second. The Beast God Branch Hall of Guangning City would publish some information for everyone to view publicly. For example, the pass rate for the 2nd-tier advancement tasks over the years was a mere 27%. This data does not calculate the pass rate for beast tamers' first promotion attempts. Instead, it is calculated uniformly regardless of attempts. If only successful attempts were counted, the rate would likely be halved. The pass rate for 3rd-tier advancement is only 9%. The pass rate for the 4th rank is less than 1%. For 5th tier and above, the Beast God Branch Hall cannot provide services, and advancement must be conducted at the main Beast God Hall. The pass rate statistics for 2nd-tier tasks are the most detailed, including not only the overall pass rate but also the percentage distribution of each rating. A total of 27% passed, but the excellent rating was less than 0.1%, which is incredibly high. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. Surviving 5 minutes under monster attacks only requires the beast tamer's pets to avoid being severely injured within that time frame. While defeating the opponent is an entirely different matter. Those who can achieve this are either beast masters from prominent families with abundant resources and higher-tiered beast pets, or those who have spent a long time grinding at the first stage, gaining extensive experience and leveling their beast pets to the maximum level of 45. Moving up further, the excellent rating has only been achieved once in the past 5 years according to the data. As for the perfect rating, Guangning City has not seen a single one in the past 10 years. To achieve a perfect rating in the 2nd-tier advancement task, one must kill the earth-digging rhinoceros within 30 seconds. This is virtually an impossible task. Since the monsters in the advancement dungeon remain largely unchanged over time, various strategies and techniques have been thoroughly documented. Currently, some strategy experts have concluded that to kill the earth-digging rhinoceros with its thick health bar within such a short time, the main battle pet's grade must be at least star rank or above. However, among the few 6th-tier beast masters in Guangning, their main battle pets are only diamond tier, and they obtain them through various means only after reaching a higher tier. A 1st-tier beast master with a star-tier beast pet would likely only be found in the top-tier beast master families of Xia Kingdom, where such luxury is possible. Time is ticking down. Once the 15 seconds are up, the light barrier will disappear, and the challenge will officially begin. Black King, come out. Zhang Xian called out softly, and ripples spread through the air as the little black dragon emerged from the beast's summoning space. Ah woo. Zhang Xian smiled, I didn't let you join the fight against the tree spirit earlier. You must have been getting impatient. This one is yours. Take it down quickly. Roar. The little black dragon narrowed its pale golden dragon eyes at the earth-digging rhinoceros, its gaze filled with disdain. Meanwhile, the massive rhinoceros across from it, upon seeing the much smaller Black King, began to tremble, its body radiating anxiety and unease. Under the dragon's aura, it had already sensed fear. 15 seconds passed quickly. As the light barrier vanished, the Black King opened its mouth. Dragon flame. Intense, thick, deep red flames erupted like molten lava, sweeping toward the earth-digging rhinoceros and carrying an unstoppable aura of death. The rhinoceros's large eyes were filled with human-like fear. Its body twisted, and it tried to turn and flee. However, the dragon flame's speed was too swift to evade. Before it could fully turn, the flames had already engulfed its body. Boom! 143,000. 10 times the magical damage ignited instantly. The opponent's magical defense seemed pitifully weak at that moment. The raging flames engulfed it completely in an instant, and the rhinoceros couldn't even take a single step before its health bar was vaporized. Your beast pet Black King Flaming Black Dragon has defeated the earth-splitting Rhino LV-40 in 1 second. The system's voice lagged for a moment, as if it had encountered an unforeseen situation. The Black King activated its skill the moment the light barrier shattered, and by the time the flames reached the rhino, it had indeed taken only 1 second. After a brief pause, the announcement sounded again, this time with a tone tinged with excitement. Your clearance time has broken the record for the second-tier promotion task Guangning City, earning you the rating, World Shaking. World Shaking? Zhang Xuan froze. Had the hidden evaluation been triggered? You have successfully advanced to second-tier Beast Master. Your Beast Pet Strength feedback has increased by 2%, and the upper limit of your Beast Master space has been increased by 1. At the first tier, the strength feedback was 1% of the total attributes of the Beast Pets, while at the second tier it was 2%. The increase wasn't significant, but the main benefit was being able to contract one more Beast Pet. However, an unprecedented evaluation should come with some high-value rewards, right? Zhang Xuan felt a sense of anticipation. Soon. Due to your remarkable performance, the Beast God has cast a glance upon you, granting you the Beast God's blessing. Blessing of the Beast God, maximum capacity of the beast taming space increased by 2, Beast Pet Strength feedback increased to 10%, obtained 1 substitute puppet, and gained 1 million Beast Pet experience points. Due to your extraordinary encounter, the Beast God intends to grant you protection, granting the buff, Ethereal Being. Before his eyes, several massive, majestic figures appeared faintly in the air. Their aura was extremely ancient and powerful, like facing the vastness of mountains and seas, leaving one in awe. However, these illusions lasted only a moment before fading away, accompanied by a few indistinct whispers. Those are the beast gods of my Xia kingdom? Zhang Xuan was deeply shaken. Though it had only lasted a few seconds, the overwhelming aura made him unable to look directly at them, even though they hadn't intentionally exerted any pressure on him. The existence of the beast gods was something every beast tamer had heard about since childhood, and they naturally held them in the highest regard. Zhang Xuan silently recited a few words in his heart before checking the rewards. The limit of the beast tamer's space increased by 2 again. Combined with the effect of the shadow ring he was wearing, the number of beasts he could currently contract reached 7. Currently, the only contracted beasts were the Black King and Shadow Slayer. Filling the remaining 5 slots would undoubtedly boost his combat power significantly. The Beast Pet Strength feedback had reached 10%, which was originally only achievable at the 4th tier Beast Tamer stage. Achieving this early meant that, with Zhang Xuan's current attributes, he didn't even need his beast pets to fight. He could take on the recently encountered earth-digging rhinoceros with just a few punches. The pet experience points were directly granted 1 million, and 2 notifications of pet level upgrades appeared. Black King jumped from level 43 to 70. Shadow Kill rose from level 45 to 71. Attributes have surged significantly. Substitute Puppet Prop. Description: a prop imbued with powerful rule-based energy. When you die, you immediately return to your previous state, randomly teleport to a location, and leave a substitute behind at your original position. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. The Beast God was indeed generous. This item was invincible for survival. Even if he was revived, he wouldn't have to worry about being guarded by others. There was also a new term that appeared on his interface. Ethereal Being Buff. Description: all your information cannot be detected by any means other than divine intervention. Everything seen is an illusion. Duration: 1 year. This. Zhang Xuan realized that if the description was what he suspected, this thing was no less powerful than a substitute puppet, and might even be more effective. Chapter 16, Shock. Earlier, he had been contemplating how to help his divine tier beast pet survive the early stages. If it were targeted by a beast tamer of 7th rank or higher, especially one with hostile intentions, it would be quite challenging to handle. Now this problem should be mostly resolved. Zhang Xuan looked at the attributes of Black King and Shadow Kill. After reaching level 70, Black King's HP had reached a staggering 900,000, with physical attack and magic attack both at 80,000. Thanks to the Dragon Bloodline's enhancement, his magic defense had reached an absurd 800,000. Yingsha's HP exceeded 120,000, with physical attack over 8,000 and magical attack slightly lower at over 6,000. If these stats were revealed, they would already be enough to astonish many people, but compared to the Black King, they were still too underwhelming. There's no way around it. Divine tier beast pets not only have incredibly high initial stats but also have growth potential that's absurdly exaggerated. Each level up increases HP by 10,000 and attack power by 1,000, truly terrifying. This is just the juvenile form. Once the beast pet enters its growth phase, its attributes will increase even more. If the existence of the Black King were to be known to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. At least, none of the top few beast tamers in Xia Kingdom currently possess a divine tier beast pet. Because divine tier beast pets, when fully evolved, become beast gods. Humans seek protection from beast gods, but no one has ever managed to form a contract with one. Zhang Xuan looked at his interface again. With 10% pet attribute feedback, his health had surpassed 100,000, his attack power was nearly 9,000, his physical defense was nearly 9,000, and his magical defense exceeded 80,000. With the Black King as a game-breaking advantage, he had become a human-shaped boss himself. At that moment, in an unknown location, towering waves crashed violently, as if an incredibly majestic being was rising and falling within the vast ocean. Above the sky, rays of light shone brightly, and auspicious clouds gathered. An elderly man with a serene expression peered through a layer of water, watching the figure of a young man. Amidst the waves, a giant whale breaks the surface, speaking in human language. Master, your primordial divine energy is now incredibly precious. Why waste it on a mere human to conceal his destiny? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Ming, in all these years, have you ever seen a human boy so insignificant yet capable of being recognized as the master by the Imperial Dragon Clan? The whale remained silent. Indeed, I have never seen such a one. The Dragon Emperor has been gone for far too long, and his offspring have either vanished or fallen into the abyss. This human, indeed, holds many secrets. The old man's voice echoed, the tide of the abyss is unstoppable. My divine soul's wounds cannot be healed in this realm. Hoarding this divine energy is of no use. It would be better to use it to protect the chosen one of heaven. Perhaps it will bring about a turning point. The giant whale's tone turned surprised. You mean, this boy is? The old man shook his head. It's merely a possibility. The chosen one may not be the only one. If he truly possesses the divine mandate, he would naturally cause a greater commotion and come before us. I am merely going with the flow. He then looked at the giant whale. Ming, your divine domain has yet to be fully stabilized after all these centuries. You must pay more attention to it. The giant whale sank into the depths of the sea, its muffled voice echoing, Master, that creature to the west is too troublesome. His proxy has been attacking my followers. The old man chuckled. That young man was quite close to you just now. Perhaps he can assist you. The giant whale was about to respond when the old man's figure dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. In this vast expanse, only endless waves remained. In the beast god's branch temple of Guangning City, Lin Ru closed the door to the secret room and turned to go downstairs. She wondered if the young man from earlier could survive for 5 minutes. After contracting her first beast pet, it had taken over a year for its combat power to reach its maximum limit before she attempted the advancement. She had originally planned to defeat the dungeon monsters and achieve an excellent rating. Unfortunately, she had overestimated herself, and in the end, she only passed with a passing grade. However, if this younger brother could really hold on for 5 minutes, with more patience and leveling up, he might just achieve an excellent rating. Once qualified, one would advance to a second-tier beast tamer, and advancement could not be repeated. Thinking about it, it was still a bit disappointing. If I had achieved an excellent rating, the difficulty of advancing to the third tier would be much lower in the future. Lin Ru shook her head. Why was she thinking so much today? Yesterday was the day when the Guangning Breeding Center distributed pet beast eggs. He had just contracted a pet beast. How could he possibly pass the advancement in just one day? Once he experiences it once, he won't act recklessly next time. As Lin Ru sat down at her workstation, a message suddenly appeared on the holographic screen. The message turned red and began flashing continuously. She startled. This indicated the highest level of alert. Had something happened in the surrounding areas of Guangning, or had the main palace issued an emergency order? She read it carefully, muttering the words aloud. First-tier beast tamer Zhang Xuan has completed the advancement to second-tier beast tamer in 1 second. As she uttered the last word, Lin Ru instinctively let out a startled cry before covering her mouth. She checked repeatedly to confirm she hadn't misread it. Zhang Xuan. Isn't that the handsome young man from earlier? Just a few minutes ago, when Lin Ru was verifying the information, it was this name. But, how is that possible? Passing the test in 1 second? Lin Ru's first thought was that the system had malfunctioned. But the Beast God Temple's system had never malfunctioned before. Why would it happen today of all days? Just as she was feeling confused, Zhang Xuan walked down from the second floor and waved at her. I've got it sorted. I'll be going now. Oh, okay. Lin Ru nodded instinctively. After a few seconds, she realized what had happened and quickly stood up. Wait. However, Zhang Xuan was already out of sight. She had no choice but to turn around and sit back down. Before long, a figure stumbled and rushed over. Lin Ru looked up. Wang Zhuweisher? The man was Manhwa, the head of the Beast God branch hall in Guangning City. Lin Ru rarely saw this senior figure from the branch hall, and as she was about to greet him nervously, Manhwa panted heavily and slapped the table. Where is the beast tamer who just passed the second-tier promotion dungeon? Where is he? His excited yet anxious expression startled Lin Ru, who stammered, he just left. Left? Wang Hua's voice rose 8 octaves, how could you just let him leave like that? He turned to run out, but quickly turned back. Quick, open his information so I can take a look. Oh. Lin Ru fumbled with the registration information. Zhang Xuan. Guangning First High School, became a beast tamer yesterday, contracted a pet beast. Why can't I see it? Wang Hua furrowed his brows. The other party's information was incomplete. Given the authority of the Beast God's branch hall, it shouldn't be possible to not find it. Wang Hua racked his brain, then suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that? Chapter 17, Level 11 Permissions. Could it be? Wang Hua considered a possibility, reopened a holographic screen, and placed his hand on it. Permission verification in progress? Current permission holder, Wang Hua, status, Deputy Director of the Guangning Beast God Branch. Permission level, Level 5. Please select the matter to inquire about. Level 5 Beast God Hall permissions were the highest available in Guangning City. Generally, ordinary Beast Masters only have Level 1 to Level 2 permissions in the Beast God Hall, with permissions limited to querying public information, applying for promotion tasks, trading, and other basic matters related to Beast Mastery. Level 3 and above require sufficient strength and significant contributions to the Beast God Hall. The latter can be achieved either by completing publicly posted bounty missions from the Beast God Hall or by being an internal member of the Beast God Hall. Level 5 access is the standard for the heads of each Beast God subtemple. Wang Hua chose to inquire about Zhang Xian's personal information. With his permissions, he could view all information about ordinary beast tamers in Guangning City from birth to the present. However, a piece of information quickly popped up, causing Wang Hua's pupils to contract sharply. Warning! The permissions for the current query target are too high. Please stop the unauthorized access. The warning is highlighted in red and flashes 3 times in succession. What? Wang Hua and Lin Ru, standing beside him, were both stunned. A rookie beast tamer who had just participated in a second-tier promotion mission had permissions so high that even the deputy hall master couldn't query them, and was even receiving a warning? Wang Hua's expression grew serious. He suddenly thought of someone and immediately picked up his communicator. Seniorly, it's like this. 3 minutes later, a powerful aura surged outside the Beast God branch hall, causing passers-by to look up in horror. A massive winged beast, so large it blocked out the sky, soared toward them, with an elderly man dressed in black and gold robes standing atop it. What grade of beast pet is that? My fireflame sparrow is trembling in fear. I don't know, but it must be at least star rank or higher. Look, his robe has the emblem of the Southern Jiang Beast God Hall. It must be a high-ranking figure from the Beast God Hall visiting Guangning. As the crowd marveled, the massive winged beast landed, then flickered with light and returned to the old man's beast riding space. The old man stepped into the Beast God's branch hall. Wang Hua, why did you summon me? Is there any sign of the Dragon Clan? Since that day in the Dark Forest, he had not seen any traces of the Dragon Clan reappear. He had returned to Guangning City and investigated the beast tamers who had stayed in the surrounding area that day. However, there had been no progress in the past 2 days, and he was growing increasingly anxious. The appearance of the Dragon Clan anywhere in Xia Kingdom was an absolute major incident, let alone under the jurisdiction of the South Jiang Beast God Hall. It was impossible to ignore it. Now that there was no trace to follow, he was deeply concerned that the Dragon Clan's next appearance might cause large-scale destruction. Wang Hua stammered, it's not that, elderly. It's just that there's a newly contracted beastmaster in Guangning City who advanced to the 2nd rank today at the branch temple. Elderly furrowed his brows, his stern face flushing with anger. Why did you summon me for such a trivial matter? Clan heirs using family resources to contract a 40th tier beast pet to advance their cultivation is nothing unusual. It's just forcing growth and seeking attention. I've seen it all before. You're also a member of the Beast God Hall. If you have the time, help me investigate the urgent matters at hand first. Wang Hua was intimidated by the elder's aura, his face turning pale, but he quickly explained, no, elder, this person isn't from the few beast-taming families in Guangning, and his clearing time was just 1 second. What? Elderly was equally stunned by the news. 1 second? Unlike Lin Ru, he didn't consider the possibility of a system error in the branch temple. Because every outpost of the Beast God Hall is controlled by the will of the Beast God, there is no such thing as an error. While the content of the advancement tasks varies across cities, the difficulty remains the same. The fastest time he knew of for clearing the second stage in Xia Kingdom was over 20 seconds. How could it be done in just 1 second? Though this was merely a second-tier advancement task, it was child's play in his eyes, and there was no such thing as a national record for it. However, even if any powerful individual were placed in the state of a first-tier beast tamer from back then, they couldn't achieve this. Wait a moment. It felt like a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. An extremely rare dragon-like figure appeared in an inconspicuous low-risk wilderness area of a small town. A rookie beastmaster who had only recently contracted a beast was directly undertaking a second-tier promotion task and had achieved the impossible conditions for completion. Elder Li's face trembled slightly. Everything seemed to be connecting. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Manhwa in a furious tone. "Where is this young man's personal information? Get it to me immediately." Manhwa had also thought of the same thing in an instant. There was a high probability that the two were somehow connected. Seeing the other's reaction, his expression twisted into a bitter grimace. "Elder, I don't have the necessary permissions." "What? Get out of the way, I'll handle it." Elder Li rushed to the light screen. The systems of the Beast God's branch hall were interconnected, so searching here was the same as searching at the South Jiang Beast God's Hall. Current authorized user, Li Mingshan, status, Deputy Hallmaster and Senior Elder of the South Jiang Beast God Hall. Permission level, level 8. Please select the query item. 8th level permissions were rare even within the Beast God Hall system. Above that is the 9th level permission of the Hall Master. Above that is the Palace Master of the Qilin Beast God Palace, the first Beast God Palace in the Xia Kingdom, holding level 10 permissions, meaning there is only one such individual nationwide. "Let me see what you're really made of," Li Mingshan murmured. "Attention! The permissions of the current query target are too high. The querier does not have permission to view." Wang Hua, who had been watching from behind, saw the message pop up and was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the ground. Level 8 and no access? Where did such a person come from in Guangning City? Li Mingshan was also hard to believe. Then he said in a low voice, "Please display the target's permission level." This time, the holographic screen displayed new information. Guangning City, Zhang Xuan, access level. Level 11. 10. Level 11? Wang Hua stood frozen in place, his mind in complete disarray. Li Mingshan doubted his own eyes and blinked hard. A permission level surpassing that of the Dragon God Temple's Dragon God. Possibly controlling the Dragon Clan. Li Mingshan remained silent for a long time before suddenly turning his head and speaking slowly. "What you saw today must not be revealed to a fourth person. Do you understand?" Wang Hua and Lin Ru tensed up and nodded quickly. Especially Lin Ru, who had previously regarded Zhang Xuan as a kind-faced younger brother, now couldn't help but groan inwardly. "Oh my god! What kind of person have I encountered?" Li Mingshan thought for a moment and asked, "In the information Zhang Xuan can access, besides the recent contract, he should still be a student at a certain middle school in Guangning, right?" Chapter 18, Forced Incubation. Wang Hua quickly dialed a number and received a response 3 minutes later. "That's correct. Among those who recently contracted pet beast eggs at the Guangning Breeding Center, there's only one named Zhang Xuan. He's a senior at Guangning First High School." This information was easy to verify and was not restricted by the Beast God Temple's access permissions. A student from Guangning First High School. Li Mingshan narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then said, "Perfect. The college entrance exams are approaching, and I have no other urgent matters at the moment. Let us take a look at the new generation of beast tamers in Guangning and see if there are any talented individuals." "Ah, but..." Wang Hua was taken aback. "What's wrong? Not welcome?" Wang Hua hurriedly waved his hands and said, No. I meant, should we notify them?" Li Mingshan shook his head. "No need. It's not official business. Just arrange an identity for me when the time comes." Regarding Zhang Xian's authority level exceeding the 10-level limit, the two of them actually saw different things. Wang Hua took it very seriously, but at the same time he was shocked and couldn't understand it, and he speculated that the other party might have some other identity. For Li Mingshan, as the deputy chamberlain of the Southern Jiang Beast God Hall, having access to the hall's core secrets, he couldn't help but think that the other party might have some connection to the Beast God. Within the Beast God Hall, there was an ironclad rule. Any matter related to the Beast God of Xia Kingdom is a matter concerning the fate of Xia Kingdom. Members of the Beast God Hall must fully support and cooperate, and must not obstruct or neglect such matters. Therefore, Li Mingshan sought to use proper channels to learn more about this young man and determine if he could offer any assistance. After completing his second-tier advancement, Zhang Xuan is now an official second-tier beast tamer. Among common beast masters, second tier is already the aspiration of many. Reaching this rank allows one to join training groups and earn substantial rewards, rather than performing tedious manual labor with beast pets every day. Over time, this could even cause the beast pet's loyalty to drop to extremely low levels, leading it to eventually flee. Zhang Xian's father had also spent years of effort and relied on some luck to become a third-tier beast tamer. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. If his father were still alive, he would be proud of him. Each advancement in Beast Tamer rank requires at least 1 month between stages, so he cannot advance to the 3rd rank for now. Moreover, after experiencing the rewards of the shocking spirit rating, Zhang Xuan was determined to aim for this rating in every subsequent advancement. Therefore, before the mock exam, it was time to grind his levels relentlessly. After leaving a message for his uncle in Zhang Xuan set out on his second journey outside the city. This time, his destination was the Panlong Mountains. The area is large enough, and there are plenty of monsters you could keep grinding there for months without a problem. After defeating the Dark Lord, Zhang Xuan obtained 1,000 crystal stones. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster camp outside the city, he found a reliable shop and purchased enough food to sustain himself for half a month, as well as materials to quickly construct a simple shelter. The latter was originally a magical creation of the elven race, but later the human race learned to replicate and mass-produce it. It wasn't expensive, costing only 500 crystal stones. He then used a teleportation scroll to mark the location on the windy plains and spent 50 crystal stones to board the wilderness train. The wilderness train was typically used by beast tamers without flying beasts, with several routes connecting cities to various wilderness areas. The one Zhang Xuan was currently on was heading toward the Dragon's Spine Mountains. However, passengers must disembark in advance, as entering the mountain range itself carries a high risk of encountering monsters. Upon reaching the final stop, several other beast tamers disembarked alongside Zhang Xuan. The Panlong Mountains are vast and rich in resources, making them the most frequently visited wilderness area for beast tamers from several surrounding cities. Young man, traveling alone? Why not join our guild group? We'll look out for you, and you won't have to pay. We'll split the loot based on your contribution. Zhang Xuan turned to look and saw a group of 7 people. From their conversation, they seemed to be a gold farming group from some Beastmaster guild in Guangning. Such groups generally have stronger combat capabilities than ordinary training groups, as guilds aren't something anyone can just start. The one who spoke was a burly man with a cheerful demeanor. Zhang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks, big brother, but I'll stick to going solo. After saying that, he turned and stepped into the forest. Among the burly man's group, a tall, slender woman said, "This young guy is so bold, going into the Panlong Mountains alone? He doesn't look like someone from a Beastmaster family either." This area was frequently visited by disciples of the Guangning beast-taming clan, such as the Yan and Li families, who came here to train. However, they always had their clan teams for protection. Going alone here was extremely dangerous, as they could easily be surrounded by monsters. The burly man smiled and said, "Maybe he's strong and confident. Let's get to work. We need to kill a few tree spirits today. Let's go." The group headed in the direction of the withered tree valley where Zhang Xuan had passed through last time. As they made their way through the mountainous terrain, they gradually lost sight of any other beast tamers. You have entered the Panlong Mountain Range Yueling Mountain region. Monsters of LV.80 or higher roam here. Proceed with caution. Moon Spirit Mountain? Zhang Xuan arrived at a higher elevation with excellent visibility. According to this should be a higher level monster area. Seeing the surrounding area was quiet with no units in sight, Zhang Xuan summoned Black King and Shadow Slayer first. Black King, Shadow Slayer, keep an eye on the surroundings. Black King growled in response, then soared into the air above the mountainous terrain, circling overhead. With his keen vision, he could see everything within 100 miles. Shadow Slayer planted his long spear heavily into the ground and silently stood guard beside Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan finally took out an object, the egg he had obtained from the Yan family's warehouse. He rubbed his hands together. Yan Jiaojiao shouldn't have lied. If it truly contained the bloodline of a phoenix, it might just shine brightly in his hands. Now it all depended on whether the golden finger could work on this so-called dead egg. System, give me the one-click upgrade. Intense energy fluctuations swirled within the pet beast egg, emitting a series of rumbling sounds. Current pet beast egg, Ice Falcon Star Tier. One-click upgrade triggered bloodline tracing, upgraded to Ice Crystal Phoenix God Tier. It worked! Zhang Xuan clapped his hands excitedly. His second God Tier pet beast egg had arrived. At that moment, the egg had transformed into an icy blue color, with intricate runes swirling within the shell. However, the interior remained deathly still, devoid of the usual signs of life. Is it because it's a dead egg? Never mind, let's just try it. System, one-click incubation. The current pet beast egg lacks life signs. One-click incubation in progress, triggering system correction. The pet beast egg began to tremble, as if being forcibly infused with dense life energy. Chapter 19, Ice Crystal Phoenix. Intense and icy blue light erupted, covering the ground, rocks, and trees in a thin layer of ice. The eggshell cracked, and a loud, proud cry echoed from within. Zhang Xuan's face lit up with joy. The golden finger was indeed powerful. Even a dead egg could be forcefully hatched. Soon, the light faded, and a small ice blue phoenix flapped its dazzling wings, flying toward Zhang Xuan. Cheap. Elegant, magnificent, and icy cold. These were Zhang Xuan's first impressions. Ice Crystal Phoenix Divine Tier. Level, 0 juvenile form. Loyalty, 100 fixed. Attributes, health 200,000, magic power 100,000. Physical attack, 8,000, magic attack 12,000. Physical defense, 10,000, magic defense, 10,000. Skills. Passive skill, Phoenix Bloodline Emperor. 1. The Ice Crystal Phoenix possesses the most noble imperial bloodline of the Phoenix clan, capable of inflicting a powerful deterrent effect, Phoenix Rage, on most monsters. The specific effect varies depending on the opponent's level and rank. 2. Phoenix creatures possess exceptional magical aptitude, doubling the effect's damage, special effects, etc. of their skills. 3. The imperial bloodline grants affinity to other phoenixes, with a certain probability of causing them to submit. However, this may also attract hostility from phoenixes of other factions. Active Skill 1, Frost Breath. Releases a terrifying breath formed from frozen energy, dealing massive magical damage. Additionally, applies the frost mark to the target, increasing by 1 layer every second. Frost, all movement and casting speeds are reduced by 5%. Active Skill 2, Arctic Blizzard. Summon a biting cold storm in an area, dealing magical damage to all enemies within the area and applying the Yi Frost mark to affected units. That's powerful. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. This Ice Crystal Phoenix's attributes and skills are equally powerful. From the data, it's clear that its attack attributes lean more toward magic-based. Its physical attack is lower than that of the Black King at the start, but its magical attack is 2,000 higher. Its skills not only deal damage but also have powerful control effects. Every second, it applies a layer of frost mark, slowing down all of the enemy's movements. This effect is extremely powerful. While ordinary slow effects only reduce movement speed, the frost mark also slows casting speed. If this effect persists for 20 seconds, the enemy will be completely immobilized, turning into an ice statue. In terms of bloodline talents, Phoenix Rage is essentially equivalent to Dragon Might, with similar clan synergies, but the second point differs. Dragon clans have exceptionally strong magical defense, while Phoenix clans have magical properties that are off the charts, doubling both damage and special effects. To put it another way, it feels like the Dragon and Phoenix clans are somewhat mutually countering each other. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the Black King, who was still patrolling the skies, seemed to sense a familiar aura and dove down. Seeing its fierce momentum, its target was directly aimed at the young Phoenix. However, the young Phoenix was no pushover. Despite having just hatched from its egg, it raised its head defiantly, its icy blue eyes brimming with pride and resilience. Just as they were about to clash, Zhang Xuan quickly intervened. Black King. A strong wind swept through the mountains and forests as the Black King spread its wings and came to a halt mid-air. Zhang Xuan's command kept it from attacking, but it still glared at the little Phoenix with hostility. Ding! Your beast pet has triggered a bond. Dragon and Phoenix bond. Description: the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan have been entangled in countless conflicts since time immemorial. They have hated each other yet fought side by side, their debts and grievances intertwined, impossible to untangle. So that's how it is. Zhang Xuan was a bit confused. It seemed these two were like oil and water. However, judging by the bond description, they might not necessarily fight. It's somewhat akin to a love-hate relationship. Well, no problem. With me as your master, I'll make sure you don't fight. Alright, Black King, this is your new companion. Everyone should get along nicely from now on. Zhang Xuan patted its head and said. The little black dragon looked reluctant, turning its eyes away and refusing to get close to the little Phoenix. Zhang Xuan sighed helplessly. Well, let's take it slow. With him around, nothing major will happen. Now it's time to name you. What should we call you? Zhang Xuan thought about the bold name he had given the little black dragon earlier. This time, a cuter name might be better. How about? Ah Bing? The little Phoenix chirped twice, unsure if it had understood. Now, Zhang Xuan has a total of 3 beast pets. The true plan for this journey officially begins. Since this moon spirit mountain can spawn high-level monsters, he will clear it out today. Black King, Ah Bing, split into 2 directions and locate all the monsters here. Sha, stay by my side and provide backup at any time. The 3 beast pets each took their positions. Black King flapped his dragon wings and flew westward. Ah Bing soared into the sky and darted eastward. Zhang Xuan, accompanied by Sha, advanced straight ahead. Others were exploring step by step, waiting for the monsters to emerge. That was too slow. He intended to pull all the monsters out directly. Soon, sounds echoed through the mountains and forests, the crunching of dried branches and leaves being trampled. Soon, a massive wolf appeared in their line of sight, followed by a second, a third, dozens of them. These wolves were 3 times larger than the shadow wolves they had encountered earlier in the dark, dense forest. Even in a crouched position, they were as tall as a person, with shiny fur, sharp claws, and muscular bodies. Moreover, there was a crescent moon mark at the center of their brows. Moonlight Giant Wolf LV.80. Attributes, health 75,000. Physical attack, 9,000, magic attack, 5,500. Physical defense, 6,300, magic defense, 4,150. Skills, Fierce Bite, High-Speed Claw Strike, Group Boost, Moonlight Radiance. A regular monster with 4 skills? This Moon Spirit Mountain is indeed no ordinary place. No wonder the records state that solo adventurers should bring at least 3 level 100 or higher main battle pets. Since wolves are pack animals, they always appear in groups. If you're facing a group of 70-80 level golden beasts, you'd probably be torn to shreds in an instant. Black King, Bing, attack. Black King was already seething with rage. Upon seeing the wolf pack, he could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's command, he opened his dragon mouth, and scorching dragon flames erupted like molten lava. Boom! With a magical attack power of 80,000, combined with the skill boost from the dragon flames, the damage was utterly devastating. Even the Moonlight Giant Wolf, a monster that was already feared by beast tamers, was now as fragile as paper. The vast mountainous forest was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. 159,000. 159,000. 159,000. One after another, staggering damage numbers appear, as one giant wolf after another is connected, turning this place into a fiery hell, with the smell of roasting meat filling the air. Your beast pet Black King Flaming World Black Dragon has slain the Moonlight Giant Wolf. Your beast pet Black King World Burning Black Dragon has killed 14 Moonlight Giant Wolves. Chapter 20, Monster Farming. Your beast pets have gained 2,100,000 experience points. You obtained Giant Wolf Flesh 120. Giant Wolf Meat. Description: delicious beast meat. Its aroma, when roasted, can waft for miles, attracting nearby monsters. When fed to beast pets, it significantly reduces fatigue. A valuable item can be used as a monster luring tool and also serves as high-quality pet food. Zhang Xuan threw all the meat into his backpack space. On the other side, Bing wasn't about to be outdone. As the wolf pack charged toward him, he emitted a deadly blast of icy energy from his mouth. Frost breath. Whoosh! Pure energy surged forth, instantly converting the moisture in the air into ice crystals. Heat was drained from the environment in an instant, leaving a patch of white in the forest. The biting cold relentlessly eroded the life bars of the Moonlight Wolves. High damage numbers appeared one after another, though they didn't instantly kill the wolf pack. However, the frost effect from the magic left the wolves unable to move. Double magic amplification not only boosts damage but also amplifies skill effects. This means that the original 5% per second slowdown is now 10% per second. With the skill boost in double amplification, the damage is now nearly 50,000 per second. Woo! Under the biting cold, the wolves let out agonizing howls. However, they were already trapped, and within just 2 seconds, the entire pack turned into ice sculptures before exploding into a shower of shards. Well done! Divine Tier is Divine Tier. Even a level 0 pet can effortlessly one-shot a level 70 ordinary monster. The Ice Crystal Phoenix's level began to skyrocket. When defeating targets of higher levels, experience points are awarded. The maximum reward is 100%, which means double the experience points. Given the vast level disparity between Bing and the giant wolves, all of them naturally received double rewards. Thus, the Black King and Bing launched a hunt from both sides of the Moon Spirit Mountain, gradually forming an encirclement. On one side, a fiery inferno raged, while on the other, a frozen wasteland stretched out. The ice and fire created a dual hell, sweeping through the giant wolf pack like a bulldozer. The monsters here are indeed extremely dense and cover a vast area. Even with the two beasts killing hundreds of giant wolves, they hadn't even advanced halfway. The constant notification sounds were so frequent that Zhang Xuan's ears were ringing. During this process, the beast pets gained an enormous amount of experience. Even Ningxia, who had been guarding Zhang Xuan's side the entire time, had surpassed level 75 after gaining experience points. Bing, who started at level 0, had also reached over level 70. Black King's monster killing efficiency was the most astonishing, reaching level 90 directly. However, once its level surpassed that of the Moonlight Giant Wolf by too much, it faced an experience point penalty, causing the amount of experience it could gain to decrease significantly. Fortunately, the wolf packs kept coming in waves, charging forward and then falling under the terrifying spells, ensuring a steady supply of experience. Giant wolf flesh dropped at least 1,000 pieces, and with the accumulation of quantity, some items with extremely low drop rates on the Moonlight Giant Wolves also appeared. Moonlight Rune Fake. Description: after fusing the rune, it increases the combat power of beast pets under moonlight by 5%. Zhang Xuan glanced at it and tossed it into his backpack. With its conditions and limited effect, it was useless for his own beast pets, but that was only from his perspective. Even the most ordinary runes are highly sought after in the trading market. Many second-tier beast tamers struggle to obtain a single rune for their pets. If he were to list it on the market, it could fetch tens of thousands of crystals. Woo woo! At that moment, the pack of giant wolves deep in the mountains suddenly raised their heads and howled, their voices filled with sorrow and anger. Subsequently, the bodies of these giant wolves seemed to swell slightly, their eyes turned blood red, and their speed surged sharply, as if they had entered some sort of second stage. Group boost. Zhang Xuan recalled the skill he had seen in the information about the giant wolves. It seemed to be a group buff effect that triggered when the pack suffered a certain amount of casualties. However, despite the significant boost to the wolf pack's collective combat power, they still couldn't break through to Black King and Ah Bing's vicinity. Meanwhile, several giant wolves charging from all directions in the mountains managed to break through the magical defenses and reached Zhang Xian's front. The two beast pets noticed the situation and attempted to rush back to assist. Zhang Xian shouted, "I'm fine, keep pushing forward." A flash of determination gleamed in his eyes. Since his strength had surged dramatically under the feedback of 10% of his power, he had yet to test its true potential. This was the perfect opportunity. Shadow Kill, help me alleviate some of the pressure. Zhang Xian wasn't overly confident. He let Shadow Kill take the front line while he tested the waters first. Yes, master. Yingsha raised his great spear, and the absolute shadow beneath him darted forward like a black streak of light. Sweep the 1,000 armies. He charged straight into the densest part of the wolf pack, swung his long spear, and blood spattered everywhere, with over a dozen giant wolves hit with the armor-piercing effect. After drawing the attention of numerous giant wolves, Yingsha swiftly activated Absolute Shadow Assault, darting through the wolf pack at breakneck speed, unleashing a series of damage numbers. His combat instincts were strong. He knew that if surrounded by the wolf pack, the accumulated damage could easily lead to his instant death. After all, unlike the fiery world Black Dragon and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, whose terrifying damage made it impossible for any enemy to get close. Under the combined effects of the Shadow Rune's 30% increased damage and 40% armor penetration, Shadow Kill also dealt significant damage. Seeing that most of the wolves' attention had been drawn to him, Zhang Xian targeted a lone giant wolf. "Come on, you bastard." The giant wolf, seeing the human daring to challenge it, roared and charged forward. Now that Black King and Ah Bing's levels had skyrocketed, their combined health exceeded 2 million, and their combined physical attack power was nearing 20,000. The physical attack damage reflected back to Zhang Xian had already surpassed 17,000. Boom! Zhang Xian struck the charging giant wolf's forehead with a punch, dealing nearly 16,000 damage. The giant wolf's body stumbled, its attack interrupted. This single blow dealt over a fifth of its health, causing it to stagger and shake its dizzy head, seemingly unable to comprehend why the human's punch had such devastating power. The giant wolf's eyes flickered with a hint of caution. It knew this human was no ordinary foe and refrained from launching another simple attack, instead opting to activate its skill. Fierce Bite. Zhang Xian instinctively dodged to the side, but the giant wolf's massive body suddenly burst into astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. High-speed claw strike. The wolf's claws left after images as they tore at Zhang Xian rapidly and continuously. Zhang Xian knew he couldn't dodge it anymore, so he simply unleashed a powerful punch with both fists, colliding head-on with the wolf. Miss. 102. This is... Right, he had forgotten that his defense was also sky-high due to the feedback, making the opponent's normal attacks unable to break through his defenses. Even his skills only dealt such pitiful damage. Zhang Xian let out a savage grin. With this, what do I have to fear? Chapter 21, Frenzy Hunt Scout. Zhang Xian clenched his fists and charged forward, engaging in combat with the massive wolf, whose body was twice his size. The giant wolf roared, its initial caution overshadowed by its bloodthirsty instincts. In the memories passed down through its bloodline, humans were weak creatures who dared only to hide in the rear, sending only those who had betrayed the beast tribe and become their slaves to fight. Humans themselves were weak. But this human, before it dared to challenge it head-on, it couldn't tolerate it. The wolf leaped into the air with a powerful kick from its hind legs, soaring high into the sky, then used the force of gravity to dive downward with a crushing blow. Under the collective exhilaration of the pack, all its attributes were enhanced by 30%. This pounce was meant to rip open the human's abdomen. Zhang Xian looked down with disdain, extended both hands, and directly grabbed the giant wolf's forelegs, then slammed it forcefully into the ground. Thud! A stark contrast emerged. A human being half the size of the giant wolf was pinning it to the ground, delivering punch after punch. 15,454. 16,100. 15,900. Each punch deals over 15,000 damage. Oh whoa! The giant wolf howled, but every time it struggled and attempted to counterattack, it was met with Zhang Xian's powerful punches, which sent it flying back. The Beastmaster continent is a real world. Although it exists in a digitized form under the will of the beast god, it is not a game. When the frequency, timing, and damage of an attack are all executed perfectly, it can cause stun. The giant wolf's attributes were completely overwhelmed by Zhang Xian, leaving it unable to retaliate. Pools of blood gushed from the giant wolf's mouth. Soon, it entered a critically wounded state, instantly breaking free from the group's exhilarated state. It whimpered constantly, its eyes filled with fear. This human must be a powerful beast tribe disguised as a human. Zhang Xian was about to deliver the finishing blow with a single punch, but suddenly remembered something and stopped. Right, there's an item I can try. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the beast pet net, then threw it over the giant wolf's head. You are attempting to capture the moonlight giant wolf. The target is in a critically injured state, increasing the capture probability. The net suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire wolf inside. It struggled feebly a few times before coming to a complete stop. Tired, time to call it a day. You have successfully captured the moonlight giant wolf LV.80. Contracted beast pet +1. The massive wolf, covered in wounds, rolled over from the ground and approached Zhang Xuan, licking his pant legs in a fawning manner, like a dog. The battle ahead remained intense. Black King and Ah Bing were pushing forward smoothly, as expected. Shadowkill, relying on his exceptional adaptability, maneuvered among the wolf pack, his long spear trailing a trail of blood, occasionally sending a giant wolf's corpse flying through the air. Zhang Xuan glanced over, seeing that he could handle it, and withdrew his gaze. It was time for the golden hand to make his move. System, give me, one-click upgrade. Ding! One-click upgrade to Moonlight Giant Wolf Golden Grade. Current upgrade options, Bloodthirsty Hunter Dominator Tier, Frenzy Scout Dominator Tier. Please select. Ha! You can choose? Zhang Xuan looked at the system prompt in astonishment. Was this the evolution plan for his beast pet? He clicked on the two different evolution options. Bloody Hunter Dominator Tier. Description, specializes in tracking and hunting, with the sharpest perception of blood and life energy. Innate skill Blood Hunt. Select a target unit. You can track all units of the same type within a certain range, including the target unit or its allies. After killing the target unit, you temporarily gain a 10% increase in damage against that type of unit, stackable up to double the base damage. Zhang Xuan reviewed the active skill of the Bloody Hunter and nodded in agreement. It indeed matched the description, specializing in relentless pursuit. Select a target, record its aura, and track it from a distance can also track an entire group. After simultaneously killing a target unit, you can increase damage against the entire group. This is definitely a powerful tool for clearing out groups of enemies. Compared to the similarly ranked shadow killers, the blood-type hunter's skills have a clear advantage in terms of functionality. However, Zhang Xuan thought about it. His beast pets primarily engage in large-scale, area-clearing attacks. This innate skill is more suited for cautious beast masters who can use it to determine the distribution of nearby monsters and avoid the most densely populated areas. But for him, it didn't seem to have much significance, though it did have some use in tracking. He continued to look at the next one. Frenzy Hunter Scout Dominant Tier. Description, endless stamina, capable of long-distance running, with exceptional endurance. Its powerful senses allow it to gather more information can be used as a mount. Innate skill Eternal Hunter. Constant speed boost of 3 times fatigue remains at 0 when health is above 50%, can collect and relay unusual information within a certain range. This. Zhang Xuan perked up. This Frenzy Hunter Scout seems exactly what he was looking for. The passive abilities differ significantly from those of the Bloodthirsty Hunter, though both seem related to tracking. However, the Bloodthirsty Hunter is more focused on relentless pursuit, while the Frenzy Hunter Scout is more about comprehensive information gathering. Additionally, the other two traits, a constant threefold speed boost and no fatigue loss, mean it can maintain its actions indefinitely as long as it doesn't take damage. Its combat abilities certainly couldn't match the Bloody Hunter, but did he really need a main combat pet right now? No. The description states it can be used as a mount, and with its high speed and perpetual motion traits, it's tailor-made. Zhang Xuan had always found traveling too cumbersome before. Even with a teleportation scroll, if he strayed too far from the designated area, he'd have to walk a long distance to reactivate it. Now this problem is solved. I choose the Fierce Hunter Scout. Ding! One-click upgrade successful. A flash of white light, and the once fading Moonlight Giant Wolf was reborn. Its fur turned earthy yellow, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Its body took on a sleek, streamlined form, showcasing its speed. Its back became broader and flatter, making it easier to ride. Zhang Xuan glanced at the opponent's stats. Compared to a Shadow Slayer of the same level, its attributes were slightly lower. Among its skills, only one was a damage-dealing ability. Zhang Xuan focused on the remaining 2 skills. Active skill Wild Charge. Short duration burst, granting double speed for 1 minute. This is useful. Combined with the innate skill, it maximizes speed advantages, making it effective for both escaping and pursuing. Active skill Cunning Insight. Reveals the true form of enemies and locates units in stealth, invisibility, or stealth mode within the vicinity. Success rate depends on the ranks and levels of both parties. Zhang Xuan stroked his chin. This skill was the first of its kind he had encountered. To be honest, he hadn't yet come across any monsters capable of invisibility, but upon further thought, it did indeed seem quite useful for preventing enemy ambushes. Chapter 22, The Blood Red Grey Realm. Give it a try. Zhang Xuan flipped onto the back of the Mad Hunter Scout and shouted, "Go!" The height and width of the creature's back were just right for a comfortable riding position. Woo! The earth-colored giant wolf let out a loud howl, its body trembling with excitement, as if to say, "Watch me perform." Then, its hind legs tensed, and it burst forward with a thunderous roar. Swish! 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 Whoosh! Zhang Xuan's hair flew backward, but fortunately, he was seated securely, otherwise, the sudden acceleration would have sent him flying off the seat. He has only one thought on his mind right now. How fast? Everything around him was rushing backward at high speed, the wind stinging his face. Not only was the Wild Hunter Scout incredibly fast, but it also had an extraordinary ability to adapt to terrain. Despite racing across the uneven, rugged mountain terrain, it seemed completely unaffected. When encountering obstacles, the giant wolf could instantly twist its body to dodge them at high speed, demonstrating extraordinary reaction speed. Zhang Xuan grew excited. This was undoubtedly a top-tier mount. That said, using a dominant-level beast pet as a dedicated mount was a luxury that probably only he could afford. The Mad Hunter Scout charged in a wide circle before turning around and charging toward the pack of wolves engaged in fierce combat with the Shadow Killers. Its form was like lightning, instantly plunging into the pack of wolves. A series of howls echoed as it drew the attention of several wolves. The wolves tried to charge forward to block it, but the Mad Hunter Scout launched itself forward again, leaving them eating dust. From being drawn into the attack to losing their target, it took less than a second. The wolves were left standing there, completely confused. Meanwhile, the Shadow Assassin's massive gun showed no mercy. Seeing the wolves frozen in place, it unleashed another sweeping strike, sending several giant wolves flying through the air. Awesome! Zhang Xuan was thrilled. He hadn't expected that at such high speeds, they could actually play around like this, entering full-on toy mode. Moreover, despite this incredible speed, riding it felt surprisingly stable, with almost no jolting. He signaled for them to slow down, stroked the fluffy wolf's head, and said, "Time to name you. Let's call you Big Yellow." It was a perfect match for its earthy yellow color, and the name felt warm and familiar. Woof! Big Yellow howled again, feeling that there was something off about the name, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But since it was his master who named him, it must be perfect. Zhang Xuan rode Big Yellow across the battlefield, scouting the situation. By now, the sky had grown dark, and the sun had set behind the high mountains. However, the forests were illuminated by crimson flames. Piles of wolf corpses lay scattered everywhere. Glancing at the system interface, including Yingsha, the experience points gained by the beast pets were already very low. Plus, after fighting for such a long time, their fatigue levels had reached 9. This fatigue level was already very high. If it reached 10, it would trigger a forced deep fatigue state, requiring the pet to enter the pet space to rest. Otherwise, it would reduce loyalty or affect attributes. Although Zhang Xuan didn't need to worry about loyalty issues, he couldn't let the Black King and the others get too exhausted. He immediately issued an order for the 3 beast pets to return and rest. Roar! Black King flew back reluctantly, but his slightly labored breathing showed he had expended a significant amount of energy. Bing also turned back, landing gracefully in the mountains with its elegant ice blue form. Its level had caught up during the slaughter, now reaching level 80, only 5 levels behind the Black King. The 2 divine beasts, though of noble blood and bound by opposing ties, no longer seemed as tense as before, but they still maintained a certain distance. Yingsha, covered in blood-stained armor, exuded a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Facing the overwhelming wolf pack, he was under immense combat pressure, but thanks to his dominant level foundation, he managed to hold on. Zhang Xuan took out some tools he had purchased earlier at the Beastmaster camp from his backpack, lit a campfire, and set up a makeshift shelter. He then began roasting the giant wolf's flesh over the fire. Yingsha remained silent, walking over to help. No seasoning was needed after being roasted over the fire for a while. An astonishing aroma of meat began to waft through the air. The scent was not only meaty but also mixed with several unique aromas, such as the scent of dry wood and the faint fragrance of mountain dew, making one involuntarily salivate. Zhang Xuan was startled by the aroma, realizing why some monster meat could fetch such high prices at the trading center. Not only was the meat exceptionally tender and flavorful, but high-grade monster meat also possessed various effects. Who wouldn't want that? Black King, Bing, and Big Yellow also widened their eyes, leaning closer to the campfire, their claws scratching the ground in anticipation. Haha, come here, have some. Zhang Xuan had built the campfire large enough to roast dozens of portions of giant wolf meat at once. He handed over the crispy, aromatic roasted meat, and Black King and the others immediately tore into it with their sharp claws, devouring it greedily. Zhang Xuan then handed some to Yingsha before enjoying it himself. As soon as it entered his mouth, his eyes widened. It was too fragrant. It tasted even better than it smelled, making him want to swallow his tongue whole. It must be said that the giant wolf meat was indeed effective. On the interface, the fatigue levels of several beast pets gradually decreased, quickly dropping back below 5. By now, it was completely dark. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment and decided to rest for the night. The wilderness at night was pitch black, making it difficult to discern directions. Although the fatigue levels of the beast pets had recovered, he himself would still grow tired, so rest was necessary, even if it meant delaying departure by a short while. After eating and drinking his fill, he crawled into the makeshift shelter. With 4 beast pets guarding outside, Zhang Xuan fell into a deep sleep. However, this sleep did not last until dawn. In the latter half of the night, Zhang Xuan suddenly awoke. Looking around, he sensed something was amiss. He quickly got up, opened the door, and upon seeing the surroundings, Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Where am I now? All around him was still a forest, but everything had turned a dark red, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Could it be? Just as he was thinking, the system alert sounded. You have entered the Blood Red Realm, Level 3. Proceed with caution. Zhang Xuan slapped his forehead. Damn it, it really is. How did I end up with such a connection to the Grey Realm? I thought this thing had an extremely low trigger rate, yet here I am, stumbling into it every few days. The Blood Grey Realm. So it must be a different world from the Dark Grey Realm. Outside the makeshift shelter, Black King, Ah Bing, and Big Yellow had already sensed something was wrong. They kept a watchful eye on their surroundings as shadow killers on horseback approached Zhang Xuan, closing in for close protection. This world's sky wasn't as low as the Dark Grey Realms, it was more like the outside world. However, the sky was completely blood red, as if the sky itself had been dyed with fresh blood. Chapter 23, Mental Attack. Even when looking up, one could see a moon hanging high in the sky, but this moon was different from the one outside. Not only was it enormous from this perspective, giving the illusion that one could reach out and touch it. Moreover, this moon was a crimson blood moon, with large amounts of blood red color visibly spreading outward from its surface, as if the dark red hue of this world was emanating from it. The Blood Grey Realm, 3rd. Earlier, he had entered the Dark Grey Realm 7. According to the pattern, the higher the number of the Grey Realm, the closer it was to the original form of the Grey Realm, and the higher the danger level should be. Zhang Xuan grew solemn. He would have to be cautious. One of the main reasons information about the Grey Realm rarely reached the outside world was that most beast masters who entered the Grey Realm never returned. Zhang Xuan mounted Big Yellow and began moving forward in a chosen direction. According to the experiences shared by those who had left, there were 2 ways to escape the Grey Realm: either eliminate a specific monster or achieve a specific objective within the realm to obtain the key to the Grey Realm, as Zhang Xuan had done previously, or wait long enough until the realm's rules expelled you. The former option is extremely difficult, as the Grey Realm possesses its own autonomous will and often selectively absorbs victims. Targets that exceed the Grey Realm's ability to resist will not be chosen by it. Zhang Xuan's previous success was largely due to the unexpected factor of his divine tier beast pet. After traversing the mountainous terrain for some distance, Zhang Xuan soon arrived at a vast, flat expanse of land. He suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation as if something were pricking his back. Looking up, he saw that the blood moon occupied nearly half of the sky above the horizon. No matter where he went, it felt as though he was being watched by this eerie blood moon, an extremely bizarre sensation. Ah woo. From the distant plains, the sound of wolf howls echoed, but unlike the moonlight wolves outside, these howls were extremely hoarse and unpleasant, as if the souls of the dead, buried for years, were screaming. Dawan's nose twitched, and the Eternal Hunter talent activated automatically. Soon, the information was transmitted to Zhang Xuan's mind. Are there many powerful targets nearby? It seems like another group of monsters. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and decided to confront them head-on. To break through the Grey Realm, one must actively confront all anomalies. Evasion would only result in losing valuable information. Besides, with his current strength, he hadn't yet encountered an enemy that Black King A Bing couldn't handle. If things got really dire, he could always retreat quickly. Zhang Xuan continued riding the Big Yellow, and soon, the targets he had sensed appeared. Another wolf pack, but there seems to be a significant difference. The wolves that appeared before him were smaller in size compared to the moonlight giant wolves he had encountered earlier, but their pupils were all bright red, exuding a sinister aura. Even more unsettling was their gaze. They didn't seem like ordinary beasts. The evil, desire, and grotesqueness emanating from them felt like twisted souls had been forced into the bodies of beasts. These wolves gathered together, turned their heads toward Zhang Xuan, and didn't make a single sound, staring at him like statues, making Zhang Xuan feel uneasy. At that moment, the system alert sounded. You have been subjected to an unknown mental attack. Mental attribute check in progress. Immune to current mental attack. What? Zhang Xuan was startled. Could these wolves actually launch a mental attack? Mental attacks are independent of physical and magical damage, making them a very rare tactic. Additionally, every unit possesses mental attributes, though like luck, these are hidden attributes that do not manifest outwardly. He was immune because his divine tier beast pet's mental attribute was high enough to grant him a high resistance. Otherwise, who knows what might happen now? Zhang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. The shadow assassin beside him suddenly began trembling violently. Your beast pet, Ingsha General of the Absolute Shadow, has been affected by an unknown mental influence and has entered a chaos state. Shadow Kill suddenly grabbed his long spear and swept it toward the Black King. Zhang Xuan was startled, but the spear had already struck the Black King. Though the Black King wasn't injured, he was still startled, letting out a surprised and angry roar. "Shadow kill, stop!" Zhang Xuan shouted, but the other party ignored his commands as if he hadn't heard them. He began swinging his spear again, but this time without a target, instead attacking wildly in place. Zhang Xuan sighed in frustration and attempted to activate his beast summoning space. Fortunately, this time he was not affected. Yingsha's figure vanished from the spot and returned to the beast control space. Phew! Zhang Xuan had never encountered such a situation before, but upon checking his 3 beast pets, including De Huang, all were in normal condition. Strange. Why was Yingsha the only one affected? Could it be because he was a humanoid unit from the Grey Realm, or was it related to attribute weaknesses? Zhang Xuan looked at the pack of wolves. Elite Blood Moon Demon Wolf LV.100. Attributes? Skills, Chaos Blood Moon? Most of the information is question marks. The Grey Realm can partially block the will of the beast gods, so this situation is quite common. However, are all of these level 100 monsters using the elite template? They're really tough. To put it simply, elite template monsters are roughly equivalent to diamond grade beast pets. Each elite monster is a formidable foe for other beast tamers. These Blood Moon wolves, however, seem far more troublesome than ordinary elite monsters and are also of a very high level. Black King, Dragon Flame. Zhang Xuan issued the command. Whether they're tough or not, one dragon flame will tell. Roar! Black King, with its high intelligence, realized that its companions had been influenced by these red-eyed creatures. It roared and spat out scorching flames, engulfing the wolf pack. As the Black King's level had now approached 90, the range of its dragon flame had also expanded. Once unleashed, it resembled a descending sea of fire, leaving no place for enemies to hide. The flames instantly engulfed the Blood Moon demon wolves, which charged toward Zhang Xuan at an astonishing speed. This was the first time they had encountered a monster that couldn't be instantly killed by dragon flames. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows, ready to command Big Yellow to create distance. Fortunately, the first demon wolf at the front collapsed to the ground. Next came the second, third, fourth. Their attributes were clearly far superior to those of the Moonlight Giant wolves. Even under the Black King's Dragon Flame, which could deal 200,000 damage per second, they managed to survive for 2 seconds. Any non-divine tier beast pet would be in grave danger under such circumstances. Shadow Kill's abilities were already formidable among beast pets, and its Dominator tier status would make it a primary combat pet for any 7th tier beast tamer. Yet it had been caught off guard without even realizing it. Chapter 24, Blood Moon Demon Wolves. It goes without saying how formidable these Blood Moon Demon Wolves are. Even more bizarrely, as these demon wolves were incinerated and fell, their blood-red pupils still bore that eerie expression: no pain, not even anger. As the demon wolves fell, an announcement followed immediately. Your beast pet Black King Flaming World Black Dragon has defeated Blood Moon Demon Wolf LV.100 Blood Moon Projection 7. Your beast pets have gained 2.8 million experience points. You have obtained 7 fragmented blood essences. Zhang Xuan was a bit confused. The experience points were quite generous, but what did Blood Moon Projection mean? Fragmented Blood Source Special. Description: a small amount of energy emanating from the Crimson Moon, though extremely, is filled with various strange and eerie qualities. Zhang Xuan stared at the crimson light points before him, and suddenly heard whispers echoing in his ears, causing a sense of irritation. What the heck did I get? This is way too weird. He was about to put it away in his backpack, but before he could, the few shattered blood sources suddenly vanished. Zhang Xuan, startled, opened his backpack and found that the items were already stored inside. He immediately tried to discard them, but there was no response. Zhang Xuan's face darkened. This damn thing, has it attached itself to me? This was the first time he had encountered such an odd situation, an object automatically entering his backpack and being unable to be discarded. Additionally, the Blood Moon projection that appeared after killing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf could it mean that these demon wolves weren't physical beings made of flesh and blood, but rather a species composed of this bizarre energy? If that's the case, then the unsettling gaze of these wolves from the very beginning seems to make sense. Perhaps there was a collective will controlling them. Zhang Xuan composed himself and temporarily pushed these chaotic thoughts aside. Who cares about all that? We're already here, so we might as well keep moving forward. Riding Big Yellow forward, he bypassed a grove of towering trees, and the presence at the edge of the plain caught Zhang Xuan's attention. It was a cliff rising abruptly from the surface of the plain, and atop the cliff stood an ancient castle. Zhang Xuan froze. The Blood Moon and the ancient castle, there was a sense of familiarity about it. After passing through the previous Dark Grey Realm, he had roughly summarized some patterns for breaking through the Grey Realms. The extremely obvious markers that appeared in the Grey Realm, though they brought greater danger, were undoubtedly the key to breaking through. Clearly, this ancient castle perched on the cliff was the key to unlocking the Blood Grey Realm 3. He had once read a sentence in a book written by a beast tamer who claimed to have escaped from the Grey Realm. In the Grey Realm, the more one tries to avoid danger, the higher the death rate becomes. They raced across the plains, two figures, one black, one blue, soaring through the sky, constantly approaching the cliff. Upon approaching, Zhang Xuan was surprised to discover that the cliffs below were swarming with blood moon demon wolves. It seemed as though they were guarding the ancient castle above. It was clear that battle was inevitable. Black King, Bing, charge! Roar! A deep, domineering roar and a high-pitched, piercing cry rang out simultaneously. Blazing dragon flames and icy breath erupted simultaneously. This was the first time the world-burning Black Dragon and the Ice Crystal Phoenix had fought together, and they seemed to work in perfect harmony, their attacks complementing each other effectively. Under the icy breath, not only was there devastating damage, but every second also inflicted the frost effect, slowing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's movements further. Then, the blazing dragon flames descended like a fiery inferno from the heavens, sweeping down with overwhelming might. The collision of ice and fire produced a deafening roar, and dense steam erupted violently, instantly vaporizing the pack of wolves. Zhang Xuan suddenly realized that the damage attributes of the two were opposite, forming a combo. However, an unexpected situation arose. This time, when the Blood Moon Demon Wolf fell, no system prompt appeared. Instead, it turned into a dense crimson mist that dispersed into the air, then quicklied in one spot and reformed into a demon wolf entity. They charged forward fearlessly, collapsing into the ice and fire hell, but in the next instant, they'd once more, repeating the previous process. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. The current situation was becoming tricky. It's not the monster's high health or powerful attributes that are the problem, it's that they can keep coming back even after being defeated. The current situation proved that the Blood Moon Demon Wolves were indeed not made of flesh and blood. No matter how powerful their abilities or how high their damage output, they couldn't be completely eliminated, leaving them stuck in a stalemate. Moreover, he soon noticed something else. With each time the Blood Moon Demon Wolves fell and reformed, the amount of fragmented blood essence accumulating on his body was growing at an alarming rate. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Zhang Xuan hadn't felt any discomfort yet, but it was this unknown danger that could erupt at any moment that was truly terrifying. The key to breaking this stalemate, where could it be? Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes and thought. Although Black King and Bing's magical energy was still ample, continuing this stalemate indefinitely was risky. If they depleted their blue bars, they would be in serious trouble. Just as he was torn between returning or staying, the large yellow creature beneath him suddenly lowered its body and began sniffing the air. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. Right, how could he have forgotten about Big Yellow? It was the expert at gathering information and detecting anomalies. Clearly, De Huang had also sensed something amiss. His innate ability, Eternal Hunter, activated, and the information was quickly relayed to Zhang Xuan. There's some kind of presence hidden in the surrounding environment, and its location seems to be constantly shifting? This must be the source of the problem. These magic wolves, capable of endless reincarnation, are likely being controlled by an entity lurking in the shadows. Big Yellow, flush it out. De Huang let out a low growl and activated its active skill, Alert Insight. His senses were heightened significantly beyond their previous limits. Thin threads, visible only to him, extended from all directions and transmitted information to his senses. These threads were the sound of wind, the rustling of leaves, the swaying of grass, and it had to find the most crucial one among them. Soon, a crimson line appeared, with a dark red silhouette at its tip. It was on the other side of the battlefield, in a safe position, yet it kept shifting its position, gazing at itself and its master with a look filled with mockery and provocation. On several occasions, it even approached a position very close to its master. All this information was relayed to Zhang Xuan. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gently patting De Huang's back. De Huang understood immediately and began pacing along the edge of the battlefield, as if observing the battle between the Black King and Bing. All of this happened so naturally that, before they knew it, the man and the wolf had slowly approached the shadowy figure. Several times along the way, through the sensations relayed by Big Yellow, the opponent deliberately moved closer to provoke them, then quickly backed away. Chapter 25, The Ancient Castle. Zhang Xuan had been holding back, knowing that to capture the enemy, he had to act alone. If he failed, given the enemy's abilities, it might be impossible to catch him again. One strike, he had to take this bastard down with one strike. Although the enemy relied on stealth-like abilities to stay hidden and taunt from the shadows, he remained cautious. Several times, it seemed like he was about to enter the attack range, but he quickly pulled back. Zhang Xuan knew he couldn't act rashly. He did his best to keep his breathing steady and his body as relaxed as possible. Big Yellow was also smart enough to maintain perfect coordination, never once arousing the suspicion of the figure hiding in the shadows. On several occasions, they even deliberately moved away from the enemy's position to lower his guard. Thus, they continued to maneuver back and forth within various sensitive distances. Finally, at a certain moment. Now! Zhang Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. Without a word, De Huang immediately picked up the signal and activated his skill. Wild Charge. The effect of his innate skill granted him a threefold speed boost, though he had kept it hidden earlier to stay close to his target. Now, combined with the double speed boost from his active skill, he erupted with an astonishing 5-fold increase in speed. De Huang's form blurred into a phantom, perfectly embodying the essence of a wild hunter scout, charging toward an open area at breakneck speed. The figure hiding in the shadows tensed up. He immediately realized he had been spotted all along. Moreover, his current position was the closest he had been to the enemy in the past 5 minutes. He quickly extended both hands and cast a spell at the fastest possible speed. Using his life-saving technique, he wasn't going to let himself be caught that easily. However, in the instant a hazy bloodlight flickered, a fist as large as a clay pot, wrapped in a violent gale, crashed into his field of vision. Boom! A dull thud echoed, as if a boulder had struck his body. The bloodlight was instantly dispersed, and his spell was interrupted. A short figure suddenly appeared in the air, then was flung away like a torn sack, flying several meters. Thankfully, he managed to hit the opponent. Zhang Xuan exhaled in relief. At least the earlier performance with De Huang hadn't been in vain. Maintaining his 5-fold speed boost, De Huang continued to chase after the opponent like a flash of lightning. As the opponent struggled to get back up, De Huang bit down fiercely, and Zhang Xuan's fists rained down like heavy drops of rain. With a 10% attribute feedback rate, 2 divine tier beasts nearing level 90, his attributes were terrifying at this stage. A relentless barrage of blows rained down, each strike landing solidly on the opponent's body, accompanied by its agonized screams. Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me! Zhang Xuan was startled the opponent could still speak. He continued to increase his attack frequency while checking the opponent's information. Grand Duke Fucura's remnant entity LV. Attributes? Skills? This. Zhang Xuan's heart tightened. The opponent had only a name, with no other information visible, not even their level. This usually only happens when the opponent's strength completely overwhelms their own. A beastmaster's strength is determined by the combined power of all their beasts. Even with the support of the Burning World Black Dragon and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, this situation still arose? But judging by the current situation, the opponent doesn't seem to have any means of countering either. Perhaps they possess a skill that blocks detection? Zhang Xuan paused briefly before resuming his brutal attacks. He didn't care about anything else now that he had the opportunity. He couldn't let it slip away. At the same time, he noticed that the opponent was completely wrapped in bandages, short in stature, and covered in a cloak, with a blood-red glow similar to that of the blood moon wolves emanating from their body. As he continued his assault, the dwarf beneath him seemed to finally reach his limit, letting out a series of agonized screams. With a loud bang, it suddenly disintegrated into a blood-red glow and dissipated into the air. Gone? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. This situation left him unsure, but he was certain he hadn't killed the opponent, as no kill notification had appeared. However, he turned around to see that the group of constantly resurrecting blood moon wolves had also vanished at the same time. Black King and Ah Beng looked utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just occurred. However, this meant that the only passageway through the cliff was now open, with no obstacles in the way. Zhang Xuan looked up at the ancient castle atop the cliff, which, bathed in the blood moon's glow, resembled a dark and terrifying blood-soaked lair, ready to devour one ignorant hero after another who dared to venture into this place. Zhang Xuan shrugged. Whether this is a trap or not, I've come this far. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you dare to open the cave entrance, I dare to come in. If you're really that capable, just deal with me at the foot of the mountain. Big Yellow, charge! Awu! The scouts led Zhang Xuan up the rugged path of the cliff, leaping left and right, their speed unaffected. Black King and Ah Beng flapped their wings and soared into the air from both sides, quickly reaching the ancient castle above. After circling once and finding no enemies, 2 dark blue shadows descended from the sky, landing on the castle's peak and surveying everything below. When Zhang Xuan and De Huang reached the cliff's edge, they saw that the ancient castle was entirely constructed from a type of black stone, its surface tinged with a dark red hue, as if soaked in an unimaginable amount of blood that had dried over the centuries. The sight evoked nothing but a sense of terror and oppression. At that moment, the castle was silent, with its massive front doors tightly shut. Zhang Xuan sneered, "Black King, break down the door for me!" Roar! The Black King obeyed the order, opening his mouth to spew a torrent of dragon flames. The intense heat instantly illuminated the area, dispelling the darkness, and collided with the stone door with the most ferocious force. As expected, the door quickly melted away. The Black King's dragon flames could ignite anything, and the stones themselves became fuel, melting into a thick, viscous liquid that flowed down to the ground. It quickly cooled, leaving the entire stone door reduced to a pile of muddy debris on the ground. The view opened up, revealing the vast interior of the ancient castle, which was surprisingly well lit, unlike the darkness outside. Zhang Xuan rode his great yellow steed into the castle, quickly drawn in by the ornate decorations around him. The grand and luxurious main hall featured intricate stone carvings on the surrounding reliefs, along with several wall paintings that looked anything but ordinary, depicting various scenes. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Xuan realized that the carvings formed a continuous narrative, telling the tale of a lengthy epic. The first scene depicted an empty landscape, with only a moon painted in the sky. It looked exactly like the blood moon outside. In the second scene, a human being emerged from the blood moon, possessing immense power, and began to explore this world. He eventually found a human tribe in this world and integrated into their community. Chapter 26, The Gift of Duke Fusila. This world is bizarre and dangerous. From the subsequent illustrations, numerous unknown monsters suddenly appear. They have distorted forms, are bloodthirsty and powerful, and most unusually, they are all shrouded in blood-red aura. Zhang Xuan recalled the blood moon wolves he had encountered earlier and the cloaked dwarf who controlled them. He furrowed his brows. If that was the case, what exactly was this human born from the blood moon, a monster or something else? As the story continues, this human bravely slays several monsters, swiftly rising in status within his tribe and soon becoming a beloved leader. He did not disappoint, leading the human tribe to slay even more monsters and expand their living space. Moreover, he was highly intelligent, mastering various skills such as hunting, farming, and production, which he imparted to his tribe. The human race in this world thus developed rapidly, quickly emerging from a state of ignorance to establish towns, cities, and eventually city-states, forming an extraordinary civilization. This human who had protected the human race was regarded as the greatest being, becoming a god-like figure. Remarkably, while other humans aged and died, he remained immortal, guiding humanity through the ages. In the relief carvings, he is reverently referred to as Grand Duke Fusila. The city-states surrounding him became duchies, forever bathed in his glory. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Grand Duke Fukara? The name had appeared in the information about that diminutive individual who had been acting so mysteriously earlier. But the person before him bore no resemblance to the wise and mighty leader depicted in the relief. Could all of this be a fabricated tale? He was about to continue looking, but discovered that the subsequent reliefs and all the murals had been erased by some force, making it impossible to discern what was depicted. Zhang Xuan exhaled, not dwelling on it further, and began exploring other areas. He walked through the hall and into a long corridor, which was equally well lit. On either side hung lamps, but strangely, these lamps seemed to have no fuel, yet flames burned brightly within them. Zhang Xuan tried to take one down, and immediately information popped up. Eternal Lamp of Eternal Light item. Description: originating from the various marvelous inventions of the great Duke Fukara, these lamps require no fuel yet never go out, capable of illuminating all darkness in the world. This description made Zhang Xuan raise his eyebrows. To be classified as an item by the world's rules and possess such positive characteristics, this Duke of Fusela must indeed be quite remarkable. After all, most items are either useless or even cause all sorts of bizarre side effects. Yet this lamp, which appears to serve only as a source of light, is actually quite extraordinary. Because it possesses two positive traits simultaneously. Never fades and illuminates darkness. The former means it requires no energy source, while the latter is likely some kind of dispel effect. Such a powerful item is so valuable that its worth outside this world is on par with a diamond-grade beast pet egg. And such lamps hang densely on both sides of the walls. Zhang Xuan picked one up and held it in his hand. After passing through the corridor, he arrived at another equally spacious and luxurious area, where a new massive relief sculpture came into view. This relief had not been damaged, and it depicted the Grand Duke of Fukara. He stood solemn and majestic, his gaze distant yet compassionate, overlooking the city and its countless inhabitants. Judging by his position and perspective, it seemed as though he was standing at the very top of the ancient castle. In other words, this ancient castle had once been the center of the duchy, surrounded by numerous city-states. However, judging from the external scenery, it is clear that these city-states have long since been destroyed, with not even ruins remaining, and all other humans have perished, leaving only this gloomy and oppressive ancient castle. Zhang Xuan pondered in his heart. The information he had encountered along the way was indeed shrouded in mystery. At first, he had assumed that the owner of this ancient castle must be an evil entity, and the carvings on the walls were likely forged to mislead observers. However, the entire story seemed highly coherent, and the eternal lamp in his hand also showcased the wisdom and extraordinary nature of the Duke of Fukara. If the human civilization that once existed in this world was real, then was he the sage who created all of this, or the demon who destroyed it? Zhang Xuan approached and unconsciously touched the relief carving. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. You have entered a special area, the Grand Duke of Fukara's chambers. Trigger condition, fragmented blood source. Detecting. You meet the current conditions. The current area is now accessible. Zhang Xuan felt a pulling force act upon his body, and he found himself in a room. This is the Grand Duke of Fukara's residence? Zhang Xuan surveyed his surroundings. Unlike the opulent elegance of the outside, this place was surprisingly simple, hardly befitting the residence of a ruler of a nation. There was a bed, a large desk, and various items scattered across it, seemingly the objects the Duke of Fukara used for his inventions. The room was open and unobstructed, and soon several glowing objects on the desk caught Zhang Xuan's attention. First was a mask, its outer layer engraved with intricate, mystical patterns forming a design resembling a magical array. However, strangely, the mask was missing a small piece and was incomplete. Mind mask incomplete item. Description: the Grand Duke Fusila's masterpiece, unfortunately an unfinished work. When worn, it provides strong resistance against mental attacks. However, over time, you become more susceptible to being targeted by entities from the chaos. Resist mental attacks? It seems to be an item capable of defending against various mental and psychic attack methods. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment. He had never heard of such an item in the outside world, as beings capable of mental attacks were already extremely rare, let alone items designed to counter such techniques. During the recent encounter with the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, mental attacks had already appeared, so it's possible that the monsters in this world are particularly skilled in such tactics. This would explain why the Fucura Grand Guild went to such lengths to create this item. As for the existence in the chaos, Zhang Xuan wasn't sure what that referred to. In any case, it was a debuff, making the item less than perfect. Nevertheless, it still has great utility. He temporarily stored the mask in his backpack without putting it on immediately. Next, Zhang Xuan shifted his gaze to the side. The remaining two items were both emitting a faint blood-red glow, gently floating and shifting into various magical patterns. They appeared to be two runes. Endless Blood Rune. Description: after fusion, all damage you deal deals an additional 100% of your maximum health as damage. If your health is already at maximum, it forms a shield with no stacking limit. The shield disappears 1 minute after leaving combat. Fusion condition: humans with bloodline heritage. Chapter 27, The Trapped. What? Upon seeing the effect of this rune, Zhang Xuan was greatly surprised. This rune was far more powerful than the ones he had obtained in the Dark Grey Realm. 100% blood absorption, and it can also be converted into a shield. As long as you're not instantly killed by high damage, you're invincible. Upon reading the final sentence, Zhang Xuan nearly shouted out in shock. This was actually a rune that could be used on humans. In the Beastmaster continent, such runes were almost exclusively found in ancient texts. Due to their extreme rarity, even the great mages of the elf clan might not be able to create them. If they were to appear on the market, their value could even surpass that of a beast pet egg from a ruler-level beast. After all, humans have very few means to directly enhance themselves, which is why their physical weakness is the greatest weakness and flaw of beast tamers. However, if there were a large number of runes that could be directly used by humans, this problem would be easily resolved. At that point, humans could break free from their over-reliance on beast taming techniques, combining their own strength with that of their beast pets. The profound challenges that have long loomed over all nations might finally be resolved once and for all. However, such runes must be extremely difficult to create and subject to numerous restrictions, otherwise, they would have already been widely adopted. To have encountered them here is truly fortunate. If that's the case, the other one should also be. Zhang Xuan grabbed another rune. Blood Source Reincarnation Rune. Description: the target you strike will be reborn under the blood rules, becoming a more powerful entity that obeys your commands until it has consumed everything. Fusion condition: one who possesses the bloodline. Sure enough, another one. Zhang Xuan's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. This rune is not only exclusive to the human race but also directly enhances combat power. The targets you kill are reincarnated as your own combat power, and there is no time limit before they die. Isn't this the same as having fewer enemies and more allies? Both of these runes belong to the category of invincible combat runes, growing stronger with each battle. However, this condition those with bloodline heritage. Zhang Xuan looked at the fragmented bloodline that was inseparable from his body. Was this the condition for fusing these two runes? It seems that, for now, this thing's existence, though mysterious, is a blessing in disguise. Then, just fuse it. Zhang Xuan chose to fuse them immediately. You have successfully fused the Endless Blood Rune and the Bloodline Rebirth Rune. A strange and eerie energy surged through his entire body, making Zhang Xuan feel incredibly full inside. It seems, there's no limit to how many runes a human body can fuse with? Zhang Xuan pondered this. At least, the Worlds Will had not provided any hints so far. He looked at his own interface, where the information for the two runes was now displayed, adding another layer of security to his strength. Zhang Xuan scanned the rune once more. There were no other items worth taking, but on the wall hung a painting. It no longer depicted only Duke Fusila, but him and his family. Grand Duke Fucura stood on either side of a young woman with a gentle and dignified appearance, surrounding a red-haired girl in the center. Her face was snow-white, and though she appeared young in the painting, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her eyes were identical to those of the Duke of Fusela. With the world destroyed, could Grand Duke Fusela and his family still be alive? Zhang Xuan shifted his gaze and, before leaving the room, crossed his hands over his chest in the standard gesture of a beastmaster. Though he knew nothing of the Duke of Fusela's true circumstances, the information he had obtained here was genuine, and gratitude was the least he could offer. Leaving the room, there was a spiral staircase on the side leading to the second floor of the ancient castle. Zhang Xuan ascended the stairs to the second floor, where the layout was similar to the first floor hall, though the relief carvings depicted more of the civilizational achievements of this duchy. There were even scenes of parliamentary elections from different city-states, the proclamation of laws, and images of markets and academies. Except for the rooms where Duke Fusila himself resided, it seemed as though he had transformed the entire castle into an exhibition hall showcasing the civilization he had created. Clearly, he took great pride in and deeply loved everything here. Just then, Da Huang suddenly perked up his ears and let out a loud bark. Zhang Xuan stopped and looked thoughtful. Big Yellow, did you hear something? Da Huang nodded vigorously and let out another loud bark to confirm. Zhang Xuan looked in the direction Da Huang had sensed. The light there seemed dimmer, at the end of the hall. Let's go check out what's going on. As they got closer, Zhang Xuan faintly heard some sounds. There was definitely movement. Soon, he arrived at a door, with a room at the end of the hall. However, the door was very heavy, and despite pushing it several times, he couldn't open it. Zhang Xuan tried pressing his ear against it. It sounds like someone's voice? Zhang Xuan was greatly puzzled. The door had excellent soundproofing, but he could faintly hear someone moaning inside. Is there someone else in this world? Could it be Duke Fukora? His intense curiosity drove him to desperately want to know the answer. Black King, break it down. The Black King was summoned forth, glaring at the thick door before him, and fiery dragon flames erupted once more. Boom! Sure enough, nothing could withstand the flames. Zhang Xuan realized that the dragon flames seemed to possess a hidden ability to burn everything to ashes. Once anything came into contact with the flames, it would not extinguish unless completely consumed. The door melted away, and Zhang Xuan stepped inside. What greeted him next left him speechless. There was indeed a person inside the room, but he was locked in a large iron cage, his clothes in tatters, his hair disheveled and filthy, and he was clinging to the cage bars, gasping for breath. Upon hearing the loud commotion, the man suddenly turned his head. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, Da Huang, and He Wang, his eyes blazed with disbelief. You're the one who came in from outside? You're a beast tamer? His voice was hoarse, clearly having gone without water for days, but he was extremely agitated, clutching the cage bars tightly. Zhang Xuan froze. A beast tamer? This man had also been brought into the Grey Realm? He hadn't expected to see another living person of his kind in the Grey Realm. He hurried over, and the person in the cage grew even more excited, saying, "Young man, can you understand me? Are you also a beast tamer from the Xia Kingdom? That's great. I've been trapped in this hellhole for ages." Zhang Xuan was also somewhat excited. He truly hadn't expected such a coincidence to occur. However, he paused again and asked, could it be that other nations can also be teleported to the same Grey Realm? The man nodded and said, of course. The Grey Realm's location isn't fixed, and there might be many entrances connecting to the continent, so it's normal for them to be extremely far apart. Ah, so that's how it is. He hadn't known that before. Chapter 28, Monster. Alright, young man, hurry up and help me open this broken cage. I thought I was going to die here. To encounter another beast tamer who entered at the same time, and even from the same country, is truly a stroke of luck. Zhang Xuan stopped in front of the iron cage, looked at the thick iron bars, and thought about the scenes he had seen along the way. He asked, by the way, how did you end up here? Why were you locked up? The man ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, revealing a weathered face in his mid-30s, and said with a bitter smile, my name is Su Qingguang, a 6th-rank beast tamer. I recently participated in a secret realm exploration mission issued by the Beast God Temple. Unfortunately, I got separated from my teammates and was accidentally sucked into this cursed Grey Realm. I encountered a pack of demon wolves, killed a few, and thought this Grey Realm wasn't too dangerous. But then I came across a man named Duke Fukara. At this point, Su Qingguang's expression turned fearful and angry, with a hint of deep loathing in his eyes. Zhang Xuan was taken aback. You encountered Duke Fukara? He's still alive? Was it he who brought you here? He had just come all this way, encountering only the blood moon wolves at the cliff's edge and that cloaked dwarf who seemed connected to Duke Fukara. After exploring the ancient castle for so long, he hadn't seen the Duke himself. Su Qingguang clenched his teeth and said, that's exactly who it was. This man must be the boss of this Grey Realm. He's an extreme narcissist. You should have seen those relief carvings in the ancient castle, right? Everything on them is fake. Fake? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. He had also had similar suspicions before. Could it really be true? Su Qingguang continued, the Duke of Fukara is a deformed being born during the blood moon. He subjugated the humans of this world under his bloody rule, eventually destroying its civilization entirely. Then he fabricated these illusions, claiming he was the true creator of this world, a merciful father. After he captured me, he brainwashed me with these lies every day. But I've seen his true face, he's nothing but a madman and a monster. Su Qingguang's voice trembled, clearly still deeply traumatized by Duke Fusila. Zhang Xuan looked around cautiously and asked, so you're saying that Duke Fusila is inside this ancient castle? Su Qingguang nodded nervously, that's right, but he seems to be in some kind of condition. He often falls into a deep sleep and only appears every so often to torment me and tell those fabricated stories. According to the schedule, he should be asleep right now. Little brother, please save me first, and we'll figure out a way to escape together. Zhang Xuan looked pensive for a moment before suddenly saying, do you know where Duke Fusila is sleeping inside the castle? I want to go take a look. You're crazy? Su Chengguan looked utterly disbelieving, wondering if the other had lost his mind. I'm at least a 6th rank beast tamer. I couldn't even put up a fight and was captured by him. You want to go in there willingly? He pleaded earnestly, even if we have to face him, we should at least team up. 2 heads are better than 1. Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. You're right, I was too arrogant. By the way, how do I get you out? Su Chengguang's face lit up as he looked at the Black King beside Zhang Xuan and said, young man, if I'm not mistaken, your beast companion is a pure-blooded dragon, right? Which family's genius are you to have contracted such a beast companion? Speaking of which, I've tried breaking this cage net many times, but I've never succeeded. Later, that scoundrel Fukura boasted to me again about his fake stories. I pretended to agree and managed to pry the information out of him. He claimed this cage net was meticulously crafted by him, and ordinary methods couldn't break it. Only the power of a pure-blooded top-tier beast tribe could do it. And here you are, having contracted a pure-blooded dragon clan beast. Isn't this fate arranged by the beast god? Is that even possible? Zhang Xuan couldn't help but be amazed. This was indeed too coincidental. By the way, senior, have you ever seen a pure-blooded dragon before? How did you recognize it? Su Chengguang nodded. Of course. Though I've never seen one up close, the terrifying might of the pure-blooded dragon clan that appeared during the Abyss War was so overwhelming that even a single glance from afar left an indelible impression on me. I see. Zhang Xuan nodded and said indifferently, Black King, Dragon Flame, burn this man to death. Black King obeyed the order, gathering intense flames in his mouth and aiming them at Su Chengguang. Hey! What are you doing? Su Chengguang felt the terrifying heat that seemed to be able to roast him to ashes even from several meters away, his soul trembling. Wait, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Xuan spoke coldly, enough with the act. You were already acting suspiciously down by the cliff. Now you dare not show your true face? Su Chengguang's expression froze. The shock and fear on his face slowly faded, replaced by a cold, ruthless expression. A hoarse, grating sound like rusty chains scraping against metal echoed, how did you discover me? Zhang Xuan replied indifferently, the hatred you expressed toward Duke Fukura in your words and demeanor was too strong, with little fear. If you had been captured and tortured day and night, you wouldn't react this way. This shows you don't understand human emotions. At this point, I was only slightly suspicious. But when you mentioned that only the power of a top-tier beast tribe could break through this iron cage, there's no way such a coincidence could exist. The conditions for breaking open the cage are likely correct, but releasing you is definitely suspicious. I already suspect you've sided with the shadowy entity lurking in this gray realm and are conspiring against me. And finally, Zhang Xuan's voice was cold, you claim to have seen dragon tribes from afar on the Abyss battlefield? Let me tell you, the last time pure-blooded dragon tribes appeared in the Abyss was 20 years ago. Are you saying you've been locked up here for nearly 20 years? Or is there no TV here, so you can't watch the news? You aren't even human, are you? Su Chengguang fell silent for a moment, then his skin began to peel away, eventually revealing a monstrous form with exposed muscles and blood vessels. The monster opened its mouth, revealing layer upon layer of sharp teeth arranged in a spiral pattern, extremely grotesque and terrifying. It cackled, so that's it. This place has finally shown its weakness. It shrugged its hands and shook its head, saying, there's nothing we can do. This stubborn creature entered here 20 years ago. Unfortunately, the next human being to come along had to wait this long. The monster's tone grew increasingly somber, then suddenly erupted into a piercing scream. Do you know how long I've been trapped here? Its voice was filled with despair and hatred, its eyeball without pupils darting around Zhang Xuan. Chapter 29, The Face of the Mind. Zhang Xuan frowned and asked, what's your relationship with Duke Fusila? For Chila? The skinless monster gave a sinister laugh, shaking its head and said, I am him, and he is me. No, I am not him, and he is not me. Its speech was utterly inverted and, as if it had lost its mind. And whenever it mentioned Duke Fusila, it seemed to trigger something within it, causing its tone to grow filled with hatred. Zhang Xuan laughed and said, I see. You must be an ugly, vile, and utterly despicable monster. Either you harmed innocent lives or you dared to intrude into this ancient castle, so the Duke of Fusila sealed you here. Am I correct? As he spoke, he observed the creature's emotional changes. Dealing with such a mad creature, provoking its emotional fluctuations might be an effective strategy to extract information. Sure enough, the skinless monster grew even more enraged. It let out a shrill howl, its exposed muscles twitching and writhing, and the filthy blood dripping from its body corroded the ground, forming small pits. I'm lowly. I, suppressed? No, it's impossible. It seemed desperate to prove that all of this was a lie, babbling incoherently, that damned traitor, he's the one who's lowly and betrayed us. Zhang Xuan curled the corner of his mouth. Was it finally time to get to the interesting part? The great crimson moon granted us existence to spread its light across billions of worlds, not to wallow in the filth of the lowly like him. The skinless monster's voice was filled with anger one moment, then suddenly grew calm. Its pupils turned a pure blood red, and it extended its tongue, covered in suction cups, licking its face. Cunning humans, do you wish to know his secret? Do not rush. Let me first bring you the great evolution. The crimson moon? Is that the true name of the massive blood-red moon outside? From the monster's words, it seems like the blood moon is a sentient being? Zhang Xuan was deep in thought when the skinless monster seemed to lose patience with further conversation. It let out another piercing screech, and the spacious room instantly transformed into a blood-soaked chamber made of flesh. Terrifying whispers echoed in Zhang Xuan's ears, and the thick stench of blood forced its way into his nostrils from all directions. Looking down, he saw that the ground had completely transformed into writhing, filthy flesh. The remains of some unknown creature had become the nourishment for this place. The walls, the ceiling, everything was a horrifying sight. Black King. He instinctively called out to his beast pet. However, what horrified him even more was that he had lost all connection with his beast pets. Black King, Bing, De Huang, Ingsha, all of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. The beast summoning space was completely empty. What is happening? This skinless monster is capable of such a thing? Cut off the most powerful reliance of a human beast tamer? Wait, I still have the power feedback from my beast pets. Zhang Xuan raised his hands and realized his entire body had grown weak and powerless. It seemed the whispers echoing in his ears and the overwhelming scent of blood had plunged him into this state. He felt fear for the first time. This situation was completely beyond his control. The skinless monster laughed maniacally. Do you see? This is his power. Even a single strand of light that accidentally escaped is more than the lowly can endure. Join your delicious beast tribe and become my nourishment, building the tower that leads to the gods. It snapped its hands, and the entire blood-soaked chamber began to churn violently. Zhang Xuan felt nauseous and on the verge of vomiting, his mind growing increasingly chaotic, barely able to think clearly. Suddenly, an endless sea of blood surged toward him, engulfing his body in an instant. In the blood sea floated horrific scenes, with mountains of corpses rising and falling, and endless cries of agony echoing throughout the space. Zhang Xuan was constantly battered by the blood, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. He could no longer perceive anything from his previous world, his beast pets, his belongings, even the interface. All the rules of the main world seemed to have been stripped away, submerged under the rules of the blood moon. But the next moment, Zhang Xuan suddenly felt an intense burning pain. He looked down and saw a blood-red glow emanating from 3 locations. These are the 3 items I obtained from the residence of Duke Fucura. At that moment, their presence suddenly awakened Zhang Xuan's consciousness. Blood moon. Blood sea. Spiritual world. Rules. I understand. Zhang Xuan picked up the broken piece of the mind mirror and placed it on his face. In an instant, the blood sea receded, the foul stench dissipated, and the flesh-filled chamber collapsed. He found himself back in the spacious room, while the skinless monster returned to the iron cage. No, everything had remained unchanged from the very beginning. From the moment he stepped into this room, or even heard the groans of the skinless monster, he had already suffered some kind of mental shock. The Black Kings, under some guidance, had already been sealed within his beast control space. Clearly, the skinless monster's methods lacked the confidence to affect a divine-tier beast clan. Later, when all conditions and timing were met, the enemy struck, aiming to completely corrupt his mind and keep him trapped here forever. Just like Su Qingguang, who came here years ago, he must have fallen victim to this tactic, allowing the monster to take over his body and soul, absorbing his memories. However, it was ultimately not human, leaving too many flaws in the details. And the mind's eye left behind by Duke Fucura was the perfect countermeasure against it. No, this can't be possible. The skinless monster realized that Zhang Xuan had escaped the illusory space it had created, shaking its head in disbelief and roaring in fury. But then it noticed the mask on Zhang Xuan's face. Intense hatred surged once more. It's him. It's always him. The traitor who betrayed the great mother goddess and allied himself with the lowly. Then it burst into maniacal laughter. But so what? His beloved lowly tribe has been slaughtered to the last, and his wife also died by my hand. Can he defeat me? No, he can't. The skinless monster descended into complete madness, uttering nothing but incoherent ramblings. Zhang Xuan, seeing that he couldn't obtain any more useful information, immediately summoned the Black King. The recent ordeal had left him trembling with fear, and once the fear subsided, anger boiled over. Black King, burn this place to the ground. Roar! The Black King spat out dragon flames, and the intense, chaotic flames instantly engulfed the skinless monster, reducing its hideous form to ashes in an instant. The iron cage, however, managed to withstand the dragon flames, though its surface had begun to melt in places. It did not immediately turn into molten iron and evaporate. Chapter 30, The Story. Zhang Xuan was astonished. This Duke Fucula was truly a genius. He had never seen a substance that dragon flames couldn't completely incinerate before. Judging by this, the contents of those relief carvings were likely true. A human being as divine as a god had led the people of this world out of ignorance and established civilization, only to have it tragically destroyed in the end. Recalling the series of words spoken by the skinless monster from the very beginning, Zhang Xuan roughly reconstructed the sequence of events in his mind. Just as depicted in the first relief carving, Duke Fusela was indeed born during the blood moon. However, he did not adhere to the rules or will of the blood moon to slaughter humanity. Instead, he integrated into the human community, spreading his wisdom and knowledge among them. However, this clearly angered the blood moon, which may have sent a chaotic entity to possess the Grand Duke of Fukura, influencing his will and using his hands to destroy everything. This can be inferred from the words of the skinless monster, who claimed that everything was done by the Duke of Fusela himself. As for the iron cage and the items in Duke Fukura's chambers, they may have been arranged as a contingency plan when he was still capable of maintaining some rationality. But if that was the case, why didn't the Grand Duke of Fukura personally eliminate this menace, but instead imprison it here? Zhang Xuan was deep in thought when he noticed that the charred remains of the skinless monster were suddenly glowing with a blood-red light. Zhang Xuan grew vigilant. Even after being burned like this, could it still not be completely dead? Soon, the bloodlight swirled and gradually spread into a shadowy form, which floated in the air, its face taking on features. Zhang Xuan froze, for he recognized the figure as that of Duke Fusela. The remnant will of Duke Fukara. The worlds will return, revealing the true identity of the shadowy figure before them. He seemed to wear a look of relief on his face as he smiled and said, "Hello, young beast tamer." Zhang Xuan, who wore the mind's eye, did not sense the presence of a mental shockwave and should not have fallen into an illusion. As he looked at the face of Duke Fusela, he suddenly realized something. "You are that skinless monster?" Grand Duke Fukara nodded, his expression unchanged, but his eyes still held a trace of sadness. "That's correct. It is a part of me, and has been an inseparable part of me since the very beginning of the blood moon's birth." Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding. With that, the remaining doubts were completely resolved. "Then, I am willing to hear your story." Grand Duke Fusela looked at him with gratitude in his eyes, then began to speak slowly. It turned out that this world had never known the blood moon in its earliest days. It had suddenly appeared one day, and the still primitive human race, filled with fear and awe, had revered it as a deity, worshipping and offering sacrifices to it. But one day, the blood moon underwent a transformation. A human being, identical in appearance to them, emerged from it and descended into the world. The humans rejoiced, viewing him as a messenger sent by the gods to the earth, and referred to him as Prophet, Great One, God on earth. This being who came from the blood moon was Fukala. Fukala lived up to expectations. He led the people in battling ferocious beasts, introduced the use of fire, taught farming methods, and even imparted knowledge of celestial phenomena, calendars, numbers, and metallurgy. In just 100 years, the first city in the world emerged. Another 100 years later, the first human city-state was born. In the end, over 300 years, humanity progressed from hunting and gathering to city-state alliances and the formation of nations. On this vast land, millions of humans now thrive and multiply. In the central, highest part of the kingdom, people built an ancient castle for the immortal prophets to reside in. At this time, Fukara had become the unquestioned deity of humanity, a figure as familiar as the sun itself. An entity that brings knowledge, never ages. What could be more deserving of the title of God? But when Fukala stood atop the ancient castle, gazing out at the civilization he had created with his own hands, a sense of fear began to grow uncontrollably within him. He did not fear humanity, he feared himself. To impart all truth and beauty, to allow humanity to thrive and multiply, all for the sake of fulfilling the sacrifice to the mother goddess. Forcella struggled to suppress this thought, but he couldn't, for it was his innate mission. But as he watched the kingdom grow prosperous, saw human infants being born, and witnessed the birth of his own daughter, Shaofila, he knew he must resist all of this, must kill himself. Forcella tried every possible method, working day and night in the laboratory of the ancient castle, striving to separate his mother goddess's will from himself. This was the only way. Only by separating this part of his will could Fusela completely rid himself of his craving for bloodshed and sacrifice. However, all of this was detected by the blood moon. Before he could complete his research, the blood moon unleashed its wrath. Forcella lost control, burying the entire kingdom, killing his own wife with his own hands, and destroying everything. But he eventually regained his senses. In his overwhelming grief, he separated the bloodthirsty will and imprisoned it within a cage. At the same time, he left a legacy for future generations to completely eliminate his negative entity. Zhang Xuan heard this and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. While Duke Fusela couldn't be called innocent, he was indeed destined from the very beginning to face the greatest tragedy in the world. Then why didn't you kill it yourself? The Duke of Fusela shook his head. The will of the mother goddess is unimaginably powerful. I had to resort to various means just to force myself to issue the command to separate and imprison it. As for killing it, that can only be done by others. Therefore, young man, I am deeply grateful to you. Zhang Xuan thought back to the unfortunate soul who had come here decades ago. Why hadn't he received the Grand Duke's inheritance and eliminated this monster? Grand Duke Fusela seemed to read his thoughts and said, actually, that person didn't find this place on his own, he was lured here by my negative essence. No wonder. Zhang Xuan fell silent for a moment and said, the inheritance you left behind is of great help to me. Is there anything else I can do to assist you? Grand Duke Fusela spoke slowly, young man, those items were meant to kill it. You accomplished that, so I owe you a debt of gratitude. My true form is wandering and atoning in a distant world, trying to find my people. This is merely a fragment of my lingering spirit. But if you ever meet my daughter, Philadelphia, please tell her that I wish to revive her mother and beg for her forgiveness. Grand Duke Fusela's piercing gaze fixed on the void, and his ethereal form began to fade as if his mission had been fulfilled. Chapter 31, The Flow of Time. Finally, beware of them. The infinite worlds are being sacrificed. Before his form completely vanished, Grand Duke Fusela left a final warning. Several light orbs then appeared before him. Ding! You have obtained the key to the Grey Realm. You have activated new Grey Realm coordinates. You have earned the gratitude of Grand Duke Fusela, unlocking the bond system. Bond? Zhang Xuan was a bit surprised, he had never heard of such a thing before. He quickly looked at the description. Bond system, when you form a close connection with certain special beings, you may trigger a bond, leading to subsequent developments. Current bond, Duke Fusela. Description, born from the blood moon, a wise and powerful being. You resolved the root of his suffering and earned his eternal friendship. Got it. It's like completing a hidden quest and maxing out the goodwill of a special NPC, which forms what's called a bond. Since Duke Fukure is still alive, it's possible that you'll cross paths with him again in the near future. Not for any other reason, but mainly because Zhang Xuan is quite envious of the various things Duke Fukure has developed. Though he downplays it in his words, Zhang Xuan can imagine how difficult it must be for Fukure to resist the will of the Blood Moon to some extent. The Blood Moon, capable of descending upon a world, sacrificing a world, and destroying a world, possesses power and status that are beyond Zhang Xuan's current comprehension. He even doubted whether the beast gods on the continent could achieve such feats. Although Fusela ultimately couldn't avoid being affected and had to destroy everything he had created with his own hands, he managed to separate the negative will and break free from the Blood Moon's control. This alone was sufficient proof of his strength. To establish a friendship with such a figure is naturally an extraordinary matter. However, the final warning from Duke Fukura. He mentioned them, the endless worlds. Could it be that there are more than one of these foreign evil gods like the Blood Moon, and that many worlds have already fallen under their gaze? How was the Grey Realm formed? Are the abysses on the continent connected to these foreign evil gods? Everything is shrouded in mystery, like dark clouds. Zhang Xuan steadied his mind. These were not matters he could touch upon now. By continuously strengthening his own power, he would naturally draw closer to the truth of this world. He grasped the key glowing with bloodlight. Key of the Grey Realm, Blood. Description, the key to the blood-tainted Grey Realm, Level 3. It can illuminate the map of this world and detect other Grey Realms of the same nature within a certain range. The moment he obtained the key, the entire current map was illuminated, and Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This Grey Realm was vast, at least 100 times larger than the previous 7th Dark Grey Realm. Even if the world had been shattered and degraded into Grey Realm fragments, could it still be this vast? Perhaps because this was originally a complete world, while the previous Dark Grey Realm 7 was merely a tiny fragment of a world. However, Zhang Xuan looked at the Blood Moon occupying more than half of the horizon and felt a chill run down his spine. Although wearing the mind's eye had greatly reduced the constant sense of being watched in the eerie atmosphere, the presence of the Blood Moon still indicated that this world harbored unknown dangers. Even with black beasts like Black King A Bing by his side, facing such a demon god offered no guarantee of safety. Moreover, Zhang Xuan suspected that this was not the true form of the Crimson Moon, but merely a projection manifested by some rule. Otherwise, with its power, how could he still be unharmed? The true form of the Blood Moon might be invading other worlds at this very moment. Since they now possess the Grey Realm key, allowing free travel between realms, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. We can explore further once we have a deeper understanding of them in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xuan cast one last glance at the ancient castle shrouded in blood-red light before departing. When he returned to the main world, the surroundings were clearly no longer Mount Juling. This seemed to be a relatively low-lying basin with dense vegetation and a humid, oppressive air. Upon exiting the Grey Realm, one typically drifts a certain distance away, but not excessively so. Zhang Xuan pulled out the map he had prepared in advance and began to identify his location, quickly determining where he was. This is the Burial Basin? The Burial Bone Basin was located northwest of Moon Spirit Mountain, already approaching the depths of the Dragon Coiling Mountains. If one continued westward, one would reach the vicinity of Jianing City, adjacent to Guangning City. The Burial Basin derives its name from the fact that it has become a gathering ground for monsters of level 100 or higher. Beast tamers of 5th rank or below dare not set foot here. Anyone who dares to linger here will eventually meet their end here. Should we stay here and level up some more? Zhang Xuan looked at Black King and Ah Bing, who had both reached level 90. Divine tier beast pets, due to their immense potential, require reaching level 100 before they can meet the first prerequisite for advancing from the juvenile stage to the growth stage. Other beast pets typically only need to reach around level 50 to advance to the growth stage. The monsters here are high enough in level, so grinding to level 100 before returning would be ideal. Thinking this, he glanced at the time displayed on his communicator. What the? Zhang Xuan blurted out a curse word instinctively. He realized that since he had arrived at the Dragon's Back Mountains, nearly 2 weeks had already passed. What's going on? He had only spent half a day in the Blood Grey Realm. Last time in the Dark Grey Realm, this hadn't happened. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and concluded that it must be due to the world's rules time flowed differently in the Blood Grey Realm compared to the Beast God continent. If that was the case, if he ever encountered an unsolvable problem in the future, like being chased and killed, he could hide in the Blood Grey Realm. By the time he emerged, the pursuers would probably think he had vanished into thin air and give up. Could this also be considered a form of delayed aging? Zhang Xuan shook his head, dismissing these random thoughts. So much time had passed in the main world he needed to hurry back to Guangning. The mock exam was about to begin, and all new beast tamers in Guangning had to participate. Missing it would affect their eligibility for the upcoming unified exam. Zhang Xuan summoned De Huang and rushed back in a hurry. Speaking of which, in the mock exam dungeon, he would have to compete against other beast tamers. Which of his beast pets should he send into battle? Black King, Ah Bing? That might be too flashy. If it's just to beat up weaker opponents, there's no need to use a divine tier beast pet that's almost level 100. Big Yellow? That's not right. If my mount is fighting, what will I ride? What about Ing Sha? Forget it, I'm overthinking this. I'll just capture a few more beast pets and call it a day. Zhang Xuan remembered he still had 3 pet slots left, so he decided to try something new. Chapter 32, The Tree Spirit King. That's right, let me think about what to capture. Got it. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. The tree spirits in the Dead Tree Valley, weren't they a decent choice? They were strong enough to easily defeat weaker opponents yet still provided a bit of variety. Collecting various types of beast pets was also a pleasure in itself. Among the senior high school beast tamers in Guangning City, having a golden ranked beast pet of level 30 to 40 within such a short period of time was already considered top tier. The most outstanding ones were probably still struggling to fight monsters in the dark forest or being surrounded by a group of beast tamers, repeatedly defeating tree people. There's no way around it under the world's rules. Beast masters of 2 ranks or more cannot form teams. Even if they kill higher level monsters, they can't share the experience. Otherwise, an 8th tier beastmaster could take a 1st tier beastmaster to fight a 200 level monster and they'd both be blown to smithereens on the spot. Right now, I need to give the geniuses of Guangning a taste of the awe-inspiring power of tree spirits. Plus, the barren tree valley is right along his return route, so he doesn't even have to go out of his way. I'm such a genius. The swift hunters dashed through the dense forest like the wind, carrying Zhang Xuan at breakneck speed. Along the way, they heard the constant roars of monsters, but each time they drew their attention, they quickly escaped the monsters' range, leaving them standing there in confusion. Soon, they left the basin, swept past the Moon Spirit Mountain, and the withered tree valley came into view. Zhang Xuan equipped the crying tree pendant he had obtained from killing the tree spirit earlier. This item had the effect of attracting tree spirits within a certain range. Tree spirits were still elite monsters, searching for them slowly would take too much time. A lone figure and a wolf charged into the Valley of the Dead Trees. The scenery immediately changed, just as the name suggested. The valley was filled with numerous withered old trees, some of which had faces resembling old men frozen on their trunks, a rather unsettling sight. However, Zhang Xuan had seen such sights before and remained unfazed. He continued to advance deeper into the valley while shouting loudly, tree spirits, come out quickly." Now that he had arrived in the Dead Tree Valley, it was like returning to the starting village. With the physical attack power exceeding 20,000 thanks to his beast pet's feedback, a single punch was enough to instantly kill a tree spirit and sweep through an entire area. Ugh. Sure enough, with the buff from the crying tree, a tree spirit soon appeared in his line of sight, its roots surging as it charged toward Zhang Xuan at high speed. Zhang Xuan rode his large yellow beast forward and struck out with a punch. 21,500. Boom! The tree spirit was instantly killed, releasing a spirit of grass and trees. Wait. Zhang Xuan suddenly realized, my damage can one-shot it with a single punch. How am I supposed to capture it now? On the other hand, Ing Sha and De Huang didn't have such high attributes. Maybe I should have them weaken the tree spirit first before trying to capture it. Just as Zhang Xuan was searching for a second tree spirit, the valley suddenly shook violently, with the tremors growing closer, accompanied by the panicked screams of several people. Run! Damn it, how did we lure the boss out? Zhang Xuan froze. What's going on? This feels familiar. Could it be that group from the Yin family again? However, upon hearing the word boss, his curiosity was piqued, and he immediately ordered Big Huang to head toward the source of the sound. Soon, a massive, towering tree came into view. Its vines stretched out 5 or 6 meters, and the faces on its trunk were even more lifelike and terrifying. A team of 6 or 7 beast tamers was fleeing in panic. As they dodged, a leopard was suddenly swept up by a thick vine and stuffed into the tree's mouth. After a few chews, blood spurted out. A beast master, pale-faced, turned to look back and saw that the main battle beast he had spent years training had been devoured. "Orang, don't look! Run! Your life is more important!" the burly leader shouted. These people seemed familiar. Zhang Xuan had a vague recollection, but couldn't quite place them. "Never mind, since there's a boss and you can't handle them, they're mine!" he shouted loudly, riding his big yellow horse straight toward the giant tree. Boom! Zhang Xian's fist struck the giant tree, causing a burst of bright green blood to spurt out. 19,487. Its defense stats seem pretty high? Zhang Xian glanced at the opponent's information. Boss Tree Spirit King LV.70. Attributes, health 80,000 80,000. Physical attack, 1,500, magic attack 4,000. Physical defense, 2,600, magic defense, 2,000. Skills, Vine Net, Sturdy Bark, Root Drain, Frenzy Whip. It seems like these guys have lured out the strongest monster from the Dry Tree Valley. Well, let's capture the Tree Spirit King and have some fun. 8,000 HP may seem like a lot, but it's just a few punches. The Tree Spirit King suddenly took a significant hit, roared angrily, and shifted its aggro onto Zhang Xuan. The group didn't flee immediately but stopped instead. The burly man was sweating profusely and shouted, "Young man, run. This thing is too dangerous. You can't handle it. Run. Your mount is fast once you're out of the valley, it won't chase you." A slender woman in the group noticed that the large yellow beast beneath Zhang Xuan was moving quickly and urgently warned him. However, their anxiety and concern quickly turned to shock. Zhang Xuan moved like a ghost, dodging the thick vines swung by the Tree Spirit King and landing in another position before delivering a punch to its body. The green sap spurting out in the Tree Spirit King's agonized roar clearly indicated the severity of the injury. The members of the squad exchanged glances, initially assuming that a kind-hearted beast tamer had come by to help them draw the Tree Spirit King's attention, only to realize that he was actually aiming to kill it. However, this young man had initiated all the attacks himself. Where did he get such high damage output? The burly man noticed something: his beast pet is incredibly fast. He was amazed. Such speed was something he had never seen before in a land-based beast pet. It was incredibly agile. No wonder he could dodge the Tree Spirit King's attacks so easily. In the midst of the battle, Zhang Xuan remained utterly relaxed. The vines were no match for him, and even when the Tree Spirit King attempted to activate its skill, De Huang had already anticipated it, activating Wild Charge to instantly boost his speed once more and dodge out of the way. High damage combined with high mobility resulted in 2 words: complete annihilation. After just 4 punches, the Tree Spirit King's health bar had dropped into critical condition. Its roar grew weak, and its roots began to shift, as if it were trying to escape. Zhang Xuan gave chase. When the monster was low on health, it was the perfect opportunity to capture it. Beast Pet Net. He threw the net out. Capturing. Target: Tree Spirit King refuses to submit, capture chance reduced, capture judgment. Failed. It didn't work? Zhang Xuan was stunned. Then he saw the Tree Spirit King stop in its tracks, all its vines suddenly plunging into the ground, and its health bar instantly replenished. So that's how it works. It didn't kill you directly, so it entered the second phase, right? Chapter 33, Unbreakable Defense. Zhang Xuan took the opportunity to glance at the Tree Spirit King's stats again. His health was fully restored, but the other attributes remained unchanged. He shrugged and said, "What's the point? It's just a few more punches." Ugh. The Tree Spirit King seemed to understand his mockery. Its ancient face on the tree trunk contorted into an angry expression, and its vines whipped wildly around it. Recalling the earlier prompt, the Tree Spirit King wasn't entirely convinced. Zhang Xuan grinned, "Then I'll beat you into submission." He mounted Big Yellow and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Ooh la la la. A barrage of punches rained down on the Tree Spirit King, but at that moment, its bark suddenly turned pitch black and began to emit a metallic glow. The punches Zhang Xuan landed only dealt a few thousand damage points. Though the damage was still considerable, it had been reduced by nearly 3/4 compared to before. It seemed that after entering the second phase, the Tree Spirit King had gained a skill that enhanced its defense. At the same time, the Tree Spirit King's body suddenly erupted, unleashing even more thick vines that resembled hair, leaving almost no room for maneuver within its attack range. Whoosh! The vines sliced through the air, lashing toward Zhang Xuan and De Huang. This time, they were not only extremely dense but also sealed off all angles, particularly targeting De Huang. Clearly, the Tree Spirit King knew that the reason it couldn't catch Zhang Xuan earlier was because of this wolf. This is bad. The members of the nearby squad watching the battle all felt a chill run down their spines. If this young man's mount was restricted, facing the second stage Tree Spirit King, he would be in imminent danger of losing his life. Follow me. Save him. Draw the boss's aggro away. The burly man clenched his teeth, summoned his three-headed beast pet, and charged at the Tree Spirit King. The others hesitated briefly before summoning their injured beasts from the beast summoning space and charging toward the Tree Spirit King. Skills with ranged damage capabilities struck the giant tree first, but the scattered damage numbers that appeared were pitifully low. Just as they thought this young brother was about to meet his end, amidst the dense vines, Zhang Xuan looked nonchalant, not even bothering to command De Huang to dodge. Instead, he charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches. The vines struck his body repeatedly, but a series of misses erupted. Under Zhang Xuan's defensive attributes, these vine strikes, which were equivalent to basic attacks, couldn't break through his defenses. What the hell? The team members were speechless. How was this possible? A beast tamer with high attack power was already unreasonable, but why was his defense so absurdly high? The Tree Spirit King sensed something was wrong. His old face opened wide, and a piercing screech erupted, filled with intense hatred, like the wail of a ghost. The cry of the ancient tree. Yah! The burly man and the slender woman turned pale instantly, nearly unable to catch their breath. They hurriedly retreated. If they had been any closer, they would have been knocked to the ground on the spot. The beasts that charged forward were unlucky. They were instantly knocked out by the Tree Spirit King's powerful magic attack, which drained their health bars and forced them back into the beast-taming space, rendering them temporarily useless. Before the team could even think of a plan, the scene before them left them speechless. Under the Tree Spirit King's piercing screech, Zhang Xuan remained completely still, continuing to punch the tree trunk with all his might. Is this guy really a beast tamer? The slender woman with red lips parted, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Though their ranks were low, they were experienced beast tamers and immediately assumed he was relying on his beast pet's power to withstand the monster's attacks. But this wasn't some level 5 minor monster from the Windy Plains used to train newcomers, this was a level 70 boss tier monster. How could a single human being stand there bare-handed and fight it head-on? Thinking about how powerful the opponent's main beast pet must be, the few of them exchanged glances. In a place like Guangning, could there really be such a young and powerful beastmaster? At the very least, they must be a 6th tier beastmaster, right? No. A 6th tier beastmaster might be able to withstand the boss's basic attacks, but taking a powerful skill head-on without flinching? That's absolutely impossible. At that moment, Zhang Xuan was grinning savagely, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the tree trunk. Powerful skills? Sorry, my top lieutenant is a pure-blooded dragon, and magic damage is the last thing he fears. Even if you doubled the damage from your earlier screams, it wouldn't break my defenses. The Tree Spirit King clearly possessed some intelligence. Facing this situation, an expression of confusion appeared on its old face. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's high-frequency attacks continued. Even though the Tree Spirit King activated a defensive skill in its second phase, causing its defensive attributes to surge, its health bar was still visibly dropping rapidly. Ugh! The Tree Spirit King let out another strange cry, this time clearly tinged with fear. It tried to turn and flee again, but Zhang Xuan wouldn't let it escape. He kept close behind, each punch carving out green blood from its body. Tree bark and branches were being knocked off and scattered all over the ground. Thus, a rather absurd and eerie scene unfolded in the valley. The Tree Spirit King used its roots as legs, fleeing forward, but Zhang Xuan, riding the big yellow, easily kept the distance within range to attack, chasing it and pounding it relentlessly. Soon, the Tree Spirit King's health was once again critically low, entering a severely wounded state. Its hideous screams now carried a hint of pleading. Zhang Xuan sneered, "Is there a third stage? If not, you'd better obey me." He pulled out the beast pet capture net and cast it over the opponent for the second time. Ding! Capture attempt in progress. Target Tree Spirit King has entered a critically wounded state and is extremely afraid of you, capture probability increased. Judgment successful. You have captured the beast pet Tree Spirit King Diamond. This capture triggered a random effect, causing the Tree Spirit King to undergo a mysterious transformation. Did the item's passive effect trigger? Beast Pet Net indeed has an effect that may cause the target to undergo changes. Zhang Xuan's eyelids twitched. Given the nature of many bizarre items, it probably won't turn the monster into something completely useless, right? However, after a flash of white light, his concerns didn't materialize. The Tree Spirit King had merely changed its form slightly, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly had changed. Zhang Xuan checked the information. Withered Vine Mother Tree Starlight LV.70. Its rank has actually increased by 1 level? That's impressive. It seems like a positive change has been triggered. My luck really is pretty good. What does Mother Tree mean? Do trees have genders? Everything settled, Zhang Xuan turned around and noticed the others standing there dumbfounded, completely baffled by the fact that the Tree Spirit King had been soundly beaten by him and then suddenly became his subordinate. He laughed heartily and waved at them. Chapter 34, The Poisonous Mother Tree. Everyone, I'm fine. How about you? These people were surprisingly loyal. In that situation, they had been chased by the Tree Spirit King and were about to be killed. Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, they turned around to help him. In the Beastmaster world, such good people were few and far between. The burly man and the tall woman finally snapped out of it and nodded instinctively. We're fine, we're all okay. But it wasn't exactly fine. Most of their beast pets were damaged beyond repair, and healing them, maintaining their loyalty, and other tasks would take a lot of time and resources. Beast-taming adventures aren't games, they're deadly. In this world, ordinary gold farming groups or training groups like them had a tough time surviving. But that's life. But looking at it another way, encountering such a young and powerful genius this time and surviving was truly a stroke of luck. The burly man and the others felt deeply moved and prepared to express their gratitude. At that moment, Zhang Xuan pulled out a few items from his backpack and tossed them to the others. I don't need these. I don't know if they'll be useful to you. I'll be on my way now. We'll meet again if fate permits. With that, he mounted his steed, which darted away like the wind. Hey! The burly man waved his hand, but the other party had already vanished. He could only look at the items in his hands. Crying tree pendant and several dozen plant spirits. Zhang Xuan had no use for these items, but since he had seen the other party fighting monsters in the barren tree valley, he assumed they might be valuable to them and handed them over without hesitation. Crying tree? The tall woman exclaimed excitedly, Captain, with this, we can lure monsters at the edge of the barren tree valley without having to go deep inside. And so many plant spirits? This skilled young man must have defeated quite a few tree spirits. She looked in the direction Zhang Xuan had left inside. Too bad we don't know his name. We can't properly thank him. The burly man shook his head and said, he saved us and gave us what we needed most. This favor is too great, how can we possibly thank him? However, he also knew that the other party had merely done it out of kindness. With such power and age, he would be the most outstanding figure anywhere, and he certainly wouldn't seek their repayment. But today's events would forever be etched in their memories. Zhang Xuan arrived at the location where he had previously set up the scroll teleportation anchor point. He first summoned the withered vine mother tree and prepared to give it a one-click upgrade. Although a 70th level star tier beast pet could easily sweep through the newbie beast tamers in a simulated exam, he couldn't resist the urge to use the enhancement feature. Come, let me grant you the glorious evolution. One-click upgrade. Current beast pet withered vine mother tree star upgraded to miasma poison mother tree king. King tier? Not bad. Previously, after Shadow Kill and Big Yellow were upgraded, they both reached Dominator tier. Beast pets that can be upgraded to God tier are rare, but this time we VE got a King tier, which is just one step below God tier. And judging by the name, it seems to be related to poison. Zhang Xuan curiously looked at the information of the new beast pet. Miasma Poison Mother Tree King. Level, LV.70. Form, Complete Form. Attributes, HP 500,000. Physical Attack, 24,000, Magic Attack, 40,000. Physical Defense, 20,000, Magic Defense, 20,000. Talent Passive Skill Spore Bed. In non-combat state, continuously reproduces mother tree spores. Each spore has a fixed HP of 10,000 and lacks direct combat capabilities. When the mother tree's HP decreases, spores can provide nourishment. Simultaneously, spores can be dispersed into the target's body, inflicting a poison effect, which stacks with the number of spores present. Current maximum spore storage limit, 100 spores. Active Skill 1, I have a sapling. Causes spores to grow into saplings and subsequently into higher forms. Reproduction can be performed in non-combat states, with reproduction time varying by level. Tree sapling reproduction stages, spore tree sapling toxic tree gold tier toxic tree spirit diamond tier. Up to 10 saplings can be bred simultaneously, with breeding time determined by the mother tree's level. Active Skill 2 Accelerated Growth. Accelerates the growth speed of spores, but consumes more spores in the process. For every doubling of spore count, growth speed doubles accordingly. Active Skill 3 Mini Tree Self-Destruction. The sapling miasma tree spirit locks onto a target, charges forward, and explodes upon reaching a certain range, dealing massive poison attribute magical damage. The higher the form level, the greater the explosion damage. Spore forms cannot self-detonate. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. This was clearly a mass troop deployment strategy. He had previously thought that powerful beast tamers must have numerous subordinates, and now this was being arranged for him. Beast pets with mass summoning abilities are extremely rare, and they must be at least star tier or higher to appear. Such creatures are simply unseen within Guangning City. This ability, to some extent, means that its combat power continues to accumulate over time. The poisonous mother tree itself has average attributes among king-tier beasts, with mediocre defensive capabilities. However, it can produce offspring, saplings. Storing 100 spores, each of which can restore its own health, enhances its survival capabilities. Additionally, the spores themselves can silently infiltrate an enemy's body, inflicting a poisoning effect. While the damage from poisoning may not be immediately devastating, without appropriate antidotes or support pets with detoxification skills, the damage can accumulate silently over time. Spores can continue to grow, theoretically reproducing into 100 saplings, which can eventually all mature into diamond-tier miasma tree spirits. That's essentially the boss template for a tree spirit king, and there are a full 100 of them. It's an entire army of tree spirit kings who could possibly stop them. Of course, the actual time required for the spores to grow into miasma tree spirits is undoubtedly lengthy, but the effect of the second skill can partially mitigate this issue. If that's not enough, the third skill can grant the spores significant damage potential once they grow into saplings. As expected of a royal class beast pet, the miasma poison mother tree is essentially a base for producing troops with no obvious weaknesses. Zhang Xuan was highly satisfied. This one-click upgrade brought him as much joy as obtaining a god-tier beast pet. Looking at the mother tree's form towering and massive, with a trunk so thick that 5 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, its trunk a sinister color, constantly pulsating and contracting as if something was growing inside, and a swirling mist of dark green poison floating on its surface. It truly looked like the perfect villainous boss. Zhang Xuan immediately came up with a name, Little Tree, can you shrink a bit? The mother tree remained silent before beginning to shrink. However, this wasn't a literal reduction in size. Instead, most of its trunk burrowed into the ground, leaving only a few branches and a small section of trunk swaying above the surface. Not bad, Zhang Xuan nodded in approval, then activated the scroll. Chapter 35, The Four Families of Guangning. A flash of white light, and Zhang Xuan teleported back to the windy plains, outside the Beastmaster camp. He checked the time, his eyelids twitching, then hurried straight to Guangning First Middle School. At that moment, over 1,000 students had gathered inside Guangning First Middle School. No, it wasn't just students, there were also a large number of beast pets. Beast pets of all shapes and sizes, land beasts, flying creatures, and reptiles were everywhere. The place was bustling like a bustling market, with a cacophony of sounds that made one's ears ring. Among them, many beast pets that didn't get along with each other started fighting on the spot, causing chaos. Today was the day of the unified mock exam for senior high school students in Guangning City, with the venue chosen at Guangning No. 1 High School. Manhwa, the head of the Guangning Beast God Branch Hall, was in charge of overseeing the mock exam. He brought projection stones from the branch temple. These devices can project the scenes from the exam dungeon onto a screen for the audience to watch. The audience for this event are naturally the recruitment teachers from various Beastmaster academies across the Nanjiang province who have traveled here specifically for this purpose. As local institutions in Nanjiang, these academies had the advantage of being close to the source of talent, and naturally hoped to attract more outstanding local students. Therefore, every year, recruitment teachers from various academies would attend the mock exams in cities across the province to observe and extend offers to promising candidates. For example, the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy and the Ming Academy, though they lag behind the Qilin Beastmaster Academy, are still among the top-ranked institutions in the country, making them highly attractive to most new Beastmasters. If they offer sufficiently high incentives, it is not impossible to poach students from the Qilin Academy. After all, the city's mock exams are unlikely to attract recruitment officers from the Qilin Academy. Offering an early admission spot at this time would still tempt many talented individuals. Currently, on one side of the square, a row of seats has been set up. They are filled with recruitment teachers. The senior high school students present are naturally eager to showcase their skills with their beast companions in the mock exams. Zhao Ming, you're definitely going to be specially recruited this time. Your golden tier fire-breathing beast is no worse than those from the beast-taming families. A short, stocky teenager was surrounded by several classmates who occasionally flattered him, making him feel a bit arrogant. The mock exam allowed free team formation, with a maximum of 5 members per team. That day at the Guangning Breeding Center, Zhao Ming accidentally hatched a golden tier pet beast egg, becoming the center of attention and causing a stir that even made the local news. However, Zhang Xuan had received his pet beast egg before him and had already left, so he was unaware of the incident. Obtaining a golden grade pet beast at the breeding center was indeed a stroke of luck akin to winning the lottery. Zhang Ming's classmates, who had always gotten along well with him, immediately latched onto him, and the group then teamed up to go monster hunting. This period was quite fruitful for them. Their goal was to rank in the top 5 in the upcoming mock exam. If they achieved this, Zhang Ming would have a high chance of being specially admitted to one of the 2 best Beastmaster academies in Nanjiang, while the others might get into a regular academy of a lower tier. Don't underestimate the ordinary academies, they are already the dream destinations of countless beast tamers. Enrolling in a Beastmaster Academy grants access to resources and a higher platform that can easily set one apart from Beastmasters who, after graduation, can only join training groups or gold farming teams. It wouldn't take decades of hard work to break out of the mid to low tier wilderness areas. Zhao Ming looked confident and determined. He came from an ordinary family but had the good fortune to obtain a golden beast pet, so he was determined to seize this opportunity with all his might. At that moment, several groups of people suddenly arrived at the square, drawing everyone's attention. These people seemed to be of high status, as even the principal of Guangning First High School personally approached them, smiling as he conversed with several middle-aged men of distinguished bearing. 4 young students followed behind, joining the crowd on the square. However, they didn't stand with the others but kept a certain distance, as if forming their own small group. Who are those guys? They're so arrogant. You don't recognize them? They're from the 4 major families of Guangning. This year, they just happened to have 4 students in the same grade. They're probably going to sweep the top 4 spots in both the mock exams and the upcoming unified exams. Someone nodded in realization. Among Guangning's several high schools, Guangning No. 1 High School had always had a stronger foundation. The children of the 4 beast-taming families in Guangning mostly attended Guangning No. 1 High School, so students from other schools like Guangning No. 2 and No. 3 might not recognize them. In Guangning, such families with generations of beast-tamers were naturally the talk of the town. Soon, those with better connections began to show off their knowledge. There they are. The 3 men, from left to right, are Li Xian, Li Gang, and Hu Wei. You've definitely heard of those 3 families. The only girl is Yin Jiaojiao from the Yin family. Which of the 4 is the strongest? That's hard to say. They might be evenly matched, but there's not much difference. Anyway, last year, only 3 people from Guangning were admitted to the Qilin Academy, and all 4 of them were from these families. In previous years, it was pretty much the same. For someone like us, the ceiling we can reach is the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy. As for the actual ratio, out of 100 people, maybe 1 would make it. The surrounding crowd sighed in unison. Even with good luck, hatching a golden grade pet beast egg at the breeding center could level the playing field to some extent. But those from Beastmaster families have specialized family training groups, access to various practical and expensive items, and artifacts from other races. By the time the exams roll around, the gap is still enormous. After that, obtaining higher tier beasts diamond grade, star grade, 5th tier beast tamers, 6th tier beast tamers. For them, the peak they had reached was likely the pinnacle of their lives. For those others, the current peak is merely the beginning. To bridge this vast gap is too difficult, too difficult. Consider the Hu family, the youngest of the 4 beast-taming clans in Guangning, which was founded over 80 years ago by a 7th-tier beast-tamer. By now, Hu Wei is already the 4th generation. After several generations of growth and expansion, the 5th generation of the Hu family has already begun to spread their wings, with the older ones already able to walk. The Hu family's ancestor was an outstanding graduate from the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy who had personally experienced the Abyss War, served in the Abyss garrison forces, and returned to his hometown after retiring to diligently build the family. Why must a Beastmaster family have a 7th rank Beastmaster to start it off? Because only by reaching this level of strength can one gain access to the world's true core resources. Once these resources are mastered, one can begin to accumulate wealth, which is then passed down through generations. Chapter 36, Exam Dungeon. For example, the 4 major families of Guangning all have private dungeons accessible only to direct descendants of the family, from which they can continuously obtain high-quality minerals, materials, natural energy, and various other resources. Such private dungeons can only be obtained by powerful beast tamers and serve as the cornerstone of a beast-taming family. Zhao Ming watched the 4 members of the prominent family who had drawn everyone's attention, clenching his fists tightly. His chest rose and fell several times before he finally calmed down. His real opponents weren't these people. 5th place was his most reliable target. Yen Jiaojiao's gaze swept across the students in several classes at First Middle School, but she still didn't see the person she was looking for. Ever since she was saved by Zhang Xuan that day, Yen Jiaojiao had a strong premonition that the other party would soon astonish Guangning, Nanjiang, and even the entire Xia kingdom. As one of the few who had witnessed his extraordinary abilities, she desperately wanted to witness this process firsthand. Will you come? At that moment, teachers from various classes in different schools began taking attendance. While there seemed to be many students present, not everyone had actually arrived. Many students who had received black iron grade pet beast eggs at the breeding center had already given up on this mock exam, or rather, had effectively abandoned the upcoming national exams as well. They had already started planning their future paths. Because the cultivation value of black iron grade pet beasts is too low, their family backgrounds cannot afford the high costs of cultivation, and it's difficult to form teams in the wild. They can't even defeat decent monsters. What else can they do? However, there are also some students in the same situation who are unwilling to accept reality. Therefore, those who showed up were mostly students who still harbored some hope for the upcoming national exam. Zhang Xian's original class was Class 3. When Class 3's homeroom teacher Su Yuan took attendance, he found that fewer than a third of the students were present, and couldn't help but sigh. Although this was a similar situation every year, it still felt a bit bittersweet. Just as he had finished compiling the list of students present in his class, a person dressed in a formal robe walked over accompanied by the principal. Su Yuan was curious and saw the principal walk up to him and say, "Old Su, this is the chief of the Beast God Hall. He has some matters to discuss with you." The chief of the Beast God Hall? Su Yuan was startled. No wonder he looked so familiar. However, the chief was a high-ranking official in Guangning, representing the official authority of the beast masters. What could he possibly want with him? Manhwa extended his hand first, smiling and said, "You must be Mr. Su, right?" Su Yuan, feeling honored, shook his hand and replied, "Hello, hello. I am the one you're looking for. May I ask?" Manhwa spoke gently, "I just came to inquire whether there is a student named Zhang Xuan in your class?" He had previously visited the breeding center to investigate what Zhang Xuan had received when the students collectively claimed their pet beast eggs that day. However, the record was still blocked. He decided to take advantage of today's opportunity to come to First Middle School and look for someone who knew Zhang Xuan in person. It couldn't possibly be that this situation was also being blocked by an unknown force, could it? Zhang Xuan? Su Yuan hesitated, a face flashing through his mind. There was a student like that in our class. As he said this, his heart suddenly sank. Zhang Xuan hadn't come today, which wasn't unusual. He knew about his family background. His parents had been quite skilled beast tamers, but they had passed away early, leaving Zhang Xuan to be raised by his uncle, leading a rather difficult life. But for the head of the labor beast temple to personally come to investigate an ordinary student like him today, could it be that he has gotten into trouble? Could he have stolen a pet beast egg? Su Yuan recalled similar incidents from the past and instinctively said, "Master Wang, I know Zhang Xuan. He's an honest and kind-hearted boy. If he really did something out of the ordinary, it's probably because he has some hardships to endure." This time, Wang Hua was taken aback. He waved his hand and said, No. I really just came to inquire about his situation. From what I've heard, he's performed quite well since becoming a beast tamer, though perhaps not many people know about it." "Is that the case?" Su Yuan hadn't expected that, but he also felt relieved and began to share what he knew. A few minutes later, Wang Hua spoke to him politely for a while longer before leaving. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. This Zhang Xuan seemed, from every angle, to be nothing special compared to what others had described. But, an 11th level permission rank. He found it hard to believe. But then again, if it were easy to uncover anything unusual, that wouldn't be fitting for someone so mysterious. He could only hope that he would participate in this mock exam and see if he could uncover any clues. The head count was complete, and the mock exam was about to begin. Wang Hua personally explained the rules for this exam, which followed the same format as previous years, based on the national exam standards, and would be conducted in a dungeon mode. The dungeon was provided by the Guangning Beast God Branch Temple. Everything that happened within the dungeon was a projection of the rules, meaning that injuries or deaths would not affect the real world. Participants can choose to participate individually or in teams, and the final rankings will be determined by combining individual and team scores. The specific ranking rules will be announced upon entering the dungeon. There are no additional restrictions. The national exam standards are based on real-world scenarios and must reflect the various abilities and mental qualities of a beastmaster. When facing monsters, evil beastmasters, or entering the Abyss battlefield, there are no set rules. Therefore, the exam is the same. It encourages everyone to act freely. Wang Hua pulled out a small flag, which was the specific marker for the dungeon. Once activated, all eligible participants within a certain range could enter simultaneously. The students present grew tense with anticipation. While they had all experienced battles against monsters to some extent, competing against other beast tamers, especially in a group of thousands, was an entirely different matter. Yan Jiaojiao scanned the area again but still didn't see that figure. Li Shen, who had a crew cut, asked, "Yan Jiaojiao, you've been looking so anxious. Who are you looking for?" Yan Jiaojiao withdrew her gaze and shook her head without answering. At that moment, a young man with a soft demeanor walked onto the field. Li Xian recognized him and immediately approached with a respectful tone. "Elder brother." Li Jin nodded and asked, "How about it? Do you have confidence this time?" Li Xian stood tall and said, "Of course. The item you gave me is extremely useful against the golden armor rhino beetle. I've already awakened a new skill. This time, first place is ours." Li Jin nodded. "That's good. Unfortunately, my master has something urgent to attend to and won't be able to make it this time. However, he asked me to record the situation this time. He'll take a look later, and if there are any outstanding performances, he might even grant a special admission spot." Chapter 37, Dungeon Unlocked. As he spoke, Li Jin pulled out a square object with a circular lens and a metallic sheen, resembling a small brick. This wasn't an ordinary camera but a special prop with recording capabilities. Once activated, it automatically recorded, transmitting the footage in real time to another location or storing it locally. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Li Xian felt disappointed, but upon hearing the latter part, his spirits lifted. The teacher he mentioned was a senior mentor from the Qilin Academy, an 8th-tier beast tamer who held at least a dozen special recruitment quotas. Within the Beastmaster Academy system, there is a so-called master-apprentice system. This relationship differs from that of ordinary teachers and students. Once a master-apprentice relationship is established, the apprentice can receive significant resource support from the master. This would allow them to prioritize access to various dungeons, secret realms, pet beast eggs, alien creations, and items within the academy. These matters had been mentioned to him by his cousin, Li Jin. His mentor has fewer than 5 true disciples, but each of them has a bright future and is almost certain to become a 7th-tier beast tamer. Recently, it has been rumored that this senior mentor intends to recruit another disciple. With the news spreading quickly, many are keeping a close eye on this position. Li Jin's status is that of one of nearly 100 registered disciples under the mentor. He had initially intended to compete for the position, but after realizing his chances were slim, he voluntarily revealed this information to his family, hoping they would nominate a young disciple with a better chance of success. This task ultimately fell to Li Xian, the son of the family head, who, in terms of accumulated experience and performance, surpassed Li Jin from his days. Now, with the combined strength of the Li family of Guangning, if they could elevate a disciple of a senior mentor at the Qilin Academy, the family would reap immense benefits in the future, possibly even ascending to a higher tier. Li Xian thought about how his upcoming performance was likely to be noticed by such a figure, took a deep breath, and said confidently, "Cousin, leave it to me. This mock exam. I will definitely crush the other 3 families." Li Jin nodded. He knew how much progress Li Xian had made recently and naturally had confidence in him. However, he hoped Li Xian's performance would be sufficiently impressive, as being the top student in Guangning's mock exam was nothing special every year. There had to be enough standout qualities to impress his own teacher. He walked toward the viewing area on one side of the square. As he passed by Yan Zhaojiao and the others, he suddenly stopped, looked at Yan Zhaojiao, and smiled. "Zhao Jiao, has your little boyfriend arrived yet? I'm really looking forward to seeing what the genius among the commoner beast tamers will do." His voice wasn't lowered, and as soon as he spoke, everyone around them turned to look at Yan Zhaojiao in surprise. Especially Li Gang and Hu Wei, who both felt a jolt in their hearts. They both had feelings for Yan Zhaojiao, after all, their family backgrounds were comparable, and she was a rare beauty. Li Jin and the others recognized him. His words must carry some weight. Yan Zhaojiao is dating a commoner beast tamer? Why? Yan Zhaojiao hadn't expected the other person to suddenly bring this up, and she couldn't help but clench her fists, suppressing her anger. She knew that speaking up now would only make things worse, so she didn't bother to clarify. Instead, she said, "Then just wait and see. If your teacher really wants to secure a special admission spot in Guangning, it can only be him." Ha ha ha. Li Jin shook his head and laughed, saying nothing more before leaving elegantly. Give the teacher's spot to such a lowly person? It's utterly ridiculous. In his view, Yan Zhaojiao was a love-struck fool, completely ensnared by romance. Now that she was defending him so fiercely, it would only make her little boyfriend look bad in the end. Hu Wei and Li Gang exchanged glances, though they didn't know the full story. But Yan Zhaojiao was implying that someone's ranking could surpass all 4 of them? How could that be possible? At that moment, Manhwa had already set up the duplicate flags and was ready to officially begin. After going over the final instructions and confirming with Su Yuan once more, the student named Zhang Xuan still hadn't arrived, leaving him to sigh inwardly. Elderly went all the way to the scene to investigate the truth, but unfortunately, the other party didn't show up. However, if it is indeed as suspected, the dragon clan that appeared in the dark forest that day is connected to this young man. They are likely currently leveling up and too busy to return for the mock exam. As the exam supervisor, I cannot delay the exam without reason. We can only wait for the national exam to see how things develop. Manhwa was about to activate the dungeon flag when suddenly, a yellow phantom flashed by the square. Before anyone could react, a student rode into the arena on a massive earth-colored wolf. Holy crap, that's fast. What kind of beast pet is that, bro? That big earth dog is pretty cool, but it looks a bit like a wolf, doesn't it? Aha! Big Yellow blared at the boy who had spoken, growling a few times, causing him to shrink back into the crowd. Do you think Grandpa is a mutt? Grandpa is a wolf. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in simple clothes standing at the back of the crowd narrowed his eyes. This wolf isn't ordinary. If it's only level 11 permission. The old man grew even more excited. Wang Hua also thought of something, his eyes lighting up. Just then, Su Yuan hurried forward. Zhang Xuan, why did you take so long? A big shot came looking for you just now. Zhang Xuan saw it was his homeroom teacher. Huh? Important person? Looking for me? Cough cough cough. Wang Hua walked over and interrupted in time. You're here to take the mock exam too, right? Hurry back to your group. We're about to start. Okay. Zhang Xuan sighed in relief. If it weren't for Da Huang, he might have really been late. Zhang Xuan glanced around and spotted Yan Zhaojiao, nodding slightly in her direction. Your beast pet net is very useful. Yan Zhaojiao smiled and waved her hand, giving a thumbs-up gesture. The people around them realized that this was the person with a close relationship to Yan Zhaojiao. He just looks a bit more handsome, but there's nothing else special about him. However, Li Gang, Hu Wei, and Li Xian had a different perspective. They looked at the massive wolf sitting beside Zhang Xuan, their hearts stirred slightly. To have such a beast pet as a mount at this stage, and one with such speed, was indeed no small feat. However, this thought only flashed through their minds briefly and didn't linger. Years of experience and exposure had ingrained a certain mindset in them, causing them to not truly value a beastmaster of humble origins. Alright, everyone, get ready. The mock exam is about to begin. Manhwa announced loudly, then lit the dungeon flag. Dungeon, Ice River Valley Medium has been activated. Please confirm participants. The same message appeared in the minds of all the students present. Chapter 38, Wolfpack Pursuit. Current number of participants, 1071. Simulation exam rules. In the Ice River Valley dungeon, survive by avoiding the frost storms, reach the central area, and your ranking will be determined by the number of survivors. To ensure fairness, teams entering together will be spawned in different areas by the dungeon rules. This has been the format of the Xia Kingdom's national exam since its inception of Battle Royale. Not only must you contend with monsters in the dungeon world, but you must also face other candidates. Those who reach the central area must not only possess formidable strength but also know how to conserve their strength and plan their routes. This dungeon was specially adjusted by the Guangning Beast God Branch Hall. The monster's strength has been weakened otherwise. At the difficulty level of a typical medium-sized dungeon, over 90% of the students would be eliminated upon entering. During the unified exam, the dungeon is organized by province, using a large-scale artificial dungeon that can accommodate up to 100,000 people, with the exam lasting several days. Teleportation beginning. On the square, over 1,000 beams of light flashed simultaneously, and all the students present vanished from their original positions, officially entering the dungeon. Having experienced 2 Grey Realm teleports, Zhang Xuan had already grown accustomed to the process. As his feet touched solid ground, he felt a faint chill rising up, and sure enough, the surroundings were just as the dungeon's name suggested. Everywhere was covered in pristine white snow, with towering ice peaks. In the Battle Royale mode, once the exam begins, elimination zones appear at the edges of the dungeon, gradually contracting inward over time. Anyone remaining in an elimination zone for too long is immediately teleported out of the dungeon and disqualified. Therefore, attempting to survive by constantly avoiding danger was not a viable strategy. The elimination zone in the Ice River Valley is the Frost Storm. Currently, everyone has just arrived in the dungeon, and the Frost Storm will take some time to appear. Many students choose to first observe the situation at the edges and slowly move inward. Zhang Xuan found this too troublesome, so he directly identified the direction of the central area and charged inward on his giant wolf. At this moment, the thousands of students who had arrived in the Ice River Valley began observing their surroundings and cautiously feeling their way forward. Before entering, they had all familiarized themselves with the first rule of the Battle Royale: avoid becoming the mantis in the mantis and cicada scenario, as the sparrow could very well be lurking behind you. Students who entered the dungeon in teams could see their teammates' coordinates and had to first find a way to push forward before regrouping. This process was fraught with risks, but once they regrouped, the advantages of teamwork were undeniable. At this point, on the projection stones in the outer square, 6 separate images had already been divided. Projection stones of different levels can display a different number of screens simultaneously. Among the projection stones available in the side halls, those capable of supporting 6 screens are already the highest specification. This was done at the request of elderly, otherwise, such resources would not have been expended in previous years, and the camera would have remained fixed on the disciples of the 4 major families. This time, however, in addition to the fixed perspectives of Li Xian, Yan Zhaojiao, and the other 4, there were 2 additional free perspectives that were randomly switching. Due to Zhang Xian's overly exaggerated authority level, this investigation is merely Elder Li's personal initiative and cannot be made too obvious. However, as long as the target survives in the dungeon, their figure will inevitably appear in one of the 2 free camera angles. Whoa! De Huang carried Zhang Xian, racing wildly across the vast snowy plains. Although the snow was thick, they were still moving at an incredible speed. Suddenly, the sound of wolf howls echoed nearby, followed by several snow-white figures charging toward them, trailing behind and quickly forming a small group. Zhang Xuan turned to look and realized they were monsters from the dungeon, drawn by the commotion he had caused. In the dungeon, only he dared to be so brazen. Snow Wolf LV.20. Attributes: Health 3500. Physical Attack 280, Magic Attack 200. Physical Defense 105, Magic Defense 77. Skills: Pounce. This. Zhang Xuan stared at the massive wolf with its snow-white fur, momentarily speechless. These stats, aren't they a bit too low? However, he quickly realized it wasn't that the opponent's stats were low, it was that his starting point was too high and his progress too fast, making it impossible for him to view these current stage normal monsters as equals. A level 20 ordinary monster was an insurmountable obstacle for most new beast tamers entering this area. They would definitely run away as soon as they saw it. Facing the snow wolf, Zhang Xuan didn't even bother to stop and fight it. First, there wasn't much loot to be gained, and second, letting his beast pet fight it would be a waste of effort since the level difference was too great to yield any experience. He continued riding Big Yellow at full speed. However, the snow wolf was also quite fast and had terrain adaptation abilities in the snow, so while it couldn't catch up to Zhang Xuan, it could still follow at a distance. As the commotion grew louder, more and more snow wolves were drawn to the area, joining the pack of wolves in pursuit. In an instant, a pack of dozens of snow wolves formed on the snowy ground, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Xuan. Their numbers were steadily increasing, and soon they would surpass 100. Woohoo! Zhang Xuan grew excited at the sight of this. He had entered this dungeon purely for fun, so he would do whatever brought him joy. Slowly hiding at the edge of the map? Avoiding monsters? Playing cat and mouse? No way. I am the biggest boss in this dungeon, unstoppable. As Zhang Xuan led the pack of wolves toward the center of the area, others soon noticed this absurd and bizarre scene. A young man cautiously made his way through a grove of dead trees in the snow, accompanied by a large turtle-like beast pet. His beast pet, the land turtle, was a silver-ranked beast pet with strong defensive capabilities but slow movement speed and weak attack power. If it encountered monsters and was picked off by other beast tamers, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, he planned to slowly make his way to the central area, relying on the land turtle's defensive attributes, and secure a decent ranking later on. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic, muffled sounds echoed in his ears, accompanied by tremors in the ground. He froze for a moment before growing alert. What's going on? Could it be that a powerful monster or even a boss has appeared in the dungeon? He quickly ducked into a bush with his turtle, peering out through the gaps in the leaves. Soon, he witnessed a scene that sent a chill down his spine. In the distance, a massive pack of wolves was charging toward them, kicking up snow and wind several meters high. Each wolf had bloodshot eyes and looked furious. They can't be coming after me, can they? The boy's face turned pale as he realized the wolves were heading straight toward him. What the hell? How am I supposed to play this? Chapter 39, The Performance of the Four Families. The boy trembled with fear, unsure whether to leave or stay. He frantically tried to figure out what he had done along the way, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't make sense of it. What kind of bad luck did I have to be targeted by so many monsters? Just as he thought he was about to be eliminated, a strong gust of wind swept past. Boom! The young man felt a sharp pain on his face and looked up in horror. It seemed like a yellow whirlwind had just swept past. At that moment, the yellow whirlwind came to a halt, revealing a massive earth-colored wolf, with a person sitting atop it. The rider turned around arrogantly and flipped off the pack of snow wolves. Run faster! We're getting impatient waiting for you! Before the boy could process what he had seen, a deafening roar echoed through the air. He quickly buried his head in the bushes, watching helplessly as the snow wolf pack charged past him, less than 3 meters away. The arrogant figure slapped his mount's hindquarters and continued on his way, disappearing into the distance. After a long while, he covered his chest and raised his head. Too intense. Using the side quest as a playground and treating a group of monsters like dogs, who on earth was this person? And for now, he was the only witness to it all. In the square, the recruitment teachers from the major beast tamers academies of Nanjiang, members of the 4 major families who had arrived, and teachers from various middle schools, all the spectators' gazes were fixed on the 4 young disciples of the beast-taming families. Above Li Gang's head, a fierce bird with purple feathers, eyes like lightning, and a body as sharp as a knife, stared down at its prey on the ground. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, striking the snow wolf below. Crackle! After the electric shock, the snow wolf's body collapsed, its flesh charred black, and a pungent smell of burning meat filled the air. Li Gang stood with his hands in his pockets, wearing a disdainful expression. Several people on the square nodded in approval. Impressive. The purple lightning falcon is considered a premium-grade golden-tier beast pet. It seems to have reached level 50, entered its growth phase, and awakened its 3rd skill. A single skill to take down a snow wolf. The purple lightning falcon's damage was indeed impressive. Additionally, its flight speed was extremely fast. Aside from its average magic power reserves, its combat capabilities were strong, especially its burst damage potential. The teachers from Nanjiang Academy and Ming Academy seated in the middle of the audience also nodded slightly. This performance wasn't particularly impressive to them, but it was certainly satisfactory, warranting further attention. On a steep slope, 3 snow wolves roared at a young man in front of them. Hu snapped his fingers, and a rather obese, lazy-looking bear appeared. Roll over, fat round. The little bear reluctantly complied, wrapping its paws around its legs and curling into a ball of fur before rolling down the slope. With a thunderous crash, the rolling ball of flesh made a noise like a boulder moving, clearly not light in weight. A snow wolf let out a fierce howl and charged forward. However, the next second, it was knocked flying into the air, landing with a thud on the ground, and the secondary impact caused it to die instantly. The other 2 wolves finally realized the creature was no ordinary foe and scattered to avoid it, emitting threatening growls. However, the fat bear was still able to determine its direction and rolled swiftly toward them. Soon, all 3 wolves were knocked flying, turning into experience points. Hu smiled nonchalantly and continued forward. In the valley, Yan Jiajiao's luck seemed to be running out. A thick, ice-blue python blocked her path. This ice python had reached level 40, far stronger than the snow wolves. Yan Jiaojiao's delicate, fair face showed no sign of emotion. She clapped her hands, and two graceful butterflies flew out, one green and one blue. The green one was the forest butterfly she had previously summoned, while the blue one was from the same clan, capable of coordinated combat. Moreover, their skills combined damage, control, and healing effects, making them extremely versatile. They were obtained at great cost by the Yan family for Yan Jiaojiao. When working together, they were no less powerful than a diamond-tier beast pet of the same rank. The forest butterfly released a grass-green glow, which bloomed before the ice python, instantly filling the area with the fragrance of fresh grass. The ice python, which had been charging forward with overwhelming momentum, suddenly halted in the distance, its serpentine eyes filled with confusion. This was Xin Dai's skill releasing an illusory toxin. While the damage inflicted on the target was minimal, it caused hallucinations. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blue butterfly flapped its wings and approached, releasing numerous deep blue, star-like, dazzling light points. The light points were absorbed by the ice python's skin, causing it to suddenly grow restless. It violently charged toward the nearby stone wall. Once, twice, 3 times its flesh split open, blood flowing freely. At the same time, its health bar steadily decreases. This was a powerful combo skill, releasing dual hallucinatory toxins that, when stacked, caused the target to fall into a self-destructive state of hit. Yan Jiao's delicate eyes watched calmly as everything unfolded, until the ice serpent finally died. On another ice peak, Li Xian stood with his hands on his hips, gazing down at the vast terrain below. The excellent vantage point allowed him to select the optimal path forward. Though he had absolute confidence in his abilities, the timing of entering the central area must be precise. Entering too early would expose him to the concentrated firepower of the monsters in the area. Entering too late risked being surrounded by those already inside and those rushing in from behind, leaving him vulnerable on all sides. He not only wanted to be the first, but also to do it effortlessly and without injury, perhaps impressing the mentor from the Qilin Academy. Just then, a commotion erupted behind him, accompanied by heavy breathing and the sound of footsteps on snow. Hungry! A massive, muscular bear glared with savage, bloodthirsty eyes, seemingly deciding where to strike first. Li Xian turned around, a smirk curling his lips. A level 50 elite template ice bear? That's an interesting opponent. Facing this monster, which was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying creatures in the current dungeon, Li Xian showed no signs of tension, but rather a hint of excitement. Such a battle would surely attract the most attention from the audience. A flash of golden light appeared before Li Xian, revealing a gigantic beetle. Calling it giant was no exaggeration, as its size was nearly that of a cat, though it still looked rather small compared to the iceborne bear. However, the golden, iron-like armor covering its body gave it an incredibly striking visual impact. The ice bear roared and charged at the beetle, raising its massive paw high before bringing it crashing down. A blast of icy wind swept through the air, crushing down with the bear's massive paw. Even a rock would have been shattered instantly. Clang! A clear, resonant clang echoed through the air. The beetle's carapace remained untouched, and even the ice bear's massive paws deformed under the intense recoil. Chapter 40, Monster Summoning Madness. The ice bear was momentarily dazed. What was this thing? The shock had made its claws ache. However, the golden beetle's attack had already arrived. The crescent-shaped mandibles at the front of its head glinted with cold light, slicing through the ice bear's abdomen in a flash. Its thick fur and fat were sliced open like soft mud, and blood gushed out. A loud roar echoed through the air. The ice bear roared in pain. This attack had dealt a severe wound, but it also unleashed its ferocity. It activated its skill, causing its already massive body to swell further, rising to a height of 2 meters when it stood upright. It grabbed the beetle with both paws and slammed it violently into the ground. The snow-covered mountain was covered in a thick layer of ice, and each powerful strike carved out ice holes. However, the golden beetle simply retracted its limbs, and no matter how hard it was struck, it couldn't inflict any effective damage. Li Xian shook his head with a dismissive smile. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle was his greatest source of confidence for this special recruitment drive at the Qilin Academy. It wasn't something that could be dealt with so easily. Golden armor, no time to waste. Deal with this clumsy bear. As if responding to a command, the golden armored rhinoceros beetle suddenly trembled, breaking free from the ice bear's grasp. It then extended a pair of sharp insect wings and hovered in mid-air. The ice bear's killing intent remained undiminished. It roared and charged forward, then leaped high into the air, aiming to smash it down. Whoosh! Several golden beams shot out from the golden armor rhinoceros insect's body, slicing through the ice bear's body one after another. The giant bear let out an agonizing scream, plummeting helplessly from the sky, its blood spraying everywhere. Its body was covered in deep wounds, as if sliced open by a sharp blade. This skill struck a vital spot, nearly instantly depleting the ice bear's health bar. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle flapped its wings and flew past it, its insect wings slicing through the air like knives across its neck. The last remnants of flesh were torn away, and the ice bear's eyes lost their light as it collapsed to the ground. So powerful, truly powerful. No wonder it's a beast master from a prestigious family. On the square, a few scattered students had already been teleported out, watching the projection screen in shock and disappointment. They were the first batch of unlucky ones to be eliminated. Either they encountered monsters upon entering and were sent out after being defeated, or they were killed by other beast tamers. Now, seeing such terrifying monsters being disposed of so effortlessly by the aristocratic disciples, how could they not feel disheartened? The spectators in the stands, of course, noticed more details. That young lady from the Yen family has 2 golden butterfly clan beast pets that complement each other perfectly. They work together seamlessly, achieving victory without shedding a drop of blood. Our Nanjiang Academy can offer her a special admission spot. The recruitment teacher from the Nanjiang Beast Tamer Academy nodded in satisfaction. Such a performance, if it were in the unified exams, would likely give her a chance to reach the threshold of the Qilin Academy. Nanjiang College wants to secure such promising students, so naturally they have to make their move early. A special admission spot is well worth giving away. As for Hu Wei and Li Gang, their performance is decent, but given their status as descendants of the beast taming clan, they aren't particularly outstanding. We can wait until after the mock exams to decide on their spots. After all, we need to rank them based on their performance. However, even if no special admission spots are offered this time, given their abilities, they should have no trouble getting into the 2 best universities in Nanjiang province during the regular exams. This young man from the Li family, his beetle seems to be. A teacher from the Nanjiang Beast Taming Academy hesitated for a moment before quickly identifying the target in his mind. That's right, it's a diamond-grade golden rhinoceros beetle. The audience erupted in astonishment, especially the representatives from the 3 other families of the 4 great clans, who looked at Li Jin with expressions of he's been hiding his true abilities all this time. Li Jin faced the curious inquiries of the crowd with a smile, saying nothing, while quickly recording Li Xin's performance with his recording device. Why did so many of his teacher's disciples desperately want to become the other's direct disciple, yet he still recommended Li Xian to give it a try? It was all because of this golden armored rhinoceros beetle. While it was not unheard of for beast tamers from beast taming families to contract diamond-ranked beast pets before the unified exams, higher-ranked beast pets were not necessarily better. The higher the rank, the stricter the requirements for the master, and loyalty was difficult to control. If a first or second tier beastmaster contracts a diamond-grade beast pet, there's a high chance they won't be able to control it and it'll end up devouring its master. Therefore, the golden rank is the optimal choice for beast tamers at the beginning of their careers, as it balances strength and stability. This time, the Li family also had a stroke of luck, spending a great deal of resources to allow Li Xian to gain control of this beast pet. As for how they ensured its stability, that is naturally not something to be discussed with outsiders. The teachers at Nanjiang Academy witnessed the brutal slaughter of the ice bear and couldn't help but raise their hands. Our school will grant Li Xian a special admission spot. The others glanced at him but said nothing, though their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. In truth, he knew that such a contracted beast pet was undoubtedly aimed at the Qilin Academy, with a strong chance of securing a top-tier ranking to gain more resources after enrollment. With such strength, choosing to stay at a school in Nanjiang was akin to being mentally unstable. But what if? You still had to give it a try. A teacher from Nanjiang Academy suddenly noticed that the person sitting next to him was silent and curiously asked, "Old Zhang, what's going on? Is Ming Academy being so stingy with spots this year that you're just sitting here in silence?" The man called Old Zhang was the recruitment teacher sent by Ming Academy, which was tied with Nanjiang Academy for first place in the province. However, his gaze wasn't on Yan Zhaojiu and Li Xian, but on another direction. The person from Nanjiang Academy followed his gaze and, upon seeing what he saw, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? At the same time, at least 400 or 500 students had already been eliminated from the square. In the first round of the Battle Royale mode, nearly half of the participants being eliminated was quite normal. They weren't skilled enough to compete for rankings, they were just going through the motions out of sheer stubbornness. However, since they were already there, they might as well join the fun and stay to see the outcome before leaving. At that moment, on the projections divided into 6 areas, one projection almost drew everyone's attention. Just like the teacher from Ming Academy, the square erupted in a series of curses. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? This guy is ruthless. Luring monsters like that? I've never seen anything like it. Wait, I encountered a snow wolf at the spawn point, and it took me just a few exchanges to be defeated. How many did he pull alone? There must be over 100 of them. Chapter 41, Chief Treatment. The reckless and unrestrained figure of the young man, along with his bold and daring actions, immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Even Li Xian, who had just shown such strength, seemed ordinary in comparison. Especially the students, who all had the same thought at that moment. This guy is really cool. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention and perform such a thrilling scene? Upon realizing that the young man was not from the Guangning Four families, the students grew even more intrigued, even silently cheering him on. Though they didn't quite understand why he would provoke the monsters, his ability to do so was enough to prove his extraordinary nature. Buddy, hold on. For a moment, a sense of unity and camaraderie among the commoner beast tamers began to take root in everyone's hearts, blossoming into something beautiful. Even if they didn't end up ranking among the top, having such a figure represent them someone who had lived freely and recklessly was enough. In the audience, Li Jin narrowed his eyes. He looked at the mount beneath Zhang Xuan, his gaze unable to help but wonder. Reason told him that this beast companion was definitely of an extraordinary grade. But soon, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Even if one were to luckily obtain a high-grade beast pet, so what? Such situations have occurred before, yet none were able to seize the opportunity. A commoner who stumbled into good fortune doesn't even know how to appreciate it, yet dares to use it to show off in an exam? How laughable. Li Jin's words were filled with contempt, but the recording device in his hand moved aside at the right moment, capturing only the images of Li Xian and the others, not Zhang Xuan. The recruitment teacher from Ming Academy fixed his gaze on Zhang Xuan and suddenly declared, "This student will be granted a special admission spot at our academy, and for his first year, he will receive the same as the top-ranked student." What? A teacher from Nanjiang Academy looked astonished. "Old Jiang, did you take the wrong medicine? Just now, Yan Xiaojiu and Li Xian both performed well, and you were thinking of offering them better conditions to compete with them, yet you didn't say a word. Now you're not only giving him a special admission, but also chief treatment? The dean will never forgive you. Special admission and chief treatment are completely different concepts. Special admission students are not inherently superior to regular admission students. Their benefits after enrollment are still determined by tests and subsequent performance. Only those who excel above all others are deemed chief. Every academy pours all its resources into the chief position, granting them first priority access to secret realms, dungeons, and various exotic artifacts, useful items, equipment, runes, and more. In short, those who secure chief status upon admission can maintain their lead and even widen the gap as long as they don't slack off and continue to fulfill their potential. Therefore, while the overall strength and student quality of the Nanjiang Academy and the Ming Academy may not match those of the Qilin Academy, offering a special admission status and chief treatment are entirely different matters. Entering Qilin Academy as an ordinary student is actually inferior to being a top student at other academies. After all, the disparity in resource allocation is simply too great. This is precisely why no academy can casually promise chief treatment. There is only one chief per grade. Even someone like Li Xian, who just demonstrated such performance, can only be considered for the chief position. And this list of candidates includes at least dozens of people. So when old Jiang suddenly made such a statement, the teachers at Nanjiang Academy were utterly surprised. Old Jiang forced a smile and said, "Our academy simply appreciates students who are both talented and have a unique personality." Ha! The other party was even more confused. To say he had talent, he had to admit it. Unlike the newbie beast tamers below who were just there to watch the spectacle, as a faculty member of the academy, he, being a 6th rank beast tamer, had immediately noticed that this student's mount was no ordinary beast. However, he strongly disapproved of this behavior. While it was acceptable to use any means necessary during an exam, it was only permissible if it was done to secure a higher ranking. Yet this young man seemed to be doing it purely for entertainment. What if he ended up failing? Such an attitude was unacceptable. A monster horde of this scale would even make the offspring of beast tamers from prominent families flee far away. At that moment, the teacher from Ming Academy known as Old Jiang couldn't help but sweat nervously. If the dean finds out, he'll discipline me. The dean is right in front of me. If I don't shout that out, he'll definitely come after me. He glanced sideways at an ordinary-looking old man, then quickly looked away, puzzled. Why had Li, the dean of the Ming Academy, whose status was nearly equal to the dean's, suddenly come to this city? It turned out that Elderly, in addition to being the deputy hall master of the Southern Jiang Beast God Hall, also held the honorary position of dean of the Ming Academy. However, his role was more ceremonial, with no teaching responsibilities, though his status was undeniably high. Upon seeing the delegation from Ming Academy, he approached them and insisted that Zhang Xuan be given the best possible treatment today. Although Elderly believed that if the other party revealed their true strength, even the Qilin Academy would have to cede the top position, leaving no room for the Ming Academy. But what if? Leaving such a mysterious genius in Nanjiang might be exactly what the Ming Lord intended to convey. The level 11 permissions he had seen that day, combined with his knowledge of many secrets of the Beast God Hall, immediately made him think of the Beast God. Only the Beast God could grant someone such extraordinary authority beyond the bounds of reason. However, there were multiple Beast Gods in Xia Kingdom, and his first thought was of the one in Nanjiang. In the scene, Zhang Xian's every move had already drawn the attention of everyone present. He was completely unaware of this and didn't care, simply enjoying the moment. As the massive pack of wolves continued their relentless pursuit, other types of monsters were also alerted. However, these monsters were not allied with the snow wolves and instead engaged in combat with them. However, under the intense pressure of the dense wolf pack, these lone monsters were torn to shreds in an instant, leaving the scene in complete chaos. Ha ha, come on, come on. Zhang Xuan even had Di Huang stop every so often, giving himself time to wait for the snow wolves to catch up before launching himself forward again, wildly toying with them. Da Huan luring the snow wolf pack didn't require him to exert full effort, so his stamina was exceptionally abundant. He charged all the way, eventually reaching the central region of the Ice River Valley. This place, as the name of the dungeon suggests, was located in a valley. However, it wasn't just a single mountain. Instead, peaks from different directions were arranged in a circular pattern, forming a circular pocket-shaped valley at the center. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was clearly the first to arrive here. Chapter 42, The Scene on the Mountain Peak. He first circled the valley, observing the wolf pack relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Instead of entering the valley, he chose the tallest mountain and sprinted up its ridge. Upon reaching the summit, he arrived at a relatively open flat area. Zhang Xuan surveyed the surroundings. The view was excellent, allowing him to see nearly everything happening within the dungeon. At this moment, the frost storm had begun to move from the boundaries of the dungeon, continuously contracting the space. Within the boundaries formed by the storm, numerous students could be seen rushing frantically. These were those who had adopted the edge-holding slow-push strategy. Some were fighting in groups, while others, confident in their abilities, had already approached the Ice River Valley, preparing to secure advantageous terrain before the final chaotic battle began. If your pet has ranged attack capabilities, standing on this mountaintop right now would indeed grant a significant strategic advantage, allowing you to rain down attacks from above and deal heavy damage. However, summoning the Black King in Ah Bing would be a bit too overpowered. Zhang Xuan thought about the monsters he had encountered along the way and estimated the strongest person among the students besides himself. Better not. If the Black King were to appear, it would be too boring. Even without summoning any beast pets, standing here and letting others attack me would probably make it impossible for anyone in the entire dungeon to break through my defenses. At that moment, the pack of snow wolves caught up to the foot of the mountain, spotted Zhang Xian's location, and charged up the slope. You really are persistent, aren't you? Zhang Xuan shook his head and smiled. At the same time, a figure appeared outside the Ice River Valley. Flying above him was a bird with purple feathers and faint flashes of lightning, none other than the purple lightning falcon and Li Gang. Li Gang looked at the sizable valley and smiled arrogantly. Not bad. It seems I'm the first to arrive here. Hu Wei and Li Xian dared not take the lead. Then I'll take the initiative. After arriving in the dungeon, he had not lingered and had been heading straight for the center. Choosing this route naturally had its reasons. Because all his beast pets, including the purple lightning falcon, were long-range attackers. The 4 beast-taming families of Guining were well acquainted with the dungeons that the Beast God's Branch Hall had designated for simulated exams, so Li Gang and the others had done their homework in advance, including devising different strategies for different dungeons. Therefore, upon seeing that it was the Ice River Valley, Li Gang decided to speed up at the start and head straight to the center to secure a high ground position. First, he wouldn't have to be chased by the frost storm, reducing variables. Second, he could leverage the advantageous terrain to maximize his beast pet strengths. This time, only Li Xian poses a significant threat to me. I must secure second place and aim for first. Li Gang kept his hands in his pockets, determined to win. He then looked toward the mountain slope, preparing to choose a less steep path to ascend. Where did all these footprints come from? He was startled to discover a large number of footprints on the ground, all leading clearly upward toward the mountain. These are snow wolf footprints? But the number is way too excessive. There must be at least several dozen of them. As a member of the Beast Tamer clan, Li Gang wasn't an ignorant fool. He immediately identified the type of monster and estimated their numbers from the tracks. However, so many monsters suddenly gathering and rushing toward the center of the dungeon didn't make sense. Unless someone had lured them there? Li Gang furrowed his brows and quickly analyzed the situation. Hu Wei? Doesn't seem likely. Yan Jiajiao? No. Li Xian? That's impossible. Dealing with 2 or 3 snow wolves alone would be a piece of cake for the 4 of them. But such a large wolf pack isn't something to joke about. Without a wide area AoE skill to take them all out at once, they'd easily be surrounded, and escaping would be difficult. He had a basic understanding of the main battle pets of the other 3, and none of them had the capability to handle a snow wolf pack of this scale. Moreover, given their usual style, there was no reason for them to have drawn the hatred of so many snow wolves. In a mock exam, it's not about killing as many monsters as possible to secure a higher ranking. Moreover, given the abilities of the others' beast pets, there was no need for them to rush directly to the central area. After all, only his beast pets were the most skilled at long-range defensive battles. That must be some reckless fool from the dungeon who did that. Li Gang shrugged. Some civilian beast tamers don't know their own strength, so it's no surprise they did something so foolish. They're probably already being sent out of the dungeon by the snow wolves by now. What a pity the thrill of being the first to reach the summit has been somewhat diminished. Li Gang stuffed his hands into his pockets and began climbing the mountain, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Those snow wolves might still be lingering on the mountain. On the square, 2 elderly members of the Li family sat anxiously in the spectator seats. They could see the situation on the mountain peak. That arrogant young man was still riding that giant wolf, leading the pack of snow wolves in circles. Due to the limited space at the summit, the situation appeared increasingly perilous. Though the young man had nothing to do with them, if Li Gang went up there, he might get caught in the crossfire, which would be a disaster. Li Gang was unaware of any of this. As he grew closer to the summit, a series of chaotic noises began to fade in the distance. Suddenly, the purple-tailed falcon above him let out a piercing cry, as if it had detected something. Li Gang slowly discerned the source of the commotion. It was the howling of wolves, rising and falling in waves like a tidal surge. He was even more alarmed. What was going on? Could the person who had lured the monsters still be at the summit? He couldn't resist his curiosity and continued climbing until he reached the summit. At that moment, Li Gang witnessed a scene that left him speechless. On the flat ground at the summit, there were at least 100 snow wolves, raging and howling as they chased and attacked. Their target was a massive yellow-brown wolf and the young man sitting on its back. Despite the relatively narrow space, the giant wolf moved like a phantom, stopping abruptly, dodging, and accelerating suddenly. Every time it seemed on the verge of being surrounded by the snow wolves, it broke free at the last moment. The young man sitting on the wolf's back laughed wildly the entire time. "This is way too cool," Li Gang muttered, his mouth opening involuntarily. He could imagine himself executing strategies in a dungeon, slaughtering enemies left and right, trampling over the other three, and emerging victorious to enter the Qilin Academy after the final exam. But this scene truly challenged his understanding. There were actually other beast tamers his age who could act so carefree and unrestrained in an exam dungeon where everyone else was cautious and competitive. He could sense an emotion emanating from the other person. Yes, an emotion called happiness. Li Gang suddenly froze. So being a beast tamer wasn't just about training, getting stronger, responsibility, and power. It could also be about happiness? He suddenly felt a pang of envy. But just then, the roaring wolf pack changed direction. Chapter 43, Unexpected Elimination. The wolf pack now charged toward Li Gang's location with a deafening roar. To be precise, it was because Zhang Xuan, riding Big Yellow, made another sharp turn, breaking free from the encirclement, and charged toward the other side of the mountain peak where Li Gang was standing. Damn it! Li Gang finally realized something was wrong, but the yellow phantom was already upon him. He heard a loud shout, "Get out of the way!" Zhang Xuan didn't know when someone had appeared at the edge of the cliff. He hadn't considered the other students as competitors, so he kindly warned Li Gang. The mountain peak was swarming with wolves, and the once relatively flat terrain was now crowded beyond belief. By the time Zhang Xuan swept past Li Gang like a whirlwind and narrowly made it through the rugged, narrow bend, the wolf pack was already right in front of Li Gang. Seeing the wolves with their fierce expressions, as if they had been toyed with for half an hour and were now enraged, Li Gang panicked and quickly dodged to the side. However, with no place to land, he slipped on an uneven spot and fell into a hollow in the middle of the mountain peak, with the icy valley hundreds of meters below him. Li Gang instinctively flailed his limbs, trying to grab the surrounding cliff walls. However, he lacked the ability to fly, and as a first-tier beast tamer, the attribute bonuses he received from his beast pet were insufficient, leaving his physical abilities only slightly stronger than those of an ordinary person. With that misstep, he plummeted downward like his piercing screams echoing through the valley. At the same time, over a dozen snow wolves that hadn't managed to stop in time also fell alongside him. 5 seconds later. Thud. Thud thud thud. Several dull thuds followed, and the valley fell silent once more. Zhang Xuan turned around and realized that the other party had fallen. "Whoa, don't blame me, I didn't mean to hurt you." On the square, hundreds of students had been watching the entire scene and now burst into loud laughter. "Ha, this is such a blunder. The Li family's newcomer just reached the peak and hadn't even settled in yet before being scared to death by a pack of wolves. What a loser. Ha, I was already feeling a bit down about being sent away upon entering, but seeing that the Beastmaster clan didn't make it into the official rankings makes me feel much better." Add 1. In this mock exam's Battle Royale scenario, only the top 100 were recorded. Those eliminated before that naturally had no ranking. Just now, Li Gang slipped and fell to the bottom, his health bar completely depleted, becoming the first of the 4 beast-taming family's disciples from Guangning to be eliminated, and at such an early stage of development that truly caught everyone off guard. In the audience, many couldn't help but chuckle. Such a blunder was indeed rare. In previous years, the rankings of the 4 families' disciples in Guangning's mock exams were always revealed only in the final showdown. In other words, the mock exam was supposed to be their stage, but who would have thought that someone would be eliminated in such a manner this year? Soon, Li Gang's figure appeared on one side of the square. He looked like he wanted to cry, having never anticipated that he would end up being the one to pay the price. 2 elderly members of the Li family in the audience, feeling the mocking glances from those around them, could no longer sit still. They walked down to Li Gang's side, looking utterly disgraced, and scolded him harshly. You, sigh. At least this wasn't the final exam. They could only hope he would perform well in the final exam and not disgrace the Li family further. Inside the dungeon, the frost storm continued to advance. At first, its movement was relatively slow, but as time went on, it grew faster and faster, with howling winds closing in from all sides. Some students had initially planned to stay near the edges to survive, but they soon realized their speed was slower than the storm. Those who were too close were quickly overtaken by the storm and buried in the swirling snow, eliminated from the competition. The remaining students could only flee at full speed, no longer caring if they collided with others. As a result, encounters and collisions between beast tamers became increasingly frequent, and the elimination rate accelerated. Often, the moment they met, their beasts would unleash their skills and engage in fierce combat. Ultimately, the victor would also be swept away by the storm due to lingering too long in one spot. At the peak of the Ice River Valley, Zhang Xuan finally came to a halt. "Phew, after chasing you all this time, I've had my fun. I'm done playing." However, the Snow Wolf pack wasn't about to give up so easily. They had been toyed with by the human before, and even though they were exhausted, panting heavily with their tongues hanging out, they refused to give up the hunt. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands together. "Come out, little tree." With a loud crash, the mountain peak began to tremble slightly. Moments later, a towering tree emerged from the rocks, growing to over 10 meters in height in an instant. Its branches and leaves were lush, with tendrils winding around them. In the cold wind, they swayed gently. The trunk was a dark color, with a faint green mist floating above it, giving it an eerie and ominous appearance. Thick branches continued to extend outward, quickly enveloping nearly the entire mountaintop. The wolf pack halted, howling mournfully as they watched the dancing vines around them, appearing fearful and uneasy. Zhang Xuan, however, looked relaxed. He pulled out a folding chair and a previously used barbecue grill from his backpack. "What a pity, what a pity. I came back in such a hurry and didn't bring along any other items for relaxation." Zhang Xuan shook his head, then pulled out several pieces of giant wolf flesh he had obtained earlier on Yuling Mountain. He plucked a branch from the poisonous mother tree, skewered the fresh meat, lit a fire, and began grilling it. Soon, the aroma of wolf meat filled the air. "Not bad, not bad. It still smells so good. In this freezing cold, you just have to have a bite of hot grilled meat. Big Yellow, next time we must bring some cumin and pepper." "Woof woof woof." Da Huang let out two joyful howls, took the grilled meat from Zhang Xuan's hand, and began to devour it with great relish, his tail wagging wildly. After running for so long, although the fatigue of the wild hunters wouldn't increase, their appetites had definitely been whetted, and the meat tasted absolutely delicious. Zhang Xuan chewed on the tender, juicy grilled meat, watching the restless snow wolves that dared not launch an attack. He waved his hand. "Xiao Shu, this is for you to practice on." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, countless vines shot out in all directions, followed by a series of dull thuds. The snow wolves couldn't dodge in time and were pierced by the vines, then flung into the air and thrown off the mountain peak. In an instant, the area was once again quiet. It must be said that the basic attacks of tree-type beast pets are highly efficient. The endless vines, once unleashed, were like spears, instantly eliminating all the minor enemies. The square erupted in chaos. The students who had been eliminated were left in awe but couldn't make sense of what had happened, while those in the stands suddenly stood up. Chapter 44, The Final Boss? Whether it was the few members of the Beastmaster families or the recruitment teachers from various schools, their pupils contracted sharply, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "What? What grade of beast pet is that?" They were all at least 5th tier, and some even 6th tier beast masters, having seen their fair share of beasts. They frantically searched their minds, trying to find a beast pet of comparable power. But soon, most of them looked confused, because in their knowledge, they couldn't find any beast pets that matched it. The massive, eerie tree in the scene was clearly not just a matter of level superiority. The rank of a beast pet could often be judged from its physical characteristics and offensive traits. This giant tree was undoubtedly of a much higher grade than Li Xian's golden armored rhinoceros beetle. Could it be? The members of the 4 great families exchanged shocked glances. The highest-ranked beast pets in their families were typically controlled by the family heads, and most were at the star rank level, maintaining this balance for years. As high-ranking members of their families with some authority, their horizons were limited to this level. It was certain that it was definitely higher than star rank. Meanwhile, the two from Nanjiang Academy and Ming Academy exchanged horrified glances. "Old Zhang, what do you think this is?" Old Zhang hesitated and said, "I think it's highly likely to be Overlord tier." The person from Nanjiang Academy muttered to himself, "Dominator level." Both of them wore expressions of doubt, with the same confusion arising in their minds. Could this really be Overlord tier? Although they had never owned one themselves, they had seen Dominator class beasts up close on multiple occasions. It seemed to share many similarities with the gigantic tree in the scene, but there were also significant differences. However, they dared not speculate about a higher rank. For such an existence, even the strongest beast tamers in their respective academies would be unable to control it. Manhwa clenched his sleeves tightly and exchanged a glance with Elderly. "You little rascal, are you finally going to reveal your extraordinary abilities?" Though not a dragon, this being was equally awe-inspiring. In the scene, Zhang Xuan looked as relaxed as if he were on vacation, lazily leaning back in a lounge chair and enjoying his meal. Beside him, Big Yellow had devoured 5 or 6 portions and was already full. He lay obediently by his side, licking his paws, looking just like a docile giant dog. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. Current number of remaining players in the dungeon, 100. Ranking system now active. Soon, everyone saw a number appear in their vision, displaying 100. Many sighed in relief. Not bad, not bad. With their abilities, making it into the top 100, the top 10% of all new beast tamers in Guangning province had already exceeded their expectations. Though this achievement wasn't enough to secure early admission to a Beastmaster Academy in the Nanxiang province, the experience gained along the way was invaluable, giving them a solid foundation for the upcoming unified exams. After all, gathering strategies from various sources was one thing, but actually participating revealed how much more complex the real situation was. In a small team, Zhao Ming, a short, stocky figure with a fiery red beast by his side, clenched his fist tightly. Everyone, let's give it our all. We've come this far, we must fight for a spot in the top 5. The remaining 2 members of the team nodded vigorously. We will make it into the top 5. They had originally been a 5-person team, but due to the dungeon mechanics, they were separated upon arrival. During their attempt to regroup, 2 members were eliminated, leaving the 3 of them to reunite successfully. Zhao Ming had a golden beast pet that breathed fire, and with his quick thinking, they had made it this far without major incidents. They had not only defeated several snow wolves and other monsters but also dealt with another team that had tried to ambush them. Now full of confidence, they were ready to push forward toward their ultimate goal. At this stage, under the spatial compression of the frost storm, they no longer encounter other beast tamers as frequently as before, only occasionally coming across others. Now, they can see other people's figures along the way, but everyone is quite in sync, maintaining a certain distance and avoiding initiating combat first. Having entered the rankings, every step forward is precious, and there's no need to risk elimination through meaningless battles. Meanwhile, the monsters in the dungeon are also heading toward the Ice River Valley, as they are also subject to the rules. As a result, the beast tamers on the path face even more obstacles as they try to advance. Yan Zhaojiao, Hu Wei, and Li Xian quickly spotted each other, but they didn't see Li Gang. Li Xian said indifferently, given that guy's beast pet's abilities, he must have already taken the lead and gone to a higher ground. Let's go there too and get a better understanding of the situation. He pointed to a nearby peak, as if this dungeon were merely a test of their skills, akin to the legendary battle at Manhwa. Hu Wei nodded. Alright, let's go. Yan Zhaojiao also took a step forward, but she couldn't help but think about Zhang Xuan. Was he also on the mountain peak at this moment? At the summit, Zhang Xuan was feeling a bit full from eating, so he took out a toothpick to clean his teeth. He then walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down below. The scene below was quite chaotic. A group of monsters were chasing from behind, while the beast tamers were desperately fleeing ahead. Soon, some people charged into the valley, but were quickly devoured by the swarming monsters. Someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, head up the mountain. Let's deal with the monsters first, then settle the winner later." This shout seemed to gain everyone's approval, and everyone began running toward the mountain peak. However, during this process, many were caught by the monsters and had to stop to fight. While many beast tamers, realizing they had little chance of survival, took the opportunity to attack other tamers, eliminating one to boost their own rankings. In an instant, the valley echoed with the sounds of battle and slaughter, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. Though it seemed rather amateurish now, Zhang Xuan watched it all with great interest, as if he were watching a play. As the frost storm rolled in, the sky and earth changed color, and the monsters in this dungeon erupted into chaos, their numbers swelling to at least 400 or 500, surging toward the Ice River Valley. This was one of the final trials of the dungeon. To secure as high a ranking as possible, one must survive this high-pressure chaotic battle. Roar! Ugh! Snow wolves, ice pythons, and ice bears, monsters of various forms and levels, hunted the new beast tamers and charged toward the mountain. Yan Zhaojiao and the other 2 arrived at the summit first and immediately noticed the massive tree before them. Shock filled their eyes. What's going on? Did the dungeon set up a final boss this time? Hu Wei muttered, staring at the vines as thick as iron pillars, and there were so many of them that he couldn't even count them all. His little fat bear didn't look like it could withstand such a force. This can't be possible. Even if it's the final boss, this thing is way too overpowered. Chapter 45, Triggering the Dungeon Rules. Hu Wei shook his head again. If this were the national exam, the dungeon would be provided by the Supreme Beast God Temple of Xia Kingdom, which would determine the exam content. Following the tradition of previous years, the national exam would be conducted simultaneously across the 12 provinces of the nation, with an overwhelming number of beast tamers participating. Therefore, the Beast God Temple would use an ultra-large-scale dungeon, and the final boss would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful foe. However, today was merely a mock exam for Guangning, featuring a medium-sized dungeon that had been specially calibrated by the Guangning Beast God Branch Temple. While the format mimicked the national exam, the branch temple's limited resources meant it couldn't match the Supreme Beast God Temple in terms of content. This giant tree is probably just for show, it might not be as powerful as it appears. Nevertheless, Hu Wei and Li Xian were still curious. According to the intelligence they had obtained, there should be no such existence in the Ice River Valley. The original final boss should be a being called the Snow Giant, shouldn't it? At that moment, Wang Hua on the square suddenly changed expression. He looked at the crystal stone in his hand. This was the world stone of the Ice River Valley dungeon, which reflected the dungeon's operational status. Suddenly, the crystal began to violently tremble, emitting abnormal fluctuations. Wang Hua immediately realized that an entity exceeding the current dungeon's level cap had appeared within the dungeon world. His pupils contracted as he looked at the giant tree on the screen, unable to suppress a groan. As the deputy hall master, he knew the Ice River Valley's tier better than anyone. For the dungeon to react this way, there was only one possibility: the giant tree was above the overlord tier, it was a king tier being. A look of shock flashed across his face, accompanied by a wry smile. He had thought that this simulated exam would reveal the answers regarding Zhang Xuan. But instead of the expected Dragon Clan, something equally baffling had appeared. King class. Even someone like Elderly couldn't possess such a beast companion. How many secrets do you have on you? But it was clear that the changes in the dungeon had already slipped beyond control. An announcement echoed in the ears of everyone who had not yet been eliminated. Ding! Frost storm advancing, currently entering the core area of the Ice River Valley, final boss appearing. Is it coming? Everyone's expressions were filled with anticipation and tension. The chaos that followed would reach its peak, and it would also determine their rankings. However, Zhang Xuan heard a different announcement. Your beast pet, the poisonous mother tree, has triggered the dungeon rules. Do you wish to act as the current dungeon boss? If you successfully defend the gate and defeat all challengers, you will receive an unknown reward. What? Make the little tree the dungeon boss? Zhang Xuan was initially confused, but soon grew excited. My beast pet has become the boss? Let others challenge it? This is way too interesting. Even if there's no reward, I have to give it a try. Accept. At that moment, the announcement that had paused for a while in everyone's ears reappeared. Final boss. An unknown entity has appeared in the dungeon, causing the boss to change and triggering a group quest. Attack mission: defeat the current boss, the poisonous mother tree. Final rankings will be determined based on damage dealt. If the boss is not defeated, rankings will be determined based on survival time. What? All the students present were taken aback. This giant tree was the boss of the Ice Valley? Something felt off about this. Hu Wei and Li Xian exchanged glances, clearly not expecting this mock exam to be so unexpected. However, they remained confident. This new boss should be on the same level as the snow giant mentioned in the intelligence reports. With their strength, they had a chance to solo clear the stage. What do you think? Who's going first? Hu Wei spoke up, noticing that Yan Jiaojia was still deep in thought, while Li Xian looked completely unconcerned, as if he didn't even want to go first. Hu Wei muttered under his breath, damn it, it's just a diamond tier beast pet. What's he trying to prove? Alright, diamond tier is indeed a cut above the rest. You've got me this time. Hu Wei muttered to himself. After learning about the opponent's contracted beast pet, he had already assumed his ranking would be below Li Xian's this time. But now that the rules clearly stated ranking based on damage dealt, there was no need for beast masters to fight among themselves. Just focus on dealing damage and get it over with. However, Li Xian suddenly spoke up, golden armor, go take care of the people going up the mountain first. The more, the better. Jin Jia's rhinoceros beetle obeyed the order, unfurling its two blade-like wings and flying toward the other beast master's pets. The mountain peak was now crowded with bodies of monsters slain by the beast tamers, piling up on the mountain path. The golden armor rhinoceros beetle charged through the crowd, blood spattering everywhere, quickly slaying several beast pets. Who? Someone roared in anger, quickly realizing it was Li Xian's beast pet attacking. This is the time for everyone to unite and fight the boss. What do you think you're doing? Facing the accusations from multiple people, Li Xian looked down on them with disdain, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't even bother to respond. Yan Jiaozhou frowned, her expression betraying her displeasure, and walked off to the side to observe the so-called poisonous mother tree. Hu Wei was also startled by Li Xian's actions and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Li Xian sneered, a mere mock exam boss? Do we really need these people to fight alongside us? Let's deal with them first and prevent them from stealing our damage. Everyone present grew furious. Though there was a natural divide between commoner beast tamers and aristocratic beast tamers, they had no choice but to accept it and keep to themselves. But now, his words clearly didn't regard them as human beings, instantly igniting the anger of everyone present. Zhao Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with hatred. Li Xian's smug expression made him want to punch him in the face. Hu Wei hadn't expected Li Xian to say such a thing. Though it had hit the nail on the head regarding his own thoughts, it had now angered the crowd. His personality wasn't so brash that he would act so openly. Seeing the crowd's anger, he quietly stepped aside. Li Xian sneered. As a beast master from a prestigious family, didn't he even have the confidence to suppress a few commoners? Meanwhile, the commoner students had gathered together. After surviving a battle against monsters and beast tamers, they now numbered over 50, with over 50 beast pets remaining. No matter how powerful the golden armor rhinoceros beetles were, they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. They had to show the enemy a thing or two. Various skills were unleashed toward the beetles in the air. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle took several hits, but its defense was extremely strong, and its level far surpassed that of the beast pets belonging to the beast tamers present. For example, Zhao Ming's fire-breathing beast was level 35, which was already considered top tier compared to others, but the golden armor rhinoceros beetle had reached level 55, a full 20 levels higher. This was the result of the resources invested by the aristocratic families. Not only could they form elite training groups to quickly level up in higher tier regions, but it was even rumored that some extremely rare alien artifacts could be obtained, which could directly grant experience points. Chapter 46, A Single Punch to Shatter. However, the four families in Guangning generally have no access to such items. But the golden armor rhinoceros beetle's current level clearly demonstrates the gap between the aristocratic families and ordinary people. Several skills were unleashed, but aside from Zhao Ming's fire-breathing beast managing to deal a few hundred points of damage, the other beasts' attacks were pitiful, with only a few dozen points here and there. Even when combined, the total damage didn't reach 1,000. This damage was not even 1/20th of the golden armor rhinoceros beetle's health. Meanwhile, the golden armor rhinoceros insect completed another round of slaughter, severely injuring several beast pets and rendering them unable to fight. Everyone was startled. Though they had expected a gap, the disparity was so vast it caught them off guard. Li Xian remained unfazed, giving a cold smile as he spread his arms wide, as if commanding the world to submit to him. Do you see? Cruel, isn't it? This is the world of beast taming. This is the truth. His tone suddenly grew passionate, tinged with arrogance. The gap in ranks, the gap in grades, these make the sheer numbers pile up into something absurd and laughable. Born into a prestigious family, I am destined to stand above you all. The air grew deathly silent and oppressive. Those present clenched their teeth, their expressions filled with resentment and hatred. They were so stirred by his words that their fingers tightened around their fists, their nails nearly piercing the flesh. But the scene that had just unfolded left them feeling powerless. Words of rebuttal formed on their lips, but they hesitated, opening and closing their mouths several times before finally swallowing them back down. Could it be that all of them were truly no match for this single individual? What was the meaning of this exam for them? What was the meaning of their future careers as beast tamers? Many eyes filled with confusion. Though they had long been aware of this gap, experiencing it firsthand was a brutal blow that shattered the last remnants of their self-respect, leaving them unable to accept it. The surroundings fell silent. Li Xian smirked triumphantly, about to speak again, when suddenly, "Come on, buddy, you're really putting on a show. What level are you at?" The atmosphere of self-satisfaction was shattered by a sudden voice. Li Xian frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. The others also turned their heads and noticed that there was actually a person standing beneath the massive tree. He was leaning back in a lounge chair, looking relaxed and content, picking his teeth with a toothpick while stroking the yellow giant dog beside him. He didn't look like someone who had come to clear a dungeon, he looked more like someone on vacation. Perhaps due to the earlier chaos and the dense vines of the giant tree obstructing their view, no one had noticed the person there. Everyone froze for a moment before realizing the issue. Why was the person so close to the boss yet hadn't he triggered any hostility? After some thought, they concluded that it was likely because the boss's trigger mechanism was active, meaning it wouldn't attack unless provoked. That should be right. However, what that guy just said really hit the nail on the head. Li Xian is such a smooth talker. Everyone was momentarily intimidated by the golden armored rhinoceros beetle's imposing presence, and with their hearts secretly grieving, they forgot to speak up immediately. Li Xian furrowed his brows. He sensed a strong hint of mockery in Zhang Xian's eyes and tone, and his anger flared up. He coldly asked, "What's the matter? Does this student have any objections to what I said?" At that moment, Yan Jiajiu suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Zhang Xian, I've been looking for you everywhere. You were here all along." Zhang Xian gave her a faint smile. "Zhang Xian?" Li Xian was puzzled, but then suddenly recalled the conversation between his cousin and Yan Jiajiu before entering the dungeon, and everything clicked into place. "So you're the one who's hooked up with the Yan family? No wonder you dare to act so arrogant in front of me." Yan Jiajiu couldn't hold back anymore and turned to scold, "Li Xian, what are you talking about?" Li Xian shook his head disdainfully. "Unfortunately, you're not a member of the Yan family. I don't think the elders of the Yan family would ever look at you. Drop those foolish notions. In my presence, remember to stay humble and polite." His words and demeanor clearly regarded Zhang Xian as a lowly upstart trying to climb the social ladder by hook or by crook, growing even more disdainful. At the same time, he mocked Yan Jiajiu in his heart. He didn't even bother to be polite to them usually, yet he was so protective of this lowly peasant. It was laughable. Hearing such arrogant mockery, Zhang Xuan remained unfazed. He stood up, walked over to Li Xin, and smiled lightly. "You're from the beast-taming clan, right?" With such a tone, such arrogance, and such disdain for ordinary people, I have a question for you. What do you rely on? The Li family behind you, or this golden armored rhinoceros beetle? Li Xin frowned. He didn't sense any shame or anger from the other man's eyes after being provoked. Instead, there was a look of condescension, not forced, but as if it were his natural demeanor. Such a gaze had only ever appeared in his own eyes when looking down on common beast tamers. Now, sensing this emotion in someone else's eyes, Li Xin felt extremely uncomfortable. He composed himself and said, "Whether it's the Li family or my beast pet, what does it matter? In this world, strength is everything. Where my strength comes from is irrelevant. What matters is whether I have it or not." Li Xin spoke with unwavering resolve, his eyes filled with disdain. Did he think a few words could restore his dignity? Think again. A beastmaster's strength is defined by their beast pets. Whether they were bestowed by a family or not, if I can overpower you, what can you do about it? In other words, the backing one has is the greatest strength in the beastmaster world. I have it, you don't. All talk of effort and resentment is just a joke at this moment. Those around them wanted to speak up for Zhang Xuan, but couldn't think of a rebuttal, and their hearts grew heavy. Snap. 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 Good. Well said. Zhang Xuan laughed as he clapped his hands and said, "Though I think you're an idiot, what you just said is correct. As long as I have what you don't, I can walk all over you, right?" Li Xian raised his chin. "So what?" "Excellent. Then after I punch you like a bug and knock you out, you'll have to kneel before me. That's what you call keeping your word, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian nearly burst out laughing. "You? Smash my golden armored rhinoceros beetle with one punch?" He grinned widely, shaking his head disbelievingly. "Don't even mention punching it to pieces. Even if you could break its armor, I..." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, he felt a thunderous roar explode beside his ear, followed by a spray of foul-smelling green liquid splattering across his face. This was the blood and exploding body tissue of the golden armored rhinoceros beetle. Everyone was stunned by the sudden scene. Zhang Xuan extended a fist, suspended mid-air, while the golden armored rhinoceros beetle had been completely blown to pieces. Its health had been depleted instantly, not even leaving it in a critically injured state to be sent back to the beast-taming space. It had died on the spot. Although the dungeon rules stipulated that true death was impossible, the sensation before them felt utterly real. Li Xian's eyes widened in fear, causing him to breathe rapidly unconsciously. Chapter 47, We Can Win. That punch was too fast, too domineering. Its might was so overwhelming that Li Xian was reminded of his grandfather's 200-level diamond-ranked beast pet, the strongest guardian beast in the entire Li family. It seemed as though a single glance from it was enough to cast him into a state of awe and fear, his mind reeling. He dared not even wipe the filth from his face, instead stiffly turning his neck to the side and trembling as he looked down at the mangled remains of the beetle on the ground. This is impossible. How did he do that? He knew the attributes of the golden armor rhinoceros beetle better than anyone. Even without accounting for its defensive capabilities, its health pool alone exceeded 20,000. To shatter it with a single punch without any assistance, relying solely on one's own strength, what level of beastmaster could achieve such a feat? Even within the dungeon, endless panic spread through Li Xian's heart. He couldn't even think clearly about the conditions under which such an event could occur. He could only stiffly lift his head and lock eyes with those mocking orbs. I. He realized he couldn't utter a single word. The entire worldview he had built up over the years collapsed in an instant. Zhang Xuan chuckled, "I have what you don't, so you've lost. The defeated eat dust and deserve to be trampled under the feet of the strong, their so-called dignity crushed. This is what you told me. Now, kneel." His voice was soft, yet unwavering, carrying everything that terrified Li Xian. Those around them finally snapped out of their stupor. Their eyes all lit up, as if Zhang Xuan was radiating light that illuminated some hidden corner of their souls. Uncontrollable emotions began to grow rapidly within them. So even those from the Beastmaster clan could fall from the heights of arrogance to the dust? Could it be that the gap between us and them wasn't about being born different, but simply a difference in strength? This truth was so simple and clear, yet no one had ever truly considered it before, until Zhang Xian's single punch shattered everything. It shattered all their sense of inferiority. We can be defeated, but we will not lose. Until one day, someone like him emerges among us, or we ourselves become such people. Then, we will win. Impossible, impossible. Li Xian suddenly snapped out of his daze and shouted, "This is absolutely impossible. The game must have glitched. It must have glitched." Zhang Xian spoke calmly, "How about it? Can't you accept being crushed by someone like me? Or can't you accept that your so-called foundation has become worthless, leaving you powerless and weak?" Li Xian stumbled back a few steps, unable to meet his gaze, but still gritted his teeth and said, "The copy might have a glitch, but in reality, everything that just happened absolutely won't happen." Zhang Xian shook his head, unwilling to say more, then turned to Zhao Ming and the others. Alright, everyone. I've set the stage for you. The rest is up to you. Dozens of beast tamers fixed their gaze on Li Xian. The flames ignited by Zhang Xuan in their hearts now seemed ready to materialize, ready to reduce the man before them to ashes. What do you think you're doing? Li Xian shouted, his voice trembling with fear. He summoned another beast pet from his beast-taming space, a furious ram with large horns on its head. This was his second beast pet, the golden-ranked raging ram, also at level 40. He hadn't expected to use it in this mock exam and had intended to save it for the upcoming national exam as a power boost. However, after the golden armor rhinoceros beetle was destroyed, the raging rams could no longer provide him with the same sense of security. Facing the crowd closing in, various unbearable scenes flashed through his mind. Li Xian suddenly turned his head. Hui, Yin Jiaojiao, come help me. Yin Jiaojiao, standing at a distance, remained indifferent. Hui, who was closer, quickly backed away while saying, Li Xian, we're not on the same side. You? Li Xian couldn't believe he had been isolated, while dozens of beast tamers had already ordered their beasts to charge and attack. The enraged ram snorted, lowered its head, and charged forward with its horns raised. However, it only managed to knock one opponent aside before being overwhelmed by the others. Fire, charges, whirlwinds, slashes, and poisonous gas, various skills rained down on it. Soon, the enraged ram let out an agonizing scream, fell to the ground, hooves pointing skyward, unable to resist any longer. The excited beasts continued their charge, pinning Li Xian to the ground and savagely trampling him. Ah! Finally, amid cries of pain and humiliation, Li Xian was eliminated. Damn it! From the spectator stands, Li Jin cursed angrily. He had already shut off the recording device when Zhang Xuan had shattered the golden-armored rhinoceros beetle with a single punch. Even if his teacher later noticed something amiss and inquired, he absolutely must not allow those subsequent scenes to be recorded. Otherwise, all the resources the Li family had invested would have been wasted. Li Jin looked at the young man on the screen, surrounded by everyone as if he were a savior, his eyes filled with disbelief. Thinking back to his earlier mocking and belittling remarks, his face felt as though it had been slapped, burning with shame. This was absolutely unacceptable. He turned to Wang Hua and asked in a questioning tone, Mr. Wang, is there something wrong with the copy in the branch hall? Why did this happen? Wang Hua frowned, what do you mean by this situation? Li Jin was at a loss for words. Considering the other's status, he hesitated but eventually spoke up, this student named Zhang Xuan, how could he possibly defeat a golden armor rhino beetle with a single punch? This doesn't make sense. Wang Hua's face flashed with obvious displeasure. Li Jin, don't think that just because you've gone to the Qilin Academy, you can criticize the Beast God Hall at will. Even though I'm only representing the Guangning Branch Hall, I still bear the glory of the Beast God. I will not tolerate favoritism or bias. Are you implying that I cheated for Zhang Xuan? If you want to make this official, I can request an investigation from higher authorities after the mock exam is over. Li Jin's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I didn't mean it that way at all. After speaking, he quickly sat down, his expression filled with frustration, but he dared not say another word. Questioning the fairness of the Beast God Temple's actions was a serious matter. If an investigation were initiated and it were found that Wang Hua had indeed manipulated the rules behind the scenes, he would certainly be severely punished and removed from his position by the Beast God Temple. However, if there were no issues on his end, as the accuser, he would be suspected of slander and could even face imprisonment. Li Jin knew deep down that Wang Hua wouldn't do such a thing, but he couldn't accept it. When he brought it up, he naturally backed down under the other party's questioning. Chapter 48, Xianshan. Wang Hua coldly withdrew his gaze from him, his anger unabated. As a member of the Beast God Temple, he naturally valued his reputation highly. Being unjustly questioned by the other party, how could he not be angry? Thinking back to the Li family's actions over the years, Wang Hua thought to himself, the Li family has truly become increasingly arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on everyone else. Zhang Xian's recent actions and words had truly earned his approval. The term beast-taming clan originally referred to those families who bravely fought against monsters and the abyss, leading the way and sacrificing themselves for the sake of humanity, holding aloft the torch of civilization. Who would have thought that it would now be used by these parasites who monopolize resources, do nothing but eat at the public trough, and use their strength to despise and trample upon their own kind as a self-aggrandizing title? It was a disgrace to the very name of the Beastmaster clan. On the mountaintop, after everyone had teamed up to eliminate Li Xian, they all stood there in stunned silence for a long time, as if they had severed some kind of shackle. They had defeated the once invincible beast tamers of the noble families. So this is what it feels like to defeat them? Without realizing when it had started, everyone's gaze turned toward Zhang Xuan. They had all learned his name. He was a beastmaster of the same humble origins as themselves. Someone shouted out first. Xian. Xian Shun. With the first person leading the way, everyone present shouted in unison. Xian Shun. They repeated the name over and over, releasing all their excitement and admiration, their voices echoing throughout the entire Ice River Valley. They refused to stop, even as their faces turned red, for the young man before them was destined to be forever etched in their hearts, in a place of great importance. Destined to become the guiding light that would awaken them whenever they faced confusion or anxiety in the future. Like a faith. Hu Wei watched from the side, sighing deeply. Could someone of their own age truly inspire such adoration and respect? However, if Zhang Xuan's actions and words had been directed at someone from the opposing faction of the aristocratic families, they would likely have sparked the same emotions. No, to be honest, even now, he couldn't suppress his admiration for Zhang Xuan. He was truly extraordinary. Yan Zhaojiao, standing nearby, had a gleam in her eyes. She had seen many outstanding beast tamers, but none of them could compare to Zhang Xuan. He appeared carefree on the surface, yet he was brimming with energy and possessed a charisma that was both convincing and inspiring, making people want to follow him. In the ice river valley, wind and snow swirled. Suddenly, a dull rumble echoed from the long frozen ground. Then, a massive hand made entirely of ice and snow emerged, clawing at the ground. As the ice shattered with a thunderous crash, a colossal figure burst forth from the earth. It roared toward the sky, shaking the entire ice river valley. What is this? Those on the mountaintop were startled and looked down. At the same time, the giant seemed to sense their presence, raised its head, and its icy blue eyes were filled with murderous intent. It leaped into the air, darting and weaving between the mountain walls, its massive body moving as though it were on solid ground, charging toward the summit. It's a snow giant! Hu Wei reacted immediately and shouted. This was the final boss originally set for this dungeon. After the poisonous mother tree had taken its place, it had appeared once again. The giant's massive body moved with astonishing speed. As it neared the summit, it suddenly leaped onto a protruding rock, soaring high into the air before crashing down onto the flat summit. Hu Wei looked alert. This creature was only level 50, not too high in rank, but it was a boss template, definitely no pushover. Zhao Ming and the other civilian beast tamers all gathered around Zhang Xuan. Brother Xian, what should we do? Let us, and we'll follow your commands. Their faces were filled with admiration. They would likely follow his orders without hesitation. Zhang Xuan turned around and shouted, Xiao Shu, it's up to you. Test the waters. Xiao Shu? What little tree? Everyone looked confused, but then they saw a large number of vines shoot into the air and instantly bind the snow giant's entire body, wrapping it like a dumpling. Everyone jumped in surprise, realizing that it was the giant tree that had acted, actually grappling with the snow giant. The snow giant roared, its powerful body struggling desperately, but it couldn't break free from the thick vines. In the air, countless tiny particles invisible to the naked eye drifted around before floating into the snow giant's body. Zhang Xuan sensed everything and stepped forward, standing directly in front of the snow giant, less than a body length away. Shen Gu, don't get so close. Shen, be careful. Everyone shouted in alarm, unsure of Zhang Xuan's intentions. He stood before the snow giant, which was still struggling violently, and extended his right hand. Then he murmured, 5, 4, 3. Little tree, release him. The vine snapped apart with a loud crack, releasing the snow giant. It roared in anger, glaring at the human before it, and swung its palm, enveloped in wind and snow, toward him with tremendous force. At the same time, Zhang Xuan counted down to the last second, his calm words escaping his lips. Fall. To the astonished and bewildered gazes of everyone present, the snow giant suddenly froze in place, as if its soul had been snatched away in an instant. The next moment, a large amount of pale green mist rose from its body, and the snow giant's eyes lost their luster. It fell heavily to the ground, merging completely with the surrounding frost and snow. What's going on? Everyone stood frozen in place. Is this the power of the divine being's words? A 5-second countdown, and then the snow giant was instantly defeated? Is this really necessary? Zhang Xuan nodded slightly. He had just tested the power of the spores from the poisonous mother tree. The spores can be dispersed into the air, entering the enemy's body and causing a poisoning effect. The more spores there are, the more the poison effect can stack. Although the damage caused by the poison effect per second isn't that explosive and requires time to accumulate, it ultimately depends on the pet's grade. As a sovereign-level existence, the poisonous mother tree's accompanying poison effect is far from ordinary. Just 5 spores, once inside the snow giant's body, completely depleted its health bar in 5 seconds. The entire process occurs without the snow giant even noticing, until it suddenly dies. Even just this basic effect of the spores alone qualifies them as a treacherous, invisible weapon capable of eliminating enemies without a trace. Wait. At this point, everyone finally began to realize something was amiss. Everything had happened too quickly for them to process it properly. Now everything started to make sense. This giant tree, is it the divine beast of the Xian god? Someone muttered under their breath, and everyone else froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Indeed, when the Xianshan turned around, he suddenly shouted, "Little tree," and the giant tree's vines immediately launched an attack on the snow giant. Moreover, from the very beginning, the Xianshan had been lying beneath the giant tree and hadn't suffered a single scratch. In other words, the Shenshin's beast pet was so powerful that it could instantly kill the snow giant in a way they couldn't understand, and even force the dungeon rules to trigger, becoming the new boss of the dungeon? Chapter 49, Everyone's Thoughts. Everyone stood there with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing. From initially confronting Li Xian, to later shattering Li Xian's prideful golden armored rhinoceros beetle with a single punch, and then allowing them to fight freely, eliminating their opponents, and breaking through their own mental barriers. By this stage, Zhang Xuan had already earned everyone's admiration. Now, the scene of the poisonous mother tree being his subordinate was completely beyond their comprehension. There was only one voice screaming wildly inside me. I have witnessed the divine. From worship, to admiration, to fervor. The emotional transformation was evident in everyone's eyes. Zhao Ming clenched his fists tightly, a thought forming in his mind. A thought he had never had before, not even when he had luckily obtained a golden beast pet at the breeding center. He must follow that person. Because he saw the impossible in Zhang Xuan, and if that impossibility were to become connected to him, then the future was unimaginable. At that moment, someone joked, Xianshin, put away your divine power. We can't handle it. Yeah, Xianshin, with your single attack as a boss, we'd all be one-hit kills. Xianshin, don't worry. When we get one shot, I'll stand still and enjoy it. Everyone spoke lightly at this moment. They no longer cared about competing for rankings. Come on, they had all seen the 3 clan beast tamers get blown away, and even the strongest one had been personally involved. For them, the purpose of this trip had already been more than fulfilled. Could there still be someone who wants to challenge Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan smiled, looking at everyone. Among the crowd were a few familiar faces, classmates from the same grade, even the same class, back at first middle school. To be honest, he didn't know any of them well, but after today's events and what he had seen, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity toward everyone present. Or perhaps he saw a part of himself in them. Zhang Xuan suddenly had an idea. He wanted to change something. To be more precise, he wanted to change the millions of himself who had once existed, so that all ordinary people in the world could have more possibilities, rather than being confined by their so-called background or social status, spending their entire lives stuck in the same circle, feeling lost and confused. Yes, I must achieve all of this. He said this to himself with great seriousness in his heart. For now, let's first reach the pinnacle of this world. Zhang Xuan looked at everyone again and smiled. The rankings in this mock exam don't really matter. What's most important is that I got to know all of you. I hope everyone stays well. He waved his hand and issued an order. I withdraw. As he voluntarily withdrew, the toxic mother tree also retreated, and the dungeon boss and attack tasks disappeared simultaneously. The dungeon rules changed again. Since the snow giant had also been instantly killed by the spore toxins earlier, the final rankings would now be determined through battles between beast masters and the constantly contracting frost storm, which would reach its peak at the last moment. However, upon seeing Zhang Xuan leave, no one moved. Zhao Ming looked around and said, brothers, our true battlefield isn't here. It's in the upcoming national exams. I hope everyone will do their best. I'll be heading out first. After speaking, he too chose to voluntarily withdraw, no longer competing for ranking, and vanished from the spot. The others exchanged glances. I'm withdrawing too. Dozens of white lights flashed, and the mountaintop eventually became empty. Yan Jiaojiao couldn't help but admire him in her heart. She took one last look at the valley and also retreated. On the square, figures began to appear. Their expressions seemed to carry something more than before they entered the dungeon. They were full of determination, yet no longer blindly hoping for good fortune to fall upon them. No matter what the starting point is, I will make the best use of the cards in my hand. That is what we can strive for. And when Zhang Xuan appeared, boom! All the recruitment teachers in the audience rushed forward to him. Student. Our Southjiang 3rd Beastmaster Academy is willing to grant you the title of chief student for the entire 3 years of your university education, with no additional conditions. Can the 3rd Academy even accommodate a genius like Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan, our Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy has over 200 years of history and is the oldest and most prestigious Beastmaster Academy in Nanjiang Province. We also offer unconditional chief status, and regardless of whether you graduate in 3 years, this chief status will be permanently maintained until you graduate. Additionally, we will provide you with a high-end apartment in Nanjiang City for you and your family to reside in. The training cycle at the Beast-Taming Academy is uniformly 3 years, or more accurately, divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Only by passing the corresponding tests and meeting the standards can you advance to the next stage. Therefore, some students may spend 4 or 5 years stuck in a particular stage and may not obtain graduate status even after 10 years. While some geniuses may graduate early in just 2 years. This system was originally established by the first Beastmaster Academy in Xia Kingdom, known as the Qilin Academy. The division into 3 levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, is based on the Academy's high standards, where the beginner level is equivalent to a 4th rank Beastmaster. And only by achieving the advanced rating, which corresponds to a 6th tier Beastmaster, can one graduate successfully. Therefore, the Qilin Academy is highly competitive to enter and even more challenging to graduate from. Among those who enroll, fewer than one-third successfully graduate within 3 years. Those who fail to reach the 4th rank within 2 years of enrollment are directly expelled. This system is often referred to as a devilish regime, resulting in an extremely competitive environment within the academy, filled with exceptionally talented beast masters. However, as a result, beast masters who graduate from Qilin Academy are highly recognized in the outside world and are sought after by major guilds, organizations, and even the Beast God Temple. Of course, this system has been adopted by other academies, though it is less stringent. The 3-tier system is more symbolic, with specific standards determined by each academy. At this point, the teachers at Nanjiang Academy had long since forgotten about the special recruitment of Li Xian. If they could secure this student, their title as a senior mentor at the academy would be guaranteed, and their subsidies, including retirement benefits, would triple. Don't mention the Qilin Academy to me. Haven't you seen this as the mock exam for Guangning City? Do you even know what being in the right place at the right time means? Therefore, the promises he made were completely beyond the standard, but he was confident that, given Zhang Xuan's unparalleled and exaggerated performance, even if the conditions were set as high as possible, the school's higher-ups would have no objections. Get out of here! Old Zhang, who usually doesn't say much, jumped up, his face flushed red, and urgently said to Zhang Xuan, you don't know I was the first one to suggest giving you a special admission. Chapter 50, The Beast God's Command. Old Jian pounded his chest, showing his sincere intentions. That's what sincerity means. Ming Academy is desperate for talent, and our eyes are sharp. We saw your extraordinary talent at first glance. While they were still fixated on Li Xian and Hu Wei, I had already set my sights on you. Moreover, Ming Academy is named after the South Jiang Beast God, which holds special significance. Our academy has a close cooperative relationship with the South Jiang Beast God Temple. The conditions offered by South Jiang Academy earlier, we can also provide. Additionally, any alien artifacts or tools developed by the Beast God Temple will be made available to us first, and you will have priority access to them. Old Jian, you. The teacher from Nanjiang Academy was so angry he was fuming, but the other party wasn't lying. The Nanjiang Beast God Temple and Ming Academy had jointly established an advanced research institute, and in terms of developing tools to assist beast tamers, they were indeed ahead of Nanjiang Academy. What do you think? Am I the first one to offer a special admission to Zhang Xuan? Old Jiang looked up proudly. The others fell silent. It was true this guy had already mentioned it before they had even noticed Zhang Xuan. At the time, they had found it odd. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded to everyone, thank you all for your kindness. However, my plan is to first participate in the upcoming National Unified Exam before deciding my future path. After all, the Unified Exam is an annual event, and not participating would leave a sense of regret. Several recruitment teachers nodded, we understand. Zhang Xuan, our school hasn't produced a top 10 national student in many years. We're pinning our hopes on you this time. Keep up the good work. We're all supporting you. That's right, we all support you. Everyone spoke kindly, expressing their blessings for Zhang Xuan. In truth, they all knew that with the abilities Zhang Xuan had demonstrated so far, getting into the Qilin Academy was a foregone conclusion. Even if they offered better conditions, the prestige of the Qilin Academy alone would outweigh everything else. But it's worth a try, isn't it? Who knows? To be fair, given his abilities, only the Qilin Academy could provide a platform where he could fully showcase his talents. If he stayed in Nanjiang, he might not even be able to rise to the top. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's response was smooth and polite, giving everyone face. Seeing such an extraordinary new beast tamer emerge from Nanjiang, especially one of humble origins, they were both pleased and eager to see more impressive performances from him in the future. After exchanging a few more polite words, Zhang Xuan was about to leave when he was called back by someone. Shang, please wait. Wang Hua approached him. Mr. Wang? Wan Hua whispered, there is someone from the Beast God Hall who wishes to speak with you privately. Would that be convenient? His tone was earnest, showing no trace of arrogance. He knew that this individual held an unprecedented and unparalleled level 11 authority within the Beast God Temple. From a certain perspective, their status was absolutely superior to everyone present, no, even to all the beast tamers in the entire Xia Kingdom. As a member of the Beast God Hall, he absolutely couldn't speak in a demanding tone. Someone from the Beast God Hall? Zhang Xuan nodded. It was only natural that his performance had caught the attention of the Beast God Temple. Although he would not reveal the existence of Black Dragon Abing for now, there would come a day when he could showcase his exceptional abilities, which would also benefit him in obtaining more resources. Please have Wang Zhuo lead the way. The two arrived at a secluded classroom. Wang Hua did not enter but left directly. Zhang Xuan pushed the door open and saw an elderly man dressed in black and gold robes, standing tall and imposing. The old man turned to him, then unexpectedly placed one hand on his shoulder and bowed deeply. Greetings, sir. This was the highest form of respect among beast tamers. Zhang Xuan was startled and said, Sir, what's going on here? The old man smiled apologetically. I apologize, sir. I should have explained myself earlier. I was a bit abrupt. I am Li Shan, the Deputy Hall Master of the South River Beast God Hall. The Deputy Hall Master of the South River Beast God Hall? That's an absolute heavyweight. Although Zhang Xuan had never encountered a beast master of this caliber before, he had some understanding of their status. The Beast God Temple symbolized the highest authority within an administrative region. The title of the old man meant that within the Nanjiang province, only one person held a higher status than him, the head of the Beast God Temple. Then what should I address you as? Such a person, yet he addressed him with such respect, calling himself sir. Zhang Xuan recalled the various events he had experienced recently and began to piece together the bigger picture. Li Shan said, I have been instructed by the Beast God to ensure that your existence remains confidential. However, your significance is extraordinary. I can assure you on behalf of the South Jiang Beast God Hall that if you have any needs, you may approach us at any time. Additionally, Li Shan reached into his robe and pulled out a token. Please accept this. Zhang Xuan took it and noticed that the front of the token was engraved with the character Meng, while the back featured an intricate design of a massive sea creature. What is this? Li Shan explained, this is the highest authority token of the Southern River Beast God Temple. Holding this token grants you the same status as the Temple Master. Additionally, should you encounter any difficulties, you may activate this token, and upon sensing it, members of the Beast God Temple will rush to your aid immediately. Such a prestigious item? Zhang Xuan ran his fingers over the token. Though his beast pet was incredibly powerful, an extra ally could never hurt. The power and resources the Beast God Temple controlled were far more than just beast pets. He thought for a moment and asked, what do I need to do? And what is the specific connection between me and the Beast God that Elder Li mentioned? Zhang Xuan thought of the buff on his body, ethereal being, which was related to the Beast God. However, the specifics were unknown. The fact that the other party had found him clearly indicated a connection, sparking Zhang Xuan's curiosity. Li Shan shook his head and said, this is the Beast God's will. We are to cooperate fully. You do not need to do anything extra. As for the Beast God's specific intentions, I am also unaware. All right. Zhang Xuan nodded, then I'll accept it. The 12 Beast Gods are the greatest beings in the Xia Kingdom, protecting all the human beings on this land. Their goodwill is something he has no reason to refuse. Seeing him accept the token, Li Shan sighed in relief, as if he had completed a task. Just moments ago, while observing the mock exam, he suddenly sensed the divine power of Ming descending. This was the first time this great being had contacted him, and the message it conveyed was to complete this task. Li Shan felt both honored and humbled, while also confirming his previous suspicions. This young man was indeed one favored by the Beast God. And Ming's instructions were clear, there was no need to investigate the other party further. If they had any requests, simply cooperate. Chapter 51, Selling Materials. After completing all this, Li Shan did not linger, while Zhang Xuan left the school and headed to the trading market in Guangning. In the Xia Kingdom, every major city had a similar trading market, overseen by the Beast God's temple for security and order. The official trading halls within these markets operated under a national unified system, allowing real-time viewing of buying and selling prices for various goods. Zhang Xuan had obtained a large amount of materials from monsters he had killed in the Dark Forest and the Dragon's Back Mountains, which he had been storing in his backpack without selling. Since he had no immediate use for them, he decided to sell them all. Upon arriving at the official trading hall, he found that the purchase prices here were slightly lower than those in shops, but the advantage was that the volume was much larger. No matter how much goods you had, you could sell them all at a uniform price. Hello, are you here to buy or sell? The woman on duty in the hall was an elegantly dressed young woman wearing a professional skirt suit and stockings with high heels, smiling warmly. Zhang Xuan said, selling. Alright, how much do you have? I'll give you a quote. Quantity, it's quite a lot. The woman noticed that Zhang Xuan looked unusually young, clearly a newly contracted beast tamer who had recently entered the profession. She guessed he had been gathering materials in places like the Windy Plains, where the most common materials were worth only 2 or 3 spirit stones per unit, and given the low drop rate, the quantity wouldn't be significant either. However, she had received strict professional training and wouldn't lack in professional etiquette. She smiled and asked Zhang Xuan to bring out the items for verification. Zhang Xuan had no choice but to empty his backpack completely. In an instant, the entire verification table was overflowing, with materials piled up like a small mountain. This. The young woman was stunned, covering her red lips with her hands. She wasn't unfamiliar with large quantities, but this was vastly different from what she had initially imagined. Could this young, handsome customer be a member of a guild, selling goods on behalf of the guild? She immediately began to count. Dark wolf's hair, night fox fur. Spirit of the plants? And moonstone, giant wolf skull? Her eyes widened in shock. The first few items were still manageable, they were from the Dark Forest, but the latter ones were materials exclusive to the Dragon's Spine Mountains. Not only were they extremely valuable, but the quantity was also staggering. As an official staff member of the trading hall, the young woman naturally had a good understanding of the materials, items, and drop rates of various wilderness areas around Guangning. The quantities before her now felt like they could only be obtained through a large-scale sweep and clearing of the area. There was no guild in Guangning City capable of such a feat, was there? She quickly verified the prices and then said, "Please show me your ID card." Zhang Xuan handed it over. After checking, the woman's eyes widened in shock and her voice trembled. "Your access level in the official trading hall is Black Gold VIP, with a purchase price of 20% above the original price. The total is 312,000 crystals. You currently have no transaction card. We will apply for one for you shortly, and the balance will be automatically deposited." Zhang Xuan nodded. He hadn't expected to be a Black Gold VIP. It must have been arranged by the Beast God Hall. A 20% premium during acquisition and an 80% discount when purchasing resources, while the official trading hall undoubtedly earns a commission from transactions. But a 20% margin is definitely a loss. It was essentially using Xia Kingdom's resources to subsidize these so-called Black Gold VIPs. This was precisely why the young woman, when Xin's eyes betrayed her shock, constantly glancing at the young man before her eyes sparkling with emotion. Such a high-level VIP is someone she has only heard of through the system. She has never seen one in real life. However, one thing was certain: none of the local elites in Guangning, including the governor and the heads of the 4 great families, possessed such VIP status. A few minutes later, when Xin held the transaction card in both hands, bowed slightly, and handed it over, subtly showcasing the curve of her body, her voice tinged with a hint of seduction. "Please accept this. The card contains your balance as well as my contact information. I am Xin, the manager of the Guangning official trading office. If you have any items to sell or purchase in the future, please contact me directly. For sales, you can enjoy the service of receiving payment first, followed by a dedicated staff member coming to collect the item." Zhang Xuan took the card, glanced at Xin, smiled, and turned to leave. It wasn't that he didn't understand certain hints, he simply had other matters to attend to and wasn't in the mood to dwell on this for now. He waved his hand. "I'll trouble manager when again next time." The young woman, who had looked slightly disappointed, perked up at his words and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian's departing figure. "We look forward to seeing you again." Zhang Xuan looked at the balance of over 3 million crystals in his account. This amount was undoubtedly a huge sum. Even the combined fortunes of all 5th-tier beast masters might not match it. In Guangning City, only the Yan and Li families, among the Guangning 4 families, could easily come up with such a sum. And it definitely wasn't done casually. It must have required approval from higher-ups. The average price of a golden pet beast egg was roughly between 150,000 and 200,000 crystals. Higher grades were simply priceless. In other words, this amount of money could purchase 2 golden pet beast eggs capable of altering the fate of an ordinary beast tamer. On that day, Black King and Ah Bing nearly wiped out the entire Moon Spirit Mountain, so such a haul wasn't surprising. Zhang Xuan didn't hesitate, transferring 500,000 crystal stones to his uncle's account and another 30,000 to Zhang Chen, noting it as pocket money. Uncle Zhang Tai immediately called, "Xian, what's going on?" "I saw a large sum transferred to my account with your name as the sender." His voice was panicked, thinking Zhang Xian had done something he shouldn't have. Zhang Xian laughed. "Uncle, don't worry. Your nephew hasn't done anything wrong. It's all from trading materials. This money is enough to either sell the old house or move us 3 old men out of this cramped place. I need to get back to work. If you need more, just let me know." Zhang Tai was about to say more, but the line had already gone dead. 50,000 crystals, traded for materials, to buy a house? In Guangning, a 3-bedroom apartment in a high-end neighborhood costs around 150,000 crystals. But working as a laborer on construction sites with his beast pets, he barely earns 5,000 crystal stones a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him 30 years to afford a house. Now his nephew was sending 50,000 crystal stones outright? Big brother, big sister, did you see that? Ah Xian has made it big. Zhang Tai blinked hard, feeling a tear welling up in the corner of his eye. On the other side, Zhang Chen also expressed his astonishment. 3,000 crystal stones? That could buy him so many beast pet cards. However, this kid seemed to have admired Zhang Xian since childhood and didn't even ask where the money came from. Zhang Xian sensed the emotions of his uncle and cousin and smiled contentedly. Chapter 52, The Bone-Burying Basin. After achieving material wealth, the first thing one thinks of is making life easier and more comfortable for one's family. Uncle Zhang, who has been suffering from chronic lower back pain due to years of physical labor, will finally be able to take it easy and rest properly. There's also Zhang Chen, who is about to enter his senior year of high school. Zhang Xian plans to find him a pet beast egg, but an ordinary golden grade one won't suffice. It must be strong enough while also allowing him to control it effectively. He didn't consider wild monsters, as in most cases. Hatching a pet beast egg and raising it slowly to build a bond is the proper way for a beast tamer to start. His ability to capture and use pets instantly is only possible because he has the ability to fix their loyalty at maximum value, otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. He plans to have Wang Jueshi or Wen Xin keep an eye out for high-quality pet beast eggs appearing on the market. With only a month left until the Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster Unified exam, Zhang Xuan decided to continue leveling up. He now has a general plan for himself and his beast pets. The ultimate goal is to establish a Beastmaster army with no weaknesses, capable of overwhelming any opponent. To achieve this, he needs to address the shortage in numbers. The appearance of the poisonous mother tree has partially addressed this issue, but it is still insufficient. What he needs is the ability to mobilize tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of beast tamers at a moment's notice. Only then would Zhang Xuan feel truly secure. This world is far from peaceful. Abyssal monsters, beast tamers corrupted by the abyss, and threats from other nations all pose significant dangers. The secret realm where Zhang Xuan's parents perished has been completely sealed off. The official explanation is that temporal disturbances caused the realm to collapse. All the beast tamers who entered the secret realm at that time failed to emerge, with the highest ranked among them being a 7th-tier beast tamer. However, Uncle Zhang Tai had investigated extensively and obtained some information. The incident was not caused by the secret realm collapsing, but rather because the realm led to the abyss. The beast tamers who entered disturbed the beings dwelling in the depths and were all killed. Zhang Xuan now possesses the qualifications to ascend to the pinnacle of beast taming and naturally desires to uncover the truth of what happened back then. As his strength continues to grow, his goals will become greater, and the dangers he faces will also increase. For instance, the fact that he controls a divine-tier beast pet will eventually become known to the outside world. Therefore, there is no reason to be content with the current situation. He must establish an unshakable force that he can fully control. This includes himself, his beast pets, and even the guild's influence. However, this is a massive undertaking. The first step is to maximize the strength of his primary battle beast companion, unlocking its full potential. Using this as the core, he must continue to expand. Black King and Abing, as divine-tier beast pets, currently only display a fraction of their true power. Only by advancing to the next stage, the growth form, can they truly showcase their true might. Divine-tier beast pets can only enter the growth stage after reaching level 100. Black King and Abing have both reached level 90, so they are not far off. Let's use this month to level them both up and ensure at least one of them crosses the threshold into the growth stage. Now, let's go. Zhang Xuan mounted Big Yellow and galloped away, heading once more toward the Dragon's Coil Mountains. This time, he crossed the Dry Tree Valley and then the Moon Spirit Mountain, arriving at the Bone Burial Basin, where he had come from when he escaped the Blood Ash Realm. There was no other option. The Black King and Abing were leveling up far too quickly. Every time they cleared a group of monsters, they had to completely wipe out all the monsters in the current area, causing their levels to skyrocket. By the time he returned to the same area for the second time, there was an experience point penalty, greatly reducing efficiency. Unlike others, who could farm the same area for a long time or join gold farming groups focused on specific monsters for materials. Another common situation is the tier system. A Beastmaster's tier is linked to their pet's level. For example, a level 1 Beastmaster can only raise their pet to level 75. They must advance to level 2 to unlock the pet's level cap to 100. There are plenty of Beastmasters who remain stuck at the second rank for their entire lives. Entering the burial basin, the vegetation here is not as lush as other areas, but the ground is covered in thick layers of mud, and the dark, murky lakes are divided into many sections. The stench of mud wafts through the air, and the corpses of wild beasts and monsters that have fallen into the mud litter the ground. Even monsters from the Dragon's Nest Mountains generally avoid this area, as once they enter, it is extremely difficult to escape. Zhang Xuan glanced at his surroundings and summoned the Burning World Black Dragon. Black King, same as always, take out all the monsters. He never bothered to search slowly, he simply killed one group, and the rest would naturally emerge. Roar! The Black King's pale golden dragon eyes coldly surveyed the area below, opening its mouth toward the largest swamp in front of it. Boom! Exploding waves of dragon flame poured forth, carrying an unparalleled heat that could incinerate everything in its path, sweeping downward. The swamp turned into a deep red sea of fire the moment it came into contact with the dragon flames. The black mud was scorched into ash, and the remaining moisture was completely evaporated. Though the swamp was not shallow, its bottom was immediately exposed under the extreme heat. Dozens of ferocious, filthy crocodiles emerged, all of them monsters of level 80 or above with formidable attributes. However, enveloped by the dragon flames, they were incinerated into ash without even uttering a scream. The dragon flames continued to erupt, quickly incinerating all the crocodiles and several other monster-like creatures resembling piranhas within the swamp. A system notification sounded, indicating that the beast pet had gained some experience points. However, Zhang Xuan was unsatisfied. Monsters of this level no longer met his needs. He collected the materials that had been dropped and continued to venture deeper into the basin. The Black King provided constant protection, using the dragon flame to spray outward from the position where Zhang Xuan stood below. In an instant, the bone-burying basin transformed into a bone-burying inferno. Countless monsters still in hibernation were instantly killed, and the muddy ground, after being scorched, hardened and flattened, allowing Zhang Xuan to walk across with ease. As they advanced, the terrain grew increasingly flat. Soon, they crossed the muddy swamp area, and ahead lay a large lake. The lake was vast, covering nearly half of the basin. However, it was partially obscured by the dense forest and shrouded in mist rising from its surface, making it difficult to discern its true size from a distance. What do you think, Black King? Do you think there's anything big down there? Standing by the lakeshore, Zhang Xuan asked. Black King let out a loud roar, indicating that burning the lake dry would reveal the answer. Zhang Xuan nodded in agreement. Dragon flames erupted once more, causing massive amounts of steam to rise rapidly above the lake, completely shrouding the already hazy surface in white mist. The rapid rise in water temperature startled many monsters in the lake, which rushed toward the surface. Chapter 53, The Deep Marsh's Fierce Crocodile. Ugh! Suddenly, from the depths of the lake, a series of monsters emerged wide-mouthed, flat-headed creatures with thick, elongated bodies, short limbs, and bodies covered in hard scales. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be some kind of crocodile. Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile LV.90. Description: originating from the buried bone basin, this is the most powerful monster tribe, possessing formidable poison-based damage. Attributes: Health 57,000. Physical Attack 5,375, Magic Attack 7,038. Physical Defense 5,025, Magic Defense 4,500. Skills: Frenzy Bite, Swamp Toxin Breath. Poison-based damage. Looking at the hideous monsters before him, their flat skulls and small eyes on either side were filled with murkiness and malice, as if they sought to tear apart and devour the entity that had awakened them from their slumber in the foul-smelling swamp. A pale white mist filled the air, and Zhang Xuan realized it was the toxic fog released by the deep swamp crocodile. He stepped back to create some distance. Though his resistance was high, there was no need to confront it head-on. In just a few seconds, over 30 or 40 crocodile monsters emerged from the lake, snarling at the Black King in the sky. Though the dragons might stir unease within them, their chaotic minds fueled their fear with madness and savagery. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept through the air as a crocodile swung its thick, hard tail, striking the black dragon in mid-air. The black dragon's pale golden pupils flashed with anger. It felt provoked. Deep red, viscous dragon flames erupted like molten lava, forming a dazzling fountain of fire that descended upon the first crocodile. The tail it had swung out was instantly reduced to ash, and before its body could react, it was engulfed by the surging flames, its too brutal, merciless eyes dimming, and its entire body turning to dust. The Black King's dragon flames were so domineering and invincible that no monster had ever been able to withstand the life-giving flames of the Imperial Dragon Clan. This was only the beginning. The dragon flames erupted like an explosion, spreading across the entire crocodile swarm in an instant. Screams and the sound of churning water echoed throughout the vast lake. Even the toxic mist released by the deep swamp crocodiles was vaporized, not a single drop touching the Black King. The entire deep, dark lake was now filled with the putrid stench of burned crocodiles, mixed with the intense smell of gunpowder, as if the most domineering force in the world was eradicating and purifying all that was ugly. Your beast pet Black King Flaming World Black Dragon has defeated the Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile LV.9017. Your beast pet Black King World Burning Black Dragon has defeated the Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile LV.9019. Your beast pets have gained 10.71 million experience points. You obtained 7 poisonous crocodile lungs. What did that drop? Zhang Xuan picked it up and took a quick look. Poisonous crocodile's lung material. Description: contains a large amount of swamp toxins, can be used directly or to craft highly toxic items. Can this be used as material for items? That's great. There aren't many items that can be used as prop materials. Although the final synthesis requires various combinations and arrangements, making the process complicated and time-consuming, it's best to set them aside for now. They might come in handy later. This material, when recycled to the trading center, wouldn't fetch much of a price, so it would be a bit of a loss. As he gathered his belongings, the Black King had already grown excited. He soared above the Great Lake and unleashed the explosive energy within his body, causing the entire lake to turn into a sea of white mist and fire. Flames and rapidly rising mist surged into the sky, while black smoke swept toward the burial basin and beyond, quickly drawing the attention of others. Is that the direction of the burial basin? Who dares to fight there? A Beastmaster's squad halted their steps, staring in shock at the direction of the commotion. They usually avoided the basin, walking along its outer edges, never daring to enter. Those who dared to enter the basin were considered top-tier figures in their eyes. Moreover, judging by the core of the rising smoke, the enemy was clearly already at the center of the buried bones basin. In their understanding, entering that area was essentially a suicide mission. At least, in all the years they had spent in Guangning City, not a single Beastmaster had ever dared to go there. A young man in the group recalled, "I remember that the Li family of Guangning once formed a very strong team that ventured deep into the burial basin. But it was said that there was a dragon-blooded creature in the deep lake at the heart of the basin. They had attempted to hunt it down but failed, losing several men in the process. What? A dragon-blooded creature? The others looked horrified. In this world, any monster associated with dragons was an extremely mysterious and terrifying existence. Even those of ordinary rank could unleash overwhelming combat power. To confront a dragon-like creature, one must be prepared for casualties. One person couldn't help but ask, Deputy Team Leader, the strongest member of the Li family is a 6th rank beast tamer. Forming a team composed of 4th and 5th rank beast tamers shouldn't be too difficult. Can't we take down that dragon-blooded monster with such a foundation? The young man shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Dragon-blooded creatures have various tactics. Even if we manage to defeat it, it would be difficult to kill it. If it escapes, it's likely to get away. Otherwise, given the nature of these families, they would definitely boast about it extensively. The others nodded in agreement. After all, the Li family had always been domineering among the 4 major families of Guangning. If they had truly slain the dragon-blooded creature, they would likely overshadow even the Guangning authorities. Then who could be the group at the center of the bone-burying basin? Everyone speculated whether it might be the Li family again or a team from one of the other 3 families, but no one guessed that there was only one person inside, and not a team of beast tamers. The young man called out, let's go. There's nothing left to see. To kill a dragon-blooded creature, unless the few 6th rank beast tamers in the city personally step forward, there's only a slim chance. Otherwise, you can only pray not to encounter them. The others nodded and hurried away. Such a commotion might provoke the monsters in the basin to riot, and getting caught up in that would be trouble. By the large lake, Zhang Xuan watched the scalding, boiling lake water and the corpses of deep swamp crocodiles and other monsters floating to the surface. These monsters were significantly stronger than the giant wolves of Yueling Mountain, which meant that the Black King would not suffer experience point penalties and could continue leveling up. At the same time, the depth and unpredictability of this lake left Zhang Xuan somewhat astonished. He was well aware of the power of Dragonflame. An ordinary lake would have been completely dried out by the flames by now, exposing the mud at the bottom. However, this lake appeared largely unaffected, with only the water level seeming to have dropped slightly. How deep is this lake? Or could it be that there's another underground water source replenishing it? Although these deep marsh fierce crocodiles were formidable, the burial basin had earned its fearsome reputation and was already considered one of the more prominent intermediate-level wilderness areas. It should have been even more formidable. Upon reaching his current level, the Black King's magical energy reserves are abundant, allowing him to sustain prolonged dragonflame breath attacks. Chapter 54, Corrupted Evil Fish Dragon. Therefore, Zhang Xuan wasn't concerned about the Black King overexerting himself and let him continue to unleash his full power. If there truly lies some secret buried in the depths of this vast lake, he certainly won't dive in to investigate. Let it be revealed by the flames. As the air grew thicker with the putrid stench of burning flesh, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. The vortex then expanded outward at a visible speed, sucking the water from the entire lake's surface downward, quickly forming an inverted cone shape. Boom, boom, boom. An unknown rumbling sound emanated from beneath the vortex, as if a colossal creature were breathing within it. The water level dropped rapidly, and no one knew where all the water had gone. The Black King flapped its wings, hovering mid-air, its pale golden dragon eyes fixed on the vortex, as if sensing something. In an instant, the lake's surface came to a complete standstill, everything seemed frozen, and the water appeared to have solidified. In the next instant, a powerful and overwhelming energy erupted from the center of the vortex. To be precise, the entire vortex rose into the air, enveloping the Black King. This nearly condensed and compressed half of the lake's water, accompanied by toxic energy emitting a foul stench, nearly crushing and shattering everything in its path, its might utterly terrifying. Boom! The sky was filled with murky water curtains, resembling water tornadoes that sucked the entire lake into the air. This scene could not be concealed, immediately drawing the attention of all the beast tamers surrounding the bone-burying basin. One pair after another of horrified eyes turned toward the commotion. At that moment, a beastmaster who controlled 6 or 7 ferocious beasts was engaged in a fierce battle with a monster on a high mountain. He was middle-aged, with the character Li and a fierce beast pattern tattooed on his chest, clearly a high-ranking member of the Li family. Upon hearing the commotion from the burial basin, the middle-aged man from the Li family narrowed his eyes and looked toward the murky sky. He actually dared to provoke that into acting. I wonder which family he belongs to. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. This monster was no ordinary foe. Earlier, he had joined several other beast tamers from his clan in an attempt to capture it. Though they had managed to wound it, they had failed to subdue it, and in the process, lost a 4th-tier beast tamer from their clan. In that vast lake, the creature could advance or retreat at will, holding a natural advantage. Unless there was a significant disparity in power, it would be difficult to kill it instantly, especially since it possessed dragon blood. Li Wukong's eyes flickered as he picked up the communicator and contacted the other members of his clan. If the enemy had no gains, it would be one thing, but if they had actually captured it, the items dropped by that monster were something the Li family had been coveting. If they could act as the third party and snatch it away, it wouldn't matter which family it belonged to. Ignoring the commotion outside, Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened as he faced the surging waves of filthy water. It seemed he had truly encountered a powerful enemy this time. The previous bosses hadn't made such a commotion. However, he wasn't particularly worried about the Black King. The Black King's figure was completely obscured by the surging water, as if he had been submerged. Moreover, the foul, putrid odor spreading in all directions indicated that the water curtain contained a large amount of toxins. Just as the water waves were about to collide with the Black King's body, dragon flames erupted violently. At that moment, a hint of anger flashed in the Black King's pale golden dragon eyes, as if he couldn't accept his authority being challenged. The collision of water and fire triggered a stunning explosion. At the point of impact, the high-temperature vaporized mist spreadly in all directions. This time, Zhang Xuan couldn't retreat in time, but fortunately, his powerful magical resistance allowed him to withstand the toxic damage contained within. He focused his gaze on the center of the explosion, only to see the water waves surging out from the vortex clashing with the dragon flames, temporarily locked in a stalemate. This monster lurking in the water is no ordinary foe. However, the stalemate didn't last long. Soon, the dragon flames gained the upper hand, continuously pushing the water waves toward the lake surface. As the dragon flames plunged into the lake, the Black King simultaneously dived downward, unleashing a torrent of energy in an attempt to force the opponent out. Zhang Xuan could tell that the Black King was truly enraged this time. Ugh! Finally, there was movement at the bottom of the lake. After colliding with the whirlpool, dragon flame seemed to have forced the entity below to reveal itself. A fierce, piercing roar echoed from the water, causing a wave of nausea to wash over everyone, as if the source of the sound carried an eerie frequency. Immediately afterward, a massive figure shrouded in foul-smelling mud burst out of the lake, charging toward the Black King in the sky. The black dragon was significantly smaller than its opponent, but it had already sensed the danger. With a swift twist of its body, it dodged the fierce attack. The massive monster missed its target and plummeted downward, but instead of sinking into the lake, it rose to the surface, glaring up at the black dragon with a look of ferocity and fear. Having lain dormant here for so many years, it never expected to encounter such an existence that made its blood tremble with fear. Yet at the same time, there was an instinctive hatred and desire. If it could devour the other, perhaps it too could ascend and become such a great existence. Zhang Xuan now clearly saw the monster's form. Its head resembled that of a crocodile, but its body was like a giant python, covered in scales. In the center of its skull was a protrusion that stretched the skin almost transparent, revealing a repulsive tumor beneath, as if something was about to burst forth. As it appeared, the foul stench intensified several-fold, making one want to vomit. Most unusual of all, the monster's pupils were also pale golden vertical slits, though compared to the Black King's, the golden hue was far more mottled. Compared to the previous deep swamp crocodiles, its gaze clearly held a hint of humanity and cunning. A faint sense of pressure spread out simultaneously. This creature seems to have dragon-like characteristics? Zhang Xuan's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the creature's information. Boss Corrupt Evil Fish Dragon LV.120. Description: a powerful aberration with dragon blood, belonging to the sub-dragon species. The source of its dragon blood causes it to feel fear and hatred toward the world-burning black dragon. Attributes: health 730,000. Physical attack, magic attack? Physical defense? Skills: dragonfish water roar, corrupting sludge. Zhang Xuan looked pensive. This creature was no ordinary foe. At level 120 and a boss template, it was already formidable. But what truly caught his attention was that this was the first time he had ever encountered a monster with dragon bloodline. Moreover, the concentration of dragon blood in the opponent was quite high, already reaching the level of a sub-dragon species. Just one more step up, and it would be a true dragon. However, based on the description and the Black King's innate ability dragon bloodline, the dragon clan the enemy belongs to should be in opposition to the Black King's lineage, thus triggering the hatred mechanism. The Black King in the sky seemed to grow excited. Its dragon eyes fixed on the fish dragon below, and the faint golden hue in its pupils grew increasingly intense. It transmitted a thought to Zhang Xuan: today, the enemy must be killed. Chapter 55, Close Combat. Black King, let him fight freely. Zhang Xuan transmitted his thoughts. He had never seen the Black King display such intense killing intent before. Roar! The Black King opened his dragon eyes, and the faint golden hue transformed into a brilliant golden color. He then let out a proud and majestic roar, causing the entire lake surface to erupt as if a meteorite had struck from the heavens, sending waves over 10 meters high into the air. Though this roar did not utilize any skills, it was still utterly. The sound waves echoed endlessly within the buried bone basin below the horizon, echoing through the mountains and forests. Outside the basin, numerous beast tamers had already gathered, their faces filled with shock as they heard the roar. Li Wukong furrowed his brows slightly. Back then, he had been part of the team sent by the Li family to surround and kill the corrupted evil fish dragon, and as one of the main combatants, he was well acquainted with this sub-dragon species. The voice sounded similar to the opponent's, but it was more domineering and arrogant. Could it be? His pupils suddenly contracted as he recalled the events in the dark forest a few days ago. At the time, that roar, which was suspected to be from a dragon, had been sealed off by the beast god's branch palace. However, the four major families of Guangning naturally had their own channels to obtain information and had been paying attention to it. However, no further investigation was conducted, and the matter was set aside. However, the recent incident suddenly jolted Li Wukong back to reality. Could it be the second dragon clan? He didn't think it had anything to do with the beast tamers, but if there were indeed two dragon clans, and they were to clash, wouldn't his Li family have the opportunity to reap the benefits? Thinking this, Li Wukong quickly picked up the communicator again. Third brother, gather more men. That's right, summon all the 4th and 5th rank beast masters currently in the clan. This might be a major opportunity for our Li family. Keep an eye out for any movements and don't let the other 3 families notice. Within the basin, numerous creatures grimaced in pain at the roar, some even bleeding from their orifices and convulsing on the ground. The Black King suddenly transformed into a phantom and dived downward, intending to engage the opponent in close combat. The corrupt evil fish dragon's pupils were filled with fear. It opened its mouth and spat out a murky gray-green energy sphere. This corrupting sludge would explode upon contact with the enemy, releasing highly toxic energy capable of inflicting massive damage and various negative effects. However, the Black King did not dodge or evade. The energy sphere collided with his body, exploding upon impact. The splashing sludge was completely blocked by a layer of flickering light emanating from the black dragon's body. Zhang Xuan curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. With the Black King's tenfold magical resistance, it was the bane of all spells. To break through its defenses, the only chance lay in close combat. Now, let's see if this so-called dragon hybrid has the ability to do so. In its current state, the world-burning black dragon clearly intended to use the most primal form of combat to grind this daring hybrid creature into oblivion. The corrupted fish dragon, seeing that its powerful attack had been so easily broken, let out a sharp roar and swung its massive body to charge forward. Thud! The two bodies collided brutally. Though the black dragon was still in its juvenile form and its body was small, it felt like colliding with a thick wall. However, the strength of its flesh was far superior to that of its opponent. The thick layer of mud covering the corrupt evil fish dragon was shattered, revealing its natural protective barrier. A colossal force then crashed down upon its foul-smelling body. The fish dragon was violently slammed into the lake. The Black King seized the advantage and gave chase, accelerating once more. Before the fish dragon could hit the lake surface, 2 sharp claws like hooks grabbed its sides. With a loud tearing sound, the sky was stained with blood. The once robust muscle tissue and fascia were easily torn apart, and a large pool of foul-smelling blood sprayed in all directions, causing many fish in the lake to swim swiftly toward it and devour it greedily. The fish dragon let out an agonizing roar. The last time it had suffered such injuries was when it encountered those despicable human beast tamers. However, the intense pain now coursing through its body had also unleashed its ferocity. Facing the Imperial Blood Dragon clan, it was a battle to the death. The corrupt fish dragon dived into the lake, using the terrain to temporarily evade detection. When the Black King sensed its location, a massive tail suddenly broke the water's surface, crashing down like a battering ram. The Black King did not confront it head-on but dodged to the side. However, at the same moment, the fish dragon's body lunged forward, colliding directly with it. Another deafening crash echoed as the Black King was flung onto the shore, sending waves crashing in all directions. However, it was unharmed. This time, it charged forward at an even faster speed, using its powerful physique and claws as sharp as divine weapons to launch a ferocious attack on the fish dragon. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several more terrifying wounds appeared. The fish dragon was now completely at a disadvantage. Within just a few exchanges, its body was covered with over a dozen wounds, the deepest of which had already penetrated its internal organs. Fear flickered in its vertical pupils. Facing the most noble existence among the dragon clan, it finally realized the vast gap between itself and its opponent. If it were a fallen dragon from its own bloodline, perhaps it could have fought back, but it was merely a sub-dragon, and its spells were completely ineffective. In close combat, it had no chance of defending itself. If this continued, it would certainly die here. The fish dragon struggled to break free from the Black King's ferocious attacks and dived into the lake. Only in the water could it recover more quickly. Moreover, at the bottom of the lake lay a passage leading far away from here. However, this time the Black King refused to let it escape. It bit into the fish dragon's abdomen, tearing open an even more gruesome wound, then plunged its claws into the flesh. With an agonizing scream, both creatures crashed into the lake together. Trying to escape? Zhang Xuan saw the opponent's intent. Although the Black King had already gained an absolute advantage, there was no need to introduce more variables. He immediately summoned the Ice Crystal Phoenix. A bang! Help the Black King. Freeze this lake water for me. When it came to countering monsters that thrived underwater, Bing was unmatched. It let out a piercing cry and swiftly soared above the lake. Frost breath. Highly concentrated icy energy collided with the lake water, instantly beginning to freeze the entire lake. The speed at which the ice formed was even faster than the speed at which the fish dragons were diving. The frost breath freezes everything in its path, and here, where the entire area is water, the conditions are ideal. The fish dragon felt a sudden chill, its movements slowing abruptly. It then realized with horror that the water around it had completely frozen. Despite its formidable physique, it was unable to exert any force and couldn't break free. Moreover, Bing's spellcasting was extremely precise. While the frost energy primarily affected the ichthyosaurs, it carefully avoided freezing the Black King. The Black King growled in dissatisfaction, as if complaining to Bing for interfering, since he could have easily dealt with this filthy hybrid on his own. However, it didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately wrapping itself around the frozen fish dragon and thrusting its claws back into the previous wounds. This time, the fish dragon's internal organs were torn out. Chapter 56, Self-Destruction. It let out an agonizing scream. Driven by a strong desire to survive, the fish dragon struggled to shatter the ice binding its body and continued to struggle downward, as if diving deeper would bring it safety. But under Bing's precise control, the icy breath swirled around it like a death knell, freezing the surrounding water once more and trapping the corrupted fish dragon. This time, due to the severe injuries on its body and the countless amounts of blood it had spilled, it was completely exhausted and could no longer break free. Meanwhile, the Black King had already launched another deadly attack. The vertical pupils of the rotten fish dragon were filled with fear, followed by intense hatred and resentment. Why? Why had it encountered such a powerful being? It had been the dominant ruler of this place for years, having obtained that bloodline in the hope of transformation and evolution. In just a short while, perhaps they could have entered the next stage and become the rulers of a broader world. Yet it had to strip away all its hope. It refuses to accept this. If it must perish, then this damned imperial blood dragon clan shall perish with it. The dim pupils of the dragon suddenly burst with golden light, revealing a resolute determination. Immediately afterward, an ancient and colossal energy erupted within its body, condensing and compressing to its limit. The powerful energy fluctuations caused everything around it to seem to freeze for an instant. The icy energy was blocked outside, and the Black King's claws had barely touched the fish dragon's hideous body when the energy, compressed to its limit, could no longer be contained and erupted with unbridled force. A deep, ink-black light erupted from the fish dragon's body, carrying the power to obliterate everything in its path, sweepingly outward. Self-destruction. Realizing there was no chance of survival, the corrupt fish dragon chose to detonate its dragon bloodline. As the supreme imperial race among the beast tribes, even a sub-dragon species possessing only a fraction of their true power was far beyond comprehension. When the trigger point is activated to ignite this dragon's blood, the power it unleashes is truly awe-inspiring. A terrifying, malevolent, and venomous dragon's roar surged toward the sky above the basin, shattering the beams of light descending from above. Huge gray energy columns, as thick as mountains, stretched between heaven and earth, causing the entire bone-filled basin and the surrounding areas to erupt in an earthquake. The dragon's roar, nearly shattering eardrums, echoed beyond the basin, and the energy it released caused all the trees along its path to explode and shatter. A group of beast tamers who had gathered at the edge of the basin after sensing the commotion inside turned pale with fear. They barely had time to dive to the ground before being hit by the terrifying shockwave. In an instant, several people were hurled into the air, coughing up blood incessantly, and landed in the jungle like dead dogs, their fate uncertain. Those standing further away were equally panicked, fleeing for their lives, unaware of the origin of this disaster. Li Wukong and several high-ranking beast tamers from the Li family who had arrived at the scene quickly commanded their beasts to activate their skills. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors bloomed, and several defensive skills were released simultaneously, barely managing to block the remaining waves that had been weakened during their journey. Li Wukong's eyes widened in horror. That's the roar of the fish dragon. What on earth is happening inside? He could clearly hear the desperation and hatred in the roar, even though they had surrounded and attacked it before without causing such a commotion. And those terrifying energy shockwaves. Could it be that the corrupted fish dragon had truly been cornered into a desperate situation? He exchanged glances with the other family members, and they all saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Quick, notify the clan leader. This might be a great opportunity for the Li clan. Within the buried bone basin, the landscape was a wasteland of ruin. The ground seemed to have been plowed over, with the thick soil and mud completely exposed, revealing the underlying layer of decomposed earth. Trees stood like they had been severed at the waist by an incredibly sharp and massive blade, their roots mangled and their trunks blown to pieces. The entire basin, which had once been shrouded in shadows and cover, now lay exposed in stark clarity. The large lake at the center had been whitened by the explosive force, its surface shrouded in a thick, toxic mist. The lake shores were unrecognizable, littered with the mangled corpses of unfortunate creatures caught in the blast, their flesh reduced to fragments scattered in all directions. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the thick smoke, Zhang Xuan looked at his torn clothes and the searing pain throughout his body, unable to help but gasp in horror. Thankfully, just a moment before the explosion, De Huang activated his acceleration skill, boosting his speed fivefold and charging toward the outer perimeter. Even though the explosion's shockwave was faster, he managed to reach the outskirts in time. Though his appearance was pitiful, his injuries were not severe, merely superficial wounds. This was all thanks to the attribute feedback from his beast pets and De Huang's speed. Otherwise, Zhang Xuan doubted even a 7th-tier beast tamer could have survived the explosion. Da Huang's fur also had some scorched, blackened marks, but he hadn't been seriously injured. Zhang Xuan looked toward the lake with lingering fear, having underestimated the corrupt evil fish dragon. Despite being merely a sub-dragon species, its final counterattack before death was so terrifying. Fortunately, Black King A Bing should be fine. In his perception, their life signs hadn't shown any signs of weakening. Zhang Xuan returned to his original position and saw a Bing circling in the sky. During the explosion, it had continued to release its icy breath, freezing a large area of the lake before swiftly ascending upward, sustaining no injuries. Soon, with a loud boom, a black shadow leaped out of the water. It was the Black King. It now looked rather disheveled, with several wounds on its body, bleeding profusely. Although the burning world Black Dragon's body was sufficiently resilient, it was still a juvenile form, and the Black King had almost taken the full brunt of the explosion's damage at close range. This blow had left it severely injured. Fortunately, at the last moment, its body instinctively contracted, causing its muscles to form an extremely hard defensive layer, protecting its vital organs. Though it looked pitiful now, it was not critically injured. From the torn flesh, tiny flesh buds began to rise, healing at a visible pace. The lost health bars were slowly recovering. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel, no wonder it's the Imperial Blood Dragon clan. Its physical recovery ability is truly formidable. He stroked the Black King's head to comfort it, and the latter let out a loud roar, indicating that the injuries were nothing. It seemed that defeating the fish dragon had left it quite excited. Speaking of which, due to the Black King's previous overwhelming performance, he hadn't bothered to purchase any healing items. Such items were essential for other beast tamers, whether for themselves or their beasts. It seems he should stock up on some as well. Chapter 57, The Cave at the Bottom of the Lake. He took out several portions of grilled wolf meat from his backpack and fed them to the Black King, who devoured them whole, restoring some of his fatigue. Meanwhile, the death of the corrupted fish dragon was deemed by the world will to be a cooperative kill by the Black King and Ah Bing, with the Black King contributing the majority of the damage, reaching level 98, while Ah Bing followed closely behind at level 97. Both were now very close to the current level cap. You have obtained the fish dragon treasure chest. After the corrupted fish dragon's death, a treasure chest dropped. Zhang Xuan immediately chose to open it. Ding! You have obtained a corrupted core 1. You obtained Dragonling Blood Essence 10. You have obtained a corrupted water pearl. The items obtained from this treasure chest are not numerous, but they all seem to be quite special. Corrupt core item. Description: contains a concentrated amount of corrupted energy, which can be used as an energy core for special areas, dungeons, or other scenarios. It can also be fused with other items or used for pet fusion, among other uses. Further functions can be explored on your own. Energy core? This thing is worth a fortune. Zhang Xuan knew that in all man-made dungeons, the most critical component was the energy core. Depending on its attributes, it could be used to create dungeons of various strengths, forms, and output. Artificial dungeons, in turn, serve as the cornerstone resource for the survival and expansion of beast-taming clans or large guilds. In other words, if Zhang Xuan is willing, he can start building a beast-taming clan from his own generation. Though having a family first requires women and offspring, Zhang Xuan was still very young. If he worked efficiently, he might even be able to expand to the third generation in less than 20 years. Zhang Xuan shook his head, bringing his wandering thoughts back to the present. If this were sold, it would fetch an unimaginable price, but he definitely wouldn't part with it. Even if it wasn't immediately useful, it would surely have great value in the future. It must be kept. He then turned his attention to the other two items. Dragonling Essence Blood Material. Description: the essence of the bloodline of the dragon-type creature, with a wide range of uses. This material can be used to enhance the potential of beast pets, craft various equipment, items, and even runes. Though Zhang Xuan doesn't bother with ordinary materials, he just sell them at the official trading center for crystals. This is a rare material, so it's best to keep it as a reserve. Zhang Xuan has plans to establish his own faction. Once he creates his own guild in the future, this rare material can be stored in the guild warehouse for members with special talents to utilize its full potential. Corrupted Water Pearl Oddity. Description: transforms an area into a corrupted wasteland, applying negative effects to all enemies within the area. The specific effects depend on the attributes of the enemies. Friendly units within the area with negative attributes such as poison and foul odor gain buffs. It seems like a buff item for group battles. Speaking of which, it would be perfect for the miasma poison tree. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. These 3 items were all quite valuable to him. The minor injuries he had sustained earlier seemed well worth it. Then, the Black King transmitted a message. You mentioned that there seems to be something special at the bottom of the lake, giving you a sense of familiarity and repulsion? The Black King confirmed it. Zhang Xuan fell into deep thought. The corrupted fish dragon realized it couldn't hold on any longer and kept diving toward the lake bottom. Clearly, there was something down there that provided it with a sense of security. Moreover, why could this bone-filled basin give birth to a sub-dragon species? There must be many mysteries here as well. To uncover the truth behind all this, there was no choice but to dive down and investigate. Zhang Xuan made his decision quickly. However, looking at the chaos on the lake's surface, the floating remains of monsters, blood, and thick, viscous, toxic sludge, he still found it too repulsive. A bing. Sure. A clear, elegant cry echoed through the air. The little phoenix understood and once again unleashed a blast of icy breath. Under its precise control, the lake water spread out to both sides, freezing into ice, and then formed a vertical ice passage leading straight to the lake bottom. Well done! Zhang Xuan exclaimed excitedly. It must be said that the powerful ice attribute magic is indeed quite useful for constructing roads. He then stepped into the frozen lake, walking on the ice surface, sliding in like a slide. This lake was indeed exceptionally deep. It took at least 5 seconds for Zhang Xuan to reach the bottom. The lake water was murky, and even after freezing, it was impossible to see the surroundings. However, the Black King sensed something and carved out a path ahead, with Zhang Xuan following closely behind. After walking about 100 meters, the ground suddenly dropped, and Zhang Xuan realized there was a hidden river ahead, winding its way to the land beyond the lake bottom. It seems there really is something hidden here. Let's go, Black King, let's explore. Zhang Xuan stepped into the underground river. The water here was clear and clean, though it carried a chill, likely due to its connection to an underground water source. Strangely, despite the temperature being below freezing, the water did not freeze. Fortunately, with Zhang Xuan's attributes, he could withstand the extreme cold. He continued deeper, knowing he had passed a cave connecting the underground river to the lake bottom. Suddenly, the scene opened up before him. This was an underground chamber, resembling a deep, dark passageway. The damp walls were covered in moss-like plants, and the cold, eerie atmosphere grew more intense, sending a chill down Zhang Xuan's spine. Oh my god, it's so cold. Boom! The Black King beside him spat out a jet of flames. The overwhelming high-level fire energy instantly dispelled the surrounding cold and illuminated the area around them. The dark river continued flowing forward, its destination unknown. However, Nanjiang province borders the East Sea, and Guangning City is not too far from the sea. This dark river is likely leading to the great river east of the Panlong Mountains, eventually flowing into the sea. On one side, there was another large cave, and the chilling cold emanating from it was bone-piercing. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. The ceiling was extremely high, as if it had been deliberately widened. However, once inside, the biting cold grew even more intense, penetrating to the bone. The darkness was so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, as if something was absorbing all sources of light. Even when the Black King spat out dragon flames, they only illuminated the area for an instant before the heat and light were completely devoured. Zhang Xuan frowned. He couldn't possibly have the Black King keep breathing fire to illuminate the area. However, he soon slapped his thigh. Right, we forgot about that thing. He reached into his backpack and pulled out an object. Eternal lamp. Once he took out the seemingly ordinary oil lamp, the area around him suddenly brightened, and he could see clearly within a 5-meter radius. That's right, this was the very item he had brought back from the Blood Ash realm, the 4th band. Grand Duke Fucura is a genius. Chapter 58, The Silent Dragon King. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, it's already put to use so quickly. He raised the eternal lamp and looked deeper into the cave. Soon, Zhang Xuan's face betrayed his astonishment. What is this? On the walls of this massive cave were a series of murals. The carvings were exquisitely detailed, depicting grand scenes that resembled an epic painting. And the main subjects were not humans, but gigantic beasts resembling the Black King. These are dragons. The carvings clearly depicted pure-blooded dragons, but there seemed to be some differences. The dragons in the scenes exuded a chilling, bloodthirsty aura, completely different from the majestic, overpowering presence of the Black King. The scene depicted seems to show these dragons conquering and subjugating civilizations across multiple universes, forcing countless races to submit to their rule. As they gaze upon one of the murals, the Black King suddenly becomes agitated, and the golden light in his vertical pupils bursts forth, revealing his anger. In the scene, this dragon clan seemed to have made a deal with some unknown great entity, then turned on their own kind, killing several powerful, ancient, and noble kings before betraying their clan. Among the slain kings, one quickly caught Zhang Xuan's attention. It sat atop a throne of iron and fire, with countless intelligent races prostrating themselves before it, offering their utmost loyalty and reverence. Its golden dragon eyes, which seemed to pierce the darkest depths of the universe, its scales as hard as steel, and the blazing flames that engulfed it, everything about it bore a striking resemblance to the Black King. Zhang Xuan could roughly determine that this great being might very well be the complete form of the world-burning Black Dragon. It was also the most powerful emperor within the Black King's bloodline. However, in the scene, it was being attacked and ultimately killed, with another dark and cold dragon sitting on the throne, the one who had slain it. Feeling the Black King's emotions growing more intense beside him, Zhang Xuan first communicated with it through his consciousness, slightly calming its emotions. At the same time, he pondered deeply. Top-tier races possess so-called bloodline memories. Judging from the Black King's reaction, the content depicted in these murals must be true. Therefore, there must have been a massive internal uprising within the Dragon Clan in the past. The rulers of the old era were killed on the throne, and new kings took their place. What had transpired during that period, and how had the Dragon Clan changed in the process? These were questions that Zhang Xuan was deeply curious about. But this was clearly still beyond his reach. Continuing deeper into the cave, Zhang Xuan discovered that he had entered a desolate, pale, and despair-inducing hall. No, to be precise, this was not a hall but a tomb. A tomb that held the remains of beings that inspired unbearable fear, despair, and trembling. The moment he stepped inside, he couldn't help but feel this negative emotion, which kept surging and growing, as if he couldn't control it. Zhang Xuan was terrified and quickly put on the mind mask before the unknown emotion that seemed to be manipulating him could spread further. Instantly, a cool sensation poured down from his head, enveloping his entire body, instantly calming and clearing his mind. Thank goodness. But where did that emotion come from? Zhang Xuan looked at the grave. When he raised the eternal lamp in his hand, he finally saw the utterly shocking and terrifying scene before him. A skeleton, the skeletal remains of an enormous, monstrous beast. He approached with the lamp, resisting the icy, deathly aura permeating the air, until he could clearly see the skeleton's entire form. Its astonishing size, domineering aura, and structure that was meticulously crafted beyond that of ordinary creatures. This was the corpse of a dragon. And it was the corpse of a true dragon that had reached its complete form. The Black King flapped its wings and suddenly flew away. Zhang Xuan, startled, worried it might encounter some danger, but saw that the Black King had already landed on the chest cavity of the dragon's skeleton. Beneath that colossal skeleton, which resembled a mountain range, there was a beating heart. Zhang Xuan approached and saw that the heart was pale in color, emanating a dense and vast aura of death. The icy coldness throughout the cave seemed to emanate from this heart. That brutal, lonely, and lifeless aura could drive any living creature near it mad in an instant. Zhang Xuan was able to resist it because he wore the mind mask, while the Black King, as a member of the Imperial Blood Dragon Clan, possessed the traits of a top-tier cosmic race both in body and mind, and thus feared nothing. Moreover, it seemed that this heart held a peculiar attraction for it. Zhang Xuan was curious about what the Black King was doing when he saw it slice through the corpse with its claws, then smash open a hole, and finally swallow the pale heart in one gulp. Holy crap! Zhang Xuan lunged forward in a single bound. You're so bold. How dare you just swallow that? However, the Black King suddenly froze in place, as if entering a deep slumber. Its body began to emit an extremely intense fluctuation, so strong that even Zhang Xuan couldn't get close. He had no choice but to give up and retreat. The Black King didn't act recklessly. The heart of the dragon skeleton must be of great benefit to it, which is why it devoured it so hastily. He would wait a while longer. Zhang Xuan walked deeper into the tomb and suddenly noticed a sacrificial altar behind the skeletal remains, with a stone cauldron placed on it. He peered into the stone cauldron and saw an incredibly thick, ink-black liquid inside, which also emitted a bone-chilling coldness. This chill was different from the frost energy of the ice crystal phoenix. It was a sense of complete stillness, as if all life had been extinguished. As Zhang Xuan pondered the origin of the liquid, he inadvertently stepped onto a section of floor tiles and felt something protruding beneath his feet. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and a five-sided stone pillar rose beside the stone cauldron. On top of the pillar lay a book. How could there be a book here? Zhang Xuan was particularly curious. He picked it up and immediately received a prompt. The poem of the Dead Dragon King Special. Description, recorded by a sorcerer who fell into the abyss, detailing the story of a great and terrifying existence before its demise. The Silent Dragon King? Is that the former identity of this dragon skeleton? Zhang Xuan flipped through the book, but the text inside was not in the current script, and he couldn't make out a single word. He could only put the book away for now. Though he couldn't decipher it, Zhang Xuan felt he had seen similar script before. It was the ancient writing from the Buried Era, a time long before human beast tamers emerged on the beast-taming continent. He suspected that this book might contain the history of that era. Once he entered the Beastmaster Academy, he might find a way to decipher it. Meanwhile, the Black King had also recovered from its stationary state. Zhang Xuan sensed that the energy within it had surged significantly and was still rapidly increasing, as if it had consumed some sort of powerful tonic. Chapter 59, Blocking the Path. Your beast pet, Black King Flaming World Black Dragon, has consumed the heart of the Silent Dragon King, completing the Blood Enemy Devour skill. It will awaken unknown abilities upon entering its next form. Your beast pet, Black King World Burning Black Dragon, has reached LV.99, the maximum level for its current form. Ding! Current pet evolution condition 1, level LV.99, met condition 2, absorb sufficient crimson flame holy crystals, not met. Finally, the moment has arrived. Zhang Xuan clenched his fist. The Black King had finally reached level 99 and was about to enter the growth stage. Once it transitions from the juvenile form to the growth stage, with the potential of a divine tier beast pet, who knows how astonishing its performance will be. Now, the task at hand is to find these so-called crimson flame holy crystals. Another piece of information caught Zhang Xuan's attention. Blood enemy devour? Zhang Xuan looked deep in thought. This sworn enemy, of course, referred to the dead Dragon King. From the Black King's Dragon Clan bloodline emperor and the murals on the walls of this dragon bone tomb, it can be seen that the Dragon Clan is not united as one, but is divided into different factions. The exact divisions are unclear, but there are sworn enemies between different factions. Killing each other seemed to complete some kind of bloodline ritual, granting them powerful benefits in return. It is precisely because of this bloodline hatred that the corrupted fish dragons, as a sub-dragon species, felt instinctive fear upon seeing the Black King but did not submit, instead brimming with hostility. When the Black King encounters the tomb murals, his emotions also undergo significant fluctuations. From this perspective, the fish dragon was likely a powerful monster from the Basin Lake, and based on its appearance, it could very well be the Crocodile King among the deep swamp crocodiles. After arriving at this tomb, it consumed the remaining flesh or essence of the dead Dragon King, obtaining dragon blood and completing its evolution. As for why this colossal dragon chose to construct a tomb beneath the Great Lake and bury itself here, that remains a mystery. Perhaps the answer will be revealed once the ancient text is deciphered in the future. The only goal now is to complete the Black King's evolution. Let's go back the way we came. The man and the dragon emerged from the cave and returned to the shore from the lake bottom. He had never heard of the name Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, but it must not be an ordinary object. He decided to return to the Beast God's branch hall in Guangning City to inquire further. Perhaps there would be clues there. Riding the great yellow beast, they crossed the basin and emerged outside, only to find a large gathering of beast tamers on the flatland of the mountain range. Zhang Xuan paused for a moment before realizing that the explosion caused by the corrupt evil fish dragon had been so loud that it had drawn people from the surrounding area. After all, the buried bone basin was infamous in this region, and any incident there would naturally arouse curiosity. Someone's coming out. There's only one person? Young man, what happened inside just now? The beast tamers along the way were all curious. They had assumed that a powerful group had clashed with monsters inside the buried bone basin, leading to a fierce battle. But now it seemed there was only one person? Or could it be that the commotion wasn't caused by the young man in front of them? Zhang Xuan ignored them and prepared to ride off. Wait! A loud voice suddenly rang out, followed by several people blocking his path. Beside them were at least 7 or 8 beasts that looked quite extraordinary, forming a semicircle and blocking the road. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. These men were all around 40 years old, dressed unusually, and exuded an oppressive aura, clearly indicating their formidable strength. However, blocking his path in this manner was already a serious breach of etiquette. Everyone knew that in the wilderness, when beast tamers blocked each other's path, it was usually an attempt to kill and therefore, under the watchful eyes of others, no one would dare to make such a reckless move that could easily lead to misunderstandings. These individuals were clearly here with ill intent. Zhang Xuan had De Huang stop and coldly asked, "What's the matter?" The others exchanged glances, and the middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile. "We are from the Li family. My name is Li Wukong, the second elder of the Guangning Li family." After saying this, he did not continue, as if waiting for Zhang Xuan's reaction. Zhang Xuan's expression grew cold, betraying his impatience. "So what? Good dogs don't block the way. Doesn't your Li family understand this principle?" The air grew tense. The nearby beast tamers, who had gathered to watch the commotion after seeing the Li family block the path, were taken aback by Zhang Xuan's blunt remark. However, their eyes also brimmed with admiration. This young man truly had the guts to confront the Li family head-on. They wouldn't dare to do the same. The men on either side of Li Wukong narrowed their eyes, their gazes filled with hostility. In both the inner and outer regions of Guangning City, few dared to speak to them in such a manner. Just as they were about to speak angrily, Li Wukong chuckled, bowed slightly, and seemed to be expressing an apology. "Young man, don't be angry. We merely wish to inquire about some information and are willing to pay a reward in exchange." Zhang Xuan had just called the Li family dogs, so Li Wukong was naturally furious. However, he suspected that Zhang Xuan had a powerful backing, and with the situation involving the corrupt and evil elements still unclear, he decided to suppress his anger for now. As for the commotion earlier, was it all caused by Zhang Xuan alone? He didn't even consider that possibility. His guess was that Zhang Xuan might be a member of the team that had been fighting the corrupt and evil fish dragon creatures, and the true main force had not yet emerged. Zhang Xuan glanced at them and sneered, "Reward? What kind of reward can you possibly offer?" He had never had a good impression of the Li family. A family that could raise someone like Li Xian, who looked down on everyone and despised commoners, couldn't possibly have anything good to offer. Now that they had dared to violate a taboo and block his path, it was clear they had no good intentions. There was no need to be polite. A man beside Li Wuquang couldn't contain himself. How dare this rookie beast tamer, who looked like he hadn't even grown any hair yet, speak to them in such a tone? He narrowed his eyes and said, "Young man, such arrogance is unbecoming. We merely have some questions to ask. Answer honestly, and the Li family will not forget your kindness." This man was of the same generation as Li Wuquang, named Li Wuzhong. He held a high position within the Li family and was accustomed to acting with impunity. Had there not been so many onlookers present, fearing it might cause a stir, and unsure of the background of the other party, he would have already moved to suppress them. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Do none of you from the Li family understand human speech? I told you to get out of here. You dare." Li Wuzhong flew into a rage, and Li Wuquang had also lost his patience. His voice carried a chill as he said, "Since you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to invite you to the clan headquarters for a chat." "What? Are they going to kidnap him?" Zhang Xuan sneered. He wasn't afraid of such tactics. Even if a 6th-rank beast tamer came here, they wouldn't have the ability to take him away. Just as he was about to engage in battle, a loud shout rang out from the distance. Chapter 60, the head of the Li clan. "Li Wuquang, Li Wuzhong, what are you doing?" Hearing someone shout his name, Li Wuquang furrowed his brows, but the voice sounded familiar. He turned to look and his expression changed immediately. He hurried forward a few steps and said, "Lord Wang, what are you doing here?" A group of riders on strange beasts charged down the mountain path. Someone with sharp eyes gasped, "Wind-running steeds. They're from the Beast God's Hall." The Beast God's branch temple kept special beasts as mounts. Now, all these people were riding windrunners, wearing the standard robes of the Beast God's temple, their identities clear for all to see. The one leading the group was none other than Manhwa. The Beast God's branch temple had the swiftest intelligence on the surrounding wilderness. Upon hearing news of the buried bone basin and learning that it was likely not the 4 families' beast tamers, Manhwa grew suspicious and immediately recalled certain events, prompting him to rush here with his men. Little did he know that he had just stumbled upon the Li family causing trouble for Zhang Xuan. How could he tolerate this? Zhang Xuan now held an exalted status within the Beast God Temple, even the Li elder treated him with respect. He had to step in. Wang Hua was seething with anger. The Li family had always been arrogant, but since this was outside the jurisdiction of the Beast God Temple, he had turned a blind eye. Now they had dared to provoke such a prestigious figure, how dare they? Upon hearing Li Wuquang's greeting, he leaped down from his horse, gave a cold snort, and first glanced at Zhang Xuan. Seeing that he was unharmed, he assumed the two hadn't yet come to blows, and sighed in relief. He then turned to Li Wuquang and his men, speaking in a highly disrespectful tone, "Do you think this place is your backyard? How dare you act so recklessly?" Li Wuquang was puzzled. The Li family and the Beast God's branch hall had always kept to themselves, so why was this person suddenly coming to confront him? However, as the head of a branch temple of a city, his strength was not much inferior to their family head, and his status was even slightly higher. He dared not show his dissatisfaction lightly, so he forced a smile and said, "Master Wang, you're being too harsh. The Li family has always been cautious in our words and actions, and we wouldn't dare to overstep our bounds. We were just trying to ask this young man about some matters. The people around us can all vouch for us." As he spoke, he gestured toward the onlookers around him. Little did he know that the beast tamers around him all wore expressions of disgust, shaking their heads and muttering under their breath. The Li family really has some thick skin. Yes, they're clearly trying to force this young man, yet they claim we should act as witnesses. How ridiculous. The expressions and movements of everyone present immediately caused the Li family members' faces to stiffen. Li Wuzhong opened his mouth to scold them, but quickly realized the inappropriate setting and forced himself to stop, instead shooting everyone a cold, subtle glance. The onlookers were unafraid. There were at least 40 or 50 beast tamers present. Even if the Li family was powerful, they couldn't retaliate against us over something like this. Li Wuquang also realized he had done something foolish. The Li family's reputation in Guangning was already poor, and this only made things worse. Wang Hua sneered coldly, raised his hand, and pointed at them, saying, "I don't care what the Li family plans to do. I'm here, and you won't get away with it. Now get back to Guangning City and put those thoughts out of your minds. Don't bring trouble upon your family." Li Wuquang furrowed his brows, puzzled. Who was this young man that Wang Hua would protect him so fiercely? But given the current situation, they had no choice but to retreat. Just then, a shadow loomed in the sky, and everyone looked up to see a gigantic eagle-like beast, with a figure standing atop it. That's a diamond-grade mountain plundering eagle. The head of the Li family has arrived. The high-ranking beast pets of Guangning were all highly distinctive. As soon as they appeared, both the beast and its master's identity would be immediately recognized. Li Wuwen, the head of the Li family, though the Li family had a poor reputation, was a formidable figure whose fame was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. A 6th-tier beast tamer, his strength was universally recognized as the strongest among the 4 major families of Guangning. Seeing him arrive in person, the onlookers instinctively lowered their heads and moved further away, fearing they might catch his attention. Master! Elder brother! Li Wukong and the others rushed forward. The matter involving the corrupt evil fish dragon was of utmost importance to the Li family, so he had immediately contacted Li Wuwen. Upon seeing him arrive, he regained his confidence. Li Wukong briefly explained the situation in a low voice. Li Wuwen nodded and approached Wang Hua. Lord Wang, it's rare to see you out and about. If you have the time, please do come to my humble abode for a visit. The Li family will welcome you with open arms. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Zhang Xuan standing nearby. Li Wuwen felt a surge of excitement at that moment. Years ago, he had struck the corrupt dragonfish, wounding it but failing to kill it outright. Later, when he tracked it down, he discovered an incredibly terrifying pressure deep within the basin's large lake, so powerful that even he couldn't venture further in. Once the fish dragon sensed his presence, it would immediately retreat to the bottom of the lake. The rest of the Li family lacked the strength to kill it, so they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. However, he had never forgotten about it. The Li family had once paid a huge price to hire a foreign sorcerer for a prophecy, which revealed that killing the fish dragon would yield an extremely valuable energy core. The Li family already possessed one energy core, but the one on the fish dragon was of a higher rank in the prophecy. If they could obtain it, the family's foundation would be greatly strengthened. Within a decade, the Li family could completely surpass the other 3 families, and he could use it to break through to the 7th rank Beastmaster, leading the Li family to become the first Beastmaster family in Guangning, and even a major clan within the Nanxiang province. For this reason, he had placed a sensory device at the bottom of the lake, so he was immediately informed of the fish dragon's death. Although the Beastmaster who killed the fish dragon must be extremely powerful, it is possible that they merely lured the fish dragon out of the lake and then surrounded and killed it. As long as the force was within Guangning City, Li Wuwen did not believe he could not handle it. Upon seeing Wang Hua arrive here, Li Wuwen realized the situation was not simple, but he was unwilling to retreat so easily. Wang Hua responded coldly, "Then there's no need. The Li family would do well to rein in your behavior in the future." Saying this, he no longer paid attention to them and walked over to Zhang Xuan, whispering, "Zhang Xuan, shall we return to the city together?" Zhang Xuan nodded. As Zhang Xuan was about to leave, Li Wuwen narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke up, "Wait." Wang Hua's face flushed with anger as he turned to confront him. "Li Wuwen, wasn't my meaning clear enough? Do you really want your Li family to provoke the beast god Hall?" Li Wuwen shook his head and said, "Mr. Wang, don't put words in my mouth. I would never dare to defy the beast god." He looked at Zhang Xuan and said calmly, "Young man, I just want to ask one thing. The massive explosion that came from the bone burying ground earlier, was that related to you?" Chapter 61, Do You Want It? He didn't beat around the bush, asking directly with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Wang Hua saw that he wasn't backing down and was about to scold him when Zhang Xuan suddenly spoke up, "That's right, it was me who killed the fish dragon." The surrounding beast tamers were largely unaware of the terrifying monsters buried in the Great Lake and couldn't fathom the cause of the explosion. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, they all exchanged glances in shock, while Li Wukong and the others revealed expressions of astonishment. They hadn't even mentioned the existence of the corrupted fish dragon, but he had already revealed it with a single sentence. It seemed they had truly encountered the real deal. Immediately after, Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly and added, "And after I killed the fish dragon, I obtained quite a few treasures." "Do you know what they are?" "What are they?" Li Wuwen instinctively asked, his expression betraying his growing tension and anticipation. Zhang Xuan's expression grew even more amused as he said, "Let me think. There's something called the corrupt core. Do you think that counts as a treasure?" When he first saw Li Wukong and the others blocking the path, he hadn't thought much of it. But seeing the head of the Li family personally intervene and ask such a question, he immediately realized what was going on. The Li family had undoubtedly coveted the corrupt evil dragon for a long time but had failed to capture it. As for why Li Wuwen couldn't kill the fish dragon despite his strength, he had already figured out the reason after a moment's thought. Within the lake's underwater tomb, the remains of the dead Dragon King emitted a powerful dragoness aura. That was the dragoness might emitted by a pure-blooded giant dragon in its complete form. Even a corpse was not something an ordinary beast tamer could withstand, let alone penetrate under such pressure. He was able to enter because of the Black King's presence, which neutralized the dragon's remains pressure. As a sub-dragon species, the corrupted evil fish dragon, though not yet fully matured, was still far from easy to kill. After being wounded, it had retreated into the tomb, leaving the Li family powerless to deal with it. The most valuable thing the beast tamers could obtain from them was undoubtedly the energy core capable of creating a high-level artificial replica. Wang Hua looked at Zhang Xuan in astonishment. He naturally knew of the existence of this sub-dragon species. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan say he had killed it, he was initially surprised, but quickly realized that this seemed plausible for Zhang Xuan. It turned out that the Li family had instigated this conflict. In any case, today, he would not allow the other party to harm Zhang Xuan even by a single hair. Upon hearing the words corrupt core, Li Wuwen's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't even have time to think about whether Zhang Xuan had killed the corrupt dragon alone. His voice trembling slightly, he asked, "Is that thing on you right now?" Zhang Xuan nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course it's on me. Mr. Li, do you want it?" Li Wuwen instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but stopped mid-sentence. Seeing the mocking expression in Zhang Xuan's eyes, he realized the other was toying with him. He then glanced at Manhwa and the others from the Beast Goddess Branch Hall. Given how things had developed, it was clearly impossible to confront him openly today. He could only stabilize the situation for now. He took a deep breath and forced himself to speak in a gentle and calm tone. "Young man, I know this item is extremely valuable, but the Li family has long coveted it. I would never take advantage of you. If you are willing to part with it, please allow the Li family to acquire it. The price is negotiable." "Oh?" Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, feigning serious consideration before saying, "I actually do want to sell it." As for the price, Li Wuwen, Li Wukong, and the others couldn't help but lean forward slightly. Then they saw Zhang Xuan raise a finger. "I don't want anything else. Let's trade items. Hand over the ownership of a medium-sized crystal stone vein, and this core will be yours." "What? You're asking for the moon?" Li Wukong and Li Wuzhong couldn't help but shout. Crystal stone veins were extremely valuable strategic resources that could continuously produce crystal stones, which served as a hard currency across all races on the continent and had a wide range of uses. The Li family only owned a small crystal stone vein, and even that was merely a usage right, requiring significant costs to rent, not ownership. The ownership of a mid-tier crystal stone vein? Its value far surpasses that of an ordinary energy core. Upon hearing this, the Li family members realized that Zhang Xuan was clearly mocking them. Li Wuwen suppressed his anger, gave Zhang Xuan another meaningful glance, and suddenly smiled. "An intermediate-grade crystal stone vein, the Li family truly cannot afford it. Since that's the case, let's just forget about it. If you're willing to offer more suitable terms in the future, feel free to contact us. Let's call it a day for now." With that, he didn't linger any longer, mounted the Hangshan eagle, and departed. The rest of the Zhang family members followed suit and left the area. Zhang Xuan sensed the dangerous meaning conveyed in the other party's final glance and sneered inwardly. The Li family's modus operandi would never let him off so easily. They would certainly resort to various means in the future. But he wasn't afraid. Even Li Wuwen, a renowned 6th-rank beast tamer, couldn't accurately assess his true strength. If the Li family believed that killing the corrupt evil fish dragon was the limit of his capabilities, then he would make them pay a heavy price. Killing one's own kind in the wilderness, especially under defensive circumstances, carries no legal consequences. Let us see how many of you Li family members are worth killing. If it comes down to it, even a so-called Beastmaster family with a century-old lineage might end up as my fodder. Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Manhwa, standing beside him, watched the Li family members depart with furrowed brows before saying, "Zhang, the Li family acts recklessly and won't give up easily. However, without direct evidence, the Beast God Hall can't take action against them. For your safety, I will request reinforcements from the South Jiang Beast God Hall to provide close protection." Zhang Xian's identity must not be exposed, but with elderly present, the other party would certainly take this matter extremely seriously. With an 8th-rank Beastmaster present, a single finger could crush the Guangning Li family. Zhang Xuan shook his head. With his own golden finger and numerous hidden resources, he neither needed nor wanted close protection. However, his uncle and Ah Chen. Thinking of this, he spoke up, "I don't need it, but my family does. They mostly stay within the city. Please arrange for someone to protect them at all times, but make sure they don't find out. I don't want them to worry." Wang Hua nodded quickly, "Understood. With me here, I will ensure this is handled properly." Though he addressed him as Zhang Shuitong, his attitude clearly regarded Zhang Xuan as his superior. He immediately issued orders, instructing the Beast God's Branch Hall to closely monitor the movements of the Li family members within the city. Additionally, he dispatched 4 5th-rank Beast Masters, divided into 2 teams, to secretly protect Zhang Tai and Zhang Chen. Chapter 62, The God-Slaying Assembly. 5th-rank Beast Masters were core forces within the Beast Goddess Branch Hall, and 4 of them accounted for nearly half of the total number. With this arrangement, Zhang Xuan felt slightly more at ease, as he would otherwise have had to worry about potential complications. As he watched the Li family members depart, a thought arose in his mind. Should he strike first? Though he had the protection of the Beast God's Branch Hall, he only had these 2 relatives. He couldn't afford to lose them. Rather than worry about whether they would harm Ah Chen and his uncle, perhaps. After a moment, Zhang Xuan temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Though the world of Beast Masters valued strength above all else, it was not without its rules. Acting on mere suspicion of a threat was not a valid reason. Unless he ascended to a higher position and crushed them with the might of a divine being. On the other side, Hung Shaning flew back to the Li family's residence within the city. Li Wuwen's face was as dark as water as he walked into a luxurious mansion with his hands behind his back. Soon, other members of the Li family arrived and followed behind him. Li Wukong spoke softly, "Master, how should we handle this matter involving that young man?" Li Wuwen sat down in the main seat of the hall, remaining silent for a long time, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Tap, tap, tap. He tapped his fingers on the armrest repeatedly, finally breaking the silence and saying, "Our Li family has paid a heavy price for that corrupt and evil fish dragon. That energy core must belong to the Li family." Li Wukong and the others perked up and said, "Please give your orders, family head." Li Wuwen had sat in the family head's seat for 20 years, leading the Li family from the bottom tier of the four major families of Guangning to its current position of hidden dominance. He had accumulated immense authority and was deeply revered by all members of the Li family. The others didn't care about the beast god's branch hall as long as Li Wuwen gave the order, they would act without hesitation. Li Wuwen spoke slowly, "That young man must have some connection that allows Manhwa to protect him so fiercely. Though the beast god's branch hall has limited authority, it still represents the beast god. As members of the Li family, we cannot intervene personally." "What do you mean?" Li Wukong had already begun to suspect something. Li Wuwen looked at him and said, "Third brother, contact the Kill God Society and offer them 30 million crystals. Ask them to intervene. If that's not enough, we can add more." Upon hearing those words, Li Wukong's expression grew excited. Yes. He immediately set off to make the arrangements. The Kill God Society was a name few could ever hope to encounter, yet it symbolized terror and death. Their origins were shrouded in mystery, but they were said to be primarily composed of human beings who had mastered powerful techniques beyond beast taming. Beast tamers across the continent feared them greatly, as the Kill God Society claimed that no one could survive their assassination attempts. Their ultimate goal was to kill the divine beings. As a result, the Godslayers are banned in all major nations. However, they possess immense power and, despite repeated attacks and suppression by the beast god temples of various countries, they remain active in the underground world. Their influence has even completely penetrated and controlled some smaller nations. To hire the Godslayers, the price is exorbitant. However, once they accept a mission, they will fight to the death. Even if the assassination fails, they will continue to send stronger assassins. Over the centuries, the God-slaying society's failure rate, or rather, the number of documented failures, has been a mere single instance. That individual is said to be a demigod who has ignited the divine flame and left this continent. Yet even he was unable to eradicate the Kill God Society entirely. Therefore, although the Godslayer Society is openly shunned, its connections with major factions remain complex and intertwined. The Li family naturally has channels to contact the Godslayer Society, but this is the first time they have ever sought their assistance. If they could summon the Godslayer Society, Zhang Xuan would be doomed, and all leads would be unable to be traced directly back to the Li family. Even with the greatest suspicion, the Beast God's branch hall would be powerless against them. Soon, Li Wukong rushed back in a hurry. Li Wuwen asked, "How is it?" Li Wukong looked conflicted. The Kill God Society said they assessed Zhang Xuan and discovered some secrets. 3 million isn't enough, they must increase the price and double it. What? Li Wuzhong, standing nearby, was startled. 3 million crystals were already an exorbitant price. 6 million crystals would be enough to cripple the Li family. However, Li Wuwen did not hesitate. 6 million, then. Sell off some of the family's assets that are easy to dispose of and raise the crystals. This price was equivalent to half of the Li family's accumulated wealth, but as long as they could obtain the corrupt core, they could recoup the investment quickly, and with the high returns in the future, it was well worth it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan was returning to the city with the group from the Beast Goddess branch hall. Along the way, he spoke up, "Mr. Wang, I have something I'd like to consult you about." Manhwa hurriedly replied, "Please speak freely, I will answer honestly." Zhang Xuan said, "Have you ever heard of the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal?" "The Crimson Flame Holy Crystal?" Manhwa pondered for a moment and replied, "I seem to have a vague recollection, but I don't remember clearly. Perhaps we can check the knowledge database in the Beast God Hall once we arrive at the branch hall. We should be able to find the answer there." "That's a good idea." Zhang Xuan nodded and followed him to the branch hall. Upon arriving at the Beast God branch hall, the attendant maiden Lin Ru saw Wang Hua arrive and stood up to greet him. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, her expression changed. "Isn't this the younger brother who created the record for clearing a second-tier task, only to discover that the permissions were extremely high, even beyond the qualifications of the chief administrator?" After that incident, Wang Hua had specifically instructed her to receive him with the highest honors if he ever returned. Now she was unsure whether to bow or what to do. To her surprise, Zhang Xuan recognized her and nodded in acknowledgement. "Little Lin, go fetch the Book of All Things," Wang Hua said. "Ah? Oh, okay, I'll go right away." Lin Ru hurriedly stood up and went to the rear hall. A few minutes later, she returned holding an ancient-looking tome. Seeing Zhang Xuan's curious gaze, Wang Hua explained, "The Beast God Hall possesses a unique artifact called the Book of All Things. It contains information about everything on the continent, covering a wide range of topics. Additionally, beast masters responsible for exploration throughout the generations can upload new knowledge they discover to the book, though it must undergo review to ensure its accuracy and reliability. The Universal Encyclopedia can be duplicated, and the content is synchronized with the original copy stored in the Qilin Beast God Hall. This is the duplicate copy of our branch hall. There's such a thing? Isn't that like an encyclopedia? Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding. Manhwa took the Universal Encyclopedia and handed it to Zhang Xuan, saying, "Your access level is sufficient to view all the content inside. If you need it in the future, I can request a copy from the Southjiang Beast God Temple, and they will definitely agree." Zhang Xuan nodded. This was indeed something he needed. With such a treasure trove of knowledge, its value was immeasurable. Flipping open the compendium, a light screen floated before him. Chapter 63, Crimson Flame Islands. Universal Manual activated, verifying permissions. Current permission level, level 11, access to all content. Zhang Xuan typed Crimson Flame Holy Crystal on the light screen, and the results appeared quickly. Scarlet Flame Holy Crystal, a top-tier spiritual artifact originating from the Scarlet Flame Islands, forged from extremely pure flame energy nurtured in a special environment. It even contains the laws of fire and serves as the sacred artifact of the Red Dwarf clan. Red Flame Archipelago? Red Dwarves? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. These terms were unfamiliar to him. Fortunately, the Universal Encyclopedia quickly provided separate definitions for each term. Crimson Flame Islands, located in the East Sea, these islands are shrouded in eternal flames, with extremely abundant flame energy. They are a haven for fire-attributed spiritual treasures and a gathering place for non-human races. Red Dwarves, a branch of the dwarf race, skilled in primitive forging techniques. Distribution, Crimson Flame Islands. So that's it. They're in the East Sea, and it's the dwarves' territory? The Nanjiang province borders the East Sea, but sailing out to sea isn't that easy. Moreover, the territories of the alien races are entirely different from those within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. Some alien races are hostile toward humans, and approaching them can be more dangerous than most wilderness areas. However, the Black King needs the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal to advance, so we must go. Zhang Xuan asked Wang Hua about the situation in the East Sea. Wang Hua was surprised. "You want to go out to sea?" He thought for a moment and said, "Our Beast God Hall has dedicated ships for beast tamers in need, serving all major maritime routes. However, you must board them at a port city. If you need it, the Beast God Branch Hall can activate the teleportation array, saving you a lot of time." The Beast God Branch Hall does have teleportation arrays between cities, but they are not activated normally. Within the Southjiang province, teleportation is available between all cities. Wang Hua reminded him of some precautions for sea travel, but he didn't mention that going out to sea was extremely dangerous or that novice beast tamers shouldn't venture into foreign lands, as Zhang Xuan clearly couldn't be treated like an ordinary person. He just needed to cooperate with their requests as much as possible. He then led Zhang Xuan to a large secret room on the second floor of the branch hall, activated the teleportation array, and selected the destination. Teleportation arrays are typically constructed by elf mages, are extremely expensive to build, and each activation consumes crystals worth tens of thousands. However, with Zhang Xuan's privileges, all facilities within the Beast God Hall could be used freely at no cost. The six-pointed star flickered, and magical energy surged. In the next second, Zhang Xuan vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a bustling metropolis. The streets were bustling with people, and beast tamers riding their mounts could be seen everywhere. The air carried a faint sea breeze. This was Ninghai City, the port city of the Nanjiang province. Compared to Guangning, Ninghai City was at least 10 times more prosperous, and even surpassed the provincial capital of Nanjiang province. This was because it was adjacent to the East Sea and not far from two island nations in the East Sea, resulting in frequent exchanges between them. The sea also produced a large amount of rare materials, making it one of the top 3 trade ports in the southern part of Xia Kingdom. As one walks along the streets, one can even catch glimpses of elves with pointed ears and colorful skin and eyes of different colors, as well as beastmen with fox tails, bull heads, tiger heads, and other such features. Zhang Xuan glanced around curiously but did not linger, heading straight for the port. Upon arriving at Ninghai Port, there were over a dozen large ships docked. He found the one marked with the emblem of the Southern River Beast God Temple and approached the boarding area, where an old man was handling registration. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, he gave him a casual glance and said lazily, "Are you here to board the ship? Do you have your credentials?" "Credentials?" Zhang Xuan reached into his robe and pulled out an object, the token given to him by elderly. The old man took it and stood up abruptly. "Honored guest, I'll escort you aboard." This ship belonged to the Beast God Temple, and it was no surprise that many members of the temple frequently used it. The old man recognized the rank of the token. He thought to himself, this young man looks so young, yet he is actually a high-ranking official of the Beast God Temple. The old man led Zhang Xuan onto the ship, arranged a luxurious cabin for him, and explained that the ship would depart in 2 hours, passing through 5 stopover points along the way. The final stop would be the southern part of the Crimson Flame Islands. This meant that the Crimson Flame Islands were relatively far from the coast and posed the highest danger. Zhang Xuan recalled that according to the information he had obtained from the Book of All Things, the closer one got to the central region of the Crimson Flame Islands, the more chaotic the fire-attributed energy became, and the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal was likely to appear in these areas. The Crimson Flame Archipelago is primarily inhabited by the Red Dwarf tribe, but the Red Dwarves themselves are divided into 2 tribes. The southern tribe has some contact with the Xia kingdom and is relatively friendly, but the northern tribe seems to harbor hostility, and the encyclopedia specifically warns of this. Additionally, further north of the archipelago lie the 2 nations of the east sea, the Kingdom of Shinra and the Kingdom of Yingzhou. Beast tamers from these nations may also appear on the islands, and encounters with them could lead to conflicts. In summary, once outside the control of the Xia kingdom, the situation becomes significantly more complex, and beast tamers of 4th rank or below find it difficult to ensure their own safety. Few dare to venture too far out to sea alone. Zhang Xuan waited patiently as people gradually boarded the ship. Finally, the large ship set sail. Zhang Xuan made his way to the deck, where he saw the ocean for the first time, finding the sight both new and fascinating. The ship seemed to be equipped with some kind of propulsion array, shrouding the entire vessel in a faint glow. Its speed was astonishingly fast, yet its appearance did not seem to match its velocity. The sea breeze blew against his face. After sailing a certain distance, he saw large fish and even strange beasts leaping out of the water from time to time. Their aura felt extremely fierce. However, the faint glow on the ship's surface also served to prevent collisions. Otherwise, with an ordinary ship, it would likely have collided and developed several large holes shortly after setting sail. Zhang Xuan was amazed. He had heard that the ocean hid countless secrets and was far more dangerous than the land, and now it seemed to be true. It took half a day to reach the first stop, and other passengers soon boarded the deck to enjoy the breeze and view the sea. Most of the other passengers appeared to be of a certain age, and Zhang Xian's overly youthful appearance stood out among them. However, no one approached him to ask questions. In such a place, anything could happen, and one might encounter anyone. Asking about someone's identity was considered an intrusion. However, since this was a ship belonging to the Beast God Temple, only humans were on board. If it had been a ship operated by one of the major trading companies, there would have been no restrictions on passenger identity, so the presence of other races would not have been uncommon. Soon, a group of people came up onto the deck. They all looked fairly young, except for the leader, a woman in her early 30s with a rather curvaceous figure, while the other 6 were young men and women in their early 20s. From their excited and joyful tones, it seemed like they were also first-time sailors, and their identities appeared to be students from the Beastmaster Academy. The woman was their instructor. Chapter 64, Tianhua Island. Teacher, if we can collect over 100 flaming crystal shards during this trip to the Crimson Flame Archipelago, our team will be able to cultivate a level 200. That would give us a good chance to secure a spot in the top 50 at the Continental Beastmaster competition. A young man gazed at the scenery ahead, speaking with anticipation. Zhang Xian's heart stirred. So these people were heading to the same place as him? And what was this Continental Beastmaster tournament? He seemed to have seen it mentioned in the news before. It was a competition for young Beastmasters held once every 3 years across the entire Beast God continent, with teams from Beastmaster academies of various nations participating. There were at least thousands of teams participating, and since those who could even enter the academies were already skilled, those ranked in the top 100 must be exceptionally powerful. This group was aiming for the top 50. If they were students from the South Jiang province, they were likely either from the South Jiang Beastmaster Academy or the Ming Academy. A woman in her early 30s said, "Don't set your sights too high. Our South Jiang Academy has only managed to hover just outside the top 100 in the past 3 competitions. While the 6 of you have a solid foundation and are aided by breaking into the top 50 won't be easy. Making it into the top 100 is our goal." Moreover, before we departed, I reminded everyone repeatedly that the Crimson Flame Islands are entirely different from the wilderness areas you visited before. There are countless things to be cautious about. This includes the Sato tribe of the Red Dwarves, who, though they have some ties with our Xia nation and maintain friendly relations, should not be treated casually, and the barbarian Fire tribe to the north, who are generally hostile toward us. Be extremely cautious. The 6 young men and women nodded in agreement, but their expressions betrayed a hint of skepticism. Tao Tao saw that her students didn't take this seriously and sighed inwardly. In truth, she wasn't particularly confident about bringing them to the Crimson Flame Islands. However, the Crimson Flame Islands impose restrictions on the strength of outsiders. Unless prior permission is obtained from the Red Dwarf tribe and there is already close contact between the 2 parties, beast masters of 7th rank or above are not allowed to set foot on the islands. Those who dared to land without permission were considered provocative. This was a rule established by the islanders to prevent attacks or the theft of their resources. Therefore, she, as a 6th-tier mentor, had to lead the group in search of the fiery source crystals needed to cultivate beast pets. This is a precious fire attribute artifact that can accelerate the growth of beast pets. Huacho was a star-ranked beast cultivated by the Southjiang Academy, later obtained and contracted by the top third-year student of the academy, who is now the strongest male among the 6 pre-selected participants for the Continental Beastmaster competition. He is also the top student at Nanjiang Academy, having held the position of team captain for 2 years. Lu Dongyuan noticed that Tao Tao seemed a bit worried and spoke calmly, "Ms. Tao, please rest assured. As the captain, I will act with caution. Our goal this time is to obtain the spiritual artifact, and we will avoid any unnecessary complications." Tao Tao nodded slightly in relief upon hearing his words. Lu Dongyuan looked out at the sea. Though he spoke thus, it was more of a statement of intent, and deep down, he couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive. His own, even if placed in the Qilin Academy, would be one of the strongest beast pets, and its level had already surpassed 180. As a fellow 5th-tier beast master, even those of the same rank would be overwhelmed by him. Even when facing a 6th-tier beast master across tiers, he was confident he could hold his own. In fact, if it weren't for his pursuit of a higher pass rating, he could have advanced to 6th tier a year ago. In the entire history of Nanjiang Academy, when it comes to strength at this age, Lu Dongyuan is undoubtedly among the top 3. His goal is by no means merely to have Nanjiang Academy enter the top 100 in the tournament. Time passed, and 3 days later, on this morning, the large ship docked at its final destination. "We've arrived." Even before stepping off the ship, Zhang Xuan could already feel the scorching heat waves wafting through the air. Stepping out of the ship's cabin, he saw before him an endless chain of islands. What was astonishing was that this vast archipelago seemed to be floating in flames, illuminating the sky above in a fiery red glow, a truly awe-inspiring sight. This was the Crimson Flame Archipelago, renowned for its eternal flames that never ceased. The old man on the ship had previously explained that the large vessel arrives here at 2 specific times each day, staying for 20 minutes. Missing the timing means waiting until the next day. Zhang Xuan took note and disembarked onto the island. At the same time, the 7 from Nanjiang Academy also disembarked. Seeing Zhang Xuan alone, they were quite surprised. Tao Tao remembered seeing him on the deck when they boarded the ship a few days ago and couldn't help asking, "Young man, did you come to the Crimson Flame Islands alone?" Zhang Xuan nodded but said nothing else, continuing straight toward the interior of the island. "Teacher, this person looks younger than us by a few years. How dare he come to an overseas island alone?" A girl watched Zhang Xuan's back and couldn't help but say. Tao Tao, with her mature and alluring face, also looked puzzled but didn't dwell on it. She said, "He must be very confident in his abilities and came here to train. In our field of beast tamers, age doesn't necessarily mean much." The others nodded in agreement, while Lu Dongyuan couldn't help but glance at him twice. If he were a genius from Nanjiang Academy, he would recognize him. Could he be from Ming Academy? But at this age, he's probably just a freshman. Even if he's strong, he'd be lucky to reach the 3rd rank. Coming here must mean he doesn't know his place. Zhang Xuan had prepared a map of the Crimson Flame Islands before departing. Though not particularly detailed, it marked the locations of each island and the distribution of factions. The island where the large ship had docked was called Tianhua Island, one of the main islands of the Crimson Flame Archipelago and the base of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe. In the distance, a town gradually came into view. Soon, some red dwarves appeared on the road. They were indeed as tall as human children, but extremely muscular, especially their arms, which were covered in bulging muscles. Their skin was fiery red, and their features appeared quite wild. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, most of the red dwarves merely glanced at him without paying much attention. Humans arrive on the island every day, so they are not particularly rare. Upon entering the town, the buildings of the red dwarves were generally low and sparsely distributed. It resembled a large village more than a town. Upon arriving here, the sound of hammering echoed all around, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. In many cracks along the roads, natural flames were emerging from the ground, showing no signs of stopping. The flames were a brilliant red, though they didn't impart the same overwhelming pressure as dragon flames, they were clearly no ordinary flames. No wonder the red dwarves chose to live on this island, it truly is a natural blacksmithing paradise. Chapter 65, The Dwarf Tribe. Zhang Xuan decided to enter the town first rather than immediately search for the Crimson Flame Crystal. Directly mining local resources would be an overt act of provocation, and such actions required the approval of the Red Dwarf tribe. To obtain permission, he needed to find a high-ranking red dwarf who could speak for the tribe. Therefore, Zhang Xuan's destination was the municipal center in the heart of the town on Tianhua Island. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go there. Many parts of the town looked unfamiliar. The dwarves were skilled in forging, and their society was divided into several sub-tribes. Some specialized in primitive forging, while others had advanced further, developing industrial forging techniques. For instance, in the legendary dwarf kingdom on the western coast overlooking the eastern sea, the dwarf tribe is at its strongest. Their forging system is extremely advanced, enabling them to craft powerful war machines that help the dwarf empire secure vast territories. Among the non-human races, after the ancient races declined and vanished, the elves and dwarves became the most powerful beings, alongside the human race, collectively known as the three great races. The legendary Dwarf Kingdom, the Sacred Elf Kingdom, and the most powerful human nations the Xia Kingdom, the Kingdom of Light, and the Kingdom of Frost are essentially the five strongest powers on the continent. Of course, the races are scattered across the continent. For example, the dwarves on the Crimson Flame Islands have lived there for centuries but have not formed a nation, remaining at the tribal city-state stage. Their forging techniques belong to the primitive school, with a lower limit that falls short of dwarven industrial standards. Whether in terms of quickly forming combat strength or mass production speed, they are far inferior, though their upper limit is not low. This is because primitive forging aligns more closely with natural energy, making it easier to craft powerful individual combat gear. Zhang Xuan looked around at the blacksmith shops and stores, where various weapons and armor were on display, emanating a strong natural energy aura and terrifying fluctuations. These weapons, when equipped by a well-trained adult dwarf, could likely withstand a 100-level or higher beast with ease. No wonder they could carve out their own territory in a region far from the Dwarf Kingdom. Whether it was their own combat capabilities or the demand for this forging technology in the outside world, the Red Dwarves had a solid foothold. However, when Zhang Xuan glanced at the prices, he couldn't help but gape in astonishment. These items were indeed exquisite, but their prices started at several 100,000 crystals, more expensive than ordinary golden pet beast eggs. Even the imperial beast-taming families of Guangning would likely keep them locked away in their treasuries, unwilling to use them lightly. Zhang Xuan looked at them with envy. With his already formidable attributes, acquiring such a set of equipment would be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, the crystals he had on him weren't enough to buy these treasures. He could only suppress his desires and continue toward the town center. Upon arriving at the municipal hall, this was the administrative center of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe. Compared to the relatively low-lying buildings on the outskirts, this massive structure was built from giant stones, resembling a church in appearance. At the center of the square stood a statue of a deity. The statue depicted a burly, muscular dwarf with a thick beard, holding an iron hammer. He was none other than Gander, the god of dwarves and the god of craftsmen. In dwarf mythology, Gander taught his people the art of blacksmithing and stole the divine fire from the heavens, bringing the source of forging to the world. This allowed the dwarves to thrive and grow in numbers, but it also angered the fire god Hephaestus. Therefore, dwarves generally harbor hostility toward the followers of the fire god. As Zhang Xuan entered the municipal hall, the first person he saw was someone he recognized. There, the group from Nanjiang Academy had already arrived before him and were in discussions with a dwarf elder. To mine the resources of the Crimson Flame Islands, one must first obtain permission, as the requirements vary depending on the specific area to be entered. The young woman teacher in her 30s handed over a letter. The dwarf elder took it, glanced at it, and said, an introduction letter from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy. You're here for the flaming source crystals? There are plenty of high-level monsters there. You should know the rules, right? Tao Tao nodded in understanding. All resources obtained on the Crimson Flame Islands, except those previously applied for, must be handed over to the municipal hall, and even the resources applied for the flaming source crystals they needed must have 20% of the total handed over. Additionally, the total amount that could be mined in a single session was also restricted to prevent resource depletion. Additionally, all accidents on the island are your own responsibility. The dwarf elder said, since you all understand, please register. I will give you a temporary map, and there will be small boats to take you to the island, but you'll have to pay extra for that. Different resources are distributed in specific locations, many of which are not on Tianhua Island. To prevent unauthorized entry and illegal mining, the dwarves strictly prohibit anyone from boarding other islands without permission. All transportation to those locations is arranged by them. Hey, is this young man also with you? The dwarf elder suddenly looked at Zhang Xuan, and the others turned around, surprised to see him there as well. Zhang Xuan shook his head and handed the token the elder had given him to the dwarf elder. Hello, I came here alone. Manhwa had instructed that the beast god temple maintains contact with many friendly or neutral tribes. If one holds a higher status within the beast god temple, it can save a lot of trouble. The dwarf elder took it and looked at it, surprised. A rare guest indeed. Please come with me first. He gestured with his hand, signaling Zhang Xuan to follow him to a VIP room. The members of the Nanjiang Academy team exchanged glances. Why was the dwarf elder being so attentive to the other party and leaving them here to wait? Lu Dongyuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of resentment flitting across his handsome face. After all, he was one of the leading young beast tamers in Nanjiang and also the heir to the Lu family of Nanjiang. He hadn't received such treatment, so who was this guy? Tao Tao, however, seemed deep in thought. She had caught a glimpse of the token Zhang Xuan had pulled out. With her knowledge, she immediately recognized it as the emblem of the beast god hall. However, the fact that it was so highly regarded by the elders of the Sato tribe, that was truly astonishing. Upon entering the VIP room, the dwarf elder gestured for Zhang Xuan to sit down, smiling warmly. Greetings, my name is Satorad. Those who hold this token are friends of the Sato tribe. If you have any requests, please feel free to speak, and we will do our best to accommodate you. Zhang Xuan was also surprised. The token the elder had given him was so powerful? He had just heard that coming here to seek resources would come at a significant cost. Satorad sensed his thoughts and smiled. The king of the beast god temple and Li Dianju have helped us greatly. Though we dwarves love to make money, we never sting when it comes to friends. Chapter 66, Holy Mountain. Zhang Xuan realized, so that's why they knew about the token. If they were ordinary members of the beast god temple, they wouldn't have received such treatment. Since that was the case, he didn't beat around the bush and said, Elder Rod, I've come to your place to find the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal. Satorad looked quite surprised. The Crimson Flame Holy Crystal? Pardon my rudeness, but why do you need this item? Zhang Xian's first instinct was to make up an excuse, but upon second thought, given the other party's status and knowledge, plus the fact that the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal was originally from the Crimson Flame Islands, lying would be easily exposed. If it led to any misunderstandings, it would only cause trouble. He decided to reveal his true purpose, stating that it was needed for the evolution of his beast pet, but he did not mention the Black King's existence. After all, as an ancient race, pure-blooded dragons were rarely seen on the continent anymore, and their presence was typically only found among the depths of the abyss. Mentioning the Black King might raise some suspicions. Satorad listened without pressing further, then paused for a moment before saying, You may not be aware, but the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal is a sacred artifact of our Red Dwarf clan. In mythology, it is said to have been forged from the celestial fire stolen by the Great Gander. Therefore, our people have always revered it as a sacred relic, worshipping and guarding it. Obtaining it is extremely difficult, as it is a tradition passed down through generations. Is that really the case? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. He had expected the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal to be precious, but he never imagined it was a sacred object of the Red Dwarves, something they wouldn't even mind themselves. If that's the case, then my mission here might be quite challenging after all? Satorad quickly added, Actually, given the relationship between our Satoro tribe and the Southern River Beast God Temple, if it were any other treasure, we could simply present it as a gift to friends. However, the special nature of the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal lies in the fact that it is produced in the sacred mountain at the center of the Crimson Flame Islands, and that region is jointly managed by our Sato tribe and the Red Rock tribe to the north. As you may have heard, our two tribes have always been at odds. The extraction of the Holy Crystal isn't something that can be decided by our Satoro tribe alone. If those pesky Red Rock tribe members refuse to budge, it could easily spark a war between the two tribes. I see, Zhang Xuan mused. He had previously learned about the conflict between the Sato and Hongyan tribes in the Encyclopedia of All Things. The Hongyan tribe was originally part of the Sato tribe, but the Hongyan believed that they should abandon the primitive forging methods, while the Sato considered this an act of betraying the gods, leading to a fundamental rift between the two tribes. Additionally, the Red Rock tribe has close ties with the Shinra kingdom and the Yingzhou kingdom, which are well-known enemies of the Xia kingdom. As a result, the Red Rock tribe also harbors deep hostility toward the Xia kingdom's beast tamers. In other words, the current situation is that the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal is the most precious resource on the archipelago, but due to the Red Dwarves' religious beliefs and its location, it is jointly monitored by the two tribes, and neither side can mine it privately. He looked slightly disappointed, not expecting such an obstacle in obtaining this item. However, the Black King's advancement could not be delayed. If all else failed, he could try to bypass the Red Rock tribe and steal it directly. After all, if he couldn't obtain it from the Sato tribe, given their friendly relations with the Beast God Temple and the Xia Kingdom's Beast Masters, he couldn't very well target them either, as it would inevitably cause some unfavorable repercussions. However, stealing from under the Red Rock tribe's nose would risk major enmity. Given the Red Dwarf's strength, he wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. But Satorad suddenly seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. There's a special agreement between the Sato and Red Rock tribes. Since we worship the heavenly fire, we generally cannot enter the sacred mountain on our own to obtain resources. However, the items inside are indeed of great use to us, so we came up with a compromise. Both sides allow outsiders to enter and collect resources on our behalf. Regardless of whether one side collects more or less, the other side cannot object. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. There's such a good rule? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Satoro continued, however, we have requirements for the collector's strength. If they are human beast tamers, they must not exceed the 5th rank. Moreover, the sacred mountain is filled with dangers, and even we who have lived here for generations dare not explore it freely. Additionally, due to our relationship with the Red Rock, the collectors sent in by both sides would inevitably fight and each other, so few of those who entered before have survived. So while this agreement still exists on paper, it's been abandoned for quite some time. I suddenly remembered it because the Red Rock people recently brought it up again, saying they want to send people in to collect and are urging us to find someone quickly. We didn't take it seriously at first, but if you truly have this need, we can give you the spot. I see. So the two red dwarf tribes want the resources inside the sacred mountain, but they find it difficult to coordinate the proportions between the two sides, so they came up with this method. Allowing outsiders to collect the resources, regardless of who ends up with more or less, ensures no disputes arise, thereby avoiding further conflicts. Therefore, both tribes must find collectors simultaneously for outsiders to gain access. Since we happen to be here, there is no reason to pass up this opportunity. Zhang Xuan spoke up. I am willing to represent the Sato tribe to enter the sacred mountain, and I am confident I can handle the dangers inside. Please give me this opportunity, Elder Rod. Satoru Rod pondered for a moment before saying, since our friend has a request, we should naturally help. Let me convey your request to the tribal chief, only he can make the final decision. Zhang Xuan naturally agreed. Satoru left for a while and returned after about half an hour, inviting Zhang Xuan to the top floor of the main building of the municipal hall. Upon arriving at the top floor, this was where the Sato tribe's chieftain usually resided. Of course, to the outside world, his official title was the executive officer of the Satyr Dwarf city-state. Zhang Xuan soon met this figure. Even among the already imposing red dwarves, the Satoru clan chief was significantly more muscular, with forearms nearly as thick as Zhang Xuan's waist, quite impressive. However, he was wearing a pair of glasses, intently examining a set of blueprints in his hands, which appeared to be a weapon. The entire figure gave off an oddly incongruous vibe, as if he were a scholar of musculature. The Sato clan chief, upon seeing him arrive, did not act aloof but instead reached out to shake his hand. Chapter 67, Sparring. Human friend from the Xia Kingdom, I hear you wish to enter the sacred mountain? That's correct. I humbly request the clan chief's permission to represent the Sato tribe. Zhang Xuan spoke earnestly. The Sato clan chief eyed him for a moment and said, your friend holds a special status in the Beast God's Hall, so we naturally shouldn't refuse such a request. However, entering the sacred mountain to collect resources is no small matter. First, once you enter, we cannot guarantee your safety. If you are injured or encounter more serious issues inside, that would go against the Sato clan's hospitality. Second, the resources within the sacred mountain are extremely rare and precious, which could easily disrupt the power balance between our tribe and the Hanyan tribe. Therefore, collectors are typically required to possess a certain level of strength. The Red Rock tribe has been urging us to agree to open the sacred mountain, so they must have found a capable ally. I hope you can understand my position. Zhang Xuan understood the implication. If he was too weak, he might not only lose his life inside but also end up benefiting the other party. In that case, the Red Rock tribe would freely claim the resources, while they, the Sato tribe, would have to watch helplessly. Worse still, this could allow the opposing tribe to rapidly increase their strength, which would be a major problem. However, he was confident in this regard. Sato clan chief, I heard from Elder Rod that humans entering as collectors are restricted to beast masters of 5th rank or below, correct? Sato nodded and said, that's correct. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath and smiled. If that's the case, then I dare to guarantee here that no matter who the Hanyan tribe sends, I will crush them with ease. As he spoke, his expression was vibrant, his gaze unwavering. Though his words sounded arrogant, they carried a compelling confidence that made them seem almost inevitable. Sato, the tribal chief, was taken aback. He stared at Zhang Xuan through his glasses, as if trying to discern whether he was exaggerating. Although both he and Sato Rod were quite polite to Zhang Xuan, it was only out of respect for the high-ranking token of the Beast God Hall. As for their true strength, given how young they looked, it was hard to say how powerful they truly were. Zhang Xuan was well aware of their doubts and spoke calmly, Satoru clan chief, rest assured. I wouldn't take this matter lightly. Since you've set the standard for strength, why not test me now? If I don't meet your requirements, I won't bother you further. Oh? Sato clan chief and Sato Rod exchanged glances. Since the other party had spoken so decisively, there was no reason to refuse. As long as the other party was willing to back down when faced with difficulty, they wouldn't be considered rude to a guest. Sato clan chief pushed his glasses up his nose and said, in that case, I will have one of my clan members spar with you. Saying this, he picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Before anyone could respond, there was a loud bang, and a dwarf burst in. He looked quite young, but was fully armed with a helmet, armor, and an iron hammer in his hands. The young dwarf shouted loudly, looking around the room, Chief, did you call me here to fight? I'm here. Who is the enemy? Sato, the clan chief, was exasperated. He slammed the table and shouted, Manchi, I said sparring. Sparring? Who told you to burst in like that? Sato Manchi scratched the back of his head, turned to look at the broken wooden door that had been nearly shattered by his collision, now hanging halfway off the doorframe and swaying back and forth, then turned back with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, Chief. I thought enemies were attacking. I'll definitely make you a new door tomorrow, one that's much sturdier than this one. Sato the clan chief snorted, forget it. With your skills, you'd be lucky to even make one. I called you here for something important. He briefly explained the situation. Sato Manchi looked curiously at Zhang Xuan, this guy is so skinny. Can he fight? After saying that, he seemed to realize it was inappropriate and gave Zhang Xuan a sheepish smile, saying, "Friend, it's just that my iron hammer is a bit heavy, and I'm afraid it might hurt you later." "Oh, right, you humans are all beast tamers, aren't you? What rank are you?" Satamonkey's clan chief cleared his throat and said, "This is our young warrior from the Satamonkey clan, Satamonkey. He's fought against your human beast masters before. A 4th tier beast master would have a hard time against him, and a 5th tier one might be able to fight him to a standstill." So you see. Zhang Xuan understood the other party's meaning. The 2 red dwarf tribes had agreed that their external reinforcements couldn't be stronger than a 5th rank beast master, so they naturally had to find the strongest among the 5th rank beast masters. It was out of the question to send a 3rd or 4th tier beast master that would be a guaranteed loss. He certainly wouldn't reveal his own 2nd tier status. If he did, Sato the tribal chief would be afraid he'd be knocked out with a single blow, and then he wouldn't be allowed to fight. So Zhang Xuan smiled and said, "No problem. I'll spar with this friend of yours, Meng Qi." "Alright." Sato Manchi roared excitedly, "I love human friends with such a straightforward personality. Don't worry, I won't use all my strength right away." Sato clan chief looked at Zhang Xuan with some concern. "Friend, are you sure? Our dwarf's fighting style is simple and brutal, sometimes we can't hold back." Zhang Xuan replied seriously, "Rest assured, chief. I'm here to obtain the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, but I also want to help the Sato tribe defeat the Red Rock tribe. If I don't have the strength, I wouldn't waste either of our time." He had already expressed similar intentions earlier. Seeing Zhang Xuan's confident and sincere expression, Sato clan chief nodded and said, "If that is the case, I want to persuade you further. However, Rod and I will do our best to ensure your safety." Under the guidance of Sato and Rod, the 4 of them arrived outside the municipal building and entered a spacious indoor training ground. The area was filled with various weapons and equipment, all of which appeared to be of high quality. Sato, the tribal chief, and Rod, the elder, watched from the side, ensuring that if Zhang Xuan was outmatched, they would immediately stop Sato Manchi to prevent Zhang Xuan from getting injured. Zhang Xuan looked at the weapon racks and asked, "Chief, may I use a bladed weapon?" Satoru the clan chief replied, "Of course you can, but are you planning to fight Manchi yourself?" He was a bit puzzled. He knew that human beast tamers could receive power feedback from their beast pets, but that didn't mean humans were eager for close combat. On the contrary, the vast majority of beast tamers preferred to stay in the rear and command their beast pets. Compared to the naturally powerful dwarf tribe, the attribute feedback from beast tamers was clearly insufficient. Zhang Xuan didn't answer directly but walked over to the weapons rack and began examining them. Swords, axes, hammers, spears, and various other oddly shaped weapons, everything was available here. Chapter 68, Astonishing Strength. Each one was meticulously crafted, heavy yet sharp, emanating a faint aura of violence. Even just looking at them, they were highly appealing, especially to someone like Zhang Xuan, who had a penchant for hands-on combat. He casually picked up a long, thick sword, and information about it appeared instantly. Unnamed two-handed heavy sword. Description: a greatsword crafted from stone-hearted iron by dwarven smiths, granting a plus 3000 physical attack bonus when equipped. Holy crap! Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. A sword casually placed on the rack could grant such a massive physical attack bonus? No wonder dwarves can rise to the ranks of top-tier races with such primitive combat methods. Their forging techniques are truly astonishing. He tried lifting it with his hands. The sword was heavy, but it wasn't suitable for him at the moment. Though he could wield it, two-handed swords required some skill, and after a few swings, he found it hard to maintain balance. Zhang Xuan continued to try a regular one-handed sword, a long sword, a great axe, eventually settling his gaze on a long spear. After testing it, he found it lighter than a two-handed sword, but Zhang Xuan quite liked it. This weapon could stab, sweep, and hack, offering versatile offensive capabilities while also having a wide attack range. He checked the spear's attributes. It boosted physical attack by 2000 points, which wasn't too bad. This is the one. Since watching Zhang Xuan try various weapons, the Sata clan chief had been filled with astonishment. These weapons were crafted based on the physical build of dwarves, so while they were slightly shorter in length, they were all quite heavy. After all, dwarves are naturally strong. Therefore, these weapons would be difficult for even an average beastmaster to wield, let alone wield with skill. However, watching Zhang Xian's movements just now, he seemed to handle them with ease. It seemed that the other party's physical prowess was no joke. The Sata clan chief, who had initially harbored doubts, now felt a glimmer of anticipation. Zhang Xuan picked up the long spear and swung it a few times, finding it quite comfortable to handle. However, the spear itself is no simple weapon. To truly master it, one would need to find a specialized spearmaster. For now, Zhang Xuan could only swing it like a stick, but he was particularly fond of this type of weapon. "Come on, Mengqi, let's have a friendly match." Sato Manchi, seeing Zhang Xian's eager expression, asked in confusion, "Are you really going to fight me like this without summoning any beasts?" Zhang Xuan shook his head and said, "Let's try it first. But if I really can't beat you, I'll definitely have to summon reinforcements. The ultimate goal is still to win." Zhang Xuan mainly wants to test the strength of his current physical body and how much it differs from the dwarves, who specialize in close combat. If he can't win, he can't be stubborn, after all, he's a beast tamer. Sadamanchi thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, the dwarf warriors won't take advantage of you either. Saying this, he stripped off all his armor and replaced the hammer in his hand with 2 ordinary iron hammers from the weapon rack. He continued, this set of equipment was crafted by the master craftsmen of the dwarves. Both the armor and weapons are extremely powerful, and when worn, they enhance my combat strength by more than 3 times. Additionally, I will not use the dwarven clan's innate combat skills. However, the innate strength of the dwarves should not be underestimated. Be careful, friend. Zhang Xuan replied seriously, I understand. Bring it on. He wasn't being overconfident after all, the other party's combat skills were undoubtedly far superior to his own. Sadamanchi, seeing him ready, roared and charged forward wielding his twin hammers. Though short and stocky, his running speed was no slower, and with his powerful build, the sense of pressure was no less intense, like a rolling iron ball. Zhang Xuan wanted to test his strength. He swung his long spear in a semicircle, shouted loudly, and struck down with all his might, like splitting wood. Swish! The powerful force generated a dull gust of wind. The spear now seemed like a giant axe carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, as if it were about to split a mountain. This. Sato clan chief and Satorod both looked astonished. As renowned dwarf warriors, they could clearly sense the immense power contained in that single strike. Yet this human youth had clearly used only the strength of his own body, without any additional skills or runic enhancements. It turned out that they had truly underestimated their opponent. Sadamanchi felt the fierce wind roaring toward him from above, the heavy pressure sending chills down his spine. With his extensive combat experience, he could immediately judge the force of that gunshot. Moreover, the gun's range was wide, and with this swing, it directly blocked his path forward. Sadamanchi had no choice but to halt his body abruptly. Before he could steady himself, he raised his twin hammers to block the spear above his head. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the impact produced a deafening roar. What happened next was utterly unexpected for Sadamanchi. His iron hammer block was actually an upward sweeping motion, intended to use brute force to knock Zhang Xuan's gun away, then capitalize on the moment when the opponent's grip was unstable to close in and attack. Once he closed the distance, with the attack frequency of his twin hammers, the long spear would be useless, and the battle would be quickly decided. This combat strategy was second nature to him. He had used it countless times against his own kind who favored long weapons, and he had never been defeated. Of course, this was based on his superior strength and explosive power. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that this upward strike had failed to work. The opponent's strength was formidable, and combined with the downward momentum from above, it caused his knees to buckle, nearly causing him to collapse. Sadamanchi's muscles bulged with veins, gritting his teeth and struggling to stay upright, while Zhang Xuan also gave it his all, maintaining his dominant stance. The Sato tribal chief and Elder Rod exchanged glances. This human youth had not been outmatched in their first show of strength? Though the suppressing party had a certain advantage, Manchi was one of the few outstanding warriors among the young generation of the Sato tribe. His strength was no joke. This human youth couldn't possibly be born with divine strength, could he? There was only one possible explanation: his beast companion was exceptionally powerful. Only then could it grant the Beastmaster such a formidable physique. But what level of power would such a beast need to achieve this? The two of them weren't Beastmasters, so they couldn't judge it on the spot. At the very least, an ordinary 5th-tier beast tamer couldn't possibly achieve this. This was the training ground of the Sato tribe. After the two began their duel, several young warriors from the Sato tribe arrived. Upon seeing the tribal chief and the others, they curiously approached. Hey! Isn't that Monkey? Who is he dueling with? The group gathered around and were surprised to see that Manchi's opponent was a human. Chapter 69, Suppression. And this human was actually suppressing Manchi so much that he couldn't break free for a moment. What's going on? Why is Manchi fighting a human? Is Manchi being held down so tightly he can't move? That's impossible. There's no warrior in the tribe stronger than him. Could it be that Manchi is, what's the human word for that? Oh right, holding back. Manchi is holding back. The young dwarves chattered excitedly, their minds straightforward and uncomplicated. They didn't even consider the possibility that Manchi might actually be weaker than this human. In any case, their words only made Sato Manchi, who was already gritting his teeth to hold on, grow even redder in the face. Manchi, stop holding back. Let the human guest see your true strength. A dwarf who was close to Manchi shouted. Ah! Sato Manchi couldn't take it anymore. He felt humiliated. If he hadn't been so arrogant and tried to use his hammer to block Zhang Xuan's spear to show off his strength, this situation wouldn't have arisen. At first, when facing the spear's slashes, he had simply dodged aside and counterattacked. Wasn't that better? But now it was too late. All he could hear were his tribe's words piercing his heart, so he roared in anger, and his entire body erupted with sudden bursts of strength. Clang! The long spear was finally forced aside, creating a small opening. Meng Qi seized the opportunity to step aside, swinging his arms to relax, while constantly shifting his position to find an opening to attack. He hadn't charged forward immediately because he had been feeling the heavy pressure of the spear for a long time, and his arms were starting to feel sore. He needed some time to adjust back to his optimal state. Manchi's eyes no longer held any trace of previous contempt. His expression was extremely serious. Although he had underestimated his opponent earlier, Zhang Xuan's strength was no joke. He dared to say that among the Sato tribe, aside from those renowned warriors who had already made a name for themselves, there were few who could suppress him. Besides being skilled in forging weapons, the dwarves also had a system for training their bodies and enhancing their physical strength. Based on different levels of physical strength and combat skills, they were similarly divided into 9 ranks, much like human beast tamers. He was a 4th-tier dwarf warrior, equipped with a set of fine gear, capable of easily defeating a 100-level monster. Even without his equipment, his 4th-tier warrior's physical foundation speaks for itself. Even if he was overconfident, it was enough to show that the opponent's strength was nearly on par with his own. With the clan chief, elders, and many fellow clan members watching, losing would be a huge disgrace. Meng Qi gathered all his focus, searching for an opening, while Zhang Xuan's expression grew excited. This kind of intense, close-quarters combat was exactly the kind of battle that made his blood boil. Though he hadn't trained specifically for this, he understood the advantages and disadvantages of long weapons. As long as he kept the distance within a certain range, the opponent would find it difficult to break through the spear's blockade. Humph! Sato monkey moved. He pushed off with his feet and charged forward again. Zhang Xuan immediately thrust his spear forward, but this time Monkey didn't charge straight ahead. Instead, he twisted his body at the moment the opponent made his move, dodging the spear tip, and continued to press forward. Once a long spear is thrust forward, it cannot be withdrawn immediately. This tactical maneuver in combat was second nature to the skilled Manchi. Just as he thought his move would succeed, he caught a glimpse of a sharp shadow darting toward him once more. It turned out that Zhang Xuan's previous thrust had been merely a feint. Upon seeing Manchi twist away, he immediately changed his technique and exerted force, sweeping the long spear toward him. This horizontal sweep was aimed directly at Manchi's head. Monkey startled, "You're not a beast tamer, are you?" With his offensive tactics once again exposed, he found himself back in the same predicament as before, forced to turn around and block. Meng Qi could only raise both arms, holding the iron hammer horizontally beside his face. Having witnessed Zhang Xuan's strength, he dared not rely on just one side to block. However, this time, clang! Another deafening crash, but Meng Qi couldn't steady himself and stumbled sideways. What? Even Sato, the tribal chief, hadn't anticipated this. It turned out that Zhang Xuan hadn't used his full strength in that previous heavy strike he had held back. Zhang Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. From the first clash with Sato Manchi, he had already sensed that the opponent's strength was no ordinary feat, but there was still a gap between them. Thanks to the Black King and Ah Bing. Otherwise, even with the unprecedented rewards he received when he advanced to the second tier, with a feedback ratio of 10%, without these two beast pets nearing the 100 level mark, he wouldn't have such a powerful physique. Even the dwarves, renowned for their strength, would be at a disadvantage against him. Therefore, when Manchi exerted force to shake off Zhang Xuan earlier, it was actually intentional. If he had continued to suppress him, it would have drained his own strength. It was better to let Manchi misjudge his capabilities. After all, in terms of combat techniques, he was still far inferior to his opponent. With this sweeping strike, he had exerted all his strength, directly knocking Monkey off balance before he could fully regain his center of gravity. Seize the opportunity. Zhang Xuan knew he couldn't match his opponent blow for blow, otherwise, he would eventually be defeated. So, before Meng Qi could recover, he wildly thrust his long spear forward. Swish, swish, swish. Though there were no fancy spear techniques, relying solely on his physical strength, these strikes were powerful and swift, leaving afterimages in the air. Manchi could only react defensively, dodging frantically as the attacks came in rapid succession, putting him in a precarious position and looking rather disheveled. Meanwhile, the few young dwarves watching nearby were stunned. They finally realized that Manchi wasn't holding back. This human truly had some skills. Zhang Xuan, taking advantage of his momentum, continued his relentless spear attacks. The beast pet's strength was reflected in every aspect of his performance. Although many of the stats had hidden attributes that weren't displayed on the interface, he effectively gained a 10% all-around boost in physical performance. Strength, stamina, speed, reaction time, endurance. Even just 1/10 of the Black King's power was already formidable, let alone the others like Bing, De Huang, Xiaoshu, and Ning Xia, who were no pushovers either. Therefore, relying solely on physical prowess, once they gained the upper hand, they could easily overwhelm Meng Qi. Manchi is agile, but in the midst of the relentless stabbing attacks, he can't catch his breath. Several times, he narrowly avoids being hit by rolling out of the way. Zhang Xuan's pursuit strategy was clever. While maintaining constant pressure, he kept the distance within the safe attack range of his long spear, leaving Meng Qi unable to escape or find an opening to counterattack. This was a scene no one had anticipated. A human teenager was overwhelmingly defeating one of the Sata tribe's most outstanding young warriors. Only the Sato tribe chief and Elder Rod noticed something amiss. Chapter 70, Skill System. This human guest clearly held the upper hand physically. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The Sato tribe chief murmured, a thought flashing through his mind like a bolt of lightning. He exchanged a glance with Satorod, realizing they had both come to the same conclusion. If this man were truly the one chosen to represent the Sato tribe as a collector, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity. After all, in previous gatherings, even the strongest collectors couldn't match Manchi's strength. Though Manchi had removed his armor, this human guest hadn't even used his true Beastmaster techniques yet. Physical strength has always been the dwarves' advantage over humans, yet now they were being suppressed by the other side. If both sides were to unleash their strongest abilities, would Manchi really have a better chance of winning? The answer is obvious. At that moment, the situation on the field began to shift. Satamanchi roared again, this time with a hint of true fire in his voice. He had never fought such a humiliating battle before, especially against a human. A sense of shame surged from his body to his head. Manchi stepped back a few paces, then muttered a few words in the dwarf language. His arms suddenly swelled, and his already muscular body became even more brutal and twisted. Kill! He seemed to have gained some kind of buff, and this time, his speed surged dramatically. The hammer in his hand seemed capable of shattering a mountain, accompanied by a terrifying wind pressure that pushed aside all the air around him. He swung toward Zhang Xuan, with the two iron hammers aiming for his chest and head, completely blocking his retreat. The sudden increase in speed caught Zhang Xuan off guard, forcing him to take a step back before raising his long spear. As they collided, a force far greater than before struck him, causing his wrist to tremble violently, nearly causing his spear to fly out of his hands. This time, it was his turn to lose his balance, and what followed was Manchi's relentless counterattack. However, a figure suddenly charged forward, and before anyone could react, Manchi was sent flying through the air. Elder Rod kicked him hard, sending him flying, and shouted, "We agreed not to use skills. If you can't win, you can't go back on your word." Manchi, is this how the dwarf clan behaves? Manchi climbed to his feet. Though the kick was heavy, his thick skin and tough flesh had spared him any injury. He came to his senses, his face filled with shame and regret. He scratched his head and bowed before Zhang Xuan. "I truly apologize, human friend. Manchi lost his composure and broke our agreement. I hope you can forgive me." Zhang Xuan knew he hadn't done it on purpose. He waved his hand and said, "No need to apologize. You wield your hammer well. We had a good fight. If we get the chance, I'd love to spar with you again." Meng Qi exhaled, regretting his impulsive actions. Hearing Zhang Xuan's words, he nodded and said, "No problem. From now on, you'll be my first human friend." Elder Rod came over, patted him on the shoulder, and gestured for Zhang Xuan to follow. In the municipal hall, Chief Sato found a small iron hammer in his office. "This is the token representing our Sato tribe. Take it. You are the collector for this mission." "Thank you, clan chief." Zhang Xuan took it, finally able to get down to business. Sato, the tribal chief, said, "I have already sent someone to contact the Red Rock tribe. Once they hear the news, they will definitely agree to open the sacred mountain immediately. At most, we'll have to wait 2 days." Zhang Xuan nodded and asked, "By the way, chief, since I'm representing the Sato tribe this time, is there anything in particular you need? Also, if we manage to obtain the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, how should it be distributed?" Sato the tribal chief pondered for a moment and said, "Our Sato clan uses lava gold for forging high-grade weapons. This metal combines hardness and toughness, and it has a strong ability to absorb natural energy, making it ideal for primitive forging. Magma gold is fairly abundant on the Crimson Flame Islands, but high-purity varieties are extremely rare. Only the Sacred Mountain produces flawless, top-grade magma gold. If you have the opportunity, you may collect some. Additionally, there are numerous minerals within the Holy Mountain that can be freely collected. As for the ratio, we'll split it evenly. Regarding the Crimson Flame Holy Crystals you need, as a friend of the Sato tribe, whatever you can obtain is yours. We won't interfere with the distribution. However, everything is contingent upon ensuring your own safety. We do not wish to see our friends injured." Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding and made sure to remember the term magma gold. Since they mentioned it, he would do his best to help them obtain as much as possible, otherwise he would feel guilty for wasting this precious opportunity to enter the Red Dwarf Holy Mountain. Afterward, the Sato tribe chief instructed Zhang Xuan to wait patiently. They would contact the Red Rock tribe to arrange the official start time for the Sacred Mountain expedition. Zhang Xuan had some free time, so he first explored Tianhua Island and then sought out Sato Manchi again, hoping the latter could teach him some combat techniques. The advantage he had gained that day was twofold. First, his physical strength was superior, and second, he had taken advantage of the situation. In terms of close combat skills, any member of the Sato tribe was stronger than him. Sato Manchi agreed readily. The dwarves respected the strong, and knowing that Zhang Xuan was representing their tribe to enter the sacred mountain, he taught him with great dedication. Since Zhang Xuan did not plan to use an iron hammer as his weapon, Manchi primarily taught him unarmed combat techniques. Zhang Xuan had a quick grasp of the techniques, and after half a day of training, he began to get into the rhythm, until he was completely exhausted. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the interface. Ding! The dwarf clan Sato Manchi has imparted a skill to you. You have mastered hand-to-hand combat techniques and unlocked the personal skill feature. Close Combat Beginner 1-100. Description: you have gained a basic understanding of hand-to-hand combat techniques and the body's power generation patterns. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This could actually be recorded in the world's database? That's a huge bonus. Although this is just a basic skill, it has unlocked his personal skill panel, allowing him to gradually master more techniques and reduce his reliance on beast-taming methods. He recalled that he had once self-taught some martial arts techniques, but why hadn't this feature been triggered before? Could it be because of the instructor? It must be taught by someone who has mastered the relevant skills, and only after serious study will the system recognize it. It seems highly likely that this is the reason. With renewed determination, he took a short break and began practicing on his own. However, the progress on the interface seemed to be advancing rather slowly. Zhang Xuan considered a possibility, so the next morning, he went to find Sato Manchi again to request extra practice. Chapter 71, The New Beast Tamer. Sure enough, something happened. As long as Sato Manchi taught him the techniques, the skill progress steadily improved. Zhang Xuan realized his hypothesis was confirmed. Seeking guidance from someone with the corresponding skill had a chance of activating the skill, and continuing to listen to their teachings before reaching a certain level would accelerate skill progression. Sato Manchi taught with great dedication, answering every question Zhang Xuan had. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Xuan absorbed knowledge continuously, quickly pushing the progress of his entry-level close combat skills to near the maximum level. However, a day later, Elder Rod approached him. The Red Rock tribe has agreed. We're leaving immediately. Zhang Xuan was already eager to go and followed him to the northwestern edge of Tianhua Island, where a giant bird was waiting. This was a massive bird with a wingspan of 6 or 7 meters. What was peculiar was that it was equipped with some kind of metal-powered device, which was rumbling and clanking as gears turned and steam billowed out, giving it a retro-mechanical aesthetic. Satorod explained, our dwarf clan lacks the ability to tame beasts. This bird is merely a common large bird that has been domesticated. However, by equipping it with the mechanical propulsion system we crafted, it can now carry passengers and fly. He extended his hand, gesturing for Zhang Xuan to give it a try. The giant bird's back had a fixed seat. As Zhang Xuan approached, a gangway extended downward. He stepped onto it in surprise and sat down on the bird's back, finding it surprisingly stable. Though not a mythical beast, it could achieve flight through mechanical devices. The dwarf's technology was truly remarkable. Different races have different developmental systems, but it seems that they can all converge on the same path once they reach a certain level. This was merely a scattered branch of the dwarves. If it were the legendary dwarf kingdom, who knew what it would be like? Zhang Xuan had only seen it on TV. The capital of the dwarf kingdom resembled a massive mechanical complex, sci-fi yet orderly, efficient and practical, with mechanical giants capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Then there's the elf kingdom, where the air is thick with natural energy, and magical industry has given rise to countless wonders. Lightning magnetic cannons can sink entire continents. If given the chance, I must visit and experience it for myself. Rod also boarded the vehicle, then pulled a control lever. Mechanical roars echoed as a faint red gas erupted, unleashing a surge of power. The giant bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. With the assistance of the power plant, even with 2 people on board, the giant bird's speed only increased. Soaring over one island after another, the wind at high altitudes was fierce, but for Rod the Elder and Zhang Xuan, with their physical strength, it had little effect. The Crimson Flame Islands were perpetually shrouded in flames rising from the ground, and the air above was even hotter than the surface. From below, the flying birds appeared to be crossing a sea of fire. Many of the islands, uninhabited by dwarves, had become habitats for various powerful beasts. They roared at the flying birds and even spat out magical attacks, but fortunately, the birds were flying high enough for all the attacks to miss. The archipelago is quite large, and after nearly half a day of flight, an island that appears exceptionally fiery red comes into view. We've arrived. That's the sacred mountain of our red dwarf clan. Rod placed his hand over his chest and bowed toward the front, while Zhang Xuan looked over curiously. There, at the center of the archipelago, stood a majestic volcano. It was an active volcano, constantly erupting, with thick smoke and flames filling the air. The intense heat was so terrifying that all living creatures avoided it. So the so-called sacred mountain was an active volcano? Elder Rod explained, according to legend, the dwarf god Gander stole the heavenly fire and scattered it across the world. The fire spread in all directions, and one of the flames landed on this archipelago, creating this eternal burning wonder. This volcano is where the heavenly fire burns. Since we red dwarves migrated to the archipelago, it has never ceased erupting for hundreds of years, and thus we red dwarves regard it as our sacred mountain. Zhang Xuan nodded. This continent is filled with mythical tales, many of which are not mere legends, as the gods truly exist and maintain close connections with the various tribes. Whether the Crimson Flame Archipelago was truly formed by the descent of the celestial fire is uncertain, but it certainly has a profound origin, else it would not sustain such an eternal flame. Even the red dwarfs have been on the island for hundreds of years, so it is highly likely that it has been burning for over 1,000 years. At the very least, the fire-attributed energy permeating the air was so dense that, in Zhang Xuan's perception, it was second only to the Black King's dragon flames. This is merely on the surface. If one were to venture into the volcano itself, how abundant and intense would the energy be? In such an environment, the volcano must have given birth to countless astonishing treasures. At the same time, in the collective consciousness of the intelligent races on this continent, the more treasures a place holds, the greater the danger it poses. The giant bird slowly descended as the thrust from its propulsion system diminished. Before reaching the sacred mountain, 3 figures had already arrived first. 2 of them had the appearance of red dwarfs, but their bodies were embedded with mechanical devices, and even one of their eyes was a prosthetic, emitting a red glow. Upon seeing Rod and Zhang Xuan arrive, the red light scanned the area. Rod snorted coldly and said, "Red Rock Deba, don't use your blasphemous electronic prosthetic eyes to scan me and my friends from the Sato tribe." The red dwarf sneered, "You're a bunch of old-fashioned fools, clinging to those outdated rules. Satoru, you should embrace the new era." Rod dismissed him with disdain. "Forging technology should never be used to alter the bodies granted to us by the gods. External objects are ultimately just external objects. Allowing such artifacts to enter your body will only cause natural energy to reject and repel them." Hong Yendaba shook his head and said nothing more, turning to Zhang Xuan and saying, "At least this time you Satoru aren't hiding like cowards. Is this the collector you found? He seems far too young." Rod shrugged and said, "Young, but clever and strong. You Red Rock will soon find that out." "Is that so?" Hong Yendaba remained non-committal. "Our friend here is the true master of beast tamers." As he spoke, a tall, slender man in black robes stepped out from behind him. He removed the hood from his head, revealing a pale face with narrow eyes that fixed on Zhang Xuan. "Are you a fellow beast tamer from the Xia Kingdom?" "My name is Jin Yunwan, a 5th-rank beast tamer. Please guide me in the future." Zhang Xuan recognized the accent and frowned. It was a beast tamer from the Silla Kingdom. The Shilla Kingdom and the Xia Kingdom had deep-seated conflicts. Chapter 72, Within the Volcano. Though not as intense as the conflicts between the Kingdom of Ingzhou and the Xia Kingdom, which had erupted into multiple large-scale wars, even with rumors of Xia Kingdom beast tamers being ambushed and killed in the Abyss battlefield. The beast tamers of the Silla Kingdom were significantly weaker overall, so they had been defecting and ingratiating themselves with other nations, such as the Ingzhou Kingdom, the Kingdom of Light to the west, and the Kingdom of Ice and Frost, earning them the derisive nickname, 3 named house slaves. As for the Xia Kingdom, despite the Xia Kingdom having sent multiple Beastmaster reinforcements to assist them in resisting the Abyss uprisings, they only expressed superficial gratitude and flattery on the surface, while secretly sabotaging and betraying them behind the scenes. As a result, there have been numerous friction incidents between beast tamers from the 2 nations in recent years. Regardless of who they are, since they represent the 2 opposing tribes of the Red Dwarves, they can naturally not be friends. Zhang Xuan nodded indifferently and reported his name. Elder Rod said, "Enough with the formalities. Let's open the sacred mountain together." After the 2 tribes established their rules, they had specialized array mages set up restrictions at the entrance to the sacred mountain. Only representatives from both tribes could open it by releasing their essence blood. Sadarad and Hongyiandaba stepped forward together, reciting a series of obscure incantations. A transparent barrier appeared, and the 2 cut their fingers before pressing them against it. The barrier opened, and it seemed like another spatial teleportation channel. Sadarad patted Zhang Xuan on the shoulder, "Act within your limits, safety first." Zhang Xuan nodded, said nothing more, and stepped directly into the passageway. On the other side, the 2 members of the Hongyan tribe addressed the new beast master from the Shilla Kingdom, "Mr. Kim, this is a rare opportunity. We're counting on you." Kim Yun-won glanced at Zhang Xuan's back with a look of disdain and said indifferently, "Don't worry. He's just a rookie from Xia Kingdom. I'll show him the might of the Shinra Beastmaster realm." He came from a noble family in the Silla Kingdom and was quite formidable among 5th-rank beast tamers. The Silla Kingdom and the Hongyan tribe had maintained a long-standing cooperative relationship. This time, they had agreed that Jin Yunyuan would give the Hongyan tribe 2/3 of the supplies he obtained from the sacred mountain. The only condition was that the Sato faction must come away empty-handed, in other words, eliminate the Sato tribe's gatherers. This was a piece of cake for Kim Yunwan. Even if the Hongyan tribe hadn't made this demand, he wouldn't have spared any Xia Kingdom beast tamers he encountered. Earlier, in the wilderness along the border between the 2 countries, he had already killed more than 1 Xia Kingdom beastmaster. Among the beast tamers of their Silla Kingdom, this was a mark of honor. Moreover, he had long been eager to explore the sacred mountain of the Red Dwarves, as there was a similar legend of heavenly fire within the borders of his own kingdom of Silla. The strongest person in Scylla, the esteemed 9th rank Beastmaster, is said to have obtained a seed of the heavenly fire in a secret realm and cultivated an extraordinary beast that reached the 300th level limit. If he, Kim Yun-won, could find the seed of the heavenly fire within this so-called sacred mountain, he might become the next 9th rank Beastmaster. At that point, the revered queen would surely hold him in the highest regard, granting him anything he desired. Thinking of this, Jin Yunyuan entered the passageway with anticipation and excitement. Seeing both of them enter, Sadarat and Han Yenda exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with coldness, and neither spoke. They walked to the side and waited. The sacred mountain remained open for only 1 day and 1 night. They could only wait outside for good news. Zhang Xuan appeared on the southwest side of the holy mountain. He looked up at the majestic volcano before him, with numerous caves at its base. According to Elder Rod, one could enter the volcano's interior through the caves, where the space was vast and rich in various resources. He randomly chose an entrance and ventured inside. The cave was spacious and not dark. Like other parts of the Crimson Flame Islands, the ground was covered with scorched holes, from which flames emerged, burning endlessly and illuminating everything. However, being within the volcano's vicinity, the air grew increasingly scorching, with temperatures already nearing 60 degrees. Fortunately, this level of environmental pressure was nothing to Zhang Xuan. He summoned the Black King, who, upon sensing the surroundings, displayed a visibly excited demeanor. It seemed that this environment was exactly to his liking. Yingsha, Abing, De Huan, Xiaoshu, come out and stretch your legs. Zhang Xuan summoned all his beast pets. The Black King and Abing, both capable of flight, immediately rushed forward to clear the way. The poisonous mother tree seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the flames here, failing to establish roots and instead transforming into a small sapling that hopped forward across the ground. Da Huan let out a howl, signaling Zhang Xuan to climb onto its back. Yingsha, as always, rode on Zhuiying, guarding Zhang Xian's side. Interestingly, Zhang Xuan was also holding a long spear in his hand. This was a training spear he had obtained from the Sato tribe. Since the day he had sparred with Sato Manchi using this weapon, he had grown to love the long spear and planned to make it his primary weapon in the future. A beastmaster wielding cold weapons was indeed rare. However, some beastmasters did acquire powerful yet simple-to-use hot weapons to enhance their own strength. For example, high-energy laser guns crafted using elf magic and industrial technology. Someone like him, who wants to charge into battle, is extremely rare. Zhang Xian's decision was largely influenced by the powerful attribute bonuses he had obtained. Although hot weapons have a high lower limit, they cannot fully utilize his attribute strength. Thinking about the future, when his physical strength could easily overwhelm a 100-level monster, he could obtain a super-heavy weapon weighing thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds. With a single swing, combined with his attributes, runes, and natural energy, it would be earth-shattering. Da Wang's height and build are also perfect for Zhang Xuan to ride on and use such a long weapon, making him feel like a wolf cavalryman. Charge! A man and several beasts charged forward. The cave was quite long, and it took several minutes before they emerged. The scene suddenly opened up. After leaving the cave entrance, they found themselves in an extremely vast space. Flames raged everywhere, thick smoke billowed, and visibility was limited to just a few dozen meters. The air was even hotter, as if they were being roasted at all times. Holy crap, this place isn't for the average person. Zhang Xuan exclaimed. No wonder the Red Dwarf tribe requested a 5th-tier beast tamer when seeking reinforcements. In this environment, even 3rd or 4th-tier beast tamers wouldn't be able to endure it. He chose a direction facing the center of the volcano and pressed forward. The temperature here was so high that no green vegetation could be seen. However, Sato the clan chief and Rod the elder had both warned him that in such a natural, pure fire-attributed energy environment, special creatures with formidable strength might emerge. Chapter 73, The Flamestone Giant. Therefore, it wasn't just the oppressive heat that posed a threat. These unknown monsters could also be extremely dangerous. The source of the thick smoke was unknown, but the further forward they went, the higher the temperature rose, and Zhang Xian's body had already begun to sweat. As they passed through layer after layer of smoke, something suddenly began to glow in the distance. Zhang Xuan approached and saw that pieces of metal-emitting flames were exposed in the ground, exposed to the air. Soon, a system prompt appeared. Red iron material. Description: a new type of ore formed by subjecting iron ore to extensive fire attribute energy refinement. It is extremely heat-resistant and an excellent material for forging. Earlier, Zhang Xuan had briefly learned from Elder Rod about some common forging materials used by the Red Dwarves. Red iron was one of the higher quality types, suitable as the primary material for fine equipment. Red iron ore veins existed on the Crimson Flame Islands, but their quantities were limited. However, this area is densely packed with it. Since that's the case, let's get to work. Zhang Xuan took out the pre-prepared steel chisels from his backpack and struck the ground with them. The system detected that he was collecting, so there was no need to dig individually. With a single strike, over a dozen units of red iron ore entered his backpack. Zhang Xuan continued swinging the chisel, following the distribution of iron ore, with the constant sound of mining alerts ringing in his ears, making him even more enthusiastic. Collecting resources was a pleasure in itself, even more satisfying than hatching pet eggs or opening treasure chests. This volcano truly lived up to its reputation as the sacred mountain of the Red Dwarves. The resources were incredibly abundant. Just as he entered the volcano's interior, a high-quality ore vein appeared on the ground. Zhang Xuan continued to collect, never stopping the movement of his hands wielding the pickaxe, looking like a seasoned miner. In just over 10 minutes, his backpack was already filled with a full 3,000 units of iron ore. Finally, he had completely mined this vein of iron ore, and the vein extended further into the distance. He estimated that if he kept digging, he could eventually obtain tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of units. However, Zhang Xuan considered the limited space in his backpack and decided to stop for now. The storage capacity of a beast tamer's backpack increases with their rank. A second-rank beast tamer's backpack can hold only a limited amount. Unless he could obtain certain space-related treasures or storage items crafted by the elf tribe with space magic, but both of these were extremely rare and precious items. Zhang Xuan continued forward. Red iron should still be a relatively common resource within this volcano, and the further he went, the higher the chance of encountering rare resources. However, he soon stopped, as two paths diverged before him. One path spiraled upward, while the other led downward, seemingly toward a depression. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and chose to go down. The source of the fire was underground, which had formed this sacred mountain and the extraordinary sight of flames rising from the ground in all directions. Therefore, the closer he got to the source of the fire, the greater the chance of finding treasures with high fire attribute energy. He hadn't forgotten that the purpose of his journey was to find the rarest Crimson Flame Holy Crystal on the Crimson Flame Islands. As he descended the slope, the flames changed color, no longer the ordinary orange-red but a deeper, blood-red hue. The surrounding rock walls shimmered with a brilliant glow, a result of being baked by intense heat over an extended period, forming a crystalline state. Though not a valuable resource, their appearance was striking, evoking the feeling of being in a palace made of flame crystals. Dawn! 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 Zhang Xuan's figure suddenly came to a halt, and the Black King and the other beasts also stopped in unison, their gazes fixed on a certain direction with caution. Over there, it seemed as though something was approaching. The ground trembled slightly with the growing thud sounds, clearly indicating that the approaching entity was of considerable size. A shadow emerged from the flames, followed by a towering figure emerging from the inferno. From a distance, it loomed overhead, gazing down at the unfamiliar intruder with a cold, unyielding gaze. Its entire body was composed of crystalline rock, just like the surrounding walls, and its massive form was imposing. Its head, also made of rock, bore a pair of emotionless eyes that burned with flames, coldly fixated on Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Is this the monster from the volcano? He glanced at the system prompt beside him. Elite Flamestone Giant LV.100. Description: a being transformed from a stone giant, possessing extremely strong physical defense attributes and fire attribute magical attacks distinct from ordinary stone giants. Skills: Rolling Stone, Blazing Stone Throw, Inferno Burst, Unmovable as a Mountain. Attributes: Health 150,000. Physical Attack, 7,000, Magic Attack, 8,500. Physical Defense, 8,000, Magic Defense, 6,500. Wow, a level 100 monster from the Elite template right off the bat? Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This place was teeming with powerful monsters and abundant resources, a true high-level secret realm. Stone giants are born when stones awaken their spiritual essence, belonging to a race nurtured by the heavens and earth. After enduring countless years of fiery trials here, they underwent a transformation, becoming far stronger than ordinary stone giants. The Flamestone Giant stood there coldly for a moment, then suddenly picked up a hard boulder covered in flames. With a single toss, it hurled it toward Zhang Xuan. Flaming Stone Throw. The force of the attack was overwhelming. The Black King roared in anger. Who dared to play with fire in its presence? It stood directly in front of Zhang Xuan, neither dodging nor retreating, allowing the flaming boulder to strike its body with a dull thud. The boulder shattered, and the flames climbed up the Black King's body, engulfing it in flames. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed. The Black King simply twisted its body in apparent comfort, as if it were not being roasted but soaking in a hot spring. Then it opened its mouth and sucked the flames off its body, revealing a look of satisfaction. The Flamestone Giant seemed perplexed by this scene, standing motionless for a moment. The Black King, however, showed no mercy, immediately sending a dragon flame back at its opponent. Boom! The temperature, countless times more terrifying than the surrounding sea of fire, exploded and scattered in the air. The blood-red flame struck the giant, but it stood its ground, unflinching, its chaotic pupils seeming utterly unconcerned. Born of flames, how could it fear fire? However, the next moment, it realized it had been wrong. This flame was countless times more powerful than the flames that had been forging it every day. The giant's hard, massive body began to melt into liquid, and molten stone flowed down its body. It felt no pain, but it sensed the terror of its essence being vaporized. The flamestone giant did not retaliate, for such divine flames of this caliber instilled an instinctive, overwhelming fear within it. It turned and attempted to flee. Thud, thud. Before it could take 2 steps, the flamestone giant suddenly stiffened and crashed to the ground. Chapter 74, Jade Within the Stone. After falling, it splashed a pool of stone water. Its once seemingly indestructible body exploded into a pile, as if it had lost its spiritual essence and could no longer gather the stones together. A crystal-like object shrouded in flames floated upward. Elite monsters indeed drop loot. Zhang Xuan picked it up with his hand. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and looked quite unique, with a lustrous sheen and a hint of sharpness. He examined the details. Jade and stone fire material. Description: the spiritual essence of the flamestone giant, containing pure fire attribute energy. It is neither metal, stone, nor jade, and possesses extremely strong compatibility, able to fuse with various substances and imbue them with spiritual energy. Zhang Xuan's expression grew curious. This was the first time he had encountered such a description for a material. It clearly belonged to the category of rare and high-grade materials. Not only could it be used to forge weapons and armor, but its ability to integrate into various substances suggested it could also be used to synthesize items. As for the concept of spiritual essence, he had never encountered it before and had no idea what it specifically referred to. After putting away the jade within the stone, Zhang Xuan continued forward. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard the sound of thudding noises again from the vast sea of flames. This time, the sounds were more intense and came from all directions. Amidst the flames and smoke, massive shadows loomed overhead. Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that he had defeated one and attracted a group. Soon, one after another, flaming stone giants appeared, in layers as far as the eye could see. The smoke and flames obscured the details behind them, but their numbers were undoubtedly staggering. They exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, their emotionless eyes gazing down at Zhang Xuan and his few beast pets. De Huang growled a few times, clawing at the ground, clearly feeling the pressure. Such a spectacle would send any 5th-tier beast tamer fleeing without a second thought. But Zhang Xuan merely smiled. Excellent, excellent. Family should stick together. Come all of you to avenge your kin, it'll save me the trouble of hunting each of you down. Since this creature could yield high-quality materials, there was no reason to let it go. Everyone, split up. Zhang Xuan gave the order, and the black dragon roared, the ice phoenix cried out, and the mother tree swiftly grew larger, shooting out thick vines. The eyes hidden beneath the face mask of the shadow assassin gleamed with cold intent, the gun tip already locked onto a target. The scout crouched low, having established a high level of coordination with its master. At Zhang Xuan's slightest movement, it knew exactly what to do. 5 beast pets, 5 directions, battle was about to erupt. The black dragon's pale golden eyes locked onto the giant, and surging flames erupted from its maw. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, its icy breath freezing the air to solid ice. The poisonous mother tree silently releases countless toxic spores invisible to the naked eye. Thick vines, as thick as a net, lash out, simultaneously enveloping 5 or 6 flamestone giants. Ingsha rode the absolute shadow beneath him, charging into the ranks like a black lightning bolt, sweeping his long spear with brutal force. Zhang Xuan clenched his legs, and a massive yellow lightning bolt shot forth. He swung his long spear as well. In this battle, he was no longer an ordinary beast tamer hiding in the rear, he could now fight hand to hand. Unfortunately, he had not yet learned how to use battle weapons, so he could only rely on the close combat skills he had activated under Sato Manchi's instruction. Though these skills were of the unarmed combat type, activating them significantly improved his control over his own body. Especially in terms of power, it had been greatly improved. The flamestone giant had thick health, with both physical and magical damage being quite powerful, but it had one weakness, its slow speed. The Mad Hunter Scout's constant threefold speed made Zhang Xuan's figure blur like a phantom. The faster he moves, the greater the momentum. Holding his long spear, he aims at the chest of the flaming stone giant and charges forward, thrusting with all his might. Whoosh! The Yenshur giant only caught a glimpse of a shadow before it could launch its attack, and its chest was struck heavily by a sharp object. A bone-chilling sound echoed through the air. Though the strike didn't completely pierce the stone giant's thick body, Zhang Xuan's formidable attributes, combined with the momentum, shattered a large chunk of rock. Fragments of rock flew everywhere, and an astonishing damage number exceeding 20,000 appeared on the screen. Though the flaming stone giant felt no pain, the brutal blow sent its body staggering backward nearly to the point of falling. Feeling the life force draining from its body, it roared furiously and slammed both fists into the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook under the immense force, with debris and dust flying into the air. However, De Huang acted swiftly. Before the stone fist could land, it leaped into the air, avoiding the shockwave. Otherwise, its rapid movement would have been disrupted by the impact. The flamestone giant wasn't that simple either. After the stone fist struck down, seeing De Huang leap up, it immediately picked up a large rock wrapped in flames and hurled it toward him. It was the same technique used by the Black King to kill the previous flaming stone giant, replicated exactly. Zhang Xuan's pupils contracted, but by then, the yellow beast had already landed on all four legs. It immediately launched a wild charge, its five-fold berserk speed causing its explosive power to surge, vanishing from its original position in a flash. The boulder exploded violently at the exact moment De Huang vanished, and if it had hit him, the damage would have been severe. The wild charge skill had a duration, and within that time, Zhang Xuan had to eliminate the opponent. Just as the previous shot landed, a dense blood-red glow suddenly enveloped Zhang Xuan, shrouding him entirely in what seemed like a blood-colored shield. Endless blood. That's right, it was the rune obtained from the castle of Duke Fusila. Each time it deals damage, it drains 100% of the target's health. If the user's health is at full, the drained health is converted into a shield. That single strike granted Zhang Xuan over 20,000 shield points. Ha! Zhang Xuan roared, his courage surging, charging straight at the flaming stone giant with his spear wildly thrusting forward. Swish, swish, swish. He stopped in front of the flaming stone giant, stabbing it 3 or 4 times in an instant, each strike dealing terrifying damage. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's blood-red shield grew thicker and thicker. The flaming stone giant, seeing the human daring to stand its ground and attack it, flew into a rage, and its fists crashed down like meteors from the sky. Boom! 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 If anyone had been watching, they would have been utterly stunned, for Zhang Xuan was actually taking the flaming stone giant's attacks head-on while continuously thrusting his weapon forward. This fighting style was simply too reckless. However, with the effect of the endless blood rune, it was simply unreasonable. With each strike, Zhang Xuan dealt a significant blow to the flaming stone giant's health. Chapter 75, Lava River. While the flaming stone giant's attacks were equally devastating, they were merely depleting Zhang Xuan's blood shield, unable to harm its core. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the absurdly powerful effect of the endless blood rune. If the damage the opponent inflicts is less than the damage Zhang Xuan inflicts on them, and their attack frequency is also slower than his own, then his health wouldn't decrease at all. Instead, his blood shield would grow thicker and thicker. Just like it was now. Ah! The flaming stone giant roared furiously, each stone fist crashing down with tremendous force, sending a massive cloud of debris and dust into the air, mingling with the thick smoke and flames, creating a scene of chaos and destruction. However, it soon realized that no matter how fiercely it attacked, the human before it remained unharmed. Although the flamestone giant possesses sentience, this situation clearly exceeds its comprehension. Meanwhile, every strike of Zhang Xuan's long spear dealt devastating damage. With a thunderous crash, the opponent's health bar was depleted before it could react, and its body exploded into a pile of lifeless stone fragments, just like its fallen kin before it. Another stone of jade fire appeared, which Zhang Xuan quickly retrieved. Soon, 2 more flaming stone giants locked onto him. Zhang Xuan had begun to master the technique of fighting with a long spear while riding on the back of the yellow beast. As he prepared to continue practicing, he saw the situation and charged forward once more. Meanwhile, battles raged fiercely in other directions. The Black King still used his dragon flame technique to sweep everything away. Though these monsters, born in the flames, had strong resistance to fire, they couldn't withstand the pure dragon flame of the true dragon clan. They could only hold on for a moment longer before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Bing exerted a powerful countering effect against the flamestone giants in this environment. Its icy breath instantly extinguished the flames on the giants' bodies, rendering their flame-based attacks largely ineffective. The terrifying cold temperature further immobilized them in place, completely freezing them solid. Finally, the icy blue eyes of the Ice Phoenix flashed with a cold light, and several ice sculptures exploded, reducing the flamestone giants to piles of. The toxic mother tree excels at crowd control. Though its thick vines didn't deal significant damage to the giants, they prevented them from getting close, forcing them to struggle to tear at the vines binding them. However, they couldn't break free in the short term. However, the mother tree soon realized that the stone giants were immune to the spores, as they did not enter a poison state. But this was no problem. There was a previously unused tactic that could be tested today. The spores multiplied into saplings, and the poisonous mother tree activated its accelerated growth ability. The saplings quickly developed into small trees, and one by one, they grew legs and charged toward the flaming stone giants. Upon reaching close range, they exploded. Boom! 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 For a moment, the area was filled with the sound of explosions. After the smoke cleared, another pile of shattered giant remains lay scattered about. On the other side, Shadow Slayer activated Sweep the Thousand Armies, applying armor-piercing effects, then utilized the swift speed of the absolute shadow beneath him to engage in a tug-of-war with 3 flame stone giants. His attacks couldn't instantly kill the flaming stone giants, but his skill was exceptional, and he had the powerful evasion technique Absolute Shadow Assault at his disposal, allowing him to continuously maneuver, accumulate damage, and wait for an opportunity to strike. In this fiery wasteland, it seemed as though a small-scale battle had erupted, with deafening roars and intense explosions echoing everywhere. From time to time, another flaming stone giant would follow the same fate as its kin, crashing to the ground, only to be replaced by a new giant joining the fray. After nearly half an hour, the chaos finally subsided. The ground was littered with, and Zhang Xuan and his beast companions had killed over 30 flame stone giants. Of course, the ones who had killed the most were Black King and Ah Bing. Over 30 stone of jade fire also appeared on the ground, which Zhang Xuan collected into his backpack. He was slightly out of breath. This battle had been quite exhausting, but fortunately, no one was injured. Moreover, having killed so many elite tier level 100 monsters, the levels of the poisonous mother tree, Shadow Slayer, and Big Yellow all skyrocketed, all surpassing level 95. After briefly resting at the original spot, Zhang Xuan continued his advance. As he passed through the thick smoke, the slope of the depression continued downward. Soon, Zhang Xuan was blocked from proceeding further. Before him lay a river of molten lava, flowing downward, as if there was a wider space below. This situation is really tricky to get through. A molten lava bath? Not only would he not survive, but the shadow killers wouldn't stand a chance either. However, given the current situation, there were only two options: either continue deeper and find a new path, or descend from here. Taking a detour meant venturing into unknown areas, and with the limited visibility here, it would likely waste a lot of time. With limited time to collect materials within the sacred mountain, Zhang Xuan naturally hoped to find a direct way down. Chirr! At that moment, the Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Zhang Xuan turned around. Ah Bing, do you have an idea? He suddenly recalled that earlier, at the bottom of the bone-burying basin, it was indeed Ah Bing who had created a path. However, the temperature of the lava was terrifying, and he wasn't sure if it would still work. Ah Bing conveyed a thought, then released a blast of icy breath. The intense heat and freezing cold collided, instantly vaporizing into an extremely dense mist. The piercing sound of hissing echoed, and then, to everyone's surprise, the ice actually solidified, carving out a path through the flowing lava. Zhang Xuan didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Ah Bing, well done. However, solidifying a path in such high temperatures was no easy feat for the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Once the ice path was formed, Zhang Xuan immediately signaled Di Huang to advance, followed closely by Ying Sha and Mu Shu. Black King and Ah Bing glided in from above. After everyone had passed through, the ice path collapsed with a loud crash, sinking into the scorching river below. Upon reaching the lower area, Zhang Xuan looked around and found that while the environment was even more scorching, it had become surprisingly calm compared to the previous scene of fiery seas and thick smoke. Before him lay a winding river of molten lava, emitting intense heat. Above the river, floating rocks had formed into patches of land and paths. Zhang Xuan stepped onto the solid rock path. It seemed as though they had reached the first underground level, with stone walls above and the lava river stretching endlessly before him. Since that was the case, he decided to follow the central path forward. The lava rivers on either side occasionally bubbled and gurgled. Logically, such terrifying temperatures should make it impossible for any life to survive there. But for such powerful and strange beasts, surviving in any environment was no surprise. Sure enough, as they continued forward, a massive fish engulfed in flames suddenly leaped out of the river, its form hideous and its face grotesque. However, they were quickly intercepted by several beast pets and killed on the spot. Chapter 76, Divine Flame Fruit. Given Zhang Xuan's current beast pet team strength, it would be difficult to say whether a 5th rank beast tamer could be his match, unless their beast pets were of extremely high quality and had formed an optimal synergy, in which case they might stand a chance. If the Black King were to break through to the growth stage, even a 6th tier beast tamer would likely be no match for it. The gap in strength between beasts of different grades only widens as their grades increase. To put it simply, the increase in attributes such as health, attack, and defense when a divine grade beast pet levels up is hundreds of times greater than that of a golden grade beast pet. And when a divine tier beast pet reaches the growth stage or the complete form, this disparity becomes even more staggering. Not to mention the differences in hidden attributes and skill talents. Among the top-tier beast masters at the 6th rank, the strongest beast pets they can summon typically do not exceed 150 in level and do not surpass the star rank tier in grade. A 100th level divine tier beast pet can effortlessly overwhelm a 50th level beast pet, despite the seemingly insurmountable 50 level gap. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of the title divine tier? Zhang Xuan continued forward, crossing one after another of small islands shattered by lava rivers. Ahead, a much larger floating island came into view. Rivers flowed around the floating island on both sides, while the smaller floating islands surrounded it, resembling stars clustering around the moon. Most importantly, this floating island was covered in lush vegetation. This was a major discovery. Although he had encountered some monsters capable of surviving in this volcanic depths along the way, this was the first time he had ever seen plants. To survive in such a harsh environment with almost no water sources was truly remarkable. Zhang Xuan rode his large yellow mount onto the floating island. Though it seemed large, it wasn't actually that big. One could see all the scenery on the island at a glance. The vegetation here wasn't the usual green but a fiery red that blended seamlessly with the surroundings. The trees were short and bushy, and strangely, the tips of their branches bore fruits that gleamed like rubies, translucent and flawless. The surface of the fruits was transparent, with small flames flickering inside, making them appear even more eerie and extraordinary. Zhang Xuan was astonished. What exactly were these things, fruits or some kind of creature that contained an unquenchable flame burning within them? He approached to take a closer look. Just then, the large yellow beast beneath him suddenly turned its head, gazing warily at the surface of the lava river. Whoosh! A massive black shadow burst forth from the river, emanating intense heat. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan turned to look and saw that it was a massive red serpent, its body engulfed in raging flames. It was a fire serpent. Boss Flame Python LV.120. Description: a brutal creature born from the fiery energy that consumes all, possessing extremely strong fire resistance and fire attribute damage. Attributes: health 500,000. Physical attack 20,000, magic attack 35,000. Physical defense 18,500, magic defense 25,000. Skills: Blazing Grave, Death Embrace, Inferno Devour. Is this a level 120 boss template monster? Zhang Xuan glanced at it briefly before turning his attention back and continuing toward the burning fruit. The flaming python roared and lunged forward, but a black figure suddenly charged out, knocking it off course. The flame serpent grew enraged, opening its mouth to spew forth orange-red flames that seemed capable of incinerating even the hardest steel. It had grown alongside fire elements beneath the volcano, its control over fire innate, born of fire, merged with fire. In this region, Zhang Xuan was not the first outsider to invade. But all previous intruders, whether human or dwarf, had already met their end here. The black dragon's pale golden pupils betrayed its disdain, and it opened its mouth once more, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames. The two flames collided, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that filled the air, creating a momentary stalemate. The Black King lunged forward, and the dragon flames followed suit, pressing down. The flame serpent roared once more, channeling the lava flames to their peak. It watched as Zhang Xuan continued to approach the burning fruit, its serpentine eyes filled with urgency and savagery, yet it was utterly unable to break free. Yen Mang never imagined that, within his own territory, there could be an existence capable of matching him in the realm of flames. Zhang Xuan didn't even bother to look back at the battle. He had already arrived at the fruit. Divine Flame Fruit Spiritual Object. Description: a celestial spirit object nurtured by the most powerful flames in the world. It has even absorbed a trace of the flame's laws, making it extremely precious. Even the strongest creatures covet it. It can be consumed directly, altering one's physique, and there is a chance of awakening. However, those with insufficient physical strength may be unable to withstand the violent flame energy and perish in self-immolation. This is... Zhang Xuan was deeply moved. From this description, this was undoubtedly a top-tier spiritual object. He reached out to pick it up, feeling a wave of heat in his hand, though not intense enough to burn him. After holding the divine flame fruit in his hand, Zhang Xuan felt an inexplicable urge welling up inside him. He desperately wanted to try consuming one immediately. However, the warning in the description seemed no ordinary matter. Perhaps he should put it away first and consider whether to consume it later? Yet the urge surged suddenly, as if Zhang Xuan's body was craving the fruit. In the end, as if possessed, Zhang Xuan stuffed the fruit into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, he regretted his decision, wondering why he had taken such a risk. But before he could think further, an explosive surge of intense heat erupted from his lower abdomen, sweeping through every tissue and cell in his body. Hot, so hot. Zhang Xuan's entire body turned bright red, as if he were being boiled, with thick white smoke billowing from his skin. He felt as though he were being burned by fire. No, he had transformed into flames himself. In an instant, Zhang Xuan's consciousness began to fade. The flame serpent, seeing his reaction after swallowing the fruit, grew even more frantic, desperately trying to break free and charge toward Zhang Xuan. However, the Black King wouldn't let it go. He roared, signaling Ah Bing and the other beasts not to interfere, then charged at the flame serpent with brutal ferocity. In terms of fire manipulation, what creature in the world could surpass the black dragon that could incinerate the world? In terms of physical strength, how many beings could suppress its pure-blooded dragon lineage? Once it got serious, a mere 120th level boss would be crushed to death if it didn't focus solely on defending itself. On this side, Zhang Xuan was already lying on the ground, with Big Yellow growling softly, wanting to approach his master. However, the intense heat emanating from Zhang Xuan's body made it feel unbearably scorching, forcing it to circle anxiously around him. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. Zhang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. For just a few seconds, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if he were truly being burned alive. However, the pain quickly subsided. In its place was an explosive surge of energy within his body. Chapter 77, Flame Sage. A system prompt followed. You have consumed a divine flame fruit 1. Your affinity with fire elements has significantly increased. Your hidden attribute constitution has greatly improved, significantly increasing your health and healing speed. Your fire resistance has greatly increased. Skill talent awakening check. Check failed. A series of prompts appeared, indicating the immense benefits the divine flame fruit had bestowed upon Zhang Xuan. Constitution is a hidden attribute directly related to health points and health regeneration speed. Among all races, humans have average innate values for the 4 hidden attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, and there are few ways to enhance them through cultivation. Only certain special physiques can exhibit extraordinary abilities in a specific area, but such individuals are extremely rare, making it impossible to develop corresponding extraordinary systems. The vast majority of humans rely on the favor of the beast gods to walk the path of beast masters. For other races, such as those with exceptional physical constitution, their innate recovery abilities are already strong, and the most outstanding among them can even achieve the unimaginable feat of regenerating severed limbs. This falls under the category of innate bloodline-based extraordinary systems. However, those who are physically weak can seek supplementation from celestial and earthly treasures, which is what is referred to as the heavens provide all things to nourish humanity. The human race has the strongest capacity to absorb spiritual treasures, unlike other races whose bodies are more prone to rejecting them. However, there is a significant contradiction: spiritual treasures are rare, and top-tier ones only appear in extremely harsh environments. Moreover, to consume them safely, one must possess extremely high physical strength, otherwise, one risks being overwhelmed by the energy or suffering irreversible damage. Take the divine flame fruit, for example. If any other beast master were to consume one, it would likely have already been incinerated. Only Zhang Xuan, with the attribute feedback from the 2 divine beasts, possesses physical prowess far surpassing ordinary humans, enabling him to withstand it. This truly embodies the perfect alignment of heaven, earth, and humanity. In a sense, his body has already taken a step into the realm of the extraordinary, a feat even the most powerful beast tamers would find difficult to achieve. That flame python had been waiting here for years, hoping to use the divine flame fruit to undergo a transformation and enhance its life essence. However, fearing the rejection reaction, it dared not consume it recklessly. Now that it had been taken advantage of by Zhang Xuan, it raged with fury. But under the Black King's attacks, it couldn't break through and was utterly helpless. Zhang Xuan extended both hands, and faint crimson patterns lurked beneath his skin, coursing through his veins alongside the blood, washing over his body. He could feel a fiery heat burning within him, yet it was not scorching. Instead, it was warm and incredibly comfortable, granting him enhanced vitality and endurance. The scorching and oppressive heat that had previously enveloped him vanished completely, as if he had suddenly adapted to the fiery, chaotic environment. This was the effect of fire element affinity. Zhang Xuan's body had become more attuned to nature, able to convert fire element energy into physical energy, which is why he felt so comfortable and at ease in the volcano. He looked eagerly at the other divine flame fruits. Though there weren't many here, there were still enough to count in the double digits. If one fruit had such a powerful effect, what would happen if he ate them all? With the experience of the first one, Zhang Xuan no longer hesitated, plucking another one and devouring it. This time, he could fully savor the taste of the fruit. The fruit was soft and juicy upon entry, with a sweet and warm flavor that slid down his throat like a warm current flowing into his body. It was undoubtedly delicious. The second one didn't cause the same burning sensation or intense pain as the first. Instead, his entire body felt warm and cozy, like he'd just had a sauna. The system prompt appeared again, similar to the first time, and the skill talent assessment remained unsuccessful. Zhang Xuan was curious. He had heard that some people had awakened powerful physical abilities after consuming top-tier spiritual treasures. Could he have a chance too? Since one wasn't enough and two weren't enough, he decided to keep eating. Maybe there would be a surprise. He picked all the fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Meanwhile, the flame serpent, which had been dodging the Black King's attacks while constantly glancing in this direction, had shock and anxiety in its snake-like eyes. It couldn't fathom how a human could consume the divine flame fruit so recklessly. Its heart was bleeding, and it roared incessantly, but it couldn't break through the Black King's blockade, and its injuries grew worse by the moment. Zhang Xuan ate with increasing vigor, as if he were munching on snacks. Seeing the flaming python's desperate reaction, he held up a divine flame fruit high. "Hey! Do you want some too?" "Ugh!" The Yen Meng stared at the fruit in his hand, letting out a scream that was either from the pain of being beaten by the Black King or from sheer desire. Then Zhang Xuan tossed the fruit into the air, caught it in his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Yen Meng's eyes filled with despair. In that moment of distraction, the Black King's claws, as sharp as divine weapons, sliced through his tough, resilient skin, then dug in and ripped out his internal organs. The Yen Meng let out a piercing scream and plummeted into the river of lava. Meanwhile, as he continued to devour the divine flame fruits, the system prompt changed. Skill talent awakening judgment in progress. Judgment successful. You have obtained the talent Fire Element Control Beginner. Zhang Xuan devoured the remaining fruits in one go, and the prompts continued to change. Your talent has undergone a transformation. You have obtained the talent Fire Element Control Intermediate. You have obtained the talent Fire Element Control Advanced. You have obtained the talent Flame Sovereign. In an instant, Zhang Xuan sensed that his body had undergone countless changes in the blink of an eye. The fire elements around him no longer merely evoked the familiar sense of closeness he had felt before, but now he could faintly discern a certain emotion. It was a sense of submission, as if countless flames were gathering to crown a king. Flame Sovereign Talent. Description: you can absorb all flames in the world to enhance yourself. You can actively burn fire elements to activate true flame body and gain combat power boosts. This talent can be further upgraded. The description was straightforward, but Zhang Xuan recognized the immense power and limitless potential of this talent. At this stage, he had already used this talent to gain control over flames and an active skill to enhance combat power. As he continues to consume new flames, this talent can be further enhanced. Zhang Xuan's perception was now extraordinary. He could clearly see all the fire elements around him, those crimson sparks dancing and swirling around him in a spiral. Chapter 78, Vortex. Zhang Xuan tried to extend his hand and touch one of them. Sizzle! Sparks flew, and a small flame shot out from his hand before quickly fading away. Zhang Xuan was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. He realized that the flame was something he had released himself. The moment he touched the fire element, it felt as though his body had instinctively transformed the fire element into actual flames. He closed his eyes and focused his senses once more. Under the guidance of the Flame Sage's innate talent, the fire elements obeyed his commands as if they were an extension of his own limbs, moving with greater ease and fluidity than even the fire mages of the elf tribe, who specialized in fire-based spells. Whoosh! In the next instant, two flames shot out from Zhang Xuan's hands, enveloping his skin and burning fiercely, mercilessly consuming the air around him. It worked! Zhang Xuan was overjoyed. This trip to the sacred mountain had yielded the greatest reward. The divine flame fruits had awakened such a powerful innate talent within him. It could even be said that this was more exciting than obtaining a divine tier beast pet, as this was true power returning to himself, propelling him toward the path of the extraordinary. Zhang Xuan began experimenting with various transformations. He clasped his hands together, then spread them apart. With a fiery orb containing chaotic energy swirling in his palms, he summoned 5 or 6 small fireballs, making them circle around him. He also flung the fireballs outward, striking the stone walls with a loud boom, causing intense flames to erupt. He also tried to condense the flames into weapon-like forms, such as a flaming heavy sword and a flaming dagger. However, this was clearly several times more difficult. Even if he managed to shape them, they would immediately disintegrate into fire elements the moment he swung them. Zhang Xuan was thoroughly enjoying himself, constantly experimenting. As a flame sovereign, his mastery of fire was innate, deeply ingrained in his blood. With time and practice, he would become increasingly proficient in this area. The Black King, Bing, and De Huang were also deeply curious. They gathered around Zhang Xuan, watching him perform his various fire-manipulating tricks. Finally, Zhang Xuan stopped. He focused his mind and sensed the changes within his body. Since awakening this special physique, his body was constantly filled with explosive energy, as the fire elements in the world could now serve as a source of energy for him. Especially in this environment beneath the volcano, where fire elements were incredibly dense, it felt as though he had a sun burning inside him. However, Zhang Xuan's expression grew peculiar. He couldn't help but glance down at his lower body. Ever since he first awoke, he had felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. At first, he hadn't thought much of it, but now the heat hadn't subsided at all, clearly related to his new physique. It could be considered a side effect, but fortunately, it wasn't too bothersome. Zhang Xuan temporarily halted his development of flame abilities and instead explored the small floating island. Soon, he discovered other treasures besides the divine flame fruit. It was the red iron he had previously excavated, but the deposits here were much more abundant. Digging through the soil, he found a vast expanse of it below. We struck gold. Come on, everyone, let us dig together. Zhang Xuan pulled out his notebook and started acting like a gold miner, with Black King Bing and the others joining in, even Big Yellow using his wolf claws to dig furiously. Red iron 45. Red iron 51. Red iron 105. Alerts kept coming in, and Zhang Xuan worked even harder. This was a huge harvest. This floating island was almost entirely composed of this type of iron ore. After digging for over 2 hours, they finally emptied the soil of all the ore. In the end, they harvested over 5,000 units. Awesome. Done. Let's keep moving forward. Zhang Xuan left the floating island and continued onward. He still hadn't spotted the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal yet, but he hoped to encounter it soon. He no longer feared the flames and could walk directly through the lava river. He decided to summon the others into the summoning space, leaving only Black King Bing outside, and walked on the flames. Oh, right. Zhang Xuan suddenly stopped. He looked at the lava river surging past with. He tried to absorb it, and soon, something seemed to be extracted from the lava river, a fiery flame. The flame entered his body, and Zhang Xuan felt his cells all over his body tingle with excitement. Ding! You have absorbed magma fire. Your flame control ability has increased, and your physical constitution has improved. Absorbing flames of the same or lower grade will reduce the bonus effect progressively. It worked! After absorbing the flame condensed from the magma essence, Zhang Xuan clearly felt his strength increase once again. However, as he continued to absorb the magma essence, the bonus effects began to diminish immediately, eventually ceasing altogether. It seems that a single type of flame can only provide a bonus once. To continue strengthening himself, he would need to seek out various different types of flames in the future. Zhang Xuan continued forward until he reached the end of the lava river. Ahead was a thick layer of rock, and below appeared a lava vortex, seemingly leading to a deeper space that was sucking in the material above. Zhang Xuan is now highly sensitive to the presence of fire elements. He senses that beneath the vortex, there are energy fluctuations far stronger than those here, indicating that there is indeed another space below. It seems I must go down. He instructed Black King and Ah Bing to return to the beast-taming space for now, then jumped into the river. Soon, his body was sucked into the vortex's gravitational pull, being dragged downward. Fortunately, thanks to the Flame Sage's innate ability, Zhang Xuan was completely unaffected by the extreme heat and could even open his eyes freely to survey his surroundings. This was an underground river channel. He swam along it, the slope steep like a waterfall, sliding straight down. With a splash, he seemed to have fallen into a lava pool, arriving at a deeper layer of the volcano's core. Several dozen minutes earlier, Jin Yunyuan arrived at the end of another river in a different direction, where there was also a whirlpool. He looked disheveled, with his robes bearing scorch marks from the heat. Looking at the scalding lava, Jin Yunyuan's expression darkened. Ah, damn it. Those giants are such a hassle. Is the legendary heavenly fire really down there? Earlier, he had also encountered numerous flamestone giants. Although Jin Yunyuan had fully controlled 7 beast pets, reaching the maximum number of beast pets allowed for a 5th rank beast master, and his beast pets were of high grade and level. However, facing these giants with their formidable defense and powerful fire-based attacks, he was still struggling to keep up. In the end, 2 of his beast pets were severely injured and forced back into the beast summoning space, allowing him to barely make it through. Fortunately, he had collected a good amount of high-quality ore and some fire attribute spiritual herbs suitable for crafting potions along the way, making it a decent haul. However, the thing he desired most was still nowhere to be found. Could the legendary object be lurking beneath this vortex? Chapter 79, Crimson Flame Light. If he could obtain the heavenly fire like that 9th rank beast tamer before him, then Jin Yunyuan would have everything he desired: power, wealth, beauty, even the favor of the queen herself. In the kingdom of Shinra, he held noble status, but that was merely the legacy of his ancestors. By his generation, little remained, and he was no different from a commoner. But power is might. By achieving the 9th rank, he would become the most prestigious person in the kingdom of Silla. At that point, restoring his ancestors' glory would be as easy as speaking a single word. Kim Yunwan's eyes flickered, and countless visions of beauty beckoned to him in his mind. Let's do it! He pulled out a glowing artifact from his robe. This was the expensive item he had purchased for this journey to the Red Dwarf's holy mountain, spending nearly his entire fortune, and it had only a limited number of uses. To obtain even the slightest chance of obtaining the heavenly fire, Kim Yunwan had staked everything. As he activated the artifact, he rose into the air, enveloped by a hazy, dreamlike light that formed a sphere around him. This was a creation from the sacred elf kingdom. Within the duration of the light barrier, it could adapt to almost any extremely harsh and dangerous environment. Extreme cold, intense heat, gale force winds, even the spatial turbulence from the Broken Realm, capable of shredding a 200th level monster in an instant, could be temporarily blocked. Jin Yunyuan's expression was resolute. Since he had already used this ultimate item, he wouldn't settle for anything less than a few valuable items. May the great ancestors of the Jin family protect us. Simi da. Plop. Plunging into the vortex, the intense heat surged toward him. Jin Yunyuan's heart leaped to his throat. At this temperature, if he were to come into contact with it, he wouldn't even have time to utter a complete scream before his consciousness would be incinerated. Fortunately, the light barrier was incredibly sturdy, firmly blocking the lava from entering. No matter how violently it pounded against it, it remained unmoved. He followed the flow of lava downward and landed in a pool below. Jin Yunyuan surfaced and was startled by the scene before him. Outside the pool lay an immense underground world, with sharp, stalactite-like rock formations hanging from the ceiling. The ground was covered in clusters of fiery red crystals arranged in patterns, creating an awe-inspiring and mysterious atmosphere reminiscent of an underground flame palace. The crystals were enormous, forming paths that resembled a labyrinth designed by some ancient civilization. At the center of it all was a dazzling crimson divine light. This divine light resembles a towering pillar of light, piercing through the thick stone walls and reaching the upper world, continuously transmitting intense heat. The brilliance of the light pillar was so blinding that Jin Yunyuan could only lower his head immediately, unable to look directly at it. The intense light and heat would burn the pupils of anyone daring to gaze upon it. The heat was palpable, and despite the protective light barrier, Jin Yunyuan could clearly sense that it was far hotter than the lava rivers on the previous level. That's right. It must be here. Jin Yunyuan's body trembled slightly, unable to suppress the overwhelming joy surging through his mind. This was the source of energy that had been burning ceaselessly for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, sustaining the entire volcano. Only the mythical heavenly fire could achieve such a feat. He was about to succeed. He was about to succeed. Jin Yunyuan almost burst into laughter. He clenched his fists tightly until one of his hands began to ache, finally managing to suppress his restless emotions. He took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. We haven't obtained the heavenly fire yet. This place might harbor some terrifying existence. Jin Yuan carefully scanned his surroundings. Although the light barrier's defensive effects were extremely strong, its duration was limited. Moreover, if he encountered any exceptionally powerful monsters, he might end up in a dangerous situation. It was best to remain cautious. He waved his hand, and a strange beast resembling a wild rabbit suddenly appeared out of thin air. It began sniffing around, searching for any signs of monsters. After waiting for a moment, the creature didn't seem to have detected anything worth worrying about, so Jin Yunyuan moved forward, gradually approaching the light pillar. At the base of the light pillar was a large hole from which it had been emitted. The hole's opening flickered with flickering flames, and everything around it warped under the intense heat, with spatial fissures constantly appearing and disappearing. The fissures appeared and vanished constantly, caused by the intense energy tearing apart the fabric of space. However, the rules of this world were highly complete and had reached a stable state, capable of self-repair. Otherwise, if this were a subspace, it might have already collapsed due to the relentless, chaotic energy. Jin Yunyuan's breathing grew again. There was no doubt about it, it must be the heavenly fire. Only such a supreme entity endowed with divine power could create such a phenomenon. But, how could he possibly obtain it? Jin Yunyuan hesitated. The legendary beast tamer from his country of Silla had mentioned obtaining the heavenly fire, but he had never revealed the details of how he had acquired it. Should he rely on the protective barrier and force his way through? But that crimson light pillar contained enough energy to sustain a volcano. The protective barrier might not hold up. Just as he was torn, a splash echoed from the lava pool. The sound echoed through the underground space, clearly audible. Jin Yunyuan startled. Someone else had come down? Right, it's that kid from Xia Kingdom. He quickly found a natural stone pillar and hid his figure. This guy actually made it here too, and his speed isn't much slower than mine? Damn it! Jin Yunyuan had previously judged Zhang Xuan's appearance to be no more than 20 years old. At that age, even with good luck and a solid foundation, he would only be a newcomer in the Beastmaster realm. How could he compare to the renowned genius beast tamer from the Jin family of the Silla Kingdom? Earlier, he had been surrounded and attacked by the flaming stone giants, paying a heavy price to break through. He had assumed Zhang Xuan would likely perish here, but to his surprise, the other party had managed to break through all the way. Could it be that this kid just got lucky and didn't encounter any monsters along the way? Damn it, should I just go out and kill him? Jin Yunyuan's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He now regarded this sacred land and the potential existence of the heavenly fire as his own territory, and would not allow anyone else to lay a finger on it. Let alone a rookie beast tamer from the Xia Kingdom. Xia Kingdom, according to their records and the history of their Shinra Kingdom, was nothing more than a group of refugees who had migrated and fled to that land long ago. How could they possibly be compared to him, a noble of the prestigious Shinra Kingdom? Every time he encountered a Xia Kingdom beast tamer, Kim Yun-won couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and an urgent desire to crush the other person under his feet. To prove his own legitimacy and nobility. As he thought this, Kim Yun-won was about to reveal himself. Chapter 80, The Flame Demon. The entire underground space suddenly trembled. Boom! Jin Yunyuan lost his balance and nearly stumbled. His expression turned pale as he quickly grabbed hold of a nearby stone pillar. What's going on? At that moment, he sensed the energy in the surrounding air suddenly erupting, as if fire elements were violently pulling in one direction. Immediately afterward, all the crimson light converged toward the center, the ground turning into a pool of fiery red, as if melted by an extremely terrifying high temperature. The space was burning, and the intense heat made even Jin Yunyuan, protected by a light barrier, feel unable to endure it. Soon, a massive hand emerged from the melted ground. The hand was covered in flowing molten lava, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. This is bad. There's truly a formidable monster here. Jin Yunyuan startled, quickly retreating his body further down the stone pillar. An existence born in such an environment close to the heavenly fire must be far more terrifying than the flame stone giants. Was obtaining the heavenly fire truly destined to encounter such a major obstacle? However, looking at the position of that terrifying hand, it was right in front of the young man from the Xia Kingdom. Well, let the monster deal with him. Though I won't get to enjoy the fight myself, at least I can assess the monster's approximate strength. Just as he was thinking this, the owner of the giant hand pushed its body out of the ground. It was over a story tall, its entire body composed of flames, with lava flowing constantly from its surface, dripping onto the ground and emitting a heart-stopping sizzling sound. The terrifying heat emanating from its body felt as though it had devoured all the flame energy in the area. The crimson crystals around it glowed brightly. The moment this flame monster appeared, it ignited the incredibly dense fire elements in the air. Jin Yunyuan peered through the cracks in the stone pillars, only to see the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster standing there, watching everything unfold without moving an inch, his expression even seeming amused. This kid must be crazy. Is he just going to die like this without putting up a fight? Damn it, I was hoping he'd struggle a bit so I could observe some of this monster's characteristics. If I had known this would happen, I should have taken care of him myself. At that moment, Zhang Xuan looked at the monster before him. All that appeared in the system prompt was the name Flame Demon, with nothing else displayed. He had heard of this situation before in certain special regions or environments. The worlds couldn't digitize certain entities. Just like the remnant soul of Duke Fukara he had encountered in the Blood Ash realm. It seems this Flame Demon is no ordinary being. Zhang Xuan could sense the pure and intense fire elements emanating from the creature, devoid of any impurities. This meant that the creature was a manifestation of fire elements themselves, though over time, it may have developed some form of consciousness, much like the sentient nature of the flame stone giants. It has thus become this powerful entity with a body of flame. Upon its appearance, the flame demon let out a mighty roar, causing flames to erupt in all directions across the vast underground space. It was the ruler of this fiery world, and any intruder would face its most terrifying punishment. Then, its eyes, spewing flames, fixed their gaze on the humans before it. Burning and destruction were the only thoughts in its mind. However, when its gaze locked onto Zhang Xuan, it paused in its tracks, and the previously swelling intent to kill suddenly turned into confusion. Because it could sense that the other was not an intruder, but an existence similar to itself in essence. Yet to call it a kindred being felt somehow off. Because it had begun to feel, faintly, a sense of needing to look up to the other being? Although the flame demon possessed autonomous consciousness, its spiritual intelligence was not high. It felt extremely frustrated by this contradictory situation and roared angrily several times. It then flung several streams of flames from its hands, blasting the surrounding stone walls into charred craters, as if it were on the brink of losing control at any moment. Zhang Xuan watched with interest. Possessing the physique of a flame sovereign, his flame rank naturally surpassed that of the flame demon. Additionally, having absorbed magma fire earlier, he could sense that the opponent's true essence was magma fire. However, due to its awakened sentience, it was slightly different. Since all flames could be harnessed, wasn't this creature also made of fire? Acting on his thought, Zhang Xuan focused his mind and began absorbing the fire elements within the opponent's body. As his innate ability activated, a large chunk of flames was torn directly from the flame demon's body and entered Zhang Xuan's body. You have absorbed magma fire alien type. Your affinity with fire elements has increased, your physical constitution has improved, and the intensity of your flame sovereign talent has been enhanced. Zhang Xuan felt the enhanced energy surging through his body and his expression brightened. Not only was it possible, but the magma fire from the flame demon was indeed different from the previous magma fire, belonging to a different type of flame with altered properties. This meant it wasn't considered duplicate absorption and could bring entirely new enhancements. Thinking this, he continued to absorb the energy. Although the first absorption of the same type of flame provided the greatest boost, subsequent absorptions also offered some improvement, until his body reached its limit. However, this caused a large amount of flame to be drawn from the flame demon's body. Before it could react to what was happening, it sensed its life force draining away at an absurdly rapid pace. If this continued, it might lose the spiritual essence it had so painstakingly awakened. It looked at Zhang Xuan in horror. Could he be the great flame lord from the bloodline techniques? How else could he so easily strip away its flames without any control? In the next moment, the flame demon suddenly knelt down on the ground, burying its head and muttering incoherently. At the same time, Zhang Xuan, through the fire elements, clearly sensed the other's intentions. Supreme Master, please spare your servant. Unknown creature flame demon is initiating a bonding request. Accept? Bonding? Zhang Xuan paused, rubbing his chin. Having another subordinate wasn't a bad idea. After all, he had already absorbed this foreign magma fire, and draining the other completely wouldn't yield much additional benefit. Accept. After confirming this decision, Zhang Xuan immediately sensed that his consciousness had formed some kind of connection with the other entity. With a single thought, he could control the flaming demon's life and death. The flame demon also sensed this. It humbly lowered its body engulfed in flames, as if expressing its reverence for its master. Zhang Xuan was surprised to discover that the flame demon had not been recognized by the world's will as his beast pet. It was another form, a more direct one. However, the control and power over life and death between master and servant was even more rigid than the relationship between a beast master and their beast pet. He had come to a realization. It seemed that these attributes were of the same origin as his own, and his status was superior to that of the. Thus, a master-servant relationship was formed directly. Chapter 81, Crimson Flame Holy Crystal. This was better, he now had an extra ally without occupying his beast-taming space. Zhang Xuan thought to himself that, if that was the case, his plan to form a Beastmaster army seemed more feasible. For instance, by gaining more authority, he could recruit more servants. Fire, frost, storms, lightning, even light, darkness, and undead. However, all of this requires more precious opportunities, which means he must explore various secret realms and perilous lands that ordinary people can't reach. For Zhang Xuan, as long as he could keep growing stronger and steadily climb toward the pinnacle of the world, he had nothing to fear. And now, the clear path forward, aside from obtaining more top-tier beast pets, was naturally to utilize his flame-venerable talent to continuously acquire high-quality fire seeds, upgrade his talent, and ultimately master the power of fire. On that day, everything that relies on fire will naturally have to submit to him as their master. Zhang Xuan surveyed the fantastical and magnificent underground space. The crimson light pillars before him were breathtakingly beautiful, and the source of the heart-pounding energy lay beneath them. Was the crimson flame holy crystal he sought there? However, there was already a ready-made guide here. Though the flame demon lacked intelligence, it had been born and raised in this space, making it intimately familiar with everything here. Zhang Xuan communicated with it through his consciousness. The flame demon understood his meaning and transmitted another message in response. Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered. The other party was saying that the crimson flame holy crystal was not a type of ore, but rather a crystallization of the overflowing divine flame. Divine flame? The flame demon raised its hand and pointed toward the crimson light column. Could it be that it was right before their eyes? The energy level of that light pillar, as Zhang Xuan perceived it, was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of magma fire. He extended his hand to grasp the pure fire element, and countless brilliant light points settled in his palm. This process took some time, and after about 10 minutes, the light points finally solidified into a lustrous, warm crystal stone, free of any impurities, its color as ethereal as a dream. You have obtained Crimson Flame Holy Crystal 1. Zhang Xuan realized that the flame demon was right, this was indeed the legendary Crimson Flame Holy Crystal. However, if anyone else had come here, they would have left empty-handed even if they had entered a treasure mountain. Because his body couldn't withstand so many divine flame fruits, he couldn't awaken the fire attribute authority talent, and without mastering even a fraction of that authority, he couldn't control the pure and chaotic primal flame energy. For him now, the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal was as easy to take as one would pluck a flower. But before that, he didn't want a fly lurking in the shadows. Zhang Xuan glanced at a massive stone pillar in the distance with a faint smile and spoke softly, "You've been hiding there for so long. Shall I invite you out?" Jin Yunyuan, hiding behind the stone pillar, shuddered violently, nearly peeing himself in fear. Ever since he witnessed the flame demon submitting, he had nearly popped his eyes out of his sockets. The scene before him was completely incomprehensible. How had this young man from the Xia kingdom managed to do this? This being, whose entire body was composed of flames, and whose surging aura was undeniable, had surrendered so easily to the other party. When he saw Zhang Xuan approach the crimson light pillar and effortlessly control the flames, fear surged within him. This wasn't right. There was definitely something wrong here. What was happening before his eyes was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary beast tamer. Jin Yunyuan knew that some powerful beast tamers could break through their limitations and embark on their own extraordinary path, combining their beast taming abilities with other techniques to achieve astonishing power. However, such abilities were typically reserved for those of 8th rank or higher, as one could not withstand the fundamental transformation of life essence until their attributes reached a certain level. Therefore, faced with such an eerie scene, he dared not reveal himself. Little did he know that Zhang Xuan had already noticed him. In fact, everything had already been exposed to Zhang Xuan's sight. Upon arriving in the underground space, he had already sensed Jin Yunyuan's presence. After all the fire elements around him were under his control, and even the slightest movement of an ant in the corner couldn't escape his notice. He hadn't acted earlier simply because he knew the other party wasn't strong enough to disrupt his plans, so he felt confident. Now was the time to eliminate him. Jin Yunyuan, seeing there was no escape, trembled as he dragged himself out. He forced a fawning smile, his back hunched as if he couldn't straighten it. "Sir? Sir, I am Jin Yunyuan. I have no intention of challenging you. I beg you, for the sake of the friendly cooperation between our two nations' beast-taming communities, please spare me and let me go." Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Friendly cooperation? I heard that the people of the Silla kingdom are quite hostile toward us." No. That's definitely a lie spread by the people of the Yingzhou kingdom." Jin Yunyuan frantically waved his hands. "We of the Silla kingdom regard the Xia kingdom. No, we regard the great Xia kingdom like a child regards its father. Who would hate their own father?" As he spoke, he blinked his eyes forcefully, and tears seemed to well up in the corners of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xuan burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. He had expected the other party to beg for mercy, but he never imagined they would start with such a line. Jin Yunyuan could only join in the awkward laughter. Zhang Xuan finally stopped, adopted a pensive expression, and posed a crucial question. "If that's the case, shouldn't you change your title?" Jin Yunyuan froze for a moment, then, as if he had rehearsed it beforehand, immediately dropped to the ground and began banging his head on the floor. A Bucky Silla language, father. I'm your long-lost son. This completely threw Zhang Xuan off guard. He couldn't believe someone would go this far. Even teasing him anymore felt pointless. He clapped his hands. Come on, summon all your beast pets. HM? Jin Yunyuan looked up, his eyes meeting Zhang Xuan's. There, he saw no mercy, only absolute dominance and the unyielding arrogance of one who holds the power of life and death. From the very beginning, the other party had never intended to spare him. Jin Yunyuan clenched his teeth and trembled as he said, No, do you know who I am? I come from the Jin clan of Silla. If I die, many will come to hunt you down. You won't be able to escape. Though he was merely a collateral branch of the Kim family, the likelihood of the main clan avenging his death was extremely low. But in this situation, he could only resort to empty threats. The Kim family was the royal clan of Silla, and that might make the other party hesitate. Zhang Xuan scoffed, if there are ghosts after death, you can follow behind and see what kind of worthless Kim family members kneel before their father like you did. His tone was arrogant and unrestrained. Zhang Xuan suddenly realized that there was a lot of evil in his true nature, and he didn't intend to hide it, because it felt good. Jin Yunyuan roared and suddenly stood up, taking a few steps back. Chapter 82, Despair. He knew the other party had no intention of sparing him, so he could only fight to the death. Jin Yunyuan's face twisted into a hideous grimace. He clapped his hands together, and 7 beams of light flashed. 7 beasts of various shapes and sizes appeared. Among them were 3 serpent beasts, an iron-backed ape, a man-eating flower with a blood-red maw, and a saber-toothed tiger with fangs as sharp as blades. Each one looked ferocious and powerful, with an aura that was anything but ordinary. It must be said that among 5th-tier beast tamers, Jin Yunyuan was indeed a standout. Each of his beast pets was of an exceptional grade and had been carefully cultivated. However, even with all of them deployed, he still felt no sense of security, especially since 2 of them had been severely injured in the previous battle against the flaming stone giant and had been forcibly summoned, their forms weakened and barely capable of fighting. Zhang Xuan smiled and said, Yenma, this is your first battle. Show your master what you've got. Yenmo roared to the heavens, and the underground space was instantly illuminated by the exploding fire elements in the air. Its terrifying form, over 3 meters tall, erupted in flames at that moment. It had heard its master's command and was eager to prove its loyalty. Jin Yunyuan felt the scorching heat that seemed to melt his skin, his face turning pale. Hurry up and go. Block him at all costs. Ugh. On his side, the iron-backed gorilla with arms twice as thick as a human thigh, along with the savage saber-toothed tiger, let out a fierce roar and charged forward. These were Jin Yunyuan's most reliable main battle beasts, whose unique abilities, when combined with those of other beasts, could unleash an extremely powerful team effect. The flame demon's body erupted in flames. Toward these enemies, it felt nothing but contempt, eager to incinerate them in an instant. Boom! 2 streams of molten lava erupted from the flaming demon's palms, forming a fiery net that engulfed the 2 beasts. The moment they made contact, the iron-backed gorilla and saber-toothed tiger's faces twisted in agony. The flames were too hot, inflicting massive damage in an instant. If they charged forward head-on, they would likely be reduced to a pile of ash before even reaching the enemy. They had no choice but to retreat and prepare to flank around the edges. The flame demon, however, seemed unfazed. It raised both hands, aimed a brilliant fireball in its palms, then flung it forward. The fireball sliced through the air, its intense heat warping the surrounding space. Jin Yunyuan's eyes widened. The fireball was clearly heading straight for him. Shi Ba! Quick, help me block it! He frantically issued orders while performing a somersault, rolling to the side. Meanwhile, the 3-headed snake had also tried to dodge, but under Jin Yunyuan's forced command, its instincts kicked in, and it spat out a green mist of poison, obscuring the sky above, creating a significant commotion. However, when the fireball struck, the poisonous mist offered no resistance at all, instantly vaporized, and the fireball continued its momentum unabated, crashing into the ground. The 3-headed snake was instantly reduced to ashes, and although Jin Yunyuan dodged quickly, his buttocks still caught a few sparks. This fire was no ordinary flame and was incredibly powerful, relentless, and spread rapidly throughout his body. Ah! Jin Yunyuan screamed in terror, but soon realized he felt no pain. He then realized that the light shield on his body had blocked the flames. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that one of his beast pets had been completely reduced to ash under the fireball. He no longer had any courage to resist. At that moment, Jin Yunyuan only wanted to do everything in his power to find a way to escape. What about the heavenly fire? What about his dream of becoming a 9th-rank beast tamer? His life was far more important than any of that. You all, charge forward. Use your bodies to block the flames. No one is to retreat. West Dam! Jin Yunyuan shouted wildly, issuing orders. His remaining 6 beast pets hesitated, but under his orders, they charged toward the flame demon. Meanwhile, Jin Yunyuan fled backward from the other side. He had fallen from the lava vortex, and there were still many unexplored areas in the underground space in another direction. Perhaps he could find a way out. Within the duration of the light barrier's effect, he possessed the ability to fly through the air. Desperately fleeing for his life, his speed was still quite impressive. However, before he had flown 100 meters, a voice like that of a demon come to claim a life echoed from below. "You little bastard, where do you think you're running?" Jin Yunyuan's soul nearly left his body. Looking down, he saw Zhang Xuan already riding a giant wolf in pursuit, and had even overtaken him. Damn it, how can this guy move so fast? He glanced back once more, his heart sinking into despair. The flame demon had easily incinerated 2 more beast pets, and the remaining ones, driven by fear in their master's abandonment, had their loyalty plummeted, turning around and scattering in all directions. "You worthless dogs. I've raised you all this time, and you don't even have the courage to die for your master?" As if to vent his fear, he roared wildly in blind rage. Below, a blindingly bright light suddenly surged toward them. The light barrier was struck by the fireball, shaking violently, and visibly dimmed by a noticeable degree. Jin Yunyuan shut his mouth in fear, only to realize it was Zhang Xian's fireball, and its power was no less than that of the previous flame demon. If such attacks continued, the light barrier would shatter completely, leaving him with no choice but to await his doom. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why does this bastard have such good luck? How did he master such a terrifying technique? Why isn't this lucky bastard me, Jin Yunyuan? Jin Yunyuan guessed that the opponent must have obtained some kind of opportunity within the volcano, granting him the ability to control fire. If the beast tamers outside knew that such a young beast tamer possessed abilities rivaling those of an elf mage, they would envy him to the point of their eyes turning red. Of course, if they knew that Zhang Xian's abilities were nearly akin to divine power, they would be so shocked they'd drop their jaws, wondering if he was a deity descended from the heavens. In any case, Jin Yunyuan was now at a dead end. Boom! Boom! During this process, Zhang Xian was also constantly familiarizing himself with the use of fire elements. He was progressing at an astonishing rate, unleashing 2 fireballs in quick succession. Under his precise control, he even managed to angle the 2 fireballs so that they completely sealed off all of Jin Yunyuan's escape routes. Dawn! On the surface of the light barrier, flames erupted violently as both fireballs struck it. The powerful defensive spell seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Jin Yunyuan looked over in horror, only to see the light barrier swaying precariously, with a distinct crack forming. No, don't! He was completely panicked and could only push himself to the limit, trying to dodge for as long as possible. Big Yellow, help me! Zhang Xian roared excitedly. The feeling of cornering his prey and then crushing it was truly exhilarating. Chapter 83, Recognition of Master. De Huang let out a loud howl, then sprang upward with all his hind legs, leaping high into the air. As De Huang reached the peak of his leap and was about to plummet downward, Zhang Xian pushed off his back with all his strength. His body soared like a soaring eagle, and the long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He thrust it with all his might into the shaky light barrier. Whoosh! Jin Yunyuan's soul nearly left his body as the light barrier shattered, and he lost his ability to stay airborne, plummeting straight downward. Even while still in mid-air, he let out a piercing scream. Aha! Thud! 2 seconds later, he made a forceful impact with the ground. Jin Yunyuan's eyes bulged out, and he felt as though his body was a torn sack, unsure how many bones had broken. The sharp sound of something dragging across the ground echoed, as Zhang Xian slowly approached, dragging his long spear behind him. Jin Yunyuan coughed up blood. Fear and the urge to survive drove him to struggle once more. Spare me, sir. I pose no threat to you. The cold tip of the spear hovered above him, aimed directly at his heart. Zhang Xian's calm voice echoed, but it's of no use, isn't it? No, no, no. Please listen to me. Jin Yunyuan dared not utter a single harsh word, nor did he dare mention the power of the Jin clan. I can be your servant. I know everything about the New Ro Kingdom, the secret realms, the treasures, the women. Whatever you need, I will serve you faithfully, even if it means risking my life. Zhang Xian shrugged indifferently, unmoved, and pushed the long gun forward another inch. He had no interest in keeping a dog that might bite its master at any moment. After all, humans and pets are different. Jin Yuan grabbed the spear with his hand, and the skin on his palm was immediately sliced open, blood flowing freely. At the brink of life and death, his thoughts raced, and a flash of inspiration struck him the last possible way to move the other party. He clenched his teeth and pleaded, I have a master's servant contract artifact. If you spare my life, I will sign a contract with you. I swear I will never betray you. HM? The long spear, already embedded in Jin Yunyuan's chest, paused. Zhang Xian was taken aback. A master's servant contract? Jin Yunyuan knew he had hit the mark. He dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly replied, yes, I obtained it by chance in a secret realm and have never used it before. Show it to me. Jin Yunyuan flipped over and knelt on the ground, pulling out a scroll. Almond's master servant contract item. Description, a creation of certain evil sorcerers, allowing the user to control the life and death of the target by pressing their blood-stained handprint. Current number of contract holders, 05. Jin Yunyuan's heart ached. This scroll had been obtained by chance and was a treasure he had always cherished. He had planned to find a valuable target he could handle and use them for his own purposes. Little did he know that before he could use it, he would be the one plunging into the abyss. Interesting. There's such a thing. Zhang Xuan picked up the scroll and examined it. He had never heard of such a method to force someone to submit to one's will. There were marks left by Jin Yunyuan on it, but once erased, he would become the new master of the scroll. He thought for a moment. Since that was the case, using the other party as a pawn buried in the Scylla kingdom wasn't a bad idea. It might come in handy in the future. Let us sign the contract. Zhang Xuan said coldly, tossing the scroll in front of Jin Yunyuan. Jin Yunyuan felt like crying, but resigned himself to his fate. He slit his thumb and pressed his blood onto the scroll. Instantly, an inexplicable connection formed between the two. Zhang Xuan could clearly sense the other's presence and control over life. He moved his thoughts slightly. Ah! Jin Yunyuan suddenly felt as though his heart was being squeezed tightly, writhing on the ground in agony, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Just now, Zhang Xuan had issued the command to punish the other party within his own consciousness. It seemed that the contract's effects were indeed real. Though it couldn't completely subjugate the other party's mind and body or prevent them from betraying him, it could control life and death, which was not much different from the former. Master! Master, I have sinned. Please spare my life. Jin Yunyuan had still harbored resentment, but the excruciating pain had nearly taken his life. Now, his only thought was to beg for mercy. Zhang Xuan had no interest in torturing him further. Enough. Hand over everything you obtained from the volcano this time. Also, change your title. I have no interest in hearing a man call me master. Jin Yunyuan dared not hesitate for a moment, handing over the several pieces of stone of jade fire he had obtained from the slain flame stone giant, as well as the red iron he had collected. Zhang Xuan took everything and put it into his own backpack, then looked at Jin Yunyuan. I'll find you a place to stay for now. He didn't plan to reveal their master-servant relationship openly, as such matters required secrecy to be effective. Fortunately, he now possessed 2 keys to the Grey Realm, allowing him to open the gate to the Grey Realm. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment, then opened the Dark Grey Realm 7. A spatial fissure was torn open, and he said, "Go inside." Jin Yunyuan dared not resist, stepping inside. The next moment, he was transported to a gloomy and oppressive space, surrounded by darkness and desolation. Just as he was panicking, thinking that Zhang Xuan was about to use some trick to deal with him, the other's voice echoed in his mind. "Stay here. Once I leave the Crimson Flame Islands, I will release you." "Yes, sir." Jin Yunyuan relaxed slightly. He took a closer look at his surroundings. With the eyes of a 5th-rank beast tamer, he quickly realized where he was. Thinking back to his battle with Zhang Xuan, the other's age and the various techniques he had displayed to have entered the path of transcendence at such a young age, to have the flaming demon acknowledge him as master, and to have mastered the Grey Realm. In their Shinra kingdom, even that 9th-ranked elder couldn't have been so dazzling in his youth. Given time, the other party would undoubtedly become one of the most elite beings among the human race. Serving such a figure did not seem like a bad fate. Thinking of this, Jin Yunyuan's originally low spirits eased considerably. As an old saying among the Shinra people goes, a free man is not necessarily better off than a king's dog. Kim Yunyuan quickly adjusted his mindset and even began to consider what value he could bring to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, of course, neither knew nor cared about the thoughts of someone from the West Dam. He approached the crimson light pillar and continued to transform it. Time ticked by, and one after another, crimson flame holy crystals crystallized. After several hours, a total of 20 had formed. Zhang Xuan also felt a hint of fatigue. Maintaining control over the fire elements for such an extended period was extremely mentally draining. He recalled a previous hypothesis and approached the pillar, looking downward. In his perception, a hazy, illusory flame burned below, having existed for untold ages. Ding! You have discovered heavenly fire. Do you wish to collect it? Chapter 84, The Seed of Heavenly Fire. Zhang Xuan looked surprised. This volcano, and the entire Crimson Flame Archipelago, were truly formed by the heavenly fire? A flame of this caliber must be connected to the divine. If he were to absorb it, it would likely greatly enhance the progress of his flame-related abilities. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to act, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. This celestial fire was a mythical artifact of the Red Dwarf clan and the very source of the ever-burning flames across the entire Crimson Flame Archipelago. If I were to absorb it all, wouldn't that be akin to uprooting the Red Dwarf's very foundation? After all, their survival and forging all depend on the unique environment of this place. Moreover, this volcano is regarded as their sacred mountain. If it were merely harming the Red Rock tribe, that would be one thing. After all, they had always been hostile towards Xia Kingdom's beast tamers, and Zhang Xuan did not consider himself a virtuous individual. For the sake of his own strength, plundering was no big deal. But He had only been able to come here through the Sato tribe's collection quota, and the Sato tribe had been kind to him, treating him as a friend. To betray a friend in such a way would go against Zhang Xuan's principles. However, this flame would indeed be of great help to him, and leaving it behind felt somewhat unsatisfying. Zhang Xuan was torn, wondering if there was a compromise. He suddenly recalled something. After the Flame Sage's innate talent awoke, it also brought with it bloodline memories, or rather, talent information. Among them were some details about the authority of flames, which might be of assistance. Zhang Xuan closed his eyes and began to search. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a new understanding. The bloodline memories indeed contained reference material, including information about high-tier flames, such as divine flames. It seemed possible to extract a portion of their flame seeds for cultivation, potentially nurturing them into a new divine flame. However, this transplantation has requirements. It must be performed in a world or world fragment of a certain rank to serve as a host, otherwise it cannot provide the basic energy required. Zhang Xuan looked down at the illusory, translucent flames below, wondering if he could extract a portion of the fire essence from this celestial flame. Since there is a method, it is worth attempting. Zhang Xuan activated his innate ability once more, extending his consciousness toward the flames. The moment he made contact, countless ancient, distant, and majestic scenes flashed through his mind, as if a flame had fallen from an unknown realm, breaking through layer after layer of barriers. However, these visions were fragmented and incomplete, lasting only a single breath. Zhang Xuan attempted to extract a small portion of it, but as soon as he did, the surrounding fire elements erupted violently, nearly triggering an explosion of the flame energy within his own body. The volcano outside also trembled slightly. Zhang Xuan's expression changed abruptly, realizing that his actions had been too bold, triggering the self-defense mechanism of the celestial fire. If that was the case, perhaps this flame possessed its own sentience? Just now, if it weren't for his flame's sovereign physique, the celestial fire might have launched a terrifying attack directly at him. Zhang Xuan composed himself and attempted to calm the flame, urging it to accept his consciousness. After persistent attempts, he finally managed to avoid triggering another violent reaction from the celestial fire. Having learned his lesson, Zhang Xuan now manipulated it with extra care. Finally, after over an hour of tug-of-war, a tiny flame was cradled in his palm. Though its energy was not vast, its essence was extremely pure. Zhang Xuan felt his body emit waves of longing. However, he knew that absorbing it at this stage would not yield the greatest value. If he could cultivate it into a new, complete celestial fire, its potential value might extend far beyond simply serving as nourishment for himself. But where to cultivate it? Zhang Xuan already had an idea. His figure vanished from where he stood, and in the next moment, he found himself in a realm where the sky was blood-red. This was another gray realm he controlled, the blood-red gray realm 4. The energy in this world was far stronger than that of the much smaller dark gray realm 7, and might be sufficient to meet the needs of the fire seed. However, Zhang Xuan glanced at the blood-red moon that occupied half the sky above the horizon. He did not plan to leave the heavenly fire seed outside, as it might trigger unforeseeable consequences. He made his way effortlessly to the ancient castle atop the cliff, entered, and arrived at the secret chamber of Duke Fukura. I'll place you here for now. The flame was still too weak, so Zhang Xuan needed to create an environment where it could survive its initial stages. Black King, give me a hand. Summoning the Black Dragon, he conveyed his intentions to it. The Black King then breathed dragon flames, creating a dragon flame-filled area within the chamber, and placed the flame within it. Among the resources he had at his disposal, what could be a more suitable incubator than dragon flames? Sure enough, the flame flickered slightly, then the dragon flames began to converge toward it, visibly being absorbed by the flame. Feeling the energy of the flames growing stronger by the moment, Zhang Xuan relaxed. It seemed this method would work. He exited the gray realm. From now on, he would only need to trouble the Black King to supply dragon flames regularly. As he thought of this, Zhang Xuan suddenly realized he had forgotten something. Couldn't his physique also absorb some dragon flame? He instructed the Black King to release another burst. You have absorbed dragon flame, significantly enhancing your control over fire elements. You have awakened a new ability, partial elemental transformation. Zhang Xuan was overjoyed. Indeed, the enhancement brought by the dragon flame's status far surpassed that of any magma fire. And this was merely the dragon flame of a juvenile black dragon. He tested his current flame control, and with a thought, a flame shield appeared before him, which then transformed into over a dozen fireballs, floating and drifting around him. Zhang Xuan drew his long spear, and flames appeared on its surface, completely enveloping it without burning the spear itself. This doubled his combat power, and every strike unleashed terrifying explosive flames. And there was this awakened ability. Zhang Xuan extended his arms, and in the next moment, both arms transformed directly into flame form. This strange sensation left him slightly unsettled. Equivalent to part of his body instantly transforming into another structural form. After trying it out, he switched back to his flesh and blood form. Zhang Xuan realized that this ability to partially transform into an elemental form was an absolute divine technique, effectively granting him a certain level of immunity to physical attacks. That's too exaggerated. After taking a portion of the fire essence, Zhang Xuan observed the celestial fire once more and noticed it had shrunk slightly, yet its combustion remained unaffected. However, under his incredibly clear perception of fire elements, the energy within the volcano had indeed decreased slightly, and he estimated the same was true externally. Fortunately, its core remained intact. However, Zhang Xuan knew that once he grew stronger, he would need to find a way to repair it. Chapter 85, The Black King's Evolution. Regardless, this journey had left him indebted to the Sata tribe. Calculating the time, there should be a few hours left. Zhang Xuan continued to explore this underground space. Upon reaching the end, he indeed found another lava waterfall cascading down, which should lead back to the previous level. Zhang Xuan stopped. Since the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal had already been collected, he might as well let the Black King advance here. He estimated that the Black King's advancement would cause quite a stir. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xuan summoned the Black King and handed over all the Crimson Flame Holy Crystals to him. The Black King flapped its wings, its dragon eyes gleaming with desire, and swallowed them all in one gulp, its sharp teeth crunching through the crystals. A staggering heat radiated from his body, followed by a prompt sound. Your beast pet, Black King Burning World Black Dragon, has met the requirements for advancement and will enter the next stage, growth form. Intense golden red light surged out from the Black King's body. It raised its head and roared, the powerful air pressure causing the underground space to tremble. The dense fire elements around it ignited, and blinding flames erupted throughout the entire space. All around was a sea of golden red flames. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan now possessed a special physique, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive in this environment. However, the growing pressure emanating from the Black King forced him to retreat several steps backward. After awakening as the Flame Sovereign, Zhang Xuan gained the ability to perceive rank. Now he could feel the same sense of dread he had experienced when facing the Imperial Blood Dragon clan. Everything recorded in legends and histories was indeed true. This was the ultimate ancient bloodline that had forged great epics over countless ages and could stand toe-to-toe with the gods. The Dragon Clan. The light was so blinding that one could no longer look directly at the Black King. The flame demon trembled uncontrollably, retreating again and again until it finally collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Xuan awaited with anticipation. This was a divine-tiered beast even in its juvenile form. It had only displayed a fraction of the characteristics of the world-burning Black Dragon, yet it had already swept all before it without equal. Now, as it was about to enter its true form capable of showcasing its true might, what kind of spectacle would it be? This process lasted for a long time, with the crackling sounds of explosions never ceasing. A sea of fire, mist, and five-colored illusory flames danced, as if welcoming the birth of a new king. In the air, distant, ethereal music echoed, its origin unknown, as if the depths of the universe were celebrating the metamorphosis of a top-tier species. The light grew increasingly brilliant, until it completely bathed the vast underground fiery space in golden hues. All the energy suddenly retracted into the Black King's body, and then a brand new aura began to spread. Ancient, noble, domineering, and of unparalleled grandeur. Roar! A roar capable of making all beasts kneel echoed through the air. This was not a roar of anger, but a declaration to the world. Come! You shall all pay homage to the Emperor. Zhang Xuan looked up and saw that the Black King's appearance had completely transformed. Its body length exceeded 10 meters, with a broad and elongated spine, wings that could spread wide enough to block out the sun, and steel claws capable of effortlessly slicing through any hard substance. Its skin, muscles, and inner membranes were incredibly resilient, forming the most indestructible armor in the world. Finally, there were those dragon eyes. They had transformed from a pale golden hue into a brilliant golden glow, and when they opened and closed, only the arrogance and power of a divine tier race could be seen. This is the symbol of the Dragon Emperor. This is the first sign of a ruler's emerging grandeur. Zhang Xuan clearly sensed the unimaginable, indescribable, and overwhelming terror emanating from the Black King's life force. He looked at all the new information that had appeared. World-burning Black Dragon. Level, 100. Stage, growth form. Loyalty, 100. Attributes, health, 6,001,200,005. Physical attack, 628,000. Magic attack, 650,000. Physical defense, 590,000. Magic defense, 5,900,590,010. Note, this is an advanced growth form, with all original attributes increased by 5 times. Skills. Passive skill Dragon Clan Bloodline Emperor evolves into Dragon Emperor's Secret Ashes of Imperial Power. 1. The world-burning Black Dragon possesses the most noble Dragon Emperor bloodline among dragons, granting the powerful Dragon Might Intimidation ability, which can instantly kill enemy creatures within a certain range that are 20 levels or more below its own level. 2. The Dragon Emperor bloodline grants extreme resistance to magic, permanently increasing magic defense by 10 times and resisting all negative effects caused by spells below the level of demigod magic. 3. The Dragon Emperor's blood instills awe in other beasts, forcing them to submit. Subjugated creatures are marked with the Imperial Authority brand, triggering the Die for the Emperor effect, which significantly boosts their attributes for a certain period. Active skill 1 Dragon Flame evolves into Ash Burning Dragon Flame. Breathes out Ashen Dragon Flame, imbued with the law of destruction. Targets affected by the flame ignore all resistances. Double damage against shields, and healing skills are ineffective during the burn duration. Active skill 2 Dragon Roar evolves into Earthshaking Dragon Roar. Channel the might of the Dragon Emperor, releasing it in a single roar to inflict stun, confusion, and fear on all enemies within a large area, dealing true damage. Enemies of equal or lower level will trigger the certain death effect. Cooldown, 1 day. New Awakened skill. Active skill 3 Burning Ashes Domain. Within an extremely large area, create a domain of dragon flames that destroys all enemies, forcing all enemies within the area to be removed from all immunity, invincible, and elementalization states. Active skill 4 Worship of all beings. All subjugated creatures within the area have their attributes doubled, and all attribute bonuses are applied to the Dragon Emperor's body. When subjugated creatures die, their souls will be reincarnated and continue fighting for a period of time in their complete form. This is the new interface of the Black King after entering the growth form. Even Zhang Xuan, who had mentally prepared himself, couldn't help but gasp in shock upon seeing it clearly. Is this the true power of the Imperial Blood Dragon clan? After entering the growth form, the world-burning Black Dragon fully awakened its Dragon Emperor bloodline. It is not a pure-blooded dragon clan, but the Emperor of all dragons. With attributes amplified fivefold, they are absurdly powerful, capable of overwhelming all the beasts Zhang Xuan had ever heard of. 6 million hit points. Even the main battle pets of 8th tier beast tamers couldn't possibly reach that number. Attack, defense, every attribute is so staggering it leaves one speechless. Its passive abilities and skills, even when taken individually, are nothing short of game-changing. Against creatures 20 levels below its own, it can instantly wipe them out in an area of effect attack. In other words, wherever the Black King goes, a large area around it is doomed. The 2 original active skills, after evolving, have become even more absurdly powerful. And the 2 newly awakened skills bring even more powerful group damage mechanics. And the other introduces a legion mechanism. All creatures that submit to the Black King are commanded by him, their combat power multiplied. And even after being defeated, they can rise again to fight a second time. Zhang Xuan has every reason to believe that he is now powerful enough to easily defeat a small country. Chapter 86, Lava Gold. Since humans were blessed by the beast god 1,000 years ago and gained the ability to control beasts, the human race has undergone a profound transformation. It is said that the human race once possessed an extraordinary technological system, but after the emergence of the Beastmaster system, the old system gradually became a supplementary tool for beast mastering. Many nations from the previous era were buried in the dust of time. Today, the various human nations are collectively ruled by the top-tier beast tamers, beast taming clans, and the beast god temple. Some nations are even ruled by a single powerful beast tamer, who enjoys the nation's offerings, with women and resources at their disposal. Those small nations located in remote, low-value regions with scarce resources and sparse populations are often ruled by beast masters of only 7th tier strength. Zhang Xuan assessed the situation. A 7th rank beastmaster's primary combat beast pet would be no more than 200th rank. However, a Black King in its growth phase, with a 100 rank difference, could still easily overwhelm it. The growth potential of divine tier beasts was simply terrifying. Each level of growth in their juvenile stage could match 10 times that of a golden tier beast, and upon entering the growth stage, all attributes would surge fivefold while each subsequent level increase would double again. The gap in ranks was already evident in the early stages, and now it was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable. This is why the top-tier beast tamers, who hold such high status, strictly control the ranks of beasts that flow into lower tiers. Because, in the beast taming system, this is the very source of all power. Zhang Xuan looked at the Black King, now domineering and awe-inspiring, and noticed a significant change. The Black King now possessed the ability to carry a rider and soar through the skies. He too could now soar through the skies. Meanwhile, the Black King's advancement had caused significant changes to Zhang Xuan's body. While his appearance remained largely unchanged, his muscles, bones, and cells were now raging with uncontrollable energy. Accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying attribute feedback, Zhang Xuan's body seemed to have broken through some mortal boundary. When he took a step forward, the ground actually sank slightly. This was due to the sudden surge in body density, causing his weight to increase several-fold in an instant, leaving him temporarily unable to control his own strength. Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, and a burst of qi erupted. It took him a moment to adapt. He slightly bent his knees, then exerted force, propelling his entire body into the air. He could touch the rock wall above him, and due to the immense momentum, he remained suspended in mid-air for a second before landing. All these changes were too much to fully grasp at once, but Zhang Xuan sensed that if his body continued to break through its limits, even without any additional means, he might unlock all sorts of amazing abilities, such as flying through the air. I'm increasingly heading in a non-human direction. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but sigh, yet he also felt a surge of excitement. While normal beast tamers may have extraordinary physical bodies at higher ranks, such enhancements are insignificant when facing other top-tier races. Whether it was the dwarves and orcs known for their strength, or the elves and druids with their magic and affinity for nature. These races all possess innate extraordinary attributes. Without the assistance of beast companions in battle, humans could never hope to match them solely through the enhanced abilities derived from their attributes. However, Zhang Xuan had already broken this pattern to some extent during his sparring session with Sataramanchi. Now, it will be even more exaggerated. Pulling out his spear, Zhang Xuan found that what had once been a decent weapon now felt as light as a feather in his hands, with no weight at all. After this, I'll have to ask the Sato tribe to forge a proper weapon for me. He needed a weapon heavy enough to unleash his full potential. Speaking of which, Zhang Xuan recalled that the Sato clan chief had previously entrusted him with finding a certain material. The time to leave the sacred mountain was approaching, so he had to find some quickly. He asked the flame demon for information, as the latter was certainly familiar with the distribution of resources in this volcanic region. Sure enough, after a moment of thought, the flame demon nodded and gestured for Zhang Xuan to follow. They leaped from the lava waterfall, returning to the previous layer of the lava river space, and headed in another direction. The flame demon stepped into the depths of the river and gestured to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows, understanding the other's intent. He also stepped into the lava river, then manipulated the fire elements to cause the lava to flow aside, revealing the riverbed beneath. A series of brilliant golden rays shone brightly. This was lava gold, the superior forging material mentioned by the Sato clan chief. Its rarity should rank between iron ore and jade in stonefire. However, if Zhang Xuan hadn't consumed the divine flame fruit, he wouldn't have been able to detect the lava gold. This was originally gold, which, after being constantly eroded by magma and flame energy over the years, had transformed into a special type of metal. The flame demon indeed knew this place well. Beneath the riverbed lies an entire vein of the metal. It is likely that the densest concentration of magma gold in the volcano is concentrated here. Come on, everyone, help out. Zhang Xuan summoned his other beast pets, and everyone began mining together. Since Chief Sato had specifically requested their assistance, and they had received such a great benefit from the volcano, they naturally dug as much as they could, as a small token of gratitude for the favor owed. 500 units, 1,000 units, 3,000 units. Zhang Xuan and several beast pets of various shapes and sizes began working as miners, digging with all their might. Time passed, and according to the collection schedule set by the two tribes of red dwarves, there wasn't much time left. When the time came, they would be automatically teleported out. Of course, this rule was established for two reasons. First, because the vast majority of people couldn't possibly stay inside the volcano for that long. And second, out of the red dwarves' reverence for the sacred mountain. Given Zhang Xuan's current abilities, the volcanic environment posed no threat to him, and he could have stayed there indefinitely. However, as an outsider, he naturally must respect their customs. At that moment, outside the volcano, Satarad and Hong Yendaba were both wearing tattered clothes, panting heavily, and occasionally glaring at each other. At first, they adhered to the principle of minding their own business, but two tribes with long-standing conflicts naturally found it difficult to coexist peacefully. After Hong Yendaba initiated the provocation, the two began to fight. After several rounds of intense combat, neither had gained the upper hand, and both bore several scrapes and bruises. Hong Yendaba mocked, "Rod, let me tell you, the Sato tribe really is no good. You actually brought a human rookie who looks like a complete novice. We've been urging you to find Mr. Jean for ages, and this is the best you can do? Are you trying to send him to the sacred mountain to die?" Satarod sneered, "Indeed, you Red Rock are overly confident. Unfortunately, your confidence has gone too far. You're laughing now, but you'll be crying soon." Chapter 87, Return. He knew how extraordinary Zhang Xuan was. Using only his physical strength, he could even put Satoru at a disadvantage. If he were to be deceived by the other's youthful appearance, he would surely suffer. Of course, he wouldn't dare say that out loud. Hong Yendaba scoffed, believing the other was bluffing. He thought to himself that the outcome would soon be revealed. Soon, the Sato tribe would regret agreeing to open the sacred mountain. At that time, his Hongyan tribe would obtain rare materials, forge several top-tier artifacts, and equip the strongest warriors within the tribe with them. Their foundation would soon surpass that of the Sato tribe. Then, they would accumulate strength, launch a war, annihilate the Sato tribe, and unify the Crimson Flame archipelago. This had been the Red Rock tribe's long-held ambition. Within the volcano, sudden ripples began to emanate, triggering a reaction from the preset protective array. The two men's expressions sharpened. The time has come. The people inside were about to be teleported out. Hong Yendaba looked confident, even taking the time to glance at Satarad with a smug expression. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared, followed by a rainbow-colored glow, and a figure emerged. Only one person was teleported back, but neither Satarad nor the two members of the Hong Yen tribe were surprised. In previous years, whenever the sacred mountain was opened, the outcome was always the same. The two tribes of collectors were natural enemies, and with the sacred mountain containing numerous precious resources, conflict was inevitable. Burying their bones there was the most natural outcome. There had even been instances where both sides had lost lives in the process. Han Yen Deba wore a smile on his face, preparing to step forward to greet the figure. However, when he recognized the face of the person approaching, he froze in place. What are you doing here? Satoru, standing nearby, laughed and walked up. Good. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. I knew you wouldn't be defeated. To be honest, he had been slightly nervous earlier, but seeing Zhang Xuan unharmed, with not a single scratch on his body, and the other human beastmaster from the New Ro Kingdom not appearing, the outcome was now clear. Zhang Xuan smiled slightly and said, "We've gained a lot. I've fulfilled my mission." "Wait, how did you manage to get out? What about Mr. Jean?" Han Yendaba seemed unable to accept this fact and demanded an explanation. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows and said irritably, "Old Bai Deng, stop cursing me. Why can't I come out? What's with all this Mr. Jean and Mr. Silver? It's none of my business." Power breeds confidence, and as his strength grew, Zhang Xian's words and actions began to change. In the past, he would have simply ignored the other person. But now, if you dare to make me unhappy? A good scolding would be the least of it. What's the point of getting stronger? Isn't it to act according to your heart? Otherwise, I could have crushed you with a single punch, yet I had to put on a humble facade. What's the point of such so-called modesty? Hong Yenda hesitated. As one of the highest-ranking members of the Hongyan tribe below the tribal chief, he had never been spoken to like this before, and he immediately turned red with anger. However, he was a red dwarf, so even if he turned red, it wouldn't be noticeable. Another member of the Red Rock tribe spoke up. "Arrogant human brat, speaking like that on the Crimson Flame Islands? Don't you fear not seeing tomorrow's sun?" Zhang Xian sneered and flipped him off. "If you're so brave, come try it. If I see tomorrow's sun, it means the Hongyan tribe is the grandson of the Sato tribe. You." This time, both Red Rock members turned red with anger. They could tolerate insults about the Red Rock tribe, but comparing it to the Sato tribe was the one thing they couldn't tolerate. They were so enraged they nearly spat blood. However, the dwarves were not skilled in debate, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. But they couldn't hold back their anger, and they drew their weapons. The honor of the Red Rock tribe cannot be disgraced by a single human. Satoru, who had been laughing happily on the sidelines, saw this and grew displeased, drawing his own large sword from his back. "Debar, can't take a loss, huh? If you dare to touch my Satoru tribe's friends, ask my sword if it agrees." The atmosphere grew tense as both sides stared each other down for a few breaths. Finally, Red Rock Deba snorted coldly, "This time you got the upper hand, but Red Rock won't let this go. Let's go." He left a threatening remark, then, as if unwilling to linger a moment longer, led another tribesman onto the back of a flying beast and departed. Though Red Rock Deba was furious, he knew they had been outmaneuvered this time. Further conflict would be pointless. Moreover, he and Satoru were well acquainted, and if it came to a fight, he might not be a match for him. Therefore, he could only retreat in disgrace. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the two depart. He had actually hoped they would fight, so he could use his own methods to crush them. Satoru didn't notice his emotions, sheathed his sword, and patted him on the shoulder. "Let us go back." Satoru was overjoyed. The Red Rock tribe had been taking the initiative in the matter of opening the sacred mountain, urging them repeatedly. After the Sato tribe had repeatedly refused, the other side had mocked them, using this as an opportunity to spread the rumor that the Sato tribe were cowards, leaving the Sato tribe members seething with anger. This time, the Satoru collectors emerged safely from the sacred mountain, while the opposing collectors were nowhere to be seen, a humiliating blow to the Red Rock tribe. Regardless of how much Zhang Xuan gained from the sacred mountain, this was a cause for great celebration. Moreover, he himself had not harbored high expectations. In his view, while the holy mountain was rich in resources, its environment remained harsh, and one must also guard against ambushes by the other side's collectors. Emerging safely was already a great achievement. Zhang Xuan did not voluntarily reveal the resources he had obtained inside. It wasn't until the two returned to Tianhua Island and met the chief of the Sato tribe. The latter had already heard the news and came out to greet them enthusiastically, saying, "Zhang Xuan, you have truly avenged our Sato tribe. Rod, have the tribe prepare a banquet. We must treat our guest with the utmost hospitality." Satoru agreed, but Zhang Xuan smiled and said, "Chief, aren't you curious about what treasures I brought back from the sacred mountain?" Sato the tribal chief and Rod the elder exchanged glances, both understanding Zhang Xuan's meaning. If he hadn't really brought back something valuable, the other party wouldn't have mentioned it so eagerly. Could it be? Satoru the clan chief asked cautiously, "My dear friend, did you happen to obtain a few pieces of magma gold inside?" Earlier, when Zhang Xuan had asked them about the resources they needed most, this was his answer. Of course, he wasn't certain Zhang Xuan had obtained them. At the time, he had merely mentioned it because the item was extremely rare within the tribe and a crucial material for forging high-grade equipment. Zhang Xuan smiled. A few? Clan chief, you need to use your imagination a bit. This. Sato the tribal chief thought for a moment and asked, could it be that you were so lucky as to find a dozen or so? Elder Rod grew impatient and began scratching his head. Chapter 88, Unbelievable. Friend, stop teasing us. Just tell us already. Zhang Xuan, seeing that he had already piqued their curiosity, smiled lightly and said, gentlemen, please step aside. Step aside? The two Sato tribe chiefs were puzzled by his words but stepped aside nonetheless. Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, and all the materials in his backpack spilled out onto the floor. The three of them were currently in the first-floor lobby of the municipal building. In the instant after the snap, the entire lobby was instantly filled with crimson and golden light. Even the spot where Sato clan chief and Satora were standing was instantly covered in countless mineral stones, forcing them both into the air. They didn't react for a moment, until they realized what had happened, their eyes going blank for a few seconds. Then, they all let out shrieks that sounded like women's screams. My goodness, the great dwarf god, the great gander, what have I seen? Rod the elder was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself. Sato the clan chief regained some clarity. He blinked hard and looked at the small mountain of ore that now occupied most of the hall, beginning to identify what they were. Red iron, lava gold, and jade and stone. Oh my god. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Not only were these all rare materials produced in the sacred mountains, each one was highly sought after, but what was most astonishing was the quantity. How was this possible? The quantity of each type was so enormous? If there were a dozen or so, that would be understandable. At most, one could say Zhang Xuan was exceptionally lucky. But the scale before him was simply beyond explanation by luck alone. The quantity was not just hundreds or thousands, but at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands. Could it be that the enemy has brought out all the mineral veins from the sacred mountain? Sato, the tribal chief, looked at Zhang Xuan in horror, utterly unable to comprehend how this was possible. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It's just luck. Maybe the divine spirit Gander is on my side. Sato, the tribal chief, exhaled deeply. Divine faith was not just words for them, it was a deeply held belief. Given the situation before them, the only possible explanation was that the dwarf god had favored them. Zhang Xuan must have gained the favor of the divine beings. Thinking this, he felt a deep sense of reverence. Friend, what you have done for the Sato tribe is beyond our ability to repay. Zhang Xuan shook his head. It was all part of our prior agreement. He couldn't bring himself to say it was a reward. After all, he had obtained the divine flame fruit from the volcano, awakened a special physique, and taken a seed of the heavenly fire. Compared to that, he was undoubtedly the one who had gained more. Tribal chief, you rely on forging for a living. These materials are of little use to me, so I'll give them all to you instead of following the previous distribution ratio. No, absolutely not. Sato, the clan chief, snapped back, refusing sternly. The Sato clan has always kept its promises. How could we take advantage of a friend? Moreover, this must be a gift from the great Gander to you. We have no right to take more. This is what we'll do, we'll take 1/10 of the molten gold, and you can take the rest. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment and said, 10% is too little. You must take 50%, and the same proportion for the other two items. After all, I may need the help of the Sato tribe in the future, and if the chief refuses, I won't feel comfortable asking again. Sato the clan chief was about to say something else, but after hearing Zhang Xian's words, he hesitated. Since Zhang Xuan had spoken so decisively, if he refused, wouldn't that be equivalent to rejecting a friend's kindness? After hesitating for a moment, he said, if that's the case, then we'll take 30%. In the future, if you have any needs or tasks for us, I swear on behalf of the Sato tribe that we will never refuse or shirk our responsibilities. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. Ding! You have completed the special event, the Red Dwarf's Yearning. Bond triggered. The current goodwill of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe toward you has reached the level of reverence. Has the bond been triggered? Zhang Xian's heart stirred. The last time it triggered was after eliminating the remnant soul of the evil thoughts of Duke Fukara. Affinity seems to be divided into many levels, starting from 0 and progressing upward, including friendly, close, respectful, reverent, and admiring. Although the bond hadn't triggered before, the favor level, as a hidden attribute, had always existed. When he first arrived on the island, the Sato tribe, due to their frequent interactions with the Xia Kingdom's beast tamers, should have defaulted to a friendly intimacy level. After he defeated Sato Manchi in a friendly duel and gained his recognition, becoming friends, he should have reached the friendly level. Then, by exceptionally exceeding the Sato tribe's needs, his goodwill has directly jumped to the reverence level. This level of goodwill essentially allows you to ask the other party to do most things. For example, if he were to request military reinforcements, the Sato tribe would likely dispatch their elite warriors to assist him. On a personal level, this is highly likely to trigger the other party's desire to become a follower. If it reaches the pinnacle of worship, it is essentially equivalent to their deity, and any command will be obeyed. Not bad, another valuable gain. Red dwarves are a race renowned for producing mastersmiths, and they're also quite powerful in combat. Having such an ally is something others would beg for. With this matter settled, both sides are satisfied. With access to 30% of the materials here, the Sato tribe can craft a batch of high-quality equipment using their exceptional craftsmanship, equipping their most elite warriors. This way, when facing the threat of the Red Rock tribe, they may not be able to completely eliminate them, but at least they can break the balance and firmly suppress the enemy. This outcome is something the Red Rock tribe never could have anticipated. This was all thanks to Zhang Xuan's gains, which far exceeded the combined rewards from previous openings of the Sacred Mountain. At this point, Zhang Xuan made a request, Sato clan chief, I need 2 types of weapons. The materials can be taken from my share, but the requirements may be quite high. Would you be able to have them crafted for me? Sato immediately replied, absolutely no problem. Just tell us what you need, and all the master smiths of the Sato tribe will be at your service. In fact, he himself was a master blacksmith. As the most honored guest of the Sato tribe, Zhang Xuan's request was something they would do their utmost to fulfill. Zhang Xuan nodded and then stated his requirements. First, he needed a long spear. After battling Sato Manchi and fighting within the Sacred Mountain, he had confirmed that the long spear was his favorite and most suitable weapon. However, given his current physical strength, ordinary weapons were no longer suitable. The first requirement was weight. It must be able to fully harness his strength advantage. Chapter 89, Banquet. Second, it must have excellent elemental compatibility, especially with fire. This will allow me to fully utilize my flame control techniques. Attaching blazing flames to heavy weapons and sweeping through enemies with horizontal strikes the scene alone is domineering. Additionally, he had another idea. That means, in addition to close-range melee weapons, he also needs a ranged weapon. This would address the greatest weakness in his combat capabilities. Originally, Zhang Xuan had wanted a magical firearm, such as the elf tribe's enchanted heavy sniper rifle, which he had seen reported on, capable of blowing up a small mountain with a single shot. However, such weapons are considered absolute weapons of mass destruction even among the elves and are rarely ever traded outside their ranks. Therefore, he had to settle for a lesser option. However, given the Red Dwarf's forging capabilities, if they could craft the bout he envisioned and combine it with his flame manipulation abilities, the final power would likely be comparable. Sato, the tribal chief, listened carefully to his ideas and said, I understand. I will immediately gather the most skilled blacksmiths in the tribe to discuss and propose a plan. We will then forge these 2 weapons, and we will do our utmost to ensure they are of the highest quality. Given his close relationship with the Sato tribe, since they had made such a commitment, there was nothing else to worry about. The final result would undoubtedly be the most perfect creation of the Red Dwarves. Sato, the tribal chief, gave his instructions, then patted him on the shoulder and said, your gift to the Sato tribe must be known and appreciated by every member of our tribe. Over the next few days, we will hold the grandest banquet. If there are no other matters, please join us in celebration. Zhang Xuan thought about it. Since the unified exams were still some time away and his primary objective had already been achieved, it was the perfect time to relax, so he agreed. Elder Rod went down excitedly to notify and make arrangements. That evening, the entire Tianhua Island was adorned with decorations on an unprecedented scale. Every corner was adorned with lanterns and decorations, and a celebration venue was set up in the large square outside the municipal building. The finest wines and delicacies of the Red Dwarf clan were all brought forth. Every member of the Sato tribe had heard the news and gathered here to celebrate. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. The Red Dwarves, being an outgoing and free-spirited people, spontaneously began singing a song of praise and dancing in celebration. Though it lacked the opulence of human cities on the mainland, it had its own unique charm, especially since this banquet was held in honor of a single individual. Zhang Xuan was invited to sit at the head of the table, with the Sato tribe chief sitting beside him. Sato Manchi came forward to toast him, his face brimming with excitement and admiration. Brother Zhang Xuan, I had always thought you were already powerful enough, but I never imagined you could bring back so many precious divine gifts from the sacred mountain. You must truly be favored by the gods. For the Red Dwarves, the resources within the sacred mountain were considered divine gifts. For an ordinary dwarf to obtain even a small portion and emerge safely was already a great honor bestowed by the mighty Gander. How much more so for such an extravagant quantity? He now had nothing but admiration for Zhang Xuan. Many tribal members present had also learned of the immense gifts this human had brought to the Sato tribe, precious resources capable of significantly enhancing the tribe's strength. As a result, each of them expressed their deepest gratitude. Tonight's Tianhua Island was undoubtedly the liveliest it had been in decades. A human tribe had just returned to Tianhua Island from other islands in the archipelago and arrived at their temporary lodgings. Immediately, the Red Dwarves extended a polite invitation, inviting them to join the grand gathering. A grand gathering? Lu Dongyuan was curious. What great fortune had the red dwarves encountered that even from a distance, the sounds of music and dancing could be heard? The dwarf smiled and said, "We are celebrating for a very honored guest. As it happens, this guest is also a human. If you have the time, please join us in the festivities. This is the grand feast of the Sato tribe." "Master, what do you think?" Lu Dongyuan asked, sounding quite interested. Who could possibly deserve such a high-profile invitation from the red dwarf? After all, while the red dwarf's overall strength certainly couldn't match that of the beast tamers of the Xia kingdom, when compared to a specific province, they weren't that much weaker. To receive such treatment, they must be top-tier powerhouses like an 8th-rank beastmaster. Even in their Nanjian Lu family, they couldn't find such a figure. If they could make such a connection, it would be a great honor. The other young men and women also looked expectant. At their age, who wouldn't enjoy the excitement? The intelligent young woman named Tao Tao pondered for a moment. She had been leading her students to other islands in search of the fiery crystals needed but their progress had been far from smooth. They had only managed to kill some monsters but hadn't found any resources, and the monsters were quite powerful, so they dared not venture too deep. With night falling, she feared a monster uprising and decided to return to Tianhua Island first. This situation was not unusual. They had originally planned to spend several days to complete their objective. Since there was nothing else to do now, attending the Red Dwarf Clan's banquet sounded like a good idea. After all, she was also curious about it. "Let us go check it out, but remember to mind your manners." The other students, upon hearing the teacher's approval, cheered excitedly. The group arrived at the municipal building. Tonight, aside from Zhang Xuan, they were the only humans present. As a result, the other dwarves greeted them warmly, immediately inviting them to sit down and offering them fine wine and delicious food. Everyone felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. They knew that the Sato tribe was friendly toward the Xia kingdom's human race, but they didn't expect such warmth. A young woman curiously asked, "May I ask what you are celebrating today?" A middle-aged dwarf replied excitedly, "The Honorable Zhang Xuan has bestowed an incredibly generous gift upon our Sato tribe. We are deeply grateful for his kindness, and all of this is to praise his virtues." "Zhang Xuan?" The others exchanged glances and looked at Tao Tao. "Teacher, have you heard of this name? Is he the famous strongman from our southern Zhang region?" Tao Tao blinked her beautiful eyes, thought for a moment, then shook her head. The two top-tier Beastmaster academies in the Nanjiang province, along with the Beast God Hall, essentially encompassed the strongest Beastmasters in Nanjiang. However, this name was unfamiliar to her. The middle-aged dwarf, seeing their confusion, pointed toward the center of the group of clan members in the distance. "There he is. That's Zhang Xuan, the honored guest." The others followed his gaze and saw a handsome young man surrounded by a crowd of dwarves, laughing and chatting with them. His wine cup was constantly being emptied and refilled. That person. Tao Tao was first surprised, then hesitated. She had expected a renowned beast tamer, but the man looked far too young, and she felt she had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 90, Zhang Xuan. "Oh, isn't that?" a girl exclaimed in surprise. She quickly recalled the scene and soon recognized the figure. "Isn't that the guy we met on the ship?" "On the ship?" Tao Tao also reacted immediately, realizing why he looked familiar. The others also recognized him. At the time, on the large ship at the Beast God Temple, aside from them, only one person had disembarked at the Crimson Flame Islands, this young man. After disembarking, Tao Tao had asked him a question, which is why everyone remembered now. Tao Tao was surprised. She had asked him mainly because Zhang Xuan looked young and handsome, not like an experienced beast tamer. She feared he might have come to the Crimson Flame Islands on a whim to seek adventure, so she had intended to give him a friendly warning. However, Zhang Xuan had been polite yet distant, so she naturally didn't feel comfortable saying more. Now, seeing Zhang Xuan had become an honored guest of the Sato tribe and even had all the tribe members celebrating for him, she was naturally quite surprised. Lu Dongyuan and the others were also puzzled. Among their peers in the South River region, they were already considered the cream of the crop among beast tamers. Especially Lu Dongyuan among the younger generation, there were only a couple who could compare to him, and they were all well acquainted, regardless of their relationship. This man looked several years younger than him. What was his background? Could he be from the imperial capital? It seemed that this was the only possibility. Zhang Xuan, surrounded by a crowd of dwarves, was already drunk. His physique was such that he didn't get drunk from drinking, and he had already downed several jars by himself. On the other hand, Sato clan chief and Sato Manchi were already starting to feel a bit tipsy. Sato clan chief suddenly stood up and raised his wine cup. "All brothers and sisters of the Sato clan, let us toast to our most cherished friend Zhang Xuan." All the dwarves filled their cups, raised them high, and shouted in unison, their voices echoing like a tidal wave. "To his honor." Tao Tao and his group were caught in the middle and could only follow suit, shouting toast. They felt that if they didn't shout, they might be targeted by the surrounding dwarves. Elder Rod suddenly noticed their group. He was already drunk, and upon seeing fellow humans, he walked straight over and greeted them. "You must be here with Zhang Xuan on the island, right? Come, please take a seat." The group exchanged glances, then Lu Dongyuan nodded and smiled, "Thank you very much." He was the first to step forward, and the others followed suit instinctively. Lu Dongyuan intended to use this opportunity to make connections. As someone from a prominent family, he understood that having more high-value connections meant having more power. The others had similar thoughts. Upon reaching the front row, Zhang Xuan recognized their faces and was slightly surprised, but he said nothing, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Dongyuan and the others quickly bowed slightly in return. Though they were unsure of his exact status, it was clear he was someone of great importance, so proper etiquette was essential. Sato, the tribal chief, was in a good mood and, upon seeing them, asked, "Gentlemen, are you here on the island to seek resources?" Tao Tao nodded and replied, "That is correct." Sato, the tribal chief, asked again, "Could you tell us what exactly you are looking for?" Tao Tao said, "I brought my students to your island to search for the flaming source crystal." The flaming crystal? Upon hearing this, Chief Sato didn't hesitate for a moment. He waved his hand generously and said, "Today is a good day for our Red Dwarf Sato tribe. Since you are guests of the human race, your presence here is a sign of our connection. It's just the flaming crystal core after all. No need to make such a fuss. I'll have my people fetch some from the storeroom and present it to you all as a token of our celebration." What? The others were startled. Had they heard correctly? Just give it away? Sato, the tribal chieftain, wouldn't just say something like that lightly. Soon, some dwarves brought the flaming source crystals over and handed them to Lu Dongyuan and the others. They still couldn't believe it. The flame source crystal was a rare resource on the Crimson Flame Islands. They had been working so hard for days with no results, yet now they were getting it this easily? Tao Tao was the first to react, saying, "On behalf of the Southjiang Beastmaster Academy, I thank you for your generous gift." But to their surprise, Chief Sato shook his head and looked at Zhang Xuan. Tao Tao quickly turned to Zhang Xuan, as she had overheard the dwarf's conversation and already knew his name. "Thank you, Lord Zhang Xuan, for your gift." Her tone even carried a hint of flirtation. Facing what was likely one of the top-tier geniuses among the beast masters of the Xia Kingdom, her status as a teacher at the academy was of little importance. Though she didn't know Zhang Xuan's exact background, the fact that the Red Dwarf treated him with such respect and importance meant that he must possess at least one of the following: extraordinary strength or an unimaginably powerful background. Given his age, it was most likely the latter. Toward those of exceptional talent, one must lower one's stance and maintain sufficient respect. Zhang Xuan cast a casual glance over the delicate curves of her body and smiled without speaking. Lu Dongyuan and the others immediately followed with their own expressions of gratitude. If it weren't for the favor they had received from him, their journey might not have yielded any results. Especially Lu Dongyuan, as the Ihua Ho was his beast companion. Though everyone had come here on a dangerous mission for the Continental Beastmaster competition 6 months later, ultimately, he was the one who stood to gain the most. Therefore, he was particularly excited and immediately approached Zhang Xuan to perform the Beastmaster's greeting. He then cautiously asked, "Sir, may I ask if you are a student of the Qilin Academy?" "We all come from the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy." Zhang Xuan shook his head and said, "Qilin Academy? I haven't enrolled yet." Lu Dongyuan and the others hadn't yet processed the meaning of his words when Zhang Xuan added, "I'm a senior in high school, waiting for the college entrance exams." "What?" Lu Dongyuan and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Their first thought was that he was joking, but they quickly realized that the odd feeling they had been getting all along suddenly made sense. That was because Zhang Xuan looked overly young, even somewhat naive, except for the sharpness and arrogance in his demeanor and gaze. At other times, he gave off a slightly odd vibe. Now that he said he was a high school student, it made sense. But a high school student? At most, he's a rookie beast tamer. Why would he receive such treatment? Tao Tao couldn't help but ask, "So, where are you from, the imperial capital?" The others also looked curious, while Lu Dongyuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Do the young masters from the top families in the imperial capital really have that much influence?" Zhang Xuan shook his head again. "You're overthinking it. I'm just a local from Guangning City in the Nanjiang province." "What?" This time, Tao Tao, Lu Dongyuan, and the others all turned to look at a girl in their group. Chapter 91, Gunmanship. "Fei Fei, aren't you from Guangning City?" Li Shuafei was quite surprised. She was a member of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families of Guangning City, and was considered the top young talent in her generation. When did Guangning produce such a person? She hadn't heard a single rumor about it. The Zhang surname had no connection to the Guangning 4 families, so what about the other powerful elder beast tamers? It seemed. She couldn't help but ask, "Zhang. Isn't there a famous Zhang surnamed beast tamer in Guangning?" Zhang Xuan glanced at her. She was in her early 20s, slender in build, with a rather masculine appearance, not the type to turn heads, though she was slightly less striking than the young woman leading the group. But her long, straight, well-proportioned legs were strong and rounded, her skin was smooth and radiant, and she wore combat-style stockings favored by female beast tamers, paired with a short skirt, making her quite eye-catching. However, what she said left him speechless. How strange. Do you really think that without a noble background, one is worth nothing? Earlier in Guangning, Li Xian and his group had been the same. It was as if the emergence of a powerful beast tamer outside the aristocratic families was something completely incomprehensible. At first, Zhang Xuan felt a bit annoyed, but now he just found them utterly boring. Li Shufa paused, instinctively feeling that the other person's words were beyond her understanding. Could it be that background didn't matter? But in this situation, she didn't know how to respond. She hesitated, about to speak, but saw Zhang Xuan wave his hand and say, "Enough, there's no need to linger here. My being invited as a guest of honor by the Sato tribe is merely a stroke of luck. You obtained the flaming crystal because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with me, and we don't even know each other." His tone was cold, and he shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at the others. These words weren't Zhang Xuan being modest. Entering the sacred mountain was indeed a stroke of luck. Moreover, he had no interest in conversing with these people, as they were simply not of the same kind. If they had met in a different place, they might have ended up in a fight. Li Shufa's face turned slightly red, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, while the others also looked at him with mixed thoughts. When people encounter something beyond their understanding, they often tend to believe it is an illusion and seek evidence to prove it is fake. Therefore, they believed most of what Zhang Xuan said, assuming that he had simply been lucky and had received special treatment from the Red Dwarf by chance, rather than attributing it to the other party's exceptional abilities or background. How else could they explain that someone from a small town, without any background in beast taming, and not even a student at the beast-taming academy, could achieve something they could never hope to match? With these thoughts, their excitement and awe had largely vanished. Lu Dongyuan shook his head, deeply disappointed, even regretting why he had been so eager and respectful earlier. They completely forgot that it was only because of Zhang Xian's presence that they had been able to obtain the flaming source crystal. Everyone left in their own direction. Tao Tao's face showed some hesitation. Her thoughts were similar to those of her fellow students, but she felt that things weren't that simple. In the end, she gave Zhang Xian an apologetic smile and left with the others. Zhang Xian continued drinking, not giving the minor incident a second thought. The next morning, he woke up early, completely unaffected by the strong wine from the previous night. Zhang Xian found the Sato clan chief and made another request. "Chief, I wish to practice gunmanship. Do you have any recommendations?" He reasoned that since he intended to use a long gun, he would need to master the relevant skills. The Red Dwarves were renowned for their combat prowess, so there must be experts in this field among them. Sato the tribal chief replied without hesitation, "Of course we do. I'll find you the best warrior in the tribe who specializes in using long spears." As a guest of honor revered by the entire Sato tribe, everything was handled with the utmost efficiency. Soon, Zhang Xian was led to the training ground, where an elderly red dwarf with snow-white hair was already waiting. He was extremely tall and muscular, with a long spear with weathered marks on his back. Though elderly, his eyes sparkled with sharpness, and his gaze carried a faint aura of danger. At first glance, Zhang Xian knew he was no ordinary man. In his perception, the old man's life energy was exceptionally vibrant. The old man bowed to him and said in a deep voice, "Honorable Zhang Xian, I am Sato Money, an 8th rank warrior of the Sato tribe and the best spearman here. You are an honored guest of the Sato tribe. If you wish to train with the spear, I will teach you everything I know." An 8th rank warrior? An 8th rank warrior is roughly equivalent to an 8th rank beast tamer among humans. Zhang Xian was slightly startled. This level of power was undoubtedly among the strongest of the Red Dwarves. Although warriors in the extraordinary system see their strength decline with age, they remain exceptionally powerful beings. He felt deeply grateful to the Sato tribe for their kindness toward him and naturally held great respect for such a figure. He bowed and said, "Please teach me, master." Regardless of the other's attitude, he must maintain the proper demeanor of a student. Sato Money nodded, drew the weathered long spear from his back, and said, "From now on, I will not use my extraordinary abilities. I will demonstrate my spear techniques using only the physical capabilities of an ordinary person." As he spoke, he gripped the spear tightly with both hands, his gaze as sharp as lightning. The air around him seemed to freeze, as if everything had slowed down in the face of the heavy aura emanating from his body. Then, with a swish, a thunderous explosion echoed, the spear shooting through the air like a rainbow, creating layer upon layer of shockwaves. Zhang Xian was startled, for he realized that despite appearing to surpass the strength of an ordinary human, the opponent had indeed used only ordinary strength. However, under the combined influence of various unknown factors, it produced an astonishing effect. It was only because his attributes had surged, propelling him into the realm of physical transcendence, that he was able to discern the underlying mechanics. Otherwise, he might not have been able to discern the true nature of the attack. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. This was the skill he had been eager to learn. He stared intently, not wanting to miss a single detail. Satomoni's gun movements grew increasingly awe-inspiring. It wasn't just his hand movements, every aspect, his steps, his power, his twists, his crouching was executed with such skill that it seemed effortless, yet it stirred up the most astonishing turmoil on the Kamas Lake. By the end, as he drew his gun, the air seemed to be swept by a storm, with the roar of a wild beast echoing through the air. Throughout the entire process, the opponent did not once resort to his extraordinary abilities. At first, Zhang Xuan could keep up with his movements, but by the end, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He could only sense that Satoru Money's movements contained far more than met the eye. Finally, Sato Money came to a halt, and Zhang Xuan fell into deep thought. The other party did not interrupt him. When Zhang Xuan looked up, he said, "Master, I think I saw something beyond the physical body." His tone was not entirely certain. Chapter 92, The Mind Warrior. Satomoni's gaze betrayed his admiration. To be able to say that meant the other person had truly caught on to the essence of it. He began to explain the intricacies to Zhang Xuan, giving him a preliminary understanding. It turned out that, in the eyes of many, the physical body enhancement system had a fast initial learning curve but lacked potential in the later stages, and compared to the Beastmaster system and various magical systems, its upper limit was relatively low. This includes many races that follow the physical body system, who, for this reason, strive to enhance their strength through various creations once they reach a certain level. For example, the Red Rock tribe is significantly more advanced than the Sato tribe in mechanical creation. However, many old-school physical powerhouses dismiss this view with contempt, even outright rejecting it. Sato Money is one such individual. He has always believed that the physical body system is not merely focused on the body, but on unlocking the power of the mind. The mind triumphs over all things, breaking free from the shackles of the body. This is the essence of the ancient teachings. However, this level is extremely difficult to attain. Compared to the human race's Beastmaster system, which relies on the accumulation of resources and easily leads to monopolies and aristocratic clans, where the strong grow stronger and the weak grow weaker. Elves, druids, and other races, who commune with nature and communicate with elements, are clearly distinguished from the start, forming a system where talent reigns supreme. Then there are the ancient races blessed with invincible bloodlines, who need only continuously uncover and trace the potential of their lineage to ascend to greatness. In summary, the emergence of top-tier masters in these systems is clear and predictable. However, the development of the mind is too abstract and intangible, easy to talk about but utterly devoid of concrete clues when it comes to actual implementation. Even within the traditions, there are only vague, often confusing records. This is not because previous generations intentionally concealed the truth, but because the development of the mind is unique to each individual and cannot be easily replicated. This is precisely why such systems have gradually been revised by later generations. Take the Sato tribe, for example. While young warriors train in combat skills, they often place greater emphasis on the support provided by equipment and weapons. A superior weapon can often allow a second-tier warrior to defeat a third-tier warrior. At higher ranks, warriors must equip themselves with even more combat artifacts. As dependence on these artifacts deepens, the cultivation of the mind naturally becomes neglected. However, this is a trend. The dwarves, with their profound forging skills, have indeed progressed smoothly along this path. Only a handful of exceptional individuals persist in the mental discipline that has been abandoned by the majority of their kind. Both of these paths are incorporated into our dwarf warrior system. However, among the entire Red Dwarf clan, only I, Sato Money, have reached the 8th tier warrior rank on the old path. The old man's voice sounded lonely, clearly indicating that after him, the Sato tribe would no longer have anyone to inherit the ancient system. Zhang Xuan understood and bowed respectfully, saying, "Though we are not of the same clan, I am willing to learn. Please teach me, master." He cared little about the barriers between different systems. Anything that could enhance his strength was valuable. Satomoni nodded. This was a closely guarded secret within the tribe, and even the younger generation of his own clan had to undergo rigorous trials to earn his teachings. But this was the benefit of having high respect and affection toward him, which prompted Satomoni to break some of his principles. He began his formal instruction, starting with an explanation of why he could unleash extraordinary power without using his physical body. The mind is different from what we typically think of as consciousness. Consciousness can control the body, but it cannot transcend it. To sever the chains of the physical body, to truly tap into the deepest, most subtle energies, and even to harness the force that permeates all of nature, consciousness must not be the dominant force. To locate the mind and control it, if one is confined to the physical body, even great strength is merely lifting a feather. However, if one can harness the great force, even lifting something light feels heavy, and shattering stars across endless distances with a single hand is not impossible. Looking at Zhang Xuan's astonished expression, Satomoni said, "I am far from reaching that realm, but there once existed a great being who could achieve all this with just the mind. It is true, not a lie." Zhang Xuan gained a glimmer of understanding, and his eyes began to shine. He realized that controlling the body with consciousness was merely piling up physical energy, and the limit was the body itself. But by controlling with the mind, one elevates the mind above the body. The physical body is merely an anchor point among all things, but with this anchor point, one can leverage all things, thereby driving the momentum and forming unimaginable power. Of course, before that, refining the body to its limits naturally made the anchor point more stable, ensuring stability during the levering process and preventing it from collapsing easily. Zhang Xuan possessed extraordinary intuition and had already built an extremely solid physical foundation. Under Satomoni's unreserved instruction, he quickly grasped that fleeting insight. Satomoni stopped at that point and did not delve further. This was not out of selfishness, rather, the development of the mind is an area with little established experience. Any learner must first understand the foundational principles. Excessive sharing of personal insights can lead to confusion. Moreover, even he himself had only taken the first step on this path. Before reaching this threshold, every skill that needed to be learned must be mastered. Satomoni began to teach Zhang Xuan his gunmanship techniques. His gun techniques were devoid of flashy elements, having long since reached the realm of simplicity and authenticity. There were only 6 words to describe them: speed, precision, and timing. As Zhang Xuan pondered the path of mental cultivation, he heard a prompt in his mind, his expression brightening briefly before quickly settling back into focus as he followed his mentor's lead in practicing gun techniques. The training ground echoed with the constant sound of gunfire. It wasn't until late at night that the two stopped. Satomoni left alone, clearly impressed by his student, Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, however, turned his attention to the 2 prompts that had appeared one after another today. Ding! You have accepted Satomoni's inheritance. You have met the corresponding conditions and successfully unlocked a new profession. You have unlocked the new profession Mind Warrior. You have accepted Satomoni's inheritance and learned breaking formation gun technique. The biggest surprise of the day was that he had unlocked a new profession. This meant that outside the Beastmaster system, he had officially gained a second system. Mind Warrior. Description: an extraordinary system traceable to ancient and great beings, preserved through lineage in certain races but extremely rare. Innate skill: mind control. Upon activation, Stage 1, all physical attributes are doubled, and mental energy is continuously consumed during the duration. Subsequent stages are yet to be developed. This system grants him a powerful skill. Chapter 93, Array-Breaking Spear Technique. Once the skill is activated, physical attributes are doubled. This isn't just a doubling of strength, but includes strength, speed, burst, endurance, stamina, reaction. All physical attributes directly increase by 1-fold. The resulting increase in combat power is far more than just 2 or 3 times. Mind power is a unique energy standard exclusive to the Mind Warrior system. It is not derived from external sources but rather from the proliferation and expansion of one's own mind. It must be cultivated and strengthened through daily meditation and deliberate mental control over the body during skill training. The specific methods have already been taught to him by Satomoni. Additionally, he has imparted the essence of Satomoni's lifetime of gunmanship. Formation Breaking Gun Technique Master Level, Beginner 100. Current effect: gun draw speed increased by 15%. This gun technique is based on the original long gun technology of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe, refined and distilled by Satomoni over many years, and has become a master-level combat skill. This gun technique consists of 12 forms, which are not overly complex, but encompass the vast majority of the essence of long gun techniques in various practical variations, embodying the beauty of simplicity and elegance. According to Satomoni, the Mind Warrior School, which combines mental cultivation with techniques honed to perfection, can unleash even more formidable power. Therefore, while in theory, one may eventually reach a state where no weapon is needed, such a realm is only attainable by those who approach divine existence. Until then, one must never slack off in their training. As for spear techniques, they are naturally the most effective way for Zhang Xuan to leverage his physical strength at his current level, so he places great emphasis on them. It seems like he'll have his hands full from now on. Over the next week, after completing and reinforcing all the content on mental development and array-breaking gun techniques under Satoru Moni, Zhang Xuan began daily sparring sessions. Satomoni was extremely strict during the practice sessions, paying meticulous attention to every detail. Any aspect he deemed unsatisfactory, he would have Zhang Xuan refine repeatedly. If something was done incorrectly, he would directly strike Zhang Xuan with the gun barrel. Though Zhang Xuan's physical strength couldn't cause injuries, the force penetrated deeply, leaving bruises and causing him to wince in pain. This technique, armor-piercing spike, concentrates all its force into a point the size of a needle tip, not a broad area. Even a slight deviation in the impact point can result in vastly different levels of power. When charging on horseback, one must charge forward without hesitation, but also retain 3 parts of one's strength. Otherwise, one will be unable to keep up with the changes that follow. Merely having momentum is far from enough. Others say that in close combat against long spears, entering within 3 feet of the opponent can greatly reduce their momentum, and within 1 foot can sever their life force. But all of that is nonsense. Those who fear close combat are merely lacking in skill. This technique, collapsing mountain press, when mastered to its essence, means certain death for anyone who dares to approach. With such a master guiding him step by step, coupled with his exceptional natural talent, his progress was rapid. His array-breaking spear technique had already advanced from the beginner stage to the proficient stage by the 5th day. Later, Sato Money brought in a familiar face to spar with him. Upon seeing that it was Sato Manchi, Zhang Xuan realized that the two shared a striking resemblance. Manchi was actually the master's grandson. However, Sato Money clearly wasn't satisfied with this grandson who couldn't inherit his path, maintaining a stern expression throughout. Zhang Xuan faced Monkey and let loose. Over the past few days of sparring with his teacher, he had always felt constrained, unable to fully utilize his physical attributes despite being on par with his opponent, often losing within a few moves. If this were a real battle, he would have died countless times already. This highlighted the gap in skill and mental fortitude between those who had walked the path of the mind warrior. While Meng Qi's techniques were superior to Zhang Xian's, he had not embarked on the path of the mind, leaving more room for maneuver in their sparring. Zhang Xuan knows that Meng Qi's physical strength is inferior to his own, and the gap has widened even further after his journey to the Holy Mountain. Therefore, he controlled his strength and other attributes to match his opponent's level, beginning a fair contest. Their battle was a pure clash of skills. Manchi's weapon is a pair of hammers, which is actually the most commonly used weapon among the Red Dwarves. After all, they often had to devote much of their energy to forging, and hammers could serve both as forging tools and as weapons of war. Therefore, when it came to hammer techniques, Sato's mastery surpassed that of all other warrior masters combined. Although Manchi is the grandson of Master Money, he learned his hammer techniques from other warrior masters, receiving genuine instruction, and has already reached near master level. The stages of mastery are beginner, proficient, advanced, master, and perfected. Therefore, when it comes to warrior skills, he is significantly stronger than Zhang Xuan of the present. Fortunately, when fighting him, he didn't feel completely overwhelmed like when facing his teacher. Although Zhang Xuan still ended up at a disadvantage, the battle was highly enjoyable. After the first day of combat, Meng Qi was slightly proud, saying, "Zhang Xuan, my hammer technique is renowned among the younger generation in Sato. You're not bad either, keep up the good work." Sato Money snorted coldly beside him, scolding, "You good-for-nothing fool. Do you think you're stronger than Zhang Xuan? Wait 3 more days, and he won't lose to you again." Money was both delighted and annoyed. He was delighted because, in his twilight years, he had found a prodigious disciple worthy of inheriting his martial arts legacy. But annoyed that his grandson acted like a spoiled child, completely oblivious to how astonishingly fast Zhang Xuan was improving. It could be said that he was improving visibly with every battle. Such a person was truly born for battle. The human race's beast master system couldn't possibly bring out his true potential. But fate had brought him to Sato, allowing him to uncover his potential. It seems this is truly the will of the great Gander. Manchi, of course, didn't believe his grandfather's words. Skills aren't something that can be improved in just a few days. He acknowledged that Zhang Xian's performance was extremely astonishing, but it wasn't that exaggerated, was it? But seeing his grandfather ready to hurl the long spear at him, he quickly fled in fear. In the following days, Zhang Xuan continued to train with Meng Qi. Fighting against an opponent who was stronger than him but not so overwhelming that he couldn't put up a fight was the fastest way to improve. That day, it was already nighttime. The long spear and double hammers clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Their movements were almost identical to every previous encounter, as if they had rehearsed every detail. Over the past few days, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. But this time, Sato Manchi's face showed no trace of ease. He clenched his teeth, his expression serious and even solemn. Zhang Xian's progress was astonishing. Even though he had realized it belatedly, he now saw that compared to 3 days ago, the other man seemed like a completely different person. The timing and changes in his gun movements were incredibly seasoned and cunning, as if he had spent a decade mastering this art. Just as he was fighting with all his might, suddenly an alarm clock rang. Chapter 94, Burning Prison, Blazing Star. Ding ding ding. Sato Manchi, who had just escaped a dangerous sword clash and was focusing intently on preparing for the next collision, was startled by the sound. Zhang Xuan had already taken a step back and smiled, "Manchi, time's up." Manchi finally realized that they had been fighting for a full 10 minutes. Earlier, Meng Yi had set the dueling time at 10 minutes, with both fighters giving their all. In previous matches, Zhang Xuan had always been defeated by Meng Qi within 10 minutes. At first, it took 3 or 5 minutes, then nearly 9 minutes, and this time, they fought to a draw for the full 10 minutes, with Zhang Xuan clearly still holding back. Even if they continued, it was uncertain whether Meng Qi could suppress his opponent and emerge victorious. He clicked his tongue, finally coming to his senses, his tone filled with admiration and a touch of envy. "Zhang Xuan, you're unbelievable. I'm considered a genius of the Sato tribe, but compared to you." He had witnessed Zhang Xian's progress firsthand over the past few days. The other party had indeed evolved through each battle, and just 3 days ago, he had still seemed a bit raw in front of him. Zhang Xuan laughed heartily. Sato Money, standing beside him, felt a mix of joy and annoyance at his grandson's presence. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "You call yourself a genius? The Crimson Flame Islands are so small. Even if we combine the Sato tribe with the Red Rock tribe, how many people would that be? Go to the mainland and broaden your horizons. Now, get out of here." Sato Monkey, having fulfilled his role as a tool, quickly scurried away with his tail between his legs. Zhang Xuan smiled beside him, then turned to Sato Money and bowed deeply with great respect. Master Munji, thank you for imparting all your knowledge to me these past few days. Without your guidance, I never would have made such progress. Sato Money accepted the bow, and Zhang Xuan received his spiritual warrior inheritance and the essence of his array-breaking spear technique. This was the culmination of his lifetime of cultivation, and he had entrusted it all to his disciple. They were now true master and disciple. He exhaled softly, his face breaking into a smile for the first time. Zhang Xuan, though I have served as a teacher within the clan before, I have never truly taken a disciple. I never imagined that my only disciple would be a human. However, I am very satisfied with you, extremely satisfied. Though the time was short, I have taught you everything I can. You have already crossed the threshold. In the future, strive to perfect the array-breaking spear technique and the art of controlling the body with the mind. If you encounter any difficulties, return to Manhwa Island at any time. Here, everyone is your ally. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He wasn't particularly emotional, but to be honest, as a human beast tamer, he had never encountered any companions who fought alongside him. Instead, he often felt a sense of loneliness. He nodded firmly. Master Manga, the matter of the Sato tribe is also my responsibility. I will return to see you in the future. Another week passed. During this time, besides practicing with his spear, Zhang Xuan also began to train in archery. Unfortunately, the Sato tribe didn't have any masters in archery, but there were still quite a few people with decent skills. After a few days of practice, Zhang Xuan successfully activated the basic archery skill. At least it was sufficient for now. One day, Elder Rod came to find him. Your 2 weapons are ready. Zhang Xuan followed him to the most renowned forge on Manhwa Island, where he saw the 2 newly forged pieces of equipment. When the cloth was removed, the entire room was filled with intense heat, and the blinding light took a while to subside. The first was a long spear over 2 meters in length, designed specifically for Zhang Xuan's build, a true great spear. The spear's body was crimson with golden hues, and faint flames burned endlessly. Zhang Xuan picked it up, feeling its substantial weight and the fiery energy surging within him. Elder Rod explained, this is primarily made from magma gold, mixed with red iron, fire jade, and flowing fire crystals, giving it exceptional compatibility with flame energy and top-tier durability. Additionally, it has been forged using our Sato clan's unique secret technique, further enhancing its already impressive density. Finally, gravity runes were imbued into it. As a result, its weight is truly astonishing, reaching a staggering 48,000 pounds. Moreover, it can activate a second form, increasing its weight to a terrifying 80,000 pounds. His eyes were filled with awe. This was undoubtedly the heaviest weapon ever forged in the history of the Sato tribe. To create it, nearly all the tribe's master smiths were summoned, as it would have been impossible to compress such a vast amount of rare materials into a single spear of normal size. Even in its first form, with its current weight, it was barely manageable for him, a 7th-tier dwarf warrior, to lift. But to use it as a weapon for combat was clearly impossible. Yet Zhang Xuan handled it with ease. His physical prowess is truly astonishing. Zhang Xuan tried a few basic spear techniques. Thrusting, stabbing, slashing, and blocking, in each movement caused a dull thud in the air, with even slight distortions visible. This was the result of exaggerated strength combined with the weight of the long spear. He nodded in satisfaction. With this weight, plus the second form, it was indeed sufficient for his needs. Zhang Xuan turned his attention to the second item. It was another crimson-colored longbow, but the bow itself had a more fluid appearance, as if ripples of light were dancing within it. This bow was forged by melting liquid flame essence to enhance its flexibility and tensile strength. Given your current strength, it should be just right. Give it a try. Zhang Xuan picked up the longbow, tilted his chin slightly, stabilized his center of gravity, and pulled the string back. With his strength, he could actually feel some resistance, until he fully drew the bow, at which point an astonishing amount of force had been built up. The arrows fired with such force, combined with the momentum, would cause unimaginable destruction. Elder Rod continued, the most crucial aspect is that this bow can surrounding fire elements to create arrows from thin air, further enhancing its power. Arrows born from the void? That would be perfect for him. Zhang Xuan didn't need to gather fire elements from his surroundings, his very body was a mobile volcano. An endless supply of fire elements means an endless supply of arrows. Seeing Zhang Xuan's satisfaction, Elder Rod relaxed and said, these 2 weapons are yours. The name should also be chosen by you, their master. Do you have any ideas? Zhang Xuan pondered briefly. Both the great spear and the longbow were crafted from top-tier fire-attributed materials, so their names should also be fire-related. He had an idea. This spear shall be called Fiery Prison, this bow shall be called Burning Star. Fingyu, Raining. Sato Rod murmured the names a few times, 1 spear to burn the prison, 1 arrow to ignite the stars. Fine names. In your hands, they will surely shine brightly. He himself was one of the master blacksmiths of the Sato tribe, having personally participated in the forging of both weapons. He knew full well how powerful they were. Chapter 95, Li Xian's mother. Therefore, he naturally hoped that these two weapons would fall into the hands of a true warrior. This way, the forging reputation of the Sato tribe would be spread even further. It now seems that Zhang Xuan is indeed the perfect candidate. With this, Zhang Xuan had accomplished all his objectives on the Crimson Flame Islands. With little time remaining before the unified examination, he must return. After bidding farewell to the Sato tribe chief, Eldorad, and Manchi, Zhang Xuan boarded the ship returning home. Meanwhile, within Guangning City, the Li family, within a grand and imposing castle. Among the 4 beast-taming clans of Guangning, each had their own unique arrangements for their clan settlements. The Yin family preferred large mansions, the Li family favored villa complexes, and the Hu family favored Eastern-style gardens. The Li family, however, was the most extravagant, with a passion for ancient castles. This castle spans over 10 acres, with all members of the Li family residing within its walls, though they are divided into outer and inner sections, with the core area reserved for the family head. Its construction took 3 generations to complete. In the central area, within a room adorned with vintage decor and lavish furnishings, a middle-aged man sat at a redwood desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. He bore a striking resemblance to Li Xian, though his demeanor was far more imposing and stern. Beside him stood a wealthy woman adorned with jewels and pearls. Though she was in her 40s, her natural beauty and meticulous care made her appear no older than 30, radiating a vibrant and alluring charm. Her fox-like eyes retained their allure even in her later years. Her snow-white skin was adorned with a meticulously tailored, form-fitting dress. The skirt hem fell just above the knees, revealing slender, smooth calves that were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings that clung to her skin, adding a touch of elegance and allure. This alluring noblewoman is none other than Mrs. Li Wuwen, the wife of the head of the Li family and the mother of Li Xian. She was surnamed Hu, the younger sister of the current head of the Hu family. In her youth, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Guangning. Later, the two families were united in marriage, and she became a member of the Li family. She doted on Li Xian, her only son, and upon seeing him shut himself away in the ancient castle after the Guangning mock exam, looking dazed and disoriented, she realized her son had been severely shaken by the exam and had even developed psychological issues. Madame Hu was greatly surprised. After all, it was just a mock exam within Guangning City who could have done such a thing? As a 4th-tier beast tamer, she was well aware of her son's abilities among his peers in Guangning. Could it be someone from the other 3 families? The Hu family was out of the question, and the young girl from the Yin family and the young generation of the Li family didn't have the caliber either. After inquiring, she discovered it was actually a young man of extremely ordinary origins. Madame Hu was both astonished and furious. She had been arrogant and domineering in her youth, but had restrained herself after marrying into the Li family. However, in public, she still maintained the arrogant demeanor of a noblewoman. In Guangning City, a mere commoner-born beast tamer dared to reduce her son to this state. This was tantamount to rebellion. She immediately ordered the Li family to send people to search for Zhang Xuan. Upon discovering he was not in Guangning City, they tracked down his family's residence and prepared to take revenge on his relatives. The Li family had done this many times before, especially under the direct or indirect instructions of Lady Hu. As long as no one dies and it doesn't escalate to the level of the magistrate, nothing will come of it. Even if it escalated, it could be suppressed with some effort. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was hardly worth making a fuss over. However, for many members of prominent families, this was an affront from an insect and must be met with a thunderous response. However, upon locating Zhang Xian's family, they discovered that he was secretly protected by members of the Beast God's Branch Temple, who also issued a stern warning. Madame Hu, who had always been arrogant, naturally refused to accept this and was about to take further action, but she was harshly scolded by Li Wuwen, who had heard the news. He said he had his own plans and that they should not act rashly during this time, lest they attract the attention of the Beast God's Branch Temple. Madame Hu finally realized that this young upstart named Zhang Xuan possessed something the Li family was willing to do anything to obtain, and since he was under the protection of the Beast God's Branch Temple, the matter was no longer as simple as avenging Li Xian. She knew the stakes well, and with Li Wuwen personally handling the matter, the other party's fate would only be worse. Thus, she patiently waited for news over the next few days. However, after waiting nearly 3 weeks, she had grown increasingly impatient. She immediately rushed to find Li Wuwen. Madame Hu approached Li Wuwen and massaged his shoulders. "Wu Wen, have you heard anything about that damned boy yet? These past few days, Xian has been locked in his room, refusing to see anyone. As his father, don't you feel even a little bit of pity?" Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Although Li Wuwen had scolded him recently, he had always been very indulgent toward this wife who had been by his side for over a decade. He spoke softly. "Of course I'm heartbroken. Not only would I never let anyone harm Xian, even if it were someone from the other 3 families, I'd make them pay dearly. But madam, this boy is no ordinary child. If the killers hadn't demanded such an exorbitant price, they wouldn't have dared. Rest assured, this time we will not only avenge Xian. But once we obtain the item on that boy's person, our Li family will have another opportunity to rise even higher. At that time, even if the other 3 families band together, they won't be a match for our Li family. Madame Hu heard this and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She knew her husband's ambitions, and the other party wasn't someone who made empty threats. If he spoke so boldly, it must be based on something. Although she was born into the Hu family, her status had long since placed her in the position of the matriarch of the Li family. If the Li family could truly suppress the other 3 families, it would only benefit her. Madame Hu pondered for a moment and asked, what about that so-called killing god society? Is it really reliable? After killing that young man, won't they trace it back to our Li family? After learning that the beast god's branch temple was secretly protecting Zhang Xuan's family, she realized that the other party wasn't as simple as they seemed. Even if one's background is humble, if one is favored by the beast god Hall, the Li family wouldn't dare to act lightly. If discovered, it would inevitably cause a great deal of trouble. Li Wuwen took his wife's hand and gently stroked her delicate fingers, which were no less delicate than those of a young girl, and said, rest assured, the Kill God Society may have a notorious reputation, but it has always been able to operate in the underworld because of its efficiency and credibility. Even if the Beast God's branch temple knows that it was the Li family who hired the assassins, and since the God's layers never reveal their clients' identities, without direct evidence, no one can touch the Li family. Moreover, Li Wuwen sneered, it's just a branch temple. The true rulers of Guangning City are not them. Madame Hu looked admiringly at her husband and wrapped her arms around his neck. Chapter 96, Mind Mapping. In her youth, she was like a proud phoenix, looking down on all her peers. But only Li Wuwen, with his arrogant aura and boundless ambition, had captured her heart. After they married, Li Wuwen lived up to her expectations, defeating his clan rivals and ascending to the position of head of the Li family. He then led the Li family to Guangning, where they quietly rose to the top among the 4 major families. Therefore, Mrs. Hu always trusted Li Wuwen's decisions without reservation. Li Wuwen held his wife's hands, pulling her into his embrace, feeling the mature fragrance, and suddenly felt inspired. Just as he was about to act, a flash of red light suddenly appeared. HM? Li Wuwen's expression changed, and he immediately let go of Hu Lady, reaching into his robe to pull out an object. He revealed a smug expression and said, it's news from the Kill God Society. It seems they've succeeded. Hu's wife also showed a look of joy and said, it's a pity that Xiao Xian can't handle him personally. Li Wuwen pressed the object, and a light screen appeared, revealing a figure shrouded in black robes, its true form invisible. How about it? Have you already killed that brat? The items on his body must be handed over to me according to the rules. Li Wuwen spoke directly. However, the cloaked figure remained silent for a moment before a hoarse voice echoed, the assassination failed. After assessment by the main headquarters, there was a serious misjudgment of the target's information. Abandon this mission. What? Li Wuwen and Hu Lady's pupils contracted. Li Wuwen couldn't believe it and asked, why did it fail? Wait, no, how could the Killers Guild so easily abandon the mission? Shouldn't they have sent stronger assassins? However, the person across from him casually replied, since you have abandoned the mission, we will return all the crystals we have collected. As soon as they finished speaking, the light screen vanished, clearly indicating that the connection had been severed. Damn it! Li Wuwen slammed his fist on the table, his forehead veins bulging. He hadn't lost his composure like this in a long time. Madame Hu stroked his back, puzzled. This Kill God Society is so unreliable. They can't even handle an 18-year-old boy? Li Wuwen pinched his eyebrows, his mind racing with various possibilities. However, a growing sense of unease crept up his chest. No, it couldn't be that simple. He had never heard of the Kill God Society abandoning a mission after a single failure, otherwise, they wouldn't have such a formidable reputation across the continent. The few words the other party had mentioned caught Li Wuwen's attention. Severe misjudgment of information, abandon the mission. A sudden, inexplicable sense of fear washed over Li Wuwen. Even during the fierce battles for the family leadership years ago, when he had fought and schemed against his own clan brothers, nearly dying in a siege, he had never felt such fear. Because Li Wuwen could clearly sense that too many unknown factors had emerged in the current situation. And fear stems from the unknown. The fact that the killers had voluntarily abandoned their mission after their first assassination attempt failed clearly indicated that their target was not simply someone favored by a branch of the Beast God's temple. What kind of secret was hidden behind that commoner-born youth? And could the Li family, such a secret? Wuwen, if all else fails, I'll go find my older brother and ally with the Hu family. I don't believe a commoner-born youth could be so difficult to deal with. Madame Hu also sensed something was amiss. This matter was no longer just about avenging her son. But the inertia of her thinking prevented her from taking the other parties seriously. After all, no matter how unusual they were, a strong suppression would suffice. Li Wuwen impatiently waved his hand, refusing to respond, and instead picked up his communicator and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Big brother? Wu Kuang, issue the order, have our men stand down and avoid any activities outside for now. Understood, boss. Li Wuwen was a man of his word. His orders, backed by years of authority, were obeyed without question by everyone in the Li family. Seeing his wife still looking puzzled, Li Wuwen stood up and patted her shoulder. Yuan, you should also avoid making any moves for now. As for Xiao Xian's side, I'll count on you to take care of him. With that, he walked out of the room. Madame Hu sighed and also stepped out into the corridor. At that moment, a young woman dressed in a maid's uniform rushed over, stopped in front of Mrs. Hu, but hesitated to speak. Mrs. Hu knew she was her son's maid. Seeing her like this, she asked urgently, "What's wrong? Did Xiao Xian throw another tantrum?" The maid hesitated. "Madam, it's the young master. He's holding on to Xiao Ru and won't let her go. He's tearing her clothes." Madame Hu frowned. "Xiao Ru? Is she the new girl who just arrived at the fort?" Her eyes, which had been filled with anger, narrowed as she said, "The Li family employs you all to serve the master's family. If the young master needs something, do you dare to object? And you, is this even worth running over here to tell me? You're also under Xian's command. He's unwell now, you should be taking care of him instead of coming here." The maid's face paled. Thinking of the mistress's usual methods, she trembled in fear and hurriedly apologized repeatedly before turning and rushing back to Li Xian's room. These people were all from impoverished backgrounds, lacking even the most basic beast-taming abilities. Their families had arranged contracts with the aristocratic clan to secure them a livelihood. The compensation was slightly higher than that of ordinary low-ranking beast-tamers. But in other aspects, they were no different from servants. Such matters might be investigated if they occurred outside the household, but for them, there was no way to refuse. Thinking of the methods the young master would use on them when he was angry, she could only return in fear. An hour earlier, the large ship returning from the Crimson Flame Islands was sailing across the sea. The only person who boarded the ship from Tianhua Island was Zhang Xuan. He sat cross-legged in the cabin, practicing the meditation technique he had learned from Master Mengye. According to Master Mengye, many systems incorporate meditation, such as various magical systems that require meditation to communicate with natural elements. Engraving the patterns of wind, rain, lightning, and thunder, or the sun, moon, stars, and constellations, or even the legendary ancient divine descendants, to strengthen the spirit. However, the meditation of the mind warrior system does not rely on external objects. Their meditation focuses solely on themselves. The process is highly meticulous. First, one must visualize their own form in meditation. Once this human form can be maintained for an extended period, one then proceeds to refine the details. Features, limbs, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, down to the very cells. With each deeper level of meditation, the mind grows stronger. Master Mengyi said he had only reached the stage of sketching the skin, yet he could already unleash extraordinary power without invoking his physical body. Chapter 97, Assassination. If mental transcendence and physical transcendence are combined, the power is even more astonishing. It is said that if one can depict their own cells within their mind, then with a single thought, their body becomes countless worlds, a single finger can shift the rules of the universe, and ignite stars. Such a realm is truly worthy of being called a true god. This path is truly endless, with no limits to its potential. Zhang Xuan naturally must cultivate diligently at all times. As he continued to map his body within his mind, prompts from the Mind Warrior Profession panel began to appear one after another. You attempted a mental mapping. Mental energy plus 10. You attempted a mental mapping. Mind power plus. Zhang Xuan was fully immersed in the process. For others, meditation and cultivation were often extremely difficult, no easier than physical training, especially since the mind was easily distracted, making it hard to enter the required state. However, his physical body was extremely strong, providing a solid foundation for his mind, allowing him to enter the state quickly and achieve excellent results in his cultivation. This cultivation session lasted half a day. The ship came to a stop, seemingly having docked. Zhang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows slightly. He had been immersed in visualizing his own physique, but suddenly felt the air grow stagnant and oppressive, causing a sense of discomfort. Stepping out of the cabin, he found the sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds, with faint flashes of lightning flickering within. The rumbling sounds, like low, roaring whispers, grew louder, indicating that a heavy downpour was imminent. The ship had anchored near the shore of a large island. If he remembered correctly, this was Dongao Island, 2 stops away from the port of Ninghai City. Zhang Xuan stood on the deck for a moment, admiring the scenery. Soon, several passengers boarded the ship, likely having just arrived from Dongao Island. 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing ordinary. 2 of them were traveling together, complaining about the situation on Dongao Island. From their conversation, it seemed they were beast tamers from a guild on a mission. The other 2, a man and a woman, boarded alone. Upon reaching the deck, the man with a kind-faced expression nodded and smiled at Zhang Xuan in greeting. The others did not respond. The group then dispersed to various spots along the railing to gaze at the sea view, while the 2 continued their conversation. Zhang Xuan stayed for a while, but the air grew increasingly stuffy, and he lost interest in taking a stroll. He decided to return to the cabin. However, just as he had this thought and took a step forward, his body suddenly froze in place. Zhang Xuan did not turn around, his expression unchanged. Something was off about these four people. In that brief moment, he distinctly felt several pairs of eyes fixated on his back. They were staring at him. Or rather, they were coming straight for him. In the past, Zhang Xuan might not have taken such an intuition seriously, just a fleeting sensation not worth dwelling on. Or perhaps he wouldn't have had such an intuition at all. However, after activating the Mind Warrior's professional system, his senses had become much more acute, allowing him to perceive the authenticity of this sensation with remarkable clarity. Zhang Xuan's mind was flooded with thoughts. Four people were heading straight for him, two of them pretending not to know each other, all boarding the ship on Dongao Island. Clearly, this was a premeditated and well-planned operation. The enemy must have already tracked his every move since he arrived in Ninghai City and set off for the Crimson Flame Islands. This meant that someone had been watching him since he was on Tianhua Island. Was it one of the dwarves from the Sato tribe, or perhaps those few from the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy, or someone lurking in the shadows? Few could have orchestrated such a setup. Drawing on recent experiences, Zhang Xuan had a rough idea of who it might be. However, regardless of who it is, the priority now is to break through all their arrangements. Zhang Xuan sneered inwardly, secretly channeling the flame energy within his body to form an invisible protective barrier around his body. While this barrier might not be particularly effective against physical attacks, it could defend against invisible, insidious techniques. He then walked toward the gangplank, appearing as though he intended to descend to the deck. By the gangplank stood the woman in her 30s. As Zhang Xuan passed by, she seemed unconcerned, her gaze fixed on the sea. Zhang Xuan took one step at a time toward the gangplank entrance. Just as he was about to step down, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, Zhang Xuan once again felt the gaze of everyone behind him focused on him. Quite patient, it seems. Looks like a professional assassin. Zhang Xuan paused for only a moment before suddenly turning around. He stared straight at the four of them, but they either continued talking or looked at the scenery, as if they had never noticed him. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly and suddenly said, "Gentlemen, I will be heading down first." He then walked straight down the gangplank. The moment his figure disappeared at the end of the gangplank, the four turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes converging on a single point, their expressions icy. He actually noticed us. What an unpleasant complication. However, there are still arrangements to be made below. Let's go and wrap things up. The four turned and headed toward the deck below. At that moment, Zhang Xuan had already arrived at the ship's cabin door and stood there. The room had already been entered by someone. The moment he realized this, Zhang Xuan swiftly retreated backward. Boom! Blinding flames and intense heat, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, completely obliterated the ship's cabin and everything around it. Although Zhang Xuan's speed was already astonishingly fast, he was still instantly engulfed by the expanding mushroom cloud. The entire ship was blown into a hollow wreckage, with flames still devouring the remaining hull. Four figures with illusory wings emerging from their backs appeared, their bodies shrouded in a faint glow that separated them from the smoke, arriving at the center of the explosion. This technique was clearly not from the ordinary Beastmaster system. The devouring extinction thunder, powerful enough to kill an 8th-tier beast tamer, was wasted on this kid. The man with the kind face, watching the smoke that obscured everything, shook his head and said, "Stop wasting time. The headquarters judgment never errs. This kid is no ordinary opponent. The Godslayer has intervened, we must leave no chance for survival." The plain-looking woman spoke coldly. The other two said, "All right, find his spatial backpack and return to report." They flew downward, while a man and a woman patrolled the area above. There was clear, their methods bizarre and ruthless, leaving no room for survival. This was the signature style of the Kill God Society. The two men flew downward. The only tricky part about using this powerful weapon was that it was difficult to locate the target's belongings. Suddenly, one of them stopped and looked in a certain direction. "What's that?" The other turned to look. All they could see was intense flames and thick smoke converging toward a single point. A strong sense of danger echoed in their minds. "Back up quickly." Their sharp instincts caused the two assassins to retreat swiftly. Chapter 98, Total Annihilation. At the same moment, the place that seemed to have absorbed and devoured all the surrounding flames and smoke erupted violently. The two retreated swiftly, but the flames engulfing them closed in even faster. Their eyes filled with terror. Such intense heat was simply unbearable for flesh and blood. In their panic, two spheres of light appeared in their hands, which they hurled forward. The light spheres formed an energy barrier, seemingly attempting to block the relentless heat before them. However, the moment the flames made contact, the barrier collapsed, and the two were instantly engulfed, their bodies reduced to ash before they could even utter a scream. The devouring extinction thunder that had just been unleashed seemed to have been channeled directly into their bodies. 0507? The man in the sky was the first to notice something was wrong. The energy below erupted suddenly, and the life signs of his two companions vanished in an instant. Before he could react, a figure burst out of the thick smoke, enveloped in intense killing intent, with flames dancing around his body. He held a crimson-red spear in his hand. Zhang Xuan did not fly into the air but instead leaped off the wreckage of the large ship with tremendous force, propelling himself over 10 meters in height, charging straight toward the assassin. "This is bad, 06, split up." The man shouted urgently, then turned and fled in one direction without looking back, while the woman fled in the opposite direction. When the situation was beyond control, they had to act decisively. As members of the God of Death Society, they would never attempt a forced assassination against a target whose situation had deviated significantly from their assessment. This was the fundamental principle that had allowed the Kill God Society to establish itself as the top assassin organization on the continent. However, Zhang Xuan wasn't about to let him escape. Die! The momentum from his legs continued to surge forward. Zhang Xuan twisted his waist mid-air and thrust the burning prison forward with brutal force. The terrifying force, combined with the fire elements clinging to it, and the foreign-use length exceeding 2 meters. The man felt the terrifying destructive power behind him, capable of easily tearing apart flesh and bone. His eyes bulged in terror. If he continued flying recklessly, he would surely be impaled by the spear. In desperation, he turned to block the attack. Another energy barrier appeared, but the man kept moving. Due to the increased distance, the spear could only touch him with its tip. He intended to use the momentum from blocking the spear to escape. However, while his plan was sound, he had underestimated the true power of that spear thrust. Whoosh! The energy barrier was instantly shattered, and the extreme sharpness and flames at the tip of the blade pierced through his outer robe. The man was cautious by nature and had worn inner armor for this mission. However, this layer of protection did not provide him with a sense of security. While it blocked the physical impact, the force and intense heat still penetrated through. Put! His face turned as white as paper, blood gushing from his mouth as his body plummeted toward the sea. Zhang Xuan did not pursue him. Instead, as the upward momentum of his leap reached its peak, he briefly suspended himself in mid-air. In that split second, he withdrew the burning prison and drew the burning star longbow. His fingers tightened, and a flaming arrow instantly formed. He pulled the string back, and the arrow shot toward the fleeing figure. The flames trailed a long trail of fire in mid-air. The woman sensed the energy rushing toward her and tried to change her flight path, but the arrow was too fast. Her thoughts hadn't even fully formed before it pierced through her back. The wound from the arrow was not a small hole but resembled an explosion of fire, completely vaporizing the woman's back, her internal organs, blood vessels, and muscles melting away, leaving only a horrific, gaping hole. Her eyes dimmed instantly, and her lifeless body plummeted into the sea. Zhang Xuan didn't even glance at the result after firing the arrow, for he knew its power was too great. Instead, he used the force of his descent to plunge toward the sea surface. The severely wounded man fell into the sea, using his remaining strength to frantically paddle his limbs on the water's surface. The fiery arrow's momentum caused him to instinctively turn his head, only to see his last companion being hunted down and killed. The man's face was deathly pale, not just from blood loss but also from the loss of any hope of survival. He lay face up on the sea surface, watching his assassination target plunge toward him. A faint smile curled his lips before he closed his eyes. Boom! The seawater erupted several meters into the air, the waves boiling into thick mist under the intense heat, mingling with the blood mist from shattered and burned flesh. The fourth man was dead. The entire process, from the moment the first two were engulfed by flames, took no more than 10 seconds. Zhang Xuan's gaze was icy cold. He had not sustained any injuries. The power of that thunderbolt, which had devoured everything in its path, was indeed terrifying. However, in the face of one who had mastered part of the flame's authority, it was utterly useless, even becoming a weapon in his hands. Even now, not a single drop of seawater had touched his body. All the moisture that approached him was instantly vaporized by the fire elements. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the clouds. High above, a figure shrouded in black robes sat cross-legged on the back of a giant bird. The crystal stone in his hand flickered with illusory light, recording the entire process and transmitting it elsewhere. The figure in black robes murmured, "Mission failed. Information transmitted. Headquarters response, abandon the mission. Withdraw." He patted the giant bird, and its wings spread wide, flapping rapidly as it soared higher into the sky. Soon, a hazy aura began to shroud his body. In the next instant, both the man and the bird vanished into thin air. Zhang Xuan withdrew his gaze. He had spotted the last person, but knew he couldn't kill him. His face remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. Had it not been for the gains he had made on Manhwa Island, he would have been certain to die in this ambush. In short, the enemy's arrangements were meticulously planned, leaving no room for survival, and their intelligence on his own situation was also extremely precise. The explosive device he just used, combined with his precise judgment of flame energy, would have easily killed an 8th-tier beast tamer who wasn't prepared. However, the opponent never anticipated that he had undergone such an extraordinary transformation during his time on Manhwa Island. Zhang Xuan rushed to the side of the woman's body before it sank completely. Only her remains were still somewhat intact. Zhang Xuan searched the body thoroughly but found nothing of value or anything that could identify her. Clearly, this was the work of an extremely professional assassination organization, with a motive and the ability to hire such a group. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze toward the land, his inner rage no longer under control, cold words slipping from his lips. "I'm not dead. That dam is on you. Black King, come out." A mighty roar echoed across the sea, and the burning world Black Dragon, now in its true form, appeared. Sensing its master's emotions, its golden dragon eyes fixed on Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan leaped onto its back and stroked its head. "Let us go. We're going to kill a lot of people today." Roar! The Black King responded, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Chapter 99, The Black Dragon's Approach. In an instant, countless strange beasts in the sea exploded and perished under the overwhelming dragon's might. Zhang Xuan suddenly understood. Hide? No, why should I hide? From now on, anyone who dares to stand in my way, anyone who dares to plot against me or those around me, will face the most brutal crushing. No matter who they are. This was precisely the purpose of his strength. And Zhang Xuan believed that he now had the confidence to stand in the spotlight. More importantly, no one could accurately assess his true strength. Because his progress is too fast it defies logic. When others are openly seeking his life, if he doesn't crush all his enemies completely, wouldn't that be blunting his own edge? Black King, full speed ahead. Target, Guangning City. The Black Dragon responded to its master's command, its colossal form obscuring the sky, yet its speed was astonishing, like a towering black curtain slicing through the air. All living beings instinctively trembled at this moment. After evolving into their growth forms, the Dragon Emperor's aura was truly awe-inspiring. The sky, the ocean, and all creatures were utterly cowed, unable even to flee. Just a few dozen minutes later, the port of Ninghai City came into view. Zhang Xuan released Jin Yunyuan, who had been locked in the blood-gray realm. "You may go. Regularly relay any valuable intelligence from the kingdom of Shinra to me." Jin Yunyuan, upon breathing the outside air for the first time, found himself atop the back of a colossal creature. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a dragon. His heart trembled with fear, and he revered his master as a god. He grew even more grateful for his decision to choose this master. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's orders, he immediately knelt on one knee. "Master, I, Jin Yunyuan, will spare no effort, even if it means risking my life. Should you ever need to conquer Silla in the future, I shall be your first scout." His voice was filled with fervor. To be able to command a dragon was to conquer all, and to become its servant was an honor. Upon returning, he would spare no effort to begin accumulating strength for his master, starting with the Jin family. Zhang Xuan nodded slightly. Jin Yunyuan rose and bowed respectfully once more before summoning his flying beast companion, a large goose, and departed toward the north. He did not give the other any specific instructions or make any promises. For only when Jin Yunyuan truly demonstrated his own value would he be worthy of Zhang Xuan's consideration for inclusion in his future plans. Indeed, Zhang Xuan already had plans to develop his own. While his own strength and invincibility were of utmost importance, the collection of resources and numerous trivial and out-of-reach tasks required a group of people centered around him to accomplish. Zhang Xuan had already made plans to implement them after the unified exams, but now it seemed he could move things up a bit. The Black Dragon continued forward, arriving above Ninghai City. A shadow as ominous as an apocalyptic disaster shrouded the city, sending countless people into panic and terror. Zhang Xuan did not linger, but such a scene naturally caught the attention of many beast tamers. Soon, 5 flying beasts took to the sky, with riders dressed in uniform robes. They were clearly from the Ninghai Beast God's branch temple. They too wore expressions of fear, for the closer they got, the more they felt the terrifying pressure. The colossal figure and the unhidden golden pupils all confirmed the identity of this colossal beast. Dragon Clan. They had been absent from the Xia Kingdom for decades, and their last appearance had been in the terrifying depths of the Abyss battlefield. Why were they now flying so boldly above the skies of Ninghai City? The few of them breathed heavily, but their mission compelled them to grit their teeth and give chase. Until their beasts could no longer get any closer, trembling violently, as if they might fall at any moment. They had no choice but to stop. The first among them took a deep breath and shouted, "Sir, I am the head of the Ninghai Beast God's branch temple. May I ask your identity and your destination?" To their astonishment, the massive black dragon actually came to a halt. Their hearts raced, and they even imagined their own deaths in that moment. However, the figure atop the black dragon spoke calmly, "You may follow. What I am about to do, you will see for yourselves." With that, the black dragon spread its wings and continued on its way. The group exchanged glances, but none dared to follow. "Chief, what should we do? Should we intervene?" The head of the Ninghai branch hall looked at the departing majestic figure, took a deep breath, and said, "No, notify the main hall in Nanjiang." "Yes." The others also sighed in relief. Following the other party was out of the question. Not only were they too afraid, but their beast mounts wouldn't be able to keep up either. They might end up falling to their deaths. City after city flashed by below, and similar scenes unfolded time and again. Countless people noticed an ancient, unimaginable race appearing in their field of vision, overlooking everything and emanating an air of arrogance and invincibility. The crowd was stunned, rushing about and discussing the matter. This event would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Nanjian province and perhaps even the entire Xia kingdom in no time. Finally, Guangning City came into view. The people from the Beast God's branch hall reappeared, looking at the figure on the dragon's head with trembling hearts. The Beast God's temple's intelligence network was extremely efficient. Even before the Black Dragon arrived, they had already received reports from other branches, knowing that the enemy would pass through this area. Therefore, they had already prepared their defenses. Wang Hua's eyes narrowed. He recognized the one who had been chosen by the great being. Zhang Xuan? In an instant, he recalled everything. The dragon's roar echoing from the dark forest had alarmed the South River Beast God Temple. The investigation yielded no results, the unimaginable rating for the Beastmaster's advancement task, and the overwhelming performance against the aristocratic clan's young masters in the simulation exam. I should have realized it sooner. In truth, this suspicion had always lingered in both his mind and that of Elderly, but it wasn't until this moment, seeing it with his own eyes, that Wang Hua could finally confirm it, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Heaven forbid, the first human to master a pure-blooded dragon clan. He could hardly imagine what this meant. Zhang Xuan nodded to an acquaintance. Wang Zhu, I need to do something. Don't stop me. His tone was calm, but his emotions betrayed an unwavering resolve. Wang Hua jolted awake, instantly realizing what the other intended to do. He sighed softly to himself but quickly composed himself and said, please proceed as you see fit. Though the Beast God's branch hall will not intervene, we will not obstruct you either. Additionally, your family is safe and sound. Zhang Xuan nodded. Thank you. Those who have helped me, I will never forget. A massive shadow moved toward a specific direction within the city. Wang Hua turned to look, and it was clearly the direction of the Li family's ancient castle. The Li family of Guangning today, they were doomed. He did not know that Li Wuwen had enlisted the Kill God Society to assassinate Zhang Xuan, but from the Li family's attempts to target Zhang Xuan's relatives, he could roughly piece together the situation. He could also connect the dots to why Zhang Xuan had taken such drastic actions today. He looked at his subordinates. Chapter 100, Annihilation of the Clan. Hurry up and send out the order, no one is to approach the vicinity of the Li family's ancient castle. Wang Hua's voice was solemn. He paused for a moment, his expression shifting, then spoke again, no, not just the Li family. The areas surrounding the four major families of Guangning must also be sealed off today. Yes. The others obeyed. Wang Hua looked up at the sky, which was growing increasingly overcast. The aristocratic families were closely intertwined. Facing a pure-blooded dragon clan that had clearly grown in power, those who would be eliminated today might not just be the Li family. Shadows enveloped the imposing, interconnected castles below. Zhang Xuan sighed, no wonder they're a clan. Even in this remote corner of Guangning, they've managed to amass such vast resources, enjoying endless prosperity and luxury. Who are you? Several figures mounted flying beasts and soared into the sky, gazing fearfully at the black dragon. Zhang Xuan lowered his eyelids, his expression unreadable. All members of the Li family, come out and face your deaths. You? Under normal circumstances, these few would have already charged forward, making anyone who dared to challenge the Li family's authority pay a heavy price. However, they were now overcome with uncontrollable fear, and could no longer utter harsh words. People emerged from every corner of the ancient castle, all gazing upward in horror. They were all direct descendants of the Li family. After generations of proliferation, the collateral branches no longer qualify to reside within the castle, yet the number of people here still numbered nearly 100. What is that, a dragon? Why is a dragon of the dragon clan appearing in our Li family? Could it be the beast companion of one of our elders? Some even imagined it was the Li family's power, but most had already sensed something was wrong. Zhang Xuan sneered, Li family head, are you going to hide like a coward at a time like this? The moment those words left his mouth, the air froze. Everyone realized that the other party had come to seek revenge. However, some still naively spoke up, coming to the Li clan's territory to cause trouble for the clan head? This person must not want to live anymore. However, those with some knowledge fell silent. That dazzling golden dragon eye, which had claimed countless lives every time it appeared in historical records, now stared down upon them. A dreamlike scene unfolded before their eyes, yet it seemed impossible to disbelieve. Just as Zhang Xuan was losing patience, a thick water column finally rose from the main tower of the ancient castle. A figure stood atop the water column. It's the clan leader, and his Xian water beast. The Li family members recognized it immediately. This was Li Wuwen's strongest Xian water beast, and the water column it was spewing forth. This stylish entrance gave them a much-needed reassurance. Regardless of what that entity in the sky was, Li Wuwen had always left them with the impression that he was worthy of absolute trust. However, despite his forced calm expression, Li Wuwen's pupils were clearly filled with panic. No wonder the god of death abandoned the mission. This lowly born youth actually had the ability to control the dragon clan. This is impossible. Facing this situation, he had no choice but to step forward. Yet even as he clung to the faintest shred of hope, he sensed the same fear emanating from his own Shin Shui beast. This hope was nothing but self-deception. Fortunately, before he came out, he had already immediately arranged for his trusted men to take Li Xian and his wife and escape through the secret passage. Li Wuwen still couldn't give up, struggling to speak. "Young man, the Li family has no grudge against you. Why are you putting on such a show?" "No grudge?" Zhang Xuan smiled lightly, then spread his arms wide, as if making a declaration. "After today, the Li family of Guangning will cease to exist." Li Wuwen's pupils contracted, realizing that the other party had already figured everything out. Speaking further was pointless. He gathered his courage and shouted, "Are you certain you want to go down in flames? Even if we all die here, you will be slaughtering your own kin and annihilating a beast-taming clan. Do you know what that means?" Facing a pure-blooded dragon clan, he knew that once the slaughter began, there would be no mercy for him either. He could only appeal to the greater good to intimidate the other party, hoping to make them hesitate. The pure-blooded dragon clan may be powerful, but so what? If the top clans of the imperial capital saw you acting this way, would they let you off? Zhang Xuan sneered. "What does it mean?" "It means none of you will see tomorrow's sun. Black King, purify everything." The golden dragon's eyes shone brightly, and the black dragon opened its massive jaws. The intense energy, hot enough to melt everything in an instant, erupted forth. Ash-melting dragon flame. Li Wuwen's eyes bulged with fury. He roared, and water columns gathered beneath him, forming a thick water ball shield. However, before the evolved dragon flames could even be stopped for an instant, they were instantly devoured. His body didn't even shed a single drop of blood before being vaporized. The dragon flames continued to surge forward, and the black water beast, overcome with fear, was about to submit when it too turned to ash. The center of the ancient castle was ignited, quickly melting into pools of molten stone. Li Wuwen perished. The Li clan members gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. The clan leader just like that, dead? However, before their chaotic minds could process the information, the dragon flames had already begun to spread in all directions. The Black King's form resembled the end of the world, unleashing flames that consumed everything in their path. "No!" The crowd screamed and fled, but it was all in vain. Everyone was reduced to ash before the dragon flame even touched them. Zhang Xuan watched coldly, realizing he felt no pity at all, even though these people had no idea what Li Wuwen had done and seemed to be suffering an unjust fate. But so what? Everything they had enjoyed, taken pride in, and relied upon every single thing had been built upon the misery, suffering, and blood of countless beings. If Zhang Xuan did not possess everything he had today, it would be him, his uncle, and Ah Chun who would be wailing in agony. Those who reap the fruits must also bear the consequences. This place had become a hell on earth. Zhang Xuan leaped down from the dragon's head and charged into the ancient castle. He did not see Li Xian's figure. As the legitimate son of the Li family's patriarch, Zhang Xuan could ignore the others who fled, but Li Xian could not escape. Holding the flaming prison in his hand, he charged into one lavishly decorated room after another. Along the way, members of the Li family and their guards emerged to block his path, but all were swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Maids in the corridors were terrified and fell to the ground. Zhang Xuan grabbed a Li family member by the throat and spoke coldly, "Where is Li Xian?" I don't know." The man struggled to speak. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to snap his neck, he hurriedly said, "I really don't know. She's the young master's maid." He pointed to a maid kneeling beside him. Zhang Xuan did not spare his life, killing him without a second thought. He then approached a woman who appeared quite attractive, her clothes torn and tattered. The woman was trembling uncontrollably. Just a few minutes ago, Li Xian had been brutalizing her, and now an elder had arrived. Chapter 101, Escape through the secret passage. The elder immediately took the young master away. Only then did the servants realize that something major had happened outside. Through the windows, they saw the ancient castle in ruins, and panic set in. Zhang Xuan asked, "Where is Li Xian?" The maid trembled and pointed in a direction. Zhang Xuan frowned, grabbed her by the arm, and pulled her up. "Lead the way." The maid's legs were weak, and she leaned against the wall for support, stumbling forward. Zhang Xuan followed her into a room that looked ordinary, filled with various items. However, after passing through several shelves, a neatly carved stone cave appeared on the wall. The maid kept her head down, looked at him, and pointed at the opening with her finger. Did she escape through the secret passage? Zhang Xuan turned back and said, "The Li family is gone. You all can go wherever you want." After speaking, he stepped into the cave, and in an instant, his figure was swallowed by the darkness. The maid stood frozen in place, her expression blank. After a long moment, she turned and left. In the secret passage, 3 figures fled in panic. Leading the way was Li Wuzhong, who had once intercepted Zhang Xuan outside the burial basin. Behind him were Hu Lady and Li Xian. When Li Wuwen saw the black dragon descending, he immediately notified him to protect his wife and children and escape through the secret passage. This secret passage had been under construction for 50 years, taking nearly 2 decades to complete. Its end led to a small county town north of Guangning City. There, the Li family of Guangning had a base, which served as a hub for information gathering and trade, and as an emergency escape route in times of crisis. Of course, the higher-ups of the Li family had never imagined that this secret passage would ever be put to use. Li Xian ran breathlessly, complaining, "Fourth uncle, what kind of enemy is attacking? Is Dad overreacting? I was busy with my own affairs." Ever since that day in the simulated training ground, when he was humiliated in front of so many new beast tamers from Guangning and defeated by them all, his mindset had completely shattered. The face of that man named Zhang Xuan appeared countless times in his dreams. Li Xian hated him with a vengeance. It was all his fault that he had become the laughingstock of the entire city. The once proud heir of the Li family had become the laughingstock of a bunch of peasants. He longed to track down every witness from that day and kill them all. But clearly, that was impossible. Therefore, he directed his anger toward Zhang Xuan. Upon learning that Zhang Xuan had been targeted by his father and others, he grew even more excited. Because now, Zhang Xuan would have no way out. Unfortunately, that damned beast god's branch temple was protecting Zhang Xian's family. Li Xian hadn't gone out to fight monsters or level up in the past few days. To vent his pent-up anger, he spent his days taking out his frustration on the maids in the fortress. Even dragging the maidservants from Hu Lady's quarters against their will. Hu Lady had always spoiled him, so she naturally turned a blind eye. Little did he know that today, while he was galloping on horseback, his fourth uncle burst in, grabbed him without a word, and dragged him away. Li Xian, whose health had been deteriorating, was nearly scared out of his wits. If it had been anyone else, they would have already started cursing. However, Li Wuzhong was one of the top 3 figures in the Li family, so he dared not do such a thing. Madame Wu listened to her son's complaints and said the same thing. "Yes, old four, what's going on with Wu Wen? Why is he in such a hurry?" She and Li Xian had not seen the situation outside before being taken away by Li Wuzhong, so they were completely unaware of what was happening. Li Wuzhong listened to their complaints, feeling a surge of anger, but he couldn't say anything. He could only say urgently, "Sister-in-law, this is definitely a big problem. My older brother's arrangements won't be wrong. I'll take you to a safe place first." Just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression changing drastically. He pulled out a communicator from his chest, which displayed various scenes from outside the ancient castle. Li Wuzhong's face turned pale, and the fear he couldn't hide flashed in his eyes. "Fourth brother, what's wrong?" Madame Wu noticed something was wrong and asked. Li Wuzhong experienced such a terrifying and helpless emotion for the first time in his life. His body trembled uncontrollably, and after a moment, he managed to stammer out. Big brother, he. What's wrong with Wu Wen? Speak up." Mrs. Hu, seeing his state, turned pale as well. "Big brother is dead." Li Wuzhong's voice was already breaking into sobs. "What?" Li Xian and Mrs. Hu were both startled. Mrs. Hu took a step back, swaying unsteadily, her eyes rolling back, about to faint. "Mother!" Li Xian rushed to support her, then looked at Li Wuzhong in disbelief. "Uncle Li, what are you saying?" Li Wuzhong gasped for breath, stammering, "Don't ask. Hurry, keep going." He didn't hold on to the two of them anymore and turned around, rushing deep into the secret passage. Li Xian was dazed. The terrifying news left him no choice but to grab Mrs. Hu and flee in panic. Half an hour later, the 3 of them had not stopped once. The immense panic had drained their strength, and even Li Wuzhong's heart was pounding wildly. Li Xian's legs were so weak he could barely walk without leaning against the wall, and Hu Lady wasn't much better off. "We're almost there, sister-in-law, Xian, hold on." Li Wuzhong's expression relaxed slightly. The image he saw was transmitted from the surveillance devices inside the Li family's ancient castle, so he was well aware of the situation within the clan. By now, there were probably only a few surviving clan members left there. That heartless demon, I hope he's busy looting the castle and doesn't notice this secret passage. Once they reached the county town, there were backup escape plans in place. It would be much harder to track them down then. Li Xian and Hu Lady were in a state of chaos, unsure of what to do next. The news of Li Wuwen's death was too much for them to bear. What about the Li family? Has the Li family been destroyed as well? Can their luxurious and indulgent lifestyle continue? This thought terrified them even more than the grief over the deaths of their father and husband. "It's just ahead," Li Wuzhong exclaimed excitedly, and the other two perked up as well. After all, the Li family had some roots, and there were certainly influential families willing to stand up for them. They couldn't imagine their accustomed way of life disappearing so easily. However, "You 3, why are you running so fast?" A voice as eerie as a ghost suddenly rang out from behind them. The 3 of them jumped in unison, turning around as if they had seen a ghost. There stood a towering figure, imposing and fierce, stepping forward slowly. In his hand, he held a crimson-red spear, and his body was shrouded in flickering flames, resembling a flaming demon. "Zhang Xuan, is that you?" Li Xian immediately recognized this figure, who had repeatedly appeared in his nightmares, driving him to the brink of madness. He suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "There's a path to heaven, but you chose hell. Now you've come to us. Uncle C, he's come right to us. Ha ha." Chapter 102, Conquest. From that day onward, Zhang Xuan became his greatest psychological shadow. Countless times, he would act recklessly in his room until he was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep, only to be awakened by nightmares of that day on the mountain peak in the dungeon. If he couldn't humiliate and brutalize Zhang Xuan thoroughly, his psychological shadow would never be resolved. Now that he saw Zhang Xuan appear, he didn't think about anything else, he only thought about how he could take revenge. Madame Hua's face turned pale. In this situation, she had already figured out what was going on. Li Wuzhong was so frightened he could barely speak. He had seen the figure standing atop the dragon's head in the footage transmitted back earlier. It was the very same youth they had coveted and sought to kill. He trembled as he spoke, Zhang Xuan, this was all my older brother. No, it was Li Wuwen who ordered it. On that day, he wanted to hire an assassin, and I tried to stop him. The guilty must be punished. You killed Li Wuwen, why not spare me? Li Xian was startled and turned to say, "Fourth uncle, what are you talking about?" Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted. His chaotic mind finally cleared, and he realized what was happening. The one who killed my father, it was him? How is that possible? Hu Lady, who had always been arrogant and domineering, now had no trace of her former pride in her eyes. The look she cast at Zhang Xuan was filled with tears. It must be said that she was truly naturally beautiful, and with years of pampered living, she was well preserved. At that moment, she looked like a seductive woman whose clothes were disheveled from fleeing, arousing lust. Zhang Xuan was so exasperated by these people that he shook his head and laughed derisively. If you so-called aristocrats had even a shred of backbone, I might have respected you a little. But your own brother, father, and husband are dead, and this is how you react? You dare to do but not admit it, cowardly and greedy for life, cruel and cowardly, arrogant before and humble afterward. Thinking about it is laughable, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he burst into laughter. Li Wuzhong forced a smile, knowing what the young man had done, and dared not show the slightest sign of displeasure. Li Xian trembled, growing more afraid with each passing thought. Zhang Xuan raised his long spear, aiming it at Li Wuzhong. Li Wuzhong's expression changed drastically. His mind raced, and he forced himself to speak through trembling lips. Zhang Xuan, the four families of Guangning are as close as branches of the same tree. If you truly intend to exterminate them all, they will certainly seek revenge. Moreover, the aristocratic circles beyond Guangning, including Nanjiang, and even the imperial capital. Those are the pillars of the Xia kingdom. Once they find out about this, they won't let you off the hook. Because if you can do something like this, you've set a terribly dangerous precedent. For them, it is a tremendous threat. Li Wuzhong felt his reasoning was flawless. To remain so composed in such a situation was truly remarkable. Zhang Xuan paused for a moment, nodded seriously, then looked at Li Wuzhong with a hint of joy on his face. You're right, but according to your logic, I can't back out now, can I? Li Wuzhong's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly spoke up, No, that's not it. Whoosh! A crimson flame wave tore through the air. Li Wuzhong tried to summon his beast pet, but everything happened too quickly for him to react. Boom! His body was pierced through, but there was no blood at the wound. His internal organs, muscles, and blood vessels were instantly incinerated by the intense heat, turning into inorganic matter. Thud! Li Wuzhong collapsed, his remaining body consumed by the raging flames. Soon, he would be reduced to ashes. Ah! Madame Hu let out a terrified scream, collapsing to the ground. Li Xian was even worse off, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his pants soaked through at the waist. When she saw Zhang Xian's gaze turn toward her, Hu Lady crawled to the ground, forcing a fawning expression, and spoke in a submissive tone. I am just a woman. Please spare me. I will do anything you ask. Her snow-white, lustrous skin and the curves of her body, barely concealed by her elegant gown, made her even more alluring at that moment. Li Xian, standing nearby, was completely petrified with fear and hadn't even noticed the unimaginable words his mother had spoken. Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly. To be honest, this woman was indeed quite seductive. Plus, after awakening the flame's sovereign physique, the overwhelming flame energy within him often made him feel like he had a fire burning inside that couldn't be released. However, they definitely needed to find another place first. Zhang Xuan pressed his hand into the air, and the Blood Grey Realm 4 immediately activated. He brought the two with him and entered the Grey Realm. As the master of the Grey Realm, he could choose to enter at any location. Zhang Xian's figure immediately appeared within the ancient castle of Duke Fusila. He dragged Li Xian like a dead dog into the room. When Li Xian came to his senses, he screamed in fear the entire time. He was then pushed by a powerful force and locked into a sturdy steel cage. This cage was the very one the Duke of Fukara had used to imprison his own malevolent consciousness. It was made of an extremely special material and adorned with numerous binding runes. Not even Li Xian, let alone a 200th level beast, could escape once locked inside. His life was as easy to take as flipping one's hand for Zhang Xuan, but after annihilating the Guangningli clan, Zhang Xuan momentarily had no desire to kill him. He would keep him alive as a dog, to be disposed of at his whim in the future. However, he didn't bother to use a master-servant contract on him. Jin Yunwan was at least powerful and had connections to Silla, while Li Hyun was currently of no value. Li Xian looked around at his surroundings, imagining all the possible ways he might be tortured. He pounded on the steel bars and cried out, "Zhang Xuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted like that. From now on, I'll call you father. Please spare me." Seeing Li Hyun locked in the cage, Lady Hua's face turned anxious, but she dared not say a word, kneeling on the ground with a pleading expression. "Ha ha!" Zhang Xuan burst into laughter. "Call me father? You didn't say it wrong. From today onward, you really have to call me dad." He reached out, picked Hu Lady up horizontally, and carried her to the corridor. Amid her screams, he kicked open the door of the opposite room and threw her onto a large bed. He then pounced on her like a starving tiger, unleashing his violence. Zhang Xian's physical strength was now beyond human limits. After the close combat training began, the room soon echoed with sounds of crying, begging, and heavy breathing. The close combat skills he had learned from Satoru Manshi were constantly improving, and although the training partner was also a fourth-tier beast tamer, his body seemed too fragile in Zhang Xian's presence, like a small boat in a stormy sea, easily shattered by a single wave. It wasn't until the sparring partners had fainted countless times that the intense flame energy within Zhang Xian finally began to subside slightly. Phew! Zhang Xian pulled out a pack of cigarettes he had bought but never opened from his backpack. Chapter 103, The Identity of the Dragon Tamer. He pulled one out, a flame flickered on his fingertips, lit it, and took a leisurely puff. Zhang Xian embraced Hu Fu Ren's limp body. "Is this what it feels like to be the villain? It's so satisfying. Now I can imagine how those aristocratic families live like gods." But this was just the beginning. He was destined to conquer more, to conquer everything. Throughout the process, Li Xian in the steel cage across the room was driven mad by the horrific screams, cursing non-stop. But Zhang Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he felt it only fueled his enthusiasm for his physical training. By the end, Li Xian was cursing and crying, until all that remained was the sound of sobbing. Madame Hu had no strength left to stand up, her face flushed red, drenched in sweat. At that moment, she could only gaze at Zhang Xian's profile with eyes brimming with tears, her voice filled with humble pleading. Zhang Xian, I can't even speak properly anymore." These words were not meant to flatter Zhang Xian. She had never endured such torture before, and had nearly died several times. Zhang Xian burst into laughter, then his expression turned cold as he taught her the proper way to address him. "Master, your servant has remembered. In the future, should the master require anything, your servant will serve with all her strength." There was not a trace of the arrogance and coldness of a noblewoman left on Hu Lady's body. It must be said that she was very perceptive. And Zhang Xian, when it came to such a role, demanded nothing more than that. Loyalty? Not needed. Power is might, and when one holds the reins of power, countless people will offer their loyalty. If one can create a great shared vision, even more will follow with fanatical devotion. Keeping this Mrs. Hu in this grey world as a slave is quite suitable. Zhang Xian slapped her face and then stood up, heading to the room across the hall. Li Xian in the steel cage, seeing him approach, dared not utter a word, cowering in the corner. Zhang Xian gave him a sinister smile, said nothing, and left the place. Upon arriving at the underground chamber of the ancient castle, he saw the heavenly fire seed placed there. Flames flickered like illusions, as if a world of crystal flames was evolving within. It seemed the heavenly fire seed had adapted well here. Zhang Xian summoned the Black King and had it spit out a mouthful of the evolved ashen dragon flame to nourish the fire seeds. Stepping outside the ancient castle, he gazed at the gigantic blood moon on the horizon. With his now vastly heightened spiritual perception, he could sense strange fluctuations emanating from the blood moon. And a sense of malevolence. Yes, Zhang Xian sensed a negative emotion directed at him, as if the blood moon possessed its own consciousness. He stared intently at it. Though he currently lacked the means to investigate the blood moon's secrets, he was determined to uncover its mysteries in the future. Zhang Xian planned to collect more of the Grey Realm to serve as his personal domain, and naturally would not tolerate anything beyond his control existing there. Leaving the Grey Realm and returning to the secret passage, he was about to turn back. Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something. The end of this path led to the Li family's stronghold. Why not go all out? With great power at his disposal, the thought barely formed before he acted without hesitation, plunging deeper into the darkness. Finally, he reached the end of the secret passageway, pushed aside a layer of stone slabs, and emerged above. Before him was a wall, and he seemed to be inside a courtyard. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, the man's expression froze. "Who are you? Where is Elder Wu Zhong? And where are the young master and the lady?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something and stepped back, preparing to shout. Zhang Xian thrust his spear forward, piercing the man through, and the flames instantly incinerated his flesh and blood. Soon, ghostly figures appeared throughout the courtyard, and screams and roars echoed from all directions, rising and falling in waves. Before long, everything fell silent once more. This place was indeed one of the Li family's most important strongholds, with over a dozen beast tamers of the 4th rank or higher. However, beast masters feared such enemies with powerful assassination techniques the most, as they couldn't summon their beasts in time and were killed instantly. Even if they had prepared rigorously, the outcome would have been the same. The mansion seemed to be located in a secluded area of this small county town, so the commotion went unnoticed by outsiders. Zhang Xuan searched every corner and located the warehouse. The inventory here was indeed substantial, with over 10 million crystal stones. It seemed that the Li family had been storing them for use in times of crisis to make a comeback. Now, it all belonged to Zhang Xuan. He stuffed all the resources into his backpack, summoned the Black King, and returned to Guangning City by air. Meanwhile, outside the Li family's ancient castle, which was still engulfed in flames, 3 groups of people had gathered. At the forefront were the heads of the remaining 3 families of Guangning. Their pupils reflected the flames and shock. Who could have destroyed the Li family like this? Li Wuwen and Li Wukong are both dead? The Li family has been wiped out completely? Pure-blooded dragon clan, who are they? Many people in Guangning City had witnessed the scene of the black dragon spewing flames of annihilation, but the identity of the figure atop it remained unknown. This is also what the 3 families are urgently trying to uncover. In the extraordinary system where power reigns supreme, such incidents of top-tier experts using thunderous methods to eliminate their enemies have occurred before. The Li family had always been the most arrogant among the few families, and they might have inadvertently provoked some top-tier existence. However, the sudden annihilation of a beast-taming clan is an extremely rare occurrence in the Xia Kingdom, and it will undoubtedly shake the entire Nanjiang region, and possibly even a larger area. Their current concerns are not about how to divide the Li family's vast assets after their downfall, but whether the target of that powerful individual is limited to the Li family. Therefore, they must urgently determine the identity of the opponent. Yan Nantian, the head of the Yan family, watched the towering flames with a solemn expression. At that moment, a trusted subordinate rushed over and whispered something to him. His expression changed abruptly. The heads of the other 2 families also received reports from their subordinates and wore the same expression. What? The Dragon Rider? Could it be someone from Guangning City? Guangning City wasn't large, and Zhang Xuan had already made a name for himself after the mock exam scenario, so many people recognized him. Earlier, he had ridden a black dragon and shouted defiantly, and many had seen his face. The news spread quickly, and the 3 family heads received the same shocking information almost simultaneously. They exchanged shocked glances. In Guangning City, outside the 4 major families, there was such a person, and they knew nothing about him? But, someone with no background, even if he had obtained some extraordinary opportunities and gained extraordinary strength, such behavior was still too reckless. The head of the Hu family frowned. His younger sister, Hu Yuan, was married to Li Wuwen, so the 2 families were considered close. Chapter 104, Burning and Slaughter. Just considering the familial ties, his own sister and nephew were now missing. Considering the connections between the Hu and Li families, their businesses and resources are closely intertwined. If the Li family were to fall, the other 2 families might stand to gain, and it might not necessarily be a loss for the Hu family. If it was indeed an outsider with deep roots, then so be it, it would be the Li family's misfortune. However, if it was done by someone from Guangning City, even if they were extremely powerful, they should not act this way in this region. This is a direct insult to the Hu family. Soon, another group arrived, none other than the disciples of the Beast God's branch hall. Yan Nantian and the other 2 approached them. Lord Wang, do you have any information about this matter? When it came to events occurring within Guangning City, only the Beast God Hall could obtain information faster than their families. Wang Zhushir glanced at the ancient castle engulfed in endless smoke, then immediately dispatched men to find beast tamers with water-type beast pets to extinguish the fire. Otherwise, given the intensity of the flames, it might spread to the entire city. He then turned to Yan Nantian and the others and said, this individual is indeed a resident of Guangning City. What? Although they had heard rumors before, seeing Manhwa confirm it now left the 3 of them speechless with shock. He wasn't the type to make things up, so this information must be true. Then, what exactly is his status? Hu Jiaju pressed further. Manhwa said, to be honest, the young talents from your family should all have attended Guangning First High School with him. During the last mock exam, this individual truly stood out. The 3 of them simultaneously narrowed their eyes and exchanged glances. Mr. Wang, are you joking? Hu Jiaju couldn't help but ask. Manhwa shook his head, then looked at them and said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but let me advise you, this young man's foundation isn't as shallow as you imagine. At least our Beast God Hall will stand by his side. As he spoke, he pointed upward with his hand. The 3 quickly understood his meaning. So, it wasn't just the Beast God Hall in Guangning City, the other party's roots were actually in the South Jiang Beast God Hall? Before they could ask more, Manhwa shook his head and remained silent. Soon, a massive shadow began to spread across the sky. Those below looked up and were so startled they gaped in disbelief. A colossal figure soared through the sky, its overwhelming aura sending shivers down everyone's spines and causing their hearts to race. Upon seeing its body resembling a moving fortress and its golden, noble eyes, Yan Nantian and the others exclaimed in shock. The Dragon Clan! All doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder the Li family had been wiped out in an instant, with the other families not even having time to react. If it was the Dragon Clan, then everything made sense. But an even bigger problem arose. In this world, there are actually people who can control the Dragon Clan. That terrifying entity in the sky is clearly a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. Such beings were supposed to only exist in the depths of the abyss, nearly extinct on the continent. Even the Beastmaster clan, despite their expertise, were isolated in a single city. Their knowledge and experience were insufficient to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Zhang Xuan sat cross-legged atop the head of the black dragon, hovering above the clock tower of the ancient castle, gazing down below. Manhwa bowed his head in respect, then whispered Zhang Xian's name to the others. Zhang Xian nodded in acknowledgement before speaking. Are you the remaining 3 families of the Guangning 4? Yan Nantian and the others stepped forward, bowing and replied, that is correct. The principle of strength being supreme was something they understood well. Regardless of what happened next, they dared not show any disrespect in the presence of someone who could so easily overthrow their faction. Very well. Since we are all gathered here, I shall announce something. Zhang Xuan nodded, his voice carrying far due to his powerful physique. The 3 of you may continue to exist for now, but from this day forward, all resources produced whether from mineral veins, hunting exotic beasts and monsters, or trade, 70% must be handed over to me. I will establish a guild to coordinate with you all. Upon hearing this, Yan Nantian and the others couldn't help but blurt out, 70%? The head of the Hu family shook his head first. Sir, while our families do have some income, we have many clan members. Just maintaining operations would require over 70% of our resources. If we were to hand over such a large portion, we might collapse on our own before you even need to lift a finger. His tone carried a hint of humor, as if he were trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Yan Nantian and the head of the Li family nodded in agreement. They didn't think Zhang Xuan would continue to target the remaining 3 families. Destroying the Li family was already a major event. News would spread quickly, and it might cause a huge uproar. If the entire Guangning beast-taming clan were annihilated, it would mean the other party wasn't targeting any specific family. They were simply a madman. Such a person, even if he could control the Dragon Clan, the world would not tolerate him. In their view, Zhang Xuan might have had a grudge against the Li family, but after eliminating them, he likely sought to replace their original ecological niche. However, since the other party possesses greater power, the 3 families would naturally have to accept making some concessions. However, the position of the clans would remain unshaken. Oh? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow and looked at the head of the Hu family, saying, in your opinion, how much can your families contribute? This. The head of the Hu family hesitated before saying, we will grit our teeth and offer up 1% of our assets, as a token of goodwill for your future efforts in building your faction. 1% of the entire family's resources was indeed a significant amount. When the head of the Hu family spoke these words, he had already considered the difficult times his family would face in the future. However, out of respect for the powerful, this 1% had to be given up. However, Zhang Xuan remained silent, merely gazing at him indifferently. The golden pupils of the black dragon exerted immense pressure on everyone. The head of the Hu family's forehead began to sweat, and his thoughts raced. Finally, hesitating, he spoke, perhaps we could grit our teeth and offer an additional 0.5%, making it 1.5%. What do you think, sir? Zhang Xuan chuckled, 1.5%. What a generous offer, Black King. He called out, and the Black King immediately spat out the ashes of destruction dragon flame, surging toward the Hu family head. The opponent hadn't expected Zhang Xuan to suddenly strike, and in shock, summoned 3 beast pets to block the attack. However, the flames instantly incinerated the beasts into ash, along with the Hu family head behind them. Family head. Second uncle. The Hu family members were overcome with grief. The Yan and Li families quickly stepped back a few paces, then all turned to look at Zhang Xuan in fear. But no one dared to speak up and question him. Zhang Xuan sneered, 10%? If it weren't for you collecting resources for me, not a single member of the Guangning 4 families would have survived today. The Hu family must find another leader. From now on, the 3 families will hand over 70% of their profits each month. Any objections or shortfalls will result in the same fate as his. Chapter 105, The Guild. Do you all understand? At that moment, Zhang Xuan was like a demon lord, capable of annihilating the head of a prominent family with a flick of his wrist, and he saw no need to waste his breath. These people were accustomed to being high and mighty at such a moment, they still dared to haggle. How laughable. In that brief moment, Zhang Xuan truly felt a surge of intense hatred, wanting to incinerate everyone from the 3 families present. However, Zhang Xuan retained his rationality. He did not seek a wasteland. These families could be spared for now, as they could serve as a source of resources, saving him much effort. Moreover, he currently had no usable allies at his disposal. Later, he could select a few individuals from these families, and the master-servant contract would then prove useful. Yan Nantian and the head of the Li family never expected Zhang Xuan to be so direct in his killing intent. Regardless of whether they had any remaining confidence or the arrogant aura cultivated from years of holding high positions, all of that vanished in an instant upon witnessing a peer turn to ash in the blink of an eye. They all knelt on one knee, trembling with fear. "We will obey your orders." Zhang Xuan waved his hand, and the crowd trembled as they rose to their feet, fleeing in panic, not daring to lift their heads. He did not care whether these people would obey outwardly while harboring dissent inwardly. He believed that in the face of absolute power, there would always be those who knew how to assess the situation and act accordingly. Moreover, regarding the actions of the aristocratic families, eliminating the Li family was merely the first step. Zhang Xuan would next take control of the entire Guangning city. The remaining 3 families would be dealt with, some suppressed, others co-opted. Only those truly willing to serve him would have a chance to survive. He would turn Guangning city into his solid foundation, and no one would be able to stop him. Zhang Xuan sheathed the Black King and returned to the ground. Manhwa stepped forward to pay his respects, his expression also complex. As a member of the Beast God Hall and aware of Zhang Xuan's extraordinary abilities, he naturally would not side with the aristocratic families. However, today's events were truly shocking, and the Beast God Temple was not a monolithic entity. It was likely that those above had already been alerted. Pure-blooded dragons, commoner beast tamers, and the annihilation of a noble family. In short, the skies over Guangning city were about to change. Manhwa would not openly take sides, but as long as Zhang Xuan's actions did not threaten the Beast God's branch temple, he would not interfere. Of course, he lacks the power to do so. Seeing the rampage of that black dragon, he doubts whether Zhang Xuan still has any gap compared to an 8th rank beastmaster. Or even defeat them in battle? "Lord Zhang Xuan, what are your plans moving forward?" He couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xuan replied, "Mr. Wang, I intend to establish my own guild. Could you share your insights on the process with me?" A guild differs from loose organizations like the monster hunting groups or gold farming groups that frequently operate outside Guangning city. These are essentially spontaneous teams formed for specific purposes. Within these groups, experience can be shared, but the items dropped belong to the beastmaster who dealt the final blow, though ownership can be negotiated beforehand. However, if conflicts arise within the group or members lose trust, taking all the resources and fleeing is not uncommon. Guilds, however, are different. Once a guild is formed, it is recognized by the world's will, has its own dedicated guild warehouse space, and can be divided into different ranks with corresponding permissions. The guild leader holds the highest authority, can set permissions for subordinates, and establish guild tasks and rewards. Resources obtained by members under the guild's name are first deposited into the warehouse and then distributed according to established rules. In other words, the guild system refines team collaboration through the power of rules. Additionally, depending on their level, members can obtain corresponding buffs. For example, a D-rank guild, the lowest tier, can increase a member's pet's physical attack attribute by 5%. While this increase may seem small, it is a percentage boost that applies to every beast pet owned by members, resulting in a significant overall benefit. Each level increase in guild rank brings even more powerful benefits. Guilds of B rank or higher can even provide buffs that increase monster drop rates. The highest tier S rank guilds are extremely rare, with only a handful existing in the entire Xia kingdom, and they are almost always controlled by top-tier noble families. In summary, once a beast tamer reaches a certain rank, they will strive to join a guild, as otherwise they will be at a significant disadvantage from the start. However, even a D-rank guild isn't something just any beast tamer can join typically. A 3rd-rank beast tamer is considered to meet the basic requirements. After all, beast masters who can establish guilds are already powerful figures in their own right. Therefore, those 1st and 2nd-tier beast masters who spend their days in gold farming groups can only look on from afar. Zhang Xuan's question was exactly what Manhwa had anticipated. He replied, "Of course it's possible. To create a guild, it's the same as advancing in rank as a beastmaster. You need to complete guild tasks at the Beast God's Hall. The grade of the guild you create will be determined by your performance on these quests. Creating a high-grade guild is no easy feat. It can be done solo or in a group. However, the guild's grade can be upgraded later by completing more challenging quests. Additionally, guild quests have rank restrictions. Only beast masters of 3rd rank or higher can accept them. However, in reality, those who can complete the D-rank guild creation task are generally at least 5th-rank beast masters." "Oh? So I can't accept the task yet," Zhang Xuan thought. Fortunately, it has been a month since his last promotion, so he can advance again. "By the way, Mr. Wang, can beast masters skip ranks directly?" Zhang Xuan asked. If he had to advance one rank at a time, it would be too troublesome. Wang Hua nodded and said, "Actually, it is possible. To be precise, it's possible for you." "Oh? How so?" Zhang Xuan asked curiously. Wang Hua explained, "To skip a rank, you must achieve a perfect evaluation in your previous promotion. In the entire Xia Kingdom, there might not even be a few who can do this in the second rank promotion task. You happen to achieve it, so you can choose to skip a rank when you advance next time. However, the task for skipping a rank can only be accepted at the main hall, which means you'll have to make a trip to Nanjiang City. Our branch hall is connected to the main hall in Nanjiang City via a teleportation array, so that is not too much trouble. I see. Speaking of which, Zhang Xuan recalled that he had received an astonishing rating, surpassing perfect, during his last advancement. There's roughly a week left until the national exam, so there's plenty of time. The national exam is a nationwide test where all candidates enter the same dungeon, but they are divided into regions based on provinces. Only those who achieve a certain real-time ranking in their province can advance to the final region to compete for the national ranking. The national rankings only record the top 50. There are 12 provinces in Xia Kingdom. To break into the top 50 among so many new beast tamers is an absolute genius. Chapter 106, Cross-Tier Task. On the day of the exam, all candidates in each city will be connected to the same large-scale dungeon, similar to the simulated exam dungeon provided by the Beast God's branch hall on that day. However, the national exam dungeon is controlled by the Beast God's hall in the imperial capital, connected by a vast magical network spanning all 12 provinces to ensure simultaneous execution. After confirming their destination as Nanjiang City, Manhwa brought Zhang Xuan back to the Beast God's branch hall. Activating the teleportation array, intricate patterns flickered, and Zhang Xuan vanished from the spot. Upon arriving at the South Jiang Beast God Hall, it was evident that the teleportation array within the hall was rarely used. Zhang Xuan's sudden appearance startled those inside, and after presenting his token, he immediately alerted the hall's high-ranking officials. A stunningly beautiful woman in a cheongsam appeared. She was the senior administrator of the South Jiang Beast God Hall, a 6th-rank beast tamer, named Suya. She examined the token Zhang Xuan handed her, her expression filled with surprise. How could the hall master have given his beast god token to such a young man? This was indeed highly unusual. The position of hall master of the South Jiang Beast God Hall had been vacant for a long time, with all affairs handled by the first elder in Lishan, who also served as deputy hall master, holding the same rank as the hall master. Those who held the Ming Beast God's order held the highest authority within the Beast God's Hall in the Nanjiang province, granting them the power to mobilize all available resources. Could this young man be the descendant of Elderly? But that doesn't make sense either. Elderly has always been impartial and fair in his dealings. There's no reason for him to entrust such an important item to his own kin. However, since the token is in his possession, we should receive him with the appropriate respect. Sir, what brings you to the South Jiang Hall? Zhang Xuan said, I have come to complete my cross-tier advancement. Please grant me your assistance. Cross-tier advancement? Suya naturally knew what conditions were required for such a task. Could this young man be a top-tier genius? At that moment, she suddenly remembered. Yes, a few days ago, a record of a second-tier beast tamer's promotion task had been uploaded to the palace, shocking the entire Beast God Palace. The completion time was so astonishing that even the most prodigious beast masters in the imperial capital couldn't achieve it at the first rank. However, with the presence of the Beast God's will, the record couldn't be fake. Later, Deputy Palace Master Li Shan ordered the palace to stop discussing it and prohibited it from being spread outside, so the discussions gradually died down. However, today, I actually saw the real person? Suya felt a surge of excitement, and her tone and demeanor betrayed a hint of familiarity. Although the other party's current strength was inferior to hers, such a super genius was bound to achieve great heights in the future. No wonder Li Shan had entrusted the Beast God's order to him. Zhang Xuan, please follow me. Zhang Xuan followed her to a stone tower deep within the hall. Suya explained, the cross-tier task is quite special, guided by the will of the Beast God. This is the Tower of Heaven, symbolizing the ascent to the heavens. Speaking of which, the last time someone from the Southern Jiang Beast God Hall came here to complete a cross-tier task was 10 years ago. Suya's expression grew nostalgic at that time. She hadn't even joined the Beast God Hall yet and was just a new beast tamer. She pushed aside her distracting thoughts and smiled, since you're a genius from our Nanjiang province and have a connection to the Hall Master, we might as well consider ourselves family. I'm probably 10 years older than you, so I won't call you Lord Zhang. How about just using your name? Zhang Xuan shrugged and laughed, if you're comfortable with it, I'll take you up on that. Calling you Your Excellency feels a bit awkward. Upon hearing his address, Suya covered her mouth and giggled. She looked much younger than Hu Lady, probably in her early 20s, yet her beauty was no less than hers. She was tall and slender, with black hair flowing like a waterfall. The slits on either side of her cheongsam revealed her straight, slender legs, exuding a clear aura of a mature woman. She asked, Xiao Xian, you came here to advance to the 4th rank beast tamer, right? Wait a moment. By the way, how many ranks can one skip at most? Zhang Xuan was about to nod, but upon hearing the other's meaning, it seemed possible to skip several ranks in a single go. Suya nodded and said, in theory, a 2nd-tier beast master can advance up to 5 ranks, directly choosing to become a 7th-tier beast master. However, there are no actual restrictions on skipping ranks. The reason the highest rank available is 7th is because ranks 8 and above require the Abyss mark, which can only be obtained on the Abyss battlefield. At this point, she smiled, a hint of teasing flashing across her beautiful face. Xiao Xian, you wouldn't be thinking of skipping straight to the 7th rank, would you? Suya thought to herself, the other party's talent was so extraordinary, and they had specifically come to the South Jiang Beast God Temple to cross ranks this time, so they must be highly confident of passing the 4th rank Beast Tamer promotion task. Calculating the time, the national exam was approaching. If she could reach the 4th rank before then, she would have a significant advantage, even if she lacked the resources and heritage of the top beast tamers from the imperial capital. They would still have the confidence to compete for a national ranking. Zhang Xuan didn't respond directly but instead looked pensive before saying, Since there's no restriction on skipping ranks, going straight to 7th rank does sound appealing. Suya nodded instinctively, but then froze. What? Did you just say 7th rank? Zhang Xuan nodded. Yes, that would save a lot of time and avoid having to make multiple trips next time. Suya froze on the spot, her red lips parted slightly, and after a moment, she forced a smile. Xiao Xian, you're pretty humorous. She stopped mid-sentence when she noticed Zhang Xian's expression and fell silent. You're not serious, are you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian burst into laughter and said, of course I'm joking, yeah. Help me activate this so-called Tower of Heaven. Suya sighed in relief. For a moment, she had thought he was serious and was startled. Cross-tier tasks were the same as regular advancement tasks. If you failed, you couldn't advance again for a certain period of time, and there was only one chance to cross tiers. If you wasted this opportunity, you'd have to start over from the 3rd tier task next time. That would be a huge waste of a great opportunity. She patted her chest and said, good luck. Cross-tier tasks are much harder than regular 4th tier tasks. Be careful. Suya's gestures changed as she lightly pressed several points on the tower's surface. The tower burst into a brilliant light, and in the next instant, Zhang Xian was sucked inside. She waited there, unable to help but hope that he would pass successfully. In the annual national exams, few candidates from the Nanjiang province ranked among the top 4 nationally, and in some years, only 3 made the cut. Among the 12 provinces, the overall level was average to below average. In the past decade, the highest ranking had not even reached the top 10 nationally. She was familiar with the young heirs of the prominent families in Nanjiang City. While there were talented individuals, none had demonstrated truly extraordinary talent. This young man, who had caught the attention of Li Dianju and possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance, might just be the best prospect from Nanjiang this year. In a different dimension, the air was filled with wails of grief and sorrow. Looking around, all that could be seen was a wasteland of ruins. Chapter 107, Abyss Projection. A prompt sounded. You have entered the Abyss Projection world. Select a tier-up task. Please choose your tier-up target, 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, or 7th tier. Note, higher targets will affect the energy presentation of the current world projection. Zhang Xian made his choice without hesitation. You have selected the cross-tier mission, 7th tier. The current projection world has been unlocked. In an instant, the desolate hues of the scene before his eyes grew even more intense. The air was filled with the stench of blood, burning, decay, and gunpowder, all smells that symbolize death and destruction. And this was merely a corner of this oppressive space. Zhang Xian looked around and saw the land in ruins, with countless twisted, ugly holes exposed on the surface, resembling festering wounds that could never heal. From those massive holes, toxic fumes of various colors continuously poured out, and from time to time, gigantic insects with extremely bizarre and grotesque forms crawled out. Looking further into the distance, the view was somewhat open, but the hues of the endless mountains were gloomy and lifeless. They resembled not mountains but vast, monstrous rocks. The sky is devoid of stars, yet an unknown source of light flickers faintly, granting a dim vision of the surroundings. However, within this light source lurks something absurdly small and invisible, causing everything within sight to be shrouded in a distorted, hallucinatory glow. Staring for too long made one feel as though they were about to vomit. Ugliness, grotesqueness, and distortion were the dominant themes of this world. Even Zhang Xian, whose physical strength allowed him to resist most of the environmental discomfort, could sense that this was no place for the average person to venture into. Otherwise, even staying for just a few minutes would cause severe physical and mental torment. The Abyss Projection. Zhang Xian pondered. He knew well what the Abyss was. It was the most feared and despised existence across the entire continent. Take the Xia Kingdom, for example. The few abysses within its borders were almost all guarded by the most powerful beast tamers, and they frequently had to replenish their ranks with elite beast tamers. All the war machines built at enormous cost are deployed to the Abyss without hesitation. Even so, the human race in the Abyss are merely in a stalemate, preventing it from continuing to spread onto the land. Because the Abyss has a spreading nature, if left unchecked, it will continue to contaminate and expand until it overtakes the entire continent and even the planet. In summary, the Abyss is the greatest enemy of all humanity. And this world is the Abyss's projection? Zhang Xuan couldn't help but acknowledge that the danger of this region was likely far greater than that of the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Islands. Perhaps the energy levels are comparable, but the energy aura within the abyss is extremely negative, like the opposite of the continent's energy, making it extremely uncomfortable. However, this is for the best. Zhang Xuan has always been curious about the abyss. The secret realm where his parents perished was said to have a deep connection with the abyss, though he had no means of investigating it before. Now he could finally get a glimpse of the abyss's true form. Zhang Xuan held the burning prison spear in his hand, summoned the Black King, and leaped onto its dragon's head. "Let's go, Black King. Let's investigate this further." He had no intention of waiting idly for challenges to come. When one's strength is insufficient, any unknown is dangerous. Once one is strong enough, the greatest danger lies within oneself. The Black King roared, soaring into the air, and in this oppressive and bizarre realm, a domineering aura of power echoed throughout the area. Once in the air, the distorted light became even more pronounced, and Zhang Xuan noticed that the sky of this world was shrouded in an extremely dense layer of black mist. The black mist swirled like a malevolent river suspended in the sky, and as far as the eye could see, everything was shrouded in the black mist. It seemed as though this world had been completely severed from the outside by the black mist. What lay beyond the black mist? Zhang Xuan's mind was filled with this thought. He immediately ordered the Black King to fly upward. As they approached the black mist, the flames on his burning prison spear erupted, and he thrust the spear upward with all his might. This strike channeled the vast fire elements within his body, unleashing an overwhelming might that illuminated the entire sky like a fiery inferno, violently piercing into the black mist. The dense black mist was successfully pierced, and Zhang Xuan felt a sudden resistance. Soon, the mist was filled with the sound of intense explosions, the fire elements colliding and detonating one after another. Soon after, a series of agonizing screams echoed through the air. It was then that Zhang Xuan realized that the black mist contained countless bizarre creatures, and he had no idea how many had been incinerated by his attack. However, this only fueled Zhang Xian's determination. "Black King, burn with me!" The world-burning black dragon roared, raising its head to spew out incinerating dragon flames. In an instant, a vast expanse of black mist was set ablaze, with the creatures within churning and screaming as they were reduced to ash by the dragon flames. However, these creatures seemed unable to trigger the submission effect toward the Black King. Otherwise, with such a massacre, they would have immediately reincarnated into Zhang Xian's combat power. After evolving, the Black King's dragon flames had an even wider range. As it swung its dragon head, pillars of flame traced brilliant, scorching trails through the air, continuously stripping the black mist of life. Soon, these bizarre creatures launched a counterattack. Their forms were shrouded in mist, indistinct to the eye, resembling swirling black clouds approaching from all directions. The air was filled with the piercing screams of hatred. However, before they could reach halfway, they were all incinerated by the Black King, who then turned his attention to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed. With each thrust of his gun, a layer of blood-red light shielded around his body, forming an impenetrable barrier. This was the effect of the rune Endless Blood. However, due to the nature of this projected space, the blood source reincarnation technique failed to take effect. Clusters of black mist surged toward him with overwhelming density. Zhang Xuan's burning prison spear whirled madly, creating a field of flames that pierced, ignited, and slaughtered the incoming monsters. Even those that managed to break through the furious assault and approach his body were temporarily unable to penetrate the blood-red shield. Zhang Xuan's body erupted in flames, vaporizing them. "Black King, clear a path for me. Let's charge upward." Zhang Xuan wanted to know what else was lurking within the black mist. The Black King gathered the ashen dragon flames and surged toward a single direction, while his steel-like wings flapped, diving into the black mist. The most ferocious flames in the world forcibly vaporized the dense mist, creating a vacuum zone. Zhang Xuan stood atop the black dragon's head, continuously repelling the surging black mist creatures. "Die! Die! Die!" Zhang Xuan's face was filled with excitement as he spun his long spear like a windmill. Flames and black mist collided violently, producing a bone-chilling sizzling sound that echoed endlessly. He fought with such fervor, treating the eerie black mist as nothing more than a training ground. Chapter 108, The Corpse Giant. However, the higher he charged into the black mist, the greater the resistance became, and the monsters closing in grew increasingly dense. Zhang Xuan attempted to capture one alive to see its true form. But he had no such opportunity. The black mist that the monsters transformed into either vaporized upon contact with the flames or was pierced by the spears. Attempting to grab one with his bare hands was risky, as he feared they might have other tricks up their sleeves. Just as Zhang Xuan continued to charge forward, suddenly, a repulsive force countless times stronger than before struck him, sending him flying backward. The black mist instantly contracted, as if nothing had ever happened. Zhang Xuan was about to try again when he saw an invisible barrier separating him from the black mist. Neither the Black King's ashen dragon flames nor his burning prison spear could penetrate it. Zhang Xuan looked puzzled. What exactly was this black mist, and what did it symbolize? At that moment, a prompt sounded. The current cross-tier trial boss is about to arrive. Please prepare. A trial boss? Zhang Xuan looked down and saw the barren, scarred ground covered in ugly holes suddenly begin to rise, as if something beneath the surface was trying to break free. He glanced at the invisible barrier once more, his heart filled with doubts. This abyss projection must be connected to the abyss itself. But why had the black mist suddenly triggered some rule, preventing him from continuing his exploration? But even the Black King couldn't break this rule, so he had no choice but to give up for now. Zhang Xuan stood atop the dragon's head, returning to mid-air, and looked down below. Within the massive holes, toxic fumes of various colors rose more intensely, followed by putrid, foul-smelling blood surging forth. The blood flows across the land, forming rivers that wind and twist between the countless holes, growing ever more turbulent. Within the rivers, horrifying, grotesque corpses began to emerge. Soon, those corpses opened their eyes, twitching their limbs, struggling in the rivers, and let out piercing screams filled with the utmost hatred for the world. Moreover, the corpses were not all human in form. Many were shaped like beasts, while others were neither human nor beast, their forms bizarre and grotesque. These were none other than the legendary zombie demons. Zombie demons, upon death, carry intense hatred and survive in another form, lingering in unknown negative spaces, driven by an insatiable desire for life. The corpse demons in the river gazed at the giant dragon and humans in the sky, wildly spreading their rotting arms and flailing them upward, emitting incoherent sounds from their mouths. Is this the abyss? Every corner seems to be a gathering of negative entities, causing a physical sense of discomfort. Zhang Xuan felt sick at the sight of the zombie demons struggling and ordered the Black King to finish them off. The ashen dragon flame engulfed the ground, instantly igniting dozens of zombie ghouls. They screamed in agony, their voices piercing and vengeful, quickly vaporizing into ash and finding liberation. However, the blood river surging up from the ground grew increasingly massive and began to converge toward the central area. The water boiled, and the zombie ghouls were inevitably drawn toward the same spot. A bizarre scene unfolded. The zombie ghouls collided with one another, their flesh beginning to merge, while the thick blood rose off the ground and gradually coalesced into a massive form. Within a few breaths, a twisted monster over 3 meters tall emerged. Its muscles and veins were exposed, with not an inch of skin remaining. Countless corpses were intertwined and fused together, making it resemble a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Its head was grotesquely twisted and repulsive, with countless holes resembling those on the Earth's surface. One by one, eyes began to grow from the hollows, spinning maliciously. However, no matter which direction the eyeballs faced, their gaze eventually fixed on Zhang Xuan. Abyssal Spawn Corpse Demon Giant. Description: a terrifying entity born under the influence of the Abyss's laws, filled with malice and resentment. The moment the corpse demon giant was fully formed, Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a surge of negative emotions welling up within him. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. He focused his mind, and a surge of energy erupted from his mind, suppressing the unknown negative emotion. The Mind Warrior system possesses exceptional resistance to such mental assaults. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan's expression grew solemn. This creature from the abyss possessed such bizarre abilities. If not for his powerful mental fortitude, he would have been affected to some extent by that attack. The zombie giant let out a piercing scream, its body shrouded in toxic mist, charging toward Zhang Xuan to surround him. At the same time, its body's surface opened up numerous small holes, from which countless flying insects suddenly emerged, gathering in one place to form a tornado that swiftly approached. Within the tornado, a dense chorus of squeaking sounds echoed, sending chills down one's spine. A foul stench filled the air, clearly indicating that the methods used by the zombie giants were highly toxic. Zhang Xuan, upon seeing the scene before him, saw no point in engaging further. Black King, eliminate them all. The black dragon raised its head and suddenly let out a deafening roar. Earth-shattering dragon roar. The deafening, domineering roar shattered the earth, and visible airwaves spread in all directions. The tornadoes formed by the insects were swept away by the shockwaves, instantly reduced to dust, while the toxic mist was directly dispersed. Explosive damage struck the zombie giant, crushing its countless limbs into a pool of blood and mud, while the countless eyes on its head burst open. The dragon's roar caused the earth itself to surge, and the massive holes erupted with various disgusting viscous fluids. From below, the agonizing screams of countless hideous creatures echoed as they were crushed to death by the shockwave. The zombie giant let out a horrific scream, collapsing to its knees. Its horrific flesh writhed and disintegrated, spraying blood everywhere. It tried to struggle to its feet, but its body, shattered from the inside out, could no longer support it. Zhang Xuan witnessed this scene, his expression growing solemn. The Black King's evolved earth-shattering dragon roar was of an absolutely terrifying power level. He had originally thought he could instantly kill the opponent, yet the zombie giant was still not completely dead. Black King, burn it to ashes. The black dragon responded to its master's call, and the incinerating dragon flames erupted once more, swiftly enveloping the entire body of the zombie giant. A foul stench rose into the air as the zombie giant thrashed its limbs wildly. However, its body, already nearly shattered by the earth-shattering dragon roar, could no longer resist the intense flames. Finally, its flesh was reduced to ash, and its remains collapsed onto the ground. Is it done? Zhang Xuan stared intently, his instincts telling him that it wasn't over yet. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, the twisted mass of flesh that had already disintegrated began to writhe once more. Chapter 109, 7th Rank. Soon, blood-red rivers surged once more from the cracks in the ground, filling the remains of the zombie giant and repairing its twisted, grotesque flesh, which reformed into a monstrous form and stood once more. Does it have the ability to resurrect? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as he commanded the Black King to continue releasing dragon flames. He had no intention of leaping off the dragon's head to engage in close combat. Joking aside, with the Black King as such a powerful bodyguard, why would he risk his life in close combat? Although he was passionate about enhancing his own strength and had already reached a quite powerful level. But all of this was to increase his margin for error, to maximize his weaknesses, and to give himself an unexpected trump card that no one could anticipate. It wasn't to put himself in danger every time he fought. The dragon's flame once again brought its purifying might to this ugly space, dispelling the distorted illusions under the blazing flames. The newly reformed zombie giant was ignited once more. It must be said that its performance was extraordinary. Targets previously touched by the dragon flame were instantly vaporized into ash, yet the zombie giant, though emitting piercing screams, did not collapse immediately. Zhang Xuan, seeing this, drew his burning star Baoyed pure fire elements into an arrow, drew the bowstring, and released it like a flaming meteor, whistling through the air. The arrow struck the zombie giant precisely, causing sparks to explode and making it scream in pain once more. The zombie giant attempted to counterattack once more, its deformed flesh on its body suddenly protruding, revealing over a dozen arms that abruptly elongated and shot toward the sky. However, under the massive dragon flame pillars, these deformed blood hands were engulfed and swiftly incinerated. The zombie giant could do nothing but emit agonizing screams. Soon, under the relentless scorching of the dragon flames and Zhang Xian's continuous barrage of fire arrows, the zombie giant was once again brought down, reduced to a writhing mass of viscous flesh. However, this time, the flesh appeared noticeably smaller. Zhang Xian had roughly figured out the mechanism. Sure enough, after a few breaths, blood water once again surged from the earthen hole, and the zombie giant reborn for the 3rd time. The same process repeated itself. This time, the zombie giant lasted even shorter under the intense flames, and by the 6th time it was incinerated, its flesh was completely reduced to ash. Ding! You have completed the cross-tier task. You have become a 7th tier beast tamer. Beast pet strength feedback, 20% increased to 70%. Your maximum beast tamer level has increased from 6 to 11. Your performance rating in the current abyss projection is world shaking. Current rating hidden. Ding! Your beast tamer limit has been additionally increased to 15. A massive surge of energy instantly flooded Zhang Xian's body, a manifestation of the rapid increase in his beast pet strength. Normally, a 9th tier beast master would only receive half of the beast pet strength feedback, but Zhang Xian had already reached 70%, primarily due to the extraordinary performance from his 2 consecutive advancement tasks. Of course, those standing at the pinnacle of the human race, every single one of them is a being of unparalleled power. In the Beastmaster realm, there is a saying that goes, the distance from the 1st rank to the 8th rank is as vast as the distance from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. Therefore, each of these beings possesses unimaginably deep foundations and methods that are impossible to fathom. The feedback on their beast pet strength is merely one aspect of their power. However, for Zhang Xian at this moment, his strength had naturally surged once again. With the Black King, a divine tier beast that has already entered the growth phase, providing a 70% attribute feedback, how terrifying is that? Zhang Xian's current health pool has reached an unimaginable 5 million or more. Even a 200th tier sovereign tier beast would appear fragile in his presence. His attack and defense attributes are all approaching the 50,000 mark. A single punch, just one punch, is enough for him to instantly crush many 200th level beasts. And the greatest change. Zhang Xian moved his mind, and suddenly he began to float slowly in the air. After his physical attributes crossed a certain threshold, Zhang Xian successfully unlocked the ability to fly through the air. Though he was still unskilled, with practice, he would soon be able to soar through the skies. For Zhang Xian, the excitement this brought was far greater than any attribute boost. After all, who wouldn't want to free their physical body and roam the heavens? With the ability to control the air, his combat tactics would become even more diverse. However, Zhang Xian looked up at the sky. This so-called abyss projection truly held many secrets, especially the black mist and invisible barrier in the sky. Were these the rules of the abyss itself, or were they intentionally concealed by some existence? As he pondered this, a repulsive force emanated from the projection space, clearly indicating that the task was complete and it was time to depart. The next moment, Zhang Xian appeared back in the previous secret chamber. At the same time, in an unknown location. Endless waves surged and crashed, and looking down from above, there was an enormous shadow in the boundless sea, seemingly a mysterious and colossal entity. Its body was likely as large as the entire Crimson Flame archipelago. Suddenly, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and a beam of light shone through the clouds, bringing light and warmth to the world. Soon, the rays of light slowly coalesce into the form of an old man. He wore a robe of fiery clouds, his eyes seemed to contain rotating patterns, and around him bloomed countless strange flowers. Laws and principles swirled and evolved around his body. The old man wore a gentle smile as he looked toward the massive shadow in the vast ocean. Ming, how about it? You should have seen him this time. The sea remained silent for a moment before an ancient, primal voice echoed. Last time, I indeed underestimated him. Even without your full attention, this human's growth rate remains utterly astonishing. It seems that some kind of destiny has indeed descended upon him. Master, I believe he is the one you have been seeking. The old man nodded slowly. Unfortunately, I am still too constrained by various factors, otherwise, I could have given him a push. But with a little more time, he might just unify the human race's destiny and achieve something unprecedented. At that time, we will be able to escape this place and head toward the sacred land. The voice of the massive shadow also fluctuated. I vow to follow you forever. The old man smiled faintly. However, some assistance is still necessary. Since he is under your jurisdiction, you may arrange matters as you see fit. Yes, my lord. The shadow sank into the depths of the sea, completely vanishing without a trace. The old man stood motionless in mid-air for a moment, his eyes flickering with an enigmatic light. He murmured to himself, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Soon, very soon, I will have accomplished my mission. His form gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of waves in this vast expanse. Chapter 110, Candidate for Palace Master. In the secret chamber of the Southern River Beast God Temple. When Zhang Xuan accepted the 7th tier task, the Tower of Heaven emitted a series of bright lights. The lights were arranged in strips, with the number of strips representing the level of advancement. Suya stared at the glowing beams, her expression frozen in shock. 7th tier? For real? She had thought Zhang Xuan was joking, but it turned out he was serious? Suya couldn't believe it. Had this guy accidentally chosen the wrong difficulty level? Or is he really that arrogant? At just a 2nd tier beast tamer, he dares to challenge a 7th tier? She sighed, feeling helpless. Zhang Xuan's potential was undeniable. Achieving an unprecedented feat in the 2nd tier advancement was proof of his top tier genius. However, this choice was simply too reckless. In such a short time, even reaching the 4th rank would be considered fulfilling one's potential. The 5th rank is simply too risky. 7th rank? It's simply impossible to achieve that. If it were possible, she would even believe that the person in question was the incarnation of the Beastmaster God. What a pity such a golden opportunity, wasted. Suya shook her head but remained where she was, refusing to leave. After all, she was the one responsible for bringing Zhang Xuan here. She would wait for him to emerge from the trial space and then give him a proper lecture. Genius comes with sharpness and arrogance, it's only natural. She herself had once been a renowned genius in several cities. Encountering a beast tamer like Zhang Xuan, whose potential far surpassed her own, she couldn't help but feel a desire to nurture his talent, hoping he would build a solid foundation and not waste his gifts. Thus, she waited patiently in place. Less than 20 minutes later, the Tower of Heaven once again illuminated. Is he coming out? It seemed likely that Zhang Xuan had failed his task and was being teleported out of the trial space. To be honest, the fact that he managed to hold on for so long was beyond Suya's expectations. She had originally thought that Zhang Xuan would have to come out within 3 minutes at most. If that's the case, if Zhang Xuan chooses to advance to the 5th rank, there might actually be some hope. Suya felt a bit regretful, but at least it was just a wasted opportunity. They could regroup and try again later. A flash of light, and Zhang Xian's figure appeared before her. Suya was about to step forward to comfort him when information suddenly came from the Beast God Hall. Beast Tamer Zhang Xuan has completed the cross-tier task and become a 7th tier Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer Zhang Xuan has achieved the unprecedented feat of advancing 5 ranks consecutively at the South River Beast God Hall. This achievement will be permanently recorded in the history of the Beast God Hall. What? Suya's mouth hung open for a moment before she could react. Before she could scream, she covered her lips with her hand. She stared at Zhang Xuan in disbelief. He hadn't failed and been teleported out, he had actually succeeded in advancing? As a 2nd tier Beast Tamer, he had completed a 7th tier advancement task in just over 10 minutes? Oh my god. Suya couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xian, how did you do it? The Beast God's palace housed the will of the Beast God. The completion of the advancement task couldn't possibly be fake. Zhang Xuan looked a bit confused and said, first do this, then do that. Is that really that hard? Suya nearly choked on her words, and upon seeing Zhang Xian's teasing expression, she realized she had been playfully teased by him. Just as she was about to say something else, suddenly, a mighty and sacred aura descended upon the entire Beast God's hall. Suya froze, then realized what was happening. Is this the Beast God summoning us? At that moment, all members of the Beast God Hall, whether inside or outside the hall, heard a voice echoing in their minds. The position of Beast God Temple Master of the Southern Jiang Beast God Temple has been vacant for too long. A new master must be chosen. Convey my decree, the newly promoted 7th rank beast tamer Zhang Xuan is the candidate for Temple Master. Upon passing my trial, he shall become the official Temple Master. The members of the Southern River Beast God Temple were stunned, but the Beast God's command could not be disobeyed. Everyone, including Suya, knelt on one knee and placed their hands over their chests. We shall obey the divine decree. Once the overwhelming pressure dissipated, they looked up in astonishment. Who was this Zhang Xuan? Soon, someone noticed that the records within the hall indeed listed a beastmaster named Zhang Xuan who had recently passed the 7th rank promotion. Some were puzzled. A 7th rank beast tamer is considered an ordinary elder within the temple, but the temple master has always been an 8th rank powerhouse. According to tradition, the position should have been inherited by Li Shan, the deputy temple master. Why would it fall to a newly promoted 7th rank beast tamer? Soon, someone discovered the clue and exclaimed in shock, the palace records show that this person actually skipped 5 ranks from the 2nd rank to reach the 7th rank. What? How could such a person exist? It's utterly unimaginable. Zhang Xuan. I remember now. During the last promotion to 2nd rank, there was someone who broke the historical record for the fastest promotion. Isn't that the same name? It must be the same person. Others quickly confirmed this as well, he must have only become a beast tamer recently. How could he directly become a 7th rank beast tamer? This was truly incomprehensible to everyone present, but since the beast god had already issued his decree, the members of the beast god's hall naturally had no choice but to obey. The beast god is the supreme existence for beast masters, and the beast god's hall was established by the will of the divine beings to oversee and manage all matters related to the human race's beast master realm. However, at this moment, everyone naturally felt a strong curiosity about Zhang Xuan's identity. Only Suya, who was currently face to face with Zhang Xuan, was repeatedly shocked in a short period of time, as she knew that he was a high school senior who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. After hearing the beast god's decree, she rose to her feet and bowed to Zhang Xuan. This subordinate is Suya, a senior administrator of the Southern Jiang Beast God Temple. I pay my respects to the candidate for Temple Master. Zhang Xuan hadn't expected this beast god to suddenly pull this stunt on him. He waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities. Just call me as before. Once I truly become the palace master, you can address me that way then." Suya shook her head and said seriously, "Sir, as a member of the Beast God Temple, I cannot break the rules under any circumstances. However," she gave a playful smile and said, "if we are not within the hall, how would you like me to address you?" "I will naturally comply." Zhang Xuan looked at the woman before him, who had just met him with politeness and warmth, but overall still appeared as a proper and dignified older woman with a certain status. But now he saw a hint of allure and other meanings. This was the embodiment of power and authority. Zhang Xuan felt a slight pang of emotion, but also received a prompt. Beast God Ming has issued a time task to you, secure the top position in the national exams of Xia Kingdom. Completing this task will grant you the position of main hall master of the Southern Jiang Beast God Hall. Do you accept this mission? Zhang Xuan looked at Suya and asked, "Suya, what are the benefits of becoming the hall master?" Benefits? Suya hesitated for a moment before replying, the Xia Kingdom has 12 provinces, meaning there are 12 beast god main halls. Chapter 111, Founding a Guild. Among these, the heads of each hall hold the same status as the provincial governors. However, due to the special nature of the beast god halls, the status of the hall masters is actually slightly higher than that of the governors. Among the 12 main halls, only the Qilin Divine Hall in the imperial capital holds an even more exalted status, while the others are roughly equal. Therefore, within the scope of the Nanzhang province, the head of the Nanzhang temple holds the highest status. Suya paused, looked at Zhang Xuan, and said seriously, "As the head of a temple, one can issue orders to all members of the beast god temples within the province in the name of the deity, and no one may disobey. Of course, if they encounter those who harm the faith of the beast gods or the invaders from the abyss, they must also bear the responsibility of defending and suppressing them." Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered. That meant he was a local lord. He had no reason to refuse. As for the faith in the beast gods, he knew that the beastmaster system originated from the beast gods, but he wasn't a fanatic believer. Under the system that had been in place for over 1,000 years, there was no need to raise objections for now. Once he reached the pinnacle of his abilities, he would naturally learn more and gain greater influence. Zhang Xuan murmured to himself. Accept the mission. It's just being the top scorer in the unified exam. The position of Southern Jiang Palace Master is something he must secure. With the matter of advancing his rank settled, the next step was to handle guild affairs. He asked Suya for guidance, and she led him to another location. "Sir, if you wish to establish a guild, you must complete corresponding challenge tasks based on the guild's rank. Among these, an S-rank guild can only be upgraded by an A-rank guild protected by a 9th rank beast tamer. Therefore, you can currently challenge up to a rank." Suya didn't suggest starting from a lower rank this time. After all, anyone capable of founding an A-rank guild must be an 8th rank beast tamer or higher. But after witnessing Zhang Xuan's extraordinary abilities, she knew she was better off staying a quiet observer and had no right to offer advice. Zhang Xuan understood the situation and didn't dwell on it, directly selecting the A-rank guild task. You have applied to create an A-rank guild. The A-rank guild challenge task is about to begin. You are currently not in a party. Please confirm if you wish to proceed alone. Yes. 3, 2, 1. This time, Zhang Xuan found himself on a vast, open plain. Where he stood, there was a camp. There will be a total of 15 waves of attacks. Protect your camp during the attacks. If you withstand all 15 waves of attacks while keeping the camp intact, the challenge is successful. If the camp is destroyed, the challenge fails. So the guild challenge task is a defense-type mission? Zhang Xuan surveyed the camp. It wasn't very large, and the structures were all made of wood, appearing quite flimsy. Moreover, the open plain offered no cover, and enemies could attack from any direction. It seems like this task was designed for teamwork. I doubt anyone else would choose to take it on alone like me. No problem, I love a challenge. Zhang Xuan muttered to himself. However, despite his words, with a divine-level beast as his subordinate, he had indeed faced few challenges. It could only be said that being invincible was too lonely. Attention! The first wave of attacks is about to begin. Zhang Xuan gathered his focus and surveyed his surroundings. Soon, a group of densely packed figures appeared on the northern slope. They appeared fairly organized, humanoid in shape, but short in stature, with ugly features, fangs protruding from their lips, and skin a deep green color, exuding a rather repulsive aura. Zhang Xuan's expression grew strange. Aren't these goblins? The group of goblins charging down the slope numbered over 100, arranged in a strict formation. The front 2 rows held single-handed iron hammers and round shields. The middle consisted of 2 groups of goblin archers, drawing their bows and arrows in preparation for attack. The last row had the fewest goblins, but they wore grey robes, held wands, and muttered incantations. The tips of their wands emitted a faint glow, and magical energy swirled around them. Ha! Zhang Xuan was astonished. Even among goblin tribes in the outside world, this was a fairly well-organized goblin army. No wonder it's the challenge task for creating an A-rank guild. It's no easy feat from the start. The goblin army advanced at a steady pace. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, they began to utter strange, incomprehensible cries. Suddenly, the goblin warriors at the front of the formation accelerated forward, while the goblin archers remained in place, drawing their bows. A shower of arrows pierced the air, whistling toward their target. Finally, the goblin mages maintained a safe casting distance, began chanting, and then hurled fireballs and sharp ice shards. The scene looked extremely formidable. Facing the oncoming assault, Zhang Xuan shouted, "Black King!" Instantly, the burning world black dragon roared out of the beast summoning space and descended into the sky above the plain. As soon as it appeared, the air around it seemed to ignite, and an overwhelming aura spread out. The first row of goblin warriors came to a halt, kneeling on the ground with terrified expressions. The arrows and various spells fired at the black dragon struck its body but caused no reaction whatsoever. The arrows bent and fell to the ground. The spells seemed to vanish into thin air like sand falling into the sea, leaving no trace of harm. Upon realizing what stood before them, the goblins let out a series of wild screams, their voices filled with fear, before kneeling and crawling on the ground. They kept bowing their heads, hands clasped together, tears of fear and reverence welling up in their eyes. The goblin army has been intimidated by your beast pet, the world-burning black dragon's dragon might, and has surrendered. Ha! Zhang Xuan was slightly surprised, but soon understood. This trial space was different from the previous abyss projection space. It seemed that the beings here were real. No wonder. The black dragon's dragon might had evolved into the might of a dragon emperor, making it extremely terrifying. Plus, according to legend, goblins had been slaves to the dragon race for a long time in history. So it's no wonder they display such fear and reverence. This memory is etched into the bloodlines of goblins and many other races that were once enslaved by dragons. For them, being a slave to dragons is a form of honor. Zhang Xuan accepted this. Though these goblins appeared unremarkable, each one possessed combat power rivaling that of a 100-level golden beast pet, making them quite formidable. And there were over 100 of them here, forming a battle group. The 3 troop types worked together seamlessly, and even a dominant-level shadow assassin wouldn't stand a chance against them. Zhang Xuan beckoned with his hand, and the goblin battle group rose to their feet, approaching cautiously before kneeling on one knee to pledge their loyalty. Once they had acknowledged their master, they could communicate freely. Zhang Xuan raised his hand and bellowed, "Follow me. I'll lead you to conquer the world." Ugh! The goblins responded excitedly, letting out a series of strange cries. The first wave of attack was easily repelled. Zhang Xuan waited, and soon the second wave of attacks arrived. This time, however, he was taken by surprise. Chapter 112, Dragon's Might Subdues. This second wave was another group of goblins. However, these goblins were not the ordinary green ones, but red goblins. Their size was significantly larger than the green goblins, nearly matching the height of a human teenager, and they were even more muscular. Additionally, their composition was more homogeneous, almost entirely warriors wielding large swords or axes, without shields, appearing even more fierce and brutal. This was a pure red goblin warrior legion. However, when they charged forward with their loud, chaotic cries, they saw the fiery whirl black dragon spreading its wings in the sky, and those pair of dazzling golden, icy cold dragon eyes. The fear and sense of oppression passed down through generations in their blood, buried deep within their veins, caused these fierce red goblins to urinate uncontrollably on the spot. Then they all collapsed to their knees in a heap. Zhang Xuan once again gained a legion of over 100 goblins, leaving him scratching his head in frustration. Just as Zhang Xuan was thinking that the next wave wouldn't be the same, a group of red goblins appeared on the horizon. This time, they were cavalry riding massive lizards covered in spiked growths, with lightweight armor draped over their bodies. The goblins wielded long spears and charged forward with a deafening roar. Then, in a third wave, they slid to their knees again and were easily subdued by Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was a bit dazed. It seemed like he had joined a mission, only to find that everyone was here to send him subordinates. Although these goblin troops were somewhat like grunts to him, not the kind of elite forces capable of holding their own in a major battle. They were numerous, with well-balanced troop compositions, making them excellent for bolstering his basic combat strength. Moreover, as Zhang Xuan's efforts to expand his influence began to gain momentum, his need for such foundational forces would only grow. After all, these beings were far more trustworthy than ordinary human beings. Pay homage to the sacred Emperor. Hundreds of goblins knelt on one knee, bowing toward Zhang Xuan in chanting praises. In their eyes, anyone capable of being recognized as the master by the great and fearsome dragon clan must be a sacred emperor. To offer their loyalty was the greatest honor for the goblin clan. Emperor, not bad. Zhang Xuan nodded slightly. The title suited him well. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the goblin army to rise and stand guard around the camp, preparing for the challenges ahead. The goblins stood ready, determined to demonstrate their loyalty and strength before the emperor. The fourth wave of challenges arrived. This time, it wasn't goblins, it was a horde of beasts. They had taken over the entire northern hills, charging down in a breathtaking display of power. Massive, fierce rhinos, giant deer, lions, saber-toothed tigers, and more. Beasts of all shapes and sizes charged forward, causing the earth to tremble. Warriors, hold your positions. Long-range units, hold the line. Zhang Xuan issued his commands. He wouldn't let the goblin warriors charge into close combat, that would be too costly. Instead, he ordered the warriors to protect the camp and the ranged units, while the goblin mages and archers launched their attacks. However, they were merely reinforcements. The main force remained the Black King. The ember-extinguishing dragon flame swept toward the ferocious beast horde. These brutally deformed creatures didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized. Their flesh and blood were transformed into inorganic matter under the extreme heat, turning the ground into a sea of fire. The current ember-extinguishing dragon flame can even use rocks as fuel. Anything it touches will be difficult to extinguish until it is completely burned away. The flames erupting from the Black King's mouth resembled pillars of fire or a curtain of rain pouring down upon the earth. It was the creator of all destruction and the bringer of all death. The flickering flames dance across the goblins' faces, fueling their frenzy. They shriek wildly, firing arrows and unleashing skills in a chaotic barrage. Under the overwhelming might of the dragon, the remaining beasts also chose to submit. Thus, this group of beasts was quickly either annihilated or subdued. Subsequent waves of attacks, the fifth and sixth, also consisted of beasts, though their varieties were more diverse and their distribution more widespread. These two posed no threat, as the dragon's inferno left nothing but desolation in its wake. Among the subjugated beasts, there were as many as 200 or 300 in number. Zhang Xuan noticed a pattern. Each type of challenge seemed to come in 3 waves, with increasing difficulty. The 7th wave of challenges began, and sure enough, this time the enemies came from the sky. One after another, bird-like beasts flew in formation toward the ground, while goblin mages and archers launched attacks into the sky. However, these fierce birds soared to great heights, and the goblins' attacks could not reach them for a time. Soon, they let out a collective shriek. These beasts could actually release sonic attacks. The goblins covered their ears in pain, while Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, unaffected. The Black King grew enraged, feeling provoked. A roar erupted from its mouth. Countless birds exploded in mid-air, turning into a blood mist that dissipated into the heavens and earth. The 2 subsequent waves of enemies were less intelligent than the goblins and reacted less strongly to the dragon's might. However, after the massive casualties caused by the dragon's roar, the ferocious birds still submitted like the previous beasts. After 3 more waves of attacks, the number of ferocious birds submitting to Zhang Xuan had swelled to over 1,000. Zhang Xuan felt numb, yet secretly delighted. Could such a challenge come his way 100 times over? The 10th wave of challenges began. This time, the attackers were quite unique. They were orcs. Fox-headed human-bodied beastman mages, wolf-headed and tiger-headed berserker warriors, swift and ruthless snake men assassins. They approached from all directions across the plains in a tightly organized formation. This time, although their gaze toward the Black King was equally solemn and wary, their resistance to the dragon's might was significantly stronger. The orc tribe is a top-tier race whose bloodline and innate abilities rival those of the dwarves and elves. However, due to their internal divisions into various tribes, their fragmentation is too severe, preventing them from matching the power of the previous two races. However, in this challenge mission, they clearly had a well-organized division of labor and cooperation. The ember-extinguishing dragon flame erupted directly, while the orc mages below chanted rapidly, summoning a massive, thick water curtain into the sky. Simultaneously, countless ancient vines erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a solid wooden shield wall, serving as the second line of defense. Meanwhile, the orc warriors serving as the close combat legion accelerated their charge toward Zhang Xuan. The ember-extinguishing dragon flame collided with the massive water curtain, instantly sending up a cloud of steam. The water curtain was burned through, and the flames then struck the wooden wall, jarring it to ash. However, these two magical defenses were indeed extraordinary. Though they failed to stop the attack, they managed to delay it for several seconds. Chapter 113, Repeated Assaults. Meanwhile, the charging orc warriors closed the distance significantly in that brief moment. Zhang Xuan commanded the goblin ranged units and the aerial predatory bird legion to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, the Black King's ember dragon flame pierced through the two magical barriers, incinerating the orc mages on the spot, leaving them no time to even scream. The goblin archers and mages' ranged skills, combined with the fierce bird's sonic attacks, slowed the advancing orc warriors' pace by more than half, preventing them from closing in. However, Zhang Xuan noticed that some orc units lagging behind suddenly grew faint and vanished from sight. He raised an eyebrow. Invisibility skill? These must be the orc assassins. Once invisible, their movements were difficult to track, and his side lacked any detection skills. If it were anyone else, they might be in trouble. Allowing so many assassin units to get close would result in heavy casualties and potentially cause chaos. But Zhang Xuan remained calm. Little tree, come out and show them. In the center of the camp, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the ground. Its trunk was covered in grotesque faces, and countless vines whipped through the air, thick and powerful. The poisonous mother tree flung hundreds of vines in all directions, sweeping them along the ground. The gap between each vine was less than a foot. Thud. 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 Soon, several orc assassins were struck, their bodies exposed in the air, and vines quickly bound them. Though these assassins possessed considerable physical strength, the mother tree's vines, though unable to instantly subdue them, were sufficiently resilient to exert powerful control. Meanwhile, the goblin warriors, who had been waiting in formation, took advantage of the opportunity to charge forward and hack wildly, killing the bound units. Then, the poisonous mother tree changed its attack method. It gathered its vines in several areas, twisting them into thick ropes nearly as wide as its trunk. Then, within several heights above the ground, it swung them low and wide. At this point, more orc assassins let out panicked cries as they were pulled out of their positions. Although the previous vines were also dense, some of them could be avoided by predicting their movements in advance and dodging during the gaps between the vine strikes. However, this time, the vines left no space, striking in a 360-degree range. Unless they could fly into the sky, there was no way to avoid them. With the poisonous mother tree's powerful area of effect control, everything became straightforward. Without the powerful damage from the orc mages in the rear, the remaining warriors and assassins couldn't break through the lines, while the Black King turned back and spat out his incinerating dragon flames at them. After a few exchanges, all the orc units were wiped out, while the goblin units suffered minimal casualties. The combination of wide-area instant-kill explosions, crowd control, and the goblin army's damage output rendered this powerful orc army completely ineffective against Zhang Xuan. This orc warband's combat power could easily handle a 7th-tier beastmaster with all their beasts deployed, but against Zhang Xuan, they were utterly helpless. In the end, they could only fall miserably one after another. Subsequently, the second wave and also the 11th wave of the orc army arrived. This wave was even larger in numbers, but the troop types remained the same: mages, warriors, and assassins. Zhang Xuan continued with his previous tactics, but this time he spent a bit more time to completely eliminate them. He remained unscathed. Finally, the last wave of the orc army arrived. This time, they had an additional troop type. Among the legions advancing from all directions, the ones leading the charge were several massive minotaur warriors. Standing over 5 meters tall, clad in heavy, sturdy armor adorned with magical runes. They wielded double axes, their eyes as large as copper bells, and each step they took caused the earth to tremble. There were 4 minotaur warriors in total, leading 4 orc legions. Black King, burn! The black dragon breathed dragon fire at one of the minotaur warriors, but the massive creature raised its arms to block the attack. As the flames engulfed him, the magical patterns on his armor twisted and intertwined, emitting a purple glow that formed a protective barrier. As the incinerating dragon flames collided with the light barrier, it trembled violently, visibly thinning and slowly dissolving. However, the duration of its resistance was longer than that of the defensive spell cast by the orc mage. The minotaur warriors roared and began to charge forward, with the rest of the legion closely following behind. This was the orc army's most powerful tactic. The minotaurs held the front line, and as long as they blocked the ashen dragon flame, the rear ranks could charge into close combat. Zhang Xuan's expression grew solemn. The dragon flame's killing efficiency had actually decreased under the magic patterns, though the patterns were visibly on the verge of being breached. However, there were 4 Minotaur warriors, and the orc warriors behind them were closing in rapidly. However, he was not without a countermeasure. Zhang Xuan immediately commanded the poisonous mother tree to release all its spores, filling the air with countless tiny particles. However, this time, the spores were not released to poison the enemies. The damage effect was too slow, and given the attributes of these orc warriors, it was difficult to inflict effective damage on them. He then activated the skills I have little trees and accelerated growth. The spores quickly landed on the ground, transforming into saplings, which then grew rapidly before the naked eye, becoming miasma trees. At this moment, the magic patterns on the body of the Minotaur warrior charging at the forefront had been burned away, and its flesh clearly couldn't withstand the incinerating dragon flame, vaporizing instantly. However, the orc warriors behind it were already charging forward with battle cries. Meanwhile, from the other 3 directions, 3 more Minotaur warriors were closing in rapidly. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. The situation before him seemed to have grown far more perilous. Behind the fallen Minotaur warriors, the ferocious orc warriors were charging forward with wild abandon. If they closed in, he wouldn't fear for himself, but the camp would be difficult to defend. But who said he only had these few tricks up his sleeve? Black King, let them see what you've got. The burning world Black Dragon roared, triggering its passive skill Dragon Emperor's secret ashes of Imperial Authority. All Goblin Legion units under its command were marked with the Imperial Authority brand. In this state, their attributes doubled. The once cowardly goblins now shone with a radiant glow, appearing surprisingly majestic. They roared with no trace of fear. Red Goblin Knights rode lizards, charging forward first, followed by Goblin warriors shouting as they advanced. Goblin mages and archers, empowered by the Imperial Authority brand, unleashed even more powerful skills. Meanwhile, the aerial legions of fierce birds unleashed even more powerful sonic attacks. Chapter 114, Eternal Flames. Suddenly, the orc warriors charging from all directions grimaced in pain and froze in place. Originally, the damage these attacks inflicted might not have been so evident, but under the attribute boost of the Imperial Seal, the damage was doubled, dealing a severe blow to them. The Red Goblin warriors had already charged into the Legion's ranks, engaging in brutal combat. The orc army was still in disarray, and when faced with the Goblin warriors' surprise attack, they had little chance to fight back, with the situation becoming one-sided. Limbs flew everywhere, blood spattered in all directions, and the orcs screamed in agony as they fell to the ground. They finally came to their senses, but it was too late. Their formation had been shattered, and the Goblin warriors and the vicious birds in the air were slaughtering them like a meat grinder. Meanwhile, the Black King burned the remaining 3 Minotaur warriors to death. The setting sun cast a crimson glow over the battlefield, which lay in ruins. The orc army had been completely annihilated, and Zhang Xuan's troops erupted in thunderous cheers. The poisonous trees spawned from the spores of the poisonous mother tree hadn't even been put to use yet. But that's for the best. Conserve your strength for the final 3 waves. These 3 waves would undoubtedly be even more challenging. The 13th wave of attacks arrived. The sky was suddenly shrouded in thick black clouds, turning dark and gloomy. The air felt oppressive, and visibility grew increasingly poor. However, this was no problem for Zhang Xuan. He ordered the Black King to use the Ashen Dragon Flame to draw a large circle around the Legion, forming a circular flame array that instantly dispelled the darkness. In the distance, a group of shadowy figures appeared. Their features were blurred, their bodies partially transparent, and flames could be seen flickering within their heads. Most eerie of all, these beings, though taking various forms, some humanoid, others beast-like, did not touch the ground, instead floating above it as they moved swiftly toward them. Ghosts, the souls of the deceased that linger in the mortal realm, are known as ghosts. No wonder they're just a bunch of ghosts. The goblin archers and mages immediately launched their attack, but an eerie sight unfolded. The arrows and spells flew past the ghosts, passing right through their bodies without even touching them. What the? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. These ghosts weren't just immune to physical attacks, they were immune to magic too? That's a major problem. Black King, give it a try. Roar! The black dragon obeyed, unleashing the ember-scorching dragon flame, which swept across the ground. However, this time, the flames once again passed through the ghostly legion without causing any damage. Zhang Xuan had never encountered such a situation before. Could the dragon flame really be completely ineffective? The ghost legion moved swiftly, closing half the distance in an instant. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. Though he didn't know the enemy's destructive capabilities, if no means could harm these ghosts, the camp would be in serious trouble. Since they had no physical form, physical attacks couldn't touch them, and ordinary spells couldn't be cast on them either. After all, spells are composed of energy and act upon the material world. Without a physical form, they indeed cannot be affected. However, the ghosts possess a form and can move, indicating that they still exist in some manner. Since ordinary spells are useless. Black King, earth-shattering dragon roar. Zhang Xuan considered a possibility and immediately gave it a try. Roar! The world-burning black dragon erupted with the aura of a dragon emperor, unleashing a terrifying pressure that nearly suffocated everyone. It raised its head and roared, its sound waves sweeping across the entire plain. In this roar that could shake the world, the earth was ruthlessly swept away, and both the goblin army and the fierce bird army trembled in fear. Though they were not the target, they remained frozen in place, unable to move. This was a roar akin to that of an ancient deity, leaving no existence untouched. Whether tangible or intangible, everything was shattered by the Dragon Emperor's roar. Like being swept by a fierce wind, countless ghostly figures came to a sudden halt. Their blurry forms were completely shattered, and the air filled with piercing screams like souls clinging to the world being crushed, squeezed, and torn apart, utterly annihilated. On the plain, only thousands of pale, indistinct ghostly flames remained. It worked. Zhang Xuan relaxed his expression. The dragon roar did not cause physical or magical damage, but true damage. In other words, the ghostly souls were immune to both physical and magical damage, but true damage could directly affect their essence, leaving them defenseless. The pale flames now exposed were likely their source of power. Zhang Xuan stepped forward to investigate. Yomi flame, flames from the Yomi realm, neither fire nor flame, formless and intangible, the fire of the spirit, the fire of the soul. Underworld fire. This seems to be the energy source of the ghosts, similar to their hearts. However, if it is a type of flame, couldn't I absorb it? Zhang Xuan extended his hand, and sure enough, the pale underworld fire was drawn toward him, entering his body through the palm of his hand. He felt an odd sensation, neither cold nor hot, circling his body before merging with his own flame energy. You have absorbed the underworld fire. Your flame sovereign physique has been enhanced, your flame control abilities have improved, and you have gained additional flame-related traits. The underworld flames erupting from the plains numbered in the thousands. Zhang Xuan activated the instincts of the flame sovereign, spreading his arms wide. Flames surged from his body, enveloping and devouring the underworld flames in clusters. Zhang Xuan felt his life essence rising, exhaling comfortably. By collecting more exotic flames, refining his special physique, and completing his flame authority, his life rank would also rise accordingly. Additional flame characteristics. Zhang Xuan extended his finger, and a burst of flame ignited. The originally crimson-red flame now carried a chill, and what was particularly unusual was that Zhang Xuan could sense that the ghostly flames had imparted a new form of damage to his flames. He could now use flames to burn others' souls. Any living being with sentience, regardless of its level of sentience, possesses a soul. However, methods targeting souls are extremely rare. Among human beast tamers, only those at the peak of the 9th rank and a few exceptional 8th rank tamers might have some understanding of such techniques. Now that Zhang Xuan had obtained this soul-burning technique, it was an unexpected surprise. This wave of attacks came to an end, and soon, the 14th wave of challenges arrived. Everything seemed to be just beginning, with no signs of what was to come. However, a massive spherical object suddenly fell from the sky, its surface covered in holes and oozing a sticky substance. It seemed like a nest. Only this nest was enormous. Chapter 115, Wine Fuels the Fire. The holes on the nest's surface appeared thick and disgusting, and the entire nest was constantly pulsating and contracting, causing the hundreds of holes to expand and contract and sink, making Zhang Xuan feel nauseous. Damn it, what the hell is this? It's too bizarre. As Zhang Xuan frowned in confusion, he suddenly saw a torrent of viscous liquid erupt from within the nest, spraying onto the ground. Immediately afterward, the viscous liquid seemed to come to life, writhing across the ground. Soon, they connected with their counterparts, forming a large pool of substance resembling a small swamp, which continued to expand and move. Malignant fungal carpet, a highly reproductive and expansive entity with powerful toxic damage. The surface of the fungus carpet was covered in white, fuzzy hairs and bubbling pools of toxic liquid. This was only the beginning. Soon, massive swarms of poisonous insects emerged from the holes in the nests. These insects are colorful, all equipped with wings and capable of flight. Their heads are covered with dense mouthparts filled with sharp teeth, and their bodies contain poison sacs, ready to inject concentrated toxins into their prey's bodies at any moment. The swarm took flight, and the dozen or so mother nests on the plain formed a legion of insects numbering in the tens of thousands, with their numbers increasing by the thousands every second. From all directions, the swarm engulfed the sky, releasing toxic fumes that covered the entire sky and closed in on Zhang Xuan's position. You like using poison? That trick won't work on me. Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened. With his current explosive attributes, most of the damage was ineffective against him, with only damage that weakened resistance and true damage posing a threat. However, since he didn't know the nature of the toxic mist, he naturally wouldn't confront it head-on. On the ground, the vast fungal mats were spreading rapidly, heading toward the camp. This situation was indeed quite complex and tricky. However, a bang, it's your turn. A high-pitched, noble cry rang out as the ice crystal phoenix appeared, its icy blue, arrogant eyes gazing down at the ugly insect nest. It opened its mouth, and a torrent of icy breath surged forth, engulfing the fungal mats. Soon, the ground froze at a visible speed, and the spread of the fungal carpet came to a complete halt. The frost effect further slowed their movement. Black King, look up. The black dragon obeyed, spewing incinerating dragon flames into the sky. The insect swarm in the sky naturally couldn't match the resistance of the Minotaur warriors, nor did they have any defensive skills, and they were instantly incinerated into ash under the flames. However, the number of insects was simply staggering, now numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The poisonous insects in the hive seemed to be an endless supply, and their production rate had not slowed down at all. As a result, the entire sky was now almost completely filled with the swarm, leaving no blind spots. Although the ash-scorching dragon flames' damage is explosive, the swarm cannot withstand it. However, the sheer number of them is too great to handle such a vast area. As the swarm dives, it simultaneously sprays toxic mist. With such a massive number of poisonous insects releasing toxic mist simultaneously, the concentration is extremely terrifying, turning the entire sky into various bizarre and distorted colors. Below, many units of the goblin army have begun to react, especially the goblin mages and archers with lower resistance, who were preparing to cast their skills but suddenly started swaying unsteadily. Some had already fallen to the ground, foaming at the mouth, on the brink of death. Zhang Xuan's mind raced. In this situation, even if he joined the fight himself, he couldn't stop such a massive swarm of insects. In a moment, he might be able to protect himself, but what about the camp? Zhang Xuan scanned the surroundings, glancing at the fierce bird legion in the sky, which was being forced to scatter by the insect swarm. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly, I've got it. After the goblin army and the fierce bird army had surrendered, he naturally gained access to all their information, including their abilities. Zhang Xuan had already devised a plan to break the deadlock. He immediately issued the orders. Above the sky, the ferocious birds that had been scattering in all directions began to gather in one direction. They began to converge toward the position of the black dragon below. Until hundreds of fierce birds had all gathered around the Black King. Zhang Xuan raised his eyebrows. This was the moment. Wind blades, converge. Every fierce bird in the flock opened its sharp beak, and a series of piercing screams erupted from their mouths. Most of them are wind-attributed beasts, so their previous attack methods primarily involved shaking the air and emitting sound waves. Therefore, wind elements, propelling wind blades, and striking enemies is child's play for them. Countless air currents were sliced apart, visible ripples spreading in all directions. However, this was not the most critical step. When the ripples align with the Black King's attack direction, the wind blades and the ashen dragon flames merge, causing a remarkable transformation. The fire columns that had been surging toward a single direction are instantly transformed into a sea of fire by the wind blades' dispersal and diversion. Wind fuels the flames. This sea of fire, no, it was an ocean of flames, instantly engulfed the entire sky. Whoosh! 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 Despite being dispersed over such a vast area, the power of the ashen dragon flame remained undiminished. The crimson inferno did not appear on the ground this time, but instead ignited the sky and the clouds. Tens of thousands of poisonous insects were instantly engulfed, and the toxic mist surrounding them was so fragile that it immediately turned into fuel for the dragon flames. The poisonous insects had no time to escape, igniting instantly. Due to their extreme density, the flames between them spread in an instant. Thus, the entire sky was reduced to a breathtaking spectacle. Looking at the mother nests continuously producing poisonous insects, Zhang Xuan's expression grew cold. A flash of illusory light appeared in his hand, revealing the burning star longbow. Pale, explosive flames formed into arrows. He drew back his arm and released the arrows. Whoosh! The fiery arrow screeched through the air, piercing the mother nest with pinpoint accuracy. At the same moment it penetrated, Zhang Xuan precisely controlled the raging fire elemental energy to explode. Boom! A piercing scream erupted from the hive, followed by an unstoppable explosion that engulfed the entire nest. Countless streams of mucus were instantly vaporized, and nothing within the hive could escape. This explosive arrow strike was a new ability Zhang Xuan had mastered after absorbing the yin-yang fire. Otherwise, with his previous control over fire elements, he would not have been able to achieve such precise control. Having eliminated one mother nest, Zhang Xuan acted even faster, firing several arrows in rapid succession toward the other mother nests. These nests clearly had no means of escape and could not evade the deadly flame arrows. One by one, they emitted the agonizing, hoarse cries of the dying before being blown to pieces by the intense explosions. The swarm of insects in the air was also completely annihilated by the wind and fire combo technique. This combo technique was truly terrifying in its power. Chapter 116, The Sky-Shattering Battleship. Zhang Xuan not only gained reinforcements here but also had the opportunity to train his troops, achieving two objectives at once. The final challenge was now upon them. Zhang Xuan ordered all combat units to rest briefly in their current positions and prepare for the final showdown. What would they face this time? In the distant sky, a rumbling roar echoed, and the air pressure dropped sharply with each boom, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Zhang Xuan looked up and saw a massive shadow emerging from the thick clouds, closing in rapidly and about to break through the clouds. Is that a flying colossus? Judging by its size, even at such a high altitude, it was enormous. If it were on the ground, its length could easily reach hundreds of meters. Even the Black King, who had recently entered the growth stage, pales in comparison. What exactly is that thing? Zhang Xuan couldn't help but grow curious. However, when the shadow broke through the clouds, it left him speechless. Its solid, hard gleam, its thick, intricate form, and its pitch-black, terrifying circular aperture, this colossal entity was actually a sky-piercing warship. The challenge of this stage was a technological creation? Since the beast god bestowed his blessings upon humanity 1,000 years ago, the human race had come to rely on their ability to control beasts, causing their technological advancement to stagnate and even regress. Such a spacefaring warship was highly unlikely to be a human creation. Even the elf race, which developed magical industry, rarely encounters such pure steel technological creations. Unlike the extraordinary paths of magic and bloodlines, the power of the future technological path is no weaker, and in some aspects even surpasses ordinary extraordinary abilities. No faction on the continent should be capable of producing such finished products. However, the mission scenarios are likely controlled by the beast god's will and are not illusory. Could this be related to the abyss again? Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He was genuinely eager to witness the destructive power of these powerful technological artifacts. Black King, give it a try. The black dragon understood its master's intent. It raised its head and spat out the ashen dragon flame, sending a column of intense heat surging into the sky. It left a long trail of flames in its wake, causing the air along the path to twist and shimmer under the extreme heat. However, as the flames engulfed the vessel, the steel hull of the colossal airship suddenly glowed with a faint, multicolored light, enveloping the entire ship in a dreamlike aura. Upon contact with the multicolored barrier, the dragon's breath was miraculously blocked. Zhang Xuan was startled. This was the first time he had seen the dragon flames fail. Even the previous magical barriers and the armor runes of the Minotaur warriors had only held out for a moment longer. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the multicolored light screen did not block the dragon flame but instead diverted it through an unknown mechanism, causing the flames to surge in other directions and fail to collide directly with the warship's hull. It seemed, this giant ship must possess some means of redirecting attacks. In that case, it made more sense. However, this was clearly just the beginning. Two channels opened on either side of the sky-piercing warship, from which rows of humanoid figures emerged. They glided downward and quickly landed on the plain. At the same time, Zhang Xuan could see clearly that these were not humans, but mechanical beings emitting a metallic glow. They held precision-engineered firearms and advanced toward Zhang Xuan in a disciplined formation. Xiao Shu, bind them. Zhang Xuan prepared to test them first. The poisonous mother tree responded to its master's command, and thousands of thick vines shot out, binding all the mechanical soldiers. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. The outer shells of the mechanical soldiers suddenly opened, revealing extremely sharp blades. The blades spun at high speed in a spiral pattern, emitting a piercing screech. The resilient vines seemed to have encountered divine weapons, being sliced inch by inch, with green sap spraying out. Zhang Xian's expression changed. The vines of the poisonous mother tree were no ordinary foes. While they might be effective for attack, they were an excellent tool for control. Yet they had been so easily sliced apart by the opponent. This final challenge was indeed no simple matter. The mechanical soldiers, having broken free from their restraints, immediately raised their weapons and pulled the triggers. Boom! The Senyu guns emitted a swirling blue electric light before erupting with a deafening roar. Amidst several screams, several goblin warriors fell to the ground, and the poisonous mother tree's trunk was immediately pierced with several wounds, green sap spattering everywhere. Several beams of light were heading toward Zhang Xuan. He sensed the terrifying power contained within the energy rushing toward him, his expression growing serious. He swung his burning prison gun, which erupted in a blaze of light, sweeping toward the incoming beams. The crimson light collided with the electric light, causing a violent explosion that sent dust and debris flying. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Xuan emerged unscathed. He roughly assessed the power of the attacks fired at him. Given his terrifying attributes, they posed little threat. However, it would be very easy to injure the poisonous tree and the goblin army. There was no need to cause unnecessary casualties on their side if they could eliminate the enemy. Fall back and defend the camp. Zhang Xuan issued the order. Though the goblin army was now fearless in battle, they obeyed his command and retreated, keeping a watchful eye on the camp's perimeter to guard against enemy ambushes. Zhang Xuan, wielding the Inferno Spear, charged toward the mechanical army, ready to strike. Meanwhile, the spores released by the toxic tree mother had grown into their final form, the toxic tree spirits, under the effect of the accelerated growth skill. Though the Zhangdu tree spirits were inferior to the mother tree in terms of attributes, their sheer numbers made them formidable. Over 100 of them were more than enough to overwhelm a 200-level boss in an instant. Their poison damage stacks up to hundreds of times, making them utterly terrifying. However, Zhang Xuan now commands them to self-destruct. The tree spirits charge into the mechanical army as if they had grown legs, then their bodies swell and explode. This is the most powerful ability of the spore evolution, compressing all their energy to the extreme before releasing it with a thunderous explosion. Moreover, after the explosion, they transform into spores and return to the mother tree. The explosion forms a mushroom cloud, and the intense shockwaves sweep across the plain, uprooting all vegetation. The toxic green mist rises, though the mechanical soldiers are unaffected by the poison. However, the explosion itself has already destroyed them. The mechanical army was scattered in all directions, with parts littering the ground. Amidst the chaos, a figure shrouded in flames darted through the wreckage. Zhang Xuan fired each shot with brutal precision, piercing the energy cores of the mechanical soldiers. He was a demon on the battlefield, relentlessly stripping away the enemy's ability to move. In just a matter of seconds, the entire mechanical army was annihilated by this combination of attacks. Only the giant warship remained in the sky. At that moment, the shield surrounding the giant warship seemed to grow thin. Chapter 117, The Mystic Hall. Clearly, maintaining this energy shield capable of redirecting attacks was taking a significant toll on the airship. Or rather, the Black King's ashen dragon flame was simply too terrifying, causing the energy to be consumed at an extremely rapid rate. The warship clearly did not want the situation to develop further. Several decks on its hull shifted aside, revealing several heavy cannons. The barrels extended outward, emanating a terrifying energy. A bang, freeze it! The Ice Crystal Phoenix let out a piercing cry, realizing it couldn't let the opponent continue to build up energy. It immediately soared into the sky. Extreme Cold Storm. The Ice Phoenix unleashed its second skill, a fierce ice blue storm rapidly gathering and sweeping toward the massive warship. Shards of ice began to cover and spread across the surface of the massive warship, freezing it rapidly. The heavy cannons that were gathering energy and preparing to fire were also affected. The extreme cold froze the energy circuits, and soon layers of solid ice encased them, spreading across the entire warship. A bang unleashed a large-scale extreme cold storm, disrupting the giant ship's offensive, then continuously expelled icy breath from its mouth, continuously intensifying the frost's impact. Soon, the entire warship came to a standstill, let alone firing its cannons. When it comes to control, the toxic mother tree may be powerful. But the Ice Crystal Phoenix is truly despair-inducing. The rapid accumulation of frost effects meant that unless it could be broken through immediately, the ship would freeze tighter and tighter, eventually becoming a massive block of ice, unable to move. Let me show you another combo move of my beast pet. This combo had been planned for some time, but Zhang Xuan had never allowed Black King and a Bing to unleash it fully. Ash Burning Dragon Flame. The blazing Dragon Emperor's flames, hot enough to incinerate everything, surged forward like a river of fire, instantly engulfing the entire massive ship. The collision of extreme heat and extreme cold, the clash of intense heat and frost, resulted in contraction, expansion, and explosion. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The already frozen warship, subjected to the dual assault of ice and fire, saw its once impregnable hull crack like a glass cup. Then, as if reaching a critical point, the outer hull shattered, exposing the inner compartments. Fierce flames erupted, causing the entire ship to tremble violently, emitting agonizing cries of pain. Black King and a Bing took advantage of its weakened state, continuing to unleash their icy breath and incinerating dragon flames at the warship. As the outer hull of the warship was being scorched, frozen, and peeled away layer by layer, a blinding light suddenly erupted from within the ship's hull, enveloping the entire vessel. The next second, the giant ship vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Escaped? Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised. Could the entities in the challenge mission actually escape? However, the outcome was already clear. Congratulations, 7th rank beast tamer Zhang Xuan. You have completed the guild creation task. You have established an A rank guild. Please set the guild's registered location. Guilds of B rank or higher can be set in any city within the current province. The actual location of the guild and its activities are not affected by the registered location. Set the guild's registration location? Zhang Xuan didn't think much of it and directly set it in Guangning City, as he wasn't familiar with other places anyway. Immediately afterward, a flood of information poured into Zhang Xuan's mind. Soon, he gained knowledge about various aspects of guilds. The guild's registration location affects its local ranking, and the ranking determines monthly rewards and certain buffs. Therefore, many guilds choose to register in smaller cities to secure the top rank rewards. However, in reality, they do not conduct any guild activities in the registered city, effectively enjoying benefits across regions. Guilds ranked B or below could only register in the city where their guild was actually based. As a result, the benefits that D and C ranked guilds should have received were being usurped. But they can only endure it in silence. After all, those capable of establishing B rank or higher guilds are typically provincial-level beast-taming clans, even the local clans dare not provoke them. For example, the guild that had previously occupied the top ranking in Guangning was a B rank guild affiliated with a major clan in Nanjiang City. Please name your guild. A message popped up. Name it. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment and set the guild name to Xian Dian. And the master of Xian Dian, his title, was Xian Tian Di. That's how domineering it is. Even without mentioning the guild name, just the title alone is so powerful that no one in the entire Xia kingdom dares to use it. In Zhang Xuan's plan, soon, the power of Xiandian would control the entire Nanjiang region, and eventually control the entire Xia kingdom. He then checked the guild's information. All guilds possess independent guild spaces, accessible only to the guild master and members granted permission to store items within. This space starts out as a barren wasteland, but if the guild reaches S rank, the guild space can merge with other spaces, elevate its spatial rank, and allow living beings to come and go. At that point, the guild space would function as a miniature world, where various industries could be developed. There were only 6 S-rank guilds in the Xia kingdom, 5 of which were controlled by the 5 top aristocratic families in the imperial capital. It was said that their guild spaces were home to numerous non-human beings and even humans who lived and worked there year-round. Zhang Xuan, however, was thinking that once he upgraded the guild to S rank, he could merge the 2 Grey Realms, then seek out some rare mineral veins similar to the Sacred Mountain of the Crimson Flame Islands and place them within the space. Or even, place an entire continent-sized world inside? And those military units not included in the beast-taming space, such as the Goblin Legion, the Fierce Bird Legion, and the Flame Demons, could all survive within it. With a single command, 1,000,000 troops could suppress the entire universe. For now, they must be temporarily placed in the Blood Grey Realm or the Dark Grey Realm. The buffs granted to rank guilds are now fully displayed. 1. Beast pets of Shin Hall members gain plus 25% experience. 2. The maximum number of beast pets for members of the Shin Hall is increased by 2. 3. When Shin Hall members engage in group battles, drop rate plus 15%. 4. The pet combat attributes of Shin Hall members increase by 15% during group battles. 5. Pet injury recovery speed increased by 100% for Shin Hall members resting at the guild's base. Zhang Xuan looked at these 5 buffs and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder beast tamers of a certain level go to great lengths to join a guild, especially higher tier guilds like C-rank guilds, where even the membership spots are fiercely contested. B-rank guilds are typically founded by major clans at the provincial level. Aside from direct descendants, even collateral relatives must pass rigorous tests to join, and outsiders need not even consider it. And the higher tier guilds founded by powerful individuals outside these clans attract countless talented individuals to compete for spots. This is because the buff bonuses are too powerful. Once joined, one starts with a significant advantage over others, both in terms of strength and development speed. Chapter 118, Rules of the Beings. Moreover, high-tier guilds mean that the guild leader is extremely powerful, naturally ensuring access to various high-tier resources. By completing various tasks within the guild to obtain resources, the guild continues to grow and strengthen, creating a positive feedback loop. However, guilds can be divided into several types. The first type of guild has highly concentrated resources, forming a pyramid structure where most members' contributions flow toward the top. While their own gains still cover their efforts, the remaining portion is relatively smaller. Such guilds are also referred to as family guilds, as this model is primarily adopted by beast-taming clans. In such guilds, the top-tier family members and a handful of exceptionally talented individuals receive the majority of resources. The lower one is in the organization, the fewer benefits they can retain. The second type of guild has relatively loosely distributed resources, forming an olive-shaped structure with a bulge in the middle and narrow ends. In addition to the guild's own tasks and objectives, other members can also freely post tasks. Resources are distributed based on participation and individual strength, with the majority of members belonging to the middle tier. Generally, there is no highly unified guild objective. This type of guild is known as a mercenary guild, the most common model outside of family-based guilds. It attracts many beast tamers who are not from prominent families or are from lesser branches of prominent families but have high aspirations. They join such guilds because they cannot obtain the resources they desire elsewhere. However, the Beastmaster community has a strict hierarchical structure, with significant monopolization and exclusion from the very beginning, starting with beast eggs. Once a top-tier powerhouse capable of influencing the overall situation emerges, they often establish a family clan and monopolize all high-level resources through various means such as family clans or guilds. Therefore, while mercenary guilds once flourished hundreds of years ago, they have now fallen into decline. Among the 6 S-rank guilds of Xia Kingdom, only one is a mercenary guild. It is said to have been founded at the dawn of the Beastmaster era, with a long and illustrious history, having made significant contributions in the fight against the Abyss and producing countless heroic Beastmasters. However, it has now slipped to the bottom of the 6 S-rank guilds, having fallen far behind the other 5. However, the guild Zhang Xuan aims to create is different from both of these. The guild he envisioned would operate with everyone united toward a single goal, and this goal must benefit everyone. This goal is called Everyone is Dragons. If there is a path to transcendence in this world, it must not be reserved for only a select few. Because if only a few can walk this path, the vast majority will inevitably live lives of slavery. Those who walk this path will use every means to exclude, suppress, and kill all who come after them. They will also justify their actions by claiming they have taken on the burden for the sake of others, allowing the rest to live in peace without the threat of abysses or monsters. But Zhang Xuan would not allow it. He would not allow the majority to be deceived. The world has suffered under the rule of the beast-taming clans for far too long. Zhang Xuan is determined to shatter everything. Even if the gods stand against him, he will fight with everything he has. The rules of this world must be rebuilt, and the Shin Palace will be the one to raise the unyielding torch. Therefore, Zhang Xuan quickly recalled the criteria for admitting members into the Shin Hall. He could already envision the challenges that lay ahead, the storms that would rage, but he was unafraid. After establishing an A-rank guild, there was one final exclusive benefit. You can obtain a creature with full loyalty, which can assist you in implementing your will and handling all matters within the guild. This manager is generated by the world rules, and you can set its race, but the specific energy source for its generation must be provided by you. The higher the energy level, the greater its potential after generation. Generated by the world rules and customizable race? Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment. This was essentially finding himself an assistant, something he desperately needed. As for the race, he didn't have any particular preferences at the moment, so human was the best choice. Energy? It means investing various resources, and the energy contained within those resources will determine the intelligence, abilities, and potential of the generated beings. Zhang Xuan asked around and received an answer. In theory, any valuable resource could be invested. However, such an opportunity was clearly rare, so Zhang Xuan naturally intended to invest the most valuable resource he possessed. He thought for a moment, then reached into his robe and pulled out a crimson flame holy crystal. Among all the items he possessed, this was indeed the most valuable. It had been formed over thousands of years by the heavenly fire seed burning on the Crimson Flame Islands, creating a volcanic environment where the flame energy was purest and most concentrated. He had collected this item originally to help the Black King evolve. After the Black King evolved into its growth form, several pieces remained. Let's see if it's enough. A void furnace appeared, and Zhang Xuan tossed several Crimson Flame holy crystals into it. Invisible energy immediately spread out, as if some existence was nurturing within. At that moment, a prompt appeared. You have placed the main resource. Injecting energy with similar attributes can make the composition of living beings more complete. Attributes are similar? Black King, lend me a hand. The Black Dragon immediately understood his master's intent and directly spat out the Ashen Extinction Dragon Flame into the furnace. If there was anything more suitable in terms of nature, what could be better than the Ashen Extinction Dragon Flame of such a high rank? And me. Zhang Xuan extended both palms, and flames erupted, crimson red tinged with a cold, pale hue. The flames refined under the Flame Sovereign physique were equally powerful and pure, all injected into the void furnace. The furnace greedily absorbed the flames, then seemed to reach a critical point, stopping its absorption. The furnace then began to rumble incessantly. After an unknown amount of time, due to the extremely high quality of the resources, energy, and compatibility you have infused, the newly born being has undergone an ascension. Whoosh! A brilliant light erupted, and a figure flew out of the furnace, slowly descending before Zhang Xuan. Once the light faded completely, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared before him. Her face was like that of a goddess, her features almost too perfect to be described, with not a single flaw. A flame-like mark between her eyebrows added an air of nobility. Her pupils were fiery red, exuding both authority and an alluring charm. Her skin was as smooth as jade, without a single flaw. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with a slender waist and hips that curved outward like flowing water, exuding a sense of reproductive beauty. Her breasts were breathtaking, with jet black hair cascading down like a waterfall, creating a striking contrast with the snow-white skin. She stood before him completely exposed, and upon seeing Zhang Xuan, she immediately knelt on both knees, hands clasped over her heart, her stunning face brimming with excitement and devotion. Greetings, master. Cough cough cough. Zhang Xuan glanced at her, his gaze lingering for a moment. Chapter 119, Fire Dance. Zhang Xuan cleared his throat and said, Stand up. The stunningly beautiful woman replied respectfully, Yes, master. As she stood up, her flawless figure was fully exposed before Zhang Xuan. Do you have any clothes? The woman, born from the rules, seemed unaware of gender distinctions. Her expression grew puzzled. Does my master not like me like this? I can put on clothes if you prefer. As she spoke, a red dress suddenly appeared on her body, wrapping her in a fiery glow that made her even more radiant. Zhang Xuan nodded. This was acceptable. Though he was not a moralist, he could not behave like a lustful demon. The flame-clad woman hesitated before speaking. Master, could you give me a name? A name? Zhang Xuan thought for a moment. Since she was pure fire elemental energy, with a form as brilliant as flames, he decided to name her. You shall be called Fire Dance. Fire Dance. The woman pondered the name for a moment, then said with a delighted expression, Fire Dance, thank you for the name, master. Zhang Xuan nodded. Let's get down to business. Matters concerning the Shin Palace will be under your assistance. You will be responsible for all matters related to recruiting members, determining member ranks, assigning internal tasks, and allocating resources. As for the guild's internal reserves, I will find a way to handle that. The resources obtained from the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Islands were vast, more than enough to serve as the guild's initial resources. However, they were all fire-attributed minerals, and the variety was somewhat limited. Zhang Xuan would find ways to obtain additional resources in the future. Additionally, the best way to ensure a steady supply of resources is to obtain complete mineral veins. For example, crystal or veins, various materials or veins that can be used for forging equipment, items, and even props, and so on. Generally, guilds of a certain scale will have such mineral veins. For example, AB rank guild's standard configuration is to control a medium-sized crystal stone vein. Zhang Xuan's plan was straightforward. Just take it by force. Given the commotion he's caused, someone will inevitably come looking for trouble, and he'll just go with the flow. Additionally, there are the resources from the Li family and the regular contributions from the other 3 families in Guangning, which are more than enough to sustain the Shin Hall. The most critical factor, however, is the first batch of members. To join the Shin Hall, one must share the same goal and be willing to sacrifice everything for it. Further screening will definitely be necessary afterward. Zhang Xuan outlined his plans, and Huo Wu listened carefully before summarizing them. Though she seemed relatively naive in other areas, when it came to rules, she acted with the purpose of assisting, and Zhang Xuan had invested energy of a sufficiently high rank. Therefore, Huo Wu quickly grasped his ideas and immediately provided a feasible plan. Zhang Xuan reviewed it carefully and found that the other party had considered everything thoroughly and comprehensively. He was very satisfied and now only needed to execute the plan. Zhang Xuan instructed Huo Wu to enter the Blood Ash Realm 4 first, then return to the South River Beast God Temple. Suya, who had been waiting nearby, approached with a smile and said, "Master, congratulations on establishing an A-rank guild." She had received the news when Zhang Xuan had just completed the challenge task. Although the opponent had already caused her unprecedented shock when they crossed into the 7th rank. But establishing an A-rank guild was something even an 8th rank beastmaster might not be able to achieve. However, Suya had already been so shocked that she felt numb. In any case, facing this teenager who was 10 years her junior, Suya felt an extremely conflicting emotion. On one hand, she felt a sense of closeness, as if he were a younger brother from next door. On the other hand, there was a deep reverence for his strength. She was certain that even the top prodigies in the imperial capital couldn't compare to Zhang Xuan. And such a prodigy, hailing from a small town in Nanjiang and still undiscovered by most, was bound to shock the entire beast-taming world in the near future. Zhang Xuan suddenly asked, "Suya, which beast-taming clan in Nanjiang are you from?" Suya paused for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm the same as you, I'm not from a prominent family." She raised her head slightly with a touch of pride and said, "So it wasn't easy for me to get where I am today." Zhang Xuan nodded. "Do you have a guild now?" Suya replied, "Yes, our Nanjiang Palace has a guild established in the name of the Beast God, and all members of the palace join it." "I see." Zhang Xuan continued, "If there's ever an opportunity in the future, my guild would welcome you." Suya hadn't expected the other party to extend an invitation to her. She looked delighted, but also felt a touch of regret. However, she quickly thought, "You are already a candidate for the palace master. Once you officially take the position of South Jiang Palace Master, the guild under the South Jiang Beast God Palace will naturally be under your control." Zhang Xuan smiled but said nothing. His organization must be under his control, not under the authority of another entity. But such words were naturally unnecessary to share with outsiders. After chatting with Suya for a few moments, he told her to come visit Guangning when she had the chance. Then Zhang Xuan used the Beast God Hall's teleportation array once more and returned to the Guangning branch hall. "Sir, congratulations on being appointed as the candidate for the position of Palace Lord." Wang Hua greeted him upon his return. The fact that he had been designated as a candidate for the position of Hall Master by the Beast God Ming had spread throughout all the branches of the South Jiang province the moment the Beast God's will was issued. Wang Hua naturally received the news, which left him utterly shocked and stunned. At the same time, he changed his mind. Previously, he had not intervened to stop Zhang Xuan from eliminating the Li family because their Beast God branch and the aristocratic clan had little connection. Additionally, Zhang Xuan held unimaginable authority within the Beast God Hall, likely due to the Beast God's favor and instructions from elderly Shan, allowing him to turn a blind eye. However, now that Zhang Xuan had become a candidate for the head of the South Jiang Hall, according to tradition, the Beast God would personally designate the candidate, and becoming the official head of the hall would be a foregone conclusion. This is a position even higher than that of elderly Shan, and it is the direct superior of the branch temple master. At that point, not only would he not obstruct them, but even if they were to mobilize the forces of the Guangning branch hall to deal with the beast-taming aristocratic families within the city, it would be as easy as giving an order. In simple terms, the head of the Nanjiang Palace is equivalent to the ruler of the Nanjiang province. To eliminate any faction, even the Qilin Beast God Palace in the imperial capital would generally be unable to intervene. Zhang Xuan nodded to him and said, "Director Wang, I have established a guild and plan to use the Li family estate as our base. Could you help me find a group of craftsmen to renovate and repair the place as soon as possible?" Zhang Xuan had originally planned to establish the guild's headquarters in Guangning. Upon further consideration, he realized that the Li family's ancient castle was so vast and well-equipped, though much of it had been destroyed under the dragon flame, its foundation remained intact. It would be a shame to let it go to waste, so he decided to make use of it, which would also save a lot of effort. Chapter 120, Guild Recruitment. Manhwa replied without hesitation, "No problem, sir. I will immediately contact Magistrate Xie to mobilize all skilled craftsmen within the city. We can also recruit craftsmen from surrounding cities to repair and renovate the castle as quickly as possible." "That's perfect. Thank you for your assistance," Zhang Xuan said. Afterward, he went to the location of the Li family's ancient castle, called out Huo Wu, inspected the area, and drew up a blueprint for the guild's temporary headquarters. The central location of the castle would serve as the core of the Shin Hall, so there was no need to build it overly lavishly at this stage, as the true foundation of the guild would be established during the subsequent construction of the guild space. Zhang Xuan would later integrate the Grey Realm with the guild space, even allowing intelligent species to inhabit it, transforming it into a complete miniature world. The guild's recruitment process has officially begun. The strength requirement to enter the Shin Hall is simple: anyone who is a beastmaster is eligible, with no rank restrictions. However, there are two ironclad rules. First, one must dedicate oneself to eliminating the aristocratic clans and ensuring that everyone becomes as powerful as dragons. Second, one must swear allegiance to the ruler of the Shin Hall, the Shin Emperor. All who enter the Shin Hall are deemed to have sworn allegiance. Those who violate this oath shall die. Zhang Xuan knew that adhering to these two principles was far beyond what mere guild regulations could enforce. But that doesn't matter. Being in a rank guild, with no restrictions on strength, and recruiting those without clan backgrounds, combined, would instantly make the Shin Hall the most sought-after guild in Xia Kingdom. Beast tamers eager to join would be willing to break their heads to get in. Among them would be many who shared Zhang Xuan's same goal. These would be the true core of the future. However, there will also be many who seek to take advantage of the situation or destroy the Shin Hall. But Zhang Xuan isn't afraid. Those who lack the strength are no threat to the Shin Hall. Those who are powerful will only become the Shin Hall's sacrificial lambs. What he must do now is to spread the name of the Shin Hall throughout the Xia Kingdom in the shortest possible time, and let all the common beast tamers and those who harbor resentment toward the beast-taming clans know of the Shin Hall's existence. This way, he could mobilize an immense force in the shortest possible time. Once the guild is established, it will appear on the World Channel immediately, and Zhang Xuan's declaration has already been made public, quickly causing a stir. Like a pebble dropped into a lake, ripples will inevitably spread to every corner. The first to take notice were the beast tamers within Guangning City. For years, the Guangning Guild rankings had remained unchanged, but now a major shift had occurred. The rankings had always been dominated by the Li, Hu, Li, and Yin families, occupying the top 5 positions. The reason the top 4 did not include the first-ranked guild was that, while its registered address was in Guangning, its actual location was in Nanjiang City. The power behind that guild was said to be the Su family, one of the top aristocratic clans in the Nanjiang province. They held the top spot in Guangning because they faced stronger competitors in Nanjiang City, prompting them to relocate their registered address to Guangning. As long as they maintain the top spot in the city each month, they receive a reward of 500,000 crystals. That's 6 million crystal stones a year, no small sum. However, there are no rewards for any positions below first place. The 4 major families of Guangning have little objection to this arrangement and even welcome it. After all, they are the rulers of Guangning, and they have little recourse against powerful outsiders. Moreover, maintaining good relations with the Su family of Nanjing, a higher-tier beast-taming clan, also offers numerous potential benefits. But the most important reason is that having such a powerful faction take the guild rewards actually resolves many of the disputes among the 4 families. Otherwise, there would be many more bloody conflicts. Guild rankings are determined based on the comprehensive strength of guild members and the overall resource reserves of the guild, among other factors, when comparing guilds of the same rank. If the guilds are of different ranks, even newly established guilds will be ranked before higher-ranked ones. Currently, the top spot on Guangning City's guild rankings has quietly changed hands. Holy crap, I just saw it. Shaoxiang Pavilion has become the second-ranked guild. Shaoxiang Pavilion? Which Shaoxiang Pavilion? You know, the one that was ranked first in Guangning City. What? Who could have pushed it down? The 4 major clans of Guangning City are all C-ranked guilds, and only Shaoxiang Pavilion, the guild from Nanjiang, is B-ranked. Who else could be above it? You're wrong. It's now the Guangning Trio. The Li family is history. Outside the city, at the Beastmaster camp, the Beastmasters from the gold farming group were buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, the official guild center within Guangning City was also abuzz with activity. Guilds ranked B class and below can claim creation tasks at the guild center in Guangning City. Among the local guilds in Guangning City, aside from a few aristocratic families, the rest are all D-class guilds. In addition to guild creation, the center also handles the exchange of mining resource information, material recycling, and other tasks, while also displaying recruitment windows for various D-rank guilds. As a result, the place is usually quite lively, attracting many beast masters of around the 3rd tier. When they saw the information about the newly ranked 1st guild, they all froze in place. Shin Hall, an A-rank guild? No way, when did Guangning produce someone capable of founding an A-rank guild? You're kidding, right? It's definitely an outsider. Nonsense, an A-rank guild wouldn't bother with a place like Guangning. Stop arguing. Just check the guild leader's information and we'll know. Everyone looked eagerly. Xiandi, what a powerful name. Zhang Xuan? From Guangning. Wait a minute, this Zhang Xuan big shot is actually from here? They were all confused. Do any of you know who he is? Most shook their heads, but a few froze, their eyes filled with thought. At that moment, a man suddenly slapped his thigh. I remember now. What do you mean, old Wang? Do you know this big shot? Everyone turned their attention to him. The man called Old Wang shook his head. How could I possibly know him? But I did take on a subcontracting job for the Hu family, and I've gotten pretty familiar with one of their managers. The other day, he mentioned, the person who wiped out the Li family, burned down the ancient castle, and killed the head of the Li family on the spot. It seems like that's the same name. Upon hearing this, the beast tamers present were stunned. At that moment, someone else recalled something. That's right. I was near the Li family's territory that day and saw the terrifying dragon in the sky. There was a person standing on its back. Though I couldn't see his face clearly, I heard his voice. He said his name was Zhang Xuan. Connecting the two events, the top-tier powerhouse exterminating the Li family and the sudden emergence of someone with the same name founding a top-tier guild, this couldn't possibly be a coincidence. The two must be the same person. They were stunned. Such a figure had emerged from Guangning, and he wasn't even from the Guangning Four Families? Chapter 121, I Want to Join. It was utterly unimaginable. At the same time, it was somewhat exciting. For them, witnessing such a powerful individual emerge outside the aristocratic families, though unrelated to them personally, was indeed an inspiring sight. However, since Zhang Xuan is so powerful, why did he choose to register his guild in Guangning? An A-rank guild, even in Nanjiang City, there are hardly any. I'm curious about the entrance requirements for the Master S Guild. That's a given. An A-rank guild requires at least a 5th rank beast tamer as a starting point. We can only dream of joining a D-rank guild. The crowd spoke with a touch of envy. Just then, the scrolling notice board in the guild center displayed a new message, the recruitment notice for the new guild, Xiandian. Hey, look! They stared wide-eyed. A local superpower from Guangning had annihilated the Beastmaster clan, founded in a rank guild. This was the kind of once-in-a-lifetime, earth-shattering news that would be worth bragging about for years to come. However, after reading the requirements for joining the Shin Hall and the guild's philosophy, they couldn't believe their eyes. They blinked hard and rubbed their eyes. A first-tier beast tamer can join? Did I see that correctly? Everyone in the guild hall stared blankly at the message. A first-tier beast tamer could join in a rank guild? Everyone's first reaction was, this must be a trap. Even those guild organizations affiliated with prominent families sometimes release vacant positions to recruit members outside their clan, but those are often traps. Some people saw it as an opportunity. After all, the 4 guild houses in Guangning were all C-rank, and if they could join, they'd get stronger buffs and access to higher paying quests. But once inside, they ended up working like beasts, toiling all day only to be kicked out. However, they soon discovered that the Xiandian Guild operates under a non-family system, modeled after the mercenary guilds, and does not require members to contribute resources to the guild. The beast tamers looked at each other in confusion. If that's the case, it doesn't make sense for it to be a scam. After all, the family-based guilds of the Guangning Four Families required members to submit fixed materials, crystals, and other resources every month, even if they didn't complete any tasks. Not requiring resource contributions meant it couldn't be considered a scam. As for the bonuses offered by A-rank guilds, even just hearing about them, they knew they were extremely exaggerated. Joining one could even boost one's strength by an entire rank, and the rate of improvement would skyrocket. But, what benefit does this big shot gain by establishing such a guild? This point left everyone present utterly baffled. So they looked back and saw the words Zhang Xuan had left behind, which also served as the highest principle of the Shin Hall. Zhang Xuan, I will establish an unprecedented great era in the mortal realm. Any obstructors must be crushed. This is the inevitable course of history. This is the collective aspiration of the masses. The path to transcendence should never be so crowded. Anyone or anything that attempts to create obstacles must be eliminated. I have seen much, and I am sure you have seen even more. Here, I declare war on them, and this is clearly not just my war. I will not condemn anyone for their cowardice, but for those who yearn to enter the new world, the gates of the Shin Hall stand open to you. Everyone fell into silence after reading this declaration. The entire guild hall was deathly silent. The sounds of people's breathing and heartbeats grew increasingly clear and impossible to ignore. At that moment, even the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed like thunder. Finally, a trembling voice broke the silence. A weathered middle-aged man with snow-white hair raised his hand. "I wish to join the Shin Hall." Everyone's breath caught in their throats, as if awakened from a dream, and turned to look. It's him. Sun He, of course he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Almost everyone present recognized the man, whose appearance had been weathered by time and hardship. Their expressions were complex, for this man's story was too well known. 20 years ago, Sun He was a rising young beast tamer in Guangning City. Though he came from humble beginnings, his talent and fortune were exceptional, making him stand out among his peers. After entering the Beastmaster Academy, he had already advanced to a 4th-tier Beastmaster by his early 20s, with a bright future ahead of him. Local commoner beast tamers in Guangning regarded him as the star of Guangning. However, all that was good was shattered in an instant. A renowned Beastmaster clan from the southern river region recognized Sun He's potential and recruited him into their family as a houseborn servant. In reality, a houseborn son was no more than a servant, albeit a higher-ranking one. Sun He had a reputation among commoner beast masters and took pride in his background, so he naturally had a proud spirit and refused to become a traitor to the clan. However, he never imagined that he would get into trouble. During a wilderness trial, he was suddenly attacked by a group of unknown beast tamers, who severed one of his arms and left him severely injured, with nearly all his beast pets killed. The investigation afterward revealed that these beast tamers did not know each other, and the reason they attacked Sun He was simply because they mistook him for someone else. Sun He naturally knew the true reason behind it, but with his current strength, he was nothing in the face of such powerful forces. In the end, disheartened, he returned to Guangning City. However, the turmoil did not subside. Upon returning to his hometown, Sun He repeatedly faced mysterious targeting from the Li family. Eventually, his wife perished in another accident, leaving behind their newborn son. Over the years, everyone had witnessed Sun He's hardships. He had lost an arm, his strength had greatly declined, and he could no longer obtain suitable pet beast eggs to cultivate. He could only take on the most arduous and grueling tasks to support his only son. At not yet 40 years old, he looked like a candle burning at both ends. The empty sleeve on his right arm bore witness to the bitter path his life had taken. However, this man, who has always been silent and dejected, now seems to have a flame burning in his eyes. His emotions were unable to contain his excitement. The Shin Hall and the man named Zhang Xuan had given him a glimmer of hope. "I want to join the Shin Hall." Sun He approached the counter at the guild hall, his voice trembling yet unwavering. Upon seeing the declaration left by Zhang Xuan, the excitement that had previously arisen due to the lack of any strength requirements began to subside slightly. Because they had already realized what Zhang Xuan intended to do. This matter was too shocking, too terrifying, it could annihilate countless lives in an instant. Even those who had been deeply moved by Zhang Xuan's words couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Everyone present had endured the hardships of the beast-taming clans for years. But, wasn't this normal? Chapter 122, The Hearts of Men Change. It was precisely because of the existence of the beast-taming clans that they could live peacefully in the world, free from disturbance. The Xia Kingdom was founded by the 5 great beast-taming clans, who have guarded the abyss and protected the common people for generations. This is what they have always been taught. But is that really the case? Many who have chosen the path of beast tamer know all too well that this is nothing more than a lie that has been perpetuated for centuries. The ancestors who first became beast tamers, standing at the pinnacle of the human race and engaging in bloody battles with the abyss, have gradually been forgotten. Their achievements and power were stolen by the Beastmaster clans, becoming the basis for their fabricated lie of inherent nobility. The details of that past are either distorted or nearly erased from the records of the Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster community. Ironically, it is in the records of other intelligent races, such as the Dwarf clan and the Elf clan, that one can still find praise and admiration for them, which is why their traces have not completely vanished. As for the so-called contributions of the beast-taming clans to the human race, from birth, their fate was sealed. From the parents of the beast tamers present here, to themselves, and now to their own children, they could only go to the breeding centers to select the inferior specimens that had already been culled. They even pinned their hopes on finding a treasure among this pile of scraps and waste to turn their fortunes around and rise to greatness. But is that even possible? It is nothing but a futile fantasy. All possibilities and probabilities have been calculated to the last detail. Even if one were to luckily obtain a so-called golden beast egg from the breeding center, it is unknown that this is merely what the Beastmaster clans deliberately let slip through their fingers under the guise of extraordinary fairness. Even if one were to obtain a golden beast pet, the resources required for its subsequent cultivation and training are far beyond the capabilities of most ordinary beast tamers. For the direct descendants of Beastmaster clans, a golden beast pet is merely the starting point of their Beastmaster career, a low-tier beast to test their skills. In fact, new beast tamers who obtain golden beast pets at breeding centers either discover they cannot afford the cultivation costs and sell their pets, or they have exceptional talent and carve out their own path, but such individuals are often eventually recruited by aristocratic families to become their henchmen. Those who resist this fate usually end up like Sun He, with countless examples already existing. Some hesitate, some are confused, and others have grown numb. However, there are even more who have a fiery passion burning within them. When the first person in the world dares to raise the torch, even if it means risking their life, there will be countless followers, for it is a light that has never before shone in the darkness. Sun He's grey temples, empty sleeves, and lips pressed tightly together, his hand raised high. Finally, within the guild hall, cries rang out one after another. Count me in. I'm in too. Coward. I've been afraid all my life, but now that my parents are dead and I have no children, what do I have to fear? Xian Di dares to declare war on all the Beastmaster clans. Do we not even have the courage to follow him? Why were we born to be dogs, while others were born to sit on clouds? I refuse to accept this. In the hall, at least a third of the beast tamers let out a series of shouts, gathering in response. Those seeking to join the Shin Hall were no longer motivated by the supposed benefits of an A-rank guild, but by the burning desire within their hearts. In an instant, the Shin Hall's membership applications were overwhelmed. Such turmoil was unfolding across every corner of Guangning, and many from the remaining 3 Beastmaster clans were also stirred by the commotion. The Li family. A young man living in an old, dilapidated house on the outskirts of the clan's territory stared at the news about the Shin Hall, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. He had once dreamed of joining the family guild to prove that collateral branches were no inferior to direct descendants, and to make his peers and elders who had placed their hopes in him proud. Yet all he received in return was treatment akin to slavery, scorn, and mockery. Li Wangzu, do you really think you can compete with us? Ha ha ha, give up that delusion. You're the youngest third-tier beast tamer in the clan, so what? Just keep serving the clan. Without the Li family's influence, do you think you could survive the storms outside? Li Wangzu, think about your family. You're not just one person. Those direct peers of the same generation, who worked far harder than him and had far less talent, couldn't even perfectly control their beast pets. Some can only take over beasts trained by others, yet still fumble around in battle and perform dismally, remaining stuck at the second rank for years. Yet they can seize and plunder all the precious materials you've risked your life to obtain. We're all members of the Li family. Why are they so superior? Since the Li family doesn't consider me family, why should I stay here? Li Wangzu's heart was at peace, for he had broken free from the invisible shackles that had bound him all along. He no longer needed to care about that so-called noble family status. Nor should he feel honored or proud of it. All lies, all deceit. He, Li Wangzu, would trample the Li family under his feet. Shin Hall. Shin Emperor. If you can lead me down this path and make me your master, what is there to refuse? Such circumstances are also present in the Wu family and the Yen family. Disappointed individuals within the aristocratic families have never been in short supply. And because they have seen more, their resolve is even stronger. Especially those with exceptional abilities, how could they endure being suppressed by a bunch of incompetent individuals? These disturbances soon caught the attention of the higher-ups of the 3 families. On the desk of the head of the Li family lay the sudden documents from the Shin Palace. Upon learning of the Shin Emperor's identity, he immediately summoned the Li family's high-ranking members. Now, within the study, several people sat with grim expressions, the atmosphere heavy. Finally, someone broke the silence. He was the younger brother of the head of the Li family and also an elder of the clan. Brother, this man is far too arrogant. Such actions are tantamount to uprooting our family's foundation. It was clear to everyone that if the Shin Palace continued to build up its momentum like this, the remaining 3 beast-taming clans in Guangning would likely be dismantled from within. An A-rank guild, accompanied by such a declaration, is simply too tempting. The head of the Li family tapped the table impatiently. I know all that you're saying, but Shin He single-handedly wiped out the Li family with ease. What can we possibly do? Even the matter of handing over 70% of our monthly profits hasn't been resolved yet. Just this alone, if we really give away that much of our profits, you won't even be able to cover your daily expenses. You all talk so easily, but where are the solutions? Do you have any solutions? The others remained silent, but they secretly criticized him in their hearts. How dare he talk about daily expenses? Among the entire Li family's high-ranking members, the family head has the most concubines. Chapter 123, The Elders' Council. And among his concubines, many are neither beast tamers nor possess any other talents. They are merely beautiful women who occupy the Li family's finest mansions. Their daily expenses were extravagant, and when converted into crystals, each one would consume hundreds of thousands of crystals per year. Such women require the Li family head to take in an additional wife each year. There are now nearly 20 of them. Interestingly, despite having so many concubines, he has only one son after all these years, which has further angered the elderly members of the clan. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength within the Li family, the position of family head would have already been taken by someone else. The head of the Li family tapped his fingers on the table, observing the expressions of worry, dissatisfaction, and anxiety on the faces of those in the study. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down, startling everyone. Enough! Look at all of you. I have a solution. The others immediately straightened their spines and sat up straight. What is it, family head? Do you have a plan? The Li family head rubbed his chin, recalling that day when the Li family's ancient castle was engulfed in flames, and the head of the Hu family, whom he had known for years, was burned to death by that man named Zhang Xuan in front of everyone. His eyes flickered with fear and anger as he finally spoke. The great clans are interconnected. It's not just our few families in Guangning. Some exchanged glances, seeming to understand his meaning. Master Li, are you saying? Li Jiazhu said solemnly, don't you see? If Zhang Xuan had only destroyed the Li family, he would have had to establish his rule in Guangning, and we would have had no choice but to endure it, as strength is everything. But now he's targeting the entire clan system, targeting the 5 great clans of the imperial capital. Isn't this shaking the very foundation of the Beastmaster realm of our Xia kingdom that has stood for hundreds of years? Though our few families are isolated in a corner, we are still part of this system. The aristocratic families of Nanjing City exist because we support them. The top clans of each province in turn prop up the 5 surnames of the imperial capital. This hierarchical structure has been solidified over centuries. Now that it is being shaken to its core, how can those above us stand idly by? Now that Zhang Xuan has chosen his own path to death, our Li family can act accordingly. In the study, the Li family's high-ranking members were intently listening, clearly swayed by the words. Family head, give the order. The head of the Li family slammed his fist on the table and said in a deep voice, you want to take 70% from us? No way. Go now in my name to contact the Hu and Yin families. The 3 of us will unite to submit a petition to the Lu family of Nanjiang Road, report the situation in Guangning, and offer 3/10 of our family's resources to persuade the Lu family to act. The others exchanged glances and replied, yes. The decision was made, and the Li family's high-ranking members sprang into action. The high-ranking members of the Hu and Yin families clearly had the same intention. After some brief discussions, the 3 parties reached a basic consensus. They would contribute a portion of their family assets to contact the Lu family, the first family of Nanjiang. The Lu family has been deeply rooted in Nanjiang for nearly 500 years, with profound foundations. They are also connected to the 5 clans of the imperial capital, and their clan is home to 8 top-tier beast tamers, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Nanjiang Beast God Hall and the ruling faction. They would never stand idly by while Zhang Xuan and the Shin Hall he founded grew rapidly. The 3 families of Guangning will each contribute a portion of their family's resources to persuade the Lu family to intervene, appealing to both reason and self-interest, which is sure to yield results. Even if it means suffering severe setbacks, taking a few years to recover is better than being completely plundered by Zhang Xuan and having their foundations destroyed. When the 3 families dispatched their envoys together. In the imperial capital of Xia Kingdom, amidst the towering central walls and the most heavily guarded area, stood a square hall exuding the weight of history, its grandeur and authority imposing. Those with some knowledge would recognize it as the symbol of the highest authority in the Xia Kingdom, the Elders' Council. The Elders' Council was established after the First Abyss War, led by the first human guardian at the time. The name of this first guardian is no longer known in the present world, leaving only a revered title. The Abyss King. This title signifies the human ruler who guards the abyss, leading by example in battle. During the First Abyss War, he lost all his loved ones but refused to retreat, fighting to the end. He established an immortal reputation among the 3 great human kingdoms. After suppressing the Abyss uprising, he led other guardians and an army of 10,000 beast tamers to defeat the forces of the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Frost, establishing the unshakable defense line of the Xia Kingdom. However, records of the Abyss King thereafter seem to have been erased, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Even his final year of death is unknown, and no statues of him can be found within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. The current ruler of the Elders' Council was already one of the 5 clans of the imperial capital at least 700 years ago. These 5 highest-ranking beast tamers of the Xia Kingdom are the Li, Yi, Shi, Morong, and Nangong clans. These 5 clans stand as the 5 unshakable pillars of the Xia Kingdom, ruling over the masses and enduring through the ages. To distinguish themselves from the other clans, only the 5 families are permitted to use the title clan. That is, the Li clan, the Yi clan, the Morong clan. This signifies their supreme authority. The Elders' Council consists of 6 members. Besides the 5 clans, there is another family whose history predates even the 5 clans, tracing back to the First Abyss War, and it has various connections with the Abyss King. This faction is not a clan, it is known as the Rose Army. 1,000 years ago, it was a renowned legion under the command of the Jinyuan King. What makes it unique is that the Rose Army is composed entirely of female beast tamers. The Rose Army has always held a seat in the Elders' Council. Though centuries have passed and much has changed, the Rose Army remains. It is said that the first commander of the Rose Army had an unbreakable bond with the Abyss King. After suppressing the Abyss uprising, the Rose Army established a guild, continuing the tradition of recruiting women with exceptional talent through the generations. They also established the Rose Beast Master Academy, which once rivaled the renowned Qilin Beast Master Academy of the Xia Kingdom in prestige. However, over time, the academy declined and no longer admits students from outside the guild. However, the Rose Legion has endured for over 1,000 years, maintaining its original seat in the Elders' Council, which demonstrates that its system has never collapsed, and its successive Legion commanders have continued to possess unparalleled strength. However, they have always remained shrouded in mystery, leading to various speculations. Some claim that the Rose Legion has long since become an empty shell, with its successive Legion commanders merely puppets. Others claim that the former King of the Abyss left behind a powerful foundation within the Rose Legion, enabling it to maintain its transcendent status. In the highest council chamber of the Elders' Assembly, 6 men now gathered, seated around a circular table. 5 of them are elderly men dressed in long robes, yet each exudes an air of authority and dignity, their expressions betraying the aura of those in high positions. They are the heads of the 5 major clans of the imperial capital. The remaining individual is a beautiful woman, clad in battle armor with a sword at her waist. Though her face is stunningly beautiful, it is also marked by a fierce, unyielding resolve. Her stunningly long legs, encased in black armor, were crossed, and the curves of her chest were barely concealed even beneath the armor. The woman's piercing eyes, framed by her bold eyebrows, swept over the 5 men present, a sneer flickering across her face. She then picked up a document from the round table, studying the engraved portrait of a young man and the details of his background and achievements. Chapter 124, The Decision. The beautiful woman's red lips parted slightly as she sighed. Zhang Xuan, he truly is an extraordinary talent. I must meet him. The others frowned. Mu Rongjing, the leader of the Mu Rong clan, tapped the round table and said, "Yu Junju, this man is arrogant and lawless. He declared war on the Xia Kingdom's beast tamers and annihilated an entire beast tamer clan in a city, killing hundreds of people. In my opinion, he is nothing more than a reckless fool who has merely stumbled upon some fortunate opportunities. There may even be shadows of other nations or rebel factions lurking behind him. As a member of the Elders' Council, you must be careful to maintain the proper stance." The beautiful woman glanced at him disdainfully and shook her head. Enough, Mu Rongjing. Are you trying to cover up your own fear by piling all these accusations on this young man? Humph. An old man on the right snorted coldly, his voice icy. Fear? A joke. This man calls himself the Xian Emperor, daring to stir up chaos and overturn the prosperous era. The Li clan will not tolerate him. Speaking of which, the Guangning Li clan was apparently founded by a distant branch of our clan that was exiled over 100 years ago. This Zhang Xuan dares to commit such a heinous act. How arrogant and ignorant. We could annihilate him with a flick of our wrists. The remaining 3 remained expressionless, their aura as still as a mountain, seemingly unconcerned by the matter. However, their expressions clearly aligned with the first 2 in their stance toward Zhang Xuan. In this meeting unknown to outsiders, the attitudes of these 5 individuals could sway the entire Xia kingdom. They were the heavens themselves. The beautiful woman rose to her feet and spoke calmly, "The 5 of you are in cahoots. There's no need to involve me in this matter. I will say this much, as long as I, Yu Qianwei, am here, you cannot touch this young man. My Qianwei Legion has not intimidated such petty criminals in a long time." With that, Yu Qianwei strode away, leaving only the clanging of armor echoing within the council chamber. The 5 fell silent. Yi Duantian, the leader of the Yi clan, rubbed his broad palms together. His rugged, bold face betrayed a mysterious smile as he said, "Gentlemen, what do you make of Yu Qianwei's attitude?" Li Tianlong, the leader of the Li clan who had spoken earlier, his face darkening with anger, spoke in a hoarse voice. "The Qianwei army? They're nothing but a bunch of cowards clinging to life thanks to that so-called existence. None of their military leaders have ever made any significant moves in generations. As for the Abyss, they can say whatever they want, but this madman named Zhang Xuan must be suppressed with force as soon as possible. If Yu Qianwei dares to interfere, she'll only be inviting trouble. If anything happens, it'll be her own fault." The leader of the Southern Palace clan, Nan Gongyun, coughed twice. His scholarly face bore a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Gentlemen, the Qianwei army is nothing but a shadow of its former self. It poses no real threat. We have gathered here today primarily to discuss how to deal with this madman." In the hearts of the 5, there was nothing or no one within the borders of Xia Kingdom that could threaten them. Such foolish and arrogant fools were not worth their attention. Countless others below would suppress and drown them. However, their gathering here was undoubtedly due to the extraordinary nature of this occasion. Shi Yan, the master of the Shi clan, crossed his arms, his stern features exuding a deep sense of authority. The subordinates have already obtained detailed information about him. His fame rose extremely quickly, clearly indicating that he has an extraordinary force backing him. What is clear now is that this individual has obtained a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member and passed the A-rank guild trial, indicating that his strength is already approaching the 8th rank or has even reached it. The 5 men's expressions grew somber even to them. This individual's performance and rapid progress were utterly astonishing. However, the most critical part is about to emerge. The beast god Ming personally appointed him as a candidate for the head of the Southern Jiang Beast God Temple, which means Meng Mujing took up the thread, which means that the one behind him is none other than the beast god Ming, and could even be the Qilin beast god. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a brief silence. Yi Duan Tian's voice broke the tension. The beast god and our 5 clans are not subordinate to one another. We have always been in a cooperative relationship. To silently support this person to such a position, even pointing the finger directly at us, is already crossing the line. The others nodded in agreement, seemingly not as reverent toward the beast gods as most beast masters. Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes and said, "The beast god has reaped so many benefits from our 5 clans over the years. Could it be that he now intends to betray us? He is merely a broken god trapped in this realm with an incomplete divine form. If it comes to that, we may not fear them." Mong Yujing made a shushing gesture. "Li brother, it hasn't come to that yet. Don't speak so rashly. The 5 clans and the beast god are one and the same. Perhaps Mingzuanshan simply hasn't thought it through yet." Li Tianlong shrugged and said nothing more, but judging by Mu Rongjing's expression, he was just speaking for the sake of appearances. Everything was already clear. The beast god intended to break the balance. And they, of course, could not stand idly by. Mong Yujing clapped his hands and said, "Enough. Let's cut to the chase. We have gathered here today to make a decision. Regarding the Shin Hall and Zhang Xuan, regardless of who stands behind him, the Mu Rong clan's stance is clear. We will crush them with thunderous force. Anyone who has joined the Shin Hall, regardless of whether they have taken concrete action, must also be executed to serve as a warning to others. What do you all think?" The other 4 all raised their hands. The Shi clan seconds the motion. The Yi clan seconds the motion. The Southern Palace clan seconds the motion. A storm that was about to sweep across the entire Nanzhang province was confirmed within the council chamber. A terrifying force was gathering, surging, and about to unleash its most severe blow. Within Guangning City, Manhwa worked efficiently, mobilizing every available craftsman. The Li family's ancient castle was repaired within a few days. The Shin Hall's headquarters were officially completed, and the number of people joining the Shin Hall was increasing at a rate of over 100 per day. Among them were not only commoner beast tamers but also many collateral branches of the 3 prominent families of Guangning. And this was merely the number from a single area of Guangning City. Across the entire Nanzhang province, and even other provinces, a massive number of beast tamers were gathering in response. The number of members affiliated with the Shin Hall increased by tens of thousands each day, now exceeding 100,000. Zhang Xuan knew that the time had come for him to step forward. He issued a summons, ordering all available Shin Hall members to gather at the ancient castle's base. Soon, over 1,000 members gathered within the ancient castle on the same day. Members from Guangning City had all arrived, along with many others from surrounding cities. Zhang Xuan stood on the high platform, looked down at the crowd below, and delivered a speech. And these scenes were also broadcast to all members of the Xia Kingdom through the transmission permissions of the Guildmaster. Chapter 125, Primordial Divine Essence. Zhang Xuan looked down at the vast crowd below, their expressions varied. Some looked up in awe, some in curiosity, some with anticipation, and some with hesitation. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath. With his powerful physical attributes, his voice carried far and wide, ensuring every word was heard clearly by everyone. "Everyone, today marks the first gathering of the Shin Hall, and this is my first address. Most of our fellow practitioners are not currently in Guangning City, but that does not matter. You can see me, and I am aware of your existence. Shared ambitions bind us, freeing us from the constraints of time and space. At this very moment, countless fellow practitioners exist in every instant, both present and past. I use 2 words because I know that breaking free from shackles and becoming dragons is an ideal we need not express but have always held within us. However, for thousands of years, a group of individuals have existed for their own selfish desires, for their eternal glory. They have sealed off, suppressed, fabricated lies, and woven illusions. They have tried to make us believe that we were born to be this way, that the path to mastering beasts and transcending the ordinary comes from their grace, not our inherent rights. But I, Zhang Xuan, do not believe any of this. The stability of the human race has been upheld by countless ancestors over the centuries, yet it has been usurped by these traitors. How many of you have prayed nightly for a so-called golden pet beast egg? How many of you have been forced to contract with lowly beasts, comforting yourselves with the notion that hardship will eventually lead to sweet rewards, believing that with enough time and effort, you can unlock the potential of your pets? Yet in the wild, you struggle to survive, often facing life-threatening dangers? Even, you are among the luckier ones, because many more of your kind, who seem to have embarked on the path to beast-riding greatness, actually have no way to advance and end up toiling away their entire lives. And the limit of your efforts, the end of your arduous struggles, is merely to become house slaves for those people, fawning over their descendants as they enjoy the precious resources you once could only dream of. At that moment, whether they were in the ancient castle square or watching Zhang Xuan speak through the guild channel, the audience's emotions were at a fever pitch. They clenched their teeth, gritted their jaws, and squeezed their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their flesh. Zhang Xuan's voice carried immense emotional power. As he spoke, he deliberately tapped into the extraordinary system of the mind warriors. In recent days, he had not slacked off in his mental training, constantly envisioning his own physique. Now, channeling his mental energy into his speech, he achieved an unexpected effect. The emotions of the crowd, already simmering beneath the surface, were amplified by the collective effect in Zhang Xuan's mental manipulation, gradually reaching a fever pitch. From clenched teeth and grim expressions, to a chorus of responses, and finally to low growls. Until Zhang Xuan uttered those words. If heaven cannot accommodate us, I, Zhang Xuan, shall become the one who splits the heavens. I shall establish an unprecedented great era in the name of the Shin Emperor. All who enter the Shin Hall shall become dragons among men. At that moment, the tens of thousands of new members in the Shin Hall shouted in unison, all who enter the Shin Hall are dragons. Shin Emperor! Shin Emperor! Shin Emperor! The shouts echoed like waves, crashing one after another, shaking the very core of one's being. Within Guangning City, the members of the Beast God's Branch Hall and the aristocratic families gazed at the formerly family's ancient castle, now the site of the Shin Hall, their faces filled with astonishment. Fear, shock, and admiration filled the air. Regardless of their attitudes or stances toward the Shin Hall and Zhang Xuan, regardless of what they believed Zhang Xuan would face in the future. There was one thing everyone had to acknowledge. He had done what countless others had dared not do, and in the shortest possible time, he had swiftly gathered momentum, igniting a raging inferno that spread unstoppably across the land. Even if the Shin Hall ultimately fails, this feat will be forever etched in the hearts of all beast tamers. Across the entire Xia kingdom, countless individuals who had joined the Shin Hall crossed spatial boundaries and shouted in unison. The gods in the heavens are too distant and unreachable. They need a divine being among mortals. That person had already emerged. It was Zhang Xuan. Standing on the high platform, Zhang Xuan looked down at the passionate crowd below. Suddenly, he felt countless threads of substance pulling toward him, merging with his body. This substance was mysterious, formless and colorless, yet it was intertwined with his mind, causing his spiritual essence to grow at an incredibly rapid pace. Zhang Xuan tried to sketch his own body and discovered that what had previously been a vague outline that could barely be maintained suddenly became clear. As if he had directly entered the next realm. And these strands of substance being drawn toward him did not seem to originate solely from the ancient castle. Many came from distant directions. What is this? Just as he was puzzled and amazed, a prompt suddenly sounded. You have met the unknown conditions, absorbed the willpower of living beings, and triggered a rank upgrade. Your profession, Mind Warrior, progress has increased. World will is being assessed. You have obtained the primordial divine essence. Divine essence? Zhang Xuan was startled. At that moment, he sensed something new within his body. Within the space between his eyebrows, a diamond-shaped crystal floated and shifted. Transparent, pure, and boundless, it contained a profound and mysterious supreme law that was beyond comprehension, observation, or understanding. In the instant the crystal merged with Zhang Xuan, his consciousness stirred, and it felt as though worlds were being born and destroyed. Rain, light, air, damp earth. Everything came into existence because of him and entered a cycle that originated from him. However, it lasted only an instant before Zhang Xuan's perception returned to reality. Yet it was clear that the threads from the crowd below and from all directions continued to flow into his body, gathering within the crystal. Primordial divine essence. Description: the indispensable starting point for ascending to godhood, an ultimate entity that rarely emerges among billions of living beings. Born through opportunity, willpower, the laws of the universe, or some form of ultimate perfection, it is constantly nourished and filled, ultimately leading to the attainment of divine status. Is this a divine essence? He possesses a divine essence? Zhang Xuan did not understand the essence or origin of divine beings, but the divine essence was clearly the most crucial element in becoming a god. Yet he had somehow obtained one? He was deeply shaken, carefully sensing that the primal divine essence had not immediately granted him unimaginable powers. However, Zhang Xuan noticed that his perception of the world had become significantly clearer. He could now see things that were previously invisible or overlooked. Those were the traces of the rules governing the world in motion. He could also sense the connections between different people and himself. This was the heightened sensitivity that came with his mind ascending to a new level. Like the threads connecting him now, or perhaps, willpower. Zhang Xuan could feel the sincerity and longing within them, as well as their respective emotions. Chapter 126, Willpower Connection. Resentment, ambition, anger, the list goes on. But these emotions ultimately transformed into pure energy, taking the form of willpower, and were transmitted to Zhang Xuan. In that instant, he understood the origin of his primal divine essence. By raising the torch of hope in people's hearts, gathering the willpower of the masses, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and the ever-growing aspirations of the people, he had broken through a critical threshold, condensing his primal divine essence. In other words, this divine essence belongs to the willpower divine essence. According to the description, divine essences have different methods of condensation, meaning there are different paths to becoming a god. However, on the continent, there are likely no true deities, especially among the human race. Otherwise there would be no need to worship the beast god. As the possessor of a willpower divine essence, Zhang Xuan immediately understood that to strengthen it, there were two paths. First, to expand the source of willpower, meaning to gain more followers. Second, fulfill the aspirations of the masses. Willpower stems from aspirations. Zhang Xuan has vowed in the name of the Xian Emperor to make everyone as mighty as dragons, so he must fulfill this grand vow. Overthrow the beast-taming clans, overthrow all opposing forces, and one day he will ascend to divinity through the power of willpower. This is truly an extraordinary gain. Zhang Xian's eyes flickered with a strange light. Who could have imagined that establishing the Xian Palace and declaring war on the clans would actually allow him to glimpse the path to divinity? Since that is the case, the title of Xian Emperor will become even more renowned. Relying on the great vision of everyone becoming dragons, he must continue to create even greater commotion. Thus, no matter how much hostility and danger he faces, it also means he gains that much more attention. With attention comes more followers, and with more followers comes an endless supply of wishful power. As for whether there will be those among them who seek to overthrow the Xian Palace, there will inevitably be such individuals, and not a few. However, in Zhang Xian's view, as long as he continues to advance at a rapid pace, this poses no threat. After all, the Shin Hall is not his strongest reliance. Moreover, after establishing a connection of willpower with the masses of the world, Zhang Xuan discovered that this connection seemed to be more than just the transmission of willpower. The emotions and thoughts of the followers can be vaguely transmitted to him, and the clarity of these thoughts varies among different individuals. This has allowed Zhang Xuan to discern the good or evil intentions of others toward him, not limited to the followers. The devotion of the followers, on the other hand, could be judged by the strength of their willpower. For example, among the willpower currently emanating from the ancient castle square, most of it was a faint light gray, which should represent the most ordinary and basic level of willpower. These individuals harbor a desire to follow him, but it is not particularly strong. They are likely to sever their connection due to unforeseen circumstances, and the probability of them taking drastic actions is low. A small number have wish energy connections tinged with a hint of blue. Different colors can be interpreted as ranks or statuses, and this color indicates significantly stronger wish energy than the light gray. These individuals likely hold a high degree of for the vision of the mystic hall and are willing to make significant sacrifices. Zhang Xuan scanned the square with his gaze. This proportion did not exceed his expectations. To expect such high levels of loyalty and belief through mere speeches was clearly unrealistic. Just as he had almost completely scanned the willpower emanating from the square, suddenly, Zhang Xuan was taken aback. He had spotted a red-colored connection of willpower. The emotion it carried was intense and genuine, like a flame, impossible to ignore. Zhang Xuan followed the connection and saw an elderly man with gray hair and a weathered face, seemingly missing an arm. His gaze was fixed on Zhang Xuan, filled with intense hope. Zhang Xuan etched the man's face into his memory. This man must have had an extraordinary past. Next, Zhang Xuan announced a series of measures. The Shin Hall currently had no entry requirements any beast tamer could join. However, Guangning was clearly unable to accommodate so many people, and there were no immediate tasks available. Therefore, all towns within the Xia Kingdom may establish branches. The ranks were divided into 3 levels below him: the Hall Master, the Main Hall, the General Hall, and the Incense Assembly. The Shin Hall is divided into 12 general headquarters based on the 12 provinces of the Xia Kingdom. The head of each general headquarters must possess at least the strength of a 6th-rank beast tamer and may apply directly to the hall for consideration and selection, after which they will be directly supervised by the head of the Shin Hall. Below the main headquarters, towns may establish incense assemblies, with their leaders known as incense masters, who are responsible to the provincial headquarters masters of their respective provinces. Of course, all these arrangements are made within the guild system. Zhang Xuan can view every branch's establishment application. After the general halls and incense assemblies are preliminarily established, the guild will also set up corresponding hall masters and incense masters within its internal structure. This position comes with corresponding authority. Additionally, the coordination of the Shin Hall, the issuance of orders at all levels, as well as the management of tokens and hall regulations, are extremely tedious and extensive tasks. These tasks will be delegated to Huo Wu by Zhang Xuan. Huo Wu holds the rank of Left Guardian within the guild, ranking above the hall masters. There are 2 guardian positions, assisting the hall master in their duties. The position of Right Guardian is currently vacant. Additionally, there are elders of the same rank as the Forum Master, responsible for comprehensive affairs within the hall, which are also currently vacant. The first step is to establish the basic structure of the Shin Hall. While most members will remain in hiding, Zhang Xuan directly activated a unique feature of an A-rank guild member information protection. Once activated, outsiders cannot view a member's true guild affiliation, and even members cannot access this information among themselves. Within the same incense society, members must gather and hold secret meetings through other covert methods. While this cannot completely prevent attacks from the clan's henchmen, it can mitigate the situation to some extent. Zhang Xuan also issued an order in the guild channel to the tens of thousands of members of the Shin Hall, instructing them not to engage in any activities at any branch locations without his permission, to avoid being defeated one by one. Because among the members, there are undoubtedly many forces affiliated with the aristocratic clans. He has merely planted the seeds of the flame. Through the power of his resolve, he can now discern the general situation of the believers within the Xia kingdom. Once his own strength grows further, the seed will be ready to erupt, and he can launch his rebellion in full force. However, the self-nomination for the position of can proceed as usual. If any of the aristocratic clans dare to send a powerful individual to self-nominate for the position of altar master with the intent to disrupt the Shin Hall, Zhang Xuan will ensure they are defeated so severely that they will not return alive. He summoned Huo Wu and said, "Over the next period of time, I will be relying on you." A woman dressed in a red skirt, with snow-white feet exposed, kneels on the ground, as beautiful as a blooming flame. "Serving my master with my life is the sole purpose of my existence." Zhang Xuan nodded, ordering her to remain in the ancient castle while he began handling a mountain of tasks. He then approached the few individuals in the crowd who had demonstrated the strongest willpower. Chapter 127, Uncovering the Truth. At Fire Dance's summoning, 7 people gathered in a room within the ancient castle. "Master, the people you ordered us to find are all here." Fire Dance knelt and bowed, ushering Zhang Xuan into the room. The 7 individuals, upon seeing Zhang Xuan, exchanged glances before kneeling on one knee. "Your subordinates, pay our respects to the emperor." Originally, they didn't know how to address each other, but upon remembering that Zhang Xuan was the master of the Shin Palace, known as the Shin Emperor, and that they were all members of the Shin Palace, this title seemed most appropriate. Seeing this young man who had single-handedly annihilated the entire Li clan and vowed to make everyone in the world as mighty as dragons, the 7 men felt even more excited. This was because, compared to others, they already held a deeper reverence for Zhang Xuan. Except for the one-armed middle-aged man whose willpower connection was red, the willpower connections of the other 6 were deep blue, far more intense than those of the majority of people on the square earlier. "Everyone, please sit." Zhang Xuan had the others take their seats and then inquired about their circumstances. It turned out that, aside from the one-armed middle-aged man, the majority of the others were from the Yan, Li, and Hu families. However, they were all collateral relatives. Though they possessed decent talent, they not only failed to receive recognition within their respective clans but were instead subjected to neglect and exploitation. All their hard work ultimately benefited the direct descendants, and over time, they naturally harbored resentment, unable to understand why such injustice existed. Some endured in silence, while others dared to question the system, only to be punished by their clan, making their lives even more difficult within the family. The emergence of the Shin Hall and Zhang Xuan held even greater significance for them than for ordinary beast tamers. As members of a prominent family, they possess exceptional talent and formidable strength, and thus fully understand that Zhang Xuan could easily annihilate the Li family, a concept beyond comprehension. This is a figure who truly possesses the qualifications and strength to challenge the Beastmaster clan system, for such a person could unite all the common Beastmasters of Xia Kingdom under their banner. At that point, even if the Beastmaster clans were as powerful and arrogant as ever, they would at least be forced to bleed from their mouths. The path to a new world would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns and obstacles, but they were certain they would not lack the resolve and courage to overcome them. After Zhang Xuan had thoroughly investigated the identities and circumstances of the few individuals, he discovered that they were all the strongest and most renowned young disciples from the collateral branches of the Guangning 3 families. As such, the role they could play was indeed significant. "I have a task for you all." Zhang Xuan spoke calmly. The others' eyes lit up with excitement as they chorused, "Please give us your orders, Emperor." To be given such instructions and tasks in person clearly meant they were considered more valuable in Zhang Xuan's eyes. Zhang Xuan turned to the members of the collateral branches of the aristocratic families and said, "Upon your return, gather all those who can be swayed from each family. Additionally, the Li, Yan, and Hu families must submit 70% of their monthly profits to my Shin Hall. You will oversee this in the name of Shin Hall. Any acts of insubordination will be reported to me immediately." A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes, causing the others to shudder inwardly. They bowed their heads and replied, "We understand." Zhang Xuan looked at them again and said indifferently, "Once all the stubborn holdouts from the 3 families have been completely purged, you will become the new leaders of the 3 families." The men suppressed their excitement, their voices growing louder. "We are willing to serve the emperor with all our strength." Zhang Xuan nodded and turned to the one-armed middle-aged man. During their previous conversation, he had already learned his name. "Sun He, are you familiar with the situation among the civilian beast tamers in Guangning?" Sun He paused for a moment before answering, "Emperor, I have good relations with the captains of several gold farming groups in Guangning. I am familiar with most of the more prominent members among them." Zhang Xuan said, "If that's the case, gather the others and compile a record of the bullying and exploitation you've suffered at the hands of the aristocratic families, then make it public. If you can handle this well, the various branches of the Shin Palace will adopt this approach, collect similar cases, and expose the true nature of the Beastmaster aristocratic families to the world. However, remember not to embellish the facts, simply collect them as they are." Sun He's eyes lit up. He understood the importance of this matter. If it could be implemented across all regions of Xia Kingdom, the momentum would grow like wildfire. "I will do everything in my power to carry this out." Bullied by the noble families? Such incidents are far too numerous. If every common beastmaster and ordinary citizen in Guangning City were to share one such story, it would take a year to hear them all. Selecting the most outrageous cases would be inevitable. Son, he thought of his own experiences over the years. His story must be known to the world. After making all the necessary arrangements, Zhang Xuan headed to the trading center. His face was now well known throughout Guangning City. The alluring manager who had attended to him last time, upon recognizing him, hurried over on her high heels, nearly tripping along the way. Lord Zhang, I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive my failure to greet you properly. Single-handedly eliminating the Li family and founding an A-rank guild, either achievement alone would shake the entire Nanjiang region, let alone in Guangning City. The female manager's expression was extremely subservient, her body slightly leaning forward, outlining a rather prominent curve. Zhang Xuan glanced at her briefly and asked, "Have you come across any high-quality pet beast eggs recently?" The female manager immediately replied, "You've come at the perfect time. The trading hall has just received a pet beast egg of exceptional quality within the golden grade. The seller is a D-rank guild from Yongqing City, and it was only placed on the trading rack yesterday." "Oh? Let me take a look." "Yes, please wait a moment." The female attendant bowed, then hurriedly brought over a transparent stone, activated the array, and a projection appeared. The information about the pet beast egg appeared on the projection, saying, "This egg has been appraised by the previous tier trading center and is confirmed to be a blue lightning falcon egg. This exotic beast's combat prowess ranks among the top in the gold grade. Its speed is also astonishing, and adult specimens are extremely difficult to capture. Its pet beast egg appears at the trading center in Nanjiang province approximately 3 times a year." Zhang Xuan glanced at it and knew the other party wasn't exaggerating. He had researched most of the exotic beasts whose records were compiled, and this blue lightning falcon was indeed extraordinary. Its outstanding attributes and practical skills make it an ideal choice for new beast tamers to quickly get through the early stages. Beast tamers from prominent families highly value this type of beast, often choosing it as the first pet for their core disciples. This was just newly listed. It was likely to be snapped up within the next 2 days. "I'll take it." Zhang Xuan didn't hesitate. The female manager was delighted, her face adorned with makeup, as beautiful as a flower. Selling high-value resources at the trading center, she managed allowed her to receive a portion of the profits. Chapter 128, The Black King's Garrison. An egg of such quality for a golden pet beast was priced 50% higher than the average price for golden pet beast eggs, amounting to a staggering 8 million crystal stones. It was important to note that even a diamond-grade pet beast egg typically only fetched 10 million crystal stones on the market. Of course, diamond-grade pet beast eggs are extremely rare in the trading market. Obtaining a golden pet beast egg in the wild through certain rare opportunities is already extremely rare. For even rarer opportunities, even if an ordinary beast tamer were to stumble upon one by chance, they wouldn't have the strength to claim it. Those who do have the strength to obtain them would rarely put such opportunities up for sale. Zhang Xuan waved his hand and claimed the pet beast egg. Thanks to his previous black gold card VIP privileges, he had the price reduced by 10%, bringing it down to 800,000 crystal stones. Even at 720,000 crystal stones, this was still the largest sales figure the head of Guangning City's trading market, when Xin, had achieved in the past year. The young woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't just because she would receive a commission of several 100,000 crystal stones, but also because the person in front of her was now the most dazzling figure in Guangning City, a teenager who had single-handedly wiped out a Beastmaster clan, founded an A-rank guild, and was merely an 18-year-old handsome youth. These accolades combined were enough to captivate and enchant every woman. This is the innate tendency of all living beings to admire strength. When Xin even began to ponder how she could offer herself to him, but Zhang Xuan had no such intentions and left the trading market immediately. He then returned home. His uncle Zhang Tai and cousin Zhang Chen were there. To be honest, although he had been back in Guangning for a while, he had barely returned home, always busy with work. "Ah, Xian. Brother." Zhang Tai and Zhang Chen looked both excited and concerned. Their excitement stemmed from learning about Zhang Xian's achievements, which seemed almost like a dream, hard to believe. But they were also worried because they knew this would inevitably cause a lot of trouble, and Zhang Xian's safety might be at risk. Zhang Tai walked over and patted his shoulder. Alright, Xian, you're even more amazing than your older brother. You've really brought honor to the Zhang family. Unfortunately, your old uncle here is useless and can't help you much." Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "Uncle, don't say that. I was raised by you, after all." Zhang Xian said beside him, "Brother, you don't know, ever since word got out about your situation, everyone at school knows we're brothers. Those aristocratic brats who used to look down on everyone now stop to greet me when they see me on the street." Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. It was the first time he realized that power could make those who once looked down on him bow their heads. Zhang Xian smiled and handed him the pet egg. "Take it. It should suit you well." Zhang Chen was about to enter his senior year of high school. The direct descendants of the aristocratic families usually became beast tamers a year earlier, and his own family was no exception. Zhang Xuan couldn't believe it. He took it in his hands and, after learning about the pet beast egg's attributes, his jaw dropped in shock. "Brother, is this really for me?" Zhang Tai leaned in to take a look and discovered it was a golden pet beast egg. "This must be very expensive. Why did you buy it for this kid, a Xian? You should keep the resources for yourself." Zhang Tai, though the lowest-ranked beast master, couldn't even venture into the wild to hunt monsters. Golden beasts were things he only dreamed of. Giving it to Zhang Chen was like wasting it. Moreover, his nephew had taken an extremely unconventional path, and as a family member, he couldn't help him. He certainly shouldn't be wasting the other person's resources. "You're right, brother. I have no use for this. Don't waste your time on me." Zhang Chen also came to his senses and quickly handed it back. Though he yearned for it, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Zhang Xian shook his head and smiled. "You two can rest assured. I truly don't lack such resources now. Chen, you just focus on becoming an outstanding beast tamer. Whatever you need, I'll provide. One day, I'll need your help with something big." Zhang Chen hesitated upon hearing this. Zhang Tai saw that Zhang Xian was being serious, thought for a moment, and nodded immediately. "Kid, your brother has spoken. Take it. But you must take this seriously. Whatever your older brother says, you must obey." Zhang Chen took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I understand, brother. I will definitely become a powerful beast tamer and live up to your expectations." He made up his mind. If Xiangu could achieve such great feats, as his younger brother, he certainly couldn't bring dishonor to him. At the very least, he, Zhang Chen, would be stronger than those aristocratic young masters. Afterward, Zhang Xian arranged for his uncle and cousin to move into the Shin Hall's base camp, where Huo Wu would oversee their stay. He also contacted Suya and, using his status as a candidate for Hall Master, mobilized a group of beast tamers from the Beast God Hall. The purpose was to reinforce the defenses of the Shin Palace. The ranks didn't need to be too high, but they must be at least 5th rank or above. This had never been done before in the Beast God Hall, where beast tamers were deployed to serve other organizations. However, Zhang Xian was a candidate for Hall Master and held the highest authority within the South Jiang Beast God Hall at present. And his reputation had already reached its peak. The name of the Shin Hall had spread throughout the Xia Kingdom in just a few days, so mobilizing the forces of the Nanjiang Hall was a decision no one dared to oppose, no matter how unreasonable it seemed. His own stronghold must be secured to ensure the safety of his family and the members who will remain at the Shin Hall in the future. After all, there will inevitably be turmoil in the future, and Uncle and Ah Chen cannot possibly stay in the Grey Realm all the time. The only solution is to wait until the Shin Hall becomes an S-rank guild, allowing its guild space to merge with the Grey Realm, enabling living beings to travel between the two realms. Additionally, Zhang Xian pondered that he must also deploy some defensive forces within the Shin Palace. However, aside from the beasts, there were currently no other suitable alternatives. He temporarily lacked human beast tamers with sufficient strength under his command. "Black King, I'll count on you." Summoning the Burning World Black Dragon, since he had already annihilated the Li family, there was no need to hide his control over the pure-blooded dragon clan anymore. With the Black King's current abilities, even an 8th-tier beast master could be a match for him. With at present, having the Beast God Hall's beast tamers as reinforcements would make this place as secure as a fortress, eliminating most potential threats. Roar! The Black King let out a low roar, indicating that he also enjoyed staying outside. Outside the ancient castle, everyone, whether or not they were members of the Shin Hall, felt awe and astonishment at the dragon standing atop the tower. This being must be the dragon clan controlled by the Shin Emperor, right? It's terrifying. I never imagined I'd get to see a pure-blooded dragon with my own eyes. Only someone like the Shin Emperor could achieve such an incredible feat. We've never heard of any 9th-tier super being in the Xia Kingdom who could make the dragon clan submit. With the Shin Emperor here, the mission of the Shin Hall will surely be fulfilled in the future. A member of the Shin Hall said in admiration. Chapter 129, Discussions. Zhang Xian's name is now spreading throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. There are too many topics of discussion about him, each one fascinating to talk about. A once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy among common beast tamers, the leader of the Shin Hall who vowed to make everyone as mighty as dragons, the great one who made the pure-blooded dragon clan acknowledge him as their master. Yes, in the human race's understanding, pure-blooded dragons are untamable and untrainable. Those who can make them acknowledge a master deserve the title of great. Other titles include Rebel, the tragedy of a noble family. For hundreds of years, this is the first existence whose discussion has far surpassed that of a 9th-rank beast master. Even at every moment, Zhang Xian could sense that the connections of willpower appearing on his body were growing stronger. The wider the spread, the easier it becomes to obtain willpower. He must stir up greater turmoil within the Xia Kingdom until he ascends to the pinnacle of power, where no one dares to defy him, and every corner of the Xia Kingdom is bathed in the radiance of the Shin Emperor. After that, the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Ice and Frost, the Kingdom of Shinra, the Kingdom of Yingzhou, and all other races. In recent days, discussions about Zhang Xuan have introduced a new topic. Because the annual national exam of the Xia Kingdom is about to begin. Everyone is discussing whether Zhang Xuan will participate in this exam, and if he does, whether he can secure the top national ranking. The first question stems from Zhang Xuan's current status, which has caused many to forget that he is still a high school senior. Whether he will enroll in a Beastmaster Academy has become a topic of heated debate. The second point is that if Zhang Xuan participates in the exam, when he faces the most prodigious talents of the current generation from the 5 great clans of Xia Kingdom, whether he can continue his previous invincible momentum. After all, although Zhang Xuan has already achieved countless impossibilities, the overwhelming pressure of the Beastmaster clans has been deeply rooted in this land for centuries. Especially the existence of the 5 great clans, their invincibility, strict discipline, and intimidating presence have already become ingrained in the hearts of the people. In fact, among the common beast tamers, there are many who are loyal followers of the clan system. They look up to and worship the 5 great clans, and their hatred for the Shin Hall and Zhang Xuan is even more intense than that of the clans themselves. Because they have long grown accustomed to their position, accustomed to being trampled upon, deceived, and abused. Now, a figure has emerged within their own ranks who dares to challenge the heavens. Their first reaction is fear, and their second is hatred. We are protected by the heavens and granted the right to life by them. Now you dare to seek to become something different? No, we cannot allow it. Everyone should be like us, forever sinking and floating in this muddy swamp. This is precisely why there are so many voices claiming that Zhang Xuan cannot possibly achieve first place in the college entrance exam. Some even dismiss him with contempt. The national exam of the Xia Kingdom is the most highly anticipated event of the year, and in previous years, the top 5 spots have never been claimed by anyone outside the 5 great clans. This has been the case for as far back as 200 or 300 years ago. Currently, the public forums for Xia Kingdom's beast tamers are ablaze with intense debate over this matter. Zhang Xuan's achievements are unparalleled in history, with no predecessors to match him. I believe his brilliance is even on par with that of the legendary Zhang Xuan, who single-handedly suppressed the abyss and preserved the flame of Xia Kingdom 1,000 years ago. A mere national exam if he participates, I don't believe the top spot will go to anyone else. Yes, we have long lived in the shadow of the Beastmaster clans, believing them to be invincible and unchallengeable. However, the sudden emergence of the Xian Emperor has completely overturned this notion. Clans are not invincible, and we certainly do not need to rely on them. I can see the underlying motives behind the Xian Emperor's actions, and he will not miss the opportunity to shatter the clan's myth at the unified exam. I have already joined the Shin Hall. Whatever the Emperor does, the hundreds of thousands of members of the Shin Hall and Xia Kingdom will surround him. Many people expressed their support for Zhang Xuan, including those who were extremely devoted and fanatical. At the same time, there were also many opposing viewpoints. You all are thinking too simplistically. Zhang Xuan is indeed exceptionally talented, and calling him the greatest beast tamer from the commoners in the past 300 years is no exaggeration. However, for him to step forward now and make such bold claims against the beast-taming aristocratic families is sheer folly. The true nature of the clan system is far more profound and terrifying than we can ever imagine. You must understand that the Li family of Guangning that Zhang Xuan recently annihilated was merely a minor clan residing in a small city. The strongest member of their clan was only at the 6th rank, and even among 6th rank beasts, he was the most mediocre. Such a family may bear the name of a clan, but within the clan system, they are merely at the lowest rung, far from representing the true nature of clans. Only those who can dominate an entire province can be called true aristocratic families. Such beast-taming clans have 8th-tier beast tamers as their pillars, and even their mid-tier members possess 6th-tier strength. And what of the 5 great clans that have ruled the imperial capital for centuries with an iron grip? Do you truly understand their true strength? Though this person did not hold high hopes for Zhang Xuan, he did not outright disparage him, which immediately drew a crowd of supporters. That's right, the 5 great clans have never lacked top-tier geniuses, with many reaching the 3rd or 4th rank before the imperial exams. Moreover, these individuals typically push themselves to the absolute limit of their current tier before choosing to advance. With an unimaginably deep foundation, the most suitable powerful beasts, various supporting methods, props, and more, their true combat strength can even surpass 2 ranks. Fighting against higher-ranked opponents is nothing more than a trivial matter for them. Within our clan, there is an elder sister who was taken as a concubine by a prominent figure from the Stone clan. As a result, I have some insight into the current situation of the 5 major clans' young disciples. I can only describe it in one word: extremely formidable. Oh, how so? Can you share more? The top geniuses of the 5 great clans have always been a topic of discussion among the beast tamers of the Xia Kingdom. However, in the past, these geniuses would only reveal their true abilities during the unified exams, and the news would not spread to the outside world. However, this time, due to the presence of Zhang Xuan, discussions and speculations about them have become even more intense. What I know is that the 5 clan heirs participating in this year's unified exam are the most outstanding prodigies from each clan in the past century. Their natural talent and fortune are at their peak, and their combat power is extremely terrifying. In fact, they've already matched the high-ranking members of the 5 clans. Is that true? Is that even possible? Generally speaking, the strongest prodigies from each clan emerge at different times. Based on age, one clan might produce their prodigy a year earlier, while another might produce theirs a year later. The situation where all of them happen to gather in the same batch is extremely rare, and such a situation has a special name. That's correct. If the information I've received is accurate, this year's disciples of the 5 great clans will be the strongest in history. 5 young beast masters will gather, ushering in a once-in-a-century path to supremacy. Chapter 130, Members Imprisoned. The Supreme Path is a conventional term referring to the gathering of prodigies who undergo trials to ultimately determine the Soul Youth Supreme. However, the path of Supreme Masters has been open only a handful of times in history, as the conditions required are extremely stringent. Participants must be the strongest prodigies from each of the 5 great clans of Xia Kingdom over the past few decades. Such 5 individuals must appear in the same era, and even the same age, to compete against each other. Only under such circumstances can the path of the Supreme be officially opened. Those who emerge victorious from such trials, defeating all their peers, are the rightful holders of the title of Young Beastmaster Supreme. Such an existence is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. The few who have ever existed in history all came from the 5 great clans, leaving indelible marks in the history of the Beastmaster realm and the continent. However, if the 5 clans of Xia Kingdom truly produce 5 peerless prodigies of the same generation, this path to supremacy will be more dazzling and extraordinary than ever before. For alongside them on this path to supremacy stands a commoner prodigy who has already shaken the world. Just wait and see. When this so-called Zhang Xuan faces the true prodigies of the 5 clans, he will be exposed for what he truly is. The prestige of the aristocratic families must not be defiled. The speaker was not from a noble family, yet he deeply admired the 5 clans of the Xia Kingdom and scoffed at the notion of a commoner's light where the everyone is a dragon vision. There were many like him, some speaking more calmly, but most mocked Zhang Xuan in the Shin Hall. They believed Zhang Xuan was overestimating himself, failing to recognize how vast and powerful the true clans truly were. Those who followed Zhang Xuan were even more foolish, daring to challenge the system that had provided them with stability for so long. Indeed, this group believes that it is precisely because of the Beastmaster clan system that they can survive in this world. They not only should not oppose the clans but should instead be grateful for their kindness. However, there are also many voices standing on Zhang Xuan's side, refuting them. Having been enslaved for so long, you have grown accustomed to being dogs. Seeing those who can still hold their heads high, you cannot understand or accept it, so you can only bark wildly, trying to drag us back to your miserable state. But this is impossible. Open your eyes wide, for the Xian Emperor will once again humiliate you. Well said. We support the Xian Emperor, but we do not merely rely on him. Everyone is a dragon is not an empty slogan. This flame will burn within all of us. You cannot blindfold or silence us anymore. Both sides erupted into a fierce verbal battle, but soon, a single sentence sent the tension soaring to new heights. Yi clan Yi Outyen, you insignificant insects dare to speak against heaven? A fraud who deceives the world is not worth so many people following him. I speak here, if Zhang Xuan dares not participate in the unified exam, then so be it. But if he dares to participate, he had better not be eliminated too soon. If we truly meet, I will crush him with my own hands. This person's profile had an identity verification suffix. In the Xia Kingdom's Beast Tamer public forum, such a suffix cannot be forged. Thus, when this man named Yi Outyen spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Yi clan's Yi Outyen. It's actually this person. He is the prodigy rumored to be participating in this year's unified exam from the Yi clan, the strongest prodigy the Yi clan has produced in decades. Such a figure has dared to speak out. It seems that Zhang Xuan has completely enraged the 5 clans. I can't wait to see how Yi Tianjiao will suppress these petty troublemakers. A crowd of supporters from various clans immediately gathered around Yi Outyen's post to cheer. Yi Tianjiao is mighty. We look forward to you sweeping all before you in the national unified exam. When the Yi clan emerges, who can stand against them? What's the Shin Hall? They're just a bunch of clowns and rabble. Yi Tianjiao, if you really do face Zhang Xuan, make sure to teach him a lesson and show him that commoners are just commoners. How dare he presume to call himself an emperor? He truly doesn't know his place. Yi Tianjiao, this humble maiden is of fine appearance and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My ancestors for 3 generations have served as maids in noble families. I wonder if I might have the honor of joining the Yi clan to serve the noble gentleman. If I could serve by your side, it would be the fulfillment of my lifelong dream. What a lowly creature. You might as well just say you've been a dog for generations. As soon as Yi Outyen spoke, the already lively forum erupted into chaos. Those on Zhang Xuan's side feared Yi Outyen's real-life retaliation and dared not confront the Yi clan prodigy directly, so they engaged in a verbal duel with his supporters. At that moment, Shin Hall Zhang Xuan, everyone, rest assured. The 5 clans' prodigies have never been within my sight. I am targeting their fathers and ancestors. For them to challenge me is to disrupt the proper order of generations. If we ever meet, a single kick will suffice. The forum fell silent for 2 seconds before being flooded with exclamations of astonishment. Shin Emperor is mighty. Well said. Without the backing of a noble family, these people would still be playing in the mud somewhere. They have no right to be mentioned in the same breath as the Shin Emperor. Speaking of controlling dragon clans, has anyone else ever achieved such feats? Crushing and annihilating a beast-taming clan with several 6th-rank beast masters in command. Who else could accomplish that at such a young age? Yi Aotian was clearly enraged and immediately spoke up again. But Zhang Xuan no longer responded. Only 2 days remained until the unified examination. Zhang Xuan was not idle, practicing his spear techniques daily, refining his control over flames, and cultivating his mental energy. The number of willpower connections growing steadily, causing his mental energy to grow significantly each day. Crack! The former ancient castle square had now become the empty ground of the Shin Hall training ground. Zhang Xuan thrust his spear forward. Though he hadn't used any physical strength, the area within a foot of the tip of the burning prison spear erupted with a thunderous explosion. This was the manifestation of mental power, manipulating external matter to unleash a strike powerful enough to instantly kill a 100-level golden-ranked beast. Zhang Xuan then soared into the air. His flying ability was now highly proficient. He quickly ascended into the sky, drew the burning star bow, and fired 4 arrows in rapid succession. The targets hanging on the 4 towers surrounding the ancient castle were all hit. The arrows, formed from condensed flames, exploded and burned, sending flames shooting into the sky. Zhang Xuan trained intensively for 2 hours before finally stopping. At that moment, news came from the Shin Hall. Zhang Xuan glanced at it, his eyebrows furrowing, and a dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. It turned out that the few members of the 3 major clans he had sent to oversee the submission of resources had apparently clashed with their respective clans. One member of the Li family seemed to be in trouble, having been captured and imprisoned by the clan. Had it not been for the message he managed to send out before being imprisoned, Zhang Xuan would not have known about it immediately. Chapter 131, Is this a beast tamer? Zhang Xuan clenched his fists tightly, a cold smile curling his lips. Good, very good. Let me see what gives you the nerve to do this. He soared into the sky and flew toward the Li family's estate. It was a large estate complex. After landing on the outskirts, several members of the Li family's Shin Hall were already waiting there. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan arrive, they hurried forward. Emperor. Zhang Xuan nodded coldly. Report the situation. Yes. Your Imperial Majesty, earlier, our elder brother Wang Zhu gathered us to go and supervise the family head as he handed over the proceeds to the hall. However, the family head became enraged, scolded Wang Zhu, and had him imprisoned immediately. We, following Wang Zhu's instructions, did not reveal our identities as members of the Shin Hall, which is why we were not arrested. The ones speaking were all from the Li family's collateral branch, and the so-called elder Wang Zhu was Li Wangzhu, one of the 6 individuals whose willpower connection had turned deep blue earlier. He is a renowned genius among the Li family's collateral branches and thus holds great prestige within them. These individuals all follow him as their leader. Zhang Xuan nodded. Where is Li Zongwang being imprisoned? The others replied, he is in a house within the clan, currently guarded by several beast tamers from the clan. Take me there. Yes. Several young collateral branch members looked tense. They were currently defying the clan, but upon considering the capabilities of the person before them, they suppressed their fear. They weren't worried about what kind of conflict might erupt next, as collateral branch members. Joining the Shin Hall was already a strong expression of their dissatisfaction with the direct line, and they had a strong desire to change their current circumstances. Moreover, from a bloodline perspective, after several generations, the collateral branches and the main branch had become distinctly separate, with no emotional ties or reservations between them. A few people led the way into the residential area. Before they had gone far, a patrol appeared on the road. Stop! Collateral relatives are not allowed in this area. Who gave you permission to come here? The lead patrolman shouted loudly. Since the appearance of the Shin Hall, the atmosphere within the 3 families of Guangning had become tense, as everyone knew this would inevitably lead to the long-standing animosity between the direct and collateral branches erupting. After Li Wangzhu led his men to force the palace, the senior members of the Li family were enraged, immediately isolating the areas where the collateral branches resided and stationing clan guards to patrol the perimeter, prohibiting collateral members from entering the inner regions. Several patrolmen approached, shouting curses. The clan leader had issued an order. This was a special period, and any collateral branch members suspected of violating the rules could be arrested on the spot. Most of these individuals were houseborn servants cultivated by the Li family over the generations, granted the main family's surname, and thus considered part of the collateral branches. However, they were loyal to the direct lineage and had always harbored hostility toward these true collateral branches who shared blood ties with the direct lineage. Now that the master has issued an order, they naturally must show their teeth and demonstrate their loyalty. That so-called Li Wangzu was thoroughly dealt with by them. Zhang Xuan saw the group approaching and didn't waste any words. He stepped forward directly. Thud. Zhang Xuan kicked the leader in the chest. From the moment he appeared in their line of sight to the moment he struck, the entire process happened in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for reaction. A colossal force like a cannonball slammed into the opponent's body. The patrol captain was flung through the air like his chest exploding into a bloody mess mid-air. His body was thrown, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. No one had expected someone to suddenly strike with such lethal force, especially without summoning a beast pet. The sheer destructive power of his bare hands was terrifying. The few members of the Li family's collateral branch behind Zhang Xuan were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. They had originally thought that the Xian emperor would summon his beast pet and then push forward, intimidating the Li family. But the opponent's methods were so brutal and overwhelming. The patrol captain they recognized was at least a fourth-tier beast tamer, yet he was kicked into a pulped sack of cloth. This was simply too domineering. The others looked at Zhang Xian's back with growing admiration. He truly lived up to his reputation as the emperor who founded the Xian palace. The other patrol members were completely terrified. The force of that single kick sent waves of pain coursing through their bodies, as if they had been sliced by knives. They turned back to look at the captain, who was lying motionless on the ground. This man, is he really a beast tamer? How dare you? This is the territory of the Guangning Li family. Who are you to cause trouble here? One of them shouted, his voice trembling with fear. The others, upon seeing Zhang Xian's face, suddenly narrowed their eyes, realizing something. He seems to be the one from the Xian palace. Zhang Xian's appearance was already recognizable to more than half the people in Guangning City. Even if they hadn't seen him in person, his distinctive features had been widely circulated through various channels. The group shuddered, recalling his deeds, and immediately knelt on the ground. Master! Master, spare our lives. We are merely servants of the Li family. Zhang Xuan spoke indifferently, take me to where Li Wangzu is being held. Yes, yes. Please follow us, sir. The patrolmen, who had been on edge, scrambled to their feet and led the way. This time, there were no further obstructions along the way. Soon, Zhang Xuan arrived at the entrance of a courtyard, where several beast tamers were on guard. A short, middle-aged man guarding the entrance noticed someone approaching. He turned his head and frowned, saying, Li Fu, you're not doing your patrol properly. What are you doing here? Who are these people? Where's Li Guang? Li Fu was one of the patrolmen, and Li Guang was the patrol captain who had been kicked to death. Li Fu trembled, lowering his head and dared not speak. The short, middle-aged man looked at his expression, then glanced at Zhang Xuan and the others, and immediately realized something was wrong. Enemies! He slapped his waist, and three strange beasts roared as they appeared on the open ground. Hurry and notify the clan leader. The short, middle-aged man didn't recognize Zhang Xuan at first, but he knew the other party must be trying to rescue Li Wangzu, so he ordered the beasts to block their path. Zhang Xuan stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the first beast to charge forward had its head struck. Crack! Mid-air, it exploded like a watermelon. The massive beast, resembling a rhinoceros, began to disintegrate from its head, its entire body exploding as if struck by a mountain. Having entered the growth stage, the divine tier Black King now had 70% of its attributes restored. Zhang Xian's single strike reduced a 100-level beast to a blood mist, easier than tearing a piece of paper. Turbid blood covered the entire body of the short, middle-aged man. He was completely terrified, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The next moment, a pair of hands as strong as steel clamped around his neck. Ugh, ugh. His eyes rolled back, and his body was thrown against the wall, leaving a human-shaped indentation. There was no sign of life left. Chapter 132, a single shot blows it apart. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xuan stepped to the left, twisted his waist, and swung his right leg out in a high kick, sending a deafening explosion through the air. The second beast was kicked to pieces, while the third beast trembled violently and collapsed to the ground, dared not move again. With its master and two companions brutally killed, it had no reason to resist. Under the explosive force of Zhang Xian's attack, despite the sound of his strike resembling a cannonball exploding, not a single drop of blood touched his body. It was all deflected away. The remaining guards were so terrified they knelt in a heap, dared not even think of summoning their beast pets. Stepping into the courtyard, he kicked open the door. Inside, a person sat on the ground, their clothes torn and bloodstained. Upon hearing the commotion, the person looked up. Master? Li Wangzu hurriedly sat up, enduring the pain in his body as he took a few steps forward, then suddenly stopped, his face filled with shame. Master, I failed to complete the task you assigned to me. I am guilty. He had been determined to carry out Zhang Xian's instructions, so he had gathered many distant relatives and approached the family head under the banner of the Shin Hall. Little did he know that the other party didn't care about the name of the Shin Hall and immediately arrested him, beating him severely. Li Wangzu was deeply regretful at that moment. He realized his own strength was too weak, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Zhang Xuan to personally come to his rescue. In the end, he hadn't been able to help at all. Zhang Xuan noticed his expression, patted his shoulder, and said, "There's no need to be upset. You did well. How are your injuries?" Li Wangzu straightened his back and said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. It's just some bruises, nothing serious." Zhang Xian's gaze grew icy. "You dared to harm someone from my Shin Hall? Very well, very well. Ha ha ha." The murderous intent in his laughter made the other collateral descendants following behind him tense up. Earlier, Zhang Xian's actions had completely shattered their perceptions. The human body could actually crush and kill a fourth-tier beast tamer's pet directly? Even his own pet didn't need to be summoned? Was this even human? If someone said he was the incarnation of a beast god, people might believe it. "Wang Zhu, take me to the core area of the Li family." "Yes." Li Wangzu replied respectfully. As they walked a short distance, a group of people suddenly rushed over, and at least 30 or 40 strange beasts surrounded them from all directions. "Quick, quick! A major enemy is attacking the clan." The Li family's most elite beast tamers had already arrived, summoning their main battle beasts. The head of the Li family was being escorted by a crowd of people toward this direction. However, they soon came to a halt, for there stood a young man of towering stature, his aura as majestic as a mountain, calmly observing them. The clan leader's initial rage was instantly extinguished as if doused with icy water. He stopped, and the other members of the Li family followed suit. Upon hearing that someone had intruded into the clan, the head of the Li family had already guessed it was Zhang Xuan, so he immediately sent someone to investigate. They discovered that the Dragon Clan Guardian was stationed at the Shin Hall and had not come along. In other words, the greatest reliance of the master of the Shin Hall was not present. But, when the head of the Li family saw the other party, he still felt fear. Was he really such a reckless individual? Or was it that, even without the Dragon Clan member by his side, Zhang Xuan still had the confidence to suppress the Li family? He didn't know, but he dared not take the risk. The scene of the Li family being annihilated in an instant, and the moment when the head of the Hu family was instantly slain by Zhang Xuan, flashed through his mind. This young man, who claimed to be the Shin Emperor, could not be judged by ordinary standards. The members of the Li family stood on guard, their eyes fixed intently on Zhang Xuan. At that moment, an elder of the Li family turned to Li Wangzu and suddenly roared. "Li Wangzu, you traitorous dog! You dare to use the power of outsiders to overthrow the clan for your own selfish desires, causing your own clan members to shed blood. If your grandfather and father were to find out what you've done, would they spare you?" Li Wangzu erupted in anger, shouting, "Shut your mouth! You old fool, you have no right to mention my grandfather and father. They spent their entire lives toiling for the Li family, and what was the result? My father was severely injured by a monster while protecting a spoiled member of the main branch, and the clan refused to expend any effort to retrieve his body. My grandfather was so grief-stricken that he passed away within 2 years. Before he passed away, he begged me not to harbor any resentment toward the main family. You parasites, brainwashing your own servants to suck the life out of us while we're on our knees, and then expecting us to be grateful for your false kindness? I spit on you." He looked agitated, and the other distant relatives around him were equally indignant. The elderly member of the Li family grew furious and shouted, "Serving the main family is your honor. No matter what, these are not reasons for you to betray your clan." Zhang Xuan grew impatient. Suddenly, a burning prison spear appeared in his hand, which he then flung forward like a javelin. "Watch out!" The head of the Li family was the first to notice his movement, his eyes widening in horror as he hurriedly dodged to the side. The terrifying heat in the air, almost enough to melt a person, created a distorted airwave. With a loud explosion, the Li family elder had no time to react and was impaled. The flames instantly consumed his body, leaving not a single bone behind, reducing everything to ashes. Zhang Xuan extended his hand, and the burning prison spear flew back. After his mental energy surged, he had gained the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Combined with his mastery of fire, the burning prison spear was no longer just a close-range weapon. Whoosh! The Li family members were all stunned into paralysis. The high-ranking members standing beside the Li family elder were so terrified they couldn't move, until the flames reached them, causing them to scream and flee to the side, rolling on the ground in agony. The surrounding beasts grew restless, but they dared not attack directly. The human's aura was too terrifying, like encountering a king among beasts, leaving them unable to breathe. You. The head of the Li family repeated the word "you" several times but couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. His lips were trembling, and the others fell silent, realizing they were facing an extremely terrifying situation. The numerous beast pets offered no sense of security to the Li family members. They finally realized just how terrifying Zhang Xuan truly was. The head of the Li family regretted his decision. He regretted disobeying the other party's orders before reinforcements arrived. Now, the situation was beyond salvage. The only option now was to delay the enemy as much as possible. He took a deep breath, as if making a tremendous decision, then knelt down on one knee. "Emperor Xian, this matter is the fault of the Li family. The other high-ranking members of the Li family and the direct descendants of the family were shocked to see the family head kneel down, but they dared not utter a word, lowering their heads in unison. The head of the Li family pressed his hands against the ground and spoke tremblingly, "Honorable Emperor, please grant the Li family another chance." Chapter 133, The New Head of the Li Family. A chance? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow? The head of the Li family dared not lift his head and said, "Yes, we will follow the agreement we made with your excellency earlier. We will hand over 70% of our resources within 3 days. No, 90%. The Li family is willing to hand over 90% as compensation." Zhang Xuan smiled lightly, 90%. It seems the head of the Li family is willing to go all out this time. The head of the Li family nodded vigorously. Earlier we were ignorant and dared to defy the Honorable One. Now we have realized our mistake. From now on, the Li family will spare no effort to support the Honorable One. Zhang Xuan shook his head and said, "What a pity. Those who didn't take my words seriously the first time probably won't truly reform. I hate it when people are insincere. Li Jia's patriarch, the reinforcements you're hoping for probably won't arrive in time, will they?" The head of the Li family's pupils contracted, and he shook his head instinctively. "Reinforcements? I have no idea what you're talking about." Is that so? Too bad you won't be able to see the strong allies you rely on being annihilated by me. Zhang Xuan said indifferently. He knew full well that the high-ranking members of the three families would continue their underhanded schemes, and that elite warriors from the 5 major clans of Nanjing City and even the imperial capital were already on their way to hunt him down. But he, too, was waiting for them to walk into his trap. The head of the Li family now realized that the other party would never spare him. He refused to sit idly by and wait for his doom. Gathering his courage, he suddenly flung an object from his sleeve. Swish! Countless sharp needles rained down like a storm, covering Zhang Xuan's head and face. The air was filled with the piercing sound of wind, so intense it made one's teeth ache. This was an instant-release self-defense weapon. Each steel needle was specially crafted and coated with a potent poison. At close range, they were powerful enough to reduce a beast with tens of thousands of hit points to a sieve, specifically designed to counter beast tamers, relying on the element of surprise. The head of the Li family never expected him to resort to this device. However, after witnessing the opponent's tactics, he knew this was the only option. Summoning beast pets to counterattack was simply too late. As he flung the storm needles, the head of the Li family turned and fled for his life. He didn't believe the other clan members or elders could stop the opponent. He only hoped this tool would truly be effective. The shower of steel needles filled the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. The Li family members beside Zhang Xuan instinctively dodged to the sides in fear. However, Li Wangzu did not retreat but charged forward instead. He shouted loudly, raised his hand to cover his face and vital areas, and took a large step forward, intending to block Zhang Xuan's path. However, Zhang Xuan actively moved forward to meet the steel needles head-on. Boom! His entire body suddenly erupted in blazing crimson flames, knocking Li Wangzu back. Countless sparks flew in all directions, turning the area within several feet into a fiery domain. Extreme heat, extreme pressure, and extreme power. All the steel needles that entered this fiery domain melted instantly, falling powerlessly to the ground before completely dissolving. All the Li family members around him gaped in shock, their minds trembling. Is this a divine being from the heavens? The head of the Li family didn't even have the courage to look back, only wanting to flee. But a terrifying, scorching hand grabbed him tightly and threw him to the ground. Exploding fire elements instantly penetrated his body, ruthlessly burning and destroying his blood, internal organs, and muscle tissue. The head of the Li family screamed in agony, rolling on the ground in tears, but soon his voice grew faint, until his struggles ceased and his body stiffened. His body began to burn on its own, as the chaotic fire elements within used his flesh as fuel, burning outward. Zhang Xuan gathered the flames back into his body. His mastery of fire was so profound that, in terms of combat power, he was even stronger than the Black King before his evolution. Such a trick was far from enough to cause him any trouble. Such divine-like power left everyone stunned, especially the high-ranking members of the Li family who had been surrounding the Li family patriarch. They collapsed to their knees, all kneeling on the ground. "Spare our lives, spare our lives. We are willing to serve you for eternity. Please spare us." A group of Li family elders who were usually stern and imposing now looked like fawning dogs, bowing their heads and weeping bitterly. Zhang Xuan's power had completely surpassed their comprehension, leaving no room for any thoughts of resistance. However, their vision was limited by their own strength as 5th and 6th tier beast masters. Such methods were not only something they had never seen before, but they had never even heard of them. It seemed more like the high-ranking mage masters of the elven tribe as described in legends. Zhang Xuan glanced back at Li Wangzu. He had noticed the other party's actions earlier. In that situation, his first instinct was to stand in front of him, regardless of whether the other party had suddenly gained divine insight in that instant and made such a gesture to demonstrate loyalty. However, it did indeed add a few points to Zhang Xuan's trust in him. More importantly, the other party's original connection with his willpower had been deep blue, but it had now turned fiery red, the same color as Sunhee's, clearly indicating that their faith had risen to a higher level. Among the other Li family branches who had followed, several of their willpower connections had also changed from light gray to blue. Clearly, powerful strength is the most effective and efficient way to subdue others. Li Wangzu. Li Wangzu, seeing Zhang Xuan looking his way, hurriedly replied, "Your subordinate is here, sir." Zhang Xuan spoke indifferently, "Do you have the confidence to hold the position of the Li family? I don't want to waste any more time on such trivial matters." Li Wangzu shuddered, forcing down his overwhelming joy and excitement, his mind clearing. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Sir, within 3 days, I will thoroughly purge the Li family of any dissent. There will be no opposition to you. All resources and personnel of the Li family are now under the control of the Shin Palace." The other high-ranking members of the Li family immediately reacted and bowed to Li Wangzu. "We pay our respects to the new family head." Li Wangzu knew that among the remaining direct descendants of the Li family, there were still some 5th and even 6th rank beast masters. However, after Zhang Xuan had killed the head of the Li family in such a brutal manner, the others were absolutely terrified and would not dare to cause trouble in the short term. If he had gone this far to assist, he couldn't use his status as Zhang Xian's subordinate to take control of the entire Li family. What value would he have left for Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan nodded and said nothing more. Since the other party wasn't a fool and had a certain degree of loyalty to him, so giving him another chance might not be a bad idea. As for the other 2 families, what happened here today would spread quickly. The direct descendants of the Yan and Hu families who didn't want to perish alongside them should know what to do. Zhang Xuan departed the location. The next day, a detailed information sheet about the Li family was transmitted to Zhang Xuan through the Shin Hall channel. Chapter 134, The 11th Branch. All assets, including warehouses, internal and external properties, and connections with various factions. All personnel, including direct and collateral relatives, the identities, connections, ages, appearances, and past histories of each direct relative. All of this was meticulously documented in a thick stack of charts. The various buildings and facilities of the Shin Hall had been largely completed on the foundation of the Li family's ancient castle. Zhang Xuan sat in the main hall, flipping through the documents with great interest. The beast-taming clans in these small towns are of average strength, but they are rife with intricate intrigues and sordid dealings. Li Wangzu didn't hold back at all, recording many of the Li family's scandals and secrets in the book. Zhang Xuan shook his head as he read, "No wonder they say that high walls harbor scandals." Living in luxury, holding great power within a clan, and with generations of intermarriage, the relationships within the family were indeed complex. According to the records, any young woman of exceptional beauty in the collateral branches of the Li family would inevitably be targeted by the high-ranking members of the main branch. Similarly, if a man from a collateral branch had a beautiful wife, she would also be targeted. Some wives were even the mistresses of certain elders, married off to collateral clan members to cover up their relationships. Among the direct descendants of the high-ranking members, the affairs were even more scandalous. There were over 200 direct and collateral family members living in the Li family estate, and the sordid affairs among them were countless. At a certain point, even those with blood ties to one another can no longer distinguish their relationships. They really know how to play the game. Even a small beast-taming family in Guangning is like this. It's hard to imagine what the situation is like in those large clans with thousands of members on their ancestral lands, or even the 5 clans of the imperial capital. Master. A woman in a red dress appeared in the hall, kneeling on one knee and speaking respectfully. Li Wangzu has sent people to bring all the relatives of the former head of the Li family to the palace. They are currently being escorted by 2 elders of the Li family outside the hall. Oh? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Have them come in. Yes. The fire dancer exited, and shortly afterward, she led a group of people into the hall. At the front were 2 elders of the Li family, who seemed to be the same 2 who had stood beside the head of the Li family yesterday. The 2 looked tense, and behind them was a young man and about a dozen women. The women ranged in age from middle-aged women in their 40s to young girls in their late teens, but all were exceptionally beautiful, with fair, smooth skin, clearly having been raised in luxury. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, the 2 elders of the Li family immediately knelt down trembling. "Honorable master, these are the relatives of the criminals ordered by the family head to be brought here. Please decide their fate." They then began to introduce the identities of the group. The sole man was the only son of the previous Li family patriarch, in his 20s, but his abilities were far from impressive, merely at the level of a second-tier beast tamer. Originally, he was a spoiled playboy, indulging in luxury and debauchery, constantly teasing and molesting concubines and distant female relatives. After the head of the Li family died, the distant relatives took their anger out on him, breaking several of his bones. Now he was covered in blood, his face swollen like a pig's. If it weren't for Li Wangzu deciding to hand him over to Zhang Xuan for punishment, he would likely have been beaten to death within the Li family. Among the 11 women, the eldest was the first wife of the head of the Li family, and the rest were concubines. Interestingly, the eldest wife was also from the main branch of the Li family, with only one daughter. Among the other concubines, only the third wife had a son, while the rest had no children. This deceased head of the Li family must have been in poor health. Zhang Xuan cast a meaningful glance at the eldest son of the Li family and Li's wife, as the documents Li Wangzu had sent mentioned that the two were having an affair, and several high-ranking members of the Li family were aware of it, but the head of the Li family was the only one in the dark. He asked, "Where is the Li family's only daughter? Where is she now?" A Li family elder hurriedly replied, reporting to the Honorable One, "Her name is Li Shufa. She is currently studying at the Southern Jiang Beast Academy. We have not informed her of the situation and have notified her in the name of the family to return to Guangning immediately. She should arrive within 3 days, and we will immediately take her into custody and hand her over to you." Upon hearing this, the women kneeling nearby turned pale, especially Li's wife, as Li Shufa was her only daughter. A Li family elder cautiously asked, "Your Excellency, what should be done with the son of a criminal?" Zhang Xuan smiled indifferently, "I am not one to kill indiscriminately, but keeping her alive serves no purpose and only poses a threat." Fire dance. Huo Wu had been standing by his side. Upon hearing this, she stepped forward and said, "Your servant obeys." She raised her hand, and a ball of flames roared forth, engulfing the sole son of the Li family. The young man, who had always lived a life of luxury and debauchery, had no time to react before he was consumed by the flames. Huo Wu was born from fire elements, a type of flame spirit, naturally possessing the ability to control fire. Through her innate bloodline talent, she could continuously grow stronger. Though she was no match for Zhang Xuan, her combat power was absolutely terrifying. With that single burst of flame, the opponent was reduced to ashes. The third branch of the Li family, witnessing their son's death, covered their faces and wept bitterly, but dared not utter a word of curses. The eldest wife, who had been involved with him, was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. The other female relatives trembled all over, but they had no particular feelings for the former Li family patriarch or his only son. They were simply terrified by the sudden plunge from their comfortable lives. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, signaling two Li family elders to leave. The two sighed in relief, bowed, and departed with hunched backs. 11 female relatives remained behind. Zhang Xuan stroked his chin. To be fair, the current head of the Li family did have good taste. These 11 women each had their own unique qualities. Though none could compare to Huo Wu's unparalleled beauty, they were all of the highest caliber, not far from Hua Fu Run. Some were delicate and fragile in their youth, some were gentle and serene, some were mature and alluring, and there were also the first, second, and third wives, who were older but still possessed a certain charm. According to the records, aside from the main wife being a direct descendant of the Li family, the others were either from the Li family's collateral branches or had been brought in by the head of the Li family using various means, both soft and hard. However, none of them were beast tamers. Zhang Xuan spoke indifferently, "You all have deep connections with the criminal, but you pose no threat to my Xian palace. I may spare your lives, but you must not leave Guangning City." The women, relieved to have their lives spared, felt their panic gradually subside. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. At that moment, the most composed and dignified of the women suddenly knelt down and said, "Sir, we are all women and lack any extraordinary abilities. We have nowhere to go. If you do not despise this withered flower, I am willing to serve you as a slave, doing whatever you command." She was the fifth wife of the Li family's patriarch and the most cunning and shrewd among the women. She had served as the head maid in the inner courtyard of the Li family. Chapter 135, A Huge Harvest. Upon hearing this, the other women snapped out of their daze and quickly knelt on the ground, pleading with Zhang Xuan to take them in. They were nothing more than decorative concubines who had entered the Li family through their beauty and talent, living lives of luxury and ease. Now, the Li family had been turned upside down, and an unprecedented situation had arisen where a young relative from a collateral branch had directly ascended to the position of family head. And all of this was orchestrated by the young man before them. Their very lives now depended entirely on him. After the fifth branch spoke, they all came to their senses. At this point, their only hope was that he might take pity on them. Otherwise, if they were to be cast out, their fate would be utterly tragic. The Li family would never tolerate them, and they were not beast tamers. Carrying the identity of the former family head's concubines, they were highly likely to be forcibly taken to some place of ill repute. The humiliation of their status would drive countless people to want to abuse them. Even Lady Li was begging for mercy, while the third branch of the Li family, who had just lost their son, had stopped sobbing. They seemed to want to say something but couldn't bring themselves to speak. Zhang Xuan stood up, walked down from the dais, and approached the third branch of the Li family. When she entered the Li family, she was only 18. Even though the eldest son of the Li family had died at the age of 20, she was still not yet 40. Because she had given birth to the Li family's sole heir, her status within the Li family was no less than that of Mrs. Li. In terms of appearance and demeanor, she exuded a mature allure mixed with elegance, evoking a desire to violently peel away her dignified facade and conquer her. The third branch dared not lift their heads, their eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Xuan directly grabbed her smooth, lustrous chin with his hand, forcing her head up, and stared at her with an extremely aggressive gaze. Madam, you must be dying to take revenge now, aren't you? This servant dares not. The third wife of the Li family trembled, appearing submissive and meek, showing no signs of hatred. Zhang Xuan released his grip, and she collapsed to the ground as if her legs had given way. Then, as if she had suddenly overcome a mental barrier, she spoke up. My child's death was due to his own fate. It cannot be blamed on you, sir. I will submit to your arrangements. After speaking, she looked utterly submissive, causing the other women of the family to look on in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xuan laughed aloud. This woman, who had just endured the pain of losing her child, was now willing to do anything to survive. Whether genuine or insincere, it clearly revealed her cold-hearted nature. However, now that she was in his hands, she would have to obey as a slave. Any thought she harbored would be useless. Now, ladies, let me inspect you properly. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, and the 11 women vanished on the spot. Arriving at the Blood-Gray Realm, level 4, everyone found themselves in an ancient castle. Hu Lady was in the hall. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan arrive, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran over, kneeling on the ground to pay her respects. Master, you've arrived. During this time, Zhang Xuan had arranged for Huo Wu to place some supplies in the Grey Realm and had the previous goblin army serve as laborers to begin constructing facilities around the ancient castle, improving the layout of the Grey Realm. This was because he planned to merge this Grey Realm into the guild space in the future, using it for cultivation, construction, and even reproduction, transforming it into a truly self-sustaining miniature world. Hu Lady initially found it extremely unsettling. After all, in the Li family, she had been the mistress of the household, with countless servants attending to her. Here, it was cold and desolate, and the goblins often startled her. However, she had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. She understood her status. She was not Zhang Xuan's woman, but merely a slave who could be summoned or dismissed at his whim. If she didn't keep her place, her fate would be grim. After paying her respects to Zhang Xuan, Mrs. Hu cast a glance at the other women, feeling a sense of danger. These women were all exceptionally beautiful, some even rivaling her in appearance. Their master was still young and naturally fond of beauty. Moreover, their strength was formidable. This time, 11 newcomers had arrived, and there would only be more in the future. She was no longer young, and as a 4th-tier beast tamer, though her physical strength was greater than that of ordinary people and she aged more slowly, there were limits to that. In any case, she could never compare to the beauty of a young woman in her prime. If you don't give it your all, you'll likely be pushed aside before you know it. At that point, there might not be a place for her in this world. Master, your servant has been waiting day and night for your arrival. Since receiving your kindness, I have come to realize that there are such powerful men in this world. Madam Hu, though clearly over 40, spoke with a shy and alluring demeanor that rivaled that of a 20-year-old maiden. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xuan laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around her waist and asking, how does your husband Li Wuwen compare to me? Madam Hu replied in a soft voice, Master, if it weren't for the pressure from my clan, I would never have married Li Wuwen. Compared to you, he is like an insect compared to the sun in the sky, not worth a single glance. Zhang Xuan listened to the woman's nonsense, yet found it rather amusing. A sudden surge of brutality welled up within him, and his hands grew rough. Madam Hu winced in pain but dared not utter a sound, instead submitting herself to his broad, muscular frame. Come, all of you follow me. Li Lady and the other women dared not disobey, following closely behind him into the main bedroom of the ancient castle. The room was enormous, capable of accommodating over 100 people, and the large bed had been seized by Zhang Xuan from the Li family and placed here. This time, there were 12 training partners. Zhang Xuan immediately entered a feral state, roaring like a starving tiger as he pounced forward. This battle was destined to be a one-sided rout, with the enemies being tortured into unconsciousness multiple times. However, Zhang Xuan showed no mercy, unleashing his brutality without restraint. The night passed without incident. The next day, Zhang Xuan felt the restless fire elements within him calm down, and he finally stopped his training. The downside of this flame-based extraordinary system was that it occasionally made him feel as though the energy within him was about to explode, forcing him to release it. He estimated that this situation would improve once he gained greater mastery over the flames. In the Blood Ash realm, there was no distinction between night and day. Zhang Xuan rose and went to another room, where Li Xian was still trapped in the iron cage. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, he no longer showed any signs of resistance, instead wearing a fawning expression. Although he was being cared for by his mother, Lady Hu, he wasn't starving to death, but being confined here was driving him mad. Father, dear father, please let me out. I, Li Xian, will be your good son for the rest of my life. Zhang Xuan burst into laughter, turned, and left, ignoring the pleading cries behind him. Chapter 136, Good News. However, it was time to attend to more important matters. After a day and night of training, Zhang Xuan's physical condition had actually become even more vigorous. Upon returning to the outside world, Wu Wu had already come to greet him. Master, the head of the Yin family and the elders of the Hu family are waiting outside. I had them wait in the side hall. Zhang Xuan nodded, having already guessed the reason for their visit. Upon arriving at the side hall, Yan Nantian and the Hu family elder looked tense and restless. After the Hu family head had been killed by Zhang Xuan, an elder had been appointed to temporarily handle family affairs. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan arrive, the two immediately stood up and knelt on one knee without hesitation to pay their respects. Greetings, Emperor Xian. Beside them, the collateral descendants of the Yan and Hu families who had joined the Shin Hall were also present. It was clear that the arrival of the two families' high-ranking members was the result of their efforts. The reason for such smooth proceedings was naturally tied to the major events that had unfolded in the Li family. Once the incident occurred, news spread immediately to the other two families, who were naturally terrified and dared not harbor any illusions of luck. The Li family had been completely annihilated, and the heads of the Hu and Li families had been killed. Moreover, the Li family had been directly invaded by Zhang Xuan, who had defeated them without the assistance of that pure-blooded dragon clan. Previously, they had speculated that Zhang Xian's primary combat power was the dragon clan member. However, this time, the dragon clan member did not even make an appearance, remaining to guard the Xian palace. Zhang Xuan charged alone into the Li family, without even summoning any other beast pets, and single-handedly slaughtered the entire Li family. There were so many witnesses present at the time there was no way to fabricate such an event. This news sent the high-ranking members of the Yan and Hu families into a panic. It turned out they had severely misjudged the situation. Zhang Xuan not only could control pure-blooded dragon clan members but had also entered another extraordinary system, reaching an extremely powerful realm. Such a figure was someone they had only heard of but never seen before. Even throughout the entire Nanjiang province, there were probably only a handful of such individuals. Therefore, when the members of the Shin Hall from their clan came to force them to surrender, they cooperated immediately, bringing the originally agreed upon 70% of the resources to the Shin Hall. Yan Nanqian's scalp tingled with fear. Among the four major families of Guangning, after being swept aside by Zhang Xuan, only he remained alive. If he had acted even a moment later, he too would have met the same fate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. The four of them had already contacted the Lu family of Nanjiang Road, who mentioned they would contact the 5 clans of the imperial capital and come to Guangning together to suppress the Shin Hall. However, given the current situation, there was no time to wait for their reinforcements. Honorable Lord, we have already arranged to send 70% of our clan's resources into the palace treasury. The members of the two families Shin Hall spoke respectfully. They were not referring to this month's family earnings, but rather 70% of the family's entire accumulated wealth. Zhang Xuan nodded. A sudden idea came to him, and he immediately summoned Li Wangzu. Once the other party arrived in a hurry, he said, from now on, the 3 families will remain intact, but you will be in charge of all resources and revenues of the 3 families. Can you do this? Yan Nantian and the Hu family elders were startled upon hearing this but dared not speak. Li Wangzu understood Zhang Xian's meaning and immediately replied, reporting to the Honorable One, I will do my utmost to ensure that the 3 families of Guangning are fully brought under the banner of the Shin Hall. Zhang Xuan was thinking that keeping the 3 families of Guangning was for the temporary purpose of better collecting resources. Since that was the case, he would have Li Wangzu handle it alone, saving the trouble of having 2 more people report to him. All matters concerning the Yan and Hu families were subsequently handed over to Li Wangzu. As for how to assign personnel to manage the details, that was left entirely to his discretion. Given Li Wangzu's currently vibrant willpower link, his loyalty was assured, and there was no need to worry about him embezzling resources. Yan Nantian's eyes flickered with bitterness. He never imagined that as the head of the Yan family, he would become a hollow shell overnight, with nothing but a name to his name. However, circumstances were stronger than individuals, and to survive, there was no room for negotiation. Nevertheless, he still pinned his hopes on the Lu family and the 5 great clans. They would not tolerate the Shin Hall organization continuing to grow unchecked. As long as the 5 great clans arrive, they will certainly be able to suppress Zhang Xuan. However, these thoughts could only be buried deep within Yan Nanqian's heart. He dared not reveal even a hint of them. After sending those people away, Manhwa soon arrived at the Shin Hall. He looked around in astonishment. The Li family had been firmly established in Guangning for over 100 years, yet the world had changed so suddenly. Now, the Shin Hall was in control here. Moreover, the Shin Hall had effectively unified Guangning, and the 4 major families of Guangning had completely become a thing of the past. Manhwa composed himself and adopted a sufficiently respectful attitude. Sir, the unified examination is tomorrow. I feared you might be too busy recently, so I came specially to remind you. Zhang Xuan knew the reason for his visit and smiled, rest assured, Wang Jueshi, I remember the date. He had emerged from the Grey Realm precisely because of the unified exam. This matter was of great importance to both his own future and that of the Shin Hall. He must participate and crush the so-called 5 clans prodigies in the most unimaginable way, securing first place and becoming the young Beastmaster Supreme. Manhwa nodded and said, however, sir, this year's Xia Kingdom Unified Exam is different due to the rare opening of the Supreme Path, which occurs only once every few decades. At that time, the magic network of the elf tribe will be used for a live broadcast across the entire continent. Not only will all viewers in our Xia kingdom be able to watch in real time, but also those from other nations, such as the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Ice and Frost, the Kingdom of the Giant Elephants, and even neighboring countries like the Yingzhou Kingdom and the Shinra Kingdom, will all be watching. Therefore, this year's Supreme Path in Xia Kingdom will attract immense attention, not just from the human race but also from other races. It's hard to imagine how many viewers there will be. Zhang Xuan was startled upon hearing this, then overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. Even the Xia Kingdom's national exam alone had already garnered immense attention. Now, with a continent-wide live broadcast, all human kingdoms would have viewers watching in real time. Other intelligent races would certainly also be watching the top geniuses of the human race. The number of viewers would have to be counted in the billions. If he continued to advance on the path of the Supreme until he became the champion, the attention he would attract would be beyond imagination. Even if just 1,000th of the audience establishes a willpower link, his mental energy would surge exponentially. Great news! This is truly wonderful news. Zhang Xuan smiled and said, Wang Zhu, you'd better keep an eye on things and give me some encouragement. Manhwa also knew that the 5 great clans had gathered their prodigies this year, making them extremely powerful. Yi Outyan from the Yi clan had even directly issued a challenge to Zhang Xuan, sparking a flurry of discussions on the forum. However, he had complete confidence in Zhang Xuan. While the prodigies of the 5 great clans were indeed formidable enemies, the one who would ultimately emerge victorious would still be Zhang Xuan. Because the way the opponent effortlessly wiped out the Li family of Guangning had left him deeply shaken. Chapter 137, Li Shan arrives. Even the prodigies of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, in Wang Hua's eyes, would find it no easy feat to achieve such a thing. The young man before him might very well be the one capable of overturning the beast-taming clan system. Later that day, 2 familiar faces arrived in Guangning. Elderly Shan, whom they hadn't seen in a while, appeared, accompanied by Suya. The 2 of them arrived at the Shin Hall. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, Suya playfully batted her eyelashes and greeted him, "Little Shin Palace Master, we meet again." She wore the standard black robe of the Southern River Beast God Temple, designed for women, with a high slit at the hem that exposed her 2 snow-white legs, swaying gracefully as she walked. A small bell hung from her right ankle, jingling softly with each step, adding a touch of allure to her otherwise cool and composed demeanor. Zhang Xuan was impressed by the beautiful, confident woman and smiled in response. "Suya, it's been a few days since we last saw each other, but it feels like ages." Suya noticed the mysterious look in his eyes and the teasing tone in his words, causing her face to flush, but she quickly fixed her gaze on him. Now, due to the existence of the Shin Palace, the once peaceful Guangning town had become the focus of attention from all sides. News from within the city quickly reached the South Jiang Palace. Since founding the Shin Palace, Zhang Xuan had acted with lightning speed, overhauling the Li family and implementing similar strategies against the other 2 families. It could be said that Guangning City was now under the control of the Shin Hall. Suya had lived for 27 years, having seen many strong individuals and prodigies from prominent families, but someone like Zhang Xuan, a young prodigy of such caliber, was a first for her. Women are drawn to strength, and she was no exception. She had already developed a crush on this extraordinary figure when she first saw him at the Nanjiang Palace, and now, seeing him again, her heart raced uncontrollably. Li Shan cleared his throat. "Xiao Su, mind your manners." He then bowed and said, "Greetings, Zhang Hall Master." Suya playfully batted her eyelashes, knowing that elder Li Shan was always strict and formal, so she dared not disobey his intentions and followed suit, addressing him as Zhang Hall Master. Li Shan had come in his capacity as Deputy Hall Master and Elder of the South River Hall, while Zhang Xuan had been designated as a candidate for Hall Master by the Ming Beast God. Therefore, according to protocol, he must be addressed as Hall Master Zhang. If the other party were to become the official Hall Master in the future, the surname would no longer be included in the title. Zhang Xuan smiled and said, "Elderly, that token of yours was a great help to me. We're old acquaintances, there's no need to be so formal." This was no idle compliment. On the Crimson Flame Islands, had it not been for the token Li Shan had given him, the Sato tribe might not have allowed him to enter the sacred mountain at all. Without access to the sacred mountain, he wouldn't have been able to unlock the fire elemental pathway, obtain the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal to allow the Black King to enter his next form, or follow Sato Munji's teachings to master gunmanship and unlock the Mind Warrior pathway. There would have been no suppressing the Guangning Beastmaster clan or founding the Shin Hall. The butterfly effect began with Elder Li Shan's esteem and assistance toward him, and Zhang Xuan naturally could not forget it. A faint smile flickered across Li Shan's stern, rigid face. He had witnessed Zhang Xuan's rapid ascent. Though even without his assistance, given the other party's extraordinary ability to control pure-blooded dragons, reaching this level would have been no problem. But being able to give him a push along the way was an honor in itself. Zhang Xuan asked, "Elder, you've come here for the unified examination." Li Shan nodded and said, "Zhang Palace Master, I have 2 matters to discuss." The first is to follow the beast god's orders and deploy the copy projectors for the Xia Kingdom's unified examination across all cities in the Nanjing province. The unified examination is taken by all candidates from the 12 provinces. Such a large-scale examination naturally cannot have all candidates gathered in one place. The exams will still be conducted locally, but this requires special devices to distribute the exam content to all regions, ensuring that the content is identical and that all participants take the exam simultaneously. And the second matter. Li Shan's expression suddenly grew solemn. This matter concerns you. The Yi clan and the Mu Rong clan from the imperial capital have each sent an elder southward. They have now arrived in Nanjiang City and are preparing to join forces with the strongest members of the Luo family of Nanjiang Road to head to Guangning and take action against the Shin Hall. Oh? Zhang Xuan raised his eyebrows, unfazed by the news. The three families in Guangning had dared to defy orders and detain the Shin Hall's people. They must have some backing. They couldn't handle him, so in their minds, the only ones who could were those of a higher tier within the Beastmaster clan system. He asked, "What is the Lu family? What is the strength of the three who have come?" Li Shan replied, "The Lu family, their influence in Nanjiang is not much weaker than that of the Beast God Hall. If we say that the four families in Guangning City were previously allied, with no clear superiority among them, then the Lu family is the absolute first-rate clan in the Nanjiang province, second only to the 5 clans of the imperial capital. Within the clan, there are 2 8th-tier beast tamers, and the one who came this time is even the stronger of the two, which shows how seriously they take this matter. As for the 2 elders from the Yi clan and the Mu Rong clan, they are also among the top 10 in their respective clans, and they are both 8th-rank beast masters as well." Li Shan's expression grew solemn. After the elders from the Yi clan and the Mu Rong clan arrived in Nanjiang, they sought him out, the deputy chamberlain of the Nanjiang chamber, implying that they wanted the beast god chamber to cooperate in dealing with the Shin chamber. He naturally refused and even had a minor altercation with them. However, it was clear that the aristocratic clans were serious this time. The deployment of the 2 elders from the Yi and Mu Rong clans was not just their own decision, but likely the collective will of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. It was simple to understand. The 5 clans of the imperial capital would never tolerate the Shin Hall or someone like Zhang Xuan existing. Every day he lived, the foundations of the aristocratic system in Xia Kingdom would be shaken further. Therefore, the 5 clans of the imperial capital would never underestimate the situation and must use decisive measures to suppress Zhang Xuan. The Beastmaster system is said to have 3 major barriers. The first barrier is reaching the 5th rank. Before reaching the 5th rank, one is merely an ordinary beast tamer. Upon reaching the 5th rank, one is already considered a core member within a beast tamer clan and can hold a high-ranking position within the Guangning 4 clans. If they were outside the aristocratic families, they would at least be the leader of a D-rank guild, a major figure in smaller regions. After the 5th rank, the 8th rank is the second threshold. The gap between 8th and 7th ranks is even greater than that between 1st and 7th ranks. This is because the power feedback from 8th-tier beast pets typically reaches 50%, and their primary combat pets are usually dominant tier, with levels exceeding 200. Additionally, 8th-tier beast tamers can often use various equipment and items with stringent conditions to compensate for their weaknesses, especially top-tier aristocratic families, which have close ties with other races and possess some specially crafted artifacts with extraordinary power. Of course, those who reach the 8th rank as beast tamers cannot have ordinary foundations. The third threshold for beast tamers is naturally the 9th rank. Chapter 138, The Path to Supreme Sovereignty. It is said that those below the 9th rank are mere mortals, while those above the 9th rank can aspire to divinity. Of course, aspiring to divinity does not mean that 9th rank beast masters are gods themselves. Rather, once any extraordinary system reaches this stage, it signifies the beginning of a transformation from mortal existence to a higher plane. The leap in life, the essence of excellence, begins from this moment onward. Therefore, a 9th rank beastmaster is an extremely rare existence among the human race. Any single 9th rank beastmaster is sufficient to uphold an entire nation. Even in the strongest human nations like Xia Kingdom, the Kingdom of Light, and the Kingdom of Frost, the number of 9th rankers visible on the surface can be counted on one hand. Such beings are beyond comprehension in terms of the beasts they command, and they themselves possess unimaginable abilities, as this rank inevitably involves exposure to certain divine powers. While an 8th rank beastmaster may be a dominant figure in their own right, a large enough group of high-rank beastmasters willing to fight to the death could overwhelm them. Then a 9th rank beastmaster facing 8th rank or lower opponents would feel no threat at all unless they were determined to die. This is the terrifying existence that approaches the divine. Like giants to ants, no matter how many ants there are, they are but a futile swarm, unable to withstand a single breath from a giant. Such figures are the foundational pillars of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, rarely emerging from seclusion. This time, 2 8th rank beast tamers from the 5 clans of the imperial capital have arrived together, joined by the strongest reserve of the Nanjiang Lu family, making a total of 3 8th rank beast tamers. Such a display is nothing short of astonishing. Even if the entire South Jiang province were to be flattened, it would pose no problem. This clearly demonstrates the 5 clans of the imperial capital's regard for Zhang Xuan. After listening to Li Shan's description, Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before asking, did the 5 clans of the imperial capital only send 8th rank beast masters? No 9th rank? Elder Li Shan shook his head and said, 9th rank beast masters are typically occupied with enhancing their own ranks and are extremely rare. There are none this time. Unless the 5 clans believe it involves their very survival, they would never mobilize their strongest reserves. I see. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan seemed slightly disappointed. To be honest, he really wanted to see how formidable the strongest tier of beast masters could be. And he also wanted to know if he could stand a chance against them now. Li Shan, noticing Zhang Xuan's expression, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The other party had heard this news yet showed not a hint of fear, let alone taking it seriously. Both in terms of strength and mindset, he was an absolute prodigy. Like Manhwa, he held Zhang Xuan in the highest regard and did not believe that the prodigies of the 5 clans could surpass him. Li Shan continued, these 3 will arrive in Guangning shortly. Their plan is to witness you being defeated by the 5 clans prodigies in the unified exams, with the aim of shattering the faith of the people of the Shin Hall. Regardless of the outcome, once you emerge from the dungeon, they will act immediately. I can help you fend off one of them, but the other 2 will be difficult to handle. The strongest warrior in the Nanjiang Beast God Hall was Li Shan. Suya was merely a 6th rank beast tamer, and while there were some 7th rank beast tamers within the hall, summoning them would not make much of a difference. Zhang Xuan shook his head and said, no need. The elders don't need to intervene. Let me test their true strength. Li Shan nodded and didn't say anything to caution him. Because Zhang Xuan's confidence wasn't blind arrogance, and given the current situation, he had to step forward and face them. If they survive this crisis, his reputation and that of the Shin Hall will resonate throughout the Xia Kingdom, unstoppable. Of course, even greater trials would follow. However, focusing on the present and resolving the immediate issue first was the priority. Zhang Xuan thought to himself that he would enter the dungeon afterward, but the Shin Hall clearly couldn't withstand 3 8th rank beast masters. Though he didn't know if they would be so unscrupulous as to target the Shin Hall while he was away, it was still best to be prepared. He summoned Wu Wu. Master, you called for me. A fiery red dress appeared, and a goddess-like fire dancer emerged. Zhang Xuan said, fire dance, arrange for my uncle, my younger brother, and all the personnel currently stationed in the Shin Palace to temporarily take refuge in the Blood Ash realm. I will have you all come out later. As you command, master. With that settled, there would be no further concerns. Li Shan then briefly explained the format of the national exam in Xia Kingdom to him. The first phase would be a stage-based system with a total of 100 stages, featuring various monsters. As the stages progressed, the difficulty would increase, and even the rules might change, testing both strength and overall ability. Those who successfully pass all 100 stages will advance to the second phase, determining the supreme. This stage is a free-for-all battle, not the usual one-on-one duels or defending a platform. The last one standing will be crowned the Youth Supreme. However, this stage has been extremely difficult to activate in previous years. This is because, in the first stage, every 10 levels increase in difficulty by 1 tier. By the 40th stage, approximately 70% of the candidates are eliminated. By the 70th stage, only 1% of the candidates remain. By the 80th level and beyond, candidates are already competing for rankings within the province. Such candidates can easily gain admission to the best beast-taming academies in the province, such as the Nanjiang Beast-Taming Academy or the Ming Academy. And those aiming for the Qilin Beast-Taming Academy have a high probability of success. The 90th stage, known as the Celestial Genius stage. Those who reach this point are guaranteed a spot in the national rankings. The national rankings only record the top 50 candidates, meaning that among the millions of candidates in Xia Nation, those who make it into the top 50 are truly geniuses among geniuses. Li Shan sighed and said, in fact, even the strongest candidates in previous years, such as the prodigies from the 5 clans of the imperial capital, couldn't complete the 100th stage. The best result in the past 5 years was only the 97th stage. How difficult is it? It sounds like the difficulty of these 100 gates increases exponentially as you progress. After all, this is a nationwide exam where all candidates from across Xia Kingdom compete simultaneously. How many prodigies must there be? Although Zhang Xuan despises the aristocratic system, it must be acknowledged that under the system of the Beastmaster aristocratic families, which breeds commoners in isolation and concentrates resources, the Beastmasters they produce must be exceptionally strong. The imperial capital's 5 clans, which sit at the pinnacle of the Beastmaster clan system, are even more formidable. Under such circumstances, it's extremely rare for anyone to reach the 100th stage in previous years, which speaks volumes about how absurdly difficult this challenge is. He asked with some confusion, if that's the case, what's the point of having a second stage? If no one ever reaches the second stage, why even have it? Li Shan nodded and said, most of the time, it indeed has no meaning, but that's not the case. To trace the origins of this matter, we must go back to the great Jin Yuan Wang. Chapter 139, The Unified Exam is imminent. Oh? What do you mean? Zhang Xuan asked curiously. Li Shan continued, nowadays, many people are unaware that the unified examination system for beast tamers in the Xia kingdom was originally established by the Zhenyuan king. You must understand that in other human kingdoms, beast masters seeking to advance lack such a relatively fair system. The monopolization and restriction of resources were actually no better than in Xia kingdom. King Zhenyuan established the unified examination for young beast tamers, which, during its initial phase, rapidly cultivated a group of elite beast tamers for the Xia kingdom, playing a crucial role in various battles against the Abyss. During that era, under extreme external pressure in facing the threat of collapse, the human race unleashed extraordinary potential and vitality. At that time, it was said that there were far more beast tamers who could reach the 100th level than there are now. Li Shan's expression grew pensive, clearly moved by the vision of that era nearly 1,000 years ago, the First Abyss War. Zhang Xian's expression flickered. To be honest, under the influence of various factors, the human race had gradually forgotten that period of history. However, the First Abyss War was always recorded as the most brutal, sacrificial, yet proud era. That grand and turbulent era saw an endless stream of heroes and prodigies. To inspire future generations, the Abyss King established the Supreme Path. Those who could reach the second stage and stand at the end would be deemed the youthful supreme. Only such individuals were worthy of competing for the supreme position of unrivaled dominance in an era. Those who obtained this title later became almost all top-tier powerhouses, the pillars of the human race. However, Li Shan shook his head and sighed, saying, after the emergence of the Beastmaster clan system, it imposed strict restrictions and suppression, burying talent and stifling growth. As a result, outstanding individuals became increasingly rare in the world. On the other hand, this was also related to the threat posed by the Abyss being significantly reduced, so it's hard to say whether it was good or bad. In any case, the frequency of those who embarked on the path to supremacy decreased by countless times afterward. The last time someone completed the 100 trials was decades ago, but what use is it if only one person succeeds? To open the path to supreme sovereignty, at least 3 people are required. This requirement is far too stringent for this era. Moreover, Zhang Xian had already been intrigued by the origins and intricacies of the unified exam. Hearing this, he urged, and what else? Elder, don't keep us in suspense. Li Shan shook his head. It's just a rumor. I once read an ancient record in the Beast God's Hall that mentioned the Supreme Path was connected to a secret, but what exactly it is remains unclear and unverifiable. In any case, the reason the Supreme Path was opened this year is due to rumors that each of the 5 clans has produced a once-in-a-century genius beast tamer, who just happened to gather in the same year. Moreover, it's connected to you, Zhang Hall Master. Your presence signifies the possibility of the rise of common beast tamers who have been dormant for countless years. Therefore, this event is highly anticipated and controversial, making it highly likely that the Supreme Path will be reopened this time. Li Shan looked somewhat moved. The last time the Supreme Path was opened, he himself hadn't even been born yet. Zhang Xian nodded in understanding. To be honest, what the outside world is most concerned about is the scene where he faces off against the young prodigies of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. However, he himself has not the slightest interest in what the 5 clans prodigies are all about. It was nothing more than child's play. If he were to encounter them, a single slap would be enough to dispose of them. What truly piqued his interest was the so-called 100 extremely difficult gates personally set up by the Zhenyuan king, and the secrets hidden behind the Supreme Path. Because Zhang Xian held great respect for the Zhenyuan king, who had saved the human race of the Xia kingdom and abandoned nearly all personal motives. Unfortunately, such a figure from 1,000 years ago has long since passed away. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to witness his grandeur. Li Shan finished talking with him and hurriedly left, as he still needed to set up the dungeon projection device. This night was ordinary for Zhang Xian. After his mind had grown rapidly, his consciousness was exceptionally clear, and he felt no trace of sleepiness. He meditated and cultivated throughout the night, and now he could fully visualize his entire body. He had begun to focus on the details, outlining each individual bone. After practicing all night, the next day arrived. Zhang Xian bathed and changed clothes with the assistance of Huo Wu, then instructed the group he had previously arranged to enter the Blood Ash realm. He himself departed from the Shin Hall. The central location for this unified examination was set in the central square of Guangning City. At this time, although there were still 2 or 3 hours before the official start of the exam, the square was already packed with candidates. These were not just candidates from the 3 middle schools in Guangning City, but also candidates from various counties below, nearly filling the area to capacity. Tension and anticipation filled the air. Most people's emotions were likely similar to when they first became beast tamers. Though the vast majority of these people would never even qualify for the most basic Beastmaster Academy, and would ultimately end up joining gold farming groups, doing menial tasks for guilds, or even working as laborers. The symbolic significance of the unified exam had never changed. Even if it was merely a formality, in the eyes of many, it remained a crucial opportunity for a better life. However, this time, the group of candidates in Guangning was missing some of the usual sights. In the past, the children of the 4 prominent families were always surrounded by their family's beast tamers. However, this time, under the orders of Li Wangzu, the remaining 3 families were instructed that their children participating in the unified exam must not interfere with others and must join the crowd like everyone else. And they dare not utter a single complaint. Because everyone knew that the sky had changed in Guangning City. Sitting on the throne in the heavens was only one person, the master of the Shin Palace. A being who, like them, had only been a beast master for a few months and was also participating in the national exam of the Xia Kingdom. When Zhang Xuan appeared alone, those who passed by initially did not notice, but soon turned their heads abruptly, staring at his face. It's him. That's right, it's him, Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's appearance had already spread far and wide, and now almost no one could fail to recognize him. Instantly, the crowd grew excited, causing a commotion. Zhang Xuan could clearly see that countless threads of willpower were connecting from the people on the square to him. The majority of the candidates here were actually able to provide him with willpower. No wonder. At this age, beast tamers had not yet been overly indoctrinated by the beast-taming clans, still retaining their sharpness and ambition. Therefore, they naturally held him and the ideals he represented in the highest regard. Lord Zhang Xuan. Lord Xian. They dared not crowd around Zhang Xuan, instead instinctively stepping back to create a space for him to pass through the center. But every pair of excited eyes was fixed firmly on him. Chapter 140, The Gaze of the Masses. When they became beast tamers, they also entered a period of great confusion. Because the gap between imagination and reality was too vast. Though everyone seemed to possess the right to embark on an extraordinary path, that path was never meant for them. In the end, the only outcome visible was becoming fertilizer for the path, supporting those who truly walked upon it. However, Zhang Xian's appearance was like a blazing sun, dispelling all the confusion. It turned out that everyone could share the same dream to be as mighty as dragons. And that there were those who could challenge the entire Beastmaster clan system and hold up a beacon of light for all beings. Such people are worthy of their fervent devotion and unwavering belief. As he looked around at the adoring gazes of those around him and heard the roaring cheers like a tidal wave, Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded all the way. When he reached the center, everyone instinctively made way, forming a circular circle around him. Zhang Xuan extended his hands. Everyone fell silent, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at him. The oath of the Shin Palace will be fulfilled. Today, I am with you, and from now on, I will always be with you. Hearing his words, the crowd's emotions were instantly stirred. Their faces flushed with excitement as they raised their hands and shouted in unison. We are with the Shin Emperor. We are with the Shin Hall. Some among them had already joined the Shin Palace, but most had not yet done so. However, upon seeing Zhang Xuan in person, their spirits were completely stirred, and his figure grew ever larger in their eyes. Zhang Xuan had entered the system of spiritual warriors and activated the divine essence of willpower, causing his mental energy to far surpass that of ordinary people. Now, with various reputations and glory surrounding him, whenever he appeared in public, everyone was unconsciously drawn to him, as if they had seen a towering existence. The existing willpower connections were deepened, and those who had not yet established connections suddenly formed new ones. In an instant, nearly all the candidates in the square established willpower connections with Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan marveled inwardly at the power of the willpower divine core, though he also acknowledged that it was closely tied to the reputation he had built for himself. If he hadn't vowed to make everyone as mighty as dragons, or if he hadn't done so many astonishing deeds that shook everyone, even with the willpower deity, such an exaggerated effect would be impossible. Now, no matter where he went, anyone who resonated with his belief in the Shin Hall would develop faith in him. This was something even the 5 clans of the imperial capital could never have anticipated. Otherwise, they would have certainly deployed a much larger force to deal with him. Because, judging by this trend, Zhang Xuan's strength will likely increase exponentially every single day. Among the crowd, a delicate and charming figure watched Zhang Xuan, who was being worshipped by the crowd, with a complex expression. Yan Zhaojiao knew this young man was no ordinary person, but she never imagined he could reach this point. He had annihilated the Li family, unified Guangning, and now even her father, the head of the Yan family, trembled in fear when mentioning him. And even the entire Yan family was no longer under her father's control. It could be said that the Yan family was now nothing more than a subordinate under the Shin Palace. And her life as the daughter of the family head had naturally been greatly affected. However, she found it hard to harbor any resentment toward Zhang Xuan. For he had once helped her, and the belief that everyone is like a dragon had also resonated with her as a member of the clan, though their stances ultimately differed. With some time left before the official exam began, Zhang Xuan didn't idle away. He directly utilized the opportunity, turning the place into a lecture hall, and explained the ideals of the Shin Hall to everyone present. When information was conveyed solely through external channels, there was always a barrier. But when Zhang Xuan spoke in person, everyone fell silent, listening intently until they nodded in agreement, completely immersed in the vision of that ideal future. As Zhang Xuan watched the connection of willpower grow deeper, from light gray to blue, and then to deep blue, he was quite satisfied. As the time drew near, he finally stood up. Everyone, let us strive together. This world belongs to us. Everyone responded in unison, this world belongs to us. Manhwa had already arrived and set up the copy projector, officially activating it. A countdown appeared on the light screen. At the same time, across the entire territory of Xia Kingdom, the magical network deployed by the Elf Clan's numerous mages synchronized and activated, instantly flooding the live streaming channels with countless viewers. Among them were not only beast tamers but also many ordinary people, not only Xia Kingdom citizens but also viewers from various human kingdoms. And not just humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, all turned their gaze toward the event. In an instant, the channel was flooded with over 10 million viewers, and the number was still surging at an astonishing rate of hundreds of thousands per second. On the magical network, millions of messages were being posted every second, all filled with intense discussions about the Xia Kingdom's national exam. Xia Kingdom audience, it's about to start. It's about to start. I'm so excited. Charles Kingdom of Light, the Beastmaster exam in the eastern part of the continent is said to be exceptionally different this year, with an unprecedented genius set to emerge. I wonder how they compare to our Kingdom of Light's chosen ones. Lovsky Frost Kingdom, I'm eager to see how the Xia Kingdom's Beastmasters perform next. This is the trial left behind by the Zhang Xuan King. This individual is a legendary figure even in our kingdom. Park Dong's Sik Shilla Kingdom, The Zhang Xuan King's lineage originates from the Kim family of our Shilla Kingdom, possessing pure noble blood. Xia Kingdom audience, get out. Shameful creatures. Matsue Masahiro Ingzhou Kingdom, the Xia Kingdom hasn't produced any particularly outstanding figures in recent years, but it is still one of the three great human kingdoms, with deep-rooted foundations. If a young supreme being truly emerges this year, it might even influence the future landscape. This year's Xia Kingdom Unified Examination is indeed quite special. This format, which connects viewers across the entire continent, is a first. However, the true masterminds behind it are not just the 5 clans of the imperial capital. The Beast God Temple also plays a significant role. It seems more like a strategic maneuver between the two sides. The 5 clans of the imperial capital need to crush Zhang Xuan in this manner to shatter the idealistic allure of the Shin Hall and its followers, and to declare to the world that the beast-taming clan system is inviolable. The Beast God Temple's involvement, however, is far more complex, and the true intentions of the Beast God remain difficult to discern. When audiences from various countries flooded in, the sheer number of people caused an instant verbal battle. Some were insults and mockery between different nations, but the most intense battles were between the two groups supporting Zhang Xuan and the aristocratic clans. The focus of this summer's national exam was clearly the competition between these two factions. The outcome could even directly impact every level of this nation. In my opinion, you fools who worship the so-called Shin Hall and the so-called Shin Emperor as saviors are nothing but a bunch of clowns. Chapter 141, The Struggle for Destiny. Now you're fantasizing about this self-proclaimed Shin Emperor overthrowing the aristocratic prodigies. Don't end up in a situation where he doesn't even get the chance to face the 5 clans prodigies. You're spot on. These people are all so confident that their idol can rise to the top overnight. Don't they realize they might not even make it past the 90th level? The supporters of the aristocratic families were the first to attack, mocking Zhang Xuan with all their might. Those supporting Zhang Xuan immediately retaliated. You lowly dogs who've been licking boots your whole lives, what do you have to judge the divine emperor? Go back to licking your master's boots, or you'll starve to death. Our humble origins don't matter, for we have an unquenchable flame burning within us. The Shin Emperor is the one who has raised the torch for all of us. The fact that the 5 clans of the imperial capital are taking him so seriously, and even the prodigy of the Yi clan has personally stepped forward to challenge him, only proves that the Shin Emperor's existence has already threatened the aristocratic clans. Yet you, a bunch of slaves, are still deceiving yourselves. I'll say it here, the Shin Emperor will surely ascend to the path of the Supreme Ruler, and the title of the young Supreme Ruler will absolutely not fall into anyone else's hands. Amidst the chaos, the magical sky screen spanning every city in the 12 provinces of Xia Kingdom suddenly lit up, revealing a towering figure. This was an old man with deep-set eyes and a high, straight nose, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Upon seeing him, many beast tamers across the regions were startled, as the old man's face had appeared in numerous major news reports. It's him! The old man spoke slowly. Gentlemen, I am Lei Hong, the Grand Master of the Qilin Beast God Temple. I will preside over the national examination of the Xia Kingdom this time. Upon hearing this, countless faces turned pale with shock. Lei Hong was a figure as legendary as a myth in the Xia Kingdom. He was the highest-ranking figure in the Beast God Temple system, with his strength having reached the 9th rank over a century ago. Although the Beast Tamer system does not excel in longevity, after advancing to the 9th rank, one's life form is elevated, granting an additional lifespan of 200 years. Although Lei Hong is elderly, living another 2 or 3 decades is no problem. Most importantly, a century ago, he was already one of the most powerful beings in the Xia kingdom. After a century, who knows how deep his foundations have grown? This individual is undoubtedly the pillar of Xia kingdom, a crucial figure guarding the abyss. He has rarely appeared in the public eye over the past 2 decades, let alone been associated with the unified examination. Yet he has now emerged as the host of the unified examination. The significance of this alone is enough to spark endless speculation among many. At that moment, in the grand and imposing Hall of Elders in the imperial capital, the leaders of the 5 clans of the imperial capital gazed at the images transmitted from the sky onto the round table, their eyes flickering with a strange light. Li Tianlong, with his snow-white hair and icy expression, narrowed his eyes and said, "Gentlemen, the Beast God Temple is becoming increasingly defiant of the rules." First, the Southern Jian Beast God Temple dared to designate that little thief as a candidate for Temple Master. Now, Lei Hong has not uttered a word, completely failing to inform the 5 of us, and has directly activated the magical celestial net to expose this dispute to the entire continent. What do you think he intends to do? It turned out that the imperial capital's 5 clans had no prior knowledge of this action, which was carried out solely by the Beast God Hall, a far cry from what the outside world had speculated. Yi Duan Tian of the Yi clan on the left scoffed coldly and said, "Who else could it be? Although Lei Hong is powerful, with the 9-tier foundation of our 5 clans behind us, how dared he disregard the rules that have been in place for centuries and act on his own? After much consideration, it must be the orders of those few beast gods of the Xia kingdom." To the right, Nan Gongyun and Shi Yan looked pensive, considering a possibility, their expressions turning grim. "Yi Elder, are you suggesting?" The elegant and gaunt Mu Rongjing adjusted his glasses and said, "That's right. The beast gods, especially that one being, must be trying to break the agreement made back then." At these words, the atmosphere around the round table grew tense. Nan Gongyun twirled a ring on his finger, narrowing his eyes and said, "There are indeed signs of this. It seems the beast gods are unwilling to share their fortune with our 5 families." Shi Yan snorted coldly and said, "Share? Nangong, I don't like the sound of that. Though the beast gods are divine beings, they have always maintained a cooperative relationship with us over the years. Without the 5 clans, there would be no such concentrated fortune to sustain them. Now they don't even bother to inform us and want to uproot us. They must be underestimating us." Shi Yan turned to Mu Rong and asked, "What do you think?" Do. Mong Yujing's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam before he said, "The beast goddess' intentions are clear. He believes that the 5 of us have divided the fortune too much and too thinly, so..." Yi Duantian nodded and took up the thread of the conversation, saying, "So they want to find a single spokesperson to completely concentrate the divine fortune." Li Tianlong's cold expression flickered with a hint of doubt. If it were that easy, they would have done it long ago. Concentrating destiny in one person might not necessarily be a good thing for the gods. Mong Yujing chuckled mysteriously, "That's why that one must be growing impatient. Their situation must be far worse than we know. As for the risks of one person monopolizing the divine fortune, as long as they don't possess divine status, what is there to fear for a deity? In the end, it would merely be a futile endeavor. It's impossible for that little thief to possess something like divine status, ha ha ha." At this point, Morong Jing couldn't help but chuckle himself. The other 4 also sneered coldly. After conspiring together for hundreds of years, they now suddenly want to kick us aside. These beasts truly think we are made of clay. Let them see the true depth of the 5 clans. Yi Duan Tian spoke in a tone. Mong Yujing nodded and said, "However, when it comes to divine beings, we must be cautious. We will send someone to probe the beast god's side. As for the unified examination, we will entrust it to the prodigies of our 5 clans. No matter how many tricks this little thief has up his sleeve, I do not believe he can truly reach the pinnacle of the supreme path. Even if the worst happens, we still have measures waiting for him outside. However, I believe we must add an extra layer of insurance to ensure absolute safety." "Add another layer of insurance? Are you suggesting we bring out our hidden reserves, Mu Rong?" The others furrowed their brows slightly. Mong Yujing shook his head and said, "Of course not. Our clan's true strength is reserved for critical moments. How could we possibly disturb them? All we need to do is bring out that killing weapon together. Its effect will be no less than having the core forces suppress it personally." The other 4 nodded in understanding after a moment of thought. "Though it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, given the stakes involving our clan's fortune and foundations, we might have to bring that item out after all, though it's highly unlikely we'll actually need it. In any case, I second the motion." "Seconded. I second that." A more comprehensive suppression resolution was finalized at that moment. Chapter 142, The Goblin Lord. At that moment, Lei Hong, who was being watched by everyone on the celestial screen, spoke aloud. "This time, our Xia kingdom has opened the path of the supreme ruler, marking a century of prosperity. Therefore, we have activated the magic heavenly net to allow all nations and tribes to witness this event together. To allow you all to witness the brilliance of our Xia Kingdom's prodigies, anyone ranked in the top 10 in real-time progress within the dungeon will appear on the sky screen. Upon hearing this, countless people nodded in agreement. This makes it more exciting, as all eyes will be on the top 10. If no one completes all 100 stages by the end, and the supreme path cannot be opened, the final ranking will be determined by who has passed the most stages. If multiple players clear the same number of stages, the ranking will be determined by their completion speed. Therefore, all participants will definitely race against each other, and the top 10 rankings in the early and mid stages should change frequently, making it very exciting. Some individuals familiar with the unified exam began explaining these rules in the public chat, attracting significant attention. Another point is that those who complete all the stages first will gain a bonus upon entering the supreme path, giving them a significant advantage in the final showdown. If that's the case, it's clear how powerful the prodigies of the 5 clans are, and whether the ruler of the Shin Hall is truly as legendary as the rumors suggest. Speaking of which, do any of you know who the other prodigies are within the 5 clans, besides Yi Yaotian, who directly issued a challenge to Zhang Xuan? Who are the other prodigies? This isn't a secret to those in the imperial capital. The 5 are Yi Yaotian of the Yi clan, Li Shikong of the Li clan, Nangong Pingtian of the Nangong clan, Shirku of the Shir clan, and Mu Rong Shuang of the Mu Rong clan, who is also the only woman among the 5 heavenly geniuses. She is of unparalleled beauty, and those who have had the fortune to catch a glimpse of her from afar say she resembles a celestial maiden. Moreover, it is said that her strength is extraordinary, and she undoubtedly ranks among the top in the 5 prodigies. Oh? Are the 5 clans' heavenly geniuses ranked as well? No, there isn't an official ranking. Outsiders merely speculate based on scattered clues, such as the occasional astonishing battle records that these prodigies leave behind. In any case, all 5 show signs of being the strongest geniuses the 5 clans have produced in a century. Even when facing other geniuses of their own clan, fighting across ranks is as easy as eating and drinking. That's terrifying. Do we have any information about the specific beasts these 5 have as pets? That's unknown, but we'll find out soon enough, right? The exam hasn't even officially begun, yet discussions are already at a fever pitch. It can be said that the attention this year's Summer Nation Unified Exam is receiving is likely greater than the combined attention of the past 10 years. Finally, the Xia Kingdom Beast Tamer Unified Exam is about to begin. All candidates are advised to prepare accordingly. Everyone tensed up. Is it finally starting? Identity verification in progress. The projection devices emitted a brilliant light that encompassed the surrounding area, preventing any outsiders or foreigners from infiltrating. Verification complete, teleportation activated. A blinding light erupted, and in an instant, over 10,000 candidates vanished from the central square of Guangning City. Upon witnessing this scene, the T-Online channel once again erupted with frantic posts. It started. It started. At the same time, 10 identical scenes appeared on the sky screen, revealing a long corridor and the candidates at its starting point. Since millions of beast masters entered simultaneously, the scenes randomly selected 10 individuals. Park Dong-sik, is this the national exam dungeon of Xia Kingdom? It doesn't seem that special. Our cosmic trial in Shinra Kingdom is way cooler. Upon seeing familiar names making bold claims, viewers from Xia Kingdom immediately responded, "Get lost, you little Westerner. You dare to use the word universe? It's laughable. By the way, what kind of monsters are in the first stage?" Someone familiar with the national exam explained, "The Jinyuan Gate is special, the trials change every year, and the specific content varies. However, the first stage is definitely easy. The monsters have very low attributes. As long as you become a beastmaster and defeat the monsters normally, with your main battle pet reaching level 20 or above, you definitely won't fail here." At that moment, inside the dungeon. Candidate, Zhang Xuan, 7th tier beast tamer, you have entered the dungeon, Jinyuan trial. Good luck. The corridor ahead was quite spacious, with walls adorned with relief carvings, reminding him of the sculptures in the castle of Duke Fuqura in the Blood-Grey realm. The reliefs depicted scenes of human beastmasters battling monsters, though they appeared ancient and weathered, clearly having existed for a long time. The Abyss Trial. Is this the trial path set by the Abyss King nearly 1,000 years ago? Zhang Xuan looked toward the depths of the corridor, determined to experience the trials laid out by the great sage of the human race. Zhang Xuan took a step forward, tap, tap, tap. In the empty corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoed. Unlike most candidates, who summoned their beast companions from the start to race through the trials, he did not rush headlong into the challenge. His powerful mind allowed him to sense the unusual aura here, as if it were a buried history, arousing a strong curiosity and desire to explore. As he walked, he carefully examined the relief carvings on both sides. The scenes depicted seemed to show monsters rampaging, with the human race fighting back with guns and cannons. The counterattack was effective, though the monsters were powerful, with physical abilities far surpassing ordinary species. They were ultimately flesh and blood and could not survive the barrage of gunfire. From the initial chaotic response, to turning the tide, and finally launching a full-scale counterattack, everything is moving in a positive direction. The relief carvings abruptly came to an end. At this moment, Zhang Xuan had reached the halfway point of the corridor when a dim gray light suddenly appeared on the ground. Immediately afterward, a short, ugly figure emerged from within. Wah! The short, humanoid monster let out a strange scream, waving its stone club, and glared menacingly at the trialist before it. But as soon as it raised its head, its expression froze. Zhang Xian's expression also grew peculiar. The monster in the first stage was a familiar face. It was a gray goblin, and likely the lowest-ranking member of its kind. Compared to the green goblin it had encountered earlier in the guild creation quest, this one was significantly weaker. He was about to swat it away with a single slap, but the wrinkled gray goblin suddenly burst into a look of fear and admiration in its eyes, immediately kneeling on the ground. Due to your capture of the Goblin Legion Green and the Goblin Red, you have met the hidden conditions and obtained the title, Goblin Lord Intermediate. Goblin Lord Intermediate. Description: you have earned the utmost respect and fear from the Goblin tribe. When goblins face you, their submission probability is greatly increased, with the specific probability depending on their rank and strength. Chapter 143, The Beginning of the Trial. This title has an extremely powerful effect, causing most goblins to submit immediately upon seeing you. Although goblins are ugly and repulsive in appearance, their tribe still ranks among the second tier on the continent, though they cannot compare to powerful races like humans, elves, and dwarves. However, they do have top-tier warriors. However, there is significant internal division among goblins, with vast disparities in strength, which can be roughly judged by their appearance. Gray-colored goblins are the weakest, green ones are significantly stronger, red ones are already quite formidable, and there should be even higher ranks above them. Since you have surrendered, I will spare your life. Though you are of no use to me, you may serve as cannon fodder. The gray goblin bowed respectfully and led the way ahead. Zhang Xuan walked slowly behind, until they reached the end of the corridor. There, carved into the wall, were a few words written in a bold and powerful script. The one who wrote them must not have been an ordinary person. The path of the hero begins here. And beneath those words was a signature. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Zhang Xuan pondered the name, unsure of who this person might be. Could it be the Jin Yuan king? However, this stage was already complete. It was time to move on to the next one. Zhang Xuan pushed open the large door in front of him. The scene remained unchanged, still a long corridor. This time, 3 gray goblins appeared, immediately kneeling on the ground and bowing their heads fiercely, submitting to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan continued to examine the relief carvings on either side of the corridor, and sure enough, the content had been updated. Just as the human race had used guns and firearms to repel the monsters and things were looking up, a sudden change occurred. The earth split open, toxic fumes rose, and lava flowed. Even more terrifying monsters emerged like locusts. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The humans soon discovered that the firearms they had relied on to counterattack had all lost their effectiveness. Faced with such a bizarre and sudden transformation, the humans were caught off guard. Without the support of their weapons, they retreated in disarray, and countless humans fell victim to the monsters, leaving the world in ruins. At this point, the relief carvings of the second corridor came to an end, and the third corridor should feature new carvings. Zhang Xian's curiosity was piqued. The records here clearly described the great upheaval the human race on the continent faced 1,000 years ago. And the content here seems to have significant parallels with the current records. For instance, the collapse of the human race's original technological system was not a gradual natural decline after the activation of the beast-taming extraordinary system, but rather it was rendered ineffective by some unknown influence that emerged simultaneously with the abyss. Though it's hard to say whether this is true or not, when Zhang Xuan read this part of the story, he clearly felt that if the abyss was the cause, the entire narrative would make much more sense. If this is the truth, were the records in reality altered by the 5 clans or some other entity? What were they trying to hide? Zhang Xuan continued toward the third stage. Meanwhile, almost all the other candidates had already progressed ahead of him, except for a few who had only black iron beasts as pets and hadn't taken the time to level up during this period. These individuals were merely going through the motions and were unlikely to even reach the second stage before being eliminated. Everyone displayed their abilities, viciously attacking the gray goblins. Ada, attack! A 2-legged rabbit, at its master's command, charged forward at high speed. As the gray goblin swung its bone club, the rabbit stomped the ground and leaped into the air. Mid-air, it twists its waist with incredible agility, presses its claws against the bone club, and with a second burst of power, weaves through the goblin's body. Then, with a powerful kick, it landed directly on the gray goblin's face. The blow snapped the goblin's neck, and it fell to the ground, gurgling a few times before collapsing motionless. Some candidates summoned a large rhinoceros, shouting, "Bull, charge!" The narrow corridor offered little room to dodge, making it ideal for charging and colliding attacks. The rhino's hooves scraped the ground a few times, its head lowered, and with a bellow, it charged forward at full speed. Boom! The corridor shook violently under the charging beast. In the third stage, there were over a dozen goblins who, seeing this, foolishly tried to block the charge, swinging their bone clubs forward.
However, in the next instant, they were all thrown into the air, screaming in agony.
The rhinoceros, however, did not slow down. It immediately turned around and charged again. As the goblins fell from the sky, it collided with them once more. This time, they didn't even have time to land before being launched into the air again. In any case, the first few stages were still quite easy for more than half of the candidates. After all, if it had been this difficult from the start, many candidates would have never even bothered to show up and would have gone straight to construction sites instead. 10 figures appeared on the sky screen at the same time. As the challenge began, the rankings changed rapidly, with updates occurring almost every second. Some beast tamers had pets that were particularly skilled in this type of terrain, such as the candidate who had just summoned a rhinoceros, whose image appeared on the sky screen. Others had decent strength but couldn't yet increase their speed, so their performance in this phase didn't reveal much about their potential. However, Zhang Xuan was indeed the most unique one. Since the establishment of the Shin Hall trial, in nearly 1,000 years, he was likely the first person to care so little about his own efficiency. Even other geniuses who are highly confident in themselves would inevitably compete on speed. Because at the final, most challenging stages, it often happens that all the geniuses are stopped. In such cases, the final ranking depends on speed. If one can reach the final supreme path, being the first to enter and gain the bonus is also crucial. However, for Zhang Xuan, he never regarded others as rivals from the start. Those who had confidence in him, such as Li Shan, Manhwa, or Suya, believed that Zhang Xuan would face the 5 clans prodigies with the same fearlessness. But ultimately, he was still placed in a position to compete against these individuals. This includes Zhang Xuan's followers and members of the Shin Hall, among others, who share similar thoughts. Only Zhang Xuan himself knew that his true opponents could never be the 5 clans prodigies. If these individuals were worthy opponents, how could he uphold the Shin Hall and confront the vast and terrifying system of the beast-taming clans? The most direct reason for participating in this unified examination is to strengthen his willpower, that is, to strengthen himself. Zhang Xuan could sense that his willpower was nearing a certain threshold. Once he broke through this barrier, he would undoubtedly enter a new realm and gain some powerful abilities. At this moment, the prodigies from the various provinces were naturally putting on a dazzling display. In the Nanjiang province, the Lu family's Lu Yiming summoned a mouse-shaped beast shrouded in flickering lightning. This electric rat was extremely fast, leaving only a flash of lightning in its wake, and all the goblins that passed through were instantly charred black. Until the 10th stage, the final stage of the first phase. Chapter 144, the 10th Gate. The final stage of each phase is akin to a small boss stage, with difficulty suddenly increasing significantly compared to the previous stage. Take the current situation as an example. In the previous 9 stages, only grey goblins appeared, with the only difference being the increasing number of them. However, in the 10th stage, the goblins emerging from the ground in the corridor have turned green, forming a small squad of 6 green goblins. From their weapons and attire, it is clear that these 6 green goblins are working together. The 2 green goblins in the front row wielding axes charge forward aggressively. The 2 in the middle draw their bows and arrows. The 2 green goblins at the rear, dressed in robes and appearing slightly more knowledgeable, wielded thick, short branches that were actually staffs, with a faint glow emanating from their tips. Warriors, archers, and mages, a classic and highly effective combination. Zhang Xuan encountered this exact formation during his rank guild challenge mission, though the numbers were undoubtedly far greater. After all, anyone capable of founding an rank guild must be at least a 7th rank beastmaster. Normally, such powerful beings would never appear in the national exams of Xia Kingdom. Of course, their absence doesn't mean the challenges in the Shin Hall trial are easy. In fact, once you reach the 9th stage, the 90th level, the difficulty of the stages is absolutely beyond the ordinary. Because the 9th stage was never designed for ordinary beast masters, even so-called geniuses would find it extremely challenging to reach this stage. Meanwhile, on the public channel, viewers from across the continent are watching in real time, with the online audience now exceeding 1 billion, an astonishing number. Peter Rosen Kingdom of Light, oh. Finally, a stage that looks somewhat challenging. The first 9 stages seemed too easy, making it hard to get excited. Xia Kingdom audience, this is normal. In our national exams, the first stage has always been informally referred to as the reward stage. If the difficulty were ramped up here, it would be too discouraging for the candidates. However, the 10th level typically increases in difficulty significantly, with roughly 30% of candidates being eliminated here. Park Dong's 6 Shilla Kingdom, the top 10 candidates don't look that impressive either. If any of our Shilla geniuses were here, they could breeze through this stage with their hands tied behind their backs. Xia Kingdom audience, it's you again. Don't think we don't know that Scylla once sent someone to participate in our Xia Kingdom's national exam, only to stop at the 7th stage. And that person was already a top genius in Scylla, right? Is that true? Tell me, why did people from Scylla participate in our national exam? Well, it's not that surprising, but it was many years ago. Back then, the kingdom of Yingzhou and the kingdom of Shinra were close in proximity and had frequent exchanges, so they sent their geniuses to participate in the Xia Kingdom's national exam. The original intention was to showcase their nation's prowess, so they definitely sent their most talented individuals. In the end, none of them made it to the 9th stage.
The one from the Yingzhou kingdom fared slightly better, reaching the 8th stage. The one from Silla was eliminated after more than 70 rounds. Ha ha ha.
As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel was flooded with at least hundreds of ha ha comments, mocking Silla relentlessly. The audience from the kingdom of Silla immediately grew anxious and started arguing back. You Westerners, back then we only sent an ordinary guy. Someone of that level could be picked off the streets of Silla and still be stronger than him. He must have been secretly sabotaged by you Xia people. Simi da. The number of viewers for the Shilla audience was clearly overwhelmed, and their attempts to defend themselves were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming flood of information.
However, as some viewers familiar with the exam system had predicted, the 10th stage was indeed significantly more challenging.
Many candidates who had previously been progressing through the levels at a brisk pace suddenly slowed down. The candidate riding the rhinoceros commanded his beast companion to follow the previous strategy, using all 4 legs to charge forward. But this time, it didn't go as smoothly as before. Among the goblin squad, the 2 goblin mages at the rear shouted a few incoherent cries. Then, the wooden staffs fired 2 beams of light. One transformed into a thin layer of ice, spreading rapidly along the corridor. The other expanded into a fireball, hurtling toward the charging rhinoceros. At the same time, 2 goblin archers drew their bows and arrows, and with a sharp whistling sound, the arrows flew out. 2 goblin warriors wielding axes stood ready, not charging forward immediately. It was clear that the green goblins not only possessed superior strength and combat skills compared to the gray goblins, but also demonstrated significantly greater intelligence and tactical awareness. The gray goblins were likely the lowest-ranking cannon fodder within the goblin tribe. The wild bull charged forward, but suddenly its hooves slipped on the ice, nearly causing it to fall. This immediately neutralized its attack. But this was only the beginning. Flaming balls flew toward it, and the rhinoceros, restricted in its movements, couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the fireball. Thud! Flames erupted, engulfing half of the rhino's body. It let out a pained cry. Though it didn't seem to cause severe damage, compared to the gray goblins that had been knocked flying in previous stages, these goblins were clearly far more formidable. Following the fireballs, 2 arrows flew toward the rhino. The candidates behind the rhinoceros furrowed their brows slightly. This situation was unexpected. It seemed they would have to use their beast pet skills in the 10th stage after all. He was one of the top candidates in the northern province, though not among the absolute geniuses at the very top. Still, among all the candidates, he definitely belonged to the first tier. After contracting his beast pets early, he had leveraged his family's resources to level up, build synergy, and develop their skills. Now, as a 3rd-tier beastmaster, all 5 of his beast pets were ranked at the golden grade or above, with an average level of 35. Though the wild rhino isn't his primary combat pet, his true combat power will be reserved for the 3rd phase. This is because speed is crucial during the unified exams, but it must be maintained while preserving the beast pet stamina. Otherwise, if one charges recklessly, even with consumable items to restore pet stamina, the pets will inevitably enter a fatigued state. At that point, lacking the stamina to finish strong would be counterproductive. However, the wild rhino is still considered average among his combat pets, and forcing it to use its skills in the first stage deviates from his original plan. As a member of a prominent family in Baiyuan City, he naturally has a rigorous plan for the unified exam, with minimum goals to achieve and ideal goals to pursue. Chapter 145, Li Shikong. He also needs to determine which beast pets to use at different stages to clear the levels, when to summon all his beast pets into battle, and even the details of which skills to use in specific situations. All of these are meticulously planned. Basically, direct descendants of major aristocratic families at the provincial level are all like this. Even before they become beast tamers, they undergo extensive training to develop this awareness. Therefore, the difference between aristocratic beast tamers and commoner beast tamers in terms of beast pet grades and levels is indeed just one aspect. This candidate was feeling frustrated. Even in the first stage, his plans had already been disrupted, and he didn't know if this would trigger a chain reaction, which was making him feel down. However, since things had come to this point, he couldn't let the wild rhinoceros suffer further blows and losses. So he shouted, "Barbarian rhino, tough hide. Moo!" The rhino's thick hide suddenly changed color, shifting from grayish-white to a deeper shade, as if covered in a metallic sheen. Clang! Clang! The arrows fired by the goblin archers struck the rhino's hide, emitting a sound akin to metal being struck, before falling limply to the ground, their tips already bent. Then, the boy shouted again. "Stomp!" The rhinoceros roared, its massive hooves slamming down onto the ice, shattering it with a crack. The immense force of its trampling caused the entire corridor to shake violently. This force first struck the 6 goblins, who were caught off guard and sent flying through the air. The wild rhinoceros trample not only freed itself from the movement restriction but also left the goblin squad in a stunned state. It seized the opportunity, lowered its head, and charged forward.
This time, the goblins had no way to defend themselves and were violently struck in the chest by the rhino in mid-air. The wild rhinoceros's charging collision not only inflicted damage but also caused stun. Once hit, unless the target had crowd control immunity, they would face repeated collisions. Faced with this situation, the green goblins were also helpless. All they could do was withstand one more collision than the gray goblins. After 3 collisions, the goblin squad was wiped out. The boy shrugged indifferently, "Never mind, it's over. Don't waste time, move on to the second phase." He pushed open the door at the end of the corridor and entered the 11th stage. Although this stage exceeded his plan, the boy's speed was still impressive, placing him roughly within the top 100 among national candidates. Meanwhile, on the sky screen above, the top 10 players had already caught the attention of all the spectators. Look, that mouse-shaped beast is the lightning mouse, a diamond-tier beast. Its electric current is its basic attack, it's too powerful. From the very beginning, this candidate named Rune has been in the top 3. Now, in the 10th stage, he is already first and has become the first candidate to enter the second stage. The top 10 screens display the current candidates' names and provinces of origin in real time. In the current first place scene, the electric mouse that appeared earlier is still darting through the corridor at high speed. Wherever it passes, sparks and lightning follow, creating a dazzling display. The green goblin squad in the 10th stage, though their health is significantly higher than their counterparts in the previous 9 stages, couldn't last even a second and were instantly fried by the electricity. Clearly, Rune's electric mouse deals excessive damage at this stage. Rune, I know. This is the prodigy of the Wan family from Tianshui province, widely recognized as the top player in the province, and his national ranking is sure to enter the top 50, with a high probability of competing for the top 20. The Wan family of Tianshui is indeed renowned, ranking among the top tier below the 5 clans of the imperial capital. Charles' Bright Kingdom, This young beast tamer seems very confident. Lightning rats have also appeared in our Bright Kingdom. They are indeed rare and powerful beasts. The destructive power of lightning elements is on par with fire elements, ranking among the top in all the elements. Prudiev Frost Kingdom, this candidate from Xia Kingdom passed the test in a decent manner, but if it were a beastmaster from our Frost Kingdom, we would prefer a more violent approach. Our beasts are often incredibly powerful, and these goblin spells wouldn't even scratch them. Sure enough, once a true genius candidate appears, the focus of discussion among the audience immediately shifts. But soon, they discovered an utterly breathtaking presence. On the screen, a young man with a defiant expression stood tall, his head held high, but his eyes were slightly lowered in a condescending gaze. As if everything before him was not worth a second glance. Strangely, there were no beasts in front of him. At first glance, one might have thought that the arrogant youth's beasts had been injured in previous stages, forcing them to return to the beast summoning space. However, the truth was that he had not summoned any beasts at all until this 10th stage. As many spectators noticed this scene and wondered why he was walking so arrogantly toward the goblin squad. Fireballs, ice shards, and 2 arrows flying toward him were all reflected back as they neared the youth. Then, the skills and arrows crashed back into the goblin squad, completely annihilating them. From start to finish, the arrogant teenager kept his hands behind his back, his walking speed and facial expression unchanged. As if he was completely unfazed by the situation. The audience watching the scene erupted into wild shouts. What the hell is that? Wait, he didn't even need to summon his beast pet, and didn't even lift a finger, yet he cleared the 10th stage? No wonder I felt like this candidate was just strolling along, yet his progress kept pace with Rune, ranking second currently. It seems he was walking the entire time, but didn't stop for even half a second. This seems like a powerful item effect that reflects all attacks back at the attacker. Curious onlookers quickly looked at his name. Li Shikong. Imperial Capital. That name sounds familiar. Holy crap, that's him. The contemporary prodigy of the Li clan. No wonder. It makes sense. A prodigy who emerges once every 100 years from the 5 clans to compete for the title of Supreme Master would certainly be capable of such feats. But I'm still curious about how he achieved this. I think I've figured it out. It must be the legendary Linghua mirror, combined with the bloodline skills of a certain exotic beast and the powerful creation capabilities of elf magic industry. It has the ability to reflect all skills and attacks. However, this isn't just about the artifact itself. As far as I know, the Linghua mirror requires extremely high skill to use at least a 5th tier beast tamer. This alone is enough to demonstrate the immense depth of Li Tianjiao's cultivation. On the channel, praise flowed endlessly, with many supporting the aristocratic families. This was something that had been accumulated over centuries. Chapter 146, The 5 Valves Heavenly Genius. Although the flames of the Shin Palace have already spread like wildfire, when it comes to the collapse of the old system, we are still far from that point. Even to say it had been shaken was an exaggeration. First, the Beastmaster clan system, from top to bottom, boasts countless powerful individuals who monopolize vast resources, forming a solid material foundation. Second, the hearts of the people lie with the old order. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, few are willing to embrace sudden change. There are many who support the Shin Hall and Zhang Xuan, but when considering the entire Xia kingdom, their proportion is not as high as it seems. Those who believe that the clan system should remain unchanged forever, as the most important force maintaining stability in the world, are the majority among the common people.
Therefore, when they witnessed Li Shikong's performance, a wave of admiration and reverence erupted instantly. No wonder he's the prodigy of the Li clan. This is just the beginning, and he's already shown signs of invincibility.
Indeed, such a figure is extremely rare even among the 5 clans, yet this year 5 have appeared simultaneously. This truly signifies the prosperous fortune of our Xia kingdom. With the 5 clans in existence, our Xia kingdom can stand firm on the continent, and we have the opportunity to embark on the path of beast-taming and transcendence. We should always cherish this gratitude.
That's right.
If it weren't for the 5 clans safeguarding the world, the Abyss would have already devastated this land. Now, that young man named Zhang Xuan has established the so-called Shin Hall, intending to overthrow the 5 clans.
How naive and selfish of him. Are the people above being paid by the 5 clans? Have you even studied history?
The first Abyss War was led by the Abyss King, who guided the masses through endless battles and tears to achieve ultimate victory. The great Jin Yuan Wang once left a famous saying, "Victory belongs to you. All those who seek to monopolize the fruits of victory shall be struck down by the masses."
How did it become the 5 clans' achievement in your mouths?
Members of the Shin Hall immediately began defending Zhang Xuan, but Li Shikong's performance on screen was indeed overwhelming, so the majority of bystanders naturally focused their attention on him.
Charles, is this Li surnamed youth one of the top geniuses in Xia Kingdom? He didn't even need to use his beast summoning abilities. He effortlessly passed the first stage with just deflection. That's truly impressive. However, I am even more eager to see his performance later and compare it to the chosen ones of our nation's Church of Light. Park Dong-sik, this Xia Kingdom candidate is indeed impressive. If he were in our Silla Kingdom, he would have a chance to join the Taiguk Hall. Put. The Taiguk Hall is nothing. Have you forgotten the beast-taming war between Xia and Silla? Your Taiguk Hall was wiped out by half, and the remaining half had to kneel and beg for mercy.
Park Dong-sik, that's fake news. That was just a marginal unit sent out by the Taiguk Hall. The core forces didn't even participate.
Honda Ichiro, I speak on behalf of the Empress of Ingzhou.
This prodigy is qualified to rank among the top in the 8-tailed dragon assembly. Viewers from various countries watching the channel compared Li Shikong's performance to the geniuses of their own nations. It also introduced some uninformed individuals to the Beastmaster systems of various nations. Basically, every nation has its own unique system or organization for selecting its beast tamers. The Xia Kingdom uses a national exam to gather the strongest beast tamers into the Qilin Beast Taming Academy. The Kingdom of Light has the Light Church, where young geniuses are dubbed chosen ones after joining. The Ice and Frost Kingdom has the Destruction Battalion.
The Shinra Kingdom has the Tai Chi Hall. The Ingzhou Kingdom has the 8-headed Serpent Society.
These organizations are the sacred grounds where the human nations cultivate their strongest combat forces. Whether they are the 9th-rank beast masters who form the backbone of a nation, the seasoned 8th-rank powerhouses, or the young prodigies of the new generation, most of them are affiliated with these organizations.
Li Shikong currently ranks 2nd, while Wan Rong still holds the top spot.
However, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Li Shikong was underestimating the situation, moving with the ease of a man strolling through a garden. To force his beast companion out, he didn't even know which stage he would have to reach. Soon, the rankings behind them began to shift rapidly, with 4 more powerful figures, no less formidable than Li Shikong, breaking into the top 10. In the corridor, a young man in a golden robe stood with a cold expression, emanating a powerful aura. If Li Shikong's demeanor was madness, then this youth's was arrogance taken to its extreme. Everything around him seemed to fade from his sight. All spells and arrows vanished without a trace the moment they entered his 5-meter radius. As he took each step forward, the corridor echoed with the sound of drumbeats, and then 6 goblins suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood.
Yi Aotian remained completely unfazed, not even flinching once.
His eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain, and the shock he caused was no less than that of Li Shikong. On the other side, Shirko, who had an ordinary appearance but eyes that gleamed with cold intensity, stepped forward. Surrounding him were sharp whistling sounds. Like the clash of weapons in the air, erupting into hundreds of screams every second, while the goblin squad was instantly sliced into pieces by the howling wind.
Nangong Pingtian, standing over 2 meters tall, entered the corridor.
His build was imposing, with features so rugged they didn't resemble a beastmaster but rather a beast warrior. As the goblin squad approached, they exploded violently, as if a bomb had detonated inside them, with a thunderous boom, instantly vaporizing their blood. At the same time, a young woman with a cold demeanor and an absolutely stunning face walked toward the end of the corridor. Her features were so exquisite and perfect that one immediately thought of a divine being's favorite child. Such a face, one that was so breathtakingly beautiful at first glance that it left no room for criticism and even made others feel ashamed of their own appearance, was extremely rare among humans. What was most stunning, however, was that the girl's pupils were an icy blue. However, what would normally be an odd feature on a human only added to her divine, untouchable beauty. Her ice blue eyes seemed to flicker for an instant, and the goblin squad, which had been bristling with aggression, suddenly froze in place, then knelt down on the ground like mindless servants, following the young girl wherever she went. This was none other than Mu Rongxue, the sole female among the 5 clans' heavenly geniuses of the imperial capital. The 4 followed closely behind Li Shikong, all entering the top 10 rankings on the celestial screen. This caused an uproar, with exclamations of astonishment surging through the channel like a tidal wave. My goodness, the performances of the 5 clans' prodigies are completely on par. Yi Tianjiao seems to possess some kind of powerful item that can cause matter to vanish. All spells and attacks dissipate upon approaching him, even the goblins are obliterated. Sure, Tianjiao is emitting invisible wind blades all around him. I wonder if it's an item effect or some kind of beast master skill. Can beast tamers release skills on their own? Of course they can, though it's extremely rare. Chapter 147, not in the top 10? Beast tamers are not like the elves mages. The conditions for possessing skills are extremely stringent, and such skills are also extremely difficult to obtain. Of course, for the 5 clans, the various techniques within the beast master system are all within their reach, things we can only imagine. The fact that we were able to see them in the unified exam is thanks to the celestial projection this time. That's right, it's truly eye-opening. Quick! Look! What technique is Mu Rong Tianjiao using? He has made the entire goblin squad submit. I don't understand. Maybe it's some kind of mental control ability? The only thing I can see clearly is Mu Rong Tianjiao's breathtakingly beautiful face, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens, making one unable to resist bowing in worship. Shut up! How dare you speak of Mu Rong Tianjiao in such a way? Watch your words. The 5 strongest prodigies appeared together, instantly igniting the audience's passion. Yi Aotian, Shirku, and the other 5, each of their victory poses were effortless and unstoppable, showcasing to the world for the first time what it means to be a top-tier prodigy that only appears once in a century. Such 5 individuals are truly worthy of embarking on the path to supremacy. I wonder which one will ultimately claim the title of supreme. What do you all think? I think Yi Aotian and Li Shikong, the 2 prodigies, have an unconventional and extraordinary demeanor, exuding an aura of invincibility. It's hard to say who is stronger, but perhaps the victor will be one of them. It's hard to say. Our perspective is limited from what we've seen. All 5 are evenly matched. You're thinking too far ahead. This is only the first stage, which has just concluded. Geniuses of this caliber won't begin to show their true potential until the 9th stage. We're still in the early stages. That's right, let's wait and see. At this moment, in the top 10 rankings, aside from Wan Rong leading the pack by swiftly clearing the first stage with lightning speed, the 5 Valve prodigies were closely trailing behind. It wasn't that they couldn't go faster, but there was no need. At this stage, it couldn't even cause them the slightest obstacle or pressure. Many spectators began speculating about which stage the 5 Valve's prodigies would need to reach before they could summon their first beast pets. The remaining 4 in the top 10 were equally formidable, and were quickly recognized by some viewers as being of similar caliber to Wan Rong, all top-tier geniuses from their respective provinces. In other words, the current top 10 are either the 5 Valve's prodigies or the first-tier talents beneath them. Every single participant's performance was utterly breathtaking, leaving countless spectators spellbound. Goodness, I've never even seen most of these prodigies beasts before. No wonder they call the unified exam an annual feast. It's truly eye-opening. This year is completely different from previous years. In the past, the top 10 weren't even projected simultaneously. The excitement this year is truly once in a century. As someone who has followed the unified exam for many years, I can confidently tell you that this year isn't just about the 5 Valve's prodigies gathering together. The quality of the geniuses behind them has also improved significantly compared to previous years. Take Wan Rong's performance, for example. If he had competed in previous years, he would have been on par with the 5 clans candidates. However, compared to this year, he doesn't seem as impressive. Is this what they call a time of great competition? The 5 clans' fortune has erupted, the prodigies have emerged, and this has sparked an explosion of talent in the entire Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster community. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed an issue. Wait a moment, where is the master of the Shin Hall? Why hasn't his image appeared among the top 10 yet? Many people raised this question, instantly shifting everyone's focus. Right, where's that so-called Shin Emperor? I remember Yi Aotian from the Yi clan issued a challenge to him on the forum. That's right. Zhang Xuan's response was very confident, saying he didn't even bother to acknowledge the 5 clans' prodigies. I told you he was a fraud and a charlatan. Once the truth is revealed, those fanatical followers of the Shin Hall will see what kind of person they've been worshipping. Not even making it into the top 10, yet daring to talk about competing with the 5 clans' prodigies for the title of Supreme Champion? How ridiculous. The reason why this national exam attracted so much attention was largely due to the sudden rise of the Shin Hall, which had emerged with the slogan of overturning the aristocratic system, and its mastermind, Zhang Xuan. The inherent rivalry between Zhang Xuan and the five clans prodigies, coupled with the numerous rumors surrounding him such as his alleged annihilation of a city-sized beast-taming clan, have infused this exam with an unprecedented level of tension and excitement. On a larger scale, this is a major event that could determine the future of the entire Xia Kingdom's beast-taming world. The clash between the clan system and the "everyone is a dragon" slogan, and the struggle between clan beast-tamers and ordinary beast-tamers who refuse to settle for mediocrity. Zhang Xuan has become the embodiment of all aspirations to challenge the clan system, even setting his sights on the five clans prodigies themselves, standing alone against all the colossal forces arrayed against him.
And now, not even a trace of him can be seen? Forget the top 5, you should at least make it into the top 10, right?
However, the rankings beyond the top 10 are not displayed on the celestial screen, so all signs point to one conclusion: perhaps Zhang Xuan simply lacks the ability to compete with the five clans prodigies for the title of Supreme Master. This time, the Thunder Hong Hall Master personally intervened, which is unprecedented. It's clearly because of Zhang Xuan's sudden emergence.
Yet now he's nowhere to be seen. Could it be that all of us from the Xia Kingdom have been outwitted by him, making a huge mistake? I told you so. What is this nonsense about everyone is like a dragon? People are born different, accept it and accept your fate, there is nothing wrong with that.
But he had to come out and stir up trouble, manipulating everyone's emotions.
Now it's clear he's just a fraud trying to deceive the world.
Many members of the Xian Palace could no longer bear to watch and immediately spoke up in protest.
This is only the first stage. Are you already so certain that the Xian Emperor lacks the ability to compete with the five clans prodigies? Didn't you see that the first place isn't even one of the five clans prodigies?
The Xian Emperor said his true opponent isn't the so-called five clans prodigies, but the true strength of the five clans. So a mere speed competition isn't even worth his attention.
Ha ha, you fools are truly laughable. I wonder what kind of spell this arrogant brat has cast on you, making you speak of the Xian Emperor so freely.
Come on, you people from the Xian Palace, tell us if he can't even rank among the top in the first stage, then what gives him the right to catch up later? These words immediately garnered the agreement of many neutral spectators who hadn't participated in the verbal sparring.
That's right.
If you can't stand out in this stage, how can you possibly overtake him in the later stages, where the difficulty only increases? The facts are right before your eyes, all your excuses sound like hollow justifications.
For a moment, the voices supporting Zhang Xuan grew quieter.
In Guangning City, Manhwa, Suya, and Li Shan, who were watching everything unfold, remained unfazed, even finding it amusing.
Chapter 148, The Bet. No one in the world knows Zhang Xuan's true capabilities.
Those who have glimpsed even a fraction of them are few and far between. But the three of them were among them.
The first stage of the trial was too trivial to pose any real challenge to Zhang Xuan.
With a pure-blooded dragon clan, and Suya had personally witnessed Zhang Xuan's ascension to a 7th-rank beastmaster, the strength feedback from his beast pet alone was enough to overwhelm all the monsters. Not appearing in the top 10 rankings likely means Zhang Xuan is just strolling through the stage.
Thinking of this, Suya suddenly turned to Li Shan and asked, "Elder, do you know what rank that black dragon is?"
Manhwa also turned his curious gaze toward them. He had always wanted to know the answer to this question as well. However, due to his limited perspective, he couldn't figure it out on his own. After all, let alone pure-blooded dragon clans, even sub-dragon species have an extremely low appearance rate. Dragon figures have only been occasionally glimpsed in the Abyss battlefield in recent years. Li Shan paused for a moment before saying, "I can only say that pure-blooded dragons, their rank is no lower than that of a king." Whoosh! Though they had anticipated this answer, both of them still couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing it. Dominator-class beasts are already extremely powerful beings on the continent, essentially symbolizing the pinnacle of 8th-tier beast tamers. As for king-class beasts, they are typically only able to be controlled by 9th-tier beast masters standing at the pinnacle of the human race. Such an existence, if it were to appear on the Abyss battlefield, would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of bloodshed and chaos. However, Li Shan seemed to have more to say, continuing, "I dare not claim to know everything about this, but I once discussed it with a senior figure. From him, I learned that the Dragon Clan belongs to the true supreme race of this world during the ancient era, known as one of the 3 ancient races.
Within the Dragon Clan, there are also distinctions based on bloodline."
That elder mentioned that the pure-blooded dragons that have appeared so far are not the truly noble beings within the Dragon Clan. The royal family among the dragons can likely be referred to as divine-level beings. The only one whom Li Shan would refer to as a nobleman must be a 9th-rank beast tamer at the pinnacle of the human race. God tier. Upon hearing this term, Suya couldn't help but cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shock.
"Elder, do god-tier beasts truly still exist on this continent?"
God was a forbidden word. A god-tier beast meant that when it reached the limit of its bloodline, it could break through the boundaries and ascend to godhood. Those who commanded naturally reap endless benefits, becoming beings above the 9th-rank beast masters, reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary path. At that point, one would completely break free from the shackles of mortality, reportedly gaining a lifespan of thousands of years, capable of overturning mountains and rivers with a single thought. However, such an existence has never appeared among the human race, or rather, no being from any of the intelligent races across the entire origin continent has ever broken through to the divine realm. Even the so-called saint of the human race, the Zhang Xuan king of Xia kingdom, was no exception. Li Shan heard Suya's question, paused for a moment, and said, divine-level beasts do exist, but mentioning them would be disrespectful. For example. As he spoke, he pointed his finger toward the sky. Suya and Manhwa understood his meaning. Divine-tier beasts certainly exist. The 6 beast gods of the Xia kingdom are prime examples. However, the beast-taming system was originally bestowed by the beast gods. To claim that someone could command a beast god sounded absurd. Suya's red lips parted slightly, but she closed them again, keeping the thought that had flashed through her mind unspoken. That black dragon must also be a royal class beast. It couldn't possibly be divine class. She asked again, Elder, at which stage do you think Zhang Xuan will appear in the top 10 rankings? Li Shan pondered the question seriously. Wang Hua laughed, that's an interesting question. Why don't we all place a bet, and add some stakes to make it more exciting? And let's add some difficulty. Each stage has 10 checkpoints, so the range is too broad. So we'll have to guess the specific checkpoints, with no more than 3 checkpoints difference between our guesses. If we get it right, what do you say? Suya's eyes lit up. This way of playing was indeed interesting. This would require some serious thinking. The earlier stages wouldn't truly highlight the differences between participants. Even mid-tier candidates, if they summoned all their beasts to show off, could easily end up at the top. Zhang Xuan is likely in the same situation as the 5 clans prodigies, unable to summon any beast pets, so falling behind is normal. To make it into the top 10, one would have to wait until most of the candidates encounter obstacles. When others are forced to slow down, Zhang Xuan can maintain his normal pace, and his progress will naturally overtake them. According to the elimination ratio of previous unified exams. Suya said, I guess, the 45th stage. The 35th stage, within 3 stages of the 45th, places him in the middle of the 4th phase. At this point, over 70% of the candidates have been eliminated, leaving mostly those of average to above average ability, primarily commoners with higher natural talent and ordinary disciples from beast-taming families. Wang Hua pondered for a moment and said, I guess the 52nd stage. The 5th stage is traditionally referred to as the elite stage. Those who make it this far are considered elite candidates. In the past, top-tier beast-tamers academies at the provincial level, such as the Nanjiang Beast-Taming Academy and the Ming Academy, would directly admit candidates with such scores. Elder, what about you? The two turned to Li Shan, curious about his judgment. Li Shan pondered for a long time before finally saying, in my opinion, it should be around the 75th level. 75? The two were greatly surprised. The 7th stage is known as the genius stage, and those who reach this point are all among the top 50 in their respective provinces. As the level increases, the gaps become wider. A candidate ranked 50th in a province might just reach the 7th stage, while those in the top 10 have a chance to touch the edge of the 8th stage. In previous years, even the strongest candidates nationwide might only barely reach the 9th stage. At the 75th stage, the number of remaining candidates is already very small, only a few hundred. Given Zhang Xuan's mastery of pure-blooded dragons, he should have already left the others far behind by now, right? The two were curious and asked for an explanation. Li Shan shook his head and said, it's just a hunch, there's no real reason. The only reason he made such a guess was because, during his few encounters with Zhang Xuan, he had sensed a certain arrogance emanating from him. He believed that such a person would not bother to care about the 5 valves prodigies. Perhaps the other party truly didn't care about progress at all as long as they could clear all the stages and enter the supreme path, that would be enough. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, who was being questioned and speculated upon by countless spectators about why he was falling behind, was still in the final corridor, staring at the relief carvings. Chapter 149, The First Extraordinary Ones. As Zhang Xuan walked along the 10 corridors, he carefully examined the relief carvings, finally completing his journey through the entire series of stories. Behind him, a group of dozens of grey goblins and 6 green goblins maintained a respectful distance, bowing in deference. Indeed, the goblin squad from the 10th level had immediately submitted to Zhang Xuan upon seeing him, without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Xuan had already deciphered the stories depicted on the reliefs, and their content was highly valuable. First, monsters appeared and invaded the continent. Humans utilized technological firearms to rise up in resistance and launch a full-scale counterattack. Then the abyss descended, rendering the firearms ineffective, leading to the continent's downfall and the human race becoming prey. At this point, the story depicted in the carvings became particularly intriguing. Among the human race, several extraordinary beings emerged first. They seemed to possess some innate powerful abilities, which were awakened by the drastic environmental changes, enabling them to develop formidable combat prowess in a short time. There was an ethereal woman with pure white wings sprouting from her back, her eyes filled with sorrow and compassion, holding a sacred sword of light that sliced through the darkness, purifying evil. A towering human figure swelled to the height of an iron tower, raising a heavy hammer above his head, roaring to the heavens, summoning 9 heavens of thunder to shatter the monsters. There are heroic men with black hair flying in the wind, wielding long spears. As they swing their weapons, it sounds like the roar of a furious dragon, causing space to collapse, and they single-handedly hold back the abyss. Their existence is like that of saviors of the human race, standing alone against the vast abyss. However, the abyss is not confined to a single location. It spreads like a virus, and its advance is too swift. Moreover, the creatures invading from the abyss are not merely ordinary monsters, among them lurk some truly terrifying abyssal demons. Though the extraordinary warriors were unmatched in combat, they were ultimately outnumbered. The complete erosion of the continent seemed inevitable. But just then, the human race on the continent suddenly discovered they had gained the ability to contract with beasts. By forming contracts with these beasts, they became beast masters, able to command them in battle, develop their skills, and gain some of their power in return. This is a path to extraordinary power that everyone can embark upon. At the same time, over 20 beast gods descended, bestowing their faith and divine power upon the human race. Within a short period, a group of beast masters emerged among the human race, following the earlier extraordinary beings to counterattack the abyss. And this was the first Abyss War. In the subsequent scenes, the focus shifts to a towering man with black hair and eyes, exuding wild and heroic aura. Wielding a long spear, he moves like a dragon or a god, leading the human race against endless demonic creatures. He too had obtained the ability to control beasts, while retaining his previous extraordinary abilities. With his unparalleled talent, he had far surpassed others on the path of beast control, his combat power growing increasingly terrifying. However, the abyss was equally terrifying, and it took years of relentless warfare before the human race finally drove the enemy back into the depths of the abyss. This man became the saint of the human race, a hero revered by all, the most majestic figure beneath the gods. People erected statue after statue in his honor, inscribing his name upon them. He is the abyss-binding king, Luo Feng. Upon reading this, Zhang Xuan suddenly understood. It turned out that the original top-tier human beings were not beast masters, but had embarked on their own extraordinary path due to some unforeseen circumstances. Later, the beast god descended and spread the beast master system, a path that did not place much emphasis on innate talent, allowing everyone to enter the realm of the extraordinary. This also caused the overall strength of the human race to surge, enabling them to suppress the abyss under the leadership of the human saint. Until today. He could discern from the scenes that the Battle King of the Abyss's combat style resembled that of a physical transcendent being. A single strike could shatter mountains and subdue peaks, sever rivers and reverse their flow, with might rivaling that of a deity. These records appear to be authentic. However, it is strange that these details are absent from external records. Even the existence of the Abyss Sealing King has been deliberately obscured and downplayed. Is this the work of the 5 clans of the imperial capital? But what is their motive for doing so? Is it to promote the Beastmaster clan system and diminish the Zhang Xuan king's presence in people's minds? At present, this seems to be the only reasonable explanation. But there is one thing that doesn't make sense. If the clans wanted to suppress the history of the Zhang Xuan king, why would they keep the Zhang Xuan trial and even continue it for hundreds of years? Zhang Xuan sensed that there were too many unresolved mysteries and unclear aspects behind this. Standing there in deep thought for a moment, he could only continue forward. Perhaps the answers would be revealed later. Pushing open the door at the end of the corridor, the light grew dimmer, and he found himself in another scene, no longer a corridor. The dripping sound of water, the damp sensation and smell, and the oppressive view all testify to the narrow and cramped surroundings. This was an underground cave. Candidate, Zhang Xuan, you have arrived at the second stage, the first level of the Goblin Cave. Please continue moving forward. Your current national ranking, 98,372nd. Goblin Cave? No wonder it's so damp and dark. This ranking didn't surprise Zhang Xuan. Although he hadn't lifted a finger throughout the entire journey, he had stopped to examine every single relief carving in every corridor. It was safe to say he wasn't here to take an exam, he was here to sightsee. However, each stage doesn't have a time limit. Presumably, the designers considered that candidates would either clear the stage or be eliminated by the monsters inside. Over the centuries, among all the candidates, Zhang Xuan was probably the only one who took the time to read the stories depicted in the scenes. The fact that his ranking didn't drop out of the top 100,000 only meant that even the first stage was enough to stump the majority of the candidates. The cave ahead wound endlessly, with 3 forks already visible before Zhang Xuan, each emitting a foul odor. Goblins are also a well-known race on the Origin continent, but they have lived underground for centuries, making them uglier than goblins and even more cruel and bloodthirsty in nature. They are shunned by all other races and have a terrible reputation. Zhang Xuan still hadn't summoned a beast companion, so he casually chose the middle fork and walked inside. The goblins following behind him were quite diligent. One of the green goblins chattered away in their language. Since Zhang Xuan had already gained the submission of the goblin army, he could understand their speech. Its message was clear: protect the master. Clear the path ahead. Two goblin mages raised their wands, and two beams of white light flickered like light bulbs, illuminating the area ahead. This was the basic lighting spell of the mage system. The grey goblins then all moved forward, serving as scouts and opening the way. Two goblin warriors positioned themselves in front of Zhang Xuan to guard against ambushes, while the remaining two goblin archers kept a watchful eye on the shadowy areas beyond the range of the lighting spell. Zhang Xuan enjoyed the leisure, being surrounded and escorted by the goblins as they advanced. Chapter 150, Goblin Cave. SSSSSSSS. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the cave, followed by several dangerous shadows slithering toward them. These were several venomous snakes, with diamond-shaped scales in shades of brown and black, triangular heads, and forked tongues flickering in the darkness. Their vertical pupils glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Wet trails were dragged across the ground. Instead of encountering goblins, they first collided with several snakes. Yura! The goblins shouted, archers fired their arrows first, then the grey goblins wielding bone clubs charged forward, raising their arms to swing at the snakes' heads. But the snakes reacted with incredible speed, twisting their bodies to dodge the arrows and bone clubs. They then tensed like rubber bands and burst forward, latching onto the grey goblins. The grey goblin looked panicked and quickly retreated. However, the snake's movements were too swift, and in the brief moment they flickered, they had already completed their attack. After retreating, the grey goblin noticed two small holes on his arm, from which blood mixed with brown fluid was seeping out. Before they could react, their heads spun, and they collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Seconds passed, and the five grey goblins stared wide-eyed before taking their last breaths. Zhang Xuan was speechless. Though he knew they were cannon fodder, their strength was too weak. They were poisoned to death in a single encounter. The green goblin squad shouted, raising their guard. They sensed that these poisonous snakes were moving quickly, and direct attacks might miss. So two goblin mages cast the ice shield spell, covering the ground with a layer of ice to slow down the poisonous snakes. The archers then fired arrow after arrow. Without their ability to move quickly, the poisonous snakes' defenses weren't great, and a single arrow was enough to kill them. They were quickly all shot down. The cave fell silent. It seemed that the 11th stage had been cleared. Zhang Xuan did not leave immediately but instead began to explore the cave. However, he did not find any wall paintings like those in the first stage. Could it be that the Jinyuan king only left traces in the first stage? Just as Zhang Xuan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed some faint markings on a rock. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be characters, but they were heavily weathered and difficult to discern. As Zhang Xuan wondered if these might be the writings of the goblin tribe, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart. This feeling was highly unusual, but Zhang Xuan realized it wasn't a coincidence. Having entered the mind warrior system and possessing the willpower divine rank, his mental strength was immense. He wouldn't act on a whim without reason. He placed his hand on the blurry markings and focused his senses. A void-like scene appeared in Zhang Xuan's consciousness, and specks of light were drawn toward him by his mind, eventually merging into his consciousness. You have received fragments of an unknown divine consciousness imprint 1. Zhang Xuan examined himself carefully but found nothing unusual, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The fragments of the unknown divine consciousness imprint. The term divine consciousness refers to the spiritual awareness of deities. Compared to the consciousness of ordinary people, which cannot be manifested in physical form, the mental and spiritual strength of deities has reached a certain level, breaking through a certain boundary, and thus becoming divine consciousness. The most significant difference between divine consciousness and ordinary consciousness is that divine consciousness can influence the material world. Zhang Xuan knew little else about divine consciousness, as records regarding deities were extremely rare. However, divine consciousness is not exclusive to deities. Some extraordinary systems that lean toward spiritual consciousness may also divine consciousness before achieving divinity. For example, the mental warrior system he had entered had a subtle distinction between the mind and divine consciousness, akin to two branches sprouting from the same stem. As for willpower, it is also related to divine consciousness, but willpower nourishes both the physical and spiritual aspects comprehensively. In summary, entering the second stage still brings unique benefits. This indicates that the Jinyuan trial is indeed more than just a simple exam. Perhaps these are all arrangements made by the Jinyuan king, but their purpose remains unclear. It is also unknown whether anyone has ever discovered these clues over the centuries. With no other unexplored areas, Zhang Xuan continued forward, passing through a narrow path and arriving at another cave. Like before, it was dark and damp, though slightly larger in area. This time, Zhang Xuan saw the true inhabitant of the cave. A tiny, almost crawling figure emerged, its face hideous, with a pair of murky, darting eyes that betrayed malice and cunning. It stood on 2 feet, resembling a human form, but was extremely ugly, its entire body covered in a sticky substance of unknown origin. Due to years of living underground, its skin had no color, and its gray, wrinkled skin was repulsive to the eye. Ah! The goblin, upon seeing Zhang Xuan, let out a threatening shout, then uttered a series of strange, incomprehensible sounds. A cacophonous din followed, and more venomous snakes began crawling toward them from the ground. This time, it wasn't just snakes, there were also scorpions, worms, and many other venomous creatures. It seems that the goblins possess the ability to control creatures, or perhaps these venomous creatures are simply their domesticated pets. The sounds around him were intense, and this time, even with the goblin squad, it would be difficult to hold them off. Zhang Xuan didn't place much value on these troops, but there was no need for them to suffer unnecessary casualties. He focused his mind, and a faint, almost imperceptible aura suddenly emanated from his body. As soon as the aura appeared, all the poisonous insects and beasts froze in place, trembling violently and unable to move. The goblin in the front was wailing frantically, trying to command them, but the next moment, it sensed the aura transmitted by Zhang Xuan. Its body trembled, and its ugly little eyes filled with terror. It let out a piercing scream and turned around, fleeing into the next cave. The goblin squad, seeing this, charged at the poisonous insects. The warriors swung their axes, cutting one down with each blow, quickly eliminating them all. From start to finish, the creatures did not put up any resistance, allowing the goblins to slaughter them at will. Zhang Xuan was not surprised. He possessed the Black King's power feedback, and while a beast pet's active skills generally did not grant their master any benefits, there was a chance to obtain certain bloodline traits from the beast. Having reached the 7th rank, he was now a high-tier beastmaster and had naturally obtained a portion of the dragon's might. Though it couldn't compare to the Black King's true dragon might, it was more than enough to intimidate low-intelligence monsters. Even goblins couldn't withstand it, so they fled immediately. Dragon might, for creatures of such a dark environment, is like seeing the sun up close, fear beyond imagination. After searching the second cave, he indeed found another faint inscription and absorbed another fragment of the divine consciousness mark. He continued onward toward the third cave. Chapter 151, Alchemical Poison Gas. Meanwhile, in the top 10 rankings on the sky screen, there were changes in the rankings. Wan Rong had been pushed down to second place, and the new temporary first place was now held by Li Shikong. His progress had accelerated, and the effect of his rebounding attacks remained powerful. All poisonous insects and beasts attacking him were completely repelled, and wherever he went, a swarm of poison creatures died in his wake. Upon reaching the 29th stage, the final stage of the Goblin Cave, they found themselves in a square chamber that had clearly been specially prepared. Bright lamps are arranged along the walls, and a group of goblin soldiers fully clad in armor have formed a battle formation, staring intently at Li Shikong as he charges into the cave. The front row of goblin soldiers held shields larger than their bodies, planted in the ground, while the goblins behind them held crossbows. These crossbows appear to be of high craftsmanship, and unlike ordinary hand crossbows, each arrow is connected to an alchemical cauldron strapped to the goblin's back, from which a thick green mist is injected into the arrow feathers. It seemed that the goblins had developed some special craftsmanship to create their unique weapons. The crossbow bolts whistled through the air, creating a foul-smelling wave of air. Clearly, these crossbow bolts were laced with a potent toxin. Li Shikong snorted coldly, his nostrils flared, his expression arrogant and disdainful. A bunch of filthy creatures from the sewers dared to attack this young master. Ignoring each crossbow bolt that could easily take a life, he continued forward. Just as the bolts were about to strike, they all came to a sudden halt. Then, just like before, they reversed direction and flew back. The first row of goblin soldiers quickly ducked their heads back. With their heavy shields, they managed to block these deadly weapons. However, Li Shikong, seeing this, curled his lips into a mocking, icy smile. As the crossbow bolts were about to collide with the shields, he softly uttered a syllable. Explode! Boom! Arrow feathers exploded in all directions, followed by the small glass containers behind them, which stored green poisonous gas. Thick green mist spread rapidly, causing the goblin soldiers' expressions to change drastically. They knew all too well how terrifying this poisonous gas was. Even the powerful beasts of the underground would die instantly from a single breath. These were personally crafted by the tribe's alchemists. There was no antidote on their bodies. However, they only had time to widen their terrified little eyes before their faces turned pale. They dropped their weapons to the ground and clutched their throats in agony, as if they couldn't breathe at all. After convulsing wildly on the ground for a moment, the goblin soldiers died with their eyes wide open, their tongues hanging out like those of a hanged man. The air was filled with a putrid, foul odor. Clearly, this poisonous gas was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that the final stage of the second phase would present such a challenge? At that moment, countless spectators witnessed the scene and let out cries of shock. This poisonous gas looks terrifying. Is this really the second stage? I thought this was something that would only appear in the fourth stage. The goblin race is highly skilled in alchemy, capable of creating various toxic weapons. They are cunning and ruthless, and even stronger races avoid fighting them in underground environments. Actually, these poison arrows shouldn't be blocked head-on. Avoid the first wave of shots, quickly command your smaller, agile beasts to flank around, and directly disrupt the goblin's formation. That'll make things easier. Goblins heavily rely on alchemical creations and controlling poisonous beasts. Once they get close, they're basically just taking hits. That's the theory, but as soon as you enter this stage, you're met with a barrage of poison arrows. Even a slight delay in reaction can easily turn you into a sieve. Plus, if your beast pets lack speed, they'll be completely outmatched. That's true. It seems we can't let our guard down just because we haven't reached the later stages. The first stage, the Goblin Corridor, felt manageable, but this second stage is completely different. Putting myself in their shoes, the environment and the constant dangers all around are terrifying. That's right. In fact, many candidates who were highly anticipated over the years have failed in the earlier stages. Some beast tamers may have impressive paper stats, but when faced with such complex challenges, they easily lose their ability to adapt and can only utilize a fraction of their true strength. Others just have bad luck and end up being unlucky. It's not uncommon. Charles Kingdom of Light, this stage truly showed me the uniqueness of the Xia Kingdom's national exam. War in Frost Kingdom, damn it, goblins are the most treacherous race I despise. Every time I see them, I want my frost bears to crush them to death. Abdul Desert Kingdom, Beast God above, this is indeed a trial worthy of a great nation. I'm already looking forward to what terrifying beings will appear in the later stages. Park Dong 6 Shilla Kingdom, the performance in the top 10 looks decent, but if it were our Shilla prodigies, they would surely handle it with ease. Clearly, the setup for the 20th stage has started to get the audiences from all nations on their toes. As for the cute little ones from certain nations. Speaking of which, the Xia Kingdom audience has already grown too lazy to bother with them. Everyone is fixated on the stunning performances of the top 10. When the toxic mist erupted, instantly poisoning all the goblin soldiers and filling the entire cave, everyone's expressions turned pale. Goodness, Li Tianjiao's methods are so ruthless. No matter what tactics are used against him, he turns them against his opponents. Wait, if the poisonous mist explodes like that, won't Li Tianjiao also be exposed to the toxic fumes? Everyone watched with bated breath, the screen filled with thick green poisonous mist, unable to see Li Shikong's condition. Suddenly, a faint glow pierced through the thick fog, followed by a burst of light that pushed the gas apart. Li Shikong advanced arrogantly, his steps unhesitating. His body radiated a brilliant light, completely blocking the toxic mist. It turned out that everything had been under his control all along. Countless supporters of the noble family sighed in relief. It seems we underestimated Li Tianjiao. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Such an unparalleled prodigy with an invincible aura would never encounter any obstacles at the mere second stage. Look at that. That's the true demeanor of a top-tier prodigy. That's exactly how one should be arrogant and disdainful, showing the nations of the continent the might of our Xia Kingdom's beast tamers. Everyone became excited. Soon, they saw that the strength of the 5 valves prodigies was evenly matched. Yi Outyen stood tall and proud, his hands behind his back. As poisonous arrows flew toward him, they were instantly obliterated, only to suddenly reappear before the goblin soldiers, piercing them all through. Wherever Shirka went, the air around him was filled with the piercing whistles of powerful winds, slicing and shredding everything in their path. The goblin soldiers were torn apart into a blood mist, along with the poisonous gas, which was shattered into countless tiny particles. Chapter 152, Special Constitution. The gale then converged, forming a whirlwind shield around Shirka, completely blocking the toxic mist particles. Shirka stood with his hands behind his back, his eyelids lowered, as if surveying everything below, stepping into the next phase. Nangong Pingtian's aura was fierce and brutal. As he stepped into the cave, his eyes locked onto the goblin soldiers. The enemy let out an agonizing scream as their bodies exploded, but at the same time, the poison sacs also burst, releasing the toxic mist throughout the cave. Nangong Pingtian did not dodge or retreat, charging straight ahead without any protective barrier to block the toxic mist. Soon, the gas enveloped his entire body. This scene caused the onlookers to gasp in shock. Oh no, why isn't Nangong Tianjiao dodging? He must have protective gear, why isn't he using it? The other 5 valves prodigies dare not touch the toxic mist directly. Nangong Tianjiao is being far too reckless. However, just as they were shocked and worried, the scene before them left everyone speechless. Nangong Pingtian had actually taken a deep breath of the toxic mist, then shook his head disdainfully, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. He had achieved complete immunity. Nangong Pingtian muttered to himself, toxicity level 3, concentration exceeding 50%. It could kill a 100-level beast. A decent weapon, but against my 10,000 beast's body, it's nothing more than a tonic. Indeed, the toxins he had inhaled not only failed to cause any harm but actually left Nangong Pingtian feeling refreshed and invigorated. The audience was stunned. What was happening? A beast tamer was using his own physique to withstand a toxic gas mist? How did Nangong Tianjiao manage to do that? Could it be the effect of some powerful item? But there were no signs of an item being activated. Everyone was stunned and confused. Then someone spoke up, I think I have a rough idea why. The 5 clans of the imperial capital each have their own specialized domains. The Nangong clan doesn't seem to excel in beast taming as much as the other 4 clans. However, their research and exploration into the bloodlines of beasts are exceptionally unique. It is said they can imbue certain abilities of beasts into beast tamers. However, the specifics are beyond my knowledge. These are the highest level secrets.
I see. That's truly enlightening.
Warinsky Frost Kingdom, this ability to be immune to negative states is quite similar to the noble royal descendants of our kingdom. They are raised from childhood using high concentration beast bloodline to refine their bodies, making their mortal forms exceptionally strong, and there is even a certain probability of awakening other extraordinary systems.
Charles Kingdom of Light, that's correct.
Our sacred light royal family also has a similar method, though those who possess such a physique are extremely rare. Judging by this prodigy would be more than qualified to compete for the title of Light Saint in our kingdom. The audience gasped in astonishment, and even some distinguished spectators from the other two top human nations acknowledged that Nangon Pingtian was extremely powerful.
So, does that mean Nangon Tianjiu is the stronger one among the 5 clan prodigies?
A physique as formidable as that of a powerful beast. I've never heard of such a thing before.
It truly amazed me. I'm willing to bet on Nangon Tianjiu.
Even before the first round began, the Xia Kingdom's Beast Tamer Forum had already initiated betting on the results of the unified examination, led by the Xia Kingdom's trading center.
Who will be the first to complete the 100 stages? Who will claim the title of Youth Supreme on the final Supreme Path?
These betting categories have already been set, with the betting pool expected to reach at least hundreds of billions of crystals. All bets would close once the 5th stage began, and no further bets could be placed. After the first stage began, although the number of bets was still relatively low due to the limited information available, it quickly reached over 100 billion crystals. In terms of odds, even though the 5 Valves prodigies are not currently ranked first, the majority of bets are still on them. Some are taking a gamble, betting on Wan Rong or other top geniuses from other provinces. The odds for these individuals to win the supreme title were as high as 1 in 1,000. Investing 100 crystals could yield 100,000 crystals if the bet was correct. However, after entering the second phase, the odds fluctuated, especially in the final stage of the second phase, where Wan Rong faced goblin soldiers armed with alchemical weapons.
He no longer demonstrated the dominance he had shown in the first phase.
Although he still advanced with relative ease, he had to engage in a brief skirmish and summoned his second beast pet.
This beast pet had an unusual flower-like shape.
When the lightning mice launched their high-speed attacks, their poison-tipped arrows were dodged, but the alchemical poison sacs still burst open, releasing a cloud of poisonous mist. However, the strange flower suddenly bloomed, sucked in the poisonous mist completely, and shook its petals, as if it were very satisfied. Clearly, this flower-shaped beast pet possessed powerful anti-poison capabilities, able to consume poisonous gas as sustenance. The lightning rat then darted into the center of the goblin soldiers, triggering the lightning array.
Boom!
Bold bolts of lightning struck down mercilessly. This was the lightning rat's powerful area of effect skill, instantly reducing the goblin soldiers, whose defenses were not particularly strong, to ash.
Wan Rong exhaled and moved on to the next phase.
Although he remained dominant in this round, it was far from the effortless ease of the 5 Valves prodigy, and his progress had been overtaken. As a result, a large number of people who had bet on him immediately withdrew their support. As stunning as Nangon Pingtian's performance was, so was that of the figure revered by countless spectators as a goddess. The ice-like, jade-like body of Mu Rong Shuebing flashed her blue eyes, and the goblin soldiers who had been about to fire their crossbows at her froze in place. The next moment, they aimed their crossbows at their own comrades and pulled the triggers. Whoosh! By the time they came to their senses, they realized their hearts had been pierced by the crossbow bolts. Facing the poisonous mist spreading toward them, Mu Rong Shui opened her hands, which were as flawless as jade, and a crystal formed in her palm. All the poisonous mist was absorbed into the ice crystal, giving it a faint green tint. Manya Shue's eyes gleamed with the compassion of a goddess as she swept her gaze over the corpses of the goblin soldiers. She then gracefully stepped forward, not disturbing a single speck of dust, and entered the next phase. This scene caused countless admirers watching at that moment to erupt into cheers.
The goddess! Mu Rong Tianjiu must be a goddess incarnate.
Such an extraordinary presence is unforgettable among all the celestial prodigies.
If I could be Mu Rong Tianjiu's servant, I would gladly give up 10 years of my life. Even if it's just a glance from Mu Rong Tianjiu, just thinking about it must be a very happy thing.
In terms of appearance and demeanor, Mu Rong Shui truly deserved the title of a beauty who could captivate a nation.
Chapter 153, Public Opinion Shifts.
With such an unparalleled appearance alone, she could make countless ordinary people fall at her feet. Combined with her status as a member of the 5 clans prodigies and the direct lineage of the Murong clan, every one of her actions exudes a powerful aura. As a result, among the male beast tamers today, more than half have set their sights on Mu Rong Shui. Mao Rong Tianjiu's move to make the goblin soldiers turn on each other was truly, and she even used some kind of device to contain the poisonous mist. I bet it can be used as a powerful weapon later. I just wonder what technique Mu Rong Tianjiu used. I didn't see any of her movements at all. Perhaps it has something to do with her piercing gaze.
Exactly.
Mu Rong Tianjiu is likely to possess the same special physique as Nangon Tianjiu. Currently, Yi Aotian, Li Shikang, and the other 5 prodigies of the imperial capital have all overtaken Wan Rong, pushing him down to 6th place. Currently in 1st place is Nangong Pingtian, whose domineering style of breaking through checkpoints has significantly shortened the process. He charged straight through the poisonous mist as if it weren't there. Currently in 2nd and 3rd places are Shiku and Mu Rongshui. However, Yi Aotian and Li Shikang, who are closely behind, are actually less than 5 seconds apart, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between them. Clearly, the true hierarchy is far from being determined at this stage. Nevertheless, without even trying, the 5 have already secured the top 5 positions, firmly demonstrating the unmatched prowess of the 5 clans. Even without deliberately competing, you cannot usurp their positions at the forefront. This is the dominance of the 5 clans. Some veteran beast tamers side, in fact, if we look back several decades, the geniuses from the 5 clans in the unified exams might not have been as dominant as they are now. The strongest candidates from other provinces were still highly competitive at least up to the 7th stage. It can only be said that this year truly marks the opening of the path to supremacy, with a surge of prodigies. Even geniuses like Wan Rong, who are provincial-level talents, are actually stronger than those of previous years, but the prodigies of the 5 clans are even stronger, thus widening the gap even further. At this stage, the number of bettors surged dramatically, with the betting turnover reaching over 1 trillion crystals at an extremely fast pace, with over 90% of the bets concentrated on the 5 clans' prodigies. Among them, the lowest odds were for Nangong Pingtian and Mu Rongshui, indicating that these 2 were currently the most favored. Shiku, Yi Aotian, and the others had slightly higher odds, but the differences were not significant. In fact, according to the betting rules, bets could only be placed in the earlier stages, and even then, it was impossible to discern the true differences between the competitors. However, this is precisely what makes betting exciting. If everyone could predict the winner, there would be no point in placing bets. At that moment, in the imperial capital's Elders' Council, 5 men holding the highest power in the Xia kingdom stared at the images on the ceiling, their eyes flickering. Shi Yan glanced to his left and said, "Nangong Yun, you old fox, you've been hiding your true abilities well. Ping Tianxian, your nephew, has awakened the body of 10,000 beasts, yet the Nangong clan managed to keep it a secret all this time. If it weren't for this unified examination, we old-timers would still be kept in the dark." Nangong Yun laughed heartily and turned to Mu Rongjing across from him, saying, "My son is nothing. Mu Rong's daughter is the true phoenix of heaven, having quietly awakened the ice phoenix body. That's even more powerful than the 10,000 beasts body. Mao Rong, after this unified exam, you must invite us to your Mao Rong clan's phoenix pavilion." "Yes, yes." The others, upon hearing this, also turned their gaze toward Mu Rongjing. In their eyes, it was immediately clear why Mu Rongshui was exhibiting those unusual phenomena, such as her ice-blue pupils and snow-white hair. This was related to the Mu Rong clan's heritage. Years ago, they had formed an alliance with a mysterious tribe, which granted them an extraordinary opportunity, resulting in the emergence of a 9th-tier beast tamer within their clan. Under the guidance of the 9th-rank beast tamer, the Mu Rong clan rose to become one of the strongest beast-taming clans in the Xia kingdom. However, this was a secret from hundreds of years ago, and now only those within this circle knew of it. That 9th-rank peak-tier individual was said to possess this special physique, and since then, the Mu Rong clan has not produced another such existence. The emergence of a second such individual now, could it be the result of centuries of accumulated fortune finally erupting? Meng Yujing smiled and bowed slightly, saying, "It's not that I'm unwilling to share this with you all, but Shuer, that little girl, has always forbidden me from revealing it. Once the unified exams are over, I plan to host a grand banquet, and you will all be invited." Li Tianlong, Yi Duanian, and the others exchanged polite banter, each with their own thoughts. The 5 clans have always been evenly matched in strength. Now that the Mu Rong clan has gained an Ice Phoenix physique and the Nangong clan has gained a 10,000 beasts physique, it is as though 2 more 9th-rank candidates have emerged. This matter must be taken seriously. However, they weren't overly concerned. The alliance of the 5 clans had been maintained for over 300 years, and it was a delicate balance. Even if one clan gained an additional 9th-rank candidate, it wouldn't break the alliance. Moreover, the prodigies of the Nangong and Mu Rong clans possessed extraordinary foundations, and the prodigies of the 3 clans were no exception. The truth will eventually come to light in due time. On the public channel, the focus of discussion was entirely on the 5 prodigies, until someone mentioned, "Where is the ruler of the Xian Palace? How come he hasn't appeared in the top 10 even after the 2nd stage has ended?" Currently, the 10th-ranked participant has already entered the 2nd stage of the 3rd phase, which is the 32nd stage, yet Zhang Xuan still hasn't shown up. Though not being in the top 10 doesn't necessarily mean he's falling behind. However, the initial hype surrounding him had set expectations for Zhang Xuan to rival those of Yi Aotian and others. The shining light of the commoner beast tamers, an unimaginable young genius, and a reckless rebel daring to challenge the aristocratic system. These accolades made him the topic of discussion even more than the 5 clans' prodigies at the beginning. But the current situation seems to be disappointing many people. Where are those idiots from the Shin Palace? Have they gone mute? Why aren't they coming out to speak for their Shin Emperor? Don't bother with them. They're just a bunch of brainwashed fools. The truth is right before our eyes. It speaks louder than any praise. Exactly. The existence of the aristocratic clans has its own logic. Some scheming individuals use the notion of everyone being as talented as a dragon to stir trouble, but they fail to consider that humans are inherently different. Without the aristocratic clans to uphold this world, we might not even have the chance to step into the realm of the extraordinary. Amidst the barrage of comments, the Shin Palace and Zhang Xuan himself had been completely discredited. Damn it! Within the core residence of the Li family of Guangning, Li Zuwang vented his frustration with several comments, but they were quickly drowned out by a flood of criticism and mockery. Now, aside from a few like him and Sun He who remained steadfast in their belief in Zhang Xuan, most members of the Shin Hall had fallen silent. Chapter 154, Collective Enhancement. A few other Shin Hall members, including Sun He, had gathered here at Li Zuwang's call to watch the unified exam. They were Zhang Xuan's most loyal followers at present. These people are utterly ignorant. Even if we were to go up there, we wouldn't be stopped, let alone the master. If the master truly wanted to exert his power, he could crush this group effortlessly. A young man from the Yen family spoke angrily. He was also a graduate of the Beastmaster Academy, a 4th-rank Beastmaster, and had once reached the 5th stage. If he were to give it his all now, reaching the 7th stage should pose no problem. But at his current level, he wasn't even worth a feather in the presence of the Shin Emperor. If these noisy fellows saw how they annihilated the Li family back then, they'd all be scared stiff. Sun He, the eldest and most seasoned among them, said, "We need not rush. The Lord has his plans. We must remain loyal and support him in silence." With the Lord's divine might, grandeur, and courage, he would not concern himself with such trivial matters as timing the so-called Xia Kingdom Unified Examination is merely a stage for him to subdue the people of the world. Now that these people are questioning, looking down upon, and dismissing thee, when everything turns around, the faith and reverence thee will gain will be unstoppable. Li Wangzu heard this, and the resentful expression on his face gradually faded. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "You're right, Sun Dage. I was just being short-sighted. Loyalty will be proven in time. We were just getting impatient and doubting thee." He then spoke in the guild channel within the Shin Hall, instructing everyone not to engage in verbal battles with others in the Unified Examination public channel, but to observe and wait for developments. At that moment, Zhang Xuan was leisurely moving through the cave, collecting fragments of divine consciousness imprints along the way. As he continued to collect, he noticed that this mark was becoming increasingly complete, as if it were about to be pieced together into a whole. Along the way, the goblins he encountered began to organize and resist. The goblin squad was struggling to hold them off, so he didn't bother to intervene and instead summoned the flame demon. In this goblin cave, the flame demon was an absolute force to be reckoned with. With a flick of its massive hand, a ball of flame shot out, instantly igniting the entire cave. The goblins didn't even have time to flee before they were reduced to ash. The lava flowing down from the flame demon left scorched red marks on the rock and soil, and waves of heat rose in the confined space. When he reached the 20th level, the goblin soldiers waiting there seemed to have learned of their comrade's tragic fate. As soon as Zhang Xuan appeared, arrows flew toward him. The inferno's ever-burning flames erupted violently, engulfing the arrows in their path. The extreme heat instantly melted the arrowheads, leaving the remaining shafts to fall limply to the ground. At the same time, the green toxic mist rising from the burned-out jars was instantly vaporized by the flame demon's flames, and all toxic substances were completely neutralized. The intense heat alone was enough to neutralize the strongest tactic of the goblins in this area, without even needing to make a deliberate effort. The process that followed was straightforward. The flame demon prepared to unleash another blast of flames to incinerate the enemy, but Zhang Xuan suddenly made a gesture to halt the attack. He approached the goblin and released his dragon's might. The goblin soldiers revealed expressions of terror, hesitated for a moment, and then signaled their willingness to surrender. As expected, the dragon's might remained as effective as ever. All 12 goblin soldiers in the group surrendered. Zhang Xuan chose not to kill them but to attempt to subdue them, primarily because he saw potential in the goblins. Their poison-making and alchemy techniques seemed to hold promising potential for development. In the future, within the small world of the Shin Palace, Zhang Xuan planned to create various powerful legions with unique combat capabilities. If he could utilize the goblins' technology to establish an alchemy factory, producing various toxic gases and alchemical equipment, and equip his soldiers with them, their combat power would be truly remarkable. The greatest weakness of the goblins is their inherently fragile bodies, and their living environment further limits the development of their technological advancements. There are likely other factors at play, but Zhang Xuan is unaware of them at this point. After recruiting goblin soldiers, a prompt appears. You have recruited 12 ordinary goblin soldiers. These goblins are different from the previous ones. The earlier ones did not have crossbows and, aside from controlling poisonous substances, had no offensive capabilities. They are likely the most marginal members of the goblin tribe. These ordinary soldiers are true combat units and are significantly more powerful in battle. Looking at these goblin soldiers now bowing respectfully, Zhang Xuan suddenly remembered something. He hadn't yet tried using the one-click upgrade on these subjugated units. He decided to give it a try. Zhang Xuan summoned the one-click upgrade panel and aimed it at the goblin soldiers. Detected, goblin soldiers common. Proceed with one-click upgrade? Group upgrade available. It actually works, and it can even be done in one click for the entire group? Wow, this is awesome. Zhang Xuan never expected that the one-click upgrade could be used on subjugated units. He had only used it on his own bred beasts and captured monsters before. If that's the case, there are way too many units that can be upgraded. With Black King's abilities, the subjugated units would be coming in waves. Subjugated units may have average combat power, but after a boost, they can form a force that aids him. Plus, they can be upgraded in groups, saving a lot of time and effort. Zhang Xuan pressed the upgrade button directly. One-click enhancement successful. All goblins common have been upgraded to goblins elite. One unit triggered a critical hit and was upgraded to goblin commander common. The appearance of the goblin soldiers before him was completely transformed. Though still short in stature, they were slightly broader than before. The bows and crossbows they held now had an additional firing slot, allowing them to launch 2 poison arrows at once. Additionally, they now wore a short knife at their waists, clearly granting them close combat capabilities beyond those of ordinary soldiers. Among the 12 goblin soldiers, one stands out from the rest. It wore armor, revealing 2 menacing glances, and held a hand crossbow in its hands, though its design and structure appeared more refined. On its armor, at the chest, waist, and thighs, there were several small alchemical containers of different colors. Zhang Xuan quickly obtained the information. This was the goblin commander. Its hand crossbow possessed rapid fire capabilities, with an attack frequency significantly higher than that of ordinary goblin soldiers. The colorful miniature alchemy pots are also used to imbue crossbow arrows with special effects. In addition to the green deadly poison mist, there are also hallucinogenic poison mist, vision obscuring escape gas mist, and more, each with unique effects and versatile functions. This is the goblin leader obtained after a critical hit. It feels quite comprehensive. Chapter 155, Divine Mind Message. The only downside is that the one-click upgrade function doesn't seem to work on these subjugated units, possibly because they aren't classified as beast pets. However, given their base stats, achieving this much is already quite impressive. The Goblin Soldier Squad, which has received a significant overall upgrade, should be able to sweep through a few more stages in the next phase. Zhang Xuan decided to upgrade the other subjugated units as well. First, the Flame Demons. One-click upgrade in progress, the Flame Demon evolves into Lava Giant. Ugh! The Flame Demon roared, feeling as though its body had been activated like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. The entire goblin cave trembled. Its body, already quite massive, began to swell, like wildfire surging, with lava overflowing. The Flame Demon's body swelled to over 4 meters in height. Its body, which had been composed of flames, now became more solid, with highly compressed fire elements forming twisted muscles made of crimson flames. 2 protrusions began to emerge on its skull, as if 2 horns were about to grow, resembling the horns of a legendary hellish demon. Its limbs and waist were thick as iron pillars. A flaming giant axe appeared in the demon's hands. The axe's blade was as thick as a mountain, and a single swing could likely collapse the entire cave. The giant demon's evolution was complete. It knelt on one knee, placed its hand on its chest, and conveyed an excited emotion to Zhang Xuan. "Thank you, great lord, for your blessings." In its understanding, only the supreme and mighty existence could have granted it such an unimaginable evolution. Zhang Xuan sensed the strength of the lava giant, whose combat power had at least doubled. Not only had its flame damage increased, but it had also gained powerful physical combat abilities. Additionally, the lava giant had awakened a special ability. It could split into numerous lava fragments, transforming into lava warriors to form a swarm of combat power. In summary, this was a highly rewarding enhancement. The flames burning on the giant's body illuminated the cave. Zhang Xuan surveyed his surroundings within the cave. Soon, he felt a pulling force guiding him to a corner. Zhang Xuan extended his hand, and the flames in his palm surged, scorching the rock wall in front of him. Soon, the layer of rock and soil covering the surface melted away, revealing a pattern beneath. Had it not been for the guidance of the divine consciousness fragments he had absorbed earlier, no one would have discovered this hidden location. This must be the last fragment of the divine consciousness markings in the goblin cave. After absorbing all 10 fragments, they merged into a pure stream of mental energy that flowed into Zhang Xuan's body. Zhang Xuan carefully sensed the energy and detected no foreign entities within it, so he accepted it. The mental domain was extremely delicate. One must not be overly confident and must maintain the necessary caution. Only after fully accepting it did a vision suddenly appear in Zhang Xuan's mind. It was the scene left behind by that divine imprint. In a vast and desolate expanse of heaven and earth, a man with dazzling black eyes and flowing black hair stood suspended in midair. His towering and majestic figure emanated a wild and domineering aura that seemed to overwhelm the world. The black-haired man's gaze was deep, as if stars were flickering within his eyes. He looked in a certain direction, his expression filled with longing and reluctance, brimming with intense emotion. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but follow his gaze, but all he saw was a hazy mist, unable to make out anything clearly. He turned his gaze back, only to find that the man had already fixed his eyes on him. Zhang Xuan froze, a strong emotion surging within him, as if the black-haired man's mind had crossed time and space to communicate with him. In the haze, he saw the man holding a long spear, fighting everywhere, with a wasteland of scars and wounds as far as the eye could see, endless blood and fire. Terrifying beings lurking in the darkness and mist coveted everything. The black-haired man was overwhelmingly powerful, and with a single thrust of his spear, a section of space collapsed. However, the enemies were too numerous, endless in number. As he killed one group, another emerged. Suddenly, many companions appeared beside the man, fighting alongside him. They controlled various powerful beasts, gradually alleviating the pressure. However, the man's expression did not seem to relax. The scene abruptly ends. The black-haired man nods toward Zhang Xuan and whispers, "Do not rely on them." He uttered this enigmatic phrase, and the entire space began to collapse, as if this mental transmission could only convey those words to the recipient. Zhang Xuan's consciousness returned, and he found himself back in the goblin's cave. This man must be the king of the abyss, Luo Feng. Zhang Xuan pondered, judging from the man's appearance and the battle scenes, he must be the human sage of the Xia kingdom, Luo Feng. But why had he left such clues in the Jinyuan trial, and what did "don't rely on them" refer to? Zhang Xuan was puzzled. The Jinyuan king clearly intended to convey some information to those who came after him. From various clues, perhaps he was truly the first to come across this information. As for why it was him, it might be related to his unique method of overcoming the trials. Or perhaps it has to do with his powerful mind, which has unlocked the extraordinary system of the mind warrior and his divine status imbued with resolve. Or perhaps it was due to some reason he hadn't yet realized. In any case, these messages exist in both the first and second stages, and there should be more to come. Perhaps what the Prince of Jinyuan ultimately intends to reveal to him can only be uncovered after completing all 100 stages. Now, the third stage begins. Zhang Xuan arrived at the end of the Goblin Cave and stepped into the 21st gate. You have entered the third stage, Fox Clan Forest. The surroundings became more open, and he found himself in the wilderness, no longer in the narrow corridors and cramped caves of before. Zhang Xuan found himself in a dense forest with a slightly steep terrain, clearly situated on a hillside. Fox Clan? Is this stage actually against the Orc tribe? The Beastmen are one of the most powerful races on the Origin continent, second only to the three major top-tier races. In fact, the Beastmen's overall strength is not inferior to that of elves, humans, and dwarves. However, the Beastmen are highly fragmented into numerous sub-tribes, each with their own beliefs and territorial divisions, rarely uniting under a common cause. For example, there are foxmen, werewolves, tiger men, elephant men, and even the most mysterious and powerful dragon men within the Beastmen tribe. These groups have significant differences and even hostile relationships with one another. The term orc is more of a generic term used by other races to refer to orcs and is not recognized by the orcs themselves. Foxfolk are considered a weaker group within the orc race, known for their cunning intelligence and skill in crafting and using traps and mechanisms. These are shared knowledge among human beast tamers, but the specifics can only be understood through first-hand experience. The Jinyuan trial is a good opportunity to get to know various races. Chapter 156, The Foxfolk Tribe. Zhang Xuan looked at the forest before him, too lazy to explore slowly, and simply ordered the lava giant to clear the path. Roar! The ogre responded to the command of the Great Lord, its massive body, as large as a small mountain, charging into the forest with brutal force. Wildfires spread along the way, igniting the dry branches and leaves, turning the forest a fiery red. The ogre charged recklessly, but soon, several large nets flew out of nowhere, followed by the ground collapsing and sharp spikes flying up. One trap after another was triggered, but these were child's play for the lava giant. Having transformed into fire, it was immune to physical damage, and the ground collapses and nets were useless. Though the net was sturdy, it was no match for the crimson flames capable of melting gold and iron, and it was reduced to charcoal in an instant. Among the trees, several odd-looking, agile humanoid figures turned and fled, but the lava giant would not let them escape. After evolving, its control over fire had greatly improved, and with a single thought, several bursts of flames shot toward them. Ah! These flames seemed to have guidance capabilities, striking the backs of several humanoid creatures with precision. A series of agonizing screams echoed, followed by the scent of burning flesh. Zhang Xuan approached and saw that they were indeed several fox-headed fox-like creatures. They were much smaller than ordinary humans, with triangular faces and pointed snouts. Perhaps due to their death, their eyes were wide open, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, giving them a rather terrifying appearance. The 21st stage has been cleared. Please continue forward. Is this the 21st stage? It seems that after entering the third phase, things are different from the first two phases. This is a free roaming area where you must navigate through obstacles. To be honest, if this is all the foxfolk have to offer, it's a bit disappointing. They don't seem much stronger than ordinary goblins. Adhering to the principle of uncovering every hidden secret in each stage, Zhang Xuan began searching the area once more. However, this time he was slightly surprised to find nothing at all. Zhang Xuan wondered if it might be like the final stage of the Goblin Cave, requiring mental perception, but after focusing his mind, he still found nothing. It seems that Prince Shin Yuan truly left nothing here. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment but decided not to dwell on it and continued forward. Since it was a free zone, he had the lava giants simply plow through everything in its path, while he stayed behind to explore further. The terrain here wasn't particularly complex. The lava giant's strength was at least 3 dimensions above this realm, and wherever it went, it turned the surrounding environment into a deathly fiery zone, like the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Islands. Screams, shouts, and the sounds of fleeing echoed everywhere. These were all fox-like creatures. They hadn't been intentionally targeted by the lava giant. Instead, the flames had fallen onto the wild grass and spread too quickly. By the time they realized something was wrong and tried to escape, it was already too late. This was no ordinary fire. It was at least 1,000 degrees Celsius and had the ability to burn continuously. Once it touched anything, it was essentially a death sentence. The foxmen were caught by the flames while fleeing and burned into charred fox meat. However, after being burned to a crisp, their meat had a faint, gamey odor. Combined with their human-like appearance, Zhang Xuan lost any desire to taste it. He continued to search every corner in the rear to ensure that no potential threats were overlooked, while the lava trolls charged deep into the depths under his command, rampaging along the way. Even if there were lone foxmen lurking nearby, such tactics would pose no threat to Zhang Xuan. To put it bluntly, although Zhang Xuan was still human, his physical prowess had reached a terrifying level beyond the realm of the ordinary. Even the flesh of the lava ogres couldn't match him in combat. At this moment, on the sky screen displaying the top 10 rankings, the gaps between them seemed to be gradually widening. During the second phase, the progress of Wan Rong and other provincial-level top-tier beast tamers was on par with Yi Aotian and the 5 clan prodigies. However, by the latter stages of the third phase, they had suddenly been left behind by 2 stages or so. The reason was simple: the fox-like creatures blocking their path had set up much more intricate traps, including large-scale ground collapses and mazes constructed using terrain and vegetation. These obstacles have significantly slowed their progress. Wan Rong briefly considered summoning his main battle beast companion, as the lightning rat and exotic flower he currently controlled were not meant for combat. However, he ultimately restrained himself. He couldn't risk disrupting the plan for a temporary gain. The main battle beast pets had to survive the third stage, and at the very least, they couldn't be summoned until the fourth stage. Otherwise, with so many stages remaining, the pet's endurance could be depleted prematurely. The other geniuses of similar strength shared the same mindset, while the powerful items or mysterious physiques of Yi Aotian and the others still showed no signs of significant decline. Even though the fox tribe's traps slightly slowed their progress, it didn't make much of a difference. They continued to advance with an unstoppable momentum. The root cause lies in the Fox clan's insufficient frontal combat capabilities and lack of damage output. Their traps and mechanisms were laughable against opponents whose numerical stats completely outclassed them. However, at this moment, outside the top 10, there was an entity with an incredibly swift momentum, closing the gap at a rate of thousands of candidates per second. The 5 Valves prodigies had all entered the 30th stage, the final stage of the third phase. This stage was clearly no ordinary one. In the open clearing of the dense forest, numerous foxmen had gathered, surrounding an old foxman dressed in a magical robe, his gaze wise and far-seeing. The old fox looked at his formidable opponent, feeling tense but knowing there was no room for retreat. He slammed his magic staff into the ground with all his might. Instantly, beams of light erupted from the surrounding forest, and countless threads shot out, intertwining on the ground. Boom! A magical array suddenly rose from the forest floor. The illusory lights shimmered and shifted endlessly, trapping the intruders within. This was a technique rarely seen in the human realm. Countless spectators were startled, never expecting such an unexpected challenge to appear in the final stage of the third phase. Is that a magical array? Can the foxfolk really cast arrays? That's the domain of the elf mages, isn't it? Mages aren't exclusive to the elven tribe, they've simply mastered magic to the highest degree. The foxfolk excel in traps and mechanisms. By combining them with arrays, they have evolved techniques suited to their nature. Foxfolk arrays focus on illusion and confusion, with relatively weaker destructive power, but they can trap beings far stronger than themselves, making them uniquely effective. That's right. From the third stage onward, each stage has its own unique characteristics. It's not about brute force alone. Even if you manage to break through, you'll likely waste a lot of time in the illusion array, allowing others to gain an advantage. Chapter 157, Violent Array Breakthrough. Once the top-ranked candidate breaks through the third stage, betting ends. Everyone, place your bets quickly. I placed a small bet on Mu Rong Tianjia. Though all 5 prodigies exude invincible aura, the voice deep within me tells me Murong Tianzhou is the only choice. I've bet 10,000 crystals on Li Tianzhou. I love his unrestrained, reckless aura. There's no one else who can match him. I've bet on Nangong Tianzhou. Looking at his journey so far, regardless of how strong his beast pets will be later, his formidable physique alone gives him an extremely high margin for error. In the later stages, that margin for error will be the most critical factor. Is there anyone else out there like me? I've put half my fortune on the line, 50,000 crystal stones, betting everything on Murong Tianzhou. This is my loyalty to the goddess. I firmly believe she will reward her followers. Holy crap, you're playing this big? 1 million crystal stones is an enormous sum for most beast tamers, even those of 5th rank or higher. Although beast tamers from prominent families in a place like Guangning City might be able to come up with tens of millions of crystals, that's only because they have the entire family's resources backing them. Individual beast masters with stronger power, such as a 7th tier beast master, would certainly not match the wealth of a beast master family whose highest ranked member is only 6th tier. This is the difference between the clan system and individuals in terms of resource accumulation. The former far surpasses the latter. However, the path to Supreme Master is a once-in-a-century opportunity in the Xia Kingdom. This unified examination will undoubtedly see many beast masters staking a significant portion of their fortunes on it. At this point, the betting market is nearly closed, and the odds are gradually stabilizing. Mong Yushui's crystal stone betting pool is currently in first place with odds of 1 minute and 1.1 second. Nangong Pingtian followed closely behind with odds of 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. Yiaotian, Shiko, and Li Shikang are not far behind, with odds of 1 minute and 1.25 seconds. 95% of the crystals were likely concentrated on these 5 individuals. The total amount of bets has reached an astonishingly close to 1 trillion crystals. This quantity of crystals is equivalent to an entire super-large crystal vein, a level of vein that cannot be found even within the entire Nanjiang province. Its value is sufficient to purchase an entire medium-sized human kingdom. However, the amount of bets placed on Zhang Xuan still pales in comparison to any of the other top 10 contenders. His odds have reached an astonishing 1:1000, equivalent to the odds that would only appear in an earth-shattering upset. In other words, virtually no one among the current audience believes he can ultimately secure the top spot in the unified examination. He's not even visible yet. He might be eliminated in the next few stages. How can he possibly compete with the 5 clans' prodigies? In Zhang Xuan's betting pool, there were almost only his die-hard followers, such as Sun He and Li Wangzu, who had put in a significant portion of their savings. The rest of the audience, including the vast majority of Shin Hall members, did not do so. At most, they refrained from betting on the 5 clans' prodigies as a show of respect for Zhang Xuan. After all, no matter how much they longed for a future where everyone was as powerful as dragons, that was entirely different from their fervent devotion to Zhang Xuan himself. Why would anyone throw away the crystals in their pockets? Do they not want to live anymore? However, at that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, resembling a flame goddess, looked at the current situation. Despite her face, which could have captivated a nation, she wore a faint smile. Everything was indeed as her master had predicted. Thus, she followed her master's previous instructions and bet all 1 million spirit stones on her master. These were all obtained from the destruction of the Li family and the confiscation of the other 3 families. The original amount was actually greater, but most of it had already been spent on the construction of the Shin Hall and the guild space. This was all that remained. That's right, Zhang Xuan had already instructed Huo Wu before entering the unified examination dungeon to place a heavy bet on him. 1 million spirit stones were bet, and less than a minute later, Mu Rongxue unexpectedly became the first candidate to clear the 3rd stage, temporarily ranking first on the leaderboard. She seemed to possess the ability to see through the illusory array, emerging from the 5 valves prodigies in the shortest time. The others used brute force to break through, though they were also quite powerful and didn't expend much effort. They ultimately took a bit more time. As more candidates cleared the 3rd stage, the betting ended, and the crystal stone pool finally broke through the trillion mark. Seeing Mu Rongshua's stunning performance in this stage, countless people rejoiced while others beat their chests in frustration. Damn it, I bet too early. I didn't expect Mu Rong Tianjia to have such a trick up her sleeve. She might just be the first one. Ha, she truly lives up to her reputation as a divine maiden. I feel like Mu Rong Tianjiu has already secured the title of Young Supreme. That's not necessarily the case. I think each prodigy has their own unique techniques. In the previous stage, Nangong Tianjiu had a slight lead, while in this stage, Murong Tianjiu has a slight lead. Later it might be Shi Tianjiu, Yi Tianjiu, or Li Tianjiu taking the lead. Their true battlefield should at least be in the 8th stage or later. Speaking of which, what about the ruler of the Shin Palace? Have any of you bet on him? The odds are 1,000 to 1. It's worth a shot, right? Maybe you'll turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ha, he's just a nobody. Even with such high odds, who would waste their crystals on him? At this moment, on the sky screen, Nangong Pingtian took an extra minute or so to enter the next stage. Another half-minute passed, and Yi Outyan, Shirko, and the others successively advanced. The 6th-ranked Wan Rong still needed about a minute, and the 4 behind him were roughly the same. Just as countless spectators thought everything would proceed as usual, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, Guan Ping from Xining province, who was ranked 10th, vanished from the screen. What's going on? Since Wan Rong had eliminated the Goblin squad in the 10th stage, the positions of these 10 people had not been displaced. The only changes were in their rankings among themselves. In other words, these 10 individuals essentially represented the top 10 candidates in this unified examination. The 5 Valves prodigies and the 5 strongest geniuses from the 12 provinces. However, at this moment, the 10th ranked individual was suddenly pushed out. Could it be one of the provincial geniuses who had been closely trailing behind? As everyone was puzzled, they noticed that the screen no longer showed the figure of the Beastmaster. Instead, there was a massive silhouette engulfed in flames, nearly spilling out of the screen. With just a single step, the illusions released by the Foxman mage shattered like glass struck at its weakest point, exploding into pieces. With a single step, it cleared the stage in an instant. The new candidate's image on the screen pushed Wan Rong, who was still trying to break the illusion array, out of the top 10, directly leaping to 6th place. What? What's going on? My goodness, what kind of beast pet is that? Its power is too overwhelming. This violent array breaking method is unprecedented. Chapter 158, Drawing Attention. All the spectators were left speechless, as the figure on the screen appeared like a demon god bursting out of the depths of hell. It wielded a massive axe blazing with flames, seemingly intent on shattering everything in its path. However, faced with the fox-like tribe's illusory array that had trapped countless candidates, the flaming demon merely charged forward. The explosive energy it unleashed instantly tore apart the entire formation, reducing it to shreds like torn cloth. The structure of the array was based on the interconnection of energy, forming a stable framework. When meticulously designed and intricately interconnected, it could unleash immense power. For instance, this fox-like tribe's illusory array was so formidable that even the 5 Valves prodigies would struggle to break it without summoning their beast companions, and Wan Rong and the others spent even more time attempting to do so. Except for someone like Mu Rongshui, who could use special methods to find the solution to the illusion array, others could only slowly wear down the array's energy. The time required to deplete the energy depends on the individual's output capacity. However, the flame giant in the scene didn't even bother to deliberately break the array. It simply took a step forward and shattered the array, indicating that its energy was beyond imagination. It was like a wild dog barking furiously at a towering giant, only for the giant to ignore it and take a step forward, causing the dog to flee in panic only to be accidentally kicked to death in the process. The impact end of this scene left everyone speechless. What on earth is this? Could it be that some other provincial-level genius is trying to catch up by summoning their strongest battle beast pet at this stage? But, are their main battle beasts really that strong? This question arose in everyone's minds, as the monster looked far too terrifying. If this were the main battle beast pet of the 5 Valves prodigies, they might still believe it. But if this were the beast pet of other provincial-level geniuses, even if they summoned a slightly weaker beast pet, they should be able to easily break through the fox people's illusion array. Take Wan Rong's lightning rat and Shihua, for example. Though they also performed exceptionally well, compared to this flame monster, they would clearly be crushed in an instant. Wait, why are we speculating? Look at the names. The audience finally snapped out of it and looked at the candidate information displayed at the bottom of the screen. Guangning. Zhang Xuan? The public chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, Guangning Zhang Xuan? Isn't that the ruler of the Xian Palace? Aren't we supposed to be way behind him? How did he suddenly surge to this position? That flame giant is actually under his command? That's impossible. Could he have been biding his time all along, fooling us all? Our great Xian Emperor of the Shin Hall is not someone you can speculate about. He was just holding back earlier. Once he really puts in effort, he can instantly reach the same starting line as the 5 clans prodigies. Upon seeing this situation, some spectators, whose affiliation with the Shin Hall was unclear, began to speak up. This sparked a heated debate and a flurry of insults. Who knows if this Zhang Xuan has already revealed all his trump cards? He's already using such a powerful move in the 3rd stage. What will he do later? Will he still have the ability to compete with the 5 clans prodigies? Exactly. Using such tactics for a temporary ranking only proves that this so-called Xian Emperor has lost his confidence. A flood of doubts emerged. The appearance of this ferocious and overwhelmingly powerful lava giant not only shocked many viewers but also defied common sense. A beast pet or follower of this caliber couldn't possibly be summoned at this stage. Even for the 5 clans prodigies, it would be an absolute game changer. So bringing it out at this stage clearly means that Zhang Xuan has run out of tricks and is forced to reveal his trump card prematurely. Although this trump card did change many people's previous impressions of him, it also meant that by the later stages, Zhang Xuan would still be unable to compete with the 5 Valves prodigies. I can slightly revise my previous statement. Zhang Xuan's ability to establish the Shin Palace and proclaim himself the Shin Emperor does indicate he has some capabilities. However, based on current observations, his ceiling remains limited. When it comes to competing with figures like the Five Valves prodigies, he still falls short. That's right. This kind of overwhelming dominance may seem strong, but it lacks composure and won't last long. Many supporters of the major clans spoke up at this point. However, some questioned their claims. That's not right. How can you be so sure that the lava giant is Zhang Xuan's trump card? Isn't it rumored that he can control pure-blooded dragon clans? Dragons must be his true trump card. These words left many speechless. Indeed, they had forgotten that Zhang Xuan also had the dragon clan as his trump card. But how so? The dragon clan probably isn't much stronger than this flame monster, right? You can't possibly be saying that this flame monster is just Zhang Xuan's most ordinary subordinate, can you? Someone, seeing this, scolded, "You ignorant fools. Is it so hard to admit that Emperor Shin is powerful? You boast about your 5 clans prodigies, but what family heritage do they have? Why don't you mention that? The Shin Emperor is just a commoner. Even if we don't talk about whether he can ultimately obtain the title of Supreme Ruler, with such terrifying trump cards as the Lava Giant and the Dragon Clan, isn't that enough to prove his exceptional talent?" Many fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, upon rational reflection, some of them were being overly harsh, overlooking the fact that Zhang Xuan's performance had already been exceptionally outstanding. Of course, only a few thought this way. Most continued to belittle and mock him. It seemed as though seeing the 5 Valves prodigies temporarily leading was the highest honor imaginable for them. At this moment, spectators from other realms expressed curiosity. "Charles, Kingdom of Light, I've been hearing you mention this person named Zhang Xuan. Who is he?" Soon, many people began to explain. From various accounts, the confused spectators from other realms pieced together a portrait. Charles, a commoner who dares to challenge the most powerful noble families of Xia Kingdom for rankings? The legendary one who can control dragons? Challenging the noble system? My goodness, this is simply unimaginable. Vladimir Frost Kingdom, just hearing about it makes my blood boil. A beast master who can command dragons? I'll keep my doubts until I see it for myself. Honda Ichiro Ingjo Kingdom, in our kingdom, there's a legend that humans who stand above dragons will unify the entire continent and surpass the gods. Park Dong Six Shilla Kingdom, if such a person truly exists, then he must have the blood of the Shilla people flowing through his veins. Unbeknownst to them, once the people of the various nations learned the origins and story of Zhang Xuan, their discussions were immediately ignited with passion. Chapter 159, Returning. Despite his humble origins, he refused to bow his head before a colossal being so powerful it made resistance seem impossible. Possessing extraordinary talent that seems like a divine blessing, no one in the human race has ever been able to tame pure-blooded dragon beasts. With a heart for the masses, never forgetting his roots, willing to pledge a grand vision of everyone becoming dragons for all. Isn't this the very embodiment of the most noble savior? Audience members from other realms, who had previously been unaware of the circumstances, were now swept up in the emotion, praising him in unison. Goodness gracious, just hearing these descriptions, I already hold Zhang Xuan in the highest regard. A being of such great talent, intelligence, and character I would very much like to see his true form. Can I join the Shin Hall? I also want to follow in his footsteps. There seemed to be too many people trying to suppress him. This situation was completely unexpected. After learning about Zhang Xuan's deeds and the natural conflict between him and the 5 clans prodigies, these viewers were directly captivated by the personal charm of someone they had never even met. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, who was currently in the unified examination dungeon, naturally sensed everything that was happening. After being there for some time, he noticed that the willpower connections he had established were growing weaker and fading. Faith is not solid until it reaches a certain level. For example, the light gray color that appears when a willpower connection is first established indicates a low level of faith, which can easily weaken or even disappear when faced with unexpected changes or circumstances. For example, at the beginning, Zhang Xuan did not appear on the screen for a long time, while the 5 Valves prodigies displayed overwhelming strength. Additionally, the public chat channel was filled with various intentional or unintentional opinions and influences. Under such circumstances, many people's belief in Zhang Xuan, including the members of the Shin Palace, would diminish. Zhang Xuan was not surprised by this. Therefore, he had been observing the changes in the willpower without surprise. However, now a completely new change has emerged. Many willpower connections that had been gradually weakening suddenly stopped declining and began to strengthen and recover. Even more astonishingly, Zhang Xuan could suddenly sense new willpower connections surging at a rate of tens of thousands per second. This indicates that his performance has likely entered the heavenly curtain rankings, and his existence has come into the view of more people. This was precisely the purpose of Zhang Xuan's participation in this unified examination. However, Zhang Xuan knew that this was merely the beginning. He smiled faintly and made his way to the forest clearing where the illusory array had previously been. Since he had allowed the lava giant to proceed first, when the giant's foot crushed the illusory array, Zhang Xuan was still at the position of the previous 2 checkpoints. Therefore, only the giant's figure was visible in the scene. Now that he had appeared, the members of the Shin Hall who had been lying in wait for a long time but had always held firm belief in him immediately emerged.
Li Wangzu, Master's Divine Might. With just a casual glance, you have swept away all beings and intimidated the petty criminals.
Sun He, it seems the master was right. He doesn't care about the 5 clans' prodigies.
One who vows to make everyone as mighty as dragons wouldn't bother with a mere entrance exam. Charles, oh. Is this Zhang Xuan?
He looks extremely young and handsome, with a composed demeanor and a calm gaze.
I must admit, I am already captivated by his brilliance.
Many followers of Zhang Xuan have emerged in other nations, and their speeches are even more enthusiastic and exaggerated than those of Li Wangzu and others. Since he is not a native of Xia Kingdom, he has no connections or worshipful relationships with the Xia Kingdom's aristocratic families, so he naturally does not harbor hostility toward Zhang Xuan. However, the legends and aura surrounding him were what most people found most appealing. In short, the lava giant's single step shattering the 30th gate instantly reversed public opinion, shattering most people's doubts about Zhang Xuan. At the very least, everyone now knew that Zhang Xuan was no ordinary individual and definitely had the qualifications to compete with the prodigies of the 5 clans. As for those who still stubbornly ignore the facts and slander Zhang Xuan, they are the most loyal dogs of the clan system and will never be able to view things objectively.
These people are also destined to be enemies of the Xian Palace.
For a moment, the attention drawn to Zhang Xian's scene surpassed even that of Mu Rongxue. However, Zhang Xian's current actions in the scene left many viewers puzzled. He was seen pacing back and forth in the forest. Despite the fact that the flames erupting from the lava giant had already incinerated all the fox-like creatures and the illusory array the moment it entered the forest, he seemed in no hurry to advance to the 4th stage. Zhang Xuan didn't care what the spectators thought he had made a new discovery.
Upon arriving here, a familiar sensation returned.
Sure enough, the divine king of the abyss had left a divine consciousness imprint. However, why did it appear only at the final stage of the current phase?
Zhang Xuan approached a seemingly ordinary tree.
As his mind surged, a light orb suddenly appeared on the tree trunk. Zhang Xuan reached out and drew the light sphere toward himself. However, this scene sparked countless questions. The master of the Xian Palace.
What is he doing? The public channel was filled with confusion.
From their perspective, Zhang Xuan was standing on an empty patch of ground, extending his hand toward the air, yet there was nothing there. It turned out that the mark left by the Jingyuan king was invisible to everyone else's eyes. At the moment Zhang Xuan received the guiding light, the same voice as the black-haired, black-eyed man echoed in his mind. Walk this path once more.
Walk this path again? Zhang Xuan froze. What did this mean? Did it literally mean to start over from the beginning?
Zhang Xuan turned his head and looked in the direction from which the voice had come. He suddenly recalled a previous doubt. That was why, starting from the 3rd stage, the levels no longer had spatial restrictions. This was also why he could command the lava giant to proceed through the level first while he searched slowly behind. It turned out that this design had its own rationale. Since that was the case, he decided to look back.
Flame demon, follow me. Roar. The lava giant followed Zhang Xuan toward the outskirts of the forest. However, his actions instantly sent the audience into an uproar. What is the Emperor of the Heavies doing? I suddenly don't understand anymore. Don't tell me you don't understand either. I don't think anyone does.
Wait, he clearly passed this stage.
Why isn't he continuing forward? Why is he going back? Did you notice the strange gesture the Xian Emperor made before turning back? It felt off. Exactly.
He made a few gestures in the air, then suddenly turned back.
I have no idea what that means. Now many viewers refer to Zhang Xuan with honorific titles. Chapter 160, Subtle Differences.
Because human nature is drawn to strength, when Zhang Xuan's performance impressed everyone, calling him Xin Di no longer felt out of place.
However, his actions at this moment left everyone utterly baffled.
Despite the fact that the gap between him and the 5 Valves prodigies could be closed in no time, and he could even contend for a spot among the top 5. After all, this flame-wielding monster, regardless of whether Zhang Xuan had already revealed his trump card, was clearly far more powerful than the 5 clans' prodigies.
Yet Zhang Xuan suddenly abandoned his momentum and turned back?
It simply made no sense. Many spectators were still wondering if Zhang Xuan would suddenly turn back, but he simply continued walking until he disappeared from the screen. Disappearing from the screen clearly means he left the 30th stage in the dungeon assessment and returned to the 29th stage. And it was precisely this move that caused Zhang Xuan's ranking to plummet from 6th place, dropping him out of the top 10 entirely, with no one knowing where he had fallen to. Because the players behind him, such as Wan Rong and Guan Ping, had already entered the 30th stage but were still dealing with the Fox Tribe's illusions and had not yet broken through. Zhang Xuan's decision to backtrack caused his ranking to plummet instantly, with no one knowing how many spots he had fallen.
Guan Ping, meanwhile, returned to 10th place. What the hell?
The master of the Xian Palace is serious? No, what's going on here? This makes no sense at all. In my opinion, Zhang Xuan must have already played all his trump cards. Those flame monsters looked fierce earlier, but once the illusions were broken, they were probably all bark and no bite. To save face, he decided to give up. Seeing Zhang Xuan's move, the black-clad figures who had been lying low earlier emerged like cockroaches, hurling insults and mockery. Seeing this, a crowd of people refuted them. Enough with the nonsense. If someone can go to such lengths for their reputation, why can't you? Only a naive fool would say such things. A bunch of cowards using your dark minds to speculate about a noble master of the Xian Palace, a super genius feared by the 5 clans. How laughable. Stay in your filthy ditch and live out your lives as cockroaches. The sun in the sky won't lose any of its brilliance because of your slander. When Zhang Xuan Henti appeared in the top 10 of the celestial rankings, many people had questioned and mocked him. However, most of them did not harbor much hostility toward Zhang Xuan himself. It was simply the vast disparity between their expectations and reality that led them to believe he was nothing but a hollow shell, prompting them to speak harshly. Among these voices, those deliberately belittling and slandering Zhang Xuan naturally went unchallenged by many. However, Zhang Xian's current performance has clearly proven the credibility of the rumors surrounding him, at least to some extent. Such a genius of humble origins, capable of achieving this level of success, has already earned the respect of the vast majority of people, regardless of whether he can ultimately compete with the 5 clans' prodigies. Anyone who now blindly slanders him will only provoke anger and disgust among the crowd. Let's wait and see. This dungeon run still has such a long process ahead. Any judgments made at this point are too premature. This statement was agreed upon by everyone. Indeed, in the first 2 stages, Zhang Xuan had not shown himself at all, and everyone had been skeptical of him. But in the final stage of the 3rd phase, he suddenly delivered such a stunning and breathtaking performance. When it comes to such a figure, they should refrain from making hasty conclusions. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, who had returned to the outskirts of the Fox Clan's mountain forest, heard a surprising prompt. You have arrived at the 3rd stage, Fox Clan Forest. Proceed with caution. What does this mean? Could it be? Zhang Xuan suddenly thought of a word. Level reset. No way. He had never heard of such a situation in the unified exam dungeon. Level reset isn't uncommon, most dungeons have such rules in place. However, it only applies when you enter the dungeon, causing the entities within to be refreshed and reset. But he hadn't left the unified exam dungeon. Moreover, this reset seems to have been triggered only by him. Zhang Xuan proceeded with suspicion, and sure enough, 3 slender figures with fox heads appeared in the forest. No doubt about it, these were the fox-like creatures he had encountered during his first entry into the Fox Tribe's forest, when he had entered the 21st stage. It seems the stage has indeed been reset. Zhang Xuan, filled with confusion, ordered the lava giant to move forward. The giant seemed just as puzzled. Those creatures had all turned to ash just moments ago, how could they suddenly reappear? But it didn't dwell on it and continued to charge forward with heavy steps. This time, Zhang Xuan ordered the lava giant to speed up. Within minutes, they had passed through 9 gates, incinerating a swath of fox-like creatures along the way, and arrived at the final 30th gate. Once again, the same fox-like mages and the same illusory array appeared. Everything was the same as before. The lava troll stepped forward, the illusionary array hesitated for an instant, then shattered with a loud crash. The for clearing this level once again echoed in Zhang Xuan's mind. This. He narrowed his eyes. There must be some deeper meaning to this, it couldn't just be a simple repetition. After sweeping through the 3rd stage for the 2nd time, nothing special appeared. The divine imprint of the Jinyuan king also did not reappear. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. Should he try again? If he entered the 4th stage, what would be the point of sweeping through the 3rd stage again? Or had he misunderstood the meaning of the information left by the Jinyuan king? Zhang Xuan carefully recalled every detail of his 2nd passage through the 3rd stage. If it were someone else, reminiscing about this would be meaningless. Because the content experienced in between was exactly the same, there would be no special impressions. But Zhang Xuan is different. His mind is powerful, he can vividly recreate everything he sees and hears. Memory is like a series of scenes he can build in his mind. And he can step into these scenes, seeing every detail clearly. Zhang Xuan carefully recreated, finally. It really is different. He murmured to himself. After comparing the 2 instances of clearing the level, Zhang Xuan discovered a significant difference. The reason why he had overlooked this difference earlier was somewhat of a mix-up. The fox-like creatures we encountered the 2nd time, and the illusion array released by the fox mage in the final stage, were all significantly stronger. And the reason I overlooked it was because, in the face of the lava giant, which had completely achieved a dimensional attack, this level of difficulty increase was like a small ant becoming a stronger, larger ant. But at its core, it was still just an ant. Zhang Xuan shook his head and smiled. The answer was so obvious. Chapter 161, Primordial Fortune. However, this difference is so subtle that without consciously comparing it through mental replication, one would never notice it. To put it bluntly, these enhancements might amount to 15% or 20% for the fox people, but for the lava giant, they were virtually non-existent. Unless multiplied several times over, they couldn't break through that one-step-to-death threshold. Zhang Xuan searched the clearing in the forest. This time, he did not find any new divine consciousness imprints. However, he certainly wouldn't enter the fourth stage just yet, as it was clear that the hint left by Prince Shin Yuan wasn't meant for him to simply replay the stage. So what should he do now? Try again. He acted on his thoughts and turned back for the second time, returning to the starting point of the mountain forest. This time, the fox people tribe refreshed for the third time. Zhang Xuan realized his strategy was correct and swept through again. This time, Zhang Xuan observed carefully as he advanced through the level. Sure enough, the fox people that appeared after the third refresh were slightly stronger than the previous batch. Of course, this slight increase was relative to himself. Other candidates might have been stuck here. Once again, he crushed the final fox tribe illusion array with a single step. This time, Zhang Xuan didn't even pause, rushing back without delay. I'll see what happens if I keep this up. Having roughly figured out the mechanism, Zhang Xuan faced the increasingly difficult stages with even greater speed. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, until the seventh time. This time, he arrived at the clearing in the forest where the foxmen had set up their illusory array. The lava giant was about to charge forward, but suddenly, the foxman mage, accompanied by the rest of his tribe, knelt down on the ground in fear. Great Lord, we surrender. Zhang Xuan noticed that this time, the enemy had not set up an illusion array, as if they had been waiting here all along, directly kneeling down to beg for mercy. At the same time, a prompt sounded. The current fox-like tribe unit has been conquered multiple times by you. They have abandoned their resistance. You have subdued the foxman mage, Lina. You have subdued 12 foxmen. You have obtained a willpower pearl 1. The foxman mage named Lina knelt on the ground, reached into his sleeve, and pulled out a very smooth and clear pearl. He raised both hands above his head and handed it over with reverence. Zhang Xuan stepped forward to take it. The pearl felt warm to the touch, but most importantly, a powerful surge of willpower energy was emanating from within it. Wish power pearl? Zhang Xuan asked Lian Na, why does this checkpoint keep refreshing? Where did this pearl come from? The foxman mage looked confused. After a moment of reflection, he replied, Master, we have always existed in this forest, fulfilling a certain mission. This pearl, as far as I recall, was left behind by the Great One. However, I have no memory of anything more profound. After the foxman mage acknowledged Zhang Xuan as his master, Zhang Xuan could clearly sense the mental connection between them. It was evident that the foxman mage was not lying. He thought for a moment and asked, the great being? Can you describe his appearance? The foxman mage nodded and said, as you wish, master. It raised its two almond-shaped hands, made several hand gestures, and as its magical power flowed, an illusion appeared. In the void, a towering figure appeared, holding a long spear, with black hair and eyes, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. It was indeed the Prince of the Abyss, Jin Yuan. He then asked, do you have any other impressions of him? Lina shook his head and said, the Great One only said that we must wait here for the Chosen One of prophecy. Once we acknowledge him as our master, we can escape this realm, and the fox people can also break free from their bonds and enter a broader world. The Chosen One? Zhang Xuan was puzzled. Lina looked up respectfully and said, Master, you are the one the Great One spoke of, the Chosen One. Out of nowhere, he had gained a new nickname, though it wasn't unpleasant. Zhang Xuan asked what the prophecy referred to in this title, but the other party was also clueless. The Great One instructed that once you absorb this wish-granting pearl, you will know more. Zhang Xuan looked at the lustrous pearl in his hand. His body indeed felt a strong desire for it. He opened his mind and absorbed it with all his strength. Instantly, an incredibly pure and concentrated stream of wish energy surged into his body. The sheer volume of this energy far exceeded the combined wish energy he had absorbed from so many members of the Shin Hall. Moreover, its quality was significantly higher. The wish energy connections Zhang Xuan had established earlier transmitted wish energy of varying purity. Those with unwavering faith, like Sun He and Li Wangzhu, had highly pure willpower energy, while the ordinary believers who had only established shallow gray connections had more impure energy. However, the willpower transmitted from this treasure pearl was even purer than that of Sun He. This is the highest grade of willpower, likely converted entirely from the most loyal followers. Such willpower would likely cause anyone to obey any command without hesitation or reservation. You have absorbed the willpower pearl, Fox People. The Fox People's faith in you has reached level 4. Fox Person faith has broken through the limit. You have obtained Primordial Fortune. Primordial Fortune, when energy levels are sufficient and wish energy is highly concentrated, and the target's faith in you exceeds level 3, you can obtain Primordial Fortune. This is a super-existent entity involving fundamental secrets. Possessing it will grant you unexpected assistance, but it may also draw the attention of certain entities. A halo visible only to Zhang Xuan himself enveloped his body. Instantly, Zhang Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, not just in his physical body but also in his mind and soul. He sensed that his life essence had been elevated, and there was an intangible perception that all pure energy was converging toward him, even from extremely distant places or unknown entities in other dimensions. It seemed that once he possessed this so-called primordial fortune, he began to transform into a star, drawing all things toward him. All momentum and energy were rapidly growing. Zhang Xuan looked at a small tree in the forest, extended his hand, and as his mind surged, the tree suddenly began to twist. Zhang Xuan recalled the tree spirits he had fought before. He visualized their forms and characteristics in his mind, and an incredible transformation began. The small tree began to change rapidly. Its trunk thickened, vines sprouted from its branches, and the face of the tree spirit seemed to slowly emerge from its bark. The Foxman mage and the other Foxmen were stunned into stillness at the sight. Master! Is this creation? Their minds were shaken, and they fell to the ground, overwhelmed by Zhang Xuan's divine-like power. However, Zhang Xuan soon stopped. Chapter 162, Faith Level. He felt his mind growing hazy, as if he had expended an enormous amount of energy and could no longer continue, forcing him to stop. The small tree that had been rapidly transforming also returned to its original form, as if nothing had ever happened. However, upon closer inspection, one could still detect subtle differences in the tree's appearance compared to before. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan was utterly astonished. He looked at his hands. Had all that just happened through the mere power of his thoughts? Though it couldn't yet be called creating something out of nothing, altering the structure of matter and causing it to evolve clearly involved the supreme authority over the laws of the universe. However, to endow an ordinary tree with sentience and transform it into a tree spirit required an energy expenditure of an entirely different order. Zhang Xuan had come tantalizingly close to achieving it just now. This primordial fortune had such a profound effect? Zhang Xuan carefully sensed it and finally realized the true benefits it brought him. It did not enhance his own abilities but extended his physical and mental essence, connecting him to various nodes in this world, enabling him to exert a far more powerful influence. These nodes are now clearly visible to Zhang Xuan in his new perspective. They were the rules that existed within all things, operated within all things, and cycled through all things. The rules were real, but for the vast majority of life forms, they were vague, intangible, and uncontrollable. However, in Zhang Xuan's current vision, the rules are clear. He can see the form and direction of all rules, intertwined with one another. He felt that if he stretched out his hand and reached as far as he could grab the rules into his hands. However, Zhang Xuan knows that this feeling is merely an illusion. He is not yet capable of such a feat. But this is only because the extent of one's own extension is not yet sufficient, so it cannot be reached. If one extends further, it is entirely possible to achieve it. In other words, one must obtain more primal fortune. Additionally, the information obtained after acquiring primal fortune has given Zhang Xuan some understanding of this matter. Faith levels can be divided into 5 grades from low to high. Each level not only represents different degrees of faith but also involves various abilities related to willpower. Level 1 faith is roughly equivalent to the initial stage of establishing a willpower connection, and it represents the faith level of the vast majority of Zhang Xuan's followers. Of course, the range of variation between each level is significant. Even at the same level, one might be on the brink of faith collapse at any moment, or they might hold Zhang Xuan in the highest regard. Level 2 faith is extremely difficult to achieve. Among the current members of the Shin Hall, only Sun He has reached this level. Even Li Wangzhu, who is considered a prodigy, is only at the peak of level 1 faith, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the barrier. In Zhang Xuan's perception, the reason for this disparity lies in Sun He's recognition of the everyone is dragon's grand vision, which has reached its peak. He is willing to sacrifice everything, including his own life, for this vision. However, Li Wangzhu's resolve is primarily focused on his reverence for Zhang Xuan himself. The third level of faith represents the highest level of devotion a follower can attain. These priests, akin to deities, dedicate their physical bodies and souls entirely to worship. In a sense, they have become part of the divine. This level of faith brings about a significant change. They effectively become extensions of the deity they worship, capable of manifesting as containers to descend, grant promises, and bestow blessings. Faith levels above level 4 are beyond the reach of ordinary beings. This has nothing to do with the devotion of one's willpower but rather with the inherent characteristics of the believer themselves. A faith level of 4 must be attained by a group recognized by the world's rules or by certain extremely special individuals. These groups and special individuals, having been recognized by the rules, can obtain the world's fortune, known as primordial fortune. The primordial fortune that Zhang Xuan recently obtained came from this source. If one were to accompany another in their evolution and transcendence, or fulfill their long-held aspirations, their faith level could potentially reach the ultimate 5th level. The specific effects of level 5 are unknown, but they are likely to be extremely astonishing. As part of the beastmen race, the foxmen are naturally recognized by the world's rules. After absorbing the incredibly pure wish energy pearl formed from the foxman's wish energy, Zhang Xuan obtained this portion of primal fortune. At the same time, his fate became intertwined with that of the fox people. This breakthrough in breaking boundaries and reaching the fourth level of faith is a two-way process. Once bound to the fox people, Zhang Xuan can freely command them, but simultaneously, only by continuously strengthening the fox people can this fortune be nurtured. If he merely exploited them, this fortune could eventually dwindle away. In summary, this primordial fortune has allowed Zhang Xuan to gain a clearer understanding of the fundamental workings of this world and has greatly expanded the possibilities for his future path. However, to be honest, the reason the original fortune can provide such immense assistance is fundamentally because he already possesses the willpower divine essence. Without the willpower divine essence, he would be unable to absorb the willpower pearls. Without being able to absorb the fox tribe's wish-granting pearls, obtaining the original chi and fortune would be out of the question. All of this seemed to be interconnected in some mysterious way. Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Emperor Zhang Yuan, when he established the Zhang Yuan trial 1,000 years ago, had already foreseen that someone with the divine essence of willpower would participate? Throughout his journey, he had already confirmed that no one had ever uncovered the true secret of the Zhang Yuan trial. They had merely treated this place as an arena for competing for rankings and honor, but in reality, the Zhang Yuan trial had always been about selecting a single individual. Thinking about it further, it was unsettling. If this wasn't a coincidence but a deliberate setup, then what kind of existence was the Zhang Yuan king, who could offer the willpower and fortune of an entire clan as a prize? With Zhang Xian's current strength, even if he couldn't match a 9th-tier beast tamer, he could still make some educated guesses based on his own circumstances. Such a method is absolutely beyond the capabilities of a 9th-rank beast tamer. Could the long-held belief that no deities can be born among the races of the continent actually be false? Could the Zhang Yuan king actually be a divine being? If that's the case, is there a possibility that the other party has always existed, merely observing everything from an unseen place? Zhang Xuan thought again of the murals depicting the first extraordinary beings. Why was Zhang Yuan Wan Luofeng one of the original extraordinary beings? What exactly did being one of the original extraordinary beings signify? Why did the beast god bestow his grace upon the human race? All these questions are like a fog. Chapter 163, Evolution of the Illusionary Array. Behind all these experiences lie countless secrets. Like the unknown terrifying entities lurking beyond the mist, engaged in a fierce struggle. However, Zhang Xuan did not dwell on it too much. As long as it could make him stronger, it was good. The secrets of this stage have been unlocked. It is time to move on to the next phase. Zhang Xuan crossed the mountains and forests, passing through a transparent light barrier. You have entered the fourth stage, Howling Wasteland. Howling Wasteland? Let me see what this is all about. The scenery before his eyes shifted, and Zhang Xuan found himself on a vast expanse of land. The terrain here, to be honest, bears some resemblance to the windy plains outside Guangning City, but the atmosphere is far more oppressive. The sky hung low, heavy with dark clouds, and the distant terrain undulated like waves. The large sunken depressions, devoid of light, are shrouded in shadow, resembling dark pockets that seem to swallow everything in their path. This stage was still within the open area, just like before. Suddenly, a night breeze swept by, carrying the scent of blood. Zhang Xuan keenly detected a low, growling sound mingled with the wind. Interesting. He strolled leisurely toward the source of the sound, followed by the lava giant carrying a giant axe as tall as a building, with the fox-like mage Laina trailing closely behind. Zhang Xuan realized he hadn't used his golden finger yet, so he stopped and gave Laina a quick level up. Foxman Mage has been upgraded to Foxman Archmage. Grand Mage? Let's see what's different. Lina was filled with shock and delight. He could sense that he was completely different now, with surging magical power, at least 3 times stronger than before. And many advanced spells that had been imprinted in his bloodline but couldn't be cast before were suddenly unlocked. He naturally understood where all this came from and immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. This is truly a miracle." Lina had previously submitted to Zhang Xuan, but his obedience was likely driven more by fear. But now, he was willing to risk his life and sacrifice everything for Zhang Xuan. Who could witness such a divine miracle on themselves and not surrender their soul? Zhang Xuan waved his hand and said, "Let me see what you can do now." "Yes, my lord." Lina snapped out of it and quickly stood up. "Master, the illusory array I used earlier can now be cast again, with its confusing and obstructing effects at least doubled. And it can be set up in multiple locations simultaneously." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, and 3 illusory arrays appeared simultaneously, interconnected with one another. Within the illusions, there were mazes with inverted directions, harsh environments with thunder, fire, and torrential rain, and quicksand that was impossible to escape once trapped. These illusions were not merely visual illusions, they directly affected the target's mind, causing various erroneous judgments. Even if someone were to take a step forward to break the array, those trapped within would likely find themselves spinning in place. "There's one more thing, Master. I can now to some extent turn illusion into reality. The entities within the illusory arrays are not merely illusions." "Oh?" Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with interest. He walked directly toward the illusion array. Lian Na saw this and was startled, hurriedly saying, "Master, you." However, Zhang Xuan had already stepped into the array. His expression remained calm as he shook his head and said, "Rest assured, you cannot harm me. Use your full strength and show me your limits." Lin hesitated, his fox-like eyes flickering with doubt. Though he dared not disobey Zhang Xian's orders, he feared that if he accidentally harmed him, it would be a crime unforgivable. Zhang Xian knew what the other was thinking. He laughed heartily and said, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. If your illusory array isn't effective, you won't be qualified to be my subordinate." Lai Na heard this and quickly bowed his head. "This subordinate obeys your orders." He clasped his hands together, and the illusory array activated at full power, unleashing a barrage of illusions and terrifying visions. To Zhang Xian, these illusory scenes were no different from nothing. Under his powerful mental prowess, they were easily discernible. However, compared to before, they were indeed much more powerful. This was because he had entered another extraordinary system, which granted him mental energy, and his willpower itself provided a powerful support for his mental energy, making him highly resistant to such illusions. However, if another beast tamer were to face this, unless they used some extremely powerful array-breaking artifacts, even an 8th-tier beast tamer would be stuck and have a tough time breaking free. Zhang Xian ignored all the illusions. At that moment, a distorted monster emerged from the swamp within the array. It was covered in mud and emanated a putrid stench. The swamp monster roared and charged toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed interesting. In his perception, this was not just an illusion but a real monster. If he just stood there with his eyes closed, he would definitely be crushed in one blow. Zhang Xian wanted to test the opponent's strength. He extended a finger and tapped the void, causing a burst of energy to explode like a massive charge of explosives, erupting outward in a conical shape. With his current physical strength, using only 10% of his power, combined with the mental energy manipulating space, he could stir and compress a massive amount of air, creating a powerful attack akin to an air cannon. Boom! The swamp monster was instantly blown to pieces, reduced to countless fragments of mud. Ah! Zhang Xian was also attempting to mimic his former teacher, Sato Money, for the first time, using his mental energy to manipulate the environment. Previously, his mental energy had not yet reached a sufficient level, so he had been unable to execute the technique. Now, nourished by the vast power of his resolve, he had broken through that barrier. Little did he know that even his initial attempt would be so astonishingly powerful. This single strike could easily obliterate 150-level golden ranked. However, the scattered mud on the ground suddenly began to move, gradually gathering toward the center. Until all of it gathered in one place, reforming into a mud monster that stood up once more. This caught Zhang Xian off guard. The monster created by Lian Na's illusory array actually possessed such a capability. He pointed again, shattering it for the second time, this time using half more of his strength, reducing the mud swamp to almost nothing. This time, perhaps due to energy depletion, the mud was unable to reform. Zhang Xian stepped forward. Though it posed no real threat to him, it must be acknowledged that this illusory array was significantly more powerful than the previous ones. After all, the primary function of an illusion array was to confine, not to attack. Lina hurried over, completely stunned. He never expected his master to break his illusory array so effortlessly. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the master had just allowed him to undergo a direct evolution. Chapter 164, Werewolf. A master capable of granting such immense power to allow him to evolve in an instant could just as easily send him to hell in the next moment. Thinking of this, Lian's expression grew even more reverent. Let's go and see what this stage holds. A human and a foxman set off toward the wasteland. Zhang Xian deliberately headed toward the direction where the howling had come from. In the dungeon, no information was wasted. Following the trail rather than avoiding it was the key to triggering events faster. The howling gradually faded into greedy tearing sounds, sharp teeth slicing through flesh like razor-sharp knives cutting through leather, the rhythmic chewing and swallowing carrying a strong scent of bloodlust. Zhang Xian cautiously approached, until he rounded a small earthen mound. A hideous figure emerged from the dimly lit surroundings. It too was humanoid, on all fours, devouring the carcass of a recently killed gazelle on the ground. However, atop its massive shoulders, the head was that of a wild wolf, with a row of fangs as hard as steel, crushing and mixing the antelope's flesh and bones. The antelope had once been strong, but under the muscular, vein-bulging body of the werewolf monster, it was like a small doll being mercilessly tormented. Its fur stood on end, its ears perked up, twitching slightly. Clearly, its keen hearing had already detected the presence of other beings approaching. But it didn't care. Any creature daring to enter this barren wasteland would become food for the werewolf clan. It wasn't until Zhang Xian approached a few more steps that the werewolf suddenly raised its head. Its blood-soaked face revealed intense malice. A prey, daring to keep approaching it? It rose from the ground, standing over 2 meters tall, gazing down at Zhang Xian and Lian Na with no attempt to hide the malice in its brutal eyes. The next moment, the werewolf spoke in human language. 2 more blood meals, a human and a fox. It seems the wolf god intends for me to feast tonight. Lena's face darkened. The beastmen hated being regarded as beasts, and the term fox was an absolute insult to them as fox people. He bowed to Zhang Xuan and said, "Master, please allow your servant to deal with this noisy and foolish creature." The werewolf's combat abilities far surpassed those of the fox people. Though he was no ordinary fox person, dealing with a werewolf alone had never been easy in the past. However, after receiving Zhang Xian's blessing, his strength had skyrocketed, and dealing with this werewolf was now a matter of minutes. However, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "Enough. We've been here for so long it's time to stretch our legs." "Yes, my lord." Lena understood his meaning and respectfully stepped aside. He looked at the werewolf, thinking that being killed by the master himself was an honor. The tall, muscular werewolf, covered in thick fur, drooled from the corners of its mouth. It sensed that the human before it showed not a single trace of fear, but instead seemed to regard it with contempt. It let out a growl, "You puny human, I'll drain every last drop of marrow from your bones and crush them." The werewolf charged forward in a single bound, his leg muscles tensing and erupting with immense strength. Among the beastmen, the werewolf clan ranked firmly among the top 5, renowned for their formidable close combat abilities. In the darkness of night, they gained a significant boost to their already formidable strength. A violent gust of wind swept across his face, carrying a strong scent of blood. The werewolf lunged forward, and it was hard to believe that such a massive creature could move so swiftly. However, Zhang Xuan remained calm, even finding the werewolf's approach somewhat slow. As the claws aimed at his head were about to strike, Zhang Xuan casually lifted his leg. Boom! A deafening sonic boom erupted from the ground, followed by an astonishing burst of force in an instant. Despite being countless times more powerful than the werewolf's charge, the foxman mage beside Zhang Xuan felt little to no pressure. This was because Zhang Xian's astonishing control over his own physique allowed him to concentrate the release of his power almost entirely on a single point, with virtually no dissipation or waste. This extreme concentration produced a ripple in the air, a sign that the space had been shaken. Only when force and speed surpass a certain threshold can such an effect occur. This leg collided head-on with the werewolf's thick arm, and a dull thud echoed through the air, like a tightly sealed lid being suddenly pulled off. Pang! Fear flashed across the werewolf's brutal pupils, and then its arms, extending across its entire body and up to its face, all cracked like porcelain. Everything happened in an instant. Endless flesh and tissue erupted like a flood breaking through a dam, hurling everything from the werewolf's back outward. A fan-shaped blood mist formed a striking landscape against the dim, barren wasteland. In the collision, the werewolf's bones were shattered into dust, and its flesh vaporized into a mist. All that remained at the original spot was an empty, lifeless sack of skin. Whoosh! The skin sack collapsed, limp and lifeless, lying on the ground. The scene was terrifying and absurd. Lena, standing nearby, gaped in shock, unable to utter a single syllable. He knew that his master could easily crush this werewolf with a single move, but this brutally violent killing technique was completely beyond his imagination. Violence had reached the point of art. Zhang Xuan flexed his legs. The strike had been effective, reviving his muscles and igniting a surge of combat desire. Who would have thought that he was actually a beast tamer? But we do have the mind warrior class, so using brute force in close combat to eliminate enemies is perfectly reasonable. These guys are still too weak. The rest is up to you. Zhang Xuan said lazily. Lena jolted awake, straightening his back. Yes, master. Though they were too weak for Zhang Xuan, he still had to give it his all. As they ventured deeper into the wasteland, they encountered more and more werewolves. Lian Na employed the new techniques he had recently acquired, unleashing a variety of confusion and illusion-based abilities. It must be said that while the werewolves were physically powerful, their mental resilience was a weakness. With his enhanced abilities, Lian Na found them to be a suitable target for his skills. After a few illusions, the werewolves began fighting each other, and soon both were dead. Zhang Xuan watched from the sidelines. When he grew impatient with the prolonged battle, he simply kicked one of the werewolves, sending it flying in a cloud of blood. Proceeding in this stop-and-go manner, their pace was surprisingly swift. By this stage, at least 60% of the candidates had already been eliminated by the first werewolf. Chapter 165, Candidate Elimination. The orc race did not possess the unique derivative systems found in other races like the elves, dwarves, and goblins. For example, the dwarves had their blacksmithing, the elves had their magical industry, and the goblins had their alchemy. Even the human race has a system of artifacts made from exotic beasts. Orcs, however, due to their scattered internal tribes, have not formed a unified organization or nation, and thus have not developed a more advanced system based on bloodline talents. However, relying solely on their bloodline talents, they still manage to carve out a niche for themselves among the races of the continent. Orc bloodline talents vary by tribe. Foxfolk excel in charm and illusions, leaning toward mental abilities. Werewolves have brutal, powerful physiques, leaning toward physical strength. Although werewolves are not the strongest physically among all orcs, they consistently rank among the top 3, and their bodies possess a certain degree of magical resistance. Ordinary spells have a weakened effect on them. As a result, many candidates found themselves in trouble. A girl bit her lip, her face filled with panic as a ferocious werewolf charged toward her. She was a second-tier beast tamer, possessing 4 beast pets, 2 flower demons, a cat demon, and a deer. 4 beast pets are considered the standard maximum for a second-tier beast tamer, meaning that she has now revealed all her trump cards. The girl hails from a small town similar to Guangning City, born into a prominent family but not among its elite. The ranks of her 4 beast pets are all around 50. Such strength would place her among the top tier of ordinary candidates, but within her family, she was only average to below average. Moreover, her demon beasts are primarily agile-type creatures. The cat demon serves as her main combat beast, the deer is her secondary combat beast, and the 2 flower demons as support units capable of releasing pollen to weaken enemies' status effects. However, against the physically powerful werewolves, they were utterly helpless. 2 bursts of pollen were directly sprayed at the werewolf, but it absorbed them all without flinching, its movements unaffected. Instead, it revealed a distinctly human-like expression of contempt and a savage grin. Ha ha ha, this little fragrant trinket is meant to entertain me? The werewolf laughed maniacally. Its powerful resistance rendered the pollen completely ineffective. As it laughed wildly, its massive, ferocious body swept toward them like a black whirlwind, its wolf-like claws sweeping out like fans. Crack! 2 crisp sounds echoed as the 2 flower demons that had been swaying moments ago were torn into a pulp, their roots severed cleanly, and green blood flowed from the broken stems. No! The girl screamed in pain, but saw that the werewolf had already stuffed both flowers into its mouth, chewing them twice with its steel-like fangs until they burst, then spitting them out with a loud thud. Damn it, this tastes awful. I want meat. It glared at the girl. The cat demon leaped forward to protect her, but the werewolf didn't even glance at it, swiping its paw out and flattening the cat into a pancake, which landed on the ground with a thud, resembling a can of cat meat. Soon, the deer was also caught and killed, its body devoured by the werewolf. The girl's 4 beast pets were all killed and eaten in an instant. A few seconds later, she was grabbed by a claw, her skull crushed, and she was teleported out of the dungeon. Eliminated. Such scenes were now repeating themselves at an astonishing speed. No one could have imagined that the first stage of the 4th phase would become the nightmare of so many candidates. The werewolves' strength and brutality were destined to haunt the nightmares of the eliminated candidates for a long time to come. Meanwhile, on the sky above the outside world, besides the scenes of the top 10, many other scenes suddenly appeared. These were temporary screens, flashing images of various eliminations. At the center, a number was displayed. The current number of remaining candidates. This number was decreasing at a rate of thousands per second. The situation immediately caused the audience to gasp in astonishment. My goodness, this werewolf is so powerful it crushed a beast pet with a single blow. The beastmen aren't just all talk, the werewolves' physical bodies are incredibly strong. Ordinary magic can't break their defenses, including various common control skills and poison effects, which are all weakened. This is already so difficult in the 4th stage. Is this the true nature of the Zhang Xuan trial? Exactly. This is just the 4th stage. If it's the 5th or 6th stage, only beast tamers from noble families will survive. Everyone fell silent. While the previous exams were also major events, none had garnered as much attention as this one, especially with the continent-wide live broadcast. Therefore, this obvious fact was only widely recognized for the first time in this trial. It turned out that the gap between commoner beast tamers and those from noble families was truly this vast. Currently, over 70% of the beast tamers being eliminated every second are from commoner backgrounds. By the time the next 2 stages are over, there should be no commoner candidates left. Someone remarked, looking at it this way, the ruler of the Shin Palace is truly strong beyond belief. That's right. When you compare them, it's truly a miracle that someone like Zhang Xuan could emerge from among commoner beast tamers. At that moment, most people finally realized the unique symbolic significance of Zhang Xuan. They also realized that the divide between commoners and aristocratic families was indeed as stark as ever. Even the emergence of a super genius seemed like something beyond comprehension. Speaking of which, I wonder what the current situation of the master of the Shin Hall is. I'm really curious. That's right. Though I'm not one of his followers, I'm actually more curious about his progress now. The 5 clans prodigies don't hold as much appeal for me anymore. Zhang Xuan is arrogant and self-important. He gave up his original 6th place position and mysteriously stepped back. Don't you think he can catch up again? Shut up. Even if he was temporarily ranked 6th, he'll never be on the same level as you, a petty schemer. As everyone was discussing, the 5 Valves prodigies all entered the final stage of the 4th phase, the 40th stage. The entity they faced in this stage caused their previously unshakable invincible stance to falter slightly. To be precise, it wasn't a setback, rather, the method they had previously relied on, not even summoning their beast pets, but instead relying solely on special techniques or physical prowess to force their way through, had suddenly become ineffective. It was clear that the powerful entity howling across the wasteland had finally made them feel true pressure. It was a massive werewolf, over 3 meters in length, clad in heavy armor, wielding a gigantic stone club. Drool dripped from the corners of its mouth, its eyes bulged like copper bells, and its explosive muscles gave it an extremely ferocious appearance. Chapter 166, Giant Ape. The first scene showed Li Shikong, his eyes narrowed as he sensed the wolfman's extraordinary power. A loud howl echoed through the air. The werewolf let out a piercing howl. It was not an ordinary werewolf but an elite warrior of the werewolf clan. Just the thick leather armor on its body and the stone club in its hands, which was as tall as a person and forged from incredibly hard steel rock, were no ordinary weapons. The werewolf warrior's own attributes were more than enough to match 3 ordinary werewolves. However, Li Shikong remained arrogant, his hands behind his back, sneering, "Filthy beast, kneel down now and crawl before me, and I'll grant you a swift death." The werewolf warrior understood every word he said, and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, clearly enraged. It charged forward in giant strides, raising the massive club in its hands weighing 1,000 pounds and smashed down with the force of a mountain splitting the sea. A surging wave of energy, carrying unimaginable force, instantly tore apart and compressed the air within a wide radius, rushing toward Li Shikong. Bang! 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 Consecutive sonic booms echoed from the strike, showcasing the sheer brutality of its force. Li Shikong's expression flickered slightly as the club descended toward him. A transparent light barrier instantly materialized. It was this barrier that had previously deflected countless attacks, causing opponents to perish from their own assaults, leaving him undefeated and consistently dominant. However, under the strike, the werewolf warrior's body shook violently but did not retreat. Clearly, its physical body had withstood the rebound damage. The transparent light barrier, however, began to shake violently, with ripples spreading rapidly across its surface. Li Shikong, though showing no signs of distress under the impact, was clearly in a vastly different state from before. The werewolf warrior, though massive in size, moved with surprising agility. It struck once, then followed up with an even faster blow. This time, the transparent light barrier trembled violently once more, and even Li Shikong felt a thread of power seeping through. This mirror of glass was an extremely precious item on his person. At present, it was only displaying a fraction of its true power. If it were to be fully unleashed, a mere werewolf warrior would not stand a chance. However, the mirror of crystal was not something to be used carelessly. To unlock its higher potential, a price must be paid, and this artifact was connected to his bloodline, bearing a life-bound mark. Overusing it would harm his own body. Therefore, Li Shikong would never use it excessively against a werewolf warrior. Thinking of this, his gaze grew cold. "I never expected you, you beast, to force me to use my beast summoning techniques." Li Shikong swung his right hand, and a powerful, primal aura suddenly spread out. The previously rampaging werewolf warrior suddenly halted, sniffing the air as if sensing an unsettling presence. At that moment, twisted black light surged, and a massive figure, no smaller than the werewolf warrior, emerged from the black light. It was a colossal ape, its body covered in black fur, with arms as thick as water columns, and muscles even more exaggerated than those of the werewolf warriors. Its pair of pitch-black eyes gleamed with nothing but murderous intent and chaos. From the moment it appeared, the scent of blood in the air multiplied several-fold, as if the giant ape had emerged from a sea of blood. Ah! The black giant ape suddenly struck its chest with both fists, letting out a furious roar that shook the barren wasteland. The werewolves hiding in the shadows were immediately driven back in fear. This aura was too terrifying, enough to make any creature tremble from the depths of its soul. The werewolf warrior couldn't help but take 2 more steps back. It clenched its stone club tightly. This giant ape gave it a strong sense of impending doom. At that moment, the public channel outside suddenly refreshed at over 10 times the normal rate. No one had anticipated this scene. My goodness, this werewolf warrior has actually forced out Li Tianjiao's beast pet. No, not just one, there's also Nangong Tianjiao, Mu Rong Tianjiao, Shi Tianjiao, Yi Tianjiao. They've all summoned their first beast pets. I thought the 4th stage would continue to crush everyone as usual, but this werewolf warrior is so ferocious that even the 5 clans' prodigies had to resort to beast summoning techniques. The first werewolf to appear on the Howling Plains was already so fierce, eliminating a large number of candidates. Now this one, equivalent to the boss of the Howling Plains, forcing the 5 clans' prodigies to use their beast pets, is also quite normal. Actually, using beast pets is perfectly normal. This is the Summer Nation's Beastmaster Unified Exam. What else could they use if not beast summoning techniques? However, the 5 Valves methods were too overwhelming, even setting aside their beast summoning techniques. Relying solely on their foundational strength, they swept through countless obstacles with ease, causing countless spectators to grow accustomed to this pattern. It's said that the 5 Valves prodigies are all at least 5th rank beast tamers. Summoning the first beast pet isn't impressive, it probably doesn't even account for 10% of their true strength. Let's see how long it takes to kill this werewolf warrior. Perhaps the unique traits of the 5 celestial geniuses will become apparent at this moment. On the screen, the werewolf warrior seemed unwilling to endure the pressure any longer. It let out a growl, took a step forward, and swung its massive stone club, smashing it down with brutal force. However, the black giant ape didn't flinch or dodge, its gaze filled with nothing but contempt. It too took a step forward, extending its two thick, column-like arms. With a thunderous crash, it directly grabbed the stone club, which was descending with immense force, and then pulled it upward. The werewolf warrior was actually lifted into the air along with the club. Such a scene seemed like mere play to the giant ape. Next, it extended one arm and grabbed the werewolf warrior by the neck. The werewolf warrior sensed danger and struggled violently, pressing his claws against the giant ape's palm, trying to pry it off his neck. However, no matter how hard he struggled, even as his veins bulged and his entire wolf head twisted, his eyes bulging outward, it was all in vain. The disparity in strength was like that between heaven and earth. The black giant ape's expression remained unchanged throughout, until a crisp sound echoed. Crack! It was the sound of something snapping. The werewolf warrior's head lolled to the side, his eyes wide open, and he was choked to death with ease. The giant ape did not toss the body to the ground but instead brought it to its mouth. Its mouth suddenly split open rapidly to the sides, growing as wide as half its own body, resembling a deep abyss. Then, it slowly squeezed the entire werewolf warrior into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The bone-chilling sound of chewing echoed continuously. Not only the werewolf warrior's flesh and blood, but also the leather armor he wore and the large club in his hands were chewed into pieces by the giant ape, as if it were eating a cookie, and swallowed whole. Chapter 167, Celestial Beast Pet. This bloody and brutal scene was broadcast live through the sky screen, clearly visible to countless viewers. The werewolf warriors were already fierce enough in appearance, but this black giant ape took the words brutal and savage to a whole new level. My goodness, is this Li Tianjiao's beast pet? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. When the celestial prodigy acts, you know he means business. He doesn't act unless he has to, but when he does, it's earth-shattering. This method of killing is something I've never seen before. No skills were even needed, just raw physical strength was enough to crush the werewolf warriors. And it even devoured the werewolf warrior alive. That's truly brutal. The giant ape's brutal killing tactics left the audience utterly stunned. It took until the 40th stage to summon the first beast pet. This is the true depth of the Five Clans prodigy, truly terrifying. In comparison, Zhang Xuan isn't bad either, but he summoned that flame giant so early on he is still no match. However, the fact that even Li Tianjiao had to summon this giant ape shows that the werewolf warrior is no ordinary foe. At that moment, on the barren wasteland, the giant ape, after devouring the werewolf warrior, roared twice more, indicating it was still unsatisfied. Li Shikong stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities for you later." The giant ape seemed to understand, growing quiet and standing beside its master, like a colossal demonic shadow, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Li Shikong was not at all surprised by the outcome of this battle. The earth-shattering giant ape was a dominant-level demon beast. He had invested a vast amount of precious resources into it, elevating its strength to an extremely terrifying level. What it had shown so far was less than 10% of its true power. The giant ape had different forms. Killing a werewolf warrior was as easy as blowing away a feather. Its more powerful forms could only be unleashed in later stages. Although this was not Li Shikong's strongest beast pet, even on the path to supremacy, when facing off against other prodigies to determine the ultimate victor, the earth-shattering giant ape would still have a place to shine. Although he has already summoned a beast pet at this stage, it does not mean he has exhausted all his abilities. On the contrary, this is merely a glimpse of his true capabilities. He walked into the next stage with a proud expression and unmatched confidence. At the same time, the other prodigies also summoned their beast pets for the first time. The whistling wind blades swirling around Shirku were partially blocked by the thick leather armor of the werewolf warriors. Though the armor's defense was constantly being sliced, leaving some wounds on the werewolf warrior's body. However, to kill it, he must unlock the second form of the wind blade field. This was also a risky move for Shirku. Thus, Twin Viper King. Shirku roared, and a serpentine monster descended. It was as large as a giant python, sharing a single body but with two massive heads. The heads were square-shaped, and their vertical pupils were filled with coldness and cruelty. One of the heads opened its snake-like mouth and violently extended its tongue, which swelled wildly, binding the werewolf warrior before dragging him forcefully across the ground. Both snake heads opened their mouths simultaneously, tearing the werewolf warrior in half and devouring him entirely. Another dominant-level demon beast. On the other side, Nangong Pingtian. Steel Rock Colossus. A small mountain crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to shake and the ground to sink an inch, revealing its terrifying weight. On top of the small mountain, two fierce red lights flickered. This was a monstrous beast composed entirely of stone-steel rock, having developed sentience. Its limbs were as thick as mountains, appearing indestructible at first glance, with a height nearing 5 meters. The werewolf warriors launched their attack first, swinging their massive stone clubs. The steel rock colossus did not flinch or dodge, allowing the blows to strike its body. Boom! The stone club shattered like a piece of paper under the impact, exploding into pieces. The werewolf warriors were completely caught off guard by this, standing frozen in place. The steel rock giant's stone face twisted into a stiff, terrifying grin, then its stone fist swung down with tremendous force. With a loud crack, the werewolf warrior's head was shattered, exploding like a watermelon, with red and white innards spilling out. On the werewolf's shoulder, there was only an empty hole and a twisted vertebra. Thud! The body fell to the ground. Facing such a brutal scene, Nan Gongping Tian remained expressionless, taking a step forward toward the next stage. Punishment Night. Before Yi Outyan, a knight emerged, shrouded in shadow, riding a horse emanating black mist, and holding a black greatsword in his hands. The werewolf warrior was about to charge forward, but saw the knight raise both arms, with the tip of the greatsword pointing directly at the werewolf warrior. Despite not being touched, the werewolf suddenly froze in place, its eyes bulging, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. It then exploded into a cloud of blood. Punishment Sword. Against enemies of a certain strength, it triggers an instant kill punishment effect upon contact. Yi Outyan stood tall and proud, walking forward under the protection of the punishment knight. Finally, the breathtakingly beautiful Mu Rongxue, with her white hair and blue eyes, gazed at the ferocious werewolf warrior without a flicker of emotion, resembling an icy goddess overlooking the mortal world. Ma Shui extended her delicate hand, and a green tree suddenly sprouted from the ground. Moments later, the tree trunk violently transformed, morphing into a seductive and beautiful tree demon in the form of a human woman. Her skin was entirely green, and she wore no clothing. Her figure was tall and slender, with proportions that were exceptionally well proportioned. Her pupils were tinged with black, and vines grew from her body, swaying as she moved her slender waist. Though her appearance was somewhat peculiar, she exuded an otherworldly allure. Green Forest Demoness, a legendary entity said to dwell in the depths of ancient, dense forests, wielding immense control over wood elements. Forest Maiden, resolve everything. The Green Forest Siren lowered her head slightly, revealing a seductive smile. As you wish, Beastmaster. As the werewolf warrior swung his heavy club, the demoness extended a slender arm, which instantly transformed into a tender green vine, binding him. The werewolf warrior struggled to break free, but despite its seemingly thin appearance, the vine was incredibly resilient. The werewolf warrior struggled in vain, then suddenly collapsed to the ground. Within seconds, his flesh withered away, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. The Green Forest Demoness raised her finger and gently licked it with her thin lips. The taste is mediocre. Beastmaster, I need stronger flesh. Ma Shui said nothing and walked forward. The Green Forest Demoness moved her seductive steps and followed behind. Chapter 168, Interpretation. The 5 valves prodigies and the 5 beasts all emerged. In this stage, whether by coincidence or through similar planning, they all used their beast-taming techniques for the first time. And such beast-taming techniques truly left countless spectators in awe of the overwhelming depth of a noble family's heritage. If the previous techniques were somewhat beyond the understanding of most beast-tamers, though powerful, they were too unfamiliar. Then the 5 beast pets now on display sparked endless speculation and discussion. The giant ape belonging to Li Shikong, the prodigy, seems familiar to me from an ancient demon beast encyclopedia. It is extremely rare and cannot be hatched from a beast pet egg. It can only be obtained by defeating the giant ape with powerful means and seizing its cub, giving one a chance to tame and raise it. It is said that to fully evolve this giant ape, an 8th tier beast tamer is required. Goodness gracious, an 8th tier beast tamer? Only the 5 clans and the most elite beast tamer families in the provinces could possibly afford such a resource. It can crush werewolf warriors with sheer physical strength alone. This giant ape must have reached its growth stage. Plus, according to the Demon Beast Encyclopedia I saw, it possesses a terrifying skill that multiplies its combat power upon activation. Sure, Kiti Ngio's 2-headed viper is no slouch either. Not only is its physical strength formidable, but its venom is the primary ingredient for a super toxic weapon. I once saw it at an underground market. Just a single drop of its venom can fetch over 1 million crystals. Are you serious? A tiny bit of venom can fetch that price? Of course. Its toxicity can instantly kill a 200-level golden great demon beast. Do you think it's worth the price? Goodness, I didn't notice anything special about this viper at first. Hearing you describe it like that is truly terrifying. Now, there are countless viewers watching the live broadcast on the sky screen. Though most of them have limited strength, among the vast number, there are also high-tier powerhouses. Some of these powerful individuals naturally began acting as commentators, explaining the origins of these powerful beast pets to everyone. Look at the steel rock giant beast that Nangong Tianju is summoning. The material stone steel rock should be familiar to many of you, right? I've come across it before. It's considered a top-tier material, but ordinary blacksmiths can't use it to forge equipment because it's too hard. Ordinary fire can't melt it at all. Only the dwarf clan, who mastered can handle it. That's correct. This steel rock giant beast is a monster that naturally emerges from the stone steel rock mines. Its entire body is composed of stone steel rock, seamlessly integrated. After gaining sentience, it has taken its innate abilities to the extreme. In addition to its unparalleled hardness, stone steel rock also possesses magical resistance, making it the strongest material for armor. As a result, the steel rock colossus' physical and magical resistance are both incredibly high, leaving it with almost no weaknesses. Its only weakness is its relatively slow speed and limited offensive tactics, but this is only noticeable when compared to other dominant-level beasts. May I ask, sir, what is the origin of that towering knight on horseback belonging to Yi Tianjiao? This is no ordinary creature. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a product of the subspace. Subspace? Are you referring to the Grey Realm? Yes, but not exactly. The subdimension is vast, and the Grey Realm is just one of its forms. Some subdimensions even harbor entire civilizations. However, such spaces are extremely rare and of immense value. Aside from the 5 clans, virtually no other factions can control the portals to subspace. This knight likely originates from such a source. Judging by its attack methods, it likely involves some rule-based entities, making it extremely extraordinary. Such a beast pet is difficult to assess in terms of its potential limits. As for the wooden demon summoned by Mu Rong Tianjiao, it appears to be the most intelligent among the 5 beast pets. It possesses an unreasonable ability to steal lives, employs bizarre tactics, and its survival capabilities are likely extremely strong. It's very difficult to kill. This has truly broadened my horizons. The first beast pets summoned by the 5 Valves prodigies are all Dominion tier. To be honest, even an 8th tier Beastmaster would be considered a major powerhouse anywhere, but their main battle beast pets are only Overlord tier. They wouldn't just casually bring them out like this. That's right. Beast tamers from the 5 clans are generally considered to be 1 rank higher than their actual level. Especially before the 8th rank, the top geniuses of the 5 clans have achieved victories in battles against opponents 2 ranks higher, which wasn't uncommon in the past. That's right. After the 8th rank, it's a whole different story, especially the 9th rank supreme beings. After all, those who reach the 9th rank are all at the peak of the human race, and it's hard to say who is superior. Of course, outside the 5 clans, there are virtually no beast masters at the 9th rank. Li Shikong and the other 5's overwhelming beast-taming techniques once again ignited the audience's passion, making them the focal point once more. Charles' Kingdom of Light, oh! The powerful aura of these beasts seems to pierce through the sky and envelop me, making it hard to breathe. Tautsky Frost Kingdom, the giant ape and the steel rock beast align perfectly with our Frost Kingdom's aesthetic. Powerful monsters must be sufficiently strong and violent, crushing enemies with muscle and fists. Ashraf Yokohama Kingdom, this 2-headed Viper King also roams our Yokohama Kingdom. It is the descendant of the snake god. Look at its elegant and beautiful form. Oh, it's even more alluring than the most beautiful woman. Audience members from various nations chatted animatedly, their current topic of interest being comparisons between the 5 Valves prodigies and their own nation's top geniuses. This also allowed many Xia Kingdom beast tamers to learn about the information of other nations' genius organizations. There is no shortage of competition among the human nations, especially the 3 major powers, which have always balanced cooperation and competition. Advanced secret realms and occasional anomalies like subspaces and the Grey Realm, if they appear at national borders or uninhabited regions, become the cause of intense battles. Therefore, this time, not only ordinary spectators from other nations but also some high-ranking beast tamers are closely watching the level of Xia Kingdom's prodigies. These prodigies are highly likely to become Xia Kingdom's top-tier combat forces in the future. Especially next year's Continental Beastmaster Tournament, a super-scale event that all human nations across the continent participate in, held only once every 5 years. At that time, these beings from the heavens might very well become participants. Thus, it is also an opportunity to gain an early understanding of their opponents. Although the nations currently do not understand why Xia Kingdom's supreme path is being broadcast live across the entire continent, thereby revealing the information about Xia Kingdom's top prodigies in advance. However, for them, this is clearly a great opportunity. Regardless of how outstanding Xia Kingdom's prodigies may be, they can now formulate targeted strategies in advance. Chapter 169, All Cards Played? With this information, they can ensure that their nation's geniuses gain a strategic advantage. In all battles, as long as the difference in cultivation levels isn't too great, having prior knowledge of the opponent's information can create a significant lead. At this moment, Mu Rongxue, Yi Aotian, and the other 5 had all entered the 5th stage, while in the celestial screen, Wan Rong and the other 5 were only just entering combat with the werewolf warriors. The gap was quietly widening. At that moment, look quickly. A flood of messages suddenly appeared on the public channel. Everyone noticed that the 10th screen of the sky screen once again displayed Zhang Xuan's figure. He was also facing off against the werewolf warriors. Here he comes. I knew the Xian Emperor wasn't that simple. Look, even though he deliberately retreated to delay progress, he's still able to catch up now. What can those who have been slandering him say now? Goodness, how did the master of the Xian Palace do that? He always appears suddenly at the final stage of each phase. If we calculate it this way, he must have an extremely fast clearing speed, and, there's an obvious fact, his speed is even faster than that of the 5 Valves prodigies. The others also realized that what he was saying made sense. If his speed wasn't faster than the 5 valves prodigies, it would be impossible for him to have abandoned his progress in the 6th stage of the previous phase and still catch up in this phase, just as the 5 valves prodigies were about to enter the next phase, suddenly appearing at the 40th stage. And I recall that Shin D also exhibited this behavior in the previous stage. Everyone fell silent, feeling a chill run down their spines. A speed faster than the 5 valves heavenly genius, and repeated coincidences. No, this isn't a coincidence. Zhang Xuan was clearly handling everything with ease. This performance suggested he wasn't even focusing on clearing the stages, he was just playing around. Everyone simultaneously recalled the words he had spoken when he first faced Yi Outyan's challenge on the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Forum. The 5 valves prodigies are not even worth my notice. They have never been my opponents. These words, even in the eyes of the members of the Shin Hall, were merely boastful words. They could be interpreted as confidence, but to some, they sounded like arrogance. However, at this moment, many people couldn't help but think of those words. Could the master of the Shin Hall have been telling the truth? Was he not exaggerating, but instead absolutely confident? This idea was absurd, yet it took root and began to grow in the hearts of countless people. At that moment, even the voices that had previously been denigrating and slandering Zhang Xuan grew significantly quieter. Everyone sensed something amiss. Everyone, the flame giant that the Xian Emperor summoned hasn't appeared. What does he intend to do? Someone asked. The others finally noticed that Zhang Xuan was standing directly in front of the werewolf warrior. Though his figure was equally tall and sturdy like a pine tree, he still appeared much smaller in comparison to the werewolf warrior, who stood over 2 meters tall. Someone cautiously suggested, perhaps the Xian Emperor intends to confront it head-on with his physical body? At this point, Zhang Xuan's performance had already caused most people to place him on par with the 5 valves prodigies. The 5 valves prodigies, besides their beast summoning techniques, clearly possessed other powerful abilities, which allowed them to dominate the earlier stages with ease. What about Zhang Xuan? Perhaps he also possesses such abilities and is about to reveal them now? Someone immediately countered, don't even think about it. I admit the ruler of the Shin Palace is powerful, but if he truly possesses such abilities, why didn't he use them earlier? As for why he didn't summon that flame giant, it might be because he's exhausted his stamina from the previous challenges. This statement seemed to hit the nail on the head. Zhang Xuan summoned the flame giant in the previous stage, propelling him instantly to 6th place. At the time, many questioned whether he had used his trump card prematurely to secure a moment of glory. Now that the flame giant had disappeared, it seemed to confirm this suspicion. Instantly, the voices supporting Zhang Xuan were silenced once more, and some even believed he would be eliminated in this stage. The strongest trump card was exhausted too early. What kind of master of the Mystic Hall is this? He's about to reveal his true colors and be eliminated in the 40th stage. It's laughable. At that moment, on the screen, the werewolf warrior had already raised his massive stone club high and was about to smash it down on the comb human before him. Get out of the way. Many spectators watching the scene intently began to sweat profusely. Apart from a few who have consistently belittled Zhang Xuan, most of the audience, even those who did not bet on him, did not want to see him eliminated so easily. Facing a blow that even the 5 valves prodigies would never dare to block with their bare hands, Zhang Xuan simply shook his head. Not enough, still not enough. The powerful wind swept over his head, closing in to within an inch of his forehead, so close that it seemed as though he would be eliminated in the next instant. Many people dared not look anymore. But the next moment, the crowd erupted in chaos. On the screen, Zhang Xuan extended a single finger. What seemed like a comical gesture was utterly breathtaking. Because that finger was firmly holding back the massive club that had been brought down, not even the slightest tremor could be detected. Am I seeing things, or did the werewolf warrior go easy on him? No, can someone tell me why the master of the Shin Palace can block this blow with just one finger? Goodness gracious, is there anyone here who can roughly estimate how much physical strength is required for that? Countless people were left speechless, completely overwhelmed by the shocking information unfolding before their eyes. A single finger blocked the werewolf warrior's full force strike, and this is supposed to be a beast tamer? Even the 5 valves prodigies couldn't possibly achieve such a feat, yet it was done so effortlessly by Zhang Xuan? The werewolf warrior strained every muscle, his body tense, but no matter how hard he pushed, the massive club in his hands wouldn't budge an inch. Zhang Xuan smiled faintly, seemingly losing interest in the game. The monsters encountered at this stage were ultimately too weak, not even worthy of being his playthings. So, he curled 2 fingers and gently tapped the club. Clang! A crisp sound echoed across the barren wasteland. Though the sound was not loud, it caused the hidden beings lurking in the shadows to tremble simultaneously. Instantly, the staff shattered like glass struck by a rock, sending countless shards hurtling toward the werewolf warriors with terrifying force. Whoosh! The werewolf warriors were instantly reduced to a honeycomb of shrapnel, and the force carried by the fragments continued unabated, creating a series of bloody holes behind them as they flew off into the distance. The werewolf warriors crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Chapter 170, again? The entire arena fell silent. The entire wasteland fell silent, and so did the countless viewers watching the scene on the screen. As if they had been subjected to the elves' silence spell. But after the silence, an even more overwhelming outburst erupted. The first thing to appear on the public channel was millions of identical question marks and exclamation points. What am I seeing? Someone tell me, am I hallucinating, or did I not wake up properly? A single finger blocked a werewolf warrior as full force attack, then flicked it into a honeycomb? This is insane, absolutely insane. If you had told me 3 seconds ago that this would happen, I would have called you crazy. Now that I've seen it, I can only say that the ignorant one is me. My goodness, I will never doubt the Shin Emperor again. He is the true incarnation of a divine being on earth, the sole beacon of hope for all common beast tamers in the Xia kingdom. Xian Di is supreme. Long live Xian Di. The scene on the screen completely blew everyone's minds. You, the prodigy of the 5 clans, had to use beast summoning techniques against a werewolf warrior? Questioning me for not summoning the flame giant because my stamina was depleted? Doubting that I used my trump card too early, leaving me without enough strength now? Sorry, I'll use just one finger to slap all of you in the face. This kind of humiliation completely silenced all the spectators and shattered all doubts. Everyone, we were wrong from the very beginning, utterly wrong. We dared to question someone who dared to unite the common people as a beastmaster, someone who emerged from the mud as a true dragon, someone who dared to declare war on the entire beastmaster clan system. It was our cowardice, our shallowness, and our ignorance. Someone shouted passionately. We cannot do it, and we lack the courage to do it, but we cannot slander those who have taken this step. Dare I ask, who among the current Xian Emperor's followers dares to question him? I dare not utter another word of doubt, for the Xian Emperor's actions will continue to prove me wrong time and again. Someone sighed. At that moment, someone noticed another scene. Look, the Foxman following behind the master of the Xian Palace isn't that the Foxman mage from the final stage of the previous phase? It really is him. What is he doing? Has he subdued the Foxman mage? What kind of technique is that? I don't know, but clearly this is something the 5 clans prodigies couldn't achieve. The fox-like figure behind Zhang Xuan, Lian Na, was recognized by all the spectators, sparking another intense round of discussion. Even the boss of the 3rd stage can be subdued? What kind of astonishing technique is this? Those who were just saying that the Xian Emperor didn't have the same special methods as the 5 clans prodigies have been proven wrong again. I admit I've been proven wrong. Subduing followers in a dungeon? I've never even heard of such a thing before. Do you think Xian Di will turn back again? It shouldn't be that bad, right? I still can't figure out the logic behind going back. Is it some kind of quirk of a super genius? The buzz around Zhang Xuan has now surpassed the combined buzz about the 5 clans prodigies. Everyone is watching Zhang Xuan, curious about what he will do next. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan on the barren wasteland received the same prompt once again. Make me turn around and start over again. A playful smile curled at the corners of Zhang Xuan's lips. It now appears that Prince Shin Yuan had set up the reward of the willpower pearl at the start of the 3rd stage. He must have collected wish energy from numerous tribes back then and left it within the Jinyuan trial. The trigger condition was to repeatedly clear the same stage as the difficulty continuously increased. If that was the case, what was there to wait for? Zhang Xuan turned around and headed back. And the audience's speculations were indeed proven correct at that moment. Holy crap, Ajin? Really, again? The actions of the Lord of the Xian Palace are truly unpredictable. What do you think is the reason behind this? I thought he was just showing off before, but now I need to slap myself. I'll never use such ignorant thoughts to speculate about him again. Among the audience, the high-ranking beast tamers naturally noticed some clues. Someone proposed a theory. The Xian Emperor's actions seemed to suggest. Like what? Someone hesitated, like he's discovered some hidden mechanics in the dungeon. But the speaker trailed off, as the answer seemed unlikely. Are you referring to the hidden mechanisms in the Jinyuan trial? But this trial has been ongoing for centuries, and I've never heard of any hidden mechanisms. Exactly. If there were any hidden mechanisms, with countless candidates over the centuries, it shouldn't have been triggered now, no matter what. That is true, but how do you explain the actions of the Xian Emperor? The more I think about it, the more I believe this might be the truth. Perhaps the Xian Emperor truly discovered some secrets within the Jinyuan trial. After all, this is the legacy left behind by the great Jinyuan king. It might not be as simple as it appears on the surface. Everyone engaged in intense discussion, but regardless, Zhang Xuan had already vanished from the screen, and his ranking had slipped out of the top 6. At this point, no one dared to say he was wasting an opportunity or deliberately drawing attention to himself. It was clear that the ruler of the Xian Palace was not someone who could be understood by such dark and ridiculous thoughts. Audiences from various nations were also utterly astonished by Zhang Xuan. At that moment, in the major nations, there were a group of high-ranking beast tamers closely watching the Summer Kingdom's national exam. In the Church of Light of the Kingdom of Light, within the tower of a grand cathedral, several elderly men with high noses, deep-set eyes, and different colored pupils sat around a round table, intently staring at the screen. Before them lay several sets of documents. The portraits on the documents were of Zhang Xuan. This young genius from the Xia Kingdom named Zhang Xuan has never appeared in our radar before. But it was clear that his presence was not merely astonishing to us, even the powerful figures who ruled that land had not anticipated it. Bishop Jack's deep gaze swept over the crowd. I propose that we elevate the church's attention toward him to Super S level. The others exchanged glances. Within the church, there were rating systems for the top prodigies from all nations, with detailed records of their strengths, weaknesses, backgrounds, and connections all compiled for future reference. However, the Ultra S rating had not been assigned in nearly a century. Even the 5 Valves prodigies, whose information had already been gathered by the church's intelligence agents before the recent unified exams, were only rated S+. But don't underestimate this level, there are only a dozen or so such individuals across all nations on the continent. Chapter 171, Floating Island. S rank represents the top geniuses of each nation, receiving the highest level of attention. S+ represents the super geniuses of all nations, receiving extreme attention. Information about this category is extremely difficult to fully collect, and their true abilities must be assessed at an even higher level based on known information. Such geniuses are extremely rare, with only a few appearing in a country within a decade. This year, 5 of them suddenly emerged in Xia Kingdom, immediately drawing the intense attention of both the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Frost. Apart from their own organization, the neighboring Frozen God Tower is undoubtedly also scrambling to gather information on these 5 individuals. Who could have imagined that, this time, Xia Kingdom had suddenly decided to launch a continent-wide live broadcast, allowing others to glimpse the true origins of the 5 individuals. However, Zhang Xuan's appearance caught everyone off guard. Beyond the 5 Valves prodigies of Xia Kingdom, there was actually such an astonishing existence? As intelligence from spies quickly poured in, details about this person's origins, actions, and the turmoil he had caused recently within the Xia Kingdom, all left the church's higher-ups even more baffled. The church was well aware of Xia's aristocratic system, which, in fact, existed in similar forms across nations. For instance, the church used the banner of light to spread its faith, monopolizing resources and talent while suppressing any calls for fairness. However, the Xia Kingdom is undoubtedly the most stringent in this regard, even to the point where commoner beast tamers express gratitude toward it. This is something the church itself cannot match. Therefore, how did someone like Zhang Xuan appear in the Xia Kingdom, daring to defy the world and establish the Shin Hall with the grand vision of everyone as dragons? What powerful force lies behind him? Moreover, his performance is nothing short of astonishing. They have all the data on this werewolf warrior, yet he was able to defeat him solely through physical strength. There are only 2 possibilities. Either his beast companion is feedbacking an extremely exaggerated level of power, or he has activated an extraordinary system related to the human body. Regardless of which one it is, being able to slaughter a werewolf warrior so effortlessly proves that Zhang Xuan has already made significant progress on this path. Yet, according to the records, he is not even 18 years old. Based on his performance in the Jin Yuan trial, the church has made a new discovery. The opponent is likely connected to the legendary human saint, Jin Yuan Wang. They have been studying this godlike existence for years. Among the great human saints of the past, Jin Yuan Wang's strength was recorded as the strongest. Even the Holy Light Empress of their own realm and the Ice Queen of the Frozen Realm pale in comparison. These 2 figures have very close ties to their respective realms. Though they have long ceased to appear on the continent, the church knows that the Holy Light Empress has not truly vanished. Unlike the top clans of Xia Kingdom, who have always deliberately concealed the existence of Jin Yuan Wang. Therefore, the church believes that such a figure must still exist in some unknown place. If this young man named Zhang Xuan is the earthly avatar of the Jin Yuan king, this is simply unimaginable. Therefore, when Bishop Jack proposed classifying him as Ultra S rating, the others hesitated but did not outright oppose it, which clearly demonstrated how much unexpected turmoil Zhang Xuan had brought into their lives. It is important to note that ratings are not merely symbols. Different ratings signify the level of attention and resources that must be allocated accordingly. An Ultra S rating, which might not be granted even once in a century, once established, means that Zhang Xuan's potential and performance have already posed a serious threat to the Kingdom of Light. All matters must be prioritized over anything related to him. However, if the individual in question is truly the heir to the Jin Yuan king, an Ultra S rating would be granted without a moment's hesitation. Bishop Jack continued, let's put this proposal into the preliminary stage first. If this person ultimately reaches the end of the Supreme Path and obtains the title of Young Supreme of Xia Kingdom, then we will officially confirm the Ultra S rating. The other bishops nodded in agreement. Seconded. Zhang Xuan was completely unaware of the turmoil outside in the so-called Heavenly Curtain rankings, and he didn't care at all. He re-entered the fourth stage, transforming into a demon god of the human realm, using only his fists to crush and slaughter everything in his path. One punch, always just one punch, was enough to reduce the werewolves along the way to a bloody mist. This time, the repeated sweeps did indeed cause the monster's strength to increase slightly, but this improvement was negligible to Zhang Xuan, who continued to obliterate them with a single punch. It wasn't until the fifth sweep that the werewolf warriors knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, and surrendered. The willpower pearl was obtained, and a prompt appeared indicating that the werewolf tribe's faith had reached level 4. Zhang Xuan obtained the second strand of primordial fortune. The werewolf warrior also revealed his name. Soto. Zhang Xuan casually activated the one-click enhancement again. Soto's bloodline erupted in flames, causing him to roar in fury. His muscles bulged and swelled, and his height surged to 3 meters. His armor transformed from leather armor into seamless steel armor, and the large stone club turned into an unbreakable iron whip. It was covered in sharp spiral patterns and countless hard spikes, looking quite terrifying. A single strike would leave a large gaping wound. Werewolf Warrior has been upgraded to Werewolf Berserker. Soto realized the changes in his own body and finally understood that the master who had completely subdued him was capable of transcending his bloodline power. After being promoted to Werewolf Berserker, its strength had at least tripled, and it now possessed a bloodline technique that allowed it to temporarily unleash a burst of power, making it extremely terrifying. Such power would make it an absolute powerhouse even within the werewolf clan. Soto immediately knelt down on the ground in overwhelming excitement. Praise the master. Your divine power makes me feel invincible. The direction you point is where I will dedicate everything. Zhang Xuan nodded, surprised that this werewolf was quite eloquent. He looked at the fox men and werewolves. From now on, get along well. Under my rule, there are no racial distinctions. There is only one ruler, the Xian Emperor, and our sole purpose is to establish a divine kingdom on earth named after Xian. Yes, my lord. Lina and Soto shouted in unison. Zhang Xuan nodded and then stepped into the fifth stage. The scene shifted, and Zhang Xuan found himself standing on a stone ground, with HM? His expression changed slightly, and he looked around in surprise. Why, when he looked around, was there nothing but emptiness in the distance, as if he were suspended in mid-air? Wait a moment, this does indeed seem to be mid-air. Zhang Xuan looked up and saw numerous floating islands above him, and the place where he now stood was also on one of these floating islands. However, it was the lowest island in the floating archipelago. Zhang Xuan had never seen such a place before and was curious. Where is this? Chapter 172, The Winged Tribe. Candidate Zhang Xuan, you have entered the fifth stage, the floating archipelago. Floating domain? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows and thought this term sounded vaguely familiar. He looked around at his surroundings. The floating island he was on seemed to be the lowest one and also the smallest in size. Above, layer upon layer of floating islands stretched upward, with each higher island appearing larger in size and fewer in number. This vast cluster of floating islands formed a funnel-shaped structure. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Xuan suddenly remembered. According to legend, in the central regions of the origin continent, beyond the reach of human territories, there existed a peculiar region with a cluster of floating islands. The reason for their levitation remains unknown to this day, and it is said to be connected to the gods. On the floating islands, several different races coexist, and the inhabitants of the highest floating island remain unknown to the outside world. There are rumors that they are home to demigods. There are also rumors that the most mysterious and treasure-filled secret realm on the continent is located there. Still others claim that it houses an ancient spatial gateway connecting the origin continent to the outer realms. In any case, opinions vary widely, and no consensus has been reached, which only serves to highlight the mystery of the floating realm. What is more widely known, however, is that the floating realm is home to a unique branch of the orc race. The winged people. They are the most human-like among the beastmen, distinguished solely by the wings they were born with on their backs. However, the winged tribe does not consider themselves part of the beastmen race, and within their own community, this is a taboo concept, seen as an insult to the winged tribe. Additionally, the winged humans believe themselves to be superior to the human race, citing their resemblance to the divine beings of legend as evidence of their superiority. Thus, their arrogance has led to an awkward position, with strained relations with other tribes. As a result, the winged tribe rarely interacts with other tribes, residing primarily in the floating islands. However, they are not among the top tribes in the floating islands, so they can only live in the lower middle regions. Based on the first two stages, it is highly likely that this stage will involve the winged tribe. Being able to glimpse the mysterious floating islands through the Jinyuan trial is also a worthwhile endeavor. Zhang Xuan walked around the island he was on. Though called an island, this floating landmass was less than 20 meters in diameter, very small. The island was barren, with only scattered weeds growing among the sand and. This stage is defense mode. Please withstand the next 10 waves of attacks. The dungeon prompt suddenly sounded. HM? Zhang Xuan paused. Defense mode? Stay put and wait for the enemies to come? Oh, right. He suddenly remembered that he was on the floating island, and beast masters couldn't fly before reaching the 8th rank unless they borrowed a flying monster. Even after reaching the 8th rank and unlocking flight, their speed was still slow, and their altitude was limited. Therefore, 8th tier beast masters rarely used their own flight abilities. But he was different. He had already unlocked the Mind Warrior system and mastered flight, and his flying speed was definitely not slow. So for a moment, he didn't realize why this stage required passive defense in place. Just as he was thinking this, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky.
Who dares to invade the territory of the Winged God clan? A loud shout echoed through the air.
Zhang Xuan looked up and saw a man with 2 wings on his back, wielding a trident, swiftly flying toward him from a floating island above. The Winged God tribe was the self-given name of the winged people, who believed themselves to be descendants of a powerful deity. However, this name was not recognized by the outside world. Zhang Xuan looked at the approaching winged human, noticing his pure white wings, deep purple hair, and rugged features, making him exceptionally handsome. His slender build and elegant proportions further enhanced his striking appearance. It is said that the higher the status of a winged human, the more beautiful and striking their appearance, which is a source of pride for them, as they believe it signifies their closeness to the divine. Their innate ability to fly also made them a formidable force among the beastmen, ranking them among the upper echelons in terms of overall strength. Zhang Xuan estimated that this stage likely tested the candidate's aerial combat skills. Those beast tamers who lack aerial countermeasures and rely solely on close combat will likely face a tough time in this stage. The winged human flew toward them, hovering in mid-air several meters away. Instead of attacking immediately, he coldly shouted, "Foreign invaders, surrender peacefully, or you will suffer greatly." Zhang Xuan had never encountered an opponent who didn't immediately launch an attack in the Zhen Yuan trial before, but judging by the other's expression and tone, he wasn't exactly friendly either. He was just trying to show off. As the one with the most capital to brag, he couldn't let the other party get away with it.
Zhang Xuan smiled lightly and shook his head.
"Birdman, if you've got the guts, come down and talk to Grandpa.
You're asking for death."
The purple-haired winged man grew furious.
That insult was even more offensive to them than being called beasts.
He held a trident in his hands, dived downward, and as his white wings flapped, a howling wind swept through the air, creating a formidable spectacle. However, the winged man also noticed the imposing figure of the werewolf, who held a blood-stained iron-tipped whip in his hands. He was no fool and knew he had to be cautious, so he flew directly toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan stood his ground, waiting until the winged creature was less than 3 meters away before thrusting his trident forward. Roar! The werewolf warrior beside him roared, raising the iron-spiked whip and swinging it down with all his might. The winged beings remained unfazed, their bodies shifting slightly to the side by an inch. They possessed the innate ability to manipulate air currents, making such a maneuver effortless. This allowed them to evade the werewolf's attack range while simultaneously striking the human. However, SSSH. A crisp sound like a blade slicing through cloth echoed through the air. Blood and internal organs gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The winged man's eyes widened as he plummeted toward the rocks. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how he had misjudged the situation, despite being within the werewolf's line of sight and seemingly out of reach of its blades. Meanwhile, Leonard's staff flickered with a dim glow, revealing a cold smile. Moments ago, he had used an illusion spell to disrupt the winged man's perception. In reality, that single lash had ruthlessly sliced through his entire front body, instantly killing him brutally. The werewolf guard sneered disdainfully through his nose before bowing respectfully to Zhang Xuan.
Zhang Xuan waved his hand. "It's up to you." Soto's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, master, for your kindness."
Then, it approached the purple-haired winged man, lifted his corpse, and shoved it into its mouth, crunching and chewing until the juices flowed, smelling as fragrant as could be. Zhang Xuan looked up, thinking it was too troublesome to wait for the enemy to attack. He decided to charge forward and see what the winged tribe's lair looked like.
Chapter 173, Female Winged Human.
He acted on impulse, first storing Soto and Lina in the Shin Hall space. Zhang Xuan soared into the air, his body suddenly rising, with gusts of wind whistling past him as he shot 3 zhang into the sky. There are several methods of flying through the air. Some rely on controlling air and wind elements, which is a more common but limited method. If the surrounding air is thin or wind elements are scarce, the ability to fly is greatly impaired or even rendered useless. However, Zhang Xuan mastered the second type. By breaking through the limitations of his physical body and liberating his mind, he naturally and effortlessly mastered the ability to fly through the air. This is not a technique, but an instinct unlocked after reaching a certain level on the path to the extraordinary. Therefore, in terms of speed, his current flying ability surpasses that of even the average winged race. Zhang Xuan soared into the air, and 2 more winged humans flew toward the floating island above. This time, they were also 2 male winged humans. They knew their comrade had been killed and rushed over in anger, only to see a human flying toward them, causing them to freeze in shock. They quickly raised their tridents and charged toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan watched the spear blades grow closer, but from his perspective, the winged human's attacks were too slow, like slow motion. He extended his hands and, with a gentle squeeze, grasped both spears between his fingers. Then he twisted his wrists. With a swish, the spear shafts pierced through the two winged creatures' bodies, then were pulled back simultaneously. The two winged warriors stared wide-eyed, bleeding in the air, and plummeted downward. This must be the challenge of the second stage of the fifth phase. Before even reaching their destination, they were taken down by Zhang Xuan's proactive attack. Zhang Xuan had never used long spears before, finding them somewhat novel. Though shorter than his gun, using two at once proved effective. As he continued to ascend, more winged beings came to intercept him. However, in Zhang Xuan's eyes, these creatures were too weak to pose a threat, and he easily killed a large number of them with a few swift thrusts. Strangely, all the winged beings coming to block him were male. Could it be that all the warriors in the winged people's tribe were male? Zhang Xuan locked onto the floating island where the winged creature was heading and quickly flew to the edge of the island. This was a proper large island, at least 100 times larger than the one he had been on earlier. A basin came into view, and within it stood numerous towering structures. It seemed that the winged people preferred to live in towers hundreds of meters high, where they could enjoy a wide view. Enemies. The winged people, having detected intruders in their territory, immediately began shouting and surrounding them. This time, the winged people who attacked seemed to be a small squad, with a tall, beautiful female winged person leading them from the rear. For the glory of the winged god tribe, kill the enemies. The male winged humans charging forward turned red in the face upon hearing the female winged humans shout, whether from the sound's supernatural effect or sheer desire to impress. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. These bird people were indeed intriguing. All the frontline warriors were males, yet the commander was a female. Let me capture a winged human and ask what's going on. He wielded his twin spears and charged into the winged warriors' ranks. White feathers flew everywhere, mixed with spilled blood. The winged warriors' wings were violently severed, and their heads were hacked off. It was like a tiger among sheep, no, even more one-sided and brutal than that. It was pure slaughter. Zhang Xuan's movements were precise and powerful. Though his strength far surpassed the winged creatures, he executed the art of slaughter with meticulous care. This was the lesson taught to him by his master, Satomani. When facing weaker enemies, one should use the same level of force to overwhelm them. Only then, when facing stronger foes, could one unleash one's true, superior strength. This was also a form of training within the mind warrior system, using the mind to control the body, never wasting a single ounce of energy, and striking the enemy with the utmost precision. After engaging with his enemies, Zhang Xuan's mind could swiftly simulate the precise parameters of his opponents, allowing him to align his own attributes to match theirs. This is exactly what he did now. After killing the first winged creature, he adjusted his energy output to match the winged creature's level. Yet even so, Zhang Xuan's kills were as effortless as slaughtering chickens, one strike, one kill. Even if the winged beings focused all their attention on dodging, it was all in vain. This is the overwhelming effect of combat techniques combined with mental focus. The female winged beings, sensing something amiss, let out louder cries, which carried a peculiar rhythm. Strangely, the sound in Zhang Xuan's ears carried an inexplicable allure, causing him to feel a slight heat rising within him. Suddenly, more male winged warriors flew out from the two nearby towers, all shouting as they charged toward Zhang Xuan, as if they had received some irresistible command. Zhang Xuan noticed that the winged creature's condition seemed off. Upon closer inspection, he realized their eyes were bloodshot, and they were panting heavily, as if they had consumed some potent drug. Looking back at the stunningly beautiful female winged creature hiding in the rear, one couldn't help but marvel. Could it be that the female winged creatures truly possessed the art of seduction, and when used on their own kind, the effect was particularly striking? The winged creatures, who had been terrified after seeing their companions killed, now seemed to have forgotten the young human's previous ferocity and charged forward once more. Zhang Xuan shook his head. What's the point? They're just a bunch of brainwashed fools. However, since they were charging toward him, there was no reason to show mercy. He swung his twin spears with skill, though he had never studied spear techniques. The only difference was that he was now wielding two weapons simultaneously. But with the power of his strong mind, multitasking was merely a basic instinct. The two spears danced up and down, spun by Zhang Xuan with skill. His posture was graceful and elegant, yet his killing intent remained unwavering. The winged creatures charging toward him were like meat being fed into a grinder, ruthlessly slaughtered. At this moment, the heavy scent of blood and the constant deaths of their comrades finally snapped the remaining winged creatures back to their senses. Seeing the bodies of their fallen comrades plummeting downward, they were filled with fear and turned to flee back. The female winged creature, however, cursed angrily. Zhang Xuan had assumed these winged creatures would ignore her, but to his surprise, after she spoke, they trembled in fear, standing frozen in place, seemingly at a loss for what to do. It seemed that the female winged creature held a significant position within the winged tribe. Zhang Xuan caught up with the few hesitating male winged beings, swiftly dispatching them in their panic, then darted toward the female winged being. The winged being turned pale with fear, flapping her white wings frantically, trying to escape from her original position. Chapter 174, The Baptizer. Trying to escape? Zhang Xuan let out a savage laugh. Baby, can you really escape? He flickered in the air, flying away at a speed twice as fast as before. The female winged creature only then realized that the opponent had not revealed his true strength at all. She turned pale with fear and flapped her wings toward the third tower in the distance. However, before she could fly far, a massive force violently struck her from behind. Zhang Xuan used his mental energy to manipulate her, directly influencing her actions from a distance. With his current mental control over the environment, though he couldn't yet kill her from a distance, compressing the air to restrict her movements was child's play. The female winged creature was squeezed by the surrounding space, causing her to stall in place. Her eyes betrayed her terror. The next moment, Zhang Xian's large hand grabbed her smooth shoulder and pulled her back with force. Her entire body was dragged back without any ability to resist. She screamed in anger and fear, "Damn human! I am a chosen one of the winged god tribe. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Smack! The female winged woman's beautiful cheek instantly swelled up, forming a lump. Thud! Another punch landed on her abdomen, causing excruciating pain that made her body curl up, leaving her with no strength to struggle. What a winged god tribe! You're just a bird man. What kind of baptizer are you? Zhang Xuan sneered, then dragged her directly into the blood-gray realm for. As long as the opponent was in his grasp, unless their strength far surpassed his own, he could drag them into the gray realm. Carrying the female winged human into the ancient castle, he threw her into the underground chamber. She let out a cry of pain, but before she could shout again, Zhang Xuan delivered 2 more heavy slaps to her face. Then, his icy gaze fixed on the other's face. I ask, you answer. The female winged human, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, looked at Zhang Xuan. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him made her feel as though she couldn't breathe, and she nodded instinctively. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Xuan had gathered most of the information he needed. Through his mental perception, he could determine whether the other was telling the truth. According to the female winged being named Leia, this floating island was one of the 5 islands occupied by the winged people. 2 levels above, on the highest island among the 5, lay the core island of the winged people, where the winged people's palace stood, and the supreme winged queen resided within. As for Leia herself, she held a significant position. She was one of the 10 baptizers of this island and the youngest among them, not yet 100 years old. Zhang Xuan learned here that the lifespan of the winged people is significantly longer than that of most other races. The strongest among them can live nearly 300 years, such as the current winged queen, who is already over 200 years old. Therefore, being under 100 years old is indeed quite young, equivalent to being in one's 20s among the human race. Baptizers hold a special status among the winged people. They worship a great deity and believe themselves to be its descendants, or the descendants of the divine race. Therefore, the winged people place great importance on rituals and communication with the deity. During the baptism, only a select few are recognized by the deity and granted blessings, becoming baptized ones. As a result, baptized ones hold an exalted status, and their future potential is greatly enhanced after receiving the blessing. Consequently, the upper echelons of the winged human tribe are almost exclusively composed of baptized ones. Then why do I feel so weak, no different from those male winged ones? Zhang Xuan asked in confusion. Leia blushed and said awkwardly, Sir, I have only been a baptized one for a short time. The blessings from the deities take time to manifest. Moreover, the clan's battles and defenses are mostly handled by them, so I haven't had much opportunity to practice. No wonder. Zhang Xuan could sense that there was some kind of hidden energy of a higher rank within her, but she seemed completely unaware of how to utilize it. From what Leia had mentioned earlier, Zhang Xuan also learned that the status of female winged humans was far higher than that of males, as the deity they worshipped was depicted as a female figure. Additionally, all the initiates of the winged clan over the centuries have been female winged clan members. Therefore, the winged tribe's tribal laws clearly stipulate that male winged tribe members must always be prepared to sacrifice themselves to protect female winged tribe members. Furthermore, the winged tribe possesses a bloodline-based secret technique that can only be learned and used by female winged tribe members. Its effect is to control male winged tribe members, causing them to instinctively protect female winged tribe members. The winged ones who had just charged at Zhang Xuan suddenly lost their fear and appeared extremely excited, because Leia had activated this ability. Zhang Xuan did not ask any further questions and spoke calmly, Now I give you a choice, submit, or. He did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was already crystal clear. Leia immediately knelt on the ground, her pair of snow-white wings humbly pressed against the ground. She knew that Zhang Xuan was no ordinary human, possessing the ability to control the skies, and that killing her ordinary clan members was as easy as snapping his fingers. The terrifying aura emanating from his body, along with the mysterious space around him, all indicated that he was a human prodigy with extraordinary potential. At least, acknowledging him as her master would not be too humiliating, and with her life in his hands, there was no room for negotiation. Leia followed the winged tribe's etiquette, gently placing her 2 wings on either side of Zhang Xuan's calves, then humbly bowed her beautiful head and kissed the top of his foot. This signified absolute submission. Winged tribe Leia the baptizer acknowledges you as master. The mental connection was established, and everything about Leah was now within Zhang Xuan's control. Immediately afterward, another unexpected prompt sounded. By subduing the Wing tribe baptizer, you have aroused their hostility. After conquering the Wing tribe on the continent, you will receive an extremely generous reward. This time, he did not immediately obtain the willpower pearl. Instead, after subduing Leah, he triggered a quest. The mission was to conquer the Wing tribe. Of course, this wasn't the Wing tribe from the dungeon, but explicitly the Wing tribe on the outer continent. This quest was incredibly challenging. The Wing tribe is no small force among the beastmen, and their claims about divine blessings and communication with deities don't seem like mere boasts. Conquering such a tribe would likely be beyond the capabilities of even a 9th-tier beast tamer. Of course, Zhang Xuan has no such concerns. He has absolute confidence in himself, and the generous rewards promised in the mission alone are enough to make him charge ahead. He already had the ambition to conquer various tribes and collect willpower and fortune. Whether or not this mission existed, it was merely a convenient opportunity to pursue his goals. However, subjugating Leia had led to the hostility of the Wing tribe, which was likely related to this so-called baptizer. Chapter 175, Instant First. This indicated that the baptizer's importance to the Wing tribe exceeded Zhang Xuan's imagination. Zhang Xuan looked at Leah, who stood before him with a humble expression, her snow-white, delicate features radiating beauty. Her golden hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, and her pupils shimmered like green amber, filled with a water-like quality. It must be said that her appearance surpassed even the already outstanding winged humans he had encountered before. Combined with her snow-white wings, which seemed untouched by even a speck of dust, she exuded a sacred aura mixed with allure. No wonder the winged people rejected the outside world's classification of them as beastmen. Even just looking at their appearance, the difference was indeed enormous. At that moment, Leia spoke softly, "My lord, regarding the Baptists, I have something to report." "HM?" Zhang Xuan nodded and said, "Go ahead." Leia explained, "Our tribe places such importance on the baptized ones and strictly forbids any tribe members from revealing this information to outsiders. Besides the fact that we baptized ones have been blessed by the gods and possess immense potential, there is another very important reason. Any baptized one whose body remains intact is a valuable asset to the powerful beings of all tribes. Therefore, if this secret were to be revealed, our winged god tribe would find it extremely difficult to withstand external invasions." "A complete body?" Zhang Xuan didn't immediately understand until he saw Leah bury her head in his chest, unable to meet his gaze, and then he realized what she meant, unable to help but chuckle softly. It seemed he had captured a winged clan baptized individual and inadvertently uncovered a major secret. No wonder he felt an urge to seize the pure energy hidden within Leah's body when he sensed it. He had initially thought it was just a sudden surge of desire, but it seemed there were deeper reasons beyond her appearance. He thought for a moment and asked, "If I were to extract your energy, how much benefit would I gain, and what impact would it have on your strength?" If the benefits were minimal and it would render the other party useless, Zhang Xuan wouldn't bother with such a thing. After all, he had plenty of other ways to enhance his strength, and having an extra ally was far more valuable than a trivial boost. Leah believed that her master was considering her best interests. Although the Wing tribe had a longer lifespan, they rarely ventured far from the floating island. As baptizers, they were especially protected by their tribe. Despite being 90 years old, her thoughts remained relatively simple. Leia's face lit up with emotion as she said, "My lord, I don't know what benefits there are to marrying a baptizer, but according to our clan's records, as long as the baptizer is willing and their mind and body are in harmony, there won't be much harm. As long as the master needs me, I will always be at your disposal." Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding and waved his hand. They were still inside the dungeon. Any matters could be discussed outside. He instructed Leah to remain in the Blood Ash realm and departed from the realm himself. Zhang Xuan wanted to see what was on that island, the most core island of the Wing tribe, so he continued flying upward. However, as he neared the core island, the surrounding space began to feel compressed, and the scene before his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he was teleported to another location. Stage 5 has ended. You have now entered Stage 6, the Miasma Forest. Ha! Zhang Xuan was surprised. The 5th stage had ended? How did it end so suddenly, and why was he directly sent to the 6th stage? He thought for a moment and guessed the reason. Originally, this stage was not designed for candidates to take the initiative and explore freely, but rather to defend their position and clear the stage. By fending off wave after wave of Wing tribe attacks, they would finally clear the 5th stage. After all, among the candidates, there might not be another one with his ability to control the air. If mastering aerial combat was the requirement to pass this stage, no one would have made it to the 6th stage in the past. Those with flying monsters would also refrain from exploring further due to the dungeon prompt indicating a defensive mode. This is a fixed mindset. Zhang Xuan's action stemmed from the fact that while everyone else was rushing through the stages from the very beginning, he remained calm, observing the murals on either side. Because he never considered whether he should strive for first place from the start. He never regarded the 5 valves heavenly geniuses as anything special for him, it was simply a matter of stating the obvious. Therefore, he actively flew up to the winged island above and killed batches of male winged beings, triggering content that would not normally exist at this stage. Especially after subduing Leia, which triggered the task of conquering the winged people in the present world. Ultimately, the dungeons will judged him successful, and he was immediately transported to the next stage. Zhang Xuan now found himself in a forest shrouded in murky air and dim light. The surrounding vegetation grows in an eerie and grotesque manner, resembling creatures writhing and screaming in agony. The entire forest is filled with an oppressive and terrifying aura. Looking around, he could see colorful mist rising from the treetops, vibrant in color but emitting a faint, fishy odor. Zhang Xuan wrinkled his nose. He could sense that the air in the forest was clearly toxic, and the toxicity was not low. Enough to make a large group of beast tamers dizzy and disoriented, impairing their movements. However, such toxicity was nothing to him, even if it were 10 times more concentrated. The only issue was the unpleasant odor. Miasma Forest. Zhang Xuan mulled over the name of this stage and suddenly thought of something. This place is like going back home for the little trees, isn't it? With that thought, he summoned the poisonous mother tree directly. In its usual form, the mother tree could transform its appearance into a small, round stump with 2 legs, hopping around in a rather amusing manner. Upon arriving here, the young tree indeed transmitted a signal of joy. The toxic gas here was the best nourishment for it. It could greatly accelerate the speed of entering the next beast pet form. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. As the strongest beast pet under Black King and Ah Bing, the little tree had the opportunity to enhance its strength, which was naturally excellent. The small tree quietly extended countless vines, spreading out from the ground and creeping toward the entire forest, greedily absorbing all the toxins. Meanwhile, on the celestial screen that Zhang Xuan was unaware of, a dramatic change left all the viewers across the continent, especially the millions of viewers from Xia Kingdom, speechless. For in the sky screen, the person ranked first had suddenly transformed into Zhang Xuan. Moreover, he did not achieve this by swiftly breaking into the final stage of the current phase, defeating the boss in an instant, and pushing those top-tier geniuses from the provincial level down the rankings. Instead, he had mysteriously appeared at the top of the rankings in an instant. Chapter 176, The Power of the Winged Ones. At that moment, Li Shikong, Mu Rongxue, and the other 5 prodigies were in the final stage of the 5th phase. In their vision, the floating island at the lowest point was already surrounded by a winged human army. In the sky, there were at least 100 male winged beings, with a female winged being resembling a middle-aged seductive beauty shouting commands from the rear. The winged human army launched a coordinated attack on the beasts on the floating island below. A giant ape roared to the heavens, striking down a winged human with a single palm strike, sending him flying and leaving him bleeding on the ground. Li Shikong stood nearby with his hands behind his back, gazing down with disdain. The twin venomous snake's vertical pupils dangerously scanned the surroundings, their forked tongues suddenly darting out like whips, targeting a winged creature. The winged warrior couldn't dodge in time, getting bound mid-air. Venom sprayed onto his body, causing his skin to turn black in an instant before spreading across his entire body. Soon, the winged man's mouth twisted, and he plummeted from the sky. Shirka looked down with disdain, clearly unfazed by the outcome. Boom! The steel rock giants, which had previously seemed incapable of long-range attacks, suddenly stomped heavily on the ground. The terrifying force caused spider-web-like cracks to appear instantly where they landed, and the steel rock giants used the recoil to launch themselves into the sky. This sudden burst of power caught the winged beings in the front ranks off guard, and one was instantly crushed by the steel rock giant, its flesh and organs flying everywhere. The 2 male winged creatures behind it were grabbed by the giant's massive hands, dragged downward under the force of gravity, and slammed violently into the ground, their heads exploding on impact. Nangong Pingtian's massive, imposing figure resembled a humanoid bear. Any winged beings daring to approach would undoubtedly be crushed to death by the steel rock giant. The Punishment Knight, mounted on the black mist steed, was shrouded in black armor, his gaze beneath the mask darting like lightning toward the winged creatures closing in. The winged beings held bows and arrows, clearly intending to attempt a ranged attack. However, the Punishment Knight adopted a charging stance, holding his greatsword in his right hand and extending 2 fingers from his left hand to form a cross on the blade's back. Black light cross slash. Swish! 2 dim sword shadows appeared in the air, then erupted in a burst of black light. Where the black light slashed through, rows of winged warriors were severed at the waist. Strangely, their wounds did not bleed a single drop of blood, as if their life force had been instantly stripped away. The winged creatures plummeted to the ground, but those remaining were spurred on by the seductive woman in the rear, continuing their relentless charge. Yao Tian stood tall, his expression arrogant, murmuring, "You worthless scum, let me send you all to the depths of hell." In the final scene, the green-clad female demon clasped her hands together and uttered obscure syllables. This was the innate true incantation of her bloodline. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vines rose from the ground, binding the winged beings in mid-air. They struggled fiercely, but unseen needles emerged from the vines, piercing the skin of the male winged beings. Then, their blood was rapidly drained, and they quickly collapsed, turning into desiccated corpses within seconds. The beautiful green forest demoness wore an expression of ecstasy on her face. Beast Master, this is the blood essence I desire. Manhwa's pure and radiant face showed no emotion, she merely said indifferently, dispose of them quickly. As you wish, my Beast Master. In the 5 scenes, it was clearly a straightforward pushback. Before the battle pets summoned by the 5 Valves prodigies, these male winged beings posed little threat. However, the fact that these high-level dominant class beast pets were taking them seriously indicated that these winged men were not as weak as they appeared. In fact, top-tier geniuses from other provinces, such as Rune and others, had already summoned their 3rd beast pets. With the support of the female winged humans in the rear, these already formidable male winged humans unleashed even more powerful attributes. Rune's lightning rat released high-voltage currents that paralyzed the enemy but failed to kill them immediately. So he summoned his 3rd beast pet, the Flash Thunder Eagle. A majestic eagle shrouded in purple lightning appeared, its sharp eyes sweeping across the winged human's formation. It then locked onto a target and transformed into a bolt of lightning, streaking forward at blinding speed. Meanwhile, the lightning rats moved swiftly below, firing electric grids upward. The previous attacks were insufficient because the lightning rat lacked the ability to fly, and its skills were ineffective at long range. However, Rune, as the strongest genius at the provincial level, was no ordinary individual. Geniuses of his caliber, as beast tamers, had the backing of powerful family backgrounds and thus placed great emphasis on the selection of their beast pets. Attack, defense, healing, suppression, and various support functions, or elemental synergies. It is not enough to excel in just one aspect. It's about achieving a synergy where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, ensuring strength while minimizing weaknesses. The Flash Lightning Eagle is a combination paired with the Lightning Rat, maximizing the lightning's offensive capabilities. With 1 in the air and 1 on the ground, they cover all spatial blind spots, making it one of Rune's signature moves. The fact that he can deploy this combination demonstrates that the Winged Tribe is no ordinary foe. Just observing may not reveal much, but during combat, through the feedback from the beast pets, it becomes clear that the enhanced male winged humans are at least twice as strong as ordinary werewolf tribe members. And the final stage of this 5th phase is the Winged Warrior clan, whose strength is roughly equivalent to 2.5 werewolf warriors. Therefore, those who can pass this stage are undoubtedly beast tamers with exceptional overall strength. And for this very reason, the sky screen once again displays the current number of candidates being eliminated in real time. In the previous stages when facing werewolf warriors, over 40% had already been eliminated. This stage saw another rapid elimination, though not as drastic as 40%, but still around 30%, which is roughly half of the previous stage. After all, many candidates had already exhausted their beast pets' full potential while defeating the werewolf warriors, leaving them with little to no remaining strength. Facing the Winged Warrior clan, whose difficulty had more than doubled, they were naturally defeated outright. Currently, only 1/3 of the candidates who started the dungeon remain, and their numbers are still rapidly decreasing. From this stage onward, the terrifying difficulty of the Zhang Xuan trial truly began to reveal itself. After all, there are still 50 more stages to go. Even the 5 prodigies of the Yi family, including Yi Aotian, have yet to determine who will be the first to enter the 51st stage. However, Zhang Xuan has suddenly surged to first place, leaving all the spectators dazed and confused. Just moments ago, they were still discussing whether Zhang Xuan would once again suddenly appear in 6th place, surpassing other provincial-level geniuses. However, it was indeed sudden, but far more sudden than anyone could have imagined. Chapter 177, Shift in Public Opinion. Because this time, Zhang Xuan did not arrive at 6th place, following closely behind the 5 clans prodigies, but directly surpassed the 5 clans prodigies to take 1st place, even entering the 6th stage. This left not only the audience who had been supporting the 5 clans prodigies speechless, but even Li Wangzhu and Sun He, the most loyal members of the Shin Hall, were stunned. No one could have anticipated that Zhang Xuan would suddenly become the temporary 1st place. After a brief moment of silence, everyone began frantically sending messages. Wait, can someone explain what is happening? Why did the Shin Hall master suddenly appear in 1st place? Where is his screen? I didn't see him enter the top 10 at all. I didn't see him either. He just jumped straight to 1st place. That doesn't make sense. Could it be that he killed all the winged beings the moment he entered the 50th stage? Someone proposed this hypothesis. Logically speaking, this does seem like the only possible explanation. However, even if it makes logical sense, it would be too far-fetched to happen in reality, and someone immediately raised doubts. This, killing all the winged creatures in an instant? That is impossible. Even if he killed them, it would take time. What kind of killing speed could make the screen not even display it? Could it be a glitch in the dungeon? Apparently, if the energy core malfunctions, there's a chance the dungeon could collapse. This doesn't seem likely either. If a dungeon collapse really happened, it wouldn't make sense for it to only affect one person. Look at the other 9 screens on the sky screen, they're all normal. I'm a 7th tier beast tamer and have helped build over 10 private instances. I can confidently say that a collapse like this is absolutely impossible in a unified exam instance. First, the Zhang Xuan trial was personally constructed by the Zhang Xuan king and has been tested by many top-tier experts from that era, ensuring its underlying structure is extremely stable. It has been running for hundreds of years without any issues. As previously mentioned by a friend, even if it were an extremely low probability collapse, it wouldn't manifest in just one person. A true collapse would cause all participants in the instance to be simultaneously expelled. Given the current situation, the master of the Shin Hall must have become the first through legitimate means. However, the specific methods used are beyond my comprehension, as they are the domain of super geniuses. Next to this person's statement was an identity verification, confirming that he was indeed a 7th-tier beast tamer and also a dungeon builder. Dungeon builders are not part of another extraordinary system but rather a subsidiary profession derived from the Beastmaster system. They are well versed in the properties of various energy cores and dungeon materials, enabling them to combine them in a stable configuration to form a dungeon. Any Beastmaster clan would require dungeon builders, such as the Guangningfor families, who needed to construct private dungeons for their clan and had to hire builders. Such individuals were typically of a very high rank among Beastmasters, making their services extremely expensive. There are other secondary professions, such as prop masters, who are similar to builders in that they also combine various materials, though prop masters have a higher degree of randomness in their work. There are also beast tamers who specialize in communication and soothing. In the beast taming world, many monsters have extremely wild natures, making it difficult to form contracts with them, or even if a contract is formed, their loyalty is very low. Thus, beast tamers emerged as a secondary profession. These individuals are naturally gifted with the ability to calm demonic beasts and monsters, enabling them to enter a more docile state. These categories are among the most common and important secondary professions within the Beastmaster system. In the clan system, top-tier clans at the provincial level typically cultivate these secondary professions. In the case of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, they have all of these professions. A 7th-tier beast tamer is also a dungeon builder, and their words carry significant authority. Therefore, after he spoke, no one dared to question whether there was an issue with the Zhang Xuan trial. However, Zhang Xuan's sudden rise to first place still left everyone in shock. The master of the Shin Hall has directly reached the top position. Now no one can say he lacks the qualifications to compete with the 5 clans prodigies. That's right. In fact, when he broke into the 6th rank twice before, it was already clear that he had pulled ahead of the provincial-level geniuses. Now, he's used unimaginable methods to decisively outpace the 5 clans prodigies. There's no way anyone would dare claim that the Shin Emperor used his trump card early just to draw attention and that his true strength lies in the later stages. Look at him now, we can't even begin to guess what he's capable of. Who knows what else he has up his sleeve? Do you think the Shin Emperor could really become the ultimate winner of the Supreme Path? It's hard to say, really hard to say. No one knows how many tricks the ruler of the Shin Palace and the 5 clans prodigies have up their sleeves. All we can say is that everyone has a chance. The true gap may only become apparent in the 10th stage. The 10th stage is after the 91st gate. This stage has always been referred to as the Celestial Genius stage. Only the absolute geniuses can reach this stage, and the differences between geniuses will become evident here. Last year's first place in the Summer Nation Unified exam passed the 95th gate, while the second place only reached the 93rd gate. It's not that the second place finisher was weak, rather, as the stages progress, the gap between geniuses becomes even greater than the gap between geniuses and ordinary beast tamers. There are always greater heights to reach, and there are always more talented individuals out there. This year, the number of prodigies is unprecedented, with each of the 5 clans producing beast tamers of genius caliber that are said to appear once in a century. Therefore, how they will ultimately decide the winner is the most exciting thing for all viewers. Meanwhile, the members of the Shin Hall are naturally overjoyed. When Zhang Xuan didn't appear on the sky screen earlier, their voices were drowned out by the supporters of the aristocratic families. Now, Zhang Xuan has humiliated them 3 times in a row, and the 3rd time he directly rose to the top of the rankings, allowing them to finally hold their heads high. At the same time, due to this change, Zhang Xuan, who is currently inside the dungeon, also feels that the connection of his willpower has significantly strengthened. Some people suddenly realized that the odds of Zhang Xuan winning were astonishingly high. My goodness, I just realized that the odds for the master of the Shin Palace are 1 in 1,000. Whoever bet on him would be making a fortune if he actually becomes the young supreme. The master of the Shin Hall hasn't appeared on screen at all, so hardly anyone dared to bet their crystals on him. Even among the Shin Hall members, there were probably only a few who bet on him. Now it's all hindsight. Chapter 178, Speculation. Some sighed in disappointment, while others said, "Don't worry, the Shin Emperor is definitely on the same level as the 5 clans prodigies. It's normal for such geniuses to have mixed results at this stage. The true battlefield isn't here." Most of those who had bet half their fortunes on the 5 clans prodigies had already broken out in a cold sweat the moment they saw Zhang Xuan suddenly appear in the first scene. And those who later questioned whether the game had glitched were mostly the same people. If Zhang Xuan really ends up taking first place, over half of them would likely have to line up on the rooftop. So now, they hate Zhang Xuan with a passion, hoping he'll be eliminated as soon as possible. This is the mindset of those who are desperate to survive. Meanwhile, Li Shikong and the other 5 clans' prodigies were unaware that Zhang Xuan had already surpassed them. With their absolute confidence, they didn't think they'd lose even against the other 4, let alone a so-called commoner prodigy they didn't even bother to acknowledge. A commoner's hope challenging the 5 clans? A joke. However, within the Imperial Capital Elders Council, the atmosphere was markedly different. Li Tianlong, with his sunken eyes and wrinkled face, narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly after a moment. "Gentlemen, it seems we have underestimated this master of the Shin Palace." As he spoke, he emphasized the words "master of the Shin Hall" and his voice carried a hint of coldness. Those familiar with this leader of the Li clan would undoubtedly recognize this as a sign of intense murderous intent towards someone. The others also exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. Zhang Xuan had suddenly surpassed the 5 clans' prodigies through some unknown means and risen to the top, a development they had not anticipated. For those standing at the pinnacle of power in the Xia kingdom, where a single word could decide the fate of countless lives, the most unacceptable and intolerable thing was the existence of someone who had surpassed their expectations. Unexpected events signified a lack of control. A lack of control meant an absolute threat. How could there be an existence that threatened them within the borders of Xia kingdom? Nangongyan frowned and said, "If that's the case, this young man must have received the full support of the beast god. Such a method of advancing is something even we have not mastered. These wretched remnants have hidden themselves well enough." As he spoke, his tone was clearly filled with hostility, showing no regard for the beast god's status. "Duck, duck, duck." Mao Rongjing's fingers tapped the round table repeatedly, his gaze flickering several times. Yi Duantian, standing nearby, noticed his expression. Having known each other for so many years, he immediately recognized this as a sign of confusion on Mu Rongjing's part. Among the few of them, he had always been the most cunning and resourceful, rarely showing such an expression. So Yi Duantian asked, "Mao Rong, what have you figured out?" Mao Rongjing opened his lips slightly, but hesitated to speak. Shi Yan impatiently said, "What are you hiding? It's not one of the Mu Rong clan's secrets that you can't tell us, is it?" Mao Rongjing shook his head and said, "No, it's just a sudden guess I had, but it's a bit outlandish. After thinking about it, it's probably impossible." His words only made the 4 of them even more curious. Li Tianlong chuckled, "You're just being mysterious. Is it really that outlandish? Just tell us, and we'll know." Mao Rongjing shifted his gaze to the sky above, looking at Zhang Xuan's current scene, and said slowly, "Do you think Zhang Xuan can master the techniques we don't know because of the beast god?" "Ha!" The other 4 were taken aback, unsure of what he meant. Mon Yujing said, "Have you all forgotten the name of the Xia Kingdom's national exam dungeon?" Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes. "Are you talking about the Jinyuan king?" "No, that's impossible." Before he could finish the word impossible, he suddenly stopped for no apparent reason. Then, the 5 of them exchanged glances as if compelled by some unseen force. The words Jinyuan Wang now dominated the minds of all 5. Impossible? Logically speaking, it was indeed impossible. But when an impossible situation arises, it inevitably leads to more impossible speculations. Everything about the Xia kingdom was almost entirely known to the 5 of them, so much of their communication was done without words. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. Yi Duantian leaned back in his chair, exhaled, and said, "Are you suggesting that this young man is connected to the Jinyuan king? But he..." Regardless of whether it was logically possible, no one would rashly deny a speculation at this point. Instead, they would continue to seek evidence to prove it. But he disappeared at least 900 years ago. Li Tianlong picked up where he left off. "But disappearing doesn't mean he's dead," Nangong Yun said. In fact, speculations about the whereabouts of the Jinyuan king have always existed within the Beastmaster community. However, after centuries of deliberate downplaying, few Beastmasters now discuss the matter openly. Even those who do are mostly repeating fabricated rumors. Even the 5 great clans knew nothing about this answer. Everyone tacitly accepted the fact that the Jinyuan king had long since vanished. Shi Yan said, "A 9th-rank Beastmaster's lifespan rarely exceeds 150 years, and over the past 1,000 years on the continent, there has been no recorded instance of any being ascending to godhood." Yi Duantian said, "But the absence of records does not mean it did not happen, or perhaps, there are other methods to extend one's lifespan. After all, we are talking about the Jinyuan king." Everyone fell silent. In that era, the Jinyuan king's fame surpassed even that of the gods. He was the greatest existence among the human race's saints, and his name was celebrated in all nations. Such a figure could not be judged by ordinary standards. Meng Yujing nodded and said, "Everyone, if anyone could have left a contingency plan in the Jinyuan trial, the most likely candidate is the Jinyuan king. And the most crucial point is that the Jinyuan king and the beast god had some unknown conflicts in the past." The others understood his meaning. It was widely believed that the human saints of that era had been granted power by the beast god to lead the human race against the abyss. However, there is a great secret hidden within this story. The power of the human race's holy ones did not originate from the beast god. They were more like partners than simply dependent on a deity. Therefore, the saints were also beings that the beast god could not control. And being unable to control them means that the other party must share in the divine will and fortune of the deities. This is precisely what the divine beings most dread. Why, after hundreds of years, have people gradually forgotten the human saints? Is it because these super beast-taming clans were behind it all? No, the beast gods are also involved. Mong Yujing spoke slowly. In that case, the situation becomes increasingly complex and confusing. However, I have a question for all of you. If the Zhang Xuan king truly still exists in this world, what would your stance be? Chapter 179, The Burning Forest. The others fell silent for a moment. Li Tianlong sneered and said, "Let's not even discuss whether I believe a figure from 1,000 years ago could still be alive today. Even if there were a 1 in a million chance, this is no longer that era. Now is the great era of the 5 clans. Even if the Zhang Xuan king hasn't become a god, what if he really is a divine being? What have we to fear?" The others nodded in agreement. 1,000 years had passed. If someone who hadn't become a god was still clinging to life, how much power could they possibly have left? Moreover, their families had accumulated extraordinary abilities and fortune over hundreds of years, reaching their peak. Even the beast god was merely their equal. They understood deities far better than the average person. These so-called mighty beings held no mystique or overwhelming awe in their eyes. This vast land, past, present, and future, belonged only to these 5 surnames. As for the entity currently ranked first above the heavens, Mong Yujing and the others share a common suspicion. The other party is a pawn sent to test the 5 great clans. Whether the force behind them is the beast god or the lord of the abyss, they are all attempting to overthrow the 5 great clans. All of this indicates that the authority of the 5 great clans is now ready to be displayed to the world. Within the forest shrouded in dense, toxic mist of various colors, Zhang Xuan advanced leisurely, taking his time. After all, this was a dungeon. One should take the time to explore its various landscapes, especially in an environment as ever-changing as the Zhang Xuan trial. It was akin to the Zhang Xuan king projecting various hard-to-access regions from the real world into this place, offering a truly enlightening experience. The trees in the forest had bizarre and ever-changing forms, and the air carried sweet, foul, and rotten odors, clearly indicating the presence of numerous toxic gases. Zhang Xuan, of course, was unaffected, while the poisonous mist mother tree constantly emitted joyful emotions, clearly feeling as though it had returned home. Its roots spread in all directions, extending throughout the entire toxic mist forest. These are the roots through which it absorbs nutrients. This forest is not only filled with toxic mist but also contains all plants and animals with strong toxic properties. The 6th stage was clearly a phase where one had to confront the challenges posed by toxic attributes. The path through the forest grew increasingly rugged and uneven, with dense branches, leaves, and thorns blocking most of the view. The air suddenly grew colder, and faint sounds of sticky creatures crawling and writhing could be heard. Zhang Xuan, oblivious, continued forward in large strides. Whoosh! A vibrantly colored figure suddenly darted out from the damp bushes, its body still reeking of a strong, foul odor. Zhang Xuan remained motionless. It was a venomous snake with a vibrant appearance. It darted into the air, its mouth wide open, fangs locked in a bite, venom ready to strike. The venom of these creatures was so potent that even the werewolf warriors from earlier would die instantly from a single bite. Just as the fangs were about to touch Zhang Xuan's skin, a vine shot out at lightning speed, instantly binding the snake and dragging it away. Immediately afterward, the vine's tip opened like a flower bud, swallowing the venomous snake whole. A series of crunching sounds echoed, as if the vine contained rows of sharp teeth, crushing and swallowing the venomous snake whole. The small tree trembled triumphantly. Its roots extended deep into the forest for at least hundreds of meters in all directions, and it was fully aware of any movement in the vicinity. How could it allow danger to approach its master? The obstacles ahead grew increasingly numerous, branching into several winding paths. However, Zhang Xuan halted his advance and did not choose any of the paths directly. Instead, he mentally communicated with the small tree. The tree's perception of this forest was naturally precise, and it quickly informed Zhang Xuan of the location of the forest's core area. That area was filled with extremely dense toxic elements, clearly the source of the energy for this poisonous mist forest. The winding paths branching off from the tangled trees and thorns did not lead in that direction. They would require several major detours before finally reaching the forest's center. Clearly, this was the 6th stage obstacle course setup. However, since this was an open area, why follow a predetermined path? I'm going to charge straight through and take the unconventional route. Zhang Xuan approached a pile of obstacles, snapped his right fingers, and a flickering flame danced on his fingertips. Though it was merely a tiny flame, the raw power and purity of the fire element within were known only to Zhang Xuan. As the flame appeared, all the surrounding trees trembled as if they were alive. Zhang Xuan's powerful mental perception immediately detected a hint of fear. A mocking smile curled the corners of his lips. Indeed, this forest must be controlled by a unified consciousness. Now, let you taste the fiery flames. He snapped his fingers, and the tiny flame flew toward the densest part of the trees. With Zhang Xuan's current mastery of the flame element, his flames were only slightly weaker than the Black King's world-burning dragon flame. Though the flame appeared small in size, Zhang Xuan had compressed it several times over. The pure elements and dense energy erupted violently upon colliding with the first tree. Boom! 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 The flames surged like a raging dragon, echoing through the forest with a thunderous roar. This forest was not only poisonous but also wood attributed, and the powerful fire attribute was the natural enemy of all trees. The flames spread at an unimaginable speed, engulfing the forest within a mile in an instant. This was the momentary burst of fire elements at their purest, and the lush trees became the perfect fuel. These trees are quite sturdy, but when they come into contact with flames, they are completely engulfed within seconds, reduced to charred remains with all life extinguished. But that wasn't the end of it. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xuan manipulated the environment with his mind. He pushed forward with his palm, and a violent gust of wind roared forth. The attack methods of the Mind Warrior system are diverse and ever-changing, but their core lies in the manipulation of the environment through mental energy. With just a single point of leverage, he can manipulate all the wind elements in the air, forming a powerful gale. This was actually just a basic application and couldn't directly cause significant damage. However, in the midst of the raging flames, the wind fueled the fire, making the inferno even more unstoppable as it engulfed the entire forest. Whoosh! The acrid smell of burning filled the air as the intense heat vaporized moisture, causing toxic fumes to rise, seemingly attempting to slow the flames' advance. However, all efforts were in vain. The toxic mist itself becomes fuel, giving the flames an eerie, iridescent glow. The entire forest was reduced to a sea of flames in less than a minute. Zhang Xuan manipulated the direction of the fire elemental surge, burning a path through the flames before him, resembling a path to hell, all the way to the core of the forest. Chapter 180, Two Superhumans? Zhang Xuan clapped his hands. That's more like it. If there's no path, then burn one out. This scene was clearly visible to all the spectators. Countless people who were still reeling from the shock of Zhang Xuan's sudden appearance earlier were once again left speechless. Wait, did I see that correctly? Was that flame coming out of the finger of the master of the Shin Hall? You must have seen it too, because I saw it as well. Can someone tell me why the beast master can summon flames, and such terrifying ones at that? My goodness, such a small flame directly burned through an entire forest and even burned a path through it. Is this a beast master, or a flame deity? This is insane, insane. I can't even recognize the world as it was before. Charles Kingdom of Light, oh, by the light god, the flames unleashed by this young man named Zhang Xuan have sent a chill down my spine even through the sky. War and Frost Kingdom, I once saw a strange flame in an extremely cold secret realm. Its terrifying temperature felt like it could melt my skin even from dozens of meters away. It was impossible to approach. The flame that this man from Xia Kingdom just fired seems to possess a similar power. Honda Ichiro Ingjo Kingdom, is this the true potential of the super genius from the strongest human kingdom in the eastern part of the continent? This flame reminds me of the legendary sun god Amaterasu. Countless spectators began to discuss wildly, with most unable to comprehend how Zhang Xuan could control such powerful flames. After all, in the vast majority of people's understanding, beast masters could only use the extraordinary ability of controlling beast pets in battle. However, with such a large audience, there were naturally many individuals with exceptional knowledge. Being able to control flames isn't that shocking. You must know that any living being has the opportunity to step onto the path of the extraordinary. However, only a select few with profound foundations, such as the 5 clans prodigies, or those with extraordinary talent and exceptional luck, have the chance to master 2 extraordinary systems. Just like the overwhelming physique of the Southern Palace genius and the unusual eyes of the Murong genius, these could very well be signs of having entered another extraordinary system. Someone explained, and this instantly enlightened many others. I see. There are actually people in the world who can enter 2 extraordinary systems at the same time. I truly am ignorant. The previous speaker added. It's not unusual to have never heard of it. Dual extraordinary systems are almost exclusively accessible to the core disciples of top-tier clans, and even then, it's merely a possibility. Even within the 5 great clans, only a handful can master dual extraordinary systems. This is because the Beastmaster system has almost no entry barriers. Any human who reaches a certain age and comes into contact with a beast pet egg can do it. However, other extraordinary systems often have various requirements. Forcing one's body to accept an extraordinary path it cannot handle may result in severe injury or even death. Mastering dual extraordinary abilities is already an astonishing feat, but considering the countless unimaginable feats of the Master of the Mystic Hall, it doesn't seem so surprising after all. What truly astonished me was the terrifying power of the flames he controlled. Having some understanding of elemental extraordinary systems, I could tell from the moment he burned through the forest terrain that he had reached the level of a 7th tier extraordinary being. 7th tier extraordinary being? That's on par with a 7th tier beast master. My goodness, an 18-year-old student taking the national exams possesses such power? Even if I had been born into the extraordinary system from birth, I couldn't reach that level. A beastmaster at the level of the 5 valves prodigies might reach 7th tier in their peak state, but the terrifying thing about the Lord of the Shin Hall is, we still dare not say that's his true trump card. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, when Zhang Xuan summoned that flame giant earlier, everyone had already suspected he had used his trump card prematurely. After all, that flame giant was clearly far stronger than the beasts summoned by top-tier geniuses like Wan Rong at the provincial level. However, they were quickly proven wrong. Now that Zhang Xuan had entered the 6th stage first, he had boldly displayed the second extraordinary system he had mastered, using such terrifying flames to blaze a path forward. Who dared to say he was overexerting his trump card now? Someone remarked, I now have a rough sense of Xiandi's confidence is unparalleled. This confidence isn't about deliberately trying to outdo others or being arrogant and looking down on everyone. It's because he never saw himself as having any rivals from the start, so there's no trace of competition in his actions. Everything he does is not for the sake of competing for rankings, but simply doing what he wants to do. And all these so-called trump cards we think he has are merely things he does effortlessly, as natural as eating and drinking. Upon hearing this, many were startled. I've had a similar feeling before, but I couldn't put it into words. Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize that the master of the Mystic Hall is exactly in this state. It's as if he's not even competing. Exactly. He's too carefree. It's as if he's not participating in a massive exam with hundreds of thousands of people, but simply taking a leisurely stroll. The crowd engaged in lively discussion, with many expressing agreement. However, some disagreed. You're getting more and more out of hand. The master of the Mystic Hall is powerful, I won't deny that, but your claims imply he's far superior to even the 5 clans prodigies. This is the Zhenyuan trial. Anyone would have to be cautious and careful. You're saying the master of the Shin Hall is just strolling around here? That's impossible. It's just that the techniques he's using now are indeed powerful. Exactly. These maneuvers are something Yi Duan Tian and the other 5 clans prodigies could certainly pull off as well. But the reason they didn't do so is likely out of caution, saving their true strength for the final 10th stage. Reserve their strength? What you're really saying is that the Xian Emperor is overexerting himself. Just wait and see, he's already humiliated you twice, there will be a 3rd and 4th time. Ha, you don't understand. The earlier stages are no real obstacle for the top-ranked geniuses of previous generations. Only in the 9th stage can the top geniuses truly show their true abilities. By the 90th stage, even a random monster's strength is dozens of times greater than the current stage. And in the 10th stage beyond the 90th stage, the difficulty of each stage will increase dramatically, with the gap being as vast as a chasm. Though the ruler of the Shin Hall is powerful, your reckless boasts are nothing but a joke. For a moment, the two sides began to argue fiercely once more. Chapter 181, Spider Tree. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the beast-taming circles across the nations, what Zhang Xuan had just demonstrated was undoubtedly another major stir. Within the Church of Light, the white-robed bishops gathered there were all startled. An elderly man spoke up, I sensed an aura similar to the Holy Flame of Light. The Holy Flame of Light? Are you saying that the flames of this young man from Xia Kingdom have reached that level? The old man shook his head. Not quite. But among the human race who have entered the flame transcendence system, I have never seen such power. The most important thing is his age. What kind of physical strength would it take to withstand such elemental energy? His potential makes my heart race. The others fell into deep thought. Indeed, the reason why humans found it so difficult to enter other transcendent systems was that, unlike elves and dwarves, humans did not possess unique bloodline-based innate abilities. Human physique is ordinary, even weak by comparison. Yet most transcendent systems outside of beast tamers demand a high level of mastery over the essence of life. This is also why, despite the extraordinary paths being laid out before them, only a handful of individuals from even the most prestigious beast tamers clans or organizations manage to attain dual transcendence. This is because the requirements for dual transcendence are extremely high. Even if one manages to enter the second extraordinary system, further advancement is significantly more challenging for humans. For example, the flame elves of the elf race are born with mastery of the flame extraordinary system. Compared to humans who acquire it later in life, their advancement speed is undoubtedly faster, and their potential ceiling is higher. Otherwise, those human prodigies who have mastered dual extraordinary abilities would have already become unmatched across the continent. Therefore, what astonishes them is not how Zhang Xuan managed to master dual extraordinary abilities, but the intensity of his flame extraordinary ability, which seems unusually high. The bishop who spoke earlier is himself a master of the fire extraordinary system, so he can discern far more than others, which is why his remarks naturally caught the attention of the others. This is only the 6th stage. This young man must not have unleashed his full power yet. So how much more unknown potential could he bring to them in the future? In the palace atop a high mountain in the kingdom of Yingzhou, This is the sacred site of the Yingzhou Beast Masters, the headquarters of the Eight-Headed Serpent Society. Several men dressed in white robes, clad in armor, and with stern expressions stared intently at the sky. What a powerful flame! This prodigy from Xia Kingdom must have obtained an extremely rare and precious flame. They bowed toward the man seated at the main position, who appeared somewhat short in stature. Lord Tokugawa, what is your opinion? This was Lord Tokugawa, the leader of the Eight-Tailed Dragon Society of the Yingzhou Kingdom and the head of the Tokugawa clan, the foremost Beastmaster family in Yingzhou. He stroked his small beard and narrowed his eyes, saying, "The complete awakening of the Amaterasu Holy Maiden is closely tied to our Yingzhou prophecy. We must not miss any opportunity. Find him, seize the mystical flame, and make him the maiden's offering." Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. This was exactly what they had been thinking. Yes, Lord Tokugawa. Zhang Xuan stepped into the hellish passageway he had created. On either side, crimson flames danced wildly. As Zhang Xuan passed by, they would lower themselves, only to rise again once he had moved forward. Like watching a flaming king depart. All the malevolent entities lurking in the shadows either perished instantly in the terrifyingly swift-spreading inferno or fled desperately to escape. The foul, putrid stench caused by the dense toxic fumes has been completely dispersed and incinerated, giving way to the heavy smell of gunpowder. Zhang Xuan advanced cautiously, sensing an overwhelming surge of anger and hatred emanating from the depths. Clearly, the entity that controlled the poisonous mist forest had not perished in the flames, but it had suffered heavy losses. This forest was part of it, and now an intruder had dared to burn this part so ruthlessly and forcefully. How could it not be enraged? However, due to its extreme fear of Zhang Xuan, it refrained from revealing itself, even in its rage. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly and continued walking inward. As he drew nearer, the air suddenly stagnated, followed by a series of invisible ripples suddenly surging toward him. What is this? Zhang Xuan was slightly surprised. These ripples had been detected the moment they were transmitted, but not through his senses. It was a mental perception. An entity hidden in the shadows was actually capable of launching a mental attack. This was extremely rare. These mental ripples surged toward him like waves, but Zhang Xian's mental strength was formidable. He followed the direction of the ripples and channeled his mental energy into them. Originally, he had not mastered mental attacks, but when the opponent's mental ripples struck, it was as if they had provided him with a channel. He channeled his mental energy into it and counterattacked directly. Even though Zhang Xuan hadn't used his full strength, this counterattack was like a small wave colliding with a massive tsunami. In the silent space, the surging impact flattened everything in its path. The hidden entity let out an agonizing scream, severely wounded by the attack, nearly dying on the spot. At this point, it could no longer contain itself. In the deepest part of the forest, a massive tree suddenly erupted from the ground, its roots spreading out in all directions. The roots then surged across the ground, dragging the tree away at an incredible speed. This was the first time a monster had ever escaped from the dungeon. The giant tree had an extremely bizarre appearance, with numerous insect-like limbs protruding from its trunk, resembling a giant spider. At the top of the tree, there was a spherical head, covered with numerous compound eyes that darted in all directions, giving it a grotesque and eerie appearance. It resembled a giant spider fused with a massive tree. As the spider tree uprooted itself, streams of vibrantly colored mist rose into the air, while the head continued to spew black liquid. Zhang Xuan quickly realized that the viscous liquid was actually the blood the spider tree was expelling after sustaining severe injuries. The black blood flowed onto the ground, leaving behind patches of corroded marks, clearly indicating its extreme toxicity. "Little tree, leave it." The poisonous mother tree responded, sending out countless vines that swiftly wrapped around the spider tree. Due to its numerous limbs, the spider tree was now completely bound by the vines, preventing it from escaping. The spider tree roared in anger, wrapping its tendrils around the poisonous mother tree's vines, then began injecting a concentrated dose of toxins. The young tree refused to back down. As a powerful toxic entity, it wasn't about to be outdone in a poison duel. It too injected its own potent venom into the spider tree. The toxins from both sides visibly clashed, producing intense noise, and toxic mist continuously rose into the air. Chapter 182, Achieving the Only One. Zhang Xuan saw this and smiled, saying, "Little tree, let me give you a hand." Zhang Xuan raised a finger toward the spider tree and softly uttered the incantation. Hit! A thread of flame condensed into a line, shooting out from Zhang Xian's fingertip like a crimson lightning bolt. This was the first time he had ever manipulated fire into this form and released it. He never expected his first attempt to succeed. Though the flame thread appeared tiny, its energy was only slightly inferior to the previous flames, yet its concentration was several times greater. The spider tree, which was locked in a standoff with the poisonous mother tree, instinctively sensed the sudden arrival of a deadly threat. However, with its large target and being bound in place, it had no way to dodge. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the spider tree's massive trunk was completely pierced. Though it appeared to be just a small hole, the area around it emitted an astonishing heat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Terrifying and dense fire elements erupted violently within. Boom! A dull explosion occurred within the spider tree, and violent flames surged out from the hole. The countless compound eyes on the fleshy head at the top of the spider tree bulged outward simultaneously, covered in blood vessels. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream erupted from its mouth. Black blood trickled from the compound eyes, and black viscous fluid was violently vomited from the massive mouth of the head. Clearly, this blow had struck the monster's core, nearly taking its life. The hole where it had been pierced was blown into a massive opening 2 meters in diameter, nearly tearing the tree trunk in half. The upper and lower halves of its limbs hung precariously, connected by a fragile connection. The spider tree's thick limbs flailed wildly. It had completely lost its ability to fight in the explosion, its vitality shattered by more than half. However, this desperate struggle in its final moments was clearly futile. The vines of the poisonous mother tree bound it even tighter, freely devouring its venom. The remaining toxic mist swept across the forest, the spider tree's final gasp. But it was clear that all of this would become nourishment for the poisonous mother tree. Zhang Xuan stood quietly in place, watching as the poisonous mother tree released all its toxic spores. The spores attached themselves to the massive spider tree's surface, desperately burrowing deeper, then devouring all the nutrients. With such abundant nourishment, the spores grew rapidly, soon transforming into tree spirits, which then evolved into poisonous tree spirits. Hundreds of tree spirits grew within the spider tree, completely overtaking its body. Soon, the spider tree's last vestiges of life were extinguished. Its ugly head, adorned with bulging compound eyes, stared wide open, refusing to close, presenting a truly unsettling sight. At this point, the poisonous mother tree had feasted to its fill, devouring the spider tree entirely. Its power had evolved. Zhang Xuan communicated with it and learned that it could now release over 1,000 spores, and its toxins had undergone a transformation. Originally, the poisonous mist mother tree's toxins were primarily lethal, but now their effects had expanded to include hallucinations and madness. In simple terms, it had shifted from primarily lethal effects to gaining numerous control abilities. This is extremely practical for a poison attribute monster. After all, in terms of damage, the Black King's damage output is already sufficient. This evolution of his beast companion brings immense benefits. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's spiritual perception detected the appearance of another identical divine mark. Sure enough, the Jinyuan King had left a gift for those who came after him at this stage. And this mental imprint seemed to be visible only to him. The outer celestial veil could not perceive it. Following the guidance, Zhang Xuan approached the remains of the spider tree and saw a black light slowly rising. It was a small sphere containing pure magical power, with faint grayish-black hues floating and swaying within. It seemed to emit the agonized cries of a living being. Zhang Xuan reached out and grasped it, feeling an eerie fluctuation. Soon, he received a message. It turned out that this spider tree had originally been formed by the fusion of two monsters under special circumstances. It was not native to this world but had come from a chaotic subdimension. During its attempt to cross the spatial barrier, the monster nearly perished, its power severely weakened. It was later wounded and sealed by the Jinyuan King, rendering it unable to recover. However, its existence was unique, and the Jinyuan King did not kill it outright. Instead, he placed it within the Jinyuan trial and buried an object there. This gray-black pearl is the law pearl sealed within the spider tree. If it were the original law pearl, it would never have appeared here, and the terrifying power of the law would never have allowed Zhang Xuan to approach it. However, after being weakened by crossing space and being sealed, the remaining energy is now extremely weak. Nevertheless, even in this state, enduring it would require an astonishing physique and mental energy. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan met both of these conditions. Absorb! Zhang Xuan murmured, sensing the strange and eerie energy entering his body. Instantly, an intense dizziness and nausea overwhelmed him, and various extremely distorted and grotesque images flashed through his mind. Zhang Xuan felt as though he were witnessing countless terrifying entities in the depths of the universe. Had his mental strength not been sufficiently robust, he might have lost his mind under such an onslaught. After about 10 minutes, you have absorbed a fragment of the chaotic law chaos and gained a faint trace of chaotic law power. Unknown changes have occurred. You now possess the supreme authority. Zhang Xuan trembled. Supreme authority? In an instant, all his senses expanded infinitely, allowing him to see every corner of the origin continent, which then spread throughout the entire universe. All truths, all laws, all authority became crystal clear, transforming into chains of rules that merged into Zhang Xuan's body. In that moment, he suddenly awoke to his memories. It turned out that the Jinyuan King was his previous incarnation, and the Jinyuan King's previous incarnation was the supreme existence of the universe, the Hongmeng Lord. 3 lifetimes of reincarnation were meant to leave an imprint in the universe, scatter countless anchor points, and then, at the right time, gather the cosmic energy and reclaim everything. What kind of beast god? He's just a lowly deity. In the presence of Zhang Xuan, who has returned to his rightful position as the ruler of the Tao, he is no more than an ant. His true god appeared in the skies above the origin continent, extending his palm. All shall return to me. Like the primal truth, it was unstoppable. The beast gods across the continent were instantly torn apart into lifeless shards of divine essence. The powerful beings of the Beastmaster clans and the 9th-rank Beastmasters were reduced to flesh and blood, all drawn toward Zhang Xuan. In an instant, except for the living beings closely related to Zhang Xuan, the entire continent was refined. Zhang Xuan took a satisfied breath. From this moment onward, he was the sole ruler of the universe. End.